If you were to acquire powers akin to that of Superman, what would you choose? A. To become the savior. B. To embody the arrogance of a national hero. C. To become the embodiment of ancestry. Jupiter gazed at the options before him without hesitation. I choose C. In a world of dark robes, Jupiter vanquished the national hero. A world does not require two beings soaring through the skies. In the Marvel Universe, Thanos, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet bearing 6 infinite gems, revealed a malevolent grin and proclaimed, I am destiny. Before Thanos could snap his fingers, a figure dashed towards him, delivering a resounding slap while seizing the Infinity Gauntlet and gripping Thanos by the throat, exclaiming, I am your ancestor. Chapter 1. I am a Viltrumite. On a certain blue planet inside a boxing gym, a tall young man with short black hair was relentlessly channeling his energy into the punching bag before him. Bang, bang, bang. Each of his punches resonated like cannon fire, causing the bag to emit deep thuds. Ha, ha, ha. This vigorous assault persisted for over an hour until the young man felt a tingling in his arms and gradually ceased, panting heavily. Training for today is concluded. Time to wrap up. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with his towel, he casually struck the bag once more. Boom. With a thunderous noise, the bag exploded, scattering its contents across the floor. The young man stared wide-eyed at the remnants of the bag, disbelief etched on his face. He then glanced at his hands, feeling the surging power within him, the overwhelming vitality coursing through every cell of his body. After 17 years and 6 months, during a wretched summer, he had finally awakened. The young man closed his eyes and smiled. His name is Jupiter Grayson, full name Jupiter Sebastian Grayson. He has a twin brother named Mark Grayson, whose full name is Marcus Sebastian Grayson, who will one day be known as Invincible. His father, Nolan Grayson, is the strongest human on this planet, soaring through the skies as an omnipotent being. And Jupiter, he is a traveler from another realm. Upon realizing he was a traveler, especially when he found himself in the world of Invincible, Jupiter was terrified. When he learned that he and the protagonist Mark were twin brothers, his panic intensified, for he understood that this meant he could not simply hide away in a corner. Even if he wished to avoid the chaos, it would inevitably find him, as the future conflicts would ultimately be mere dramas of their lineage and family. Jupiter was uncertain whether he would awaken superpowers and become a great Viltrumite. Since he could remember, he had been diligently honing his skills. Taekwondo, karate, boxing, mixed martial arts. He had dabbled in them all, seemingly striving to transform himself into a super soldier akin to the likes of Bane or Batman. Though he recognized that his efforts bore little significance against genuine powerhouses, one's supersonic impact could turn him to pulp. Jupiter persisted in his daily training, believing it to be his lifeline. This was only natural. Anyone thrust into an unfamiliar world would instinctively seek something to anchor their spirit. Yet now, that was no longer necessary. Jupiter felt a wave of relief. He had succeeded. He had achieved awakening. Hey, Jupiter, you bastard, are you challenging me? Just as Jupiter reveled in his newfound joy, a tall young man with golden hair approached him. Tom, is your injury healed? Jupiter regarded the newcomer with a gentle gaze, akin to how one might regard a small kitten or puppy, transcending the moment. Jupiter, don't think that just because you received the club's invitation, you can act arrogantly in front of me. Tom was seething with anger, his finger pointed accusatorily at Jupiter's nose. He had lost to Jupiter in the ring the previous week due to a cold, resulting in the club abandoning him in favor of signing the younger Jupiter, which left him infuriated. For someone of his age, lacking a club contract meant his aspirations of becoming a professional boxer were nearly dashed. He had wagered everything on that match, under the scrutiny of the club's executives, only to be mocked in defeat by the Asian youth before him. Tom was livid, especially after witnessing Jupiter shatter the punching bag. It was absurd. Normal individuals could not possibly achieve such a feat. Tom believed Jupiter had employed some trickery to create that explosive sound as a means to mock him. Leave the club's trial and contract business to you. Jupiter was well aware of Tom's fury, for in moments of madness, any minor disturbance could be interpreted as a provocation. Jupiter was unfazed. He had moved past it, for everything had just transformed. He had shattered the bag with a single punch and felt the complete metamorphosis within himself. He was no longer merely a human, but a Viltrumite. Are you mocking me? Bastard, I don't need your pity. Tom glared at Jupiter, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could not accept being bested by his opponent, who spoke to him with such condescension. They were both human. After all, what distinguished one from the other? The more Tom pondered, the angrier he became, his muscles bulging as he swung a fist towards Jupiter. Hey, Tom, what are you doing? Around the gym, several boxing enthusiasts called out loudly, attempting to quell the situation, not wanting it to escalate. Bang! With a dull thud, Tom's fist landed squarely on Jupiter's cheek. "Jupiter, are you all right?" The boxing enthusiasts rushed forward, concerned for the battered Jupiter. "Have you not eaten, Tom? Put your all into it. Do you know why you lost to me? Because your punches are soft and feeble, like a coward." Jupiter regarded Tom with an impassive expression, his body unmoving, as if Tom's blows could inflict no harm upon him whatsoever. "You motherf." Upon hearing Jupiter's words, Tom's forehead bulged with veins, his muscles swelling as he summoned all his strength, vowing to teach the arrogant Jupiter a lesson. Tom clenched his jaw, exerting his full force, his fists slicing through the air, accompanied by a rush of wind, aimed at Jupiter's face. "Jupiter!" The boxing enthusiasts shouted, yet none stepped forward to intervene. Some bore expressions of mockery, while others openly relished the spectacle, pretending to mediate, but secretly hoping to avoid any real consequences. They truly anticipate a confrontation between Jupiter and Tom, for the club would never sign a boxer unable to control his emotions, one who resorts to throwing punches outside the ring. Once Jupiter engages in a brawl, the opportunity to sign with the club will be vacated, leaving the prospects open for them. Bang! After a faint sound, when onlookers believed Jupiter would be finished or would retaliate against Tom, a surprising scene unfolded. Jupiter merely extended a single finger in response to Tom's fist. Chapter 2, A Single Finger. My heavens! What just happened? Did Jupiter really block Tom's punch with just one finger? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Is that all? With a slight smile directed at Tom, Jupiter opened his palm and gently grasped Tom's fist, applying a subtle yet firm pressure. "Ah!" Tom screamed as he felt the force radiating from his fist, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was as though two hydraulic presses were simultaneously crushing his hand from above and below, making him feel as if his fingers might shatter. However, before Tom could react, a large hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. "Listen, Tom, I have no intention of battling you for some ridiculous club training contract. If you wish to pursue it, then go ahead. And also, clean up that pile of sand for me." Jupiter regarded Tom with a serious demeanor, his gaze icy and devoid of mercy. "Now tell me, do you understand?" Jupiter inquired, seeking confirmation of Tom's comprehension. "Oh," Tom nodded vigorously, gripped by fear. He could hardly believe such power was possessed by a mere human. Jupiter seemed akin to a superhero. "Good to hear. I shall take my leave now." Jupiter smiled gently at Tom, patting his cheek lightly before rising and addressing the gathered boxing enthusiasts. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me?" With a warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, Jupiter inquired. "No, nothing at all. Please, take care." As the crowd felt the warmth of Jupiter's smile, each harbored ulterior motives, all eyeing the club contract, and collectively retreated a step. "Heh," Jupiter chuckled coldly, disregarding this group of aging individuals still unable to secure club contracts. He proceeded to the changing room to change, donned his headphones, and exited the boxing gym. In this establishment, he had no acquaintances. He had always trained alone, for the solitary tiger and leopard do not seek the company of cattle and sheep. Navigating under the dim streetlights, Jupiter made his way home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he gazed at the brightly lit house, took a deep breath, and in the next moment, strode forward, thrusting open the door. "Hey, Mom, Dad, guess what? I just awakened superpowers. I did it." Inside, his twin brother Mark, who stood nearly a head shorter than Jupiter, was enthusiastically boasting to their parents. Ding dong. At the sound of the doorbell, everyone turned. Mom, Dad, and Mark. Jupiter greeted them with a smile. "Jupiter." Mark's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing his brother. He could no longer restrain himself from showcasing his newfound superpowers to the sibling who had always overshadowed him. "Mark, what exciting event has transpired today to make you so elated?" Jupiter asked with an amused smile. Aware of the reason behind Mark's excitement, it was certainly due to the incident at work today when he tossed a garbage bag high into the air, almost hitting a descending passenger plane. "Jupiter, do you know? Today As Mark began to respond, Jupiter swiftly turned to their mother, a fit and accomplished Chinese woman who maintained her slender figure despite being the mother of two, and asked, "Mom, I'm a bit hungry. What's for dinner?" "I made your favorite dumplings today. You just finished training. Haven't you worked up quite an appetite?" Deborah Grayson, Jupiter's mother, smiled in response. "Hey, Jupiter, you should listen to me." Mark's expression shifted when he heard Jupiter interrupt him, but upon hearing about the dumplings, his excitement reignited. "Hey, Mom, let's eat soon. I can't wait for the dumplings. Of course, I'm exhausted. You know my training volume is at a professional level, but I might not return to the gym anymore. Jupiter casually declared as he sat down. Why? Aren't you planning to become a professional boxer? Did those thugs exclude you again? I'll have a word with them. Nolan, upon hearing Jupiter's statement about not returning to the gym, was visibly disturbed, his brow furrowed in irritation. He could not bear the thought of his child, a great being from Vega, being bullied by the inhabitants of this native planet. Dear, Deborah shot a stern glance at Nolan, well aware of her husband's nature. His notion of having a word likely implied something far more intense. Recently, Nolan had become engrossed in a book titled The Analects, believing that Confucius, the itinerant sage, might be an ancestor of theirs, a natural-born strongman. Such profound words could not have been uttered by anyone else. All right. Upon realizing Deborah's subtle reminder, Nolan immediately tempered his demeanor. Jupiter, tell me, what exactly transpired? Nolan asked earnestly. What happened? Jupiter chuckled lightly, deliberately teasing as he glanced at the quiet Mark. Hey, Mark, hit me. Jupiter beckoned to Mark with a finger. Brother, you must be out of your mind to want me to hit you. You might not know, but I am no longer the same. Just now, I awakened superpowers. I am now just like our father. Mark, momentarily stunned by Jupiter's words, quickly shook his head. Things were different now. He was no longer the old Mark. He was akin to a scion from Dragon Ball, reborn from the flames, a super scion. With a battle power of 100 million, he was incredibly formidable. Don't worry, I know you have gained superpowers, just do your best to strike me. Jupiter continues to wear his signature Marxist smile of justice. Jupiter, you can't possibly. Mark was momentarily taken aback by Jupiter's words. He had already deduced the truth. He was no fool. The fact that Jupiter still allowed him to throw a punch after learning about his newfound abilities could only indicate one thing. Jupiter himself had also acquired superpowers. Chapter 3. The Foolish Ududu. Come on. Jupiter brimmed with confidence, eager to witness just how much stronger he was compared to Mark, who had never dabbled in the art of boxing. He was curious to see if his training had truly borne fruit. All right, you said it. Mark's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the past, before he had acquired his superpowers, he had always been sheltered by Jupiter, often falling swiftly to defeat during their playful encounters. But he was no longer the same. He yearned to discover the extent of his newfound strength. With that thought in mind, Mark launched a powerful punch at Jupiter. The terrifying force of his strike sent nearby chairs tumbling aside. Nolan, witnessing Mark's sudden attack, swiftly positioned himself in front of Deborah to shield her from the flying debris. Such formidable power. Even though the punch did not land on Jupiter's face, he could feel the ferocity of the wind it generated, realizing just how powerful Mark had become. However, brother, you are full of openings. Jupiter deftly evaded Mark's fist, swiftly seizing his right leg and executing a bear chokehold, bringing Mark to a standstill. Hey! Mark struggled mightily, yet no amount of force could liberate him from Jupiter's grip. Yield, Mark. Jupiter chuckled lightly as he watched Mark exert himself. The more Mark fought, the more exhilarated Jupiter became, determined not to release him until he had subdued him completely. In truth, Jupiter felt a surge of joy when their strengths were evenly matched. They both reverted to the status of ordinary men, allowing the techniques of combat to shine through. Their tussle resembled the initial clash between the Hulk and Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War. Though their raw strength was comparable, the disparity in combat experience allowed Thanos to dominate Hulk, ultimately landing a series of devastating blows that rendered Hulk nearly catatonic. Jupiter was akin to Thanos, adept in martial arts and fully aware of how to leverage every joint to inflict pain, while Mark resembled Hulk, possessing great power yet lacking the knowledge of its application. Thus, the tables turned swiftly, with Jupiter effortlessly subduing Mark, who had also gained superpowers. Yield, Mark. Jupiter smiled, coaxing him to surrender. I won, Mark declared stubbornly, refusing to concede defeat. Losing to your brother is not shameful. You've been losing for 17 years. Jupiter continued to persuade him. I refuse. Mark remained resolute. Perhaps this was the very reason he had become the invincible young hero he was. Brother, I am quite troubled. How about I just bypass you today? Jupiter shook his head, preparing to relent. I don't want that. Keep your grip. I want to break free on my own merit. Mark protested loudly, displeased as Jupiter began to ease his hold. Hey! Jupiter found himself at a loss. confronted by the obstinacy of his foolish opponent, who was unwilling to concede defeat or allow him any leniency. Instead, he insisted on utilizing his newly acquired superpowers to challenge Jupiter, a half-master of combat with an unblemished record in numerous youth matches and preparing to transition into professional adult competitions. Just as Jupiter was at his wit's end, he suddenly felt an immense force upon his shoulder, instantly separating him from Mark. Upon looking up, he recognized Nolan, knowing that only Nolan possessed the strength to intervene between him and Mark. Nolan regarded Mark with a serious expression. "Listen, Mark, I understand your desire to defeat Jupiter, but you cannot rely on your recently acquired powers to overcome someone who has honed his fighting skills for a decade. I recall a saying from the distant eastern lands: a fat man is not made in a day, and steel is not forged in a day. This implies that one must consume food bite by bite and refine steel bit by bit. Similarly, mastery in combat is not achieved overnight." Nolan imparted this ancient wisdom to Mark. "I understand, Father," Mark replied after a moment's contemplation, grasping his father's intent and wishing to alleviate his worry. He nodded gently in acknowledgement. "And Jupiter, remember, you are different now. Do not engage in combat within the house," Nolan added, directing his gaze towards Jupiter. "I understand," Jupiter responded, glancing at the cracked floor and scattered utensils, nodding lightly. "Excellent. Now, you two young lads, tidy up the house, and then we shall dine," Nolan instructed, pleased by Jupiter's compliance. At your command, Mark and Jupiter transformed into beams of light, swiftly restoring the room, save for the damaged floor. Nolan, having already addressed the necessity of discipline for both boys, chose not to elaborate further. "Let us now enjoy our meal." Deborah, who had been sheltered behind Nolan, approached the dining table with dumplings, fully aware of the brothers' excitement stemming from their newfound powers, and she empathized with their exuberance. "Wonderful." Nolan, Mark, and Jupiter exchanged smiles as they settled into their seats to savor the culinary delights. "Jupiter, have you forsaken the boxing gym due to your newfound abilities?" Nolan inquired with genuine concern during the meal. "Of course, Dad, you understand. With my current strength, a single punch would leave them scattered," Jupiter replied, mimicking a punch into the air, illustrating how easily he could incapacitate his opponents. Indeed, Nolan nodded in agreement, recalling his own experiences upon arriving on this planet when he inadvertently unleashed his power, resulting in the untimely demise of several undeserving individuals. "What a pity, son. That was your dream." Deborah felt a profound sense of sorrow for her son. She had witnessed firsthand the relentless dedication he exhibited in his pursuit of becoming a professional boxer, the considerable effort he expended to enhance his strength. Yet, now her son found himself unable to compete due to the very prowess he had developed, a reality that was quite difficult to accept. "No, I'm perfectly fine. I have never felt better in my life," Jupiter declared, shaking his head. He felt no dissatisfaction regarding his newfound strength. His previous exertions had merely been to safeguard himself against the assaults of certain indigenous criminals on Earth. Now, having awakened the powers of the Veltum people, he felt an unparalleled exhilaration. "Oh, are you saying you have discovered your true calling?" Deborah's eyes lit up at his words. Her anticipation piqued regarding what her son might aspire to do in the future. Though Jupiter did not articulate his thoughts, she could surmise them. Perhaps he wished to emulate Nolan and become a superhero. The mere thought brought her joy. Her husband and 2 sons as superheroes. A whole family of champions. Chapter 4. I wish to be an ancestor. Jupiter, having acquired superhuman abilities, felt an unprecedented ease. "I shall do as I please. Those who wish to bully me, who target my brothers, and those with nefarious intentions toward my family can go to hell. Everything beautiful is mine, and those I despise shall suffer the consequences. The world is my playground," Jupiter proclaimed with the brightest of smiles, uttering the harshest of words. "What did you just say?" Deborah gasped, her mouth agape at Jupiter's declaration. "Hey, brother, how can you speak like that?" Mark looked at Jupiter with a bewildered expression. "Haha, I was merely jesting," Jupiter replied, observing the expressions of Stella and Mark with a smile and a gentle shake of his head. "Phew, you gave me quite a scare." Deborah exhaled slowly, relieved. Jupiter's previous words had startled her, conjuring images of a supervillain emerging within their family. "Brother, your words were undoubtedly the funniest joke of the year." Mark laughed, convinced that Jupiter was joking, and he could not help but give him a thumbs up, declaring it the best joke he had ever heard. Jupiter simply smiled in response, his expression calm. However, unnoticed by Mark and Deborah, Nolan regarded Jupiter with admiration, his eyes sparkling with pride, as if to say, "Did you hear that? This is my son, Jupiter. He truly embodies the spirit of the Veltum people, innately aggressive and destined to dominate. In this universe, the Veltum people do as they please." Just as the family reveled in their harmonious moment, Nolan suddenly rose from his seat. "It's time." Jupiter silently contemplated, aware that he had succeeded. His earlier remarks were merely a ruse to lure out his father, the greatest aggressor among the Vexians sent to Blue Planet. Indeed, the Vexians were nothing like the Kryptonians. Their intent was not to protect Blue Planet, but to dominate it. This exceedingly rare ethnic group within the universe had nearly conquered the entirety of the observable cosmos. Almost every member could effortlessly rule a planet. The civilization of spacefaring beings appeared as fragile as paper before the Vexians. "You must come with me. I wish to discuss how such rebellious thoughts have taken root in your mind," Nolan urged, grasping Jupiter's hand and preparing to pull him from the room. Nolan had merely shared a jest with Jupiter moments ago. Deborah watched with concern as Nolan attempted to take Jupiter outside. The forthcoming conversation between father and son weighed heavily on her heart. "I absolutely cannot permit anyone in my family to harbor such extreme ideas, not even as a fleeting thought." Nolan's gaze halted Deborah and Mark, who were poised to intervene. "Good luck, my brother. I truly cannot assist you." Mark lowered his head like an ostrich and seized the opportunity to add more dumplings to his bowl. Jupiter remained silent as Nolan dragged him out of the house. "Jupiter, listen, were your earlier thoughts genuine?" Nolan ascended into the sky, his expression grave as he regarded Jupiter. "Yes, they are likely true," Jupiter replied, nodding slightly before elaborating. "We are so powerful while they're so weak. My child." Before Jupiter could continue, Nolan enveloped him in an embrace. "You are indeed a born Vexian." Nolan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he regarded Jupiter. "Long ago, while conquering a civilization of higher order with my companions, I encountered a sorceress who implored me to spare her life, promising to reveal my future. I agreed, and she foretold that my first child, born on a planet called Blue Planet, would become an innate champion among the Veltum, surpassing the current regent to become the true king of the Veltum, leading the Vexians to conquer the entire universe. Upon her prophecy, I killed her, fearing others would hear her words. At the time, I did not believe in her predictions. If they were true, she should have foreseen her demise. Yet, she evidently did not foresee her own end. Upon your birth, I recalled this prophecy, which is why you bear the name Jupiter, King of the Gods. As Vexians, we are as powerful as deities to the indigenous people of this planet. And your name signifies that you shall rise to become the king of the Veltum, a god among gods. However, my dear child, you have yet to awaken your extraordinary abilities, leading me to mistakenly perceive you as a lowly denizen of the Blue Planet. Fortunately, your genes have subconsciously allowed you to grow stronger, honing your martial skills continuously. Today, you have finally attained power and become a member of our Veltrum race, effortlessly defeating your brother. This has convinced me of the legendary prophecy. My son, you are a born champion of the Valstar. Nolan spoke with fervor, his excitement surpassing even that of Jupiter. I find myself perplexed, father. Are we Veltrum not a benevolent people? Jupiter feigned confusion as he gazed at Nolan. Ha 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 ha. That was merely a ruse to deceive the indigenous inhabitants of this planet. We Veltrum have never been a friendly folk. We are a race that revels in conquest. I deliberately masqueraded as the superhuman they envisioned to ascertain the combat prowess of this world while devising a means to dominate it. Child, do you wish to assist me? Nolan extended an olive branch to Jupiter, acknowledging that there was an element of risk in his proposition. If Jupiter declined, all his efforts could be in vain, and it might even lead to a father-son duel. When shall we strike? To Nolan's surprise, Jupiter directly inquired when they would take action. What did you say? Nolan was taken aback, not expecting such directness from his son. I meant to ask, when shall we act against this planet? Jupiter clarified after hearing Nolan's words. There is no rush. This planet is not as easily subdued as we might imagine, although its entire civilization is merely at a primitive, spacefaring level. It is under the watchful eyes of countless peculiar entities, making it a formidable challenge. The first adversary standing between us is the Global Guard. Nolan regarded Jupiter with seriousness. He had resolved that it was time to confront the Global Guard. Chapter 5. First, let us set a modest goal, such as eliminating the Guard. Together, let us vanquish them. Jupiter recognized the Global Guard, akin to a version of the Justice League, featuring counterparts like Darkwing to Batman, War Goddess to Wonder Woman, Green Phantom to Green Lantern, Martian Hero to Martian Manhunter, and Crimson Speed to the Flash, along with the enigmatic Immortal Hero. A group that is a diminished reflection of the Justice League, known in this world as the Global Guard. Jupiter was confident in their ability to triumph over this so-called Global Guard. For the physical prowess of the Valtrum granted him strength surpassing even that of the formidable Superman from the Zack Snyder version. Oh, no need for that. I can handle them alone. If you intend to aid your father, you must first learn to fly. After hearing Jupiter's words, Nolan smiled faintly, not out of mockery for his son's perceived weakness, but rather in recognition that he truly did not require assistance. He was more than capable of contending with the Global Guardians on his own. Flying? Is that so? Jupiter gently pushed his father aside, and then a marvelous scene unfolded as he effortlessly soared into the air. My son, you are a genius. It took me an hour to learn to fly after acquiring superpowers, yet you mastered it in an instant. Nolan gazed at Jupiter with wide eyes, increasingly convinced that his son was a natural prodigy, rivaling or even surpassing the regent of the Vexians, Craig. To Jupiter, flying felt as simple as walking through the air. It was an innate ability, almost as fundamental as drinking water, eating, or breathing, something he instinctively understood from the moment he was born. I always knew you were a genius. Let us see who can fly faster. Son, do you know that the Earth is round? Nolan asked with a hint of excitement. I learned that in elementary school. Jupiter replied, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed into the distance. Hey, that's cheating, Nolan exclaimed, closely pursuing Jupiter. The two of them danced through the sky like beams of light. 10 minutes later, with a resounding whoosh, Jupiter returned to his starting point first. He glanced back at the light trailing behind him and smiled as he headed towards his house. Dingling, Jupiter opened the door and stepped inside. Hey, Mom, could you prepare a bowl of dumplings for me? E.M. famished. He said with a smile at Deborah. Sure, but where's your father? Deborah asked, slightly puzzled by Nolan's absence. What about him? Jupiter plopped down into a chair, crossing his legs as he awaited his father's return. Dingling. Just as Jupiter settled into his seat, Nolan pushed open the door. Look, Jupiter pointed at Nolan with a smile. Son, that is unfair. You clearly took off ahead of me. We should exhibit some sportsmanship. Remember, the blood coursing through you is that of the ancient Eastern kingdoms and the Vexians, not that of the Stick Nation and the Vexians. Nolan said, standing before Jupiter, his tone slightly irritated. Got it, Dad. I'll be more careful next time. Jupiter nodded, acknowledging his mistake. As long as you understand. Nolan didn't dwell on the matter, moving to sit beside Jupiter, who was still looking at Deborah. I want a bowl of dumplings, too. I just finished exercising and am about to starve. Nolan echoed Jupiter's earlier request. What have you two, father and son, been up to, drenched in sweat? Deborah inquired with curiosity, glancing at Nolan and Jupiter. We engaged in a friendly sparring session, Nolan replied after a moment's thought, raising an eyebrow. Moreover, I emerged victorious. Jupiter, stuffing dumplings into his mouth, claimed he had triumphed over his father. You only won by being cunning. Nolan frowned slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing his face, though he quickly relaxed. To be honest, Jupiter is the fastest child I have ever seen. Even at his age, I was not this swift. Jupiter, you may very well become the fastest in the universe. Nolan patted Jupiter on the shoulder, brimming with confidence in his son. Oh, come now. I don't wish to be that fast. A man should not be so swift. Jupiter interjected playfully, joking that being quick was not necessarily a virtue for a man. Ha ha ha. Nolan laughed heartily at this. Son, do you have a girlfriend? If you see someone you like, be brave and pursue her. With a loud laugh, Nolan began recounting his glorious past. Ahem. Deborah gently cleared her throat, interrupting Nolan. Ahem. I mean to say, I have only ever loved your mother. Upon noticing Deborah, Nolan quickly coughed twice. When it is just the two of us, I shall regale you with more tales. Nolan winked at Jupiter, whispering. All right, Dad. Jupiter raised an eyebrow, mildly intrigued by his father's boasting. He didn't mind listening. I'm heading to my room. Mark, having finished his meal, glanced at the jovial exchange between Nolan and Jupiter, opened his mouth slightly, and ultimately turn away, retreating upstairs to his room. Dad, you should spend more time with my foolish brother, Jupiter remarked softly as he watched Mark leave. Jupiter, Mark is different from you. He resembles a blue star person, so we must give him some time to adjust. Nolan responded, glancing around before leaning closer to Jupiter and speaking in a hushed tone. All right, you know best. Jupiter replied without argument, merely voicing a casual observation. His foolish brother, the protagonist of Invincible Hero, is a righteous individual with values comparable to Superman's. By the way, Dad, am I supposed to wear this outfit to battle the Global Guardians? Jupiter suddenly recalled something and inquired of Nolan. Of course not. Nolan shook his head. You will need your own combat suit, just like mine. Nolan declared his intention to craft a battle suit for Jupiter, akin to his own. That would be splendid. Jupiter nodded, reluctant to don such distracting attire, as he needed to safeguard his biological stance while confronting the mightiest guardians of this planet. Chapter 6. Educating Todd, what are you discussing? Deborah approached with 2 bowls of dumplings, inquiring about the hushed conversation between the father and son. We are merely sharing the secrets of manhood. Nolan winked at Jupiter, then turned to Deborah, speaking softly. Enjoy your meal. Deborah placed her hands on her hips, urging the two to eat promptly. All right. Both Nolan and Jupiter nodded in agreement before indulging in their feast. The following day, as Jupiter awoke to the sound of the alarm, he slowly opened his eyes. Upon drawing back the curtains, he was greeted by the sight of Nolan perched upon the body of his foolish brother, Mark, in the yard. What on earth is happening? Jupiter raised an eyebrow, questioning the necessity of such an exhilarating start to the day. Mom, what is going on? Jupiter descended the stairs, seeking answers from Deborah, who was preparing breakfast. Your father is teaching your brother the proper way to fly, Deborah replied. Very well. Jupiter nodded, understanding the situation without further inquiry. I am indeed not as capable as Jupiter. Before Jupiter could confront Mark and Nolan, Mark stormed through the door, head bowed and silent, trudging up the stairs. Dad, what is wrong with Mark? Jupiter asked Nolan, who had just entered behind him. I may have been a bit harsh and uttered some hurtful words, Nolan admitted. But you know, Jupiter, if Mark wishes to become like us, he must endure these lessons. Nolan felt a pang of disappointment for his underachieving son, realizing that not everyone possesses Jupiter's innate brilliance. Dad, regarding my beloved brother, perhaps you should adopt a gentler approach, Jupiter suggested after hearing Nolan's words. Gentler? Nolan's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, we have ample time. There's no rush. You can take it slow with him. And as for everything else that needs to be done, leave it to me. Jupiter smiled gently, assuring Nolan that he would handle the tasks assigned by the Vexians. Thank goodness for you, Jupiter. Once school is out today, I will take you to a wonderful place, Nolan said, patting Jupiter's shoulder, feeling grateful for such a reassuring son. All right, time to eat. Jupiter, you need to head to school soon. Deborah approached with the food, confident that Nolan would manage the father-son dynamics on his own. Jupiter swiftly consumed his bread and ascended the stairs to knock on Mark's door. Hurry up and get a class. Jupiter gently urged Mark. You go ahead. I'll be there shortly. Mark, filled with respect for his older brother Jupiter, who had been a formidable presence since childhood, reluctantly replied. All right, I'm leaving now. Jupiter sighed and shook his head, acknowledging his brother's tendencies. With their mother-esque protection, Mark felt he could afford to be lackadaisical. Had it been anyone else exhibiting such juvenile behavior, Jupiter would have swiftly reprimanded them, for he had never tolerated such flaws in others. At school, Mark trudged along, his spirits low, accompanied by his blonde sidekick. Hey, Mark Grayson, what will you do today, since Amber isn't here? Just as Mark was wallowing in his despondency, a tall figure with slick-back hair and clad in a baseball jacket approached him, exuding the classic demeanor of a school bully. Todd. Mark's spirits sank further at the sight of him. I don't want to cause any trouble. Mark shook his head. Had he just acquired superpowers, he would have relished the opportunity to teach the muscular menace a lesson. But after Jupiter and Nolan had imparted a reality check, he found no desire to confront Todd. A mere ordinary. Ha. What? You're asking me not to hit you? Todd pushed Mark against the metal locker used by students for changing their clothes. Listen, Todd. You need to stop this. Mark gazed at Todd with exasperation. Stop? Ha. I find that quite amusing. Today, I'm going to pound you. Let us see who can stop me, Todd declared as he swung a fist toward Mark's cheek. With a resounding thud, Todd's wrist was effortlessly caught. Todd, it seems you haven't taken my words to heart, Jupiter stated sternly, his gaze icy. Upon seeing Jupiter, Todd's heart raced. As a key member of the school's football team, Jupiter enjoyed a celebrity-like status and possessed an imposing physique, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches with a build akin to that of a boxer. He was unmatched within the school. I told you, if you refuse to listen, it shows a lack of respect. Jupiter applied slight pressure. Todd's face turned pale. Beads of sweat trickling down his cheek, his body trembling as he heard the ominous creaking of his wrist, the sound of bones potentially fracturing. Jupiter, please stop. Mark gazed at Jupiter, who seemed poised to crush Todd's entire hand, and hurriedly intervened. You should call me brother. Jupiter turned, his expression grave as he spoke. Mark had never witnessed such an icy demeanor from Jupiter, which left him momentarily flustered. However, Todd's anguished cries snapped Mark back to reality. Brother, please stop. His wrist is going to break. With great reluctance, Mark mustered the courage to call out to Jupiter, feeling a deep sense of shame. Very well, for your sake. I shall spare you this time. But know this, should it happen again, you are aware of the consequences. Now be gone. Jupiter released Todd's wrist, his voice cold and unyielding. Todd clutched his wrist, refraining from uttering a sound, and fled without looking back. Mark, you must learn to be more assertive. When faced with such worthless beings, take decisive action, Jupiter remarked, his gaze filled with disdain as he watched Todd retreat in disgrace. As a being endowed with extraordinary powers, it was humiliating to allow a mere mortal to bully him. How could he ever admit that this individual was his brother? If Jupiter were to pursue his noble lineage, Mark seemed more akin to a descendant who could be easily manipulated, which was simply unacceptable. I need to calm down. Mark shook his head, acknowledging his need for composure. Bowing his head, he walked away into the distance. Jupiter observed Mark's departure, his brow furrowing slightly. After 17 years of companionship, a bond had formed between them, and he genuinely wished for Mark's well-being. While he did not expect Mark to comprehend his lofty ideals, he at least hoped he would not be someone easily trifled with. Such a notion would tarnish Jupiter's dignity as an elder brother. Taking a breath, Mark distanced himself from Jupiter and retreated to the restroom, splashing cold water on his face as if to wash away his frustrations. He then covered his face with a cloth and soared out of the school restroom window, flying through the air with the intent to smash something to vent his pent-up anger. He felt on the verge of losing control over his destructive urges. Foolish brother. Unbeknownst to Mark, a figure in the sky silently observed his every move. Chapter 7. Everyone needs battle gear on the street. A car sped by. The owner had just completed a $0 purchase. Although this behavior might seem absurd, in this land of freedom, it was as commonplace as cultural traditions. Such $0 purchases occurred daily in this liberated nation. Unlike many countries that only featured such antics at night, here, amusing $0 purchases took place in broad daylight. Meanwhile, even more ludicrous events unfolded. Under the sun's brilliance, the sound of gunfire echoed through the air, punctuating the atmosphere with a series of sharp cracks. A group of men clad in black suits, accompanied by a robust figure adorned in rocky armor, navigated the bustling streets, relentlessly harried by the fierce firepower of their adversaries. Damn it, you cannot flee with us. Only by staying behind do we stand a chance of escape, shouted a man with golden hair and sunglasses, directing his ire towards the armored giant. Fool, my duty is to protect you all. If I remain behind, who will safeguard you? The muscular man did not allow the insults to go unchallenged. Furrowing his brow, he glared menacingly at the diminutive figures around him. Were it not for his mission to shield these wretches, he would have reduced them to mere pulp long ago. Enough of this nonsense. Quickly, help me leap over that iron fence. The black-clad man, now irked, turned to face the dead end ahead, a towering 2-meter-high iron barrier blocking their path, and coldly commanded the giant. Do not presume to instruct me, the giant retorted with a disdainful huff. With a grip akin to that of child handling chicks, he seized 2 of the black-suited men and, with remarkable agility, soared over the imposing barrier in a single bound. My heavens! The black-clad men felt themselves lifted effortlessly, soaring through the air, their hearts racing with an exhilaration surpassing any amusement park ride. Amidst the gunfire raining down behind them, this was undoubtedly extreme sport at its finest. They couldn't help but wonder if there might be a sponsor in the wings. Just as the black-clad men and the giant believed themselves to be safe, a boy clad in a red sweater and blue trousers, his face obscured by a yellow scarf, careened down from the sky, hurtling straight towards the armored giant. Good grief! The giant, taken aback by the sudden dive of the youth, was astonished by his misfortune, encountering a superhero upon his exit. With a resounding crash, dust swirled and the air shifted as the boy collided with the giant, sending him and the iron gate flying. Upon hitting the ground, the giant swiftly sprang back to his feet, eyeing the two black-clad men who lay gravely injured, realizing he had bungled his mission. Though I know not who you are, you have crossed paths with the wrong individual, the giant declared, charging towards the masked youth. What a tragedy! Above, Jupiter observed the unfolding scene with quiet contemplation. He witnessed the youth, the foolish Mark, being pummeled by the giant's combination of strikes, as Mark, having just awakened his powers as a Verdum, lacked any combat skills. Despite possessing great strength, he was at a loss for how to retaliate, suffering greatly at the hands of the giant. Ultimately, Mark relied on his raw power, propelling himself through the air to collide with the giant, thus claiming victory. You have indeed provoked the wrong adversary. Mark, with a mask obscuring his face, gazed at the formidable black man whose rock-like armor he had shattered, revealing his true dark skin. The fury within him dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of accomplishment. He yearned for his father and brother to witness this moment. He needed to convey to them that he had triumphed over his foe, that he was a superhero. Mark, are you truly a superhero? Your attire is rather amusing, Jupiter remarked, descending from the sky with his arms crossed over his chest, a grin adorning his face. Hey, Jupiter, did you see that? I just vanquished a supervillain. I'm a superhero, Mark exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon seeing Jupiter. He had lamented the lack of appreciation for his achievements, and Jupiter's arrival presented the perfect opportunity to flaunt his victory, satisfying his vanity. Jupiter surveyed the overturned vehicle and the ravaged street, nodding in approval. Well done, he commended, giving Mark a thumbs up. If Mark's intention was to wreak havoc upon the street, then he had indeed succeeded. No superhero should dress like a circus clown. Follow me. You both need proper attire. As Jupiter and Mark engaged in their light-hearted banter, a man resembling the editor of a newspaper from Spider-Man comic, complete with a pair of small mustaches, descended gracefully from the sky. This individual was none other than the planet's mightiest being, the Omnipotent One, who now regarded his two sons and spoke softly. I have been eagerly anticipating this, he said, stirring a sense of urgency within Jupiter, who had long desired a robust set of clothing. Mark shared the same impatience. Without further ado, the trio ascended into the sky, leaving the chaos below to those designated to manage it. In a suburban tailor shop, an elderly man with white hair was diligently crafting the latest superhero costumes. A deafening roar interrupted his work, prompting him to set down the garment he was sewing. Long time no see, Atro, the Omnipotent One greeted as he entered the tailor shop. Indeed, it has been a while. The shopkeeper replied with a warm smile. Hello, Jupiter said, following closely behind the Omnipotent One, hands clasped behind his back, a welcoming smile on his visage. Wow, this place is incredible, Mark exclaimed, in stark contrast to the mature Jupiter, resembling a child who had discovered a beloved toy. He darted around the room, admiring the array of battle suits on display. Are these two your children? The tailor inquired, glancing between Jupiter and Mark before turning to the Omnipotent One, Nolan. Yes, Nolan affirmed, nodding before gesturing towards Jupiter. This is my eldest son, Jupiter, and my youngest son, Mark. Nolan glanced at the ever-dashing Mark. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am A. Rosenbaum, but you may simply call me Atero. I have known your father for decades. I was his first friend on Earth. I have long awaited the day when I could grow old alongside Nolan, only to discover that the great Omnipotent shall never age. Atero introduced himself to Jupiter and Mark, elaborating on his bond with Nolan. As Vexians, we have remained ageless for millennia to prepare for battle. Upon hearing Atero's introduction, Nolan wore a proud expression. For as a noble Verdum warrior, he could live for thousands of years without succumbing to the ravages of time, perpetually at the zenith of his combat prowess. Chapter 8. It represents a word Atero. You appear remarkably youthful. Jupiter greeted him with a flawless smile. This child is quite eloquent. He appears formidable, just as you do. Atero observed Jupiter, sensing the reflection of the omnipotent Nolan within him. Indeed, he shall be my finest progeny. Nolan nodded, confident in his child's exceptional potential. Can I have that outfit? Meanwhile, Mark's eyes sparkled as he gazed at a combat suit. Of course. Atero responded with a gentle smile. Compared to the seemingly perfect Jupiter, Mark embodied the spirited nature of a typical adolescent. I have prepared garments for you both, Atero proclaimed, waving his hand, causing two rotating cabinets to reveal two combat suits. How splendid, Mark exclaimed, wearing a snug, orange-yellow suit and joyfully moving about. Jupiter, however, looked at Mark with a slight tremor in his gaze, thinking, honestly, it is rather unattractive. I would prefer a white suit, similar to my father's. And could you print a letter on the front for me? Jupiter inquired of Atero. Certainly, Atero nodded, finding such a request simple. As a professional maker of superhero combat suits, he received myriad suggestions from various heroes daily, which he would then use to enhance the designs. May I ask why you wish to have a letter printed on the front? What significance does it hold? Atero inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Just like my father, the omnipotent. Everyone has their own hero name, a code name, correct? Jupiter pointed at his father as he spoke. Certainly. Atero understands Jupiter's intent. Every superhero possesses their own moniker, and this holds true even for those endowed with formidable powers. Moreover, the offspring of the all-powerful is destined to become the greatest superhero in the world. Jupiter smiled faintly and proclaimed loudly. What? Atero was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. The all-powerful Nolan erupted into laughter, his gaze towards Jupiter filled with affection and pride. Indeed, this embodies the attitude that a Viltrumite should possess. Viltrumites ought to engage in their rightful endeavors, such as Atero felt a twinge of anxiety. What was happening? Shouldn't the child of the all-powerful be a superhero? No matter how he looked at it, this seemed more akin to a supervillain. Just kidding, representative. Jupiter shook his head at the flustered Atero, indicating it was merely a jest. Liberty, fight for this free nation. A glimmer of realization shone in Atero's eyes as he absorbed Jupiter's words. He nodded repeatedly, reflecting that Jupiter, indeed the child of the all-powerful Nolan, embodied a sense of responsibility that transcended all else. Jupiter is a born hero. With a gentle smile, Jupiter refrained from elaborating. He wouldn't say to his father, his old comrade, hey, wake up. What I mean is be the first. The more powerful one is, the less responsible they are. Be a perfect super scoundrel. I will craft your battle suit overnight, and you may collect it tomorrow afternoon. Atero, invigorated, vowed to create the best battle suit he could muster for this child who inherited the will of the all-powerful. All right, then, tomorrow afternoon. Jupiter winked at Nolan after hearing Atero's words. Tomorrow afternoon, we embark. Nolan understood Jupiter's implication and smiled in return. Thank you, Uncle Atero. You will take pride in the suit you crafted with your own hands. Jupiter beamed as he patted Atero's shoulder, vowing that Atero would soon realize he, Jupiter, would don a superhero battle suit crafted by Atero, engaging in a fierce contest with the most just and powerful superhero organization on this planet, the Global Guardians, where it would be a matter of life or death, and Atero would surely be unable to sleep from joy. Dad, Jupiter, don't you think this outfit is a bit ostentatious? At that moment, Mark was bothered by the flamboyance of his battle suit, unaware that his father and brother were scheming a plan to upend the entire Blue Star superhero team. Indeed, it is somewhat flashy. This battle suit could use some refinement. Nolan nodded gently, acknowledging that Mark's attire was indeed a bit bold. It suits you, my brother. But remember one thing. I am your elder brother. After listening to Mark's words, Jupiter nodded, emphasizing his identity as the elder brother. All right, Jupiter, you merely emerged a few seconds ahead of me, Mark retorted, feeling slightly disgruntled. Had the doctor extracted him first, he would have claimed the title of the elder brother. Just look at my stature. It's evident I am your elder. Jupiter puffed out his chest, towering over Mark with his impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. Oh, if I spent my days in a boxing gym like you, I would surely grow taller. Mark lamented his own 5 feet 11 inches, attributing it entirely to his lack of sufficient exercise. After all, he and Jupiter were products of the same genetic lineage. If Jupiter could reach such heights, there was no reason he couldn't as well. I eagerly await the day you catch up to my height. Jupiter chuckled, his gaze indifferent. At that moment, he contemplated how best to interact with Mark. Having already decided to align himself with Nolan, this meant he had positioned himself on a different level from this planet, and he deemed his foolish brother too dim-witted to comprehend this reality. Oh, my foolish brother. Jupiter recognized Mark's potential in the later arcs of the comics. Mark truly deserved the title of Invincible, growing strong enough to assist against the formidable leader of the Vex. Indeed, Jupiter was not content with merely addressing issues on Blue Star. His ambitions were grander. Having resolved to become a progenitor, he intended to be the progenitor of the entire universe, ensuring that even his father Nolan's race, the Veltum, would not overshadow him. You say I am foolish? Mark felt a twinge of injustice upon hearing Jupiter's words, unsure of where his perceived folly lay. He had been scolded by his elder brother since childhood and believed that his occasional lack of sharpness stemmed from those criticisms. Chapter 9. The Annihilation of the Global Guardians, 5,000 words. The next day, Mark emerged from his room, dark circles under his eyes. Hey, Mom, and you too. Big brother, Mark exclaimed, attempting to widen his eyes as he spotted Deborah and Jupiter seated at the dining table. My goodness, Mark, those dark circles are quite pronounced. Did you not sleep well last night? Is something troubling you? Deborah inquired, her expression tinged with concern as she noticed Mark's weary appearance. No. I'm perfectly fine, Mark insisted, shaking his head vigorously, striving to appear more alert. Don't worry, Mom. He.S. just overly excited. It's akin to when we were in elementary school, and he couldn't sleep before spring outing. He.S. simply too thrilled about his new battle gear, leading to a sleepless night. Jupiter, reclining with his legs crossed and sipping coffee, observed his bleary-eyed brother. Enough, big brother. I am no longer an elementary school student. After being exposed by Jupiter, Mark felt a sudden pang of embarrassment. Look at the time. You're going to be late, Mark. I shall take my leave now, Jupiter remarked, ignoring Mark's flustered anger as he stood up, adjusted his school backpack, and departed with a nonchalant demeanor. Be careful on the road, Jupiter, Deborah said, observing Jupiter as he exited with a slight smile. Oh, how has it gotten so late? Mark exclaimed after heeding Jupiter's words and glancing at the clock, his eyes widening in realization that he was indeed running late. Mark, refrain from using foul language, Deborah admonished, her expression turning stern as she regarded him after he uttered an inappropriate term. I apologize, Mother. I cannot afford to delay any longer. I mustn't be late. By the way, have you seen my clothes? Mark inquired, noticing Deborah's raised eyebrow. Find your own clothes, Deborah replied, crossing her arms with an air of discontent. Today, we will continue with the material we did not cover in the last lesson, the balding teacher announced from the podium, speaking animatedly. Jupiter appeared lackluster, not due to a restless night like Mark, but simply because he found the classroom discourse uninspiring. Just as Jupiter closed his eyes to prepare for the afternoon's challenges, a sudden whistling sound pierced his ears. Instinctively, he glanced out the window and caught sight of a figure stealthily descending from above, none other than Mark. Freshly washed and late as ever. My foolish brother. And he still managed to be late, Jupiter thought, shaking his head in exasperation at Mark's disorganized antics despite possessing extraordinary abilities. In the afternoon, while others delighted in their midday respite, Jupiter seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of a restroom visit and slipped out of the school. He first retrieved his clothes and, simultaneously, an urgent meeting was convening worldwide to summon the entire Global Guard. On a picturesque hillside, a strikingly beautiful woman was meeting with an ambitious man, both enjoying beer and exchanging sweet nothings. However, in a moment of distraction, as the woman turned around, the man suddenly changed his attire from a casual checkered shirt, shorts, and sneakers to a striking crimson leather outfit. Goodness, do you not even have a minute to spare for me? The woman exclaimed, her anger flaring at what she perceived as a lack of respect. Apologies, the man glanced at his attire, and his expression shifted dramatically. He had forgotten to change back into his original clothing. This oversight was a significant blunder on his part. In a mere minute, not only had he altered his appearance, but he had also dispatched a group of ruthless bandits 5 kilometers away. Regrettably, in his haste, he neglected to change his outfit. We need to talk, the woman said, her annoyance palpable. She felt the necessity to have a serious conversation with her boyfriend, hoping he would understand that she accepted his identity as a superhero. She unconditionally supported him, but wished for him to grasp that, before being a superhero, he was her boyfriend and potentially her future husband and father of their children. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, the watch on the man's wrist emitted a sudden beeping sound. I'm sorry, darling, but I must leave now. The guard team is calling for me. His expression turned grave as he checked his watch. Sighing in resignation, the woman replied, Go. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the man, now clad in his rubber suit, had vanished from her side. She stood there, alone and seething with anger, cursing under her breath. Despite her frustration, she felt helpless, for her boyfriend was none other than the fastest man in the world, the renowned Crimson Speedster. Meanwhile, in the depths of the endless ocean, a figure seated upon a throne, gripping a trident, was dozing off. This was a merman, reminiscent of one of the characters from Stephen Chow's film. The mermaid possessing a fish-like upper body and a human lower body, complete with a head identical to that of a fish. At this moment, he was exceedingly vexed due to overwhelming boredom. This man was not merely an ordinary merman. He was the sovereign of the ocean, the ruler of Atlantis, known as Aquaman. Just as Aquaman stifled a yawn, the watch on his wrist finally chimed. "Huh, excellent. A mission has arrived," Aquaman exclaimed joyfully, blowing a bubble that transformed into a dart as he shot through the water towards the hull of the guard team. Aside from Crimson Speedster and Aquaman, there was also the elusive Darkwing, who, while publicly recognized as the wealthiest magnate in Lighthouse Liberty, operated as a masked vigilante in the freest city of the free nation. After vanquishing his foes, he too received the summons to the Global Guard team. As a world-renowned businesswoman and demigod, War Maiden, who continuously contributed to global welfare, promptly took to the skies upon receiving the news. Meanwhile, Martian Man, who was playing with his child and was publicly known as a photographer, was, in truth, the Green Goblin Girl. All members of the guard team, who transformed into superheroes during times of crisis, each led their own lives and integrated with the populace they protected on this azure planet. Upon receiving the alert for the guard team assembly, they all set aside their personal affairs and hastened to the hall, including the immortal hero, who was perpetually soaring through the skies. As a piercing sound sliced through the air, the enigmatic figure known as Darkwing leapt from his aircraft, landing before a gathering of elite guardians. "Darkwing, why have you summoned us?" A cadre of superpower guardians had long awaited this assembly in the protective hall, having already deliberated amongst themselves. No one had issued such a call. It appeared that the only one capable of summoning them was Darkwing, who had arrived by plane. I did not. However, at that moment, a chilling revelation ensued. Darkwing's first utterance upon his descent was a denial of having called the Guardians together. "Then who has summoned us?" The eternal hero furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with confusion as he pondered the identity of the individual who had gathered the mightiest superheroes on the planet. At this juncture, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In his millennia of existence, he had always regarded himself as the most powerful being on this sphere. The mere convergence of the Guardians rendered them invincible. No adversary dared to strike when they united, let alone orchestrate a gathering with the intent of ensnaring them all. Just as the eternal hero's perplexity deepened, a gusting sound erupted from behind him. A figure radiating an aura of dread was hurtling through the air, heading straight for him. Beware! The swift instincts of Crimson Speed detected the oncoming threat. He swiftly maneuvered to shield the eternal hero, averting what would have been a fatal blow to his head. The Omnipotent. Meanwhile, the Guardians became acutely aware of the assailant targeting the eternal hero. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the formidable figure before them, an embodiment of lethal intent brandishing his fists. It was none other than the most powerful being on this planet, the world's mightiest superhero, the omnipotent Nolan. What has happened to him? Green Phantom felt her legs weaken instinctively. As a comrade of the Omnipotent, she understood the depths of his strength. When he stood beside her, she felt a profound sense of security. Now, facing him as an adversary, terror gripped her heart. "Omnipotent, what is wrong?" War Woman gazed at him, her expression rife with concern. "The Omnipotent would never turn against me. He must be under some form of control. Curse it," the eternal hero swore, harboring a deep-seated disdain for this man who overshadowed him. Yet, he could not deny that the Omnipotent was the noblest soul on this planet, utterly incapable of harming their global guardian team. Thus, he concluded that the Omnipotent must be mentally manipulated, a scenario all too familiar to him, having experienced it himself. Whatever has transpired, we must find a way to stop him. A rampaging Omnipotent. Good heavens! Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. Crimson Speed shook his head, unable to fathom the catastrophic repercussions a frenzied Omnipotent could unleash upon Earth. Would he obliterate the surface and annihilate all of humanity in an instant? Several individuals, upon hearing Chizu's words, became resolute, determined to join forces to vanquish the most formidable being from the Blue Star. However, just as they held their breath, poised for confrontation, a piercing whistle echoed behind them. A massive figure, adorned with a striking emblem on his chest, charged straight towards the warrior woman's head. In a moment of urgency, Chizu, the first to react, swiftly turned, launching himself to tackle the warrior woman, thereby causing the oncoming giant's punch to miss its mark. The onlookers, stunned, beheld a youth clad in white garments and a crimson cape, bearing a prominent insignia on his chest. They were taken aback, for in the young man, they discerned a resemblance to the omnipotent Nolan, albeit appearing more youthful and seemingly more robust. Two omnipotent beings? The everlasting hero turned to gaze at the muscular figure, momentarily perplexed. One omnipotent being was sufficient to compel the entire global Guardian team into action. The thought of two such entities was utterly bewildering. Just as the everlasting hero turned, his gaze suddenly glazed over, and in that fleeting moment of realization, he saw his own form, drenched in a torrent of crimson. "Am I dead?" he stammered, his mind succumbing to confusion. In that instant, he had forgotten the presence of the world's strongest man behind him. The consequence of turning his back on the omnipotent being was swift and brutal. A gloved hand, clad in red, severed his neck in a heartbeat. Everlasting hero! Chizu's eyes turned icy as he witnessed the hero's fall. He released the warrior woman and unleashed a flurry of punches against Nolan. The sound of impact reverberated through the air. Yet, even the omnipotent Nolan found himself momentarily challenged against Chizu's unrelenting speed. However, the world's strongest man possessed abilities beyond mere resilience. After enduring a barrage of Chizu's strikes, Nolan seized the opportunity, anticipating Chizu's next move, and clasped the latter's head with both hands, intending to crush it. Chizu was not one to relinquish resistance. His arms accelerated, striking towards Nolan's chest. The Global Guardian team struggled to keep pace with the unfolding battle, overwhelmed by the rapidity of events. One moment, the everlasting hero had perished. The next, Chizu was ensnared by Nolan. Yet, not everyone was unable to match the tempo of the conflict. In a flash, a white silhouette darted forth, delivering a devastating blow to Chizu's chest. Blood gushed forth, and his eyes dimmed, his life extinguished, leaving behind a lifeless form. As the colossal figure withdrew his hand from Chizu's chest, he crushed the vibrant organ in full view of the stunned onlookers. The man gazed at his crimson-stained white gloves, a flicker of disdain crossing his visage. He turned to the all-powerful, pondering whether he should also don a pair of red gloves. "My son, heed my words. During the throes of battle, it is prudent to remain silent, lest we miss the opportune moment for attack." Upon witnessing the swift demise of Chizu, Nolan, the all-powerful, appeared to relax, for the sole potential informant had met his end. "Who are you truly?" Tears welled in the eyes of the battle maiden. In a mere heartbeat, they had suffered the loss of two comrades. While the enemy remained only slightly soiled, she understood that her own survival was unlikely, yet for the sake of her fallen companions, she resolved to fight until her final breath. "Did you not hear? He just referred to me as his son. If you missed it, allow me to clarify. Indeed, I am your father." The towering figure before them, emblazoned with a prominent insignia, was none other than Jupiter, now clad in battle attire. With a crackle and a boom, as Jupiter faced the battle maiden, several bat-shaped darts hurtled toward him, followed by a sudden explosion. The all-powerful, witnessing Jupiter under assault, intended to intervene, only to be obstructed by a torrent of water, a high-pressure stream capable of severing steel, conjured by Aquaman. "Let us exert our utmost to vanquish them." Darkwing's expression remained frigid. Even with the defeat of Evilife and Chizu, he maintained his composure. "You have provoked my ire." Jupiter lightly waved his hand, and the dust upon him vanished entirely. He took a formidable stride, positioning himself directly before Darkwing. "Listen, child. I am versed in over 100 martial arts from around the globe, a supreme master of combat. It is not my desire to intimidate you." Darkwing, taken aback by Jupiter's sudden appearance, felt his countenance shift. His adversary was far too swift, exceeding his reflexes. He hoped to sway his opponent with words, believing this seemingly youthful enemy harbored an immature heart. With a thunderous roar, Darkwing's upper body disintegrated, leaving behind a mosaic inappropriate for children, or rather, unsuitable for any decent individual. Your skills are rendered insignificant in the face of absolute power. Had Darkwing, the martial arts master, been an extraterrestrial, Jupiter might have found himself outmatched by Darkwing's extensive combat experience. Alas, Darkwing was merely an unremarkable Earthling, his strength limited to a few hundred kilograms at best. Jupiter shook his head at the crimson pool surrounding him and turned away. Within the span of those fleeting seconds spent dealing with Darkwing, Aquaman was left with but half a fish head. Marsman's body was torn into several segments, his core obliterated, and Green Goblin-esque form was pierced through, leaving only the Battle Maiden to valiantly endure. As the Battle Maiden wielded her hammer against Nolan, Jupiter stealthily approached her from behind. With a swift motion, Nolan seized her wrist as she swung the hammer, while Jupiter clutched her throat in a firm grip. With a crisp snap, Jupiter decisively dealt with the warrior woman. "Ant Warrior, you're truly my favorite among the Global Guardian team," he remarked, gazing at the contorted figure of the warrior woman, shaking his head as his affection was confined solely to the team. Exhaling, Jupiter glanced at his watch. It had taken him 2 minutes and 11 seconds to annihilate the world's strongest superhero team, the Global Guardians. "Now, knock me unconscious and make your escape, just as planned, and return to class." Nolan, observing the crimson-stained ground, dropped the hammer in his hand and addressed Jupiter. "The hammer is commendable, yet I find myself lacking a suitable weapon." "Perhaps I could." Jupiter, lost in thought, nodded gently at Nolan's words. "Then we shall meet at the hospital tonight." Jupiter offered a faint smile towards Nolan. "See you tonight at the hospital, my child. Do not hold back. Hit me with all your strength." Encouraged by these words, Nolan patted Jupiter on the shoulder. Suddenly, with a series of swift punches from Jupiter, Nolan found himself sprawled on the ground. This kid's punches are heavier than I anticipated. The last thought to flit through Nolan's mind before losing consciousness was that he had underestimated his son. Those punches were indeed more formidable than he had imagined. Chapter 10. Energy Levels Whoosh. 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 As silence once again enveloped the Global Guardian Hall, a cadre of fully armed soldiers wielding machine guns materialized within the room. My heavens! Among the investigators, one man, clad in a suit with slicked-back hair and sunglasses, felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld the horrific scene before him. The most powerful superhero team on Blue Star, the Global Guardians, had been annihilated. The man hoped fervently that this was merely an elaborate April Fool's prank. Report: the Omnipotent may still exhibit physiological responses. He might still be alive. Several armored soldiers approached the fallen Omnipotent, Nolan, and after a brief examination, they surmised that the strongest superhero on the planet might still have a chance at life. "Transport him to the hospital. Spare no effort to save him," commanded the elder in a suit with long white hair, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the chaos. Though he wished not to believe it, he pondered the possibility. What if a supervillain capable of defeating the entire Global Guardians and the Omnipotent truly existed? In that case, he could only pray to God, beseeching divine intervention to descend from the heavens and put an end to the merciless villain. On the other side, Jupiter had returned to school. During the time the investigators were dawdling, he not only made his way back to the institution, but also visited Sakura, discarding the heart and head of the immortal hero into the caldera of Mount Fuji. He was curious to see how this immortal hero intended to resurrect himself. Could it be that with merely a head and a heart, he could regrow his other body parts by consuming lava? What a farce. "Hey, Jupiter, I searched for you all noon. Where on earth have you been?" Just as Jupiter emerged from the restroom with clean hands, he encountered a beaming Mark, overflowing with pride. "I was using the restroom." Jupiter indicated the lavatory behind him. "My goodness, you missed the spectacular show of your own brother just for that. You have no idea how brave I was. I personally defeated a supervillain who could shoot lasers," Mark exclaimed, looking at Jupiter with uncontainable excitement, akin to a puppy eagerly awaiting praise from its master, wagging his tail incessantly. Jupiter gazed out the window, his senses momentarily surpassing ordinary human capabilities. "So, this is your justification for demolishing a building?" he inquired, pointing towards the smoke billowing from a structure 3 kilometers away. "Don't mind the details," Mark replied, suddenly awkward at the sight of the smoldering edifice. "You know, the enemy was firing lasers, the kind that goes zap, zap, zap. I couldn't stop them." He mimicked the laser firing, looking quite comical. "I understand. Nonetheless, you did well," Jupiter said, patting Mark on the shoulder as he strolled down the corridor. intent on garnering more attention and establishing his alibi. Did you hear that? Even Jupiter praised you. Mark, elated by Jupiter's commendation, clenched his fists and stomped his feet in delight. With a resounding crash, a massive hole suddenly appeared in the floor of the first level. "Oh no!" Mark exclaimed, glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed the mishap. Quickly, he made his escape. Jupiter had taught him that when faced with troublesome situations one preferred to avoid, it was best to leave promptly. "Hello, Jupiter. Good afternoon, Jupiter. Are we playing ball together later?" Students continuously greeted Jupiter as he walked through the campus, and he smiled, nodding at each of them in acknowledgement. As a member of the school's football team, Jupiter was akin to a minor celebrity, receiving salutes from countless students wherever he went. As per usual, Jupiter would greet the students who approached him with a warm smile and kind words. However, today was different. He felt somewhat peculiar, his mind preoccupied. Character: Jupiter Sebastian Grayson race, Vultumian energy level, strong surface, weak exploding star, genetic monitoring. No replicable high-quality genes detected time-space gate energy collection rate. 41 Jupiter gazed at the three-character interface in his mind, his lips twitching slightly. He recognized that garish, low-quality gaming interface. It was a product he designed prior to his transmigration. A mediocre leisure game entitled The Strongest Genetic Evolution of the Multiverse. In this game, players could traverse numerous film and television worlds, vanquishing formidable foes, replicating their genes, and ultimately indulging in the most mindless of diversions. His initial intent in creating this game was for self-entertainment, never anticipating that before he could even play, an accidental spill from an overexcited evening would send him spiraling into another world. Initially, he regretted not having the chance to engage with his creation. However, it seemed fate had provided him with an extraordinary advantage. As the sole developer of this game, he understood better than anyone how to wield this newfound power. He could harness the energy from the bodies of those he defeated, selecting genes beneficial to him for replication, while the rest could be funneled into energizing the time-space gate. His original plan needed adjustment. The notion of being the sole ancestor of the universe was obsolete. He aspired to become the unrivaled progenitor of the entire multiverse. With the awakening of his advantage, Jupiter promptly abandoned his previous intentions. Now emboldened, he pondered the possibility of acquiring eyes capable of emitting lasers. After all, a progenitor who lacked such formidable abilities was hardly worthy of the title. Jupiter proceeded to attend class with remarkable discretion, returning home amidst Mark's incessant chatter. Hours later, as darkness enveloped the day, the Global Protection Agency finally rapped upon the Grayson household's door. "Dear Ms. Deborah, there's a matter we need to discuss with you and your family." Upon opening the door, Deborah was met by several men clad in black suits and sunglasses, standing silently before her. Inside a certain pentagon-like structure, a man with golden hair, sunglasses, and dark attire reassured Deborah. "Rest assured, Ms. Deborah, Nolan is receiving treatment that exceeds global medical standards. I believe he will recover swiftly. After all, he is the strongest person on this planet." He guided Deborah, Mark, and Jupiter, who remained momentarily silent in response to his words. As the man in sunglasses pushed open the hospital room door and drew aside the small curtain that shielded the patient, a figure emerged, bruised and battered, his body marred with wounds. It was none other than the versatile hero, Nolan. "Have I been too harsh?" Jupiter mused, his brow furrowed as he gazed upon the near-lifeless Nolan. With a gentle sigh, the man in sunglasses observed Jupiter's expression in that moment. Jupiter resembled a youth burdened with the anguish of witnessing his father being brutally assaulted, his heart heavy with worry, hatred, and fury. This small system was designed to unlock the multiverse and absorb other abilities, for after all, those who did not possess the luminous eyes of their ancestors were not truly worthy descendants. Chapter 11. It seems you require assistance. Will he be all right? Mark clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the severely injured Nolan. "It's possible, but we've done our utmost. After all, there are very few Verdums in this hospital." The man in sunglasses replied with a hint of resignation. To be precise, Nolan was their only Verdum. Who did this to him? Mark's veins bulged with rage, his eyes sharp as he yearned to locate the one responsible for his father's condition and deliver a sound thrashing. "We do not know. However, we are searching. Please trust me. If we find that individual, he will suffer injuries far worse than what your father endures at this moment." Just as Mark's anger peaked, an elderly man clad in a black suit, his hair stark white, entered the room. I am Celsus Damon, the director of the Global Defense Agency. The elder, Celsus, stepped forward to introduce himself to Mark and Jupiter. Ahem. Jupiter, upon hearing Celsus's words, coughed lightly a few times, not meaning to be rude, but simply feeling a slight discomfort in his throat. Celsus regarded Jupiter with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Once you locate the perpetrator, please inform me. I shall ensure he regrets ever being born into this world. Jupiter's expression turned grave, his gaze sharp as a volcano poised to erupt. I will. Celsus nodded slowly after a few moments of silence, observing Jupiter's intensity. How dare you? Deborah, who had been seated at Nolan's bedside, clutched his hand tightly. Upon seeing Celsus, she rose abruptly, her eyes filled with fury as she glared at him, as if deeming Celsus to be anything but a good man. Just moments ago, the Global Guardian Squad was annihilated. All of their bodies lie in disarray. Nolan is the only survivor. Though we are unsure why Nolan was present at the headquarters of the Guardian Squad, the reality before us is undeniable. In truth, we too are waiting for Nolan to awaken and reveal the events that transpired. Seychelles felt a sense of helplessness. He was undoubtedly the most anxious individual in the world at this moment, with the global guardians annihilated and the fate of the omnipotent uncertain. The planet was at its most vulnerable. If, during such a critical juncture, those nefarious supervillains were to launch an attack, one could honestly surmise that this world might soon find itself under new dominion. Mark, Jupiter, and Deborah remained silent. Deborah's silence stemmed from her mistrust of Seychelles, while Mark was absorbed in processing information that was somewhat beyond his years. Jupiter stifled a laugh, exerting considerable effort to contain his amusement. To Seychelles, it appeared as though three melancholic souls were engaged in a silent act of self-healing. In truth, we speculated that a certain supervillain had lured Nolan to the Guardians' headquarters with the intent to eradicate them all in one fell swoop. Seychelles continued his narrative, revealing some internal intelligence. Why? Mark clenched his fists, unable to comprehend the depths of human malevolence. Why indeed? This is a pertinent question. Seychelles replied. All supervillains in this world yearn for the demise of both the global guardians and the omnipotent. Sighing, he added, in any case, we are doing everything in our power to contain this information, but inevitably, it will leak. We wanted to inform you first, Mark and Jupiter. Seychelles exhaled deeply. If anyone in the room wished fervently for the omnipotent to awaken, it was undoubtedly him. Mark, Deborah, and Jupiter merely shared a familial bond with Nolan. But only Seychelles understood the catastrophic implications that would ensue if the omnipotent's formidable restraint were to vanish. Bring me ice water, ice cubes, and a folding bed. I will remain here to care for him, he commanded resolutely. Deborah regarded Seychelles with unwavering determination. Very well, Seychelles, unable to withstand Deborah's steadfast gaze, gently acquiesced to her request. Commander, the city is under attack. The enemy possesses heavy weaponry and is requesting support. At that moment, as Seychelles conversed with the others, his subordinate, a man in sunglasses and a suit with striking golden hair, suddenly received news of the assault on the city. Now, damn it, we have no superheroes to deploy. Seychelles raised his voice intentionally, appearing to consult with his subordinate while actually addressing Mark and Jupiter. Mark glanced at Nolan and Deborah, then at Jupiter, and ultimately exited the infirmary in silence. Jupiter, observing Mark's departure, furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. He leaned against the wall of the room, quietly accompanying Deborah and the ailing Nolan, whose cells were gradually undergoing healing. Indeed, Nolan did not require treatment. Fortunately, he was promptly transported to the infirmary. Otherwise, such injuries would have healed within a day for Vexian. Jupiter assured, rest easy. I am here. Go check on your brother. Deborah, who had been tightly gripping Nolan's robust hand, suddenly addressed Jupiter. Mom, I fear that a supervillain might attack here. Jupiter dramatically conveyed a child's worry for both his mother and father. Ha ha, fear not. This is the safest place in the world. If one day this place is no longer secure, then nowhere will be safe. Now go, Jupiter, to where you must be, Deborah encouraged, her eyes filled with reassurance. While she harbored some concerns about Mark being sent to rescue others, given his immaturity in both character and ability, she felt entirely at ease with Jupiter, for her child was exceptionally gifted. All right, I shall return in a minute, Jupiter replied, glancing back at Deborah as he left the infirmary. "I will wait for you," Deborah said softly, her anxiety easing as she saw Nolan's reflection in Jupiter. "It's also quite beneficial to gather some energy," Jupiter thought as he soared towards the bustling city, where lasers were shooting skyward. Upon reaching the city, Jupiter spotted Mark, who was sorrowfully cradling an elderly man in a deep pit, alongside the youth team under heavy fire. And a group of green-skinned aliens, remarkably resembling the Namekians from textbooks and Dragon Ball comics. It was evident that these aliens were exceedingly stereotypical. "It appears you require assistance," he said as the youth team prepared to call for support, when a man with a large emblem on his chest descended from the sunlight above. Chapter 12. Assault on the Aliens. Scanning for extraterrestrial genetic signatures revealed a cluster deemed worthless, recommended for immediate conversion into energy. Warning: in 1 minute and 30 seconds, the alien genes will enter a decay phase. Please resolve this swiftly. Jupiter chuckled at the sight of the monkey-like Namekians. He needed to act quickly, for if he delayed, these aliens, misaligned with the dimensional time difference, would perish before him. Who is that? The youth team looked up in astonishment at the man radiating golden light above them. "Brother," Mark instinctively called out, recognizing the almost divine presence of Jupiter. "Goodness, is that flamboyant figure in the air this rookie's brother? Could it be that their entire family possesses superpowers?" Adorned in a crimson bodysuit, Rex resembled not so much a superhero, but rather a sewer worker. Glancing at Mark below and then at Jupiter soaring above like a celestial deity, Rex could not suppress his incessant chatter. "Let's talk, Rex, if you remain silent. No one will mistake you for a mute." The beautiful woman in a pink bodysuit, Adam Eve, with her flowing peach-colored hair, could not resist retorting at Rex. Suddenly, a deluge of laser beams rained down upon Jupiter, who hovered in the sky. "Brother," Mark exclaimed, his heart racing in alarm as he witnessed the assault on Jupiter. "Damn it, with so many lasers hitting him, I dare say he has been rendered to mere fragments. Flying is not that remarkable. Not everyone is omnipotent." Rex continued his tirade, observing the smoke enveloping Jupiter. "Rex," Eve shot him a disapproving glare. Though she longed to reprimand him, this was not the appropriate moment. "Robot, raise the shield for me. I need to investigate above," she instructed the robot softly. "Understood." The robot obliged, taking Eve's place to uphold the shield. With a slight nod, Eve ascended into the sky. "Rex, you truly ought to speak less," the robot remarked, turning its attention to Rex. All right. It's all my fault," Rex replied nonchalantly, maintaining his characteristic flippancy. With a gentle puff, Jupiter dispersed the smoke that lingered around him. The lasers that struck his iron frame barely left a mark. As for Mark, why was he so easily overwhelmed? Well, prior to gaining his powers, Mark had squandered countless hours on computers and other pursuits, unlike Rex, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to honing his physical prowess. "Hey, are you all right?" Eve, wielding her powers, flew up to greet the unscathed Jupiter. "You're doing great. Use your abilities to save as many as you can." Jupiter nodded at Eve after a moment, recognizing her potential, though regrettably, she was currently in the wrong hands. "Mark, take that elderly man to the hospital. The rescue operations are entrusted to you young heroes. Leave these extraterrestrial foes to me," Jupiter commanded with authority, directing Mark and the other young heroes. "Now, it's my turn to perform." Jupiter transformed into a streak of lightning, charging toward the band of inept aliens. He was like a speeding war chariot, and every alien that stood in his path crumbled to pieces upon contact, as if made of mere paper. As Jupiter unleashed his power, the pressure on the young team instantly diminished. All the extraterrestrial beings focused their fire, relentlessly attacking Jupiter. How dare he regard us as mere pawns? Does he believe he is the leader of the young team? Rex seethed, watching Jupiter wreak havoc. "Rex, we should best adhere to his instructions," the robot remarked, its eyes shimmering with electronic brilliance as it observed Jupiter's silhouette, ultimately concluding that they were no longer needed here. Like a versatile being, Eve utilized her abilities to clear the debris and rescue civilians while glancing at Jupiter's retreating figure, unable to suppress her thoughts. A versatile being? Spare me the nonsense. He is merely a reckless individual abusing his superpowers. I could do the same if I had them. Rex's irritation flared at Eve's words, feeling his dignity trampled upon. "How can you say that? He saved us." Eve shot Rex a glare before turning away. "Hey, Eve, surely You can't be upset over a so-called versatile being. Rex raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Eve's anger over such a trivial matter. Eve ignored Rex, continuing her rescue efforts with unwavering determination. Goodness, she is genuinely angry. Rex felt disheartened, realizing the gravity of Eve's ire. You ought to watch your words. The robot couldn't help but advise Rex. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of rescue efforts, Jupiter reveled in his own wild excitement. Allow me to show you this move. The Martian staff technique. He uprooted a streetlight, wielding the towering pole with abandon. Boom! Accompanied by a sonic boom. The extraterrestrials lined up before him were mercilessly smashed to pieces. Seemingly dissatisfied with his weapon, Jupiter switched to a signpost mid-battle, flailing it like swatting flies. The aliens faltered before him, crumbling in disarray, unable to muster any form of resistance. That was until a glowing cannonball struck him from behind. Turning to face a terrified tank driver, Jupiter acknowledged the successful distraction. In this move, he declared, lifting the alien tank with one hand, disregarding the presence of any driver inside. Invincible bowling. With an elegant flourish, Jupiter hurled the tank, obliterating hundreds of armed aliens before crashing into the time-space portal behind them, erupting in a spectacular explosion. Boom! Jupiter savored the thunderous roar in his ears, a delightful sound indeed. Warning, 30 seconds remain until the extraterrestrial cells enter a state of decline. Jupiter gazed at the system prompt and resolved to take matters seriously. Let us go, he declared, transforming into a beam of light. Instantly, countless extraterrestrials soared into the sky, while tanks were obliterated into fragments. The cacophony of chaos echoed around. A blinded alien, seething with rage, surveyed the devastation before him. He realized that with Jupiter present, their plans had been thwarted, and he turned to activate a time portal. Thinking of escaping? Jupiter, with a flick of his wrist, crushed the tanks into a colossal iron sphere and hurled it into the portal. Remember to take your trash with you. Jupiter was unsure if they could hear him. Nonetheless, he flashed an international gesture of goodwill while urging the aliens to dispose of their litter. As tranquility resumed, Jupiter crossed his arms and surveyed the ravaged streets, nodding in satisfaction at his handiwork. Well done indeed. Chapter 13. Ecstasy in just a minute and a half. The energy levels surged from 41 to 45. These cucumbers are truly pathetic, he mused. I've obliterated thousands, yet only received a mere 4% in return. What a stroke of misfortune. Perhaps next time I should storm their home planet and eliminate them directly. Glancing at his wristwatch, Jupiter recalled his promise to Deborah to return in a minute. He had broken his word, taking a minute and a half instead. He felt exasperated by the energy levels of these cucumber aliens. According to the system's assessment, their individual power levels were akin to breaking bricks or walls, with physical attributes barely superior to ordinary Earthlings, rendering them utterly useless. This is for you to handle, he stated, drifting above the youth group before swiftly darting toward a pentagonal structure. Fine, fine. So, we lowly fish are to be looked down upon, are we? All the laborious tasks and menial work fall upon us, right? You scoundrel. Rex shouted angrily at Jupiter's retreating figure. Yet, Jupiter chose to ignore him entirely, storing these grievances for a later reckoning. Mother and Mark. Upon returning to the infirmary, Jupiter beheld a bloodied Mark cradling Deborah. This was Mark's first encounter with a truly merciless adversary, and the weight of such an experience was immense, both physically and mentally. You've done remarkably well. Jupiter gazed at Mark, who was being relentlessly tormented, and gently patted him on the shoulder. For child, the rapid succession of events, from the exhilarating awakening of superpowers to witnessing his father gravely injured by an unknown foe, to the desire to save others like a superhero only to be defeated himself, had led to an emotional roller coaster. It was remarkable that Mark could still maintain a positive outlook amid such adversity. Really? Jupiter's words prompted Mark to lift his head. He understood that Jupiter was offering him solace, a comfort he desperately needed at that moment. Indeed, you have done remarkably well. When I first faced an opponent, I could hardly throw a punch. In comparison, you have shown great strength. Jupiter continued to praise Mark. Hearing these words, Mark felt a sense of relief wash over him. Encouraged by Jupiter's commendation, his spirits began to revive. Mark, Jupiter, I'm here for you, but you both should go home now. You have classes tomorrow, Deborah stated. Rising to her feet, she grasped Jupiter and Mark's hands tightly. As the sole adult in the household following Nolan's fall, she felt the weight of responsibility to uphold her family, offering her children encouragement and strength. This was not contingent upon physical prowess or the possession of superpowers. It was a testament to a mother's love for her children. Jupiter furrowed his brow slightly. Ultimately, he was not overly concerned about others potentially suffering due to his and Nolan's plans. However, he felt a deep sense of responsibility towards Deborah, the mother figure in his life, and found it difficult to confront her directly. Thus, he endeavored to discuss with Nolan a gentler approach to exert control over the world. For instance, he considered secretly influencing the Global Security Agency, supporting puppet leaders, and covertly orchestrating the affairs of Blue Star. The Veltum people did not need to operate in the open. Instead, they should manipulate events from the shadows. Nolan was performing admirably in this regard. As Nolan advanced against the Global Security Agency, the first thought on their minds would not be that he had turned malevolent, but rather that he was being controlled. Continuing to embody Nolan's identity would transform him from a global hero into an indispensable leader. The aim was to demonstrate to Blue Star that it was not Nolan who needed them, but rather that they were relying on him. In essence, it was all about orchestrating a grand spectacle, entertaining Jupiter's dark whims while ultimately achieving their goal of ruling Blue Star. However, while Jupiter envisioned this strategy, the specifics of its execution hinged upon Nolan, who lay in a hospital bed, and his plans. What was certain was that they needed to incapacitate the Global Security Agency led by Cecil's, and that was an unequivocal truth. "I will take Mark home," Jupiter declared, shaking his head to dispel any unwarranted thoughts, facing Deborah with assurance as he drew Mark behind him. "All right," Deborah nodded gently, choosing not to say more, placing her trust in Jupiter. "Let us go, Mark. Let us not trouble our mother with worries," Jupiter remarked, facing Mark. "I understand." Mark, who initially wished to express more, ultimately remained silent, suppressing his words within his heart while clenching his fists. He yearned to grow stronger, to become worthy of his heroic moniker, the invincible knight from the tale of the Indomitable. Alas, apart from Deborah, there was also his foolish self, the dim-witted Odo. If given a choice, Jupiter truly wished to avoid confronting Mark physically. He did not desire to transform his already not-so-bright friend into a mere shadow, for such an act would inflict pain upon them both. In a night of silence, the following day, Jupiter and Mark attended school together. Their instances of companionship had diminished significantly, primarily because Mark believed that remaining with Jupiter would give the impression that he had not matured. At school, they encountered Mark's blonde-haired sidekick. "Hey, Mark and Jupiter!" The little blonde exclaimed in surprise as he gazed at Jupiter. He was aware of the bond between Mark and Jupiter, yet it was rare to witness them together at school, hence his astonishment. Jupiter, unfamiliar with the blonde's name, merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Mark, why do you look so downcast?" The blonde, undeterred by Jupiter's inability to recall his name, found it perfectly normal, given Jupiter's status as a campus celebrity. Instead, he was intrigued by Mark's despondency. "Our father was attacked. He was injured," Mark sighed, revealing his recent concerns. "Oh, I'm sorry. My goodness, is your uncle all right?" The blonde gazed at Mark and Jupiter with concern. "Fortunately, that person was Eve, right?" Suddenly, Mark noticed Eve conversing with someone in the school. "I need to thank her," Mark declared, preparing to approach Eve. "Of course, that's Eve. Every boy in the school wishes to speak with her. I suggest you think twice. Weren't you just threatened for speaking to Amber?" The blonde stood behind Mark, already envisioning his impending failure. "Excuse me." Jupiter smiled at the blonde and made his way toward Eve. He recalled the insults hurled at him by that scoundrel, Rex. There was no other course but to confront Rex, and perhaps find an opportunity to deal with him later. In that moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 14. The Invitation. "Hey, Eve." Mark approached Eve, his expression wavering as he contemplated his words. "You are. I seem to remember you. You are Jupiter's brother, the captain of the rugby team, right?" Eve's eyes brightened as she looked at Mark. "Ah, well," Mark slightly parted his lips. He was somewhat of a celebrity at school. Being the brother of Jupiter, he was indeed quite renowned. "Oh my goodness, you're Jupiter's brother. Could you possibly provide me with Jupiter's phone number?" exclaimed a girl with golden hair and a sparkling tongue piercing, who was standing next to Eve, her excitement palpable upon hearing Mark's words. Mark felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to respond. He desperately wanted to inform the girl before him that he was actually there to see Eve. Is that all right? The girl's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she gazed at Mark. Of course, however, before Mark could elaborate further, Jupiter, who had approached Mark's side, promptly addressed the girl. The golden-haired girl looked at the tall and striking Jupiter, her eyes sparkling as if she were beholding a celebrity. Here, that's my phone number. Please jot it down, Jupiter said, pulling out his phone and smiling radiantly at the girl. Okay, the girl felt as though her heart had melted. For a girl of their age, a campus superstar like Jupiter perfectly embodied their dreams of a princely figure. I'll contact you later, Jupiter added, engaging in a brief chat with the girl before bidding her farewell. Wow, you're so adept at dealing with girls, Mark remarked, wearing a bitter expression as he observed Jupiter's effortless charm. With a bit more interaction with girls, you two could achieve this, Jupiter encouraged, patting Mark on the shoulder. May I ask if you two were looking for something from me? If not, I must be on my way. I have a class soon, Eve inquired, clutching her textbooks as she regarded the two brothers, still puzzled about their intentions. Actually, Mark composed himself anew. Thank you for saving my brother yesterday. Unfortunately, Jupiter once again spoke before Mark could finish. You saved your brother? Eve tightened her grip on her books, contemplating whether her identity had been uncovered. Indeed, I was the one flying in a tight suit yesterday, Mark confessed, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he recalled the most mortifying experience of his life, being rescued by a girl. You are that newly emerged hero. Eve finally connected the dots, realizing that Mark was indeed the new superhero. Then you are. Upon discovering Mark's identity, Eve seemed to have an epiphany, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Jupiter. Oh my goodness, you are the little omnipotent one who saved us all. After our youth team spent an entire day discussing you, the robot speculated that you possess a power rivaling that of the all-powerful. Is this true? Eve felt her mind was somewhat overwhelmed. She could hardly believe that within her school, apart from herself, there were simultaneously two superheroes, and even more astonishingly, these two heroes were siblings. Comparing me to the all-powerful is indeed an exaggeration, Jupiter remarked with a subtle smile, displaying his modest demeanor. To suggest he stood shoulder to shoulder with the all-powerful seemed rather audacious, for he was, in fact, stronger than his father, Nolan, the all-powerful himself. I too believe the robot might have overstated things. While you are undeniably formidable, there remains a certain distance between you and the all-powerful. Upon hearing this, Eve chuckled lightly, sharing her skepticism regarding the robot's analysis. After all, the all-powerful was the most formidable being among the Blue Star inhabitants. How could another of his caliber suddenly emerge? Jupiter understood that Eve had misconstrued his meaning, yet he chose not to clarify. He refrained from revealing that he was a natural-born powerhouse of the Verdum race, whose strength was ever increasing. Surely, the only beings in the universe who could rival him were the War Beast and the Regent of the V-Star. Such statements seemed foolish unless uttered by others. Hey, could you include me in your conversation? Mark interjected, raising an eyebrow at the engrossed Jupiter and Eve, feeling somewhat overlooked. This is my brother, Mark. His nickname is... Jupiter turned to Mark, his gaze seeming to inquire what moniker he had chosen. Invincible young hero. Mark glanced around, ensuring no one was listening before proclaiming his title. However, upon finishing, he suddenly felt rather foolish. Actually, that nickname isn't half bad. I have faith in you, Mark. You will undoubtedly become an invincible presence in the future. Jupiter instinctively praised Mark. Stop flattering me. If you keep this up, I might not recognize myself. Mark waved his hand dismissively, aware of his own abilities. If Jupiter continued with such flattery, it would border on ridicule. Jupiter chuckled softly, choosing silence. I am Adam Eve. My teammates call me Eve. She introduced her superhero alias. Your teammates? The youth team? Upon hearing the word teammate, Jupiter deduced she was referring to the youth team. Yes, we're the fourth most popular team. Eve's spirit lifted at the mention of a youth team, and she proudly elaborated on it. I am familiar with you. You are indeed stronger than a combat team, correct? Jupiter had indeed kept an eye on the activities of the youth team. The combat team? We are far superior to them. They're the weakest, having been utterly defeated by the lizard men last year. Eve's expression soured at the mere mention of the combat team, which was, without a doubt, a source of humor. I seem to recall watching the live broadcast with Mark. It was my first encounter with a superhero so utterly powerless. Jupiter nodded gently, seemingly recalling the moment when he was left dumbfounded, never expecting a superhero to be relentlessly pursued and attacked by a supervillain in streets. Indeed, Eve wholeheartedly agreed, expressing her excitement about the combat power squad, eager to enlighten Jupiter on the intricacies of superhero lore. Ding dong, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. I must attend my next lesson, Eve remarked, glancing instinctively at her watch and realizing time was slipping away. Shall the two of you accompany me, after school, to tour the headquarters of our youth league? She invited Mark and Jupiter. While she presented it as merely a tour, it subtly hinted at her desire for Mark and Jupiter to join the league. Visiting the youth league headquarters after school? I have no objections, Jupiter exclaimed. What do you think, Mark? He turned to Mark, who had been observing their conversation. Of course I'm in. Mark nodded in agreement, finally ready to respond to Eve's invitation. Then we shall meet after school. Eve smiled, waved her hand, and with her long strides, made her way towards the academic building. Chapter 15. Please call me Ancestor. At that very moment, as Jupiter attended his classes, the streets under alien attack saw Celsus from the Defense Bureau engaged in casual conversation with the captain of the Youth League's robotic team. What are your thoughts on those two newcomers? Celsus inquired, surveying the chaos around him with a furrowed brow. One of them appears somewhat immature, yet the other, he is remarkably exceptional. Initially, I thought he was merely the omnipotent one in a new attire, but my scans reveal he is evidently younger. Ultimately, I concluded that he is an entirely new version of the omnipotent one, the robot responded, turning to face Celsus. A new version of the omnipotent one? Celsus pondered the robot's words thoughtfully. Make an effort to engage with them and persuade them to join your ranks. Understood. The robot nodded lightly, already considering inviting the two newcomers. At the school, Jupiter yawned, finally completing his afternoon classes. Stretching, he exited the classroom empty-handed. What? You wonder why I don't carry a backpack to class? Who brings a backpack to class nowadays? As Jupiter and Mark reached the school gate, he was already waiting for them. All right. Jupiter and Mark nodded in unison, following Eve with eagerness. Not long after the departure of two individuals, a girl with golden hair and fair skin stood quietly in the campus, her arms wrapped around herself as she observed Jupiter and Mark leaving. She recalled how Mark had just been repaired, and seeing him with another girl stirred her sensitivities. The animated version of Amber did not quite meet aesthetic standards. Thus it was replaced with the manga version. In the sky, the three transformed figures soared freely, with Eve, as the senior, seemingly intent on showcasing her prowess to her juniors, continuously advancing through the air. However, no matter how swiftly Eve flew, Jupiter always managed to keep close behind her. Yet, as Eve and Jupiter increased their speed, Mark, who struggled to control his flying abilities, found himself in a predicament, crashing through 4 or 5 billboards in succession. Fortunately, no one was injured due to Mark's mishaps. Eve could certainly hear the playful banter in Jupiter's words. She raised an eyebrow lightly and accelerated her pace. The same jest spoken by a handsome man carries a different weight than when uttered by an unattractive one. The former is merely a joke, while the latter borders on harassment. Jupiter, observing Eve's quickening speed, remained unfazed as he followed closely behind her. With a whoosh, the two cut through the air, ultimately landing on the highest point of a grand cross-sea bridge. Well then, Eve exclaimed, glancing back at Jupiter, who had not been shaken off. Jupiter smiled at her and opened his arms wide. Suddenly, with a shriek, a figure plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, Jupiter caught the descending Mark. You two are flying too fast. I couldn't stop. Mark felt a tinge of embarrassment as he retracted his neck. Although he longed to concoct an excuse, such as being a novice flyer, the reality was that Jupiter had learned to fly simultaneously yet excelled in it. As a beginner, you already surpassed most, Jupiter reassured him, still holding Mark aloft. Don't say that, Mark shook his head. The more Jupiter said that, the more inadequate Mark felt in comparison. By the way, where's the base? Mark inquired of Eve, eager to divert the conversation from his discomfort. The base is right beneath us, Eve replied with a slight smile, snapping her fingers. In an instant, the bridge beneath their feet began to sink, revealing that it was indeed the entrance to a secret base. Wow, this is incredible, Mark exclaimed, stepping into the base and gazing wide-eyed at his surroundings. The vast room was filled with books, various instruments, and even a table for ping-pong. At the moment when Jupiter, Mark, and Eve descended from the heavens, They caught the attention of a sewer repairman engaged in a game of table tennis with his doppelganger. Hey, look who it is. A superhero, all-rounder, or perhaps the hidden captain of a youth team. My goodness, how was I unaware that someone could command me on the battlefield? The sewer repairman, Rex, glanced at Jupiter, who had once again descended from the sky clad in attire reminiscent of the all-rounder. He pursed his lips, still resentful that Jupiter not only commanded him, but also treated him like a mere sidekick. Eve, initially intending to embrace Rex, halted in her tracks, glaring at Rex, who was making sarcastic remarks. Goodness, I was complimenting him. Rex, perceiving Eve's irritation, attempted to clarify. Mark and Jupiter don't take it to heart. Rex is just like that. He's not a bad guy, really. Eve turned to Mark and Jupiter, declaring, "Welcome to the youth team." Eve, the invincible heroine, was accompanied by a robot managing various instruments, who immediately greeted the trio. He had just conferred with Cicers about recruiting the invincible heroine and her brother, and encountering them now was quite fortuitous. Just as the robot was about to extend a warm welcome to Mark and Jupiter, he suddenly fell silent, realizing he was unaware of Jupiter's heroic moniker. "By the way, you haven't told me your hero nickname yet," Eve inquired, having already revealed her own. "My nickname? Ancestor. You may call me Ancestor Man." Jupiter puffed out his chest, allowing everyone to better perceive the radiance that emanated from him. As Jupiter's declaration resonated, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "Ancestor Man? I have never encountered such an audacious nickname." Both Rex and the robot, taken aback, admitted they had never met someone so brazen. "Now you have," Jupiter replied, stepping closer to Rex, towering over him. "What do you want?" Rex stammered, instinctively swallowing hard as he noticed Jupiter's imposing height and muscular build, retreating a few steps. "Nothing much, just sensing that you seem rather displeased with me. Do you have an issue with my nickname? Or perhaps with me as a person?" Jupiter inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. "Hey, it seems like he's about to hit me. Can someone help me out here? What should I do in this situation? Should I kneel?" Rex, feeling flustered, sought assistance from the others. He was merely a petty thug, the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Witnessing Jupiter's formidable demeanor made him instantly cower. However, including Eve, no one harbored intentions of aiding Rex. After all, Rex met his demise through his own folly, and cannot blame others for it. "Fear not. There is no need for trepidation. I have no intention of reprimanding you. In truth, should a supervillain assail the city, I would require your assistance. Trust me, despite your appearance as a mere wastrel, you possess undeniable worth." Jupiter cast Rex a radiant smile reminiscent of a superhero, gently patting him on the shoulder. Chapter 16. The Diversity of Humanity. Haha. Merely jesting, you may refer to me as the free man. After instilling a tremor of fear in Rex, Jupiter wore a gentle smile and spoke in a soothing tone to the assembly. "So what does that emblem on your chest signify?" Eve inquired, pointing at the prominent symbol adorning Jupiter's chest. "You may interpret it as such," Jupiter replied, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the emblem. It was difficult to convey its true significance, for he could not reveal to this group of young superheroes that it represented something entirely different. "Are you suggesting it might hold other meanings?" Eve's curiosity was piqued by Jupiter's words. "I did not state that. Such assumptions are your own. In any case, it is a serious matter," Jupiter remarked, successfully igniting Eve's intrigue. To captivate a woman's attention, one must first evoke her curiosity, ensuring she thinks of you incessantly. Evidently, in this regard, Jupiter had triumphed. "Enough with the jesting, robot. You're known as Robot, correct? What precisely is the nature of that alien?" "That would be a Flaxonian, a type of extraterrestrial residing in a universe entirely distinct from our own. According to the analysis of their remnants, their temporal flow differs significantly from ours. Theoretically, even if we were to disregard them, within 3 to 5 minutes, their cells would inevitably age and decay to the point of immobility," the robot expounded, eager to discuss its area of expertise. "What does this imply? Are you suggesting that even our great heroes, should they choose to ignore them, could witness these aliens self-destruct without any cost to ourselves? Wouldn't that render our heroes' efforts futile?" Once Jupiter had granted Rex a reprieve, he began to complain again, displaying a classic case of forgetting past wounds. "Explosive Rex, in truth, it was the free man who saved us. Without him, we would likely have been vanquished by the enemy before any decay occurred," the robot interjected, unable to restrain itself from reminding Rex. I know, I'm well aware. I was actually praising the free man for his formidable combat prowess, capable of effortlessly demolishing the streets, Rex retorted, seeking justification for his grievances in the robot statement. Jupiter, having heard Rex's incessant banter, chose to disregard him, patiently waiting for an opportunity to witness Rex's folly, allowing him to chatter away in the depths of hell. What countermeasures do we possess against the onslaught of the Flak Suns? Ignoring Rex, Jupiter continued to question the robot, adopting a tone reminiscent of a leader inquiring of a subordinate. I have analyzed the teleportation energy of the Flak Suns. When they launch their next assault, an alarm will sound, serving as a warning to us. It should provide us with a few minutes of advance notice, approximately. The robot, gazing at its own machinery, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Do you not possess a name? I have been referring to you simply as robot, which feels rather peculiar. Jupiter found the designation robot quite odd. Despite the undeniable fact that the entity was indeed a robot, the notion of a robot naming itself robot struck him as bizarre. I'm merely a robot. That is how everyone refers to me. The robot could not comprehend Jupiter's words, having been called robot since its inception. Listen, robot is not a name. Even my vacuum cleaner is called a robot. Do you consider yourself akin to that contraption? Since everyone calls you robot, it implies you lack a name, correct? Very well then, from this day forth, you shall be named Jack. Robot Jack, Jupiter declared with an authoritative tone, his naming of the robot devoid of any deeper significance. Simply a reflection of his discomfort with the term robot. After all, one need not ascribe meaning when bestowing names. One may name others as they see fit. In truth, I am indifferent to names. However, I shall temporarily accept Jack. The robot hesitated, yet Jupiter was right. It was evidently distinct from household cleaning devices. The alarm sounded. Remember to call me. No matter how many enemies approach, I shall handle it effortlessly. By the way, you require my contact information, correct? Jupiter remarked as he glanced towards Eve. After departing from the youth organization, Jupiter and Mark ventured to a certain pentagonal structure to visit their parents. After 2 days, Nolan's health had nearly fully restored. He lay in his hospital bed, merely adjusting his state to achieve optimal condition. Following a light-hearted conversation with Deborah, Jupiter and Mark returned home once more. A night of silence passed, and with the dawn of a new day, Jupiter and Mark set off towards school again, prepared to endure another tedious and prolonged day. At noon, as a true connoisseur of sustenance, Jupiter approached the dining hall with the best of spirits alongside Mark, serving himself 2 full plates of food. The tall Jupiter's appetite exceeded that of an ordinary individual by more than double. Hey, Mark and Jupiter were seated together when Frank, Mark's eager companion, rushed over upon spotting them. Jupiter devoured his meal with gusto, seemingly indifferent to Frank's presence. Mark, lost in contemplation about how to strengthen himself, appeared somewhat disinterested in Frank's chatter. Hey Mark, don't just stare. I know Eve is quite charming, but let's not forget you've only just met Amber. Compared to Eve, you're rather ordinary, Frank remarked, following Mark's vacant gaze to spot Eve, who was simultaneously eating and engrossed in her phone. He misinterpreted Mark's fixation. Frank, I'm not gazing at Eve. I am merely pondering, Mark retorted, his cheeks flushing as he attempted to clarify. He glanced at Jupiter, sensing that his brother might harbor feelings for Eve, leading him to resolve that if Jupiter was indeed interested, he would gracefully withdraw. Jupiter had already conceded much in various matters, and Mark yearned to reciprocate in any way he could. Just then, a sudden notification pinged from Eve's phone, breaking the moment. Damn, Eve mused, her elegant brows arching slightly as she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Mark. She subtly blinked, signaling him to make his move. Brother, it seems that Frank is approaching, Mark whispered to the engrossed Jupiter. Jupiter swallowed the sausage in his mouth and downed the last of his milk with fervor. Mark, you ought to know that I absolutely detest being interrupted during meals. With a fierce grip, Jupiter crumpled the milk bottle and rose, following closely behind Eve. My heavens! Is my vision failing me? Frank exclaimed, eyes wide as he beheld the crumpled plastic milk bottle. That's hard plastic. Perhaps my brother is simply quite irate at the moment. Mark mused. In any case, I must take my leave. See you shortly. Mark gazed at the crushed bottle, a shiver coursing through him. Jupiter loathed interruptions during his meals. When someone dared to disturb him, it often spelled misfortune for that individual. Frank, regarding the mangled bottle, and then his own, squeezed with all his might in a futile attempt. Such deceit. Why is everyone so furious when I can't crush a milk bottle? Frank lamented, his hands reddening from exertion before he reluctantly discarded the bottle. As Mark prepared to exit the cafeteria, he heard Frank's outcry and shook his head. In this world, people were indeed different. Chapter 17. An Assault on a Planet Boom. On the rooftop of the edifice, Rex, Kate, and the robotic Jack were intently observing the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged above them. Jupiter, draped in a pristine white cloak, descended from the heavens. The situation appeared dire as the robotic Jack felt the biting cold wind swirling around him. He lifted his gaze to report the circumstances to Jupiter. Jack, Kate, Rex, organize the rescue at once. As for those who dared to interrupt my lunch, I shall teach them the price of inciting my wrath. Jupiter spoke with a firm demeanor to Rex, Kate, and Jack. In the next moment, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, akin to an unstoppable cannonball, hurtling towards the group of green-skinned cucumbers emerging from the portal. Are you ordering me around again? Rex glared at Jupiter's receding figure, his frustration palpable. He had grown weary of being commanded. He was a member of the youth brigade, not anyone's subordinate. Apologies for our tardiness. Just as Rex was about to shout at Jupiter's back, Mark and Eve finally arrived, descending from the sky. Jupiter seemed in a foul mood. Had someone offended him? Jack inquired of Mark and Eve if they were aware of Jupiter's unusual state. Perhaps it's because my brother was disturbed during his lunch. He has always loathed interruptions during meals, claiming it disrupts his entire day's mood. Mark, being Jupiter's brother, had a better understanding of his temperament. Is he truly upset just because the enemy arrived at an inconvenient time? I must say, your brother is quite the prima donna in every sense, Rex remarked, crossing his arms and scrutinizing Eve and Mark. And, Eve, were you previously with these celestial siblings? I believe an explanation is in order. Rex glanced at Eve, then at Mark and the distant Jupiter, feeling a tinge of jealousy. We're merely high school classmates. Eve shot Rex a glare, aware of his less than innocent thoughts. High school classmates. How fortuitous, Rex retorted sarcastically. Enough idle chatter, Rex. We must hasten to support Jupiter. There are numerous enemies, and I fear he cannot withstand them alone. Eve had no intention of continuing the banter with Rex. She soared into the air towards the battlefield. Oh, now you all are suddenly so fond of Jupiter? Rex mocked, remaining in place with his sardonic tone. Perhaps you should silence yourself. Rex, we ought to concentrate on the task at hand, Jack interjected, urging Rex to focus on their mission to save the world. Very well, very well. So you all favor Jupiter, do you? In truth, Jupiter is the one who has fought alongside you. I am but an outsider, Rex continued to grumble, still in a sarcastic mood, yet when he turned, he found the others had vanished without a trace. Hey, must it be this way? Rex gazed upon his teammates who had utterly abandoned him, suddenly feeling a twinge of pity for himself. Meanwhile, Jupiter, descending from the heavens like a deity, observed the rampaging green-skinned cucumber aliens with eyes as sharp as arrows. You may not comprehend the sheer horror of being disturbed while I dine. Floating in the air, Jupiter beheld the throngs of cucumber-like beings emerging from the portal, extending his hands forward and launching himself into the crowd. Fire! Fire! Shouted the flaxen beings in their alien tongue, as they beheld the lightning-like figure of Jupiter. Zing! 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 Laser beams erupted from the barrels of the flaxen weapons, striking Jupiter's robust chest. The feeble onslaught was effortlessly absorbed by Jupiter's muscular frame, rendering their efforts futile. One flaxen soldier, eyes wide with disbelief, watched as his attack had no effect. In a split second, Jupiter appeared before him, delivering a devastating punch that obliterated the soldier's head. Thud! The remaining soldiers gazed at the crimson splatters ascending into the sky, swallowing hard in horror. Pew pew pew. Instantly, the soldiers who had been looking up were met with the swift severing of their delicate necks by Jupiter. Monster, run! In a fleeting moment, hundreds of cucumber heads soared into the air, leaving the remaining flaxen beings. No, cucumbers, dumbfounded. Countless flaxen warriors stared at the formidable figure hovering above them, akin to a deity from myth, and hastily discarded their weapons, activating their temporal portals in a desperate bid to flee. Unyielding, Jupiter had no intention of halting his pursuit. To him, these cucumber-like flaxens were merely walking sources of energy. He quickened his pace, transforming into a relentless harbinger of death, continuously reaping the lives of the Flaxans. Streams of pure life energy surged into his being, replenishing the void of energy for the temporal portal. Alas, the strength of these Flaxans was woefully inadequate. Their physical prowess barely surpassed that of an average Earthling. Do we truly need to intervene? When Eve and her companions arrived at the urban battlefield, they were taken aback by the sight of Jupiter single-handedly decimating an entire Flaxan army. As Jupiter had remarked, perhaps our role is merely to assist. Robot Jack assessed the unfolding scenario, deducing that the enemy lacked the capacity to breach Jupiter's defenses. Resist! Resist! Cried a one-eyed Flaxan, draped in a crimson cloak, his voice booming with rage. He felt profound disappointment in the disarray of his troops, who were being slaughtered by a solitary adversary. He glared fiercely at Jupiter, seemingly intent on etching his likeness deeply into his memory. Reluctant to depart? Then let none of us leave. Jupiter regarded the Flaxan leader, whose demeanor resembled that of a chieftain, with a frigid expression. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, seizing the Flaxan leader's head and soaring into the temporal tunnel behind the enemy. Brother, Mark, witnessing Jupiter grasping the Flaxan leader's head as they entered the temporal tunnel, cried out in anxiety. My heavens! Quickly inform Cecil's. Eve was equally unprepared for Jupiter's audacious maneuver, her heart racing with concern for his safety. Already in contact, Robot Jack appeared to exhibit greater worry for Jupiter's well-being than the others. The moment Jupiter entered the temporal tunnel, he established communication with Cecil's. Meanwhile, on the pitch-black Flaxan planet, Jupiter held the Flaxan leader's head in his grasp, lightly stepping on a Flaxan general. I shall demonstrate the cost of provoking me. Jupiter surveyed the surrounding soldiers with an icy gaze. In the next moment, he exerted pressure on the Flaxan leader's right hand, and in an instant, the head was crushed in his grip, resembling an exploding star, splattering red across the ground. From this moment forth, I shall launch an assault on this planet. You may attempt to resist. This, I grant you permission for. At this moment, Jupiter single-handedly attacked a planet. Chapter 18. I believe Jupiter is calmly reasoning with the enemy. Just as Jupiter transformed into lightning and surged through the temporal gate, Mark's phone suddenly rang from his pocket. I'm sorry, everyone, but I must take my leave. Mark's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the voice on the phone, and before anyone could respond, he soared into the sky. So, the ruins are left for us to handle, correct? My goodness. I'm truly curious about who their father is, for he has raised two brothers so strikingly similar and arrogant. The tardy Rex shouted in frustration at the departing Mark. A moment of silence, Rex, Eve glared at him. Within a hospital room of a certain pentagram-shaped building, Mark whirled like a tornado, darting into the innermost recesses. Hey, Mark! The tall man in the hospital bed was chatting casually with Deborah seated at his bedside. Upon noticing Mark, he immediately smiled and waved. Father! Mark transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing into the embrace of the towering man, a speed imperceptible to human eyes. Mark, I have worried you. The tall man, the mightiest of Blue Star, the all-powerful Nolan, gazed at his youngest son with a hint of tenderness, a genuine warmth emanating from his heart. Mark, Nolan has just recovered. Please do not harm him. By the way, where is Jupiter? Is he not with you? Deborah gently patted Mark's shoulder and began to search for Jupiter's figure within the hospital room. Jupiter. Mark's expression revealed a hint of concern. Mark, what has happened to Jupiter? Upon seeing the worry in Mark's eyes, Nolan immediately grasped Mark's shoulders and inquired sternly. As the prophesied leader of the Vexians, Nolan could not allow any harm to befall Jupiter. Jupiter ventured alone into the alien's time-space tunnel. Mark, noticing Nolan's anxious gaze, softly spoke, Hey. Upon hearing this, Nolan realized the gravity of the situation and promptly released his grip on Mark's shoulders. Deborah, I long for your cooking. Shall we visit the supermarket together today? Nolan, seemingly unfazed, turned to Deborah to discuss dinner plans. Of course. Today, I shall prepare the dishes that you and your father love the most. Deborah nodded gently in response to Nolan's words. Hey, Dad, Mom, my brother is currently in another dimension, possibly in the lair of those aliens. And you are discussing dinner plans? Mark exclaimed, bewildered by his parents' nonchalance while his brother faced life-threatening danger. Listen, Mark, your brother is as robust as I am. Perhaps even stronger. Those aliens cannot harm him, Nolan assured, smiling as he shook his head at the concerned Mark. You must have faith in your father and brother. My prior worries stemmed from the fact that your father had never sustained such severe injuries. However, confronting aliens or malevolent dimensional overlords is a rather common occurrence. I have faith that Jupiter, whom your father has confidence in, possesses such capabilities. At this moment, Jupiter is likely emulating his illustrious father, calmly negotiating with those aliens, explaining to them why they cannot attack Blue Star. Deborah firmly believed in her eldest son Jupiter, just as she trusted her husband Nolan. On the planet Flaxon, a white figure stood amidst a sea of corpses. Surrounding this ethereal presence was the crimson earth, stained with tomato juice, where thousands of Flaxonian troops had been instantaneously reduced to mere pulp. At this moment, the white figure slowly raised its head towards the Flaxonian city, revealing a gentle smile akin to sunlight. Indeed, just as Deborah stated, Jupiter was calmly demonstrating through his actions why the Flaxonians must refrain from assaulting Blue Star. Within the urban expanse of the Flaxonians, a sudden, resonating alarm pierced the air. What could have transpired? A group of young individuals, clutching their tablets and engaged in fervent discussion, abruptly halted, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Perhaps it is merely an air defense drill. After all, have we not recently encountered complications while conquering a primitive planet? While I doubt that such a lowly civilization could breach the temporal passage, it is always prudent to issue a preemptive alert. One of the youths seemed to have an epiphany, and a smile emerged upon his face. Just as the youth beamed, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing all Flaxonians to instinctively shut their eyes. When the tempest subsided, the previously self-satisfied young man, who was elucidating the situation, was left headless. Oh my heavens, what has occurred? The Flaxonian youths widened their eyes in disbelief, their first encounter with a deadly whirlwind. Amidst the confusion, another gentle breeze arose, caressing their cheeks, and a man, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and clad in a snug white suit emblazoned with the image of an alien male, suddenly materialized before them. Apologies, my technique remains somewhat unrefined. I neglected to remove the melons atop your heads, he expressed, seemingly regretful about his lack of skill. What did you say? The Flaxonians, confronted with this alien's incomprehensible babble, furrowed their brows, utterly perplexed by his words. In truth, they need not discern his utterances. For the next moment, they felt their heads spin violently, and soon after, they beheld their own bodies, now bereft of their precious craniums. Alarm! Alarm! We are under enemy assault. This is not a drill. The enemy is exceedingly perilous, having annihilated a tactical assault unit of 5,000 armed with advanced weaponry. All residents are urged to seek refuge immediately. Within the alien metal-constructed residential edifices, their advanced extraterrestrial televisions incessantly emphasize the threat of invasion. Is the enemy merely one individual? What in the world is the military doing? Just one person? Can he truly be impervious to harm? A one-man army? Can our numerous technological advancements not vanquish him? An older Flaxonian, gazing at the alarm broadcast, cursed vehemently, lamenting the Empire's increasing incompetence. Not only have they faced setbacks in their conquests, but now they instigate the highest alert due to an incursion by a primitive alien. How laughable. Boom. Just as the elder Flaxonian vented his ire at the military's ineptitude, a resounding explosion captured his attention. He leaned on his cane, taking deliberate steps toward the window to survey the situation outside. Then he comprehended the reason behind the military's extreme caution regarding a mere extraterrestrial being, prompting the Flaxonian military to issue the highest alert. It was a radiant light engulfed in flames. Countless air currents erupted violently as he advanced. It was an existence so formidable that even the most insignificant of life forms could not dare to approach him. Buildings were pierced, streets obliterated, as the brilliance of the entire city began to fade. "Deborah!" exclaimed the aged Flaxonian, cursing in his ancient tongue, the essence of which could be translated to mean boom. In the next moment, the building housing this venerable Flaxonian erupted in an explosion. Accelerate! 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 At that moment, Jupiter was relentlessly hastening his own body, achieving speeds he had never dared to imagine on Blue Star, not due to the planet's gravity or any other constraints, but simply because he had previously feared that such swiftness would obliterate his fragile form. The Vexians had a rather straightforward method of cleansing a primitive civilization's surface. They simply flew towards the illuminated areas. In the face of their unparalleled velocity, all life forms attempting to approach would be incinerated to ashes by the immense friction. Beneath the rocky layers lay a Flaxonian military base. The city above was being annihilated. The enemy was beyond our capacity to confront. We might become the last remaining Flaxonians on this planet. The antennae on the foreheads of several soldiers retracted in sorrow as they lamented the ongoing destruction of their homeworld, feeling utterly powerless. As long as we survive, we are victorious, declared a man resembling a sergeant major. Upon hearing the soldiers' mournful lamentations, he clenched his fists and raised them high, proclaiming that as long as they remained alive, the Flaxonians would not fall. Indeed, several soldiers nodded vigorously. They were the final hope for the Flaxonians on this planet. Boom! Just as the Flaxonian soldiers were uplifted by their resolute convictions, the military base suddenly trembled. What is happening? Flaxonian soldiers were taken aback. Who initiated the base's operation? In the midst of the confusion, the sergeant major exhibited his commendable composure, furrowing his brow and inquiring of the operators controlling the base. We did not command the base to move. However, after exchanging glances, the operators shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not activated the base. Display the external visuals. The Flaxonian sergeant major shouted in anger. At once, with the command of the Master Chief, everyone turned their attention to the outside scene. There stood a sun-kissed, handsome extraterrestrial man, effortlessly dragging their military base upwards. Upon noticing the observation from the Master Chief and his team, he beamed a radiant smile akin to sunlight and laughed heartily at the camera. The Master Chief, witnessing the alien's triumphant grin, felt his face pale. With a resounding boom, the colossal military base was lifted off the ground by the alien man, who single-handedly hoisted the island-sized structure, aiming it at a distant base occupied by the Flaxonians. With a thunderous clash, the two bases collided, erupting into a brilliant explosion that illuminated the sky. Following the destruction of the base, an explosive shockwave resonated through the air. The white figure continued its relentless work, penetrating the steel and iron of the city with ease. The advanced weaponry of the enemy failed to leave even a ripple upon striking him. He was swifter than sound, his body harder than any alloy. A god of war who traversed countless cities, extinguishing every flicker of light within them. In the vastness of outer space, a colossal space fortress surrounded by myriad satellites housed a man who appeared to be the most formidable leader among the Flaxonians. He gazed down at the extinguishing lights on the planet below, his clenched fist dripping with crimson drops onto the ground. Anger consumed him. He despised the invader. Yet, confronted with a super soldier born of biology far beyond their civilization, he felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, he resolved to activate the curvature tunnel and escape. At your command, the Flaxonian warriors, relieved by their leader's orders, observed through their detectors as the lights on the ground vanished one by one. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the enemy's pace of devastation. If this continued, it would not be long before the invaders reached outer space. And then all would be lost. They possessed no means to thwart weapons of such magnitude. With a resounding roar of the fortress's engines, a silent, pure golden temporal portal materialized before it in the tranquil void of space. Full speed ahead, commanded the Flaxonian leader. Maximum power to the engines. As the operators frantically tapped on their controls, the immense space fortress began its advance toward the temporal gateway. Suddenly, the fortress came to an abrupt halt, causing a jolt that shook the Flaxonians inside. What has happened? The Flaxonian leader stumbled, falling unceremoniously to the ground. As he regained his footing, he glared at his subordinates and exclaimed, "Hello." At the moment of the leader's bewilderment, a figure clad in white appeared between the space fortress and the time portal, silently greeting the leader of the Flaxons. The Flaxon leader gazed at the alien in the tight-fitting white attire, his expression ashen. Then, farewell. The white-clad extraterrestrial floated in the vacuum, propelling the space fortress towards the Flaxon home planet at astonishing speed. Report to the leader, our engines have failed. We face a 99.9 probability of colliding with our planet. The operator conveyed the machine's conclusion to the leader. I need not your words. I have foreseen this. The Flaxon leader clenched his fists, raising them high above his head, a gesture akin to an international sign of friendship from Blue Star. Boom! The figure in white, Jupiter, thrust the space fortress into the atmosphere. Observing the fortress engulfed in flames as it descended, he retreated into space, raising his right hand to extend the middle finger towards the falling fortress. He was a man of principles, adhering to a code of civility. Let them all go to hell, Jupiter mused, watching the mushroom cloud erupting over the Flaxen planet, admiring the breathtaking spectacle before him, while internally extending his regards to all Flaxens. Chapter 19. Leave a mark on the planet. One must leave a significant impression, otherwise, others might doubt the authenticity of my ancestry. After obliterating the entire surface civilization of the Flaxens, Jupiter showed no signs of halting. As a natural-born warrior of the Veltum race, he felt compelled to surpass the ordinary Veltum in perfection. For instance, from the depths of outer space, Jupiter transformed into a vibrant arc, hurtling towards the deep crimson surface of the Flaxen planet, accompanied by a resounding roar. The surviving Flaxens on the ground lifted their heads towards the sky, witnessing a meteor streaking through the atmosphere, hurtling toward their home. May we be blessed, prayed the Flaxens, hands clasped in reverence. Although the Flaxens were an entirely different race from the inhabitants of Blue Star, it was remarkable that, as a highly intelligent civilization, they had evolved beliefs strikingly similar to those of Earth. Then, boom, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted on the surface of the Flaxen planet, sweeping outward in all directions. All those kneeling on the ground, witnessing the radiant explosion, were instantaneously reduced to dust. The shockwave reverberated across the tectonic plates of the planet. Yet, these were merely the visible assaults on the surface of the Flaxen planet. The true attack originated from within its depths, a humanoid entity, traveling at a velocity far exceeding the speed of sound, even reaching a pace nearly undetectable by the radar of spacefaring civilizations, surged forth. In an instant, it breached the crust, the outer transition layer, the liquid layer, and the inner plating of the planet inhabited by the Flaxens, ultimately arriving at the planet's core. The figure clad in white, immersed in the searing temperatures of the core, unleashed its energy to its fullest extent, triggering a cataclysmic eruption of the core's energy. Then, like a fleeting shadow, it continued on its path. Boom! Shortly thereafter, a thunderous explosion erupted on the opposite side of the planet, revealing a man in tattered white battle attire, his eyes ablaze, ascending into the sky, propelled by the molten lava that burst forth from the core, returning to the vacuum of space. Crash! As the man departed the planet, the Flaxen world underwent a monumental transformation. The air ignited, the ground trembled, and molten lava gushed forth from various locations, resembling the apocalypse itself, as if the entire planet had entered a countdown to annihilation. I hope you relish the grand spectacle I have bestowed upon you. Jupiter, standing in the vacuum of space, placed his hands on his hips, his posture unwavering. While a mere dandy might avert their gaze from the explosion, a true man confronts it head-on. Alas, he lacks sunglasses, a smoking pipe, 2 fine steeds, and a beautiful maiden perched upon one. Jupiter silently observed the Flaxen planet, witnessing the continuous eruptions on its surface. Destruction had indeed commenced its countdown. After a moment of contemplation, Jupiter retrieved the temporal transmission device he had previously tossed into the void and pressed a button gently. Instantly, a golden portal materialized silently in the cosmic vacuum. Homeward bound, Jupiter swiftly darted into the temporal gateway. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Global Defense Bureau, Director Caecilius, engrossed in the reports before him, suddenly sensed a disturbance, his expression shifting dramatically. Everyone out, he commanded coldly to his staff. The personnel immediately ceased their activities, expertly vacating the headquarters. Their adeptness indicated that this was not their first encounter with such a situation. What is the status? Have you uncovered any findings? Caecilius inquired, directing his gaze toward a shadowy corner of the room. Hith, accompanied by a low chuckle, the room's illumination dimmed slightly, and from the obscure corner emerged a figure clad in a classic British trench coat, wearing a detective's hat, a devilish red-skinned figure, materializing before the gathered crowd. I have obtained a rather intriguing investigation result. I believe you will find it quite to your liking, the demon proclaimed with a sinister grin adorning his scarlet visage, feigning mystery as he addressed Caecilius. Enough with the theatrics, promptly divulged the results. Cecil's gazed at the demon before him, his eyes devoid of any trace of trust. He had never placed his faith in any demon, including this esteemed detective. What an impatient old fellow. However, since you wish to know, I shall share the tale with you. The demon regarded Cecil's with a knowing smile. First and foremost, congratulations, my previous hypothesis was erroneous. It was not the omnipotent one who orchestrated the design and annihilation of the global guardians. The demon began with a revelation that brought immense relief to Cecil's. At the moment when the omnipotent one and the guardians convened, there was another individual present, who, in theory, was the true perpetrator. Intriguingly, this individual faced considerable resistance from the members of the guardians during their confrontations. Yet, when it came to the battle against the omnipotent one, it appeared as though the latter did not retaliate at all, suggesting a certain familiarity between them. Thus, the scope of our inquiry has narrowed. We seek someone intimately acquainted with the omnipotent one, possessing the capability to obliterate the entire global guardians, as well as to breach the defenses of the omnipotent one. Cecil's, do you recognize this individual? The demon with crimson skin inquired with a mocking smile. Familiar enough with the omnipotent one to render Nolan defenseless, while also possessing the power to eradicate the entire global guardians and penetrate the omnipotent one's outer defenses. Upon hearing this, Cecil's eyes widened in realization. After careful contemplation, he discovered that he indeed knew of such a person. He recalled that the automaton had mentioned an individual whose strength was nearly on par with that of the omnipotent one, Jupiter, the eldest son of Nolan, the omnipotent one. Cecil's had once witnessed the battlefield where Jupiter had fought, feeling a pang of pity for the Flaxonians, who were crushed into formless masses by Jupiter's overwhelming power. In an instant, the previously incomprehensible pieces of the puzzle fell into place for Cecil's. An heir who had inherited the full might of the omnipotent one, driven by ambition and ruthless in action, would undoubtedly conspire to eliminate any who might overshadow him. Thus, he orchestrated the downfall of the global guardians, while Nolan, upon discovering his son's deeds, fought valiantly against him, yet found himself incapacitated by the very bond of blood. With a resounding crash, Cecil struck the computer screen beside him, shattering it into fragments, his hand instantly adorned with shards of glass, blood trickling from wounds. Damien Darkblood, you shall keep all that you uncover buried within you, never to utter a word to anyone, or I shall personally send you to the depths of hell. Cecil's cautioned the Crimson Demon. Arrogant old man. I shall reveal the truth to the world myself. Damien Darkblood retorted with a glare before vanishing from the office. Once Damien had departed, Cecil slumped wearily into his chair. Director, what has transpired? Cecil's lackey observed his feeble demeanor, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. The situation had reached its nadir. Blue Star might find itself ensnared in the most formidable familial strife, not just on Earth but across the cosmos. Cecil's incessantly pressed his temples, beset by profound distress. Deep within his subconscious, he still clung to the belief that the omnipotent Nolan was a benevolent figure. Or perhaps he feared to entertain the notion that the mightiest father-son duo on Blue Star could be adversaries. Chapter 20. Rising through my own merit upon Jupiter's return from the cosmic realm of the Flaxons, he made his way directly back to his abode. Welcome home, my son, greeted Nolan, fully restored, enveloping Jupiter in a warm embrace. Hey, Dad, you're back to normal? Jupiter exclaimed, elated at the sight of Nolan's full recovery. Indeed, such minor injuries could never claim my life, Nolan replied, his muscles subtly swelling, exuding an aura of undeniable strength. It was clear he had completely healed. I need to take a shower. The battle was more intense than I anticipated, and I'm drenched in sweat. Jupiter extricated himself from Nolan's hold, expressing his exhaustion. Did you deal with the enemy? Mark inquired, eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Jupiter's return. The foes proved even more obstinate than I expected. Yet I employed some gentle measures to send them packing. They should trouble us no more, Jupiter remarked with a light chuckle. What exactly did you do? Can you share the details with me? Mark asked, his gaze brimming with curiosity. Haha, you wouldn't be able to replicate it. I'm off to shower. By the way, what is for dinner tonight? After my shower, I crave something fresh, Jupiter said, glancing at Deborah, who was industriously toiling in the kitchen. Rest assured, it will be something you love, Deborah responded with a gentle smile upon hearing Jupiter's inquiry. All right, Jupiter nodded and stepped into the bathroom, leaving a despondent Mark standing alone. Mark, do not sulk. Your father and brother have returned safely. You should be a bit more cheerful. Tomorrow, I shall dedicate the day to training with you, Nolan encouraged, patting Mark's shoulder, who looked somewhat disheartened. Okay, Dad, Mark's spirits lifted at the prospect of training, interpreting Nolan's words as a promise of playful companionship. In the bathroom, Jupiter reveled in the refreshing sensation of cool water cascading over him, invigorating his spirit. After Jupiter finished his bath and gazed upon the table laden with sumptuous dishes, a smile graced his lips as he indulged heartily in a feast. Sated, he retired to his plush bed and enjoyed a restful night as sleep, only awakening at dawn when sunlight gently caressed his face. Slowly, he opened his eyes to inspect his energy panel, while everything else remained unchanged. The energy gauge for the dimensions astonished Jupiter. Dimensional energy, 598, 328, goodness. Jupiter exclaimed, his lack of education manifesting in his astonishment. How many cucumbers did I consume? As he reflected on the valiant exploits of the previous day, he pondered the matter, but ultimately relinquished the thought. Who could possibly remember the exact number of slices of bread and cucumbers consumed? However, with such abundant energy, Jupiter realized he could accomplish much more. With energy at 100%, he could traverse dimensions. Exceeding that threshold would grant him even greater control. First, Jupiter removed the cursed percentage sign, replacing it with energy points. Thus, he now had 598, 328 energy points remaining, with each dimensional journey costing 100 points. Next, he initiated a system edit, adding dimensional capture technology. In his mind, Jupiter began to enhance his system. Yes, he was upgrading his own external assistance. His device was of his own design, and now, through his ingenuity, he was effectively utilizing this enhancement, an endeavor both reasonable and justifiable. Unlike the pretenders who relied on systems provided by unknown entities and merely served as laborers within the system, Jupiter was a true creator, crafting his own system and bestowing upon it the functionalities he desired. He could pursue any undertaking he wished. The system edit was successful, and the dimensional capture technology was successfully integrated. After a series of programming endeavors in his mind, Jupiter finally constructed the system he envisioned, enabling him to capture and interface with worlds. Upon capturing a world, he could selectively traverse it, allowing him to avoid undesirable realms and those too formidable, opting instead for worlds where he could roam freely and that would be beneficial to him. For his first world capture, Jupiter sat upon his bed and activated the dimensional gate for the inaugural capture. He discovered an unknown advanced world, but as the information was being retrieved, it indicated the presence of entities far exceeding his own capabilities, resulting in a failure to retrieve the data. He was prompted, "Would you like to expend 1 million energy points to establish connection?" Really? The very first world is an advanced realm? Jupiter mused, uncertain whether he should feel fortunate or unfortunate. The first world he encountered was indeed an advanced one. Previously, within the confines of his game settings, the probability of randomly entering such a high-level world was akin to drawing a rare card in a game. Now, having upgraded his system, it was astonishing that he encountered an advanced world right at the outset. He would sacrifice 1 million energy points to connect with this advanced realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Jupiter established a connection to the unknown higher realm, seizing an opportunity that is rarely bestowed upon one, even if he were to refrain from venturing forth at this moment. Preserving this chance would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. The higher world he sought was fraught with entities whose power levels vastly eclipsed his own, posing a significant threat to his very existence. The danger level of this world was exceedingly high. Now is not the time to embark on this journey. It was prudent to bide his time until he was adequately prepared and an opportunity arose. Jupiter aspired to traverse a realm where the mightiest warriors resided, perhaps upon a formidable planet or amidst a cataclysmic stellar explosion. However, upon examination, he shook his head vigorously at the perilous nature of such a venture. Should this series of events unfold akin to an animated saga, it would exponentially elevate the combat prowess of formidable foes such as Odin, the Ancient One, Dormammu, Thanos, the Eternals, and various invincible titans from the comics, all of whom would present considerable challenges. As Jupiter contemplated his next move, a commotion outside the window captured his attention. Celsus was engaged in a tense discourse with Nolan, Mark, and Deborah, their exchanges tinged with discontent. An unknown life form was approaching Earth at supersonic speeds, and in the absence of the Guardians, Celsus sought Nolan's assistance. Listen to Celsus. Nolan is still recovering from his injuries. Deborah interjected, her hands firmly on her hips, casting a dubious glare at Celsus, clearly harboring distrust. Yet, currently, Nolan was their sole hope against this formidable adversary, as Celsus underscored the enemy's might. Mark, who had been quietly absorbing the conversation, felt a spark of inspiration. Perhaps he could step in for his father and confront the celestial foe. Just as he was preparing to offer himself, Jupiter leapt from his second-floor window, resolutely choosing to confront the unfortunate soul lost in the skies. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Jupiter was ready to eliminate the one-eyed creature hovering above. He coveted the being's abilities, which, after each battle, only grew stronger as long as he survived. It was akin to a reincarnation of the Scion race, and he would not relinquish this perfect quarry to anyone else. "You have just endured a fierce battle," Deborah remarked, concern etched on her face as she observed her son, unwilling to see him overexert himself. "I'm fine, Mother. I'm not tired at all," Jupiter reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. In truth, he was invigorated, eager to snap the neck of the one-eyed creature and absorb its power. Yet, Deborah remained hesitant. "Let him go, Deborah. That alien is not as formidable as it seems," Nolan said gently, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "Very well," she conceded. Deborah felt a sense of helplessness as she realized that she could not contend with the formidable father-son duo before her. Sicelus gazed at the menacing Jupiter, a weight settling in his heart. Indeed, he was as he had envisioned. Jupiter exuded an aura of lethal intent. At that moment, Jupiter was firmly categorized in Sicelus' mind as a defiant and malevolent imp. While Sicelus pondered how to eliminate the threat posed by Jupiter, Nolan stroked his chin, contemplating how to dismantle the global security agency. The next world awaited, prepared to confront the Black Cloak for a fiery confrontation. Chapter 21. The Vanished Half-Moon Boom. As Jupiter tore through the atmosphere, transforming into a blazing light, he ascended into outer space. A man donned in battle attire, possessing a single eye, materialized before Jupiter. "Haha, let us commence the trial." The one-eyed alien chuckled, his voice resonating directly within Jupiter's mind. "Telepathy, a form of superpower. I now have another reason to obliterate you, Cyclops." Jupiter's eyes sparkled at the voice echoing in his mind, and he soon donned a benevolent smile. "Cyclops, are you insulting me? Everyone on my planet possesses but a single eye." The alien's expression soured at the remark. He was being scorned as a Cyclops by a mere apprentice, a grave affront to his esteemed status as a planetary adjudicator. "All of you from your entire planet are Cyclopes," Jupiter declared, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Swiftly appearing before the one-eyed alien and thrusting his middle finger toward its sole eye. "You scoundrel! You've injured my eye." The alien winced in pain, clutching his solitary eye. "This is merely the beginning." Jupiter observed the droplets of crimson staining his fingertip and shook it lightly. The game had just begun. In the moment when the one-eyed alien shielded its eye, its vision obscured, Jupiter rapidly flickered in front of the alien and delivered a forceful kick to its chest. "You bastard!" The terrifying force propelled the alien at a velocity surpassing sound, crashing it against the moon behind. Scum! Jupiter continued his relentless assault, casually seizing 2 satellites from the Lighthouse Nation and hurling them at the fallen one-eyed alien on the lunar surface. Just as the alien prepared to rise, the satellite struck, forcing it back to the ground. "You despicable little wretch! You are unworthy. I will never allow you to enter the Planetary Alliance." The one-eyed alien glared at Jupiter, floating in the cosmos, its voice resonating within Jupiter's mind, conveying its current fury. "Do you think I care about that ridiculous alliance?" Jupiter rummaged through his ears, and in the next moment, he struck the one-eyed alien with the force of a shooting star. The terrifying power caused the lunar surface, where both Jupiter and the alien were situated, to fracture into countless cracks. "Evaluator, you have come to the wrong place." Jupiter tightened his grip around the alien's neck, his gaze glinting with menace. "I have come to the wrong place." The one-eyed alien, feeling the immense pressure on his throat, gritted his teeth, his arms bulging with effort as he desperately attempted to pry Jupiter's hand away. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his efforts seemed futile. "Indeed, this is the planet of the Veltamites." Jupiter pressed the alien's head firmly against the ground, slowly bringing his face closer to the alien's large eye, seemingly hoping for the alien to behold his visage clearly. "You are a damned Veltamite." The one-eyed alien finally realized that the figure pressing down upon him was indeed a Veltamite. By the way, does your planet have games? While attempting to divert the alien's attention, Jupiter tightened his hold even further. To hell with you. The one-eyed alien, a seasoned warrior, gritted his teeth and concentrated all his strength in his legs, delivering a powerful kick that sent Jupiter flying off him. I must leave this place. The alien hastily ascended from the lunar surface, needing to report to the Galactic Alliance headquarters that Blue Star was a trap, devoid of anyone seeking to join the Alliance, only housing a formidable and outrageous Veltamite. Where do you think you're going? Just as the one-eyed alien prepared to flee, he suddenly felt someone grasping his foot. You despicable Blue Star Veltamite. The alien turned to confront the man who had seized his foot with a single hand, cursing loudly. However, before the alien could retaliate, he was hurled back to the lunar surface by an invisible force. The tremendous impact seemed to shake the entire moon. Fool, this is Blue Star, not Blue Planet. Furthermore, your luck has run out. In your next life, pay attention to the names of the planets marked on the map before deciding on your course of action. You imbecile. Jupiter once again mounted the one-eyed alien, but this time, instead of choking him, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the alien's face. Each blow from Jupiter wrought significant destruction upon the lunar surface, crimson blood staining his gloves. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches for punches. Initially, the one-eyed alien resisted, but as Jupiter's speed and power intensified, the alien's resistance waned, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, motionless. Nevertheless, even so, Jupiter did not cease his relentless assault. He continued to swing his fists, mercilessly pummeling the mosaic beneath him. Jupiter resembled a baker kneading a vibrant red dough, as he transformed the body of the one-eyed alien into a pulpy mass, shattering every bone into powder, until every organ and cell of that extraterrestrial was thoroughly annihilated. He defined the creature's demise on both microscopic and macroscopic levels, persisting in his onslaught until he heard the system chime. Ding. Have you optimized the advanced alien cells for fusion? Of course. Upon hearing the system prompt echoing in his mind, Jupiter wiped the liquid from his forehead, whether sweat or the enemy's blood, he could not discern, and lay down beside the mangled remains. How beautiful is Blue Star! He reclined on the lunar surface until the system notification of completion resounded in his mind, prompting him to rise. He felt as if every cell within him was reverberating with power. Clenching his fists, Jupiter sensed an augmentation in his strength. After a moment of reveling in his newfound vigor, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned around. Oh no! Jupiter gazed at his handiwork behind him, a twinge of distress causing him to cover his face. He had exerted too much force. Damn it! It seemed he could no longer enjoy the moonlit nights. He frowned at the remaining half of the moon, contemplating how he would explain this magnificent world-renowned artwork to others. Thanks to the reader for the 100 rewards. Chapter 22. Cicerus's Concerns My Heavens. Cicerus stared at the feed from the satellite, feeling as though his head had suddenly expanded. He swore he had never witnessed such a brutal and formidable being, a creature that would engage in combat at the slightest provocation, obliterating not only its foes, but also half the moon itself. Now, Cicerus was utterly baffled by the creature's intentions. He could not ascertain whether Jupiter fought for Earth or merely sought to expend the combative energies within his own being. Nolan, we need to talk. Cicerus looked at Nolan with utmost seriousness. Nolan raised an eyebrow, sensing that Cicerus might have uncovered something significant. Very well. How do you wish to converse? Nolan nodded lightly, inquiring how Cicerus intended to proceed. Cicerus did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced at Mark and Deborah, who stood behind Nolan. Deborah and Mark, kindly excuse yourselves for a moment. I need to discuss some work-related matters with Cicerus. Nolan understood the unspoken message in Cicerus's gaze and turned to address his beloved son and beautiful wife. All right. Deborah appeared unfazed, gathering her belongings before ascending the stairs, as it was nearly time for her to head to work. Mark cast a skeptical glance at Celsus and Nolan, harboring suspicions that the two individuals before him were entangled in some clandestine dealings, adhering to the principle of refraining from meddling in adult affairs. He retreated to his own chamber. Now, could you enlighten me regarding the matter at hand? Nolan inquired, directing his gaze towards Celsus after Mark and Deborah had returned to their respective rooms. Tell me, What transpired at the Global Guardians headquarters? Celsus pressed once more. I have recounted this numerous times. I received a distress signal from the Global Guardians, and upon my arrival, everything appeared normal. Suddenly, the lights were extinguished, and I engaged in combat with an individual until I succumbed. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital bed. It's as straightforward as that, Nolan reiterated, his fabricated tale riddled with inconsistencies. Listen, Nolan, cease your deceit before matters escalate to their direst state. Put an end to your wretched performance. Celsus warned, his gaze sharp and unwavering. What do you truly know? In that instant, a surge of malevolence coursed through Nolan's mind. Celsus had always been astute. Although devoid of superhuman abilities, his intellect was formidable. Nolan was uncertain whether Celsus had uncovered anything regarding his dealings with Jupiter. If that were the case, he would regretfully have to revise his originally gentle plans. I possess knowledge that surpasses your imagination, Celsus declared ominously, as if issuing a warning to Nolan. Nolan refrained from responding to Celsus's words, his expression growing increasingly grim. Just as Nolan tensed, preparing to neutralize Celsus before he could activate his spatial teleportation device. Celsus spoke again. Jupiter's condition is akin to an affliction. He requires treatment. If you persist in feigning ignorance, it may ultimately endanger the entire world. Thus far, only the Global Guardians have suffered, and I hope it remains confined to them. I dread the day when Jupiter's wrath is directed not at the moon, but at our very Earth. I understand the challenges you face as a father. Yet you must confront reality, Celsus urged earnestly. Nolan, upon hearing Celsus's words, felt a jolt of realization. He recognized that Celsus's remarkably astute mind had veered off course. Nevertheless, this worked to Nolan's advantage. With a resigned sigh, Nolan's previously taut muscles relaxed, his expression reflecting a father's dismay at a rebellious son, unsure how to proceed. I hope you will reach out to me. We shall employ the world's most advanced technology to treat Jupiter's violent symptoms. Nolan, it is imperative that you remember that Jupiter's condition resembles an affliction. It is highly plausible that it did not merely commence following his acquisition of superhuman abilities. Perhaps this ailment had been troubling Jupiter long before, when he was exerting himself in the boxing ring and nearly incapacitated his opponents. We should have been observant. As it is our duty, Sissel's mind incessantly analyzed Jupiter's data, leading him to surmise that Jupiter's violent, destructive persona may have originated long ago. Thank you, Sissel, Nolan sighed, his expression somewhat peculiar. Boom! Just as Nolan intended to articulate further, the yard resonated with a thunderous noise as Jupiter, having dispatched the one-eyed alien, returned to Earth. What are you discussing? Jupiter inquired upon entering the room, observing Sissel and Nolan. Nothing much, Sissel replied with a gentle smile, feigning nonchalance as he approached Nolan and patted his shoulder. We'll be in touch. With that, Sissel slipped his hands into his pockets, smiling as he exited Jupiter's residence and entered a sleek, black luxury car parked outside. Jupiter watched Sissel depart in silence, feeling a sticky sensation on his body, prompting a desire for a shower. Mom, is there any food left? I'm starving, he called upstairs before bathing. I have work to attend to, Jupiter. You'll have to fend for yourself. Deborah, now dressed and ready for work, would not let any prospective homebuyer slip through her fingers, being the sales champion she was. All right, Jupiter muttered, entering the bathroom, completely disinterested in what Sissel and Nolan had discussed. His focus was solely on cleansing himself before resuming his quest for lottery opportunities that might unveil worlds beneficial to him. As for the mission regarding Verdum and Nolan's scheme to seize Blue Star, there was no rush. He would wait until he felt sufficiently equipped to confront the unpredictable berserker that might suddenly appear on Blue Star. Sighing, Jupiter submerged himself in the bath, relishing the relaxation of his muscles while contemplating the ceiling. Indeed, it was incredulous that a being who appeared to be a third-rate villain's fifth-rate henchman stood as a pinnacle of combat prowess in the cosmos. Chapter 23. The perfect Jupiter. After cleansing himself and consuming 5 beef burgers, Jupiter realized with dismay that it was, regrettably, Wednesday. Just splendid, he muttered, glancing at his wristwatch, which clearly indicated he was already half an hour late. Since he was already delayed, Jupiter resolved not to attend class. Indeed, he didn't even attend class. What a farce to call it being late. Jupiter, clad in his uniform, meandered through the city, meticulously counting the minutes. During the intermission before the second period, He casually strolled into the classroom, feigning nonchalance about his tardiness. However, as the balding instructor entered and commenced the lesson, Jupiter felt a twinge of regret for having come to class today. Stifling yawns, he endured the monotony of the teacher's lecture. And as the bell rang to signal the end of class, he promptly exited the room. The balding teacher furrowed his brow at the departing Jupiter, pondering, "Is my class truly so dull?" Frankly, the inability to engage his students left him feeling a profound sense of failure, prompting reflection on where improvements could be made. While he did not aspire for his teaching to be particularly captivating, he at least desired to capture a modicum of attention from his pupils. In the cafeteria, Jupiter carried 3 plates of food to his table, devouring them voraciously. For his robust physique, consuming meals meant for 3 to 5 individuals was entirely commonplace. Importantly, he not only possessed an appetite, but also the capacity for brawn. "Jupiter, is anyone sitting here? May we join you?" At the moment he was relishing his meal, he heard someone calling his name, prompting him to lift his gaze. Before him sat a tall and attractive girl with peach-pink hair, accompanied by a blonde girl adorned with a nose ring. Of course, Jupiter acknowledged, nodding slightly at Eve and the unnamed girl who had taken a seat. "Jupiter, I was quite worried about you. You didn't come this morning and yesterday." Eve's voice carried a hint of excitement, but as she spoke, she seemed to recall something and glanced at the blonde girl beside her. All right, I see I'm interrupting. Please, carry on, I'll take my leave." The blonde girl appeared to be quite perceptive. She exchanged a knowing smile with Eve, one that suggested she understood everything and recognized her daughter was growing up. Before she carried her plate to a nearby table, it seemed she had misunderstood. Jupiter observed the blonde girl, sensing her misconception. Although he wasn't particularly concerned, he turned his gaze to Eve, his expression inquiring whether she cared about the misunderstanding. "I don't mind it either," Eve replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, fully aware of Jupiter's implications. Jupiter gazed at Eve, resolving to expedite his plan to eliminate Rex. Incidentally, the funeral for the Global Guardians was imminent. Jupiter decided to seize this opportunity to dig a grave for Rex as well. After all, whether it was 7 or 8 buried, it would suffice, thus saving the trouble of an additional funeral. Goodness, being interred alongside the valiant Global Guardians would indeed be a stroke of fortune for Rex. He imagined standing before Rex's grave, imparting to him the true way to engage with Eve, just a jest, as he was no fiend, but merely fulfilling the duty of laying Rex to rest. What ill intentions could Jupiter possibly harbor? As Jupiter traversed the spatial gateway, a wave of concern washed over him. Although he recognized his own strength, the adversaries were formidable as well. The world had been unsettled of late. The Global Guardians had vanished, and the Omnipotent was also unaccounted for. Just moments ago, he had seen on the news that the moon had undergone a cataclysmic change. Now reduced to a mere half, astronomical experts claimed this was a perfectly normal celestial phenomenon. Ridiculous. What sort of normal occurrence could cause the moon to disappear by half? He suspected the adults were concealing something. The moon must have been obliterated by some force. Most importantly, we would never again witness a full moon. Eve continued to lament, her heart heavy with foreboding for humanity's future. Jupiter remained silent. He could not confess to Eve that the reason for the Global Guardians' disappearance was their demise. Indeed, at his own hands, the Omnipotent was not inactive due to some injury, but was recuperating in the hospital because of him. The moon had not been ravaged by some unknown entity or a so-called normal celestial phenomenon. It was merely a consequence of his own miscalculated strength this morning. Rest assured, everything will be well, he reassured her. I have a premonition that the Omnipotent shall soon re-emerge, resuming his guardianship of Earth against extraterrestrial threats. As for the moon, at least henceforth, werewolves shall no longer transform under its full glow. Surely, that is a silver lining. Jupiter endeavored to frame the situation in a positive light. Eve, upon hearing Jupiter's remark about werewolves, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let's hope so, she replied, feeling a weight lift from her heart. After exchanging a few words with Jupiter, her previously suppressed emotions seemed to dissipate. Jupiter merely smiled gently at her reaction before resuming his meal. Jupiter, will you be visiting the Youth League headquarters today? Eve inquired, drawn by an impulse she could not comprehend. Upon uttering the question, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet she found herself hoping for his affirmative response. Certainly. Jupiter raised an eyebrow and nodded. He was indifferent. After all, he had little else to occupy his time. Most importantly, heading to the youth group meant he could encounter the loquacious Rex, which would present him an opportunity to eliminate his rival. "All right, see you after school," he said. Eve waved at Jupiter and took a seat next to the blonde troublemaker at the neighboring table. "Back again, the rumored girlfriend of the superstar," the blonde teased, glancing at Eve. "Don't joke around. We are not in that kind of relationship," Eve replied, somewhat exasperated by the blonde's banter. "Come on. Do you have any idea how many people saw you two leave together yesterday after school? Impressive. I never noticed before. When did you manage to win over Jupiter?" The blonde rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Eve with curiosity. "You are the amusing one," Eve thought, unsure of how to explain her situation to the blonde, and thus lowered her head to continue eating. "It's you who's amusing. Do you realize how many students in the school are vying for a position beside Jupiter?" Jupiter, renowned as a prodigy on the high school football team, was a talent even Tom Brady would acknowledge. The blonde continually extolled Jupiter's virtues, her boasting revealing the esteemed status he held among the students. Is Jupiter really that exceptional? Eve pondered, astonished. She had never paid much attention to school affairs and was unaware of Jupiter's legendary reputation. Furthermore, she had heard from Mark that both he and Jupiter had only recently awakened their superpowers, meaning Jupiter had achieved his current stature solely through his own abilities. Exceptional doesn't begin to cover it. He is tall, handsome, comes from a privileged background, and has a promising future. He's practically perfect, like someone not of this earth. The blonde held her face in her hands, gazing at Jupiter as he ate, seemingly entranced. Eve did not dispute the blonde's words, for to be honest, they were largely true. Jupiter, engrossed in his meal, seemed to sense the attention from Eve and the blonde, turning his head to flash them a radiant smile. At that moment, Jupiter was utterly unconcerned with their opinions. He was merely enjoying his meal while simultaneously using his mind to extract suitable worlds through his system. In the midst of his hearty eating, he had already identified the worlds that best suited him. Chapter 24. Why do some people fail to comprehend that Jupiter dislikes being watched? Jupiter beamed as he surveyed the worlds captured in his mind. He had successfully acquired over 50 worlds, opting to discard all the lower-tier ones. With 220,000 energy points, he forged connections with 2 advanced worlds and 2 intermediate ones from his collection. As for the lower realms that Jupiter can directly perceive, he harbors no genuine interest whatsoever. Works such as Parasite, Tokyo Ghoul, and John Wick, which merely culminate in the destruction of a city block, seem trivial compared to the potency of his own flatulence. They are utterly preposterous. In the realm of higher worlds, we have Warhammer 40,000. Note, this realm contains entities that surpass the host's capabilities, hence caution is advised. Another higher world is Star Wars, a blend of both old and new canon. Note, this realm also contains entities that exceed the host's capabilities, hence caution is advised. Moving to the intermediate realms, we find The Boys television adaptation and One Punch Man, Murata's remake. Note, this realm houses entities that transcend the host's capabilities, hence caution is advised. Jupiter gazed upon the worlds within his mind and nodded approvingly. Indeed, they were quite commendable. First and foremost, he eliminated Warhammer 40,000 from consideration due to its excessive fidelity. Jupiter lacked the sufficient mental fortitude to venture into Warhammer 40,000 in pursuit of his desires, though it must be acknowledged that the treasures within that realm are plentiful. Next, Star Wars presented an intriguing prospect, with its fascinating amalgamation of old and new lore, worthy of thorough contemplation. The Force can obliterate stars, annihilate cosmic warships, and strangle foes across light years. It is exceedingly formidable and violent. Hence Star Wars is, for the time being, not Jupiter's objective. Jupiter places substantial value on the 2 intermediate worlds, The Boys and One Punch Man. He yearns for the intense scrutiny of the patriotic hero in The Boys universe, and in One Punch Man, he covets the overwhelming power of Boros's collapsing star-roaring cannon from the first season. A charismatic and striking figure, a true patriotic hero is one who commands attention. While another possesses high efficiency, the collapsing star-roaring cannon is akin to wielding a divine artifact, is it not? The Boys refers specifically to the television version, indicating that the patriotic hero depicted therein is far superior to his comic counterpart. Currently, the upper limits of the patriotic hero remain unknown, but typically, The strongest entities in intermediate realms are no more than capable of star destruction. Based on Jupiter's impressions of the television version of the patriotic hero, the latter has not exhibited any potential for star destruction. At most, he could obliterate an island or exert considerable force upon a continent or the surface of a planet. Essentially, Jupiter could reliably overpower him. Then we have Murata's One Punch, where the strongest entities in intermediate realms typically possess capabilities on par with or exceeding star destruction. However, this world features an outlier named Saitama, who exists beyond the norm. Nevertheless, this does not pose a significant concern, provided he does not provoke Saitama. The latter is unlikely to seek him out, allowing Jupiter to navigate One Punch with relative ease. The only potential challenge that might cause Jupiter to exert some effort is the formidable Boros, who, following enhancements from Murata, possesses the ability to obliterate planets. Emerging as the strongest entity in the universe with his collapsing, star-roaring cannon. After a moment of contemplation, Jupiter resolved to eliminate Rex first, then proceed to crush the compatriots in the black robe, followed by executing a seamless combination to vanquish Boros in one punch. Ultimately, he would devise a method to acquire a full set of equipment and return to confront the Berserker. Once the Berserker was defeated, the next target would be the Cosmic Stallion, Regent Hyperion, in order to unify the planetary realm and subsequently the entire universe. One must aspire to greatness. From the ancestors of Blue Star to the ancestors of the entire cosmos, the next step would be to invade the multiverse. Our motto is singular. I shall do as I please. With clarity of purpose, Jupiter's resolve grew ever more steadfast, embodying an alternative form of unwavering determination. As every successful individual ascends through resolute will and a landscape strewn with the remnants of the fallen. As Jupiter exited his mental realm, he found himself alone in the vast cafeteria. Upon glancing at his wristwatch, he realized it was already time for the first class of the afternoon. Displeased, he muttered to himself, but adhering to his principle of not attending class once late, he proceeded to engage with his phone instead. Upon unlocking his device, he discovered a plethora of unread messages. The first was from Mark. Bro, the teacher made me stay for duty today. I'm late. Where are you? I think I saw you, but you were with someone else. Frank and I had our meal on the other side. I've finished eating. I've got PE class this afternoon. Need to change, I'm off. Next came Eve's message. We've finished eating, and you seemed deep in thought. I called your name a couple of times, but you didn't respond, so we left you be. Don't forget, see you after school, haha. Jupiter silently chuckled at their messages, shaking his head slightly. He turned and entered the restroom to change his clothes, then flew out through the window, preparing for Rex's grand funeral. Report. Jupiter did not attend class. He changed in the restroom, seemingly intending to undertake something. In the previously empty corridor of the restroom, a voice suddenly echoed, as if a concealed figure was present. Continue surveillance. A voice suddenly spoke into the ear of the hidden individual. Understood. The concealed figure nodded lightly and approached the window opened by Jupiter. Just as the figure leaned out, Jupiter, who had been soaring into the distance, abruptly appeared before him. The hidden figure, startled by Jupiter's sudden presence, broke into a cold sweat. Before the concealed figure could utter a word, Jupiter's right hand executed a display of brute strength, locking the figure's throat. Hush! Jupiter gently blew on his left-hand finger and delicately removed a miniature earpiece from the concealed figure's ear, placing it in his own. What transpired? 12, please respond. What transpired? A voice, somewhat aged, resonated through the headphones worn by Jupiter, a voice he recognized all too well. It belonged to Cicero's, whom he had encountered earlier that morning. With a decisive motion, Jupiter removed the headphones from his ears and crushed them gently. You shouldn't be monitoring me. Why can't you comprehend that I detest being spied upon? In Jupiter's view, there was no invisible figure before him, but rather a soldier clad in a lightweight kinetic armor, renowned as the pinnacle of Blue Star technology, costing a staggering $1 billion. Regrettably, in Jupiter's eyes, this armor appeared feeble and utterly vulnerable. The soldier seemed to be attempting to communicate with Jupiter. Jupiter assumed the soldier sought to barter crucial intelligence for his life. Thus he relinquished his grip on the soldier's neck. The soldier gasped for breath as he regained his freedom. How? How can you see me? He panted, bewildered as he gazed at Jupiter. Alas, you have squandered your last chance for survival. Opportunities like this are given only once. There will be no second. Jupiter had anticipated some profound insight from the soldier, only to discover he was merely inquiring about this tedious matter. A sigh escaped him inwardly. First and foremost, Jupiter was not a senseless killer. He had no desire to eliminate anyone who could not provide him with valuable abilities or energy points. Yet, this unfortunate soldier insisted on wasting his precious time, consuming a full 2.5 minutes. Indeed, 2.5 minutes that could have been devoted to countless other pursuits. The soldier had forfeited his own hope of survival. With a shake of his head, Jupiter delivered a gentle yet firm blow to the soldier. Following his absorption of the one-eyed alien's power, Jupiter's mastery over strength had become exquisitely refined. He swiftly rotated the soldier's head a full 1,080 degrees before making him leap and finally closing his eyes. Upon completing this grim task, Jupiter cast the soldier out of the window, crafting an illusion that the soldier had simply fallen by misfortune. With a thunderous crash, the soldier's lifeless body landed outside the restroom on the first floor amidst a dense thicket. In broad daylight, young men and women of the free nation, hiding in the greenery, startled by the sound, hastily adjusted their clothing. "Jason, what happened?" a girl inquired sharply. "I don't know. It seems something fell. But I didn't see anything," the boy replied, peering around in vain. "Shall we continue?" the girl pressed. Of course, Jason smiled, nodding gently, for nothing could hinder the arrival of spring. In the lofty skies, adorned in a pristine white garment emblazoned with a prominent emblem of Jupiter, he cast a cold smile upon the couple below. From his vantage point, beside the pair, lay a grotesquely contorted corpse. Now, it was time to address the soldier's inquiry. Why could he perceive the invisible soldier? The answer is rather straightforward. The soldier was never cloaked in invisibility. Indeed, the soldier remained visible, yet the inhabitants of this nation were utterly oblivious to his presence due to the unique material of the powered armor, which refracted specific light spectrums. Intriguingly, the Global Defense Agency had infused a peculiar chemical reagent into the drinking water of every citizen of the free nation, rendering their eyes incapable of discerning certain spectrums of light. Thus, the soldier appeared invisible to the citizens. Then arises the question, why was Jupiter unaffected? Certainly, it was not due to his superior Vertumian genes, nor the genetic legacy of the Cyclops, but rather a habit instilled in him from a previous life. He never consumed unboiled water. Jupiter steadfastly adhered to a regimen of drinking only boiled and filtered water, ensuring that he never lost his sensitivity to those particular light spectrums. Consequently, from a tender age, Jupiter had the ability to perceive state secrets invisible to others. However, his exceptional acting skills, coupled with the innocence of childhood, shielded him from scrutiny. This chapter spans 3,000 words, contributing to a total of nearly 6,000 today. On this first day of March, those with investment opportunities, kindly lend your support, and those possessing votes, please cast your ballots. Thank you. Chapter 25, Jupiter's Calculations Report. 12 have fallen. On a ravaged expanse of grass, 3 soldiers, clad in armor composed of materials invisible to the citizens of the free nation, surveyed the lifeless body of their comrade, relaying the grim news to their superior. "Dead. Is that rascal Jupiter rebelling against fate?" Sicelus struggled to maintain his composure, repeatedly striking the metal table before him. "Director, perhaps the soldier merely fell from the window. Theoretically, Jupiter should not have been able to see us," suggested Sicelus's secretary, who sported a vintage slick-back hairstyle of golden locks. "Are you suggesting that our most elite soldiers, donned in the finest kinetic armor from the Defense Agency, met their demise due to a mere misstep in a high school restroom?" Sicelus arched an eyebrow, his gaze ablaze with fury. "Indeed, theoretically, such a scenario cannot be dismissed." The blonde secretary pondered for a moment before responding. With a resounding thud, Sicelus, enraged by the implication, slammed his fist upon the table before him. "Everyone, please leave." Sealers addressed the bustling staff. Upon hearing his command, the personnel swiftly gathered their materials, remaining silent as they exited the Global Defense Bureau's command room. "Come out." Sealers directed his gaze toward the corner of the room. Sealers, you cannot deceive yourself. You are well aware of who is responsible for all of this." The sinister detective, Damian Darkblood, materialized before Sealers. "Listen, I warn you to cease your investigation. Whatever you have learned, forget it." Sealers regarded Damien Darkblood with a warning look, clenching his fists. How he wished to expose the truth. However, he could not reveal it until they had devised a countermeasure against Jupiter. Once the truth was unveiled, it would deal an irreparable blow to the Global Defense Bureau and the entire planet. You blind old fool, Damien Darkblood coldly observed Sealers. He cared little for the consequences of revealing the truth. His only duty was to uncover it, leaving the repercussions to others. Sealers remained silent, deciding to eliminate all uncontrollable factors before reaching a final conclusion, including the obstinate demon detective before him. Meanwhile, hand over the money, you feeble creatures. In a liberated district of the Free Nation, a man clad in a yellow bodysuit was wreaking havoc, discharging electricity as he robbed a bank. Damn, I wish the guard team would arrive. The bank security and local police were no match for the bodysuit man, cowering behind cover and hurling curses. In the absence of the global guard, this supervillain seemed to bask in dawn's light, as dozens of bank heists orchestrated by supercriminals occurred daily in the city. Simply put, the city's superheroes were woefully inadequate. Goodbye, rookies. The man in the yellow bodysuit, burdened with a sack full of cash, flashed the international peace sign at the security and police before vanishing in a flash of lightning. The detective, witnessing the audacious criminal, slammed his fist onto the hood of his patrol car, creating a sizable dent. It seems cars are becoming increasingly poorly made, he muttered. However, just as the supervillain escaped and the detective sighed, a white figure stood high above the clouds, quietly observing the chaos below. This is my chance. With those damn global guards out of the way, life is splendid. In the suburbs, far from the city, the electric supercriminal was gleefully counting his ill-gotten gains. Looks like you hit the jackpot. Just as the supervillain reveled in the sight of the green bills, a voice, slightly raspy, whispered in his ear. Indeed, I have made a substantial profit. The supercriminal, momentarily overwhelmed by joy, first nodded lightly, only to suddenly sense something amiss. This was his private lair. How can anyone else possibly be here? Realizing the anomaly, the supercriminal swiftly turned around to investigate. Good afternoon, mate. Behind him stood a brawny man clad in a tight, snow-white outfit, smiling as he gazed at him. Damn it, the supercriminal cursed, immediately unleashing his most formidable lightning attack. Bang! However, before he could successfully launch his offensive, an immense force seized him by the throat, determining his fate. Listen, I'm not here to capture you, but rather to propose a business deal. I'm not a dictator, so I offer you a choice. Either accept this deal by nodding your head, or face death here. You have 5 seconds to decide. 5. Jupiter tightened his grip on the Electric Man's neck, speaking coldly. Upon hearing that refusal would mean his demise, the Electric Man, without a moment's hesitation, quickly nodded in agreement. Excellent. Now gather your accomplices and prepare to assault the largest bank in the city at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Jupiter glanced at the clock, commanding the Electric Man. What? The Electric Man was taken aback, not expecting Jupiter's directive to involve a bank heist. Rest assured, I will not intervene in your actions, and I guarantee that, apart from me, neither the Guardians nor the invincible hero will arrive. As for my reasons for asking you to do this, you need not concern yourself. Merely answer me. Will you proceed or not? Jupiter hovered in the air, addressing the Electric Man. The Guardians, and you won't be coming? Then why would I refuse this opportunity? The Electric Man laughed heartily, convinced that without Jupiter and his allies, no one could thwart him. Very well. I await your triumphant report. However, remember, should you dare to violate our agreement, I will hunt you down and kill you, even if you flee to Mars. With that, Jupiter transformed into a blur, accompanied by a sonic boom, soaring into the sky. I envy his abilities, the Electric Man mused, watching Jupiter ascend, his eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 26. The Headless Knight Rex, 4,000 words. At 3 o'clock. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the district. The outskirts of the city's largest bank were engulfed in thick, billowing smoke. Report. A supercriminal has attacked the largest bank in the city. If the assault is successful, our losses will be incalculable. An intelligence officer at the Global Defense Bureau headquarters exclaimed in horror, casting a fearful glance at Celsus. A bunch of nonsense. Upon receiving the intelligence, Celsus's gaze was filled with nothing but fury. Just a few days after the Global Guardian team departed this world, this despicable band of criminals could not restrain themselves. Inform the omnipotent Nolan, Celsus commanded his subordinates without delay. Director, Nolan is currently engaged in a battle with a fire-breathing serpent in the UK, one of the staff reported, casting an uneasy glance at Celsus. Damn it, who else can we dispatch now? Celsus ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. Mark is at school. Perhaps we could reach out to the elusive Jupiter, replied Celsus's young secretary. What about the young squad? What are they doing at this moment? Celsus's sharp gaze fixed on his secretary, who hesitated to answer. At that moment, E from the young squad was also in class. Currently, only the robot, Explosive Rex, and Duplication Kate remained on standby at the base. The secretary swiftly manipulated her tablet and informed Celsus of the situation. Then let the three of them go. Celsus felt as though his head might explode. With unresolved matters concerning Jupiter and the Global Guardian team, this wretched band of supervillains could not sit idly by and had begun to wreak havoc. Understood, Director. We have already notified the young squad. The secretary nodded gently, confirming that the situation had been communicated. Meanwhile, with the young squad, the robot relayed Celsus's orders. Everyone, we have a mission. Really? I just finished training, Rex exclaimed, hastily drying off his sweat with a towel and donning his sewer operative suit, rushing to the robot's side to await further instructions. The enemy has attacked the largest bank in the city. Mark and Eve are at school, and the omnipotent hero is busy saving the Earth. Currently, only we can thwart their plans. The robot explained the task to Rex. So, that pompous Jupiter isn't around, right? Haha, leave it to me. It's time for Rex to shine. Rex laughed heartily, believing he had finally found an opportunity to prove himself. In the past, every battle had felt like Jupiter's personal showcase, relegating him to a mere supporting role, a scenario he had long wished to alter. Now, the moment had arrived. I urge you to be cautious. After all, this time we are acting without Jupiter, and each of us faces the possibility of sacrifice. The robot warned Rex seriously. You don't need to remind me. Rex waved his hand dismissively. I am well aware. The robot observed Rex's arrogant demeanor, knowing that Rex was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, as he was not Rex's parent, he had no obligation to educate him, and saying too much might provoke Rex's defiance. The robotic jack manipulation system summoned a magnetic levitation skateboard, which they would ride to vanquish the supervillains. Meanwhile, at the largest bank in the city, the Thunderman joyfully tossed a substantial amount of cash into the air, the verdant bills cascading down like rain. Hey, stop playing around. The superheroes will be here soon, and we'll be doomed. Beside Thunderman stood a super criminal wielding an electric fusion gun, alongside a man exuding endless magma, reminiscent of a weaker version of a Kainu. Who cautioned him? Rest assured, no one will disturb us today. Thunderman strode confidently, never before feeling that robbery could be so effortless, his mind devoid of any pressure. Huh? The Magma Man and the Electric Fusion Gun Man exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Thunderman's words. I possess my own intelligence. You merely need to follow my lead. Thunderman, sensing their confusion, felt a twinge of pride, aware that even if he revealed the truth, no one would believe it. The so-called greatest superheroes were not as noble as they appeared. Beneath the facade lay a multitude of self-serving individuals. In truth, they were far less honorable than these supervillains who openly acknowledged their motives driven by self-interest. Now, use your magma to breach the doors of these safes. I mean all of them. Thunderman commanded the Magma Man very well. The Magma Man nodded after receiving Thunderman's assurance, his form instantly transforming into countless streams of magma, corroding towards the safes. Hey, little criminals, your Grandpa Rex is here. Just as the trio eagerly gazed at the safes, a booming voice echoed, and several darts struck the Magma Man instantly. Boom! In that moment, the impact of the darts caused a tremendous explosion, scattering the Magma Man's body into fragments. An ambush? Thunderman and the Electric Fusion Gun Man swiftly turned to face the chaos beside them. Meanwhile, the Magma Man, whose body had been blown apart, erupted with countless magma bubbles, only to coalesce back together like a fluid a moment later. Hey, didn't you say no one would disturb us? The Magma Man, returning to humanoid form, turned to glare at his assailant, his brow furrowing slightly, then faced Thunderman to express his dissatisfaction. Just a minor character. Eliminate him, Thunderman commanded, stretching his muscles as he eyed the approaching Rex. Do not order me. The Magma Man shot Thunderman a fierce glare. They were partners, not superior and subordinate. Youngster, that blow just now is quite painful. Have you contemplated how you intend to meet your demise? The magma man stretched his limbs and approached Rex, transforming into a towering 3-meter-high magma giant, looking down upon Rex. Oh, a magma monstrosity. First, I must clarify 2 matters. First, I'm not a mere pawn. Second, I do not stand alone. As Rex spoke, he produced a 30-centimeter rod from behind him and hurled it towards the magma man boom. With a resounding explosion, the entirety of the magma man's right arm was obliterated into a viscous sludge. I told you that hurt. The magma man glared at his dismembered arm, his expression darkening as he swung his left arm at Rex. Look here, big guy. Just as the magma man was about to strike, he seemed to hear a series of electronic beeps. Turning to investigate the sound, the magma man spotted an orange robot holding a massive fire extinguisher, staring at him with an expression of amusement. Oh no! The magma man's countenance shifted at the sight of the extinguisher. In the next instant, the robot activated the extinguisher, unleashing a torrent of white foam that engulfed the magma man's face. Help me, he cried, now blinded by the foam. Fool! The lightning man and the electrogun man regarded the foamy-faced magma man as one would a simpleton, transitioning into their combat stances. The lightning man assumed a pose of electric discharge while the electrogun man adjusted his weapon's aim. What are you staring at? Just as the electric gunman wore a lewd grin and prepared to fire, a raspy female voice echoed in his ear. His lascivious smile vanished as he spun around to locate the source of the voice. D, came the response, delivered by a petite fist. In an instant, the electric gunman was knocked to the ground by a single punch. Damn it, the lightning man, witnessing the sudden appearance of a mushroom-headed girl and the fallen electric gunman, glared with piercing eyes. Furious, he resolved to personally deal with the mushroom-headed girl. Hey, what are you looking at? Before the lightning man could unleash his ultimate move, several darts struck him. Boom, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The lightning man was sent flying. Bastard. A bunch of bastards. He cursed as he sprang back to his feet. I suggest you concede immediately. Your companions have already been subdued by mine. As I mentioned, I do not fight alone. Rex, casually tossing a dart in his hand, approached the lightning man with a smile, seemingly assured of his impending victory. The lightning man remained silent, glancing at the lava man, who had been defeated by the fire extinguisher wielded by the robot, and then at the electric melter, pinned to the ground by 5 mushroom-headed girls bearing different numbers. He realized that he was now utterly alone. A bunch of useless fools. Ultimately, it falls upon me to take action. A flicker of rage flashed in the lightning man's eyes, and, as his anger surged, the lights in the room began to flicker incessantly, alternating between brightness and darkness, mirroring the tempestuous turmoil within his heart. You wish to duel with me? I accept. The explosive Rex produced 2 rods from behind, and, as he activated his power, they shimmered with a radiant glow. I want you dead. The lightning man roared, an endless storm of lightning crackling within the confines of the room, rendering all electronic devices in the bank building instantly incapacitated. Darkness enveloped the vision of all present. Boom! At the very moment darkness descended, a thunderous explosion reverberated in everyone's ears, the terrifying shockwave sending countless copies of Kate, the clone, hurtling through the air. The only body that remained grounded immediately crouched down to evade the chaos. Moments later, a semblance of calm returned. Rex, robot, are you all right? Kate, noticing the sudden absence of the onslaught, promptly rose from the ground. However, seasoned by experience, she did not stand upright, but instead kept a low profile, searching and inquiring about the safety of her companions. I'm fine, Kate, just pinned down by something and unable to move, the robot promptly responded, assuring her of its safety. All right, don't move. I'll come to help you. By the way, Rex, how about you? After receiving the robot's reassurance, Kate felt a wave of relief wash over her, but her heart sank once more when Rex failed to respond. ZZZZ. Just as Kate continued to crouch low, calling out Rex's name, the lights above them finally flickered back on. When the light returned, the group could finally see clearly again. As the illumination flooded back, Kate's gaze fell upon a pair of orange trousers, a sight she recognized all too well. Rex's. Rex, so you were here. I'm so glad you're all right. Why didn't you respond when I called you? Kate exclaimed, her heart lifting as she stood up. Yet, in that moment, she understood the reason for Rex's silence. The orange figure had limbs and a torso, but was tragically devoid of the essential components for speech and thought. Kate raised her head to behold the body that had lost its most vital part, oozing crimson yet standing upright, unwavering. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she lamented the loss. The Lightning Man silently observed Kate's sorrow, watching the headless knight collapse before him, and then glanced down at the gaping wound in his own chest. Summoning his final reserves of strength, he turned away. Behind him lay a colossal crater, exceeding a meter in diameter. The Thunder Man gazed at the abyss with his remaining strength, cursing furiously before collapsing heavily, unable to rise again. Beneath a mountain of safes, the robot's eyes flickered with signals. Endowed with night vision, he discerned the scene clearly. A fist-sized rock had breached the wall behind the Thunderman, creating a gaping hole in his chest and simultaneously obliterating Rex's head, ultimately crashing to the ground. The immense shockwave forged the chaos before him. A meteorite? The robot pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat absurd that the calamity was wrought by a mere meteorite. Outer space. This pitch was undoubtedly a perfect score. Jupiter floated silently in the boundless cosmos, declaring that Rex must perish today, without postponement to the morrow. No event that appears to be coincidental is genuinely so. In the starry expanse, Jupiter transformed into a fleeting shadow, heading towards the corrupted kingdom to assist his father in subduing the fire-breathing serpent. Today's throw was commendable, and a grand feast of snake delicacies awaited him that evening. Chapter 27. An Unexpected Turn. Rex has died. Undoubtedly. He perished before the eyes of the robot Jack and the doppelganger Kate. His head was gone, dead beyond any doubt. Report, this is the robot. Sissel, I have something to convey. I regret to inform you that Rex has fallen. The robot relayed the situation to Sissel. Global Defense Bureau. Upon learning of Rex's demise, Sissel clenched his fists. Yet another superhero had perished, and he was powerless to intervene. Retrieve all satellite data. I must understand what transpired. Why did a meteorite fall inexplicably upon Rex's head? Sissel crossed his arms, aware that someone was playing tricks. However, no matter how cunning the criminal, there would always come a moment of exposure. Report, Director Sissel. Perhaps we need not retrieve satellite data. I deeply regret Rex's fate, but it may indeed have been an accident. Just as the meteorite struck Rex's head, over 300 areas across the city were simultaneously assaulted by meteorites of varying sizes. This calamity resulted in more than 30 minor injuries and 2 severe ones. Fortunately, Rex was the sole fatality, aside from a hapless bank robber. The director's secretary, with golden hair, glanced at the tablet in his hand and turned to Sissel, relaying the real-time intelligence and data he had acquired. The city has endured over 300 meteorite strikes. Where could so many meteorites have originated? Sissel did not perceive Rex's death as a mere accident, despite the city's turmoil. He believed that every accident is, to some extent, a foregone conclusion. With years of investigative experience, he sensed the shadow of conspiracy surrounding Rex's demise. Director, have his satellite images been projected on the screen? An employee from the Global Security Bureau, after a series of operations, retrieved the satellite data. Very well, Sissel nodded slightly, eager to uncover the truth behind the cosmic events and the meteor's descent towards Blue Star, especially since no warning had been issued. The employee proceeded to press the deployment button, and soon, the large screen of the Global Security Bureau began displaying footage captured by the satellites in space. A small meteorite, approximately 30 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Earth at an extraordinary speed. The intercept satellites deployed by the Global Security Bureau activated their automatic interception mode upon detecting the meteor. Given the meteor's relatively small size, the satellites did not issue an immediate emergency alert. Instead, a secondary warning was relayed to higher authorities. Just as the meteor entered the satellite's interception range, a white figure streaked through the satellites and collided forcefully with the meteorite. In an instant, the small meteor was shattered into countless fragments by a single punch from the man, whose terrifying strength reduced most of it to dust. Only minuscule pieces managed to enter Blue Star's atmosphere, igniting into flames and breaking through the sky, transforming into the meteor shower that plagued the city. Amid the scattering debris, the satellites briefly displayed a mosaic effect from the impact. The moment the automatic interception satellites confirmed the annihilation of the meteor, the system logic promptly revoked the secondary warning and returned to observation mode, with clarity rivaling that of blue light. The scene recorded the figure of the white-clad man standing resolutely in the cosmos, bathed in sunlight within the vacuum of space. The man's attire seemed to emit a faint glow, imbuing him with an almost divine presence. After ensuring that the meteor threat had been neutralized, the man adjusted his trajectory and transformed into a fleeting shadow, continuing his mission to save Blue Star. Undoubtedly, the man who had shattered the meteor was none other than Jupiter. What do you all think? Cecil's felt a headache coming on. Everything appeared so natural that he even began to question whether it was indeed an accident. Yet, with his experience and intuition, he knew this was far from a coincidence. It resembled a premeditated and organized act of murder. However, his rational mind insisted that it was simply an accident. Evidently, the incident involving Rex was merely an accident. Throughout nearly a century, the number of individuals who have perished from meteorite strikes is scarce, yet it is not entirely non-existent. This is not an event with a probability of 0. Moreover, with our current interception technology, we may not surpass what Jupiter has accomplished. Undoubtedly, Jupiter has saved Earth. He is a hero. After viewing the footage, the Secretary of Cicero spoke softly. Accident. Accident. All mere accidents? Cicero seethed with anger, yet he possessed no evidence. A hero who has slain the global guardian and taken the life of one of my soldiers? What nonsense! Cicero clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, Jupiter, you had better hope I do not catch your tail. He gazed vacantly at the ceiling of the Global Security Bureau, though his mind echoed a warning to Jupiter to tread carefully, lest he be caught. Yet deep down, Cicero understood that even if he were to catch Jupiter in the act, he would be powerless against him, given humanity's technological limitations. Even the deployment of nuclear weapons would pose little threat to Jupiter and the omnipotent beings known as the Verdum. 30 minutes prior, Jupiter transformed into a white blur, breaking through the atmosphere and soaring into the sky. He traversed the iron wall formed by interception satellites, arriving before the meteorite predicted to plummet to Earth. With a fierce swing, he unleashed his fist. His searing punch struck the meteorite's surface, instantly fracturing it into countless cracks, ultimately disintegrating it into a fine powder under the satellite's gaze. The explosion scattered debris and dust across the sky, obscuring every camera of the satellites. As the advanced satellites of the Global Defense Bureau detected the obstruction, they automatically activated their lens-cleaning functions to clear the obscured views. While this moment was too brief for the average person to react, it was ample time for Jupiter floating in space. He gently raised his right hand, revealing a meteorite fragment the size of a basin clutched in his palm. With determination, Jupiter pinpointed a direction and hurled the stone towards the blue planet beneath him. The fragment pierced the atmosphere at an accelerated pace, tearing through the sky, igniting a blazing inferno as it scorched through the air, shattering clouds, birds, and any obstacles in its path. With an unstoppable force, it advanced towards its target, ultimately demolishing barriers in its way, penetrating a person's chest, and striking the head of a certain loud-mouthed king. After enduring a series of frictional losses, the fist-sized meteorite landed inside a house, the immense impact causing the interior to tremble. Rex, Cicero, take your Global Security Bureau and eat my dust. Jupiter disdainfully glanced at the surrounding satellites, adjusted his course, and set forth towards the realm of decay. Rex, a mere grandson, and Cicero, a mere sibling. How could they possibly contend with him, their ancestor? Chapter 28. A toast to the disappearance of the global guardians transformed into a bolt of lightning. Jupiter instantaneously arrived above the capital of the decaying nation, London. As he materialized, he beheld Nolan engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal serpent nearly 1,000 meters in length, adorned with wings. Father, I am here to assist you, Jupiter declared as he positioned himself beside Nolan and delivered a powerful blow to the serpent's back. Roar! The creature howled in pain, its body convulsing violently as it writhed in apparent agony. Father, this serpent is... Jupiter observed the winged serpent before him with intrigue. It was his first encounter with such a creature. This beast is Kukulkan. After my arrival on Blue Star, I have clashed with it numerous times. Typically, we give it a thorough beating before casting it into the sea, after which it departs on its own accord. Nolan grasped the serpent by its neck, spun it around, and hurled it into the ocean. Splash! The serpent plunged into the sea, creating a tremendous wave. That should suffice. Let us return home, Jupiter. Nolan beckoned after dispatching Kukulkan. Very well. Jupiter, observing the retreating figure of Kukulkan, licked his lips. He felt a tinge of regret at letting it escape, especially since he had learned various methods of consuming serpents on his journey here. Jupiter, it has been ages since we last undertook a venture together. Let's race home. The last to arrive shall be responsible for washing dishes for a month. Nolan raised an eyebrow at Jupiter. Then you better be prepared to wash dishes for a month. Jupiter replied with a subtle smile, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he soared into the sky. What a cunning little imp, Nolan thought, a smirk gracing his lips as he closely pursued Jupiter. Boom! Jupiter accelerated, flying faster and faster, the sheer force of his passage carving deep gashes across the ocean, as if attempting to cleave it in twain. A minute later, Jupiter landed firmly in the yard of the Grayson residence. It appears I have outpaced you, father, he declared. Nolan descended less than a second after Jupiter, landing beside him. I did not exert my full strength, he countered, emphasizing that he had held back. The two exchanged a momentary gaze before erupting into laughter simultaneously. Let's go. Time for a refreshing bath and a hearty meal. By the way, would you care for a drink? Nolan inquired of Jupiter. Am I not still underage? Jupiter believed this was acceptable. However, the issue lay with Deborah, who was difficult to persuade. I was merely inquiring whether you would like a drink, not questioning your maturity. Furthermore, according to our Verdum regulations, the moment you acquire superpowers, you assume the immense responsibilities of an adult Verdum. Nolan patted Jupiter on the shoulder and said, in that case, I shall certainly partake. Jupiter nodded gently, knowing that if Nolan could convince Deborah, all would be well. The father and son, after taking turns showering, switched on the television, sipping red wine while watching the latest news. Oh my heavens! Apologies, everyone, but I must interrupt with breaking news. The beautiful host, who had been narrating the meteor incident, suddenly turned pale upon receiving a message, as if the mere knowledge of this information was enough to terrify her. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to remain calm and listen closely. Just moments ago, I received word that our heroes, the members of the Global Guardians, Aquaman, Darkwing, War Woman, Martian Manhunt, Immortal Man, Green Spectre, and Red Rush, have been attacked by an unknown enemy and have perished. My goodness, how I wish today were April Fool's Day, and this were merely a prank. As the beautiful host spoke, tears streamed slowly down her cheeks. Cheers, son, Nolan said, raising his wine glass while gazing at the television report. Let us toast to the demise of the Global Guardians. Jupiter gently clinked his goblet with Nolan's. In the next moment, both father and son erupted into laughter, while the world mourned the loss of the Global Guardians, silently paying tribute to their beloved heroes. The most powerful father and son on the planet raised their glasses, drowning their sorrows in merriment. It must be acknowledged, today was indeed a sorrowful day. When Deborah returned, she gazed at the wine glasses scattered about the room and the seemingly inebriated Jupiter, who, due to his superhuman constitution, felt no effects. Her brow furrowed tightly. Nolan, I require an explanation. With her arms crossed defiantly, she glared at Nolan, believing he had set a poor example for Jupiter by allowing him to drink at such a young age. Deborah, let it go for today. Nolan gestured towards the television, which was broadcasting news of the Guardian's demise, his expression filled with sorrow. Sighing, Deborah glanced at the somber report, then wrapped her arms around Nolan and Jupiter. May the suffering of this world come to an end. Pain filled Deborah's heart, a genuine anguish she could not shake. May the suffering in this world come to an end. Nolan and Jupiter exchanged a glance, echoing Deborah's words. Their expressions bore a semblance of anguish, one masked, the other stifling laughter in a painful manner. Cecils had just informed me that I would be the one to deliver the eulogy for the Global Guardians tomorrow. The collective nerves of the world are frayed, and it falls upon me to raise the banner of hope and instill confidence in the populace. By the way, following the global memorial service, there will be an intimate funeral of a private nature, attended solely by friends of the Global Guardians and a select few who are privy to their true identities. You should attend as well. Nolan patted Jupiter and Deborah on the shoulder. Of course, Jupiter nodded. It would be remiss of him not to partake in such a grand spectacle, given his esteemed lineage. Just as Jupiter, Nolan, and Deborah were immersed in their sorrowful anticipation of the Global Guardian's funeral, the door was abruptly flung open. With a cheerful tune, a seemingly jubilant Mark entered the room. Did I miss something? Mark furrowed his brow, surveying the despondent trio. "No, you haven't missed anything, my foolish Odo." Jupiter sighed, recognizing the unmistakable glow of love on Mark's face, realizing that he had fallen head over heels. As for the object of Mark's affections, Jupiter, with a knowing thought, surmised it was the golden-haired young lady named Amber. These chapters transition slightly, while I humbly seek a wave of investment and support. Chapter 29. Go forth without worry, Rex. The golden sunlight cascaded upon the fluttering flag of the free nation. Renowned superheroes, accompanied by their families, sat in orderly rows on the square's numerous seats, maintaining a solemn silence to pay tribute to the departure of the world's greatest heroes, the Global Guardians. In a central position, Mark, Deborah, and Jupiter sat quietly together. Whoosh! Boom! Amidst the silence, two of the free nation's finest fighter jets roared overhead. And between them soared the most powerful man on this planet, the omnipotent Nolan. He ascended through the jets, basking in the sunlight above, and ultimately stood upon the podium adorned with the emblem of the Global Defense Agency. In the name of protecting this world, I have fought battles that defy imagination. I have vanquished extraterrestrial overlords, defeated nightmares from the abyss of hell, and confronted ancient, powerful deities that sought to enslave humanity once more. Regardless of the adversaries I confront, I am acutely aware that I am not alone. Darkwing, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Red Speed, Green Goblin, Immortal Man, Martian Manhunter, and all members of the Global Guardians. Today, we have lost giants, protectors, heroes. You may find yourselves questioning who can assist you in this moment of the Guardian's absence. I stand before you to declare that I shall. Alongside my children, new heroes are heeding the call. At this moment, Nolan cast a knowing glance towards Jupiter, who stood before the audience. "Mark, we are prepared to take the stage." Jupiter grasped Nolan's meaning and rose to pat Mark on the shoulder. "What? On stage? Right now? In civilian attire?" Mark looked down at his suit, bewildered, for no one had informed him that he was to partake in this globally broadcasted address. "Of course. We will don our superhero costumes to appear. The people need us." Jupiter produced 2 sets of battle attire. "Well, all right then." Mark gazed at the costumes before him, hesitating for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Moments later, clad in their heroic garb, Mark and Jupiter descended from the heavens to stand alongside Nolan. Liberty Man, Invincible Boy, Nolan introduced Jupiter and Mark by their heroic titles. "We were never alone in battle before, and we are certainly not alone now. The new era of superheroes has awakened. They are fiercely opposed to evil. They shall not allow wickedness to run rampant simply because the Guardians have vanished." Nolan's voice resonated with fervor and intensity. "When you encounter perilous times, steadfastly uphold your beliefs, and do not forget to look towards the sky," Nolan concluded, giving Mark and Jupiter a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In the next instant, the trio pierced the air, soaring into the firmament. Thus, that scoundrel Nolan transformed a global tribute to the Guardians into a showcase for himself and his sons. What does he take us for? Those insidious extraterrestrial fiends. Indeed, not only was Mark unaware of his impending appearance, but even Caesars had no inkling that Nolan would summon his 2 sons to the stage and introduce them to the world. It was as if Nolan deliberately placed his children atop the legacy of the Global Guardians. Caesars wore a somber expression, akin to the sky outside the edifice, which gradually shifted from clear to overcast. He found himself pondering Nolan's perspective on Jupiter, while also questioning whether Nolan had any involvement in the demise of the Global Guardians. Now, he harbored suspicions that perhaps Nolan's entire lineage was entangled in the tragedy of the Guardians' fall. As the morning broadcast came to a close, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens, as if the entire world mourned in silence for the fallen heroes of the Global Guardians. In the cemetery of heroes, Nolan, Mark, Jupiter, and Deborah, clad in somber black suits, stood alongside the families of all the superheroes, holding umbrellas as they silently observed the burial of their fallen comrades. The rain fell steadily, the rhythmic patter echoing against their hearts. 8 coffins were neatly arranged on the lawn. Yes, a total of 8 coffins. In addition to the illustrious members of the Global Guardians, Darkwing, Aquaman, Crimson Speedster, Green Goblin, War Woman, Martian Man, and Immortal Man, there lay an additional coffin for Rex. By all accounts, Rex was utterly unqualified to share a burial with the 7 esteemed predecessors of the Guardians. Yet, under Jupiter's fervent insistence, Rex was granted the honor of being interred alongside these globally renowned heroes. Thank me, Rex. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a nameless soul. At least when the mourners come to the cemetery to pay their respects to the heroes. Kind-hearted and generous individuals will undoubtedly inquire why there are 8 coffins for 7 guardians. With the staff's explanation, perhaps you will receive a few more beautiful flowers atop your grave. Jupiter regarded Rex's resting place with a hint of mockery in his gaze. Eve, witnessing Rex's burial, wore an expression of anguish. Reflecting on the past month, she regretted having ignored Rex. Had she known his fate, she would have been more magnanimous. As she stepped closer to the grave, the rain-soaked ground proved both damp and slick. In her high heels, Eve lost her balance, beginning to tilt. "Watch your step, Eve," Jupiter gently cautioned, steadying her. "Eve, on behalf of the Youth Brigade, I thank you for allowing Rex to receive the same honor as the heroes," she said, wiping away tears as she looked at Jupiter. "There's no need to thank me. Rex was a hero in his own right. Though he sometimes joked inappropriately, I knew he had a good heart. I shall carry forth the will of the Guardians and Rex's legacy. So you need not worry," Jupiter reassured, enveloping Eve in a comforting embrace, his gaze calm as he watched Rex being laid to rest. "Thank you, Jupiter. Your presence brings me great solace," Eve responded. Though initially reluctant to succumb to Jupiter's embrace, she found herself at ease after hearing his words. "Rest in peace, Rex. I will take care of Eve and the Youth Brigade in your stead. Focus on your training in the afterlife. And may the molten lava of purgatory cleanse that irreverent mouth of yours." Jupiter gazed upon the interred Rex, surrounded by a multitude of superheroes from the Global Guardians, his expression remarkably tranquil. After all, those lying here were primarily victims of his own hand. As for whether Jupiter felt guilt and anguish for having brought about the demise of all these heroes, he indeed suffered, stifling laughter that brought him considerable pain. If this cursed burial ceremony did not conclude soon, he feared he might injure himself internally from the effort of suppressing his mirth. In the Youth Corps base, after Eve departed from the cemetery and returned to the empty halls of the organization, a profound sense of desolation enveloped her. The past seemed but a distant memory. The robots had been summoned away by Caesars, and the doppelganger Kate was sequestered in her room, weeping silently. With Rex now laid to rest, the once vibrant Youth Corps was reduced to her solitary presence, leaving her feeling utterly alone. Eve wrapped her arms around herself, pondering for a moment before she left the Youth Corps, soaring from the base towards the Grayson residence. Ultimately, Jupiter remained the victor. Meanwhile, at the Global Defense Bureau, amidst the aftermath of the Guardians' downfall, the most anxious figure was neither Nolan nor Jupiter, nor the countless residents of Blue Star, but rather Caesars, the director of the Bureau. "In the end, I must clean up this mess," he lamented. "This planet cannot survive a day without the Guardians. I seek new candidates." However, Caesars held his head in frustration. "Given the current circumstances, there are few who qualify in my eyes. The only individual who meets all my criteria may very well be an adversary. This is exceedingly difficult." "Caesars, you called for me?" A robot entered the headquarters of the Global Defense Bureau and approached Caesars. "The task of reorganizing the Global Guardians is entrusted to you," Caesars declared, fixing his gaze on the robot. "Me? To reorganize the Global Guardians?" The robot was taken aback, puzzled as to why Caesars would assign such a significant responsibility to him. "With all due respect, I believe that whether it be the omnipotent Nolan or Nolan's eldest son, the free man Jupiter, they are far more suited for this role than I," the robot insisted. "Especially Jupiter, though youthful. He possesses immense strength and is entirely capable of leading the new Global Guardians. His inclusion could render the team stronger than ever before, perhaps even the mightiest superhero coalition in history." The robot held Jupiter in high esteem, perceiving him as powerful and free, an embodiment of the ideal superhero. In the robot's eyes, Jupiter was a natural leader, one who should rise to the occasion and become the new pillar of strength in these trying times. With a cold smile, Zazais listened to the words of the robot. He too wished for the omnipotent Nolan or his son Jupiter to join the Global Guardians, but such aspirations were mere fantasies. Before the catastrophic annihilation of the Guardians, Nolan had already declined his invitation for various reasons, and now, given the current circumstances, it seemed even more implausible. In Zazais' eyes, both Jupiter and Nolan were akin to murderers, their hands stained with blood. Nolan had consistently refused to join the Guardians, preferring to operate independently. As for Jupiter, it was clear that he, inheriting Nolan's bloodline, also had little inclination to collaborate with their group. In any case, this matter was entrusted to you. I have faith in your abilities. Zazai's gently patted the robot's shoulder before turning away. The robot watched Zazai's retreating figure, puzzled. From Jupiter's interactions during their several missions, he had not sensed any disdain from Jupiter towards them. On the contrary, he felt an unprecedented sense of equality, as if in Jupiter's eyes, there was no distinction between him, the robot, and the other living beings. Jupiter even refrained from calling him a robot, opting instead for a human name, despite the fact that he had his own name, which was not Jack. Thus, the robot decided not to heed Zazai's words. He intended not only to invite Jupiter and Mark, but also to extend an invitation to the venerable Nolan to attend the event. Mark and Jupiter, do you have time? Even if you cannot participate, you are welcome to come and observe. All right, I will await you at the Global Security Bureau headquarters. After a successful conversation, the robot proceeded to invite Jupiter, Mark, and the uncertain Nolan as planned. On the day of the new Global Guardians election, wow, is this really the headquarters of the Security Bureau? My goodness, they are all the superheroes I have only seen on television, Mark exclaimed, walking alongside Jupiter in the corridor, marveling at the superheroes within the base. Jupiter glanced at his foolish brother, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Mark's naive behavior. Naturally, joining the Global Guardians was the pinnacle of honor for superheroes, and they would all be present. The robot, hands clasped behind his back, walking ahead, explained upon hearing Mark's excitement. That is the combat power unit, isn't it? What are those fools, who only request nuclear strikes from headquarters, doing here? Suddenly, Mark noticed the combat power unit beneath the superhero's feet, a group that appeared comical, serving as the measurement unit for combat effectiveness. Therefore, allow me to extend my invitation once more, hoping you both will join the Global Guardians and become a part of our esteemed team. The robot led Mark and Jupiter into the Hall of Superheroes, turning to face them as he boldly extended his invitation. Though I yearn to join the Guard, my father seems intent on training me himself. Mark hesitates, for he genuinely desires to become part of the Guard. However, Nolan believes that joining would squander his time striving for strength. I have no reservations, Jack. After pondering throughout the night, I have ultimately resolved to join the Guard. In the face of unknown adversaries, I must rise to the occasion and bear the banner of my predecessors. Upon hearing the robot's words, Jupiter smiled. He could indeed join the Guard without any issue. If the leader of the strongest superhero organization on a planet were to be a Virtumite, what means would he possess to counter them? The very thought is intriguing. Congratulations, Jupiter. From this day forth, you are a member of the Global Guard. The robot gazed at Jupiter, who seemed ready to proclaim his unyielding stance against evil, feeling immense satisfaction. He had not misjudged Jupiter. He knew that when darkness enveloped the Earth, Jupiter would undoubtedly be the beacon that pierced through it. Of course, it was not solely because Jupiter was the first to regard him as a living being that he viewed him through a lens of admiration. He genuinely believed in Jupiter's potential. Just then, as the robot unilaterally declared Jupiter a member of the Global Guard, a tall and robust man stepped forward. Do you have any questions? The robot inquired, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. This is unfair. Does the child of an omnipotent being gain direct admission to the Guard? The man protested. Indeed, echoed the sentiments of several other heroes, who felt it unjust that Jupiter could become a member without any trials. The man, encouraged by the support behind him, appeared somewhat smug. Each person here possesses a profound awareness, some even harboring thoughts of sacrifice. We do not wish to see someone who requires no contest, simply due to their parentage as the offspring of a superhero, usurping our resources and positions. I believe this is the utmost disrespect to our predecessors. The man approached Jupiter, towering over him with his impressive height. Hero, calm yourself. The free man's abilities fully align with the Guard criteria. I am not granting him favors due to his father-esque status. I select individuals based on absolute fairness and justice. The robot interjected, positioning itself between the imposing man and Jupiter. Just as the robot was about to elaborate further, Jupiter gently placed his hand on the robot's shoulder, levitating slightly off the ground to stand before the man, gazing down upon him. It seems you doubt me, Jupiter remarked, offering a gentle smile. I am certainly not submissive. The robust man felt an inexplicable pressure under Jupiter's radiant smile. his heart racing as he bore the weight of his dissatisfaction. Very well, who else is unwilling to comply? Jupiter inquired, casting his gaze towards the assemblage of superheroes standing behind the stout figure. Me, and me, we all refuse. One by one, the superheroes exchanged glances, collectively voicing their discontent. Excellent, Jupiter nodded, then turned his attention to the robot behind him. Jack, on what criteria do we select members for the Guardian Squad? Jupiter sought clarification on the rules governing the selection process. Defeat your opponent. The robot articulated the guidelines succinctly. Good, you've all heard that. Then let us commence. Upon receiving the answer, Jupiter looked towards the multitude of dissenting superheroes. Commence what? The heroes exchanged bewildered looks, uncertain of Jupiter's intentions. Why, the battle, of course. You little wretches. The moment Jupiter's words resonated, he placed his hand upon the shoulder of the towering man. Boom! The immense force caused the man to kneel before Jupiter. And with a resounding crack, not only the floor beneath him shattered, but also the man's knee. Damn it, I detest being looked down upon. As the robust man fell to his knees, Jupiter delivered a swift kick to his chin, shattering it and sending him sprawling. Brother, be mindful of your strength. Mark shouted anxiously at the sudden aggression displayed by Jupiter, fearing his brother might reduce the man to a mere pulp. I am indeed being mindful. Jupiter replied, without turning his head. He had not pulverized the opponent's skull into a myriad of fragments, which he deemed a careful restraint. Hello, is this the medical team? Yes, I am the robot. Please dispatch a medical team to the training room. The robot began communicating with the medical unit at the moment Jupiter struck. You wish to send a few personnel to the training room? The robot paused, listening to the medical team's inquiry, glancing at Jupiter and the assembly of superheroes. Boom! In an instant, Jupiter transformed into a streak of lightning, hurling all the superheroes who had opposed him into the sky. It would be best to send all available medical personnel. However many can come, let them come. After a brief pause, the robot observed the superheroes plummeting to the ground, many suffering broken backs or legs, and spoke up. My back. It's broken. My leg. Damn. He's a monster. Each superhero, clad in tight attire, clutched their injuries, writhing on the ground and emitting cries of anguish. Listen, not all who don tight suits and masks are superheroes. There are also clowns from the circus. Observe your current state. How far from that of true superheroes you have strayed. You are merely a gaggle of attention-seeking jesters. Jupiter stood amidst the wailing clowns, intoning solemnly. Just then, Eve descended from the heavens, her gaze sweeping over the multitude of superheroes and landing on Jupiter at the center, momentarily taken aback. Have I missed something? What is Jupiter up to? Eve inquired of the robot and Mark. Teaching the newcomers, Mark explained gently. Educating the children, the robot added, albeit in a more mechanical manner. How pitiable is this guard? After your demise, the heroes that the nation could select are nothing but a troupe of comically clad performers. I somewhat regret dealing with you so soon. You ought to witness the shortcomings of your successors before meeting your end. Nolan, standing behind the glass window on the second floor, gazed down at the sprawled superheroes, his eyes filled with disdain for their utter weakness and absurdity. Now, is there anyone who still harbors dissent against me? Jupiter surveyed the crowd and called out. I do. I have objections. Eve, clad in a pink bodysuit, floated before Jupiter. Eve, Jupiter swiftly embraced her. Are you displeased that I have no time for you? He teased, drawing her into a kiss. When did they become involved? Mark questioned, observing Jupiter and Eve. Who knows? The robot shrugged, equally curious. All right, folks, let us resume our trials, the robot announced, moving toward the fallen superheroes. Now, if there are any among you who still possess the strength to stand, please make your presence known. Thank you for your cooperation. We are at the venue for electing the Global Guard, and you all lie prostrate. How can we proceed with the selection? After several moments with no response, the robot inquired helplessly. On to the next chapter, to the world of Black Cloak. By the way, I kindly ask for another wave of votes and investments. Chapter 31, Journey to the World of Black Cloak. The new generation of Global Guard members has been essentially decided here. Let us congratulate Jupiter, Adam, Eve, Doppelganger Kate, Beast Girl, Shrink Ray, and Black Sam. The robot, Jack, announced the new members of the Global Guard to the gathering. As for today, please tend to your wounds. We shall discuss matters further once everyone has recuperated. The robot observed the superheroes, who were struggling against their injuries, awaiting the announcement of the Guard members. and spoke softly. Good heavens, this is the worst injury I have ever sustained. The moment the robot finished speaking, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the superheroes. Each one sprawled on the medic stretchers, moaning in despair. They bore not a shred of the heroic image. Jupiter crossed his arms over his chest, gazing at the so-called superheroes with a shake of his head, deliberately adopting an expression of profound disappointment. Have a bit more patience with them, Jupiter. After all, they do not possess the same indomitable physique as you do. Eve chided gently, tapping on Jupiter's steel-like chest. That is no excuse. We must surmount all obstacles. Our adversaries will not grant us the luxury of time to grow. Among them are many who possess remarkable abilities, yet they lack the iron will of their predecessors. We must remember that Darkwing was a powerless individual, yet he steadfastly held the front line despite lacking any superpowers. Jupiter, embodying the frustration of a leader of the omnipotent Guardian Corps, displayed his anger and sorrow at the lack of resolve demonstrated by the new generation of superheroes. However, it must be acknowledged that Darkwing's willpower is indeed formidable. He dared to stand against Jupiter's steel-like form with his own iron resolve. Though ultimately, he met his end at the hands of Jupiter's devastating blow. Indeed, for the time being, the blue planet cannot rely on that group of superheroes. But fortunately, we still have you, Eve said softly, glancing at the towering and robust figure Jupiter. Yes, you still have me, Jupiter replied, a smile spreading across his face. As radiant as the first rays of sunlight melting the chill of winter and ushering in the warmth of spring. After exchanging a few more words with Eve, Jupiter returned home, his expression one of ennui. He had more or less resolved the matters concerning the Guardian Corps. The remaining issues were not ones suited for his current engagement. Whether it was the rampaging beast or the regent, Craig, who plotted to conquer the cosmos, Jupiter had no intention of confronting them at this moment. What Jupiter needed to focus on now was a singular purpose: to fortify himself, to grow strong enough to subdue both the beast and Regent Craig. Little kitty, I shall keep you for a few days. When I return, I'll turn you into a fine coat, Jupiter mused, stroking his chin, envisioning the day he would transform the white lion of the beast into a luxurious garment. Time portal. Connect to the world of the boys. Jupiter silently invoked, activating the time portal within his mind. As the connection was established, the portal linked seamlessly to the world of the boys. Note, upon entering another world, time in the main world will come to a complete standstill. Excellent. Let's enter the boys. Jupiter nodded lightly, deciding to traverse into this new realm. Buzz. Whoosh. In an instant, Jupiter's figure vanished entirely from his original location, arriving in the world of the boys. Two figures, a Caucasian male and a Caucasian female, were entwined by the roadside. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous roar echoed, and a dark silhouette raced past the woman's body at an astonishing speed. In that instant, the woman's form shattered into countless fragments. The man, aghast at the sight of blood raining around him, gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his beloved, who had just been in his embrace, had been reduced to such a state. He turned his gaze forward and beheld a black man clad in a tight blue suit, standing there, visibly flustered. I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop. The man in blue incessantly muttered, before abruptly turning and fleeing the scene. Indeed, he chose to escape from his wrongdoing. Robin. The white male stared at the vanishing figure of the man in blue, gradually bowing his head, where he discovered his hands still clutching the bloodied hands of his beloved girlfriend. Robin, 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 he cried out in a near breakdown, his eyes a tempest of despair and anguish. At that moment of his collapse, a tall man donned in a tight, white suit emblazoned with a large insignia appeared on a nearby street, not far from the scene of the incident. His head buzzing with confusion, he lamented, "This time portal is utterly useless. It needs improvement." Jupiter, cradling his head, found his first crossing quite displeasing. A world task was triggered. Become the true hero in the hearts of all people. Expected rewards included. This world would transform into the Master's secondary domain, allowing unfettered access without energy expenditure. The Master could freely send others into this world without consuming energy. The flow of time in this world would be completely synchronized with that of the primary world, maintaining a 1-to-1 ratio. All unique substances and items from this world could be freely extracted by the Master, conforming to the physical laws of other worlds. In simpler terms, Should Jupiter accomplish the world task, he would ascend to a godlike status within this realm, reaping the benefits of unrestricted access. Moreover, the unique compounds of the Black Robe world could be freely extracted and utilized by individuals from other realms, with the crucial advantage that these compounds would fully adhere to the rules of other universes. This meant that upon entering different universes, Jupiter could continually refine these compounds according to their respective laws, a boon indeed. Although Jupiter was not well-versed in chemistry, many in the multiverse could enhance these substances, such as Tony Stark or a seemingly unremarkable elderly man named Rick. He was certain that he would eventually obtain the perfect compound. Is it truly that simple? If I become the hero everyone envisions, will I become the master of this world? Jupiter pondered, furrowing his brow at the task before him. Indeed, the system, an artificial intelligence crafted by Jupiter, provided a suggestion. However, I firmly refuse. My forebear, Jupiter, has always relished the act of defying the commands of any system that dares to issue tasks to him. Without hesitation, Jupiter declined the system's assignment. What utter nonsense is this task? Gazing upon the directives laid before him by the system, he began to question the very legitimacy of its existence. Rewards may be enticing, yet he would never undertake tasks dictated by others, not even by a system of his own creation, which holds no authority to command him. Task modification surged through Jupiter's mind as he contemplated improvements to the system. With the highest level of access, the alterations were swiftly applied. Task modification complete. The world task was triggered to become the ancestor of all in the realm of the Black Cloak Enforcers. Beyond merely being recognized as a true hero in the hearts of the people, the task now required him to embody the role of a revered ancestor. The rewards remained unchanged, save for the transformation of his identity from a false progenitor, laboring under the system's dictates, to a genuine ancestor who not only masters the system, but also presides over all of humanity. I shall pursue my desires freely, unshackled by the commands of others. But how shall he ascend to the status of the world's esteemed ancestor? The answer is deceptively simple. First, he must join the Seven, then eliminate all who dare oppose him. Subsequently, he would enlist the public relations team to amplify his achievements. Wouldn't he that resolve everything? Jupiter's mind was already brimming with a comprehensive strategy. First, to secure a place among the Seven, and then to extinguish the opposition. It is akin to a world that cannot sustain two beings soaring through the skies, where a single edifice cannot harbor two individuals simultaneously striving for the moon. Currently, the members of the Super Seven comprise the patriotic Queen Maeve, the Train, the Dark One, the Deep Sea, and the Invisible Man. Following the narrative, a replacement would emerge for any who departed. Jupiter raised an eyebrow, contemplating whom he should target first. Chapter 32. May I now join the Seven? First, I must persuade Vought International to invite me to their headquarters. Jupiter mused as he gently retrieved his mobile device, logging onto the official website of Vought's Super 7, where he recorded a brief video. My name is Jupiter Grayson, but you may call me the Free Man. As you can discern, I am of mixed heritage. My parents are divorced, and it was solely my mother who raised me. Jupiter spoke fervently into his phone, essentially extolling his virtues. No one understands the intricacies of this free nation better than Jupiter. Nothing proves more effective than a well-crafted narrative. On this day, the team at Water Company was reviewing the recruitment videos submitted by candidates. As usual, they powered on their computers and began to watch each video in succession. Ever since the lantern bearer, who had left due to exhaustion rather than financial gain, the company had been inundated with thousands of introduction videos daily. Each candidate eagerly proclaimed their readiness to step into the lantern bearer's role and join the new Super 7 team. However, truth be told, the content of these videos was largely repetitive and failed to meet the company's hiring criteria. Until today, when a representative from Water Company stumbled upon Jupiter's video. While sipping coffee, he watched as Jupiter, a product of a single-parent household and an advocate for vegetarianism and environmentalism, presented himself with poise. Initially, it was tolerable, but soon it became preposterous. This video must be shown to the boss, he thought, as the absurdity caused him to spit out the coffee he had just sipped. A day later, Mr. Grayson, I am Eiley Barrett, the dedicated secretary of the superheroes at Water Company, the world's largest manufacturer of superheroes and the behind-the-scenes sponsor of the Super 7 team. At that moment, a Caucasian woman with chestnut-colored hair styled in a voluminous perm stood at the base of the Water Company building, meeting Jupiter. Since you're here, I presume you have viewed the introductory video I sent to your company, correct? Jupiter, clad in a tight white suit emblazoned with a prominent emblem, inquired. Of course. I have indeed watched your introduction video. You are of mixed heritage from a single-parent household, with a strong mother, a vegetarian, an environmentalist, and possess extraordinary abilities. Having grown up in a black community, Ailey recited, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead as she enumerated over 50 outlandish labels. She had to admit that the man before her was quite remarkable. Even their boss, Mr. Edgar, had taken notice and personally instructed her to host the self-proclaimed free man. Jupiter Grayson. Indeed, you are correct. So, are you not going to invite me in for a seat? Jupiter asked, gazing at Ailey. Of course, please come in, Ailey said, wiping her brow once more as she guided Jupiter into the imposing structure of Water Company. Mr. Grayson, first and foremost, I must thank you for submitting your application to our water family. I believe this reflects your profound trust in our organization, and I hope you can also appreciate our work and the rules that govern it. Ailey continued as she led Jupiter into the hall of the Super 7 team. All right. I think I understand what you're saying. So may I inquire if I have been selected? Jupiter pressed on. Jupiter nonchalantly settled into the seat of the homeland, crossing his legs and gazing at Aishili with an air of arrogance, as if he were not merely a guest of the Water family, but rather their master. I regret to inform you that there is a young lady named Starlight who better meets our criteria. However, this does not imply a rejection of your candidacy. You may still remain with our water company. Beyond the 7 superheroes, we possess numerous other superhero teams, and we can certainly create a bespoke superhero team tailored to your heritage. What do you think? Aishili regarded Jupiter with hopeful anticipation, sensing the allure of wealth emanating from him. Perhaps you misunderstood. I'm only interested in joining the 7 superheroes. Jupiter, seated comfortably in his swivel chair, flashed a sunny smile at Aishili. Then we have nothing further to discuss. The positions within the 7 superheroes are limited to 7, and with Starlight already designated, the slots are filled. You must seek other opportunities, but before you depart, please draft a statement affirming that the Water family made every effort to invite you. Aishili adjusted her short hair and retrieved a contract from her bag. I see no necessity to sign this agreement. Jupiter shook his head at the sight of the document. If you choose to proceed in this manner, we will find ourselves in a difficult situation. Aishili's expression fell at his words. Jupiter's unwillingness to work with the Water family or sign the agreement troubled her, as it could bring significant negative repercussions to the company. It is not difficult. The fundamental reason I cannot join the 7 superheroes is simply that there are only 7 positions, correct? Jupiter inquired casually, reclining in his chair. Indeed, Aishili nodded, her proud demeanor resembling that of a little swan. In the absence of renaming the team to the 8 superheroes, there exists but one means for me to join the 7, to create an opening after Starlight fills her position. As Jupiter spoke, he rose from his seat and strode towards the entrance of the assembly hall for the 7 superheroes. What are you planning to do? Aishili's expression shifted upon hearing Jupiter's words, an ominous premonition stirring within her. Shoo, Jupiter replied, gently gesturing for Aishili to be silent before making his way to a corner of the hall. Although Aishili was unsure of Jupiter's intentions, she instinctively sealed her lips and held her breath. With Starlight included, where are the 7 members of the 7 superheroes? There are clearly only 6. Jupiter mused the homeland. Queen Maeve, the locomotive, Shinsei, Deep Sea, Starlight, and myself make precisely 7. Jupiter, upon reaching this point, raised his hand towards the empty air before him. Were I in your position, I would not dare eavesdrop on our conversation in such a vulnerable state. With that, Jupiter suddenly threw a punch into the void. In the next instant, a pool of blood appeared on the floor of the Superhero 7's hall. Now, count for yourself, with Starlight included. Does the Superhero 7 not amount to merely 6 individuals remaining? May I then join your ranks? Jupiter casually picked up a communal tissue from the hall and wiped the crimson stains from his glove. Good heavens! Did you just kill the Invisible Man? Ailey exclaimed, staring at the mosaic on the floor, slowly coming to terms with the gravity of Jupiter's recent actions. What Invisible Man? Merely a supervillain attempting to eavesdrop on the secrets of the Water family. Worry not. That criminal has just met his end by my hand. Jupiter offered Ailey a gentle smile. Having watched the complete series of the outlaw Zhang San, he understood how to arm himself with the law to protect himself. He feared not brute strength, but rather the cunning of one who wields legal knowledge. Huff, huff, huff. Ailey remained silent, merely gazing at the spattered remains on the ground. Panting heavily, the Invisible Man's skin was as hard as diamond, yet now lay as a mere mosaic upon the floor. The man before her was akin to another countryman. No, perhaps even more volatile than the typical countryman. They might need to reassess Jupiter's level of danger and accord him greater respect. As for the deceased Invisible Man, please. A superhero incapable of generating profit for the Water Corporation was worth less than a pile of refuse. Chapter 33. The Super Idol Project. On the 82nd floor of the War Corporation, where the board members convened, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the glass facade of the building, relishing the sensation of standing aloft, perched at the pinnacle of power, surveying the world below. Mr. Edgar. Just as he reveled in his authority, a tall, elderly woman entered the room. Stridey, I require an explanation. The man named Jupiter Grayson is not listed in our records of compound usage. She declared, this implies that, despite my repeated emphasis on the importance of compound preservation, a substantial amount has leaked from our company. The man, still with his back turned, did not glance at the woman. Yet his gravelly voice dropped the temperature in the office several degrees. In his eyes, all superpowered beings in this world were products of compounds. If one appeared unrecorded, it could only mean that the individual had pilfered from their company. Alternatively, it could be said that someone is clandestinely trading with compounds from their company. Mr. Edgar, this is an unfortunate incident. We have always exercised stringent control over these compounds. Only a select group has absolute access, indicating that this Mr. Jupiter must have some connection to our designated experimental subjects, or perhaps he's changed his name, and we have yet to update our records. Strudy was drenched in sweat, desperately attempting to elucidate the situation regarding Jupiter to the man before her. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolutely refused to allow Edgar to feel disappointment in her, nor could she permit him to question her professional capabilities. Such a scenario was intolerable. She would not allow a repeat of the current predicament. Edgar pounded his fist on the table beside him, a manifestation of his rising agitation. I understand. There will absolutely not be a next time. Upon hearing this, Strudy immediately nodded, indicating her comprehension of Edgar's sentiment, vowing that it would not happen again. Now, let us discuss the commercial value of this Jupiter, that scoundrel who caused the demise of my golden goose. If he cannot generate immense commercial value, I will not let him go unpunished. Edgar was irate. It was the first time he had encountered someone daring enough to commit murder within his establishment, particularly targeting one of the most lucrative superheroes under his purview. If he could not profit from Jupiter, this transaction would result in a loss, which he absolutely could not allow. He is perfect in every aspect: his looks, capabilities, and extraordinary charisma. Most importantly, his lineage is impeccable. We could undoubtedly leverage him to accrue even greater profits. Our next film will not merely shatter box office records in the free land, but also in the distant shores of the world's second largest market. At that point, I could earn double the revenue. Let me reiterate, double. Strudy looked at Edgar with great excitement, her eyes gleaming as she reviewed the data in her hands. This is the best news I have heard in years. Clean up the Invisible Man's remains and arrange a retirement ceremony. Let us make it a grand affair. Upon ascertaining Jupiter's commercial potential, Edgar's mood brightened significantly regarding the Invisible Man, now a mere gelatinous mass, incapable of generating income, as expendable. Very well, Mr. Edgar. By the way, there seems to be a slight issue regarding Mr. Jupiter's identity. Strudy suddenly recalled and inquired. Just ensure it's handled appropriately. I want to see a flawless Jupiter. Edgar had no interest in the specifics of Jupiter's identity issues. He merely needed to know if they could resolve these concerns. After all, a product must be presented in the finest packaging, with absolutely no flaws permitted. Not a problem. I will create the most perfect Jupiter imaginable. I shall not further intrude upon your time, Mr. Edgar. Stride smiled faintly and exited the office. Humph. Once Stride had left, Edgar hummed a tune in the office, his gaze fixated on the blade. Move a bit quicker. Here and here. Ensure thorough rinsing. In the hall of the Seven, the cleaning staff diligently scrubbed the blood-stained floor, their eyes devoid of life, resembling machines laboring for the water company, adhering to its every command, indifferent to everything else. Congratulations, Mr. Jupiter, from this day forth. You shall be a member of the Super Seven. Having recovered from the brutal methods employed by Jupiter against the Invisible Man, Ashley forced a smile as she regarded Jupiter. Jupiter, seated in the designated spot of the countryman, appeared to be deep in thought. Upon hearing Ashley's words, he merely nodded slightly, indicating that he had acknowledged her. "You seem rather uncontent?" Ashley cautiously inquired, observing Jupiter. "This is not a matter of joy, but rather one of inevitability," Jupiter replied without a moment's hesitation. Ashley fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, Mr. Jupiter, shortly we will introduce you to the other 5 members of the Super 7. As for Starlight, she is still en route and will meet you after the gathering tomorrow," Ashley said with a smile directed at Jupiter. "Oh." Jupiter remained indifferent, responding casually. "I shall take my leave then." Ashley felt a surge of irritation at Jupiter's nonchalant demeanor. Initially, she intended to remind him to vacate the seat he occupied, as it belonged to a countryman, but she refrained, thinking it might serve this arrogant and self-important individual well to learn a lesson. The Superhero Idol Project aims to mold superheroes into flawless icons. The notion of a super idol running for the presidency of the free nation. How liberating, Jupiter mused, contemplating the potential to treat this world as an experiment. Should his plan succeed, he could replicate everything in his home world. "I wonder if my plans unfold favorably. What support would I receive if I were to run for president of the free nation?" Jupiter rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the passing vehicles, mulling over the implications of a successful endeavor. If all went according to plan here, he could recreate everything in his original world, transforming his father Nolan into a perfect idol, garnering immense support for him to become president of the free nation in that realm. With the premise of not harming Deborah and perfectly controlling the world of Blue Star, would such a reality not come to fruition? As for how the world of the boys will be thrown into chaos by Jupiter's sudden notion, it is of no concern to him. Chapter 34. The Chaotic 7. Within the Grand Hall of the Super 7, Jupiter stood quietly at the back, occupying the designated spot reserved for the patriotic. Click. Am I the first to arrive? A light sound resonated, and a man with dark skin, clad in a blue bodysuit, entered behind Jupiter. Jupiter turned upon hearing the voice. "Hey, you're not from the patriotic, are you?" Upon turning, the man, taken aback by Jupiter's towering stature, realized that this individual was indeed not a compatriot. "Of course, I am not from the patriotic. You may call me the Liberator." Jupiter beamed a sunny smile as he introduced himself. "Liberator? Oh, I see. You're the new member replacing the Lantern in the 7, right?" The man in the blue bodysuit displayed a knowing expression, yet, had he been slightly more observant, he would have recognized that Starlight, not Jupiter, had taken the Lantern's place. "Pleasure to meet you," the man in blue said, extending his hand toward Jupiter. Jupiter regarded the outstretched hand with a slight smile before shaking his head gently. "More people are arriving, my friend," Jupiter remarked with a smile. "Huh." The man in blue promptly turned to face the entrance of the hall. Click. As the doors swung open, 4 faces came into view. A burly blond man draped in the flag of the Liberated beamed brightly, alongside a Wonder Woman enthusiast, a taciturn youth resembling a salted fish. And indeed, he was one, along with a man clad entirely in black armor, as if he had just rushed over from the set of a Cobra Kai production. "You must be the Liberator, right? I know about you. I've heard the higher-ups mention your name." The patriotic began to ramble, having indeed caught wind of Jupiter's name from above, which prompted them to meet. "Oh, look at your cape and your battle suit. Let me guess, you're my fan, aren't you?" The patriotic gazed at Jupiter in his designated spot, a flicker of hostility crossing his eyes. However, he seemed to reconsider the situation, suppressing his anger and forcing a radiant smile. "A fan? Certainly not," Jupiter replied, glancing at his battle attire and shaking his head. "Huh." The patriotic's expression froze instantly, feeling as though he had suddenly lost his footing. "Buddy, the position you currently occupy belongs to the patriotic. This is your rightful place." The young man, resembling a salted fish, found himself in the position once held by the lantern bearer, addressing Jupiter. "No, I believe this place suits me better." Jupiter shook his head, plopping down into the seat of the Homeland representative. "What ist?" He only occupies the primary position. The newcomer, it seemed, was somewhat oblivious to the established decorum. As the young man spoke, he flexed his wrist and approached Jupiter, seemingly intent on showcasing his abilities before the Homeland representative. Yet, before he could act, The Homeland representative seized the young man's wrist. A flicker of trepidation crossed the young man's eyes as he lowered his gaze, silently retreating to stand behind the Homeland representative. Newcomer, it appears you are not fully acquainted with the rules here. The Homeland representative stepped forward, smiling as he gazed down at Jupiter, seated comfortably in his chair. I am the rule. Jupiter, maintaining a similar smile, lowered his voice to emphasize his point. Upon hearing Jupiter's words, the Homeland representative's expression soured instantly, veins bulging on his forehead as he felt a wave of indignation. Just as the battle between his reason and fury escalated, the door to the room swung open, revealing the graceful yet aging Stridey, who entered with an air of elegance. Homeland representative, find a seat and refrain from causing trouble, Stridey commanded upon entering. The Homeland representative, infuriated by the order, turned sharply, but upon seeing Stridey, his anger dissipated like mist. His gaze fixated on Stridey's chest, where he noticed a slight overflow of allure. Discreetly, he licked his lips and took a seat beside Jupiter. Huh. Jupiter shook his head at the Homeland representative's retreating figure, remarking to himself how disturbingly peculiar he found the situation, almost provoking him to act. However, considering the potential consequences of a public outburst, Jupiter chose restraint, resolving instead to find a secluded spot to discreetly deal with the Homeland representative. Locomotive, Deep Sea, Queen Maeve, and Shinsei, you four should also find your seats and lend me your ears. Stridey addressed the remaining four after the Homeland representative resumed his seat, visibly relieved. Very well, Queen Maeve responded nonchalantly, returning to her seat, seemingly indifferent to the conflict surrounding her, as they bore no relevance to her at present. The locomotive shifted his gaze between the Homeland representative and Jupiter, deep in contemplation. Deep Sea's expression fluctuated ominously, while Shinsei's thoughts remained an enigma. First, let us extend our congratulations to the free man, Mr. Jupiter Grayson, for his ascension to the ranks of the Super Seven, succeeding the Invisible One. As Stride entered, he exuded an air of goodwill akin to that of Jupiter, and was the first to applaud. What? You are taking the place of the Invisible Man, not the Lantern Bearer? Upon hearing Stride's words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. They had always believed that Jupiter was succeeding the retired Lantern Bearer. Yet it now appeared that the implications of Jupiter's position were far more complex than they had initially assumed. With a faint smile, Jupiter merely responded to their bewilderment, exhibiting indifference towards the identity of his predecessor. If upon entering the building he encountered a locomotive, then he would assume the role of the locomotive. If he met the depths of the ocean, then that would be his mantle. He simply happened to find himself facing the Invisible Man. Indeed, the Invisible Man has retired, and the higher-ups have decided to appoint the free man in his stead, Stride elucidated. This is against the rules, protested the patriotic man, rising emphatically. This is Mr. Edgar's command. If any of you are dissatisfied, you may seek Mr. Edgar upstairs. I am merely relaying the message. Stride concluded with a gentle smile towards Jupiter, clutching the documents in his hand before turning to exit. Wait, Stride. The patriotic man immediately stood, casting a fierce glance at Jupiter before hastily pursuing Stride. Just this morning, I saw the Invisible Man. How could he have retired? The Depths was utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events, perhaps due to the overwhelming complexity of the conversation, far exceeding his fish-like capacity for understanding. Indeed, you are correct, fish bastard. I saw the Invisible Man just moments ago in the Hall of the Seven. Jupiter remarked with a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded the Depths, akin to viewing a jester. Upon hearing this, the Depths felt a chill run down his spine. He stood and made his way towards the exit. Fish bastard, are you all not external combinations? Why the urgency? Jupiter inquired, observing the Depths' frantic retreat with curiosity. The Depths chose silence, opting instead to flee in disarray. Please vote and invest. Chapter 35. Would you kindly restrain yourselves a bit? Jupiter chuckled softly, watching the panicked Depths escape. And to the remaining three, do you have any inquiries for me? Rest assured, I am a most approachable individual, and I believe our future collaborations will be quite delightful. Jupiter addressed Queen Maeve, the locomotive, and Xian with a smile. Queen Maeve and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Very well, we may now disperse. Jupiter rose from his seat, nodded at the trio, and then exited through the grand doors with an air of self-assurance. Did he consider himself our captain? After Jupiter departed, the locomotive gazed at the grand entrance of the security hall, furrowing its brow. At present, it appeared that Queen Maeve had subtly nodded in agreement with the locomotive's sentiments. Can we truly tolerate such occurrences? The locomotive felt its position was precarious. Among the seven, it occupied one of the lower tiers. And with the arrival of another formidable superhero, it feared being ousted from the elite group, much like the former Lantern. Listen, locomotive, Queen Maeve stated calmly. This matter has never hinged on our desires. It is the company's directive. If those in power wish to introduce a new, dominant superhero, we must acquiesce. Maeve regarded the locomotive with a serene expression, her insight piercing. The decision to include anyone in the seven bore no relation to their wishes. The company determined who ascended to the status of superhero. Enraged by Maeve's words, the locomotive cursed, yet it recognized the truth in her statement. They, the illustrious superheroes, possessed no real authority. They were mere commodities, meticulously packaged by the company. Meanwhile, the PR team of Ward Enterprises was fervently at work. Whether it was Starlight, stepping in to replace the Lantern, or Jupiter, who had vanquished the Invisible Man and showcased remarkable prowess, both required substantial financial backing from the company for their promotion. Particularly Jupiter, who had unexpectedly succeeded the Invisible Man as a rising star. To this end, Ward Enterprises prepared a promotional duo for Jupiter. The first part involved arranging a retirement interview for the Invisible Man. Indeed, to bolster Jupiter's image, the company orchestrated an interview featuring the Invisible Man, which was conducted both online and offline. The interview disclosed that the Invisible Man had fallen victim to a peculiar ailment, rendering him incapable of utilizing his powers. With the Invisible Man now deceased, the company had appointed the shapeshifter to assume his duties, confident that no one would discern the true fate of the Invisible Man, now relegated to oblivion. The second part entailed filming a promotional video for Jupiter. Nothing would better garner public support than a direct display of Jupiter's abilities. Consequently, after departing the Hall of the Seven, Jupiter made his way to the set, the exclusive filming location for all superhero movies produced by Ward Enterprises. What is required of me? Jupiter queried, casting a glance at the colossal camera aimed at him, raising an eyebrow. It was his inaugural experience on a film set, and to do so with newfound powers was, to be honest, rather exhilarating. The tale unfolds within the confines of a bank, where soon a band of 7 or 8 robbers will emerge to execute their heist. Your role is to descend from the heavens with grace and defeat the adversaries with precision. Simple as that. The director espoused a script that was undeniably cliché. Yet, it mattered not. As long as the audience found it captivating and it bore commercial merit, it was, in essence, a good script. Descend from the heavens? Jupiter nodded in understanding, interpreting the director's words to mean he was to leap from the rooftops of the building before him. The first act commenced. The director, camera in hand, began to capture Jupiter's suave demeanor. Hey, raise your hands. Otherwise, we shall sever your head and use it as a ball for kicking. Suddenly, the bank's doors burst open, and a motley crew of armed robbers rushed forth, hurling profanities at the bank employees. Jupiter beheld the scene before him. The robbers, clumsily wielding their weapons, exuded an unmistakable aura of amateurism. He covered his face, bemused by this group of inept performers. They resembled more a troupe of comedic actors than seasoned criminals. Wait a moment, Jupiter called to the director, gesturing for pause. Cut! Everyone halt. The free man has something to convey. Though the director was uncertain of Jupiter's intentions, he nonetheless called for a break. You there, come closer. Jupiter beckoned to the few extras playing robbers. The actors, albeit puzzled by his request, approached him with obedience. Take a good look in the mirror and observe your appearance. Does this resemble a band of robbers? Do you think you could effectively carry out a heist looking like this? Would your intended victims feel any fear at all? We must cultivate an atmosphere of terror. Straighten up and take this seriously. Jupiter earnestly lectured the group of extras. The actors exchanged glances, each one seemingly perplexed. Is there a problem? Jupiter inquired, observing their inertia. May I ask, Mr. Freeman, what should robbers look like? Queried a burly man with short brown hair among the extras. You were born in the land of freedom and have never encountered a robber? What ist? Jupiter exclaimed. Incredulous. Don't jest. You hail from a place where banks are robbed daily, and you claim to have never seen a robber? This is more absurd than a mere filter. In the land of freedom, robbery, euphemistically terms are $1 shopping, is a cultural hallmark of its citizens. Such a noble tradition cannot be forsaken. Ah, I immigrated from the kingdom of Hans Beer, the man explained. That explains it. Jupiter nodded gently, finally grasping why this individual appeared oblivious to the cultural heritage of his homeland. Now observe closely. This is what a true robber looks like, Jupiter declared as he wrested the submachine gun from the man's grasp. With a decisive click, Jupiter effortlessly disengaged the safety and chambered around, swiftly directing the weapon towards the heavens. A series of rapid gunfire erupted. Yet, unsatisfied after emptying the clip, Jupiter aimed the firearm at the glass counter before him. The bank tellers, clearly local actors, instinctively ducked at the sight of his actions. In an instant, as they hit the ground, Jupiter pulled the trigger, shattering the transparent barrier. Witnessing Jupiter's display of firepower, the various hardened criminals portrayed by the actors collapsed to the floor, cowering in terror, clutching their heads. A profound silence enveloped the set, an eerie stillness settling over the scene. Jupiter, observing the subdued crowd, wore a satisfied grin. Listen carefully, all of you. Open the safes and, without delay, fill the black bag next to me with cash. And heed my warning. If anyone dares to alert the authorities, I swear my bullets will reach you before the police do. Amidst the cacophony, with smoke billowing from the barrel of the gun, Jupiter bellowed at the crew. Have you learned your lesson now? After a shout, he tossed the weapon to one of the trembling actors who was cowering on the ground. Learn, the actor stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Sir, Mr. Jupiter, might you temper your enthusiasm a tad? The director, having fallen to the ground in shock, spoke softly into his small microphone, attempting to placate the situation. I must admit, your performance was truly remarkable. The director, still reeling from the surprise of the sudden gunfire, glanced at Jupiter's maniacal grin while firing, genuinely believing he was facing a real robber. Gratitude is extended to the readers. Flighty Shepherd for the 100 rewards. The flamboyant yet sincere reader for the 100 rewards, and Magic Jejia for the 200 rewards. Chapter 36. The Self-Cultivation of Villains Under Jupiter's Guidance. The group of rogue extras swiftly transformed into professionals, embodying their roles with remarkable authenticity. Their expressions and unconscious gestures mirrored those of patients freshly escaped from Arkham Asylum. The submachine gun roared like a beast unleashed, wreaking havoc upon everything in its path. Their laughter, sharp and frenzied, echoed with madness and power. Help! Someone save us! Amidst the cries of countless employees, a figure burst through the overhead panel, accompanied by a cloud of dust, emerging at the heart of the chaos. It appears you are in need of assistance. The figure was tall, robust, and handsome, adorned with a prominent emblem exuding an essence of freedom. Do not thwart our good fortune, you peculiar beings. The leader of the ruffians glared at the imposing man descending from above, his face contorted with indignation. As he raised his firearm, in an instant, before the ruffian could pull the trigger, the superhero clad in a white bodysuit swiftly appeared before him, bending the barrel of his gun. Shoot the hostages. The ruffian leader, staring at his damaged weapon with wide eyes, bellowed orders to his subordinates to eliminate the hostages, seemingly prepared to confront the superhero to the death. As the leader issued his command, 7 masked bandits simultaneously brandished submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the terrified employees behind the counter. Heavens! Who will save us? I do not wish to die. The defenseless employees, witnessing the ruthless bandits pulling their triggers, instinctively covered their heads, their faces etched with horror. Some screamed, while others prayed. Boom! In that fleeting moment, time appeared to freeze. The expressions of terror on the faces of the bank employees crystallized into a poignant tableau. Meanwhile, the white-clad superhero, locked in a standoff with the ruffian leader, deftly maneuvered through the chaos, reaching the trembling employees and enveloping them protectively in his embrace. The next instant, the frenzied gunfire rained upon his back. Clang! Accompanied by the relentless hail of bullets, projectiles struck the superhero's back, igniting sparks in the air. My goodness! After the onslaught, the ruffians gazed, eyes wide with disbelief, at the unscathed white-clad superhero. Their astonishment was genuine. They were utterly flabbergasted. In previous encounters, they had relied on special effects, but this time, they faced true invulnerability. Are you all unharmed? The superhero rose, casting a radiant smile at the employees. We are safe, they replied, nodding gently, their confidence restored in the presence of their champion. Now, it is time to deal with you. The superhero turned, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded the ruffians. Whoosh! In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching all the bandits into the air. Thud! The next moment, the ruffians plummeted to the ground like dumplings, writhing in pain. Their expressions contorted in agony. It appeared the adversaries had been decisively dealt with. The superhero glanced at the convulsing ruffians on the floor before preparing to depart. Please, tell us your name. Just as the superhero was about to leave, the employees called after him, their eyes filled with admiration as they sought to know his identity. Upon hearing this, the white-clad superhero revealed a faint smile. Please call me Freedom Man, he proclaimed, transforming into a bolt of lightning and soaring into the sky. With a resounding clap, the director concluded the filming after capturing a striking close-up of the heroic flight. How'd the shoot go? The returning superhero, Jupiter, inquired as he approached the director. Perfect, the director exclaimed, thumping his chest. Jupiter, I dare say you're the most gifted superhero I have ever encountered. Based on my experience, I can assure you, you are destined for greatness. He swore he had never seen a superhero with a greater camera presence than Jupiter. Should he not achieve fame, it would defy all natural order. Listen to the promotional tagline crafted for you. Faster than a locomotive, tougher than the Invisible Man. A superhero who transcends all. The last hero to receive such accolades was none other than Patriot, and the director could hardly contain his anticipation for the day Jupiter would shine in the land of freedom. Rubbing his chin, the director scrutinized the seemingly mundane tagline, which was, in fact, a signal. The phrase faster than a locomotive, tougher than the Invisible Man implied that Jupiter stood on the shoulders of two superheroes, propelling himself into the heights of fame. Furthermore, the label of a superhero who transcends all suggested that Jupiter had surpassed Patriot. Though unspoken, the implications were clear. The Water family intended to leverage Jupiter's prowess to dismantle the traditional stereotype of the Super 7, which had always revolved around Patriot as the unequivocal core. They aimed to transform the original lineup of Patriot and his 6 sidekicks into a dynamic duo of Patriot and Freedom Man Jupiter, alongside their 5 companions. This unprecedented shift not only represented innovation, but also signaled a potential turning point. Indeed, the director could already envision the future scenes of rivalry between the fan bases of Jupiter and Patriot, regardless of which side emerged victorious. The ultimate beneficiary would be the Water family. As the masses battled fiercely, the elder farmer would smile, reaping the greatest rewards. This encapsulates the essence of Water Company and the Water family, the very spirit of the land of freedom. No, I shall not merely shine in the land of freedom. My brilliance will illuminate the entire world, Jupiter remarked, patting the director on the shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. Listening to Jupiter's words, the director felt a tremor in his gaze. In terms of vision, there existed an immeasurable chasm between Patriot and Jupiter. If Patriot was a boy who had acquired superpowers, then Jupiter was a cunning and ambitious strategist. It seemed there was no need for contention. Lowering his head, the director was acutely aware of the unfolding reality. This battle for the Super 7 might conclude even more swiftly than he had anticipated. Lights, screens, and an audience are essential. Jupiter gazed contemplatively at the scene before him, contemplating a potential alteration to his plans. While clandestinely eliminating the citizens of his homeland was an option, it lacked the desired impact. In the spotlight, amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd, at the moment when the citizens of his homeland descended into madness and began their slaughter, he envisioned himself as a celestial being descending from the heavens, rescuing those oppressed by the Water family. According to the bridge effect, he could not only openly annihilate the citizens of his homeland, but also garner a legion of admirers who would revere him as an omnipotent deity. This would propel Jupiter significantly closer to the goals he had set for himself. Aspiration is the emotion most distant from understanding. No one cares for my true self. They only wish to behold the perfect image they have conjured in their fantasies. Upon realizing this, Jupiter smiled slightly and made his way toward the Water Company, intent on engaging the citizens of his homeland in conversation, offering them generous praise. Indeed, Jupiter was not there to instigate trouble, but rather to flatter and ultimately undermine them. When we identify a flaw in someone, we should not criticize but rather encourage them, elevating them to a grand status. He feared not the powers of the citizens of his homeland, nor were the reckless actions of these individuals a concern. Rather, he dreaded their potential mastery of the villain's art of self-cultivation. Coincidentally, Jupiter had encountered a fragment of such knowledge. Simultaneously, the newly appointed Starlight, joining the Super Seven, arrived at the water company's building, where a fervent welcome party was in full swing to celebrate Starlight's induction. Chapter 37. Deceiving the citizens of the homeland. The citizens of his homeland stood, with arms crossed in the corridor, before their portrait, simmering with frustration. No matter what, they were advised against hasty actions. None trusted him, not even Stride. In Stride's eyes, he was merely a tool for generating profit, nothing more. At that moment, the citizens of his homeland peered through their corridor's portrait, observing Stride as he continuously tended to his child, feeling a dryness in their throat as a surge of fury ignited within their chest. "Good afternoon, citizen of my homeland." Just as the citizen gazed through the wall at Stride, consumed by an insatiable anger, a light, airy voice drifted into their ears. "Inhale." The citizen was all too familiar with the voice resonating around them, harboring a deep-seated loathing for its owner. Half of their current agitation stemmed from this very individual. "I warn you, do not provoke me." After steadying their breath, the citizen turned to face the individual clad in a tight, white suit approaching him, shouting in fury. "Wow, are you angry?" Jupiter, adorned in a snug white suit emblazoned with a bold emblem, regarded the irate citizen with a dazzling smile that seemed to infuriate even further. The patriotic man clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with intensity, as the commands from the upper echelons of the water family collided with his tumultuous emotions in his mind. "Are you angry with me?" Jupiter inquired with a smile, stepping beside the patriotic man. "What do you think?" The patriotic man's breath quickened, his nostrils flaring as he struggled to restrain his emotions. "No, you're not angry with me," Jupiter observed, shaking his head gently as he turned his back and approached the portrait of the patriotic man in the corridor. "Then what do you suppose I'm angry about right now?" The patriotic man glared at the scheming Jupiter, extending his finger to point at Jupiter's face and vehemently shouted. Jupiter furrowed his brow at the sight of the extended finger, noting its significance. Had the patriotic man not been of use, he would have snapped it in an instant. A fleeting cloud of gloom lifted from Jupiter's face as he unassumingly brushed aside the patriotic man's finger, gesturing towards the portrait before him. "It is never I who incites your anger, but that woman inside the house and those scoundrels on the 82nd floor who effortlessly reap vast fortunes from us." Jupiter expressed his indignation, subtly implying that the resentment towards the board members of the 82nd floor was not solely the patriotic man's burden. "Our personas have always been dictated by them, not by our own volition. You have seen my attire. I wish to forge a closer connection with you. Yet they obstruct me." Jupiter asserted that his opposition to the patriotic man was dictated by corporate decisions, not personal choice. "I see it." The patriotic man nodded, regarding Jupiter's tight-fitting suit and cape. Their outfits bore a striking resemblance, and in his eyes, it was evident that Jupiter's battle attire was modeled after his own. A group of ungrateful wretches. Do they not realize who has afforded them such lavish wealth? "It is you, patriotic man." Jupiter lowered his voice, echoing the patriotic man's sentiments in an effort to bridge the gap between them. Upon hearing Jupiter's words, the patriotic man slightly parted his lips, wishing to respond, yet found himself utterly speechless. Jupiter was correct. What infuriated him more than anything was the realization that his extensive contributions to the wretched water company garnered not a shred of gratitude from these fools. "You." The patriotic man regarded Jupiter, his initial fury evaporating completely. "You understand me. You truly comprehend my plight. Indeed, you are my admirer." The patriotic man scrutinized Jupiter from head to toe, finding him considerably more agreeable at this moment. "I am your ancestor." Jupiter scoffed internally at the patriotic man's words, dismissing him as merely a brash child endowed with strength. "I possess a deeper understanding of you than you might anticipate. Listen, Homelander, we ought not to be mere mascots for Vought. Those endowed with extraordinary abilities should aspire to embody something far more iconic. As the mightiest among all metahumans, you must rise to become the leader of all superhumans in this world." Jupiter has unequivocally declared Homelander as the most formidable metahuman, placing his own identity in the shadow of yours. "You are indeed correct. I am the strongest." Homelander nodded gently, perceiving no issue with Jupiter's assertion. He is the preeminent being, the natural leader. You should guide all those possessing immense power, transcending the ordinary. Instead of, Jupiter appeared somewhat troubled, as if what was to follow would not bode well. Instead of what? Homelander furrowed his brow. Instead of, they privately refer to you as Starlight's little golden retriever. Jupiter proclaimed with exaggerated gestures. Homelander's countenance darkened, seemingly provoked by Jupiter's words. I recognize that I have overstepped. Jupiter observed the furious Homelander and spoke softly. No, it is I who appear too weak. Homelander shook his head, his gaze fixed upon Starlight, who was soothing a child behind the wall. His anger simmered within him. It is his own weakness that allowed Starlight and those ruffians from the 82nd floor to disregard him. You have saved enough people. Now, whenever someone provokes you, you should retaliate. Jupiter, somewhat agitated, seemed to champion Homelander's treatment. I have spoken too much today. I cannot afford to linger here, lest those fellows seek trouble with me again. However, I cannot bear to witness my idol treated with such indifference. Jupiter gazed at Homelander with an expression of helplessness, as if communicating with him within this company was a luxury. Do whatever you wish. No one in this world can impede you, can they? Jupiter concluded, gently patting Homelander's shoulder before proceeding down the corridor. How eloquently he speaks, Homelander mused, observing Jupiter's departure. He realized that he was not alone in harboring such thoughts. Perhaps he could find more who shared his convictions. He is indeed the one meant to lead all. Jupiter cast a profound glance at Homelander, and the next step would be to engage the media, continuously exposing Homelander's scandals, relentlessly pressuring him to embrace radical notions. All he needed to do was subtly guide Homelander through his words, and eventually, Homelander would transform into the manifestation Jupiter desired. Time is drawing near. Jupiter glanced at his watch, noting that the hour was nearly upon him. He prepared himself and entered the Hall of the Seven ahead of time. As Jupiter settled into the Hall of the Seven Heroes, the entrance was abruptly flung open. A man and a woman, engaged in lively conversation, strode in. Welcome to the Hall of the Seven Heroes, Starlight. The door swung wide to reveal a man exuding an air of lethargy, accompanied by a delightful blonde who resembled a spirited cheerleader. Is this truly the Hall of the Seven Heroes? The place I have longed for, the blonde exclaimed, her face illuminating with a radiant smile as she surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, the languid man began, but his words faltered as he noticed a dazzling figure within the room, instantly freezing in place. Welcome to the Hall of the Seven Heroes, Starlight. We are thrilled to have you join us, Jupiter declared, rising to approach the blonde and the man beside her. The lethargic individual felt a chill as he regarded Jupiter, regretting his decision to bring Starlight along. In hindsight, he should have merely found a staff member to escort her after the event concluded. Deep Sea, if I recall correctly, you have another task, do you not? Jupiter inquired, casting a glance at Deep Sea. Oh, right. You are correct. I do have a task, Deep Sea responded, nodding vigorously before hastily retreating from the Hall of the Seven Heroes. Chapter 38, Starlight and the Free Man. Hey, where are you going? Starlight questioned, her gaze filled with confusion as she watched Deep Sea make a sudden exit. I just remembered. I have an underwater meeting. I can't keep the fish waiting. Deep Sea babbled, more concerned about escaping from the presence of the wretched demon than the coherence of his words. What? Starlight was perplexed. Just moments ago, Deep Sea had promised to show her around the hall, and now he was fleeing? Your name is Starlight, is it not? Before Starlight could press Deep Sea further, Jupiter approached her, hands clasped behind his back. Oh, you are, my goodness. I know you. I saw your promotional video. You are the Free Man. Starlight gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment after sizing Jupiter up. It seems you are familiar with me, Jupiter replied with a gentle smile. The efficiency of Water Company was indeed remarkable. The promotional video shot that very morning had been edited and uploaded to various platforms by afternoon, while all advertisements concerning the Invisible Man had been replaced with those featuring Jupiter. I certainly know you. Are you truly faster than a locomotive and tougher than the Invisible Man? Starlight inquired, her excitement palpable. Absolutely, Jupiter nodded lightly. Would you like to witness my superpower? An idea struck Jupiter, and he inquired of Starlight. What did you say? The starlit sky, her heart racing, was utterly perplexed by Jupiter's words. Follow me, he said, a radiant smile gracing his face, seemingly unconcerned with whether she comprehended him. He wrapped his strong arms around her slender waist. What are you doing? Sky exclaimed, startled by Jupiter's sudden embrace. She looked up at his handsome visage, her cheeks flushing slightly. Although Jupiter was undeniably striking and exuded confidence, perfectly embodying her vision of an ideal future partner. It did not imply that she was a person to be easily won over or that a mere handsome appearance could justify such boldness. "Don't blink," Jupiter instructed, disregarding her struggles, his smile unwavering. In an instant, accompanied by a gust of wind, Jupiter soared out of the window he had previously opened, holding Sky tightly in his embrace. My heavens! Sky, who had initially resisted, now clung desperately to him as she gazed down at the bustling traffic below, pressing her cheek against his chest. At that moment, no matter who urged her to let go, she would not release Jupiter. "Let's ascend a bit higher." Jupiter lifted them above the clouds. How beautiful! Sky marveled at the azure sky, the billowing white clouds, and the setting sun, captivated by the surreal beauty before her, akin to a masterful oil painting. Suddenly, as she was lost in this breathtaking panorama, a white passenger plane sliced through the clouds toward them. "Huh, our luck is splendid," Jupiter remarked with a gentle chuckle. "What?" Sky's mind, previously in a daze, began to function again upon hearing his voice. "Relax, smile at the plane's window, and wave to the people we are protecting," he instructed, guiding her step by step in the art of becoming a true superhero, emphasizing the importance of smiling at others. "Oh, all right." Following his advice, Sky beamed a charmingly innocent smile at the aircraft's window and waved gently. "It's a superhero. It's the new member of the Seven, Liberty and Sky," exclaimed a passenger on the plane, astonished. "My goodness, Liberty can truly fly." Cameras clicked furiously as the once drowsy travelers, now captivated by Jupiter and Sky, eagerly captured the moment. Moments later, the aircraft glided past the stars and Jupiter, heading back to its original coordinates. "Come, allow me to show you around," Jupiter urged. Before Starshine could fully absorb the joy of greeting others as a superhero for the first time, Jupiter wrapped an arm around her, and together they danced through the clouds once more. An hour later, they gently descended at the entrance of the Water Corporation building. "My heavens, this is my first time flying through the air. I mean, not an airplane, but soaring as if in a dream," Starshine exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. She beheld the clouds and birds, feeling as though the sun was no longer so distant. At the entrance of the Water Corporation, Starshine clung tightly to Jupiter, her excitement palpable, her heart racing in her chest. "Huh, I recall my own inaugural flight, filled with similar exhilaration. However, dear Miss Starshine, might I request that you descend from my embrace?" Jupiter said, a twinkle in his eye as he glanced around to indicate the crowd gathering around them. "Oh, of course. Ha, I must admit, I am somewhat overwhelmed," Starshine replied, her cheeks flushed as she jumped down from Jupiter. She cast a shy glance at the onlookers, feeling a tad embarrassed. "I understand," Jupiter said, exhibiting gentlemanly composure in acknowledging her reaction. "Thank you for taking me into the skies. This is something I never even dreamed of." "I truly appreciate it," Starshine said, her hands clasped behind her back, her figure elegantly outlined by her fitted attire, captivating Jupiter's gaze. "No need for thanks. As comrades, it is our duty to share our abilities," Jupiter replied, indicating that it was merely his obligation. No, I must express my gratitude," Starshine insisted, waving her hand dismissively. "Perhaps we could share a coffee, have breakfast or lunch together, stroll through the streets, or catch a movie," she suggested, her words veering off as her cheeks resembled a ripe apple. "Oh dear, I have so few friends, truly, and I am rather uncertain about how to invite others," she confessed, partially covering her face with one hand, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her in front of Jupiter. "Of course, that poses no issue. Are you not aware? We shall be partners moving forward," Jupiter reassured her. "We will have ample time to enjoy coffee, share meals, watch films, and engage in all the activities we desire." His smile radiated warmth, reminiscent of sunlight filtering through the clouds. "Oh, certainly. We can indeed do everything we wish together," Starshine replied, her face aglow as she somewhat absent-mindedly made her way towards the elevator. With a gentle smile, Jupiter observed the silhouette of Starshine, who appeared as though intoxicated despite not having consumed any alcohol. Jupiter understood that the girl was likely experiencing a concoction of emotions, triggered by the bridge effect during their aerial flight, mistaking these feelings for affection towards him. This, of course, was precisely what Jupiter had orchestrated. Before the people of his homeland could fully liberate themselves from their mental shackles and unleash their fury, he needed something to occupy his time. And there was no one more suitable to serve as an appetizing little morsel than the Na'vi Starshine. As for the dim-witted and utterly unrefined Deep Sea, who could do nothing but fish, in a few days, the populace would witness the superhero Deep Sea languishing in the sewers. Why the sewers, you might wonder? Jupiter believed that the sewers were the sole resting place for rotten fish and shrimp. Today, as always, he penned 5,000 words, seeking votes and investments. Grateful for everyone's support. Chapter 39. The unfortunate souls my mind has encountered some disarray. Deep Sea felt an immense sorrow as he gently rubbed his forehead. Jupiter's presence had already caused him considerable distress. In an attempt to alleviate his suffering, he sought solace among his fish friends in the ocean. However, lamenting only deepened his anguish. A dolphin, having traversed the ocean, informed him that a certain cursed island nation slaughters thousands of dolphins each year. These dolphins were his friends. What were those foolish beings doing? Do not despair. Consider who you are. You are a member of the Super Seven. The psychologist seated opposite Deep Sea urged, his brow furrowed, speaking in a voice imbued with a magnetic charm. You're correct. I am a superhero. I should engage in the deeds expected of me. As long as I desire to act, everything will improve. Deep Sea reflected on the psychologist's words, regaining his confidence. He resolved to become a good person and undertake the responsibilities befitting a superhero. Meanwhile, in the Water family mansion, Huey entered under the guidance of a lawyer from Water Company, his demeanor tense. He gazed at the individuals he had only ever seen on television. The admiration he once felt for superheroes had evaporated, leaving only anguish and anger. Mr. Huey, please come here, spoke the Water family lawyer, clad in a tailored black suit. Observing Huey's hesitant stance, Allicht. The lawyer's voice cut through Huey's turmoil, prompting him to shake his head and hastily follow the lawyer into the elevator. Entering the meeting hall of the Super Seven. Mr. Huey, the locomotive will return shortly. Please sign here, the lawyer said with a slight smile, presenting the confidentiality agreement valued at $45,000. All right. Huey nodded lightly, picking up the pen. However, the pain in his heart rendered him unable to put it to paper. Excuse me, are you Mr. Huey? At that moment, as Huey held his pen, seated and consumed by uncertainty, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing the voice, Huey lifted his gaze, only to be met by a familiar figure. His pupils trembled slightly. The individual before him was none other than his adversary, a man whose ebony skin Huey vowed never to forget. Ha! The train conductor of the 7 superheroes has arrived. The lawyer smiled gently at the newcomer, his laughter resonating with joy. Mr. Huey, I sincerely apologize concerning your girlfriend. I had to pursue the robber and couldn't stop at that moment. The train conductor exuded an air of pride, showing no signs of remorse. Huey rose to his feet, his mind a cacophony of thoughts. He longed to deliver a swift punch to the face of this insufferable man. Yet his reason, or perhaps his cowardice, held him captive. What's the matter? Do you desire an autograph? The train conductor, observing Huey's silence, mistook his demeanor for that of an ecstatic fan, rendered speechless. Huey's gaze sharpened, his heart racing. Mr. Train Conductor, you have already offered your apology. There are many matters awaiting your attention. Just as Huey prepared to voice his thoughts, the secretary, standing beside the train conductor, interjected promptly. Very well. The train conductor hummed a cheerful tune as he left the room, convinced that the issue had been resolved by the Water Company, just as it always was. Huey stood in the room, breathing heavily, his mind a muddled haze. Mr. Huey? The lawyer raised an eyebrow, uncertain of Huey's condition. Having encountered fervent fans who fainted upon meeting the 7 superheroes before, he dreaded the possibility of Huey collapsing, which would surely spell trouble for him. I need to use the restroom, sir. I require a moment to cool down. Huey, flushed and flustered, looked at the lawyer. Of course, but this agreement. The lawyer was keen for Huey to take a break, provided it did not interfere with his work. I'll sign immediately upon my return. Huey nodded, understanding the lawyer's implication. He was merely referring to the business at hand and chose not to contest it. Very well. The lawyer, having secured his desired outcome, fell silent. With a deep breath, Huey exited the conference room of the 7 superheroes, head bowed as he made his way to the restroom. However, in his haste, he collided with an oncoming individual. Oh dear, sir, please be more mindful as you walk. Had I not reacted swiftly, you would have found yourself in a predicament you would never wish to encounter. Hugh took a step back, and just as he was about to tumble, he felt a strong force tugging at his arm, pulling him back. Yes, I apologize and thank you. Hugh heard a voice beside him. He gently lifted his head, and before him appeared a broad, exceptionally handsome face. Sir, I perceive a hint of sorrow in your eyes. Is there any way I may assist you? The speaker was, of course, Jupiter, who had calculated the perfect moment to collide with this disoriented young man. You are. Hugh gazed at the man before him, somewhat perplexed. The new member of the Super 7, Freedom. Jupiter flashed his signature sunny smile. Freedom? Hugh paused, a vague recollection of the name surfacing in his mind. I would like to borrow the restroom. Hugh shook his head, feeling no trust for Jupiter. In fact, he harbored an overall skepticism towards everyone in the Super 7 at that moment. Of course, just walk to the end and turn left, Jupiter replied, raising an eyebrow as he indicated the direction of the restroom. Thank you. Hugh nodded slightly and made his way toward the restroom. Jupiter stood still, quietly observing Hugh's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Half an hour later, amidst a flurry of activity, Hugh emerged from the restroom, signed the required documents, and exited the Water Corporation building, feeling refreshed. However, unbeknownst to him, in the sky above, a man clad in white armor, holding a circular listening device between his fingers, was quietly observing him from the clouds. Inside the Water Family building, Deep Sea chattered incessantly, I must save the dolphins. I must save the dolphins. As he entered the premises, just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a voice called out to him. Deep Sea turned around, only to find the last person he wished to see. Freedom, do you need something from me? He inquired softly, regarding Jupiter with cautious eyes. I indeed have a matter to discuss with you. Jupiter, hands clasped behind his back, approached Deep Sea, looking down at him. I have my own aspirations. I wish to rescue the dolphins. Deep Sea summoned his courage to express his determination to Jupiter. Ah, I see. Your intentions are commendable, Jupiter replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly reassured, recognizing that this was Deep Sea. However, do you truly believe that the higher-ups in the company, I'm referring to Vice President Stride or Mr. Edgar, would heed your call to save the dolphins? Jupiter placed a hand on Deep Sea's shoulder, smiling as he posed the question. After listening to Jupiter's words, Deep Sea hesitated. Indeed, rescuing dolphins would yield no tangible benefit for the company. Perhaps securing an investment for an aquarium, allowing him to host dolphin shows daily, will be a more persuasive proposition for the company than his current endeavor. Look at that troubled expression on your face, Jupiter remarked, as he pressed a circular listening device into Deep Sea's hand. What is this? Deep Sea questioned, bewildered by the device he held. Just moments ago, a hapless individual, having been overwhelmed by the train's noise, mistakenly installed this wretched contraption in a shared restroom of our superhero team. You understand, before undertaking any task, one must present a token of loyalty. Only by demonstrating genuine benefits to the company can one command attention. Jupiter explained softly, patting Deep Sea's shoulder. Are you certain you want to do this? Deep Sea gasped, feeling for the first time a sense of importance. Of course, who else in the entire team, besides you, is more suited for this task? The countryman and Queen Maeve would be too conspicuous, and Xian Sei, a super agent allergic to almonds? As for the train conductor, he was the one who created this mess, and trusting him with it could lead to further complications. And Starlight is still a novice, lacking experience. Jupiter shook his head, suggesting that no one in the superhero team was as capable as Deep Sea. Yet, a flicker of doubt remained in Deep Sea's expression. All right, if you are hesitant, I could always ask Xian Sei, Jupiter said, looking at Deep Sea with disappointment, as if ready to seize the listening device from him. No, before Jupiter could act, Deep Sea clutched the circular device tightly in his palm. I mean, just leave this to me. I'm a member of the superhero team as well. Deep Sea emphasized his identity. Of course, who could dispute that? Jupiter replied, a sunny smile gracing his face. I await your good news. Deep Sea tightened his grip on the listening device and turned to leave the Waters family mansion. Good lad, do not let me down, Jupiter murmured, watching the sky darken and the unfortunate, overly enthusiastic characters around him. With a slight smile, he turned away. As for whether Deep Sea could locate Huey, Jupiter had never considered this possibility. Deep Sea had his ways of finding people, such as inquiring with the little goldfish in various aquariums. provided those adorable creatures with their 7-second memories still recalled Huey. Alternatively, he might rely on the law of attraction that exists among unfortunate souls to track down Huey. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed reader 1498828213481824256 for their generous contribution of 100 rewards, and to reader 1367452982242881536 for another 100 rewards. I must express my dissatisfaction. Although I initially wished to refrain from voicing my thoughts, I find myself overwhelmed with frustration. In yesterday's update, one chapter elicited a comment from a reader who claimed my writing was excessively simplistic, asserting that such lighthearted narratives could be crafted with their eyes closed. In all honesty, I find the process of conceptualizing each chapter before penning it down quite arduous, particularly when I struggle to produce over 1,000 words in a single sitting. It appears I'm still woefully inadequate. Chapter 40. The ridiculous performers for 1,000 words. After a temporary falling out with Billy Butcher, Huey returned to his audiovisual store, his head bowed in silence, feeling as though he had reverted to a state of utter solitude. Just as he wallowed in his sorrow, the door was abruptly flung open, and in strode Deep Sea, adorned in an absurdly tight costume and sporting a stubbly beard. Perhaps due to an unspoken connection among unfortunate souls, he had indeed located Huey. Huey's heart raced as he beheld Deep Sea's sudden entrance, akin to a mischievous child caught in the act by a teacher, nervous, apprehensive, and oddly exhilarated. "What is this thing? Speak, or you shall face dire consequences," Deep Sea exclaimed, producing a circular listening device from his palm and placing it upon Huey's desk, mimicking the menacing threats often seen in television dramas. "I do not comprehend what you are referring to." Huey feigned ignorance, shaking his head. "Do not play coy. I witnessed you placing this device in the headquarters of the Seven. Do you take me for a fool?" Deep Sea retorted, though in truth, he had not seen Huey commit such an act. In fact, Huey had been in a psychologist's office during that time. "You are mistaken," Huey insisted, asserting that Deep Sea had misidentified him. "You forced my hand. It was you who compelled me to resort to violence. I never wished for this. It was all your doing." Deep Sea pointed a finger accusingly at Huey, unsure if he was threatening him or attempting to convince himself of his own narrative. "Hey friend, look here," Deep Sea continued his intimidation, when suddenly a voice rang out from behind him. "Huh?" Deep Sea turned perplexed, only to be met with the sight of an enormous fist hurtling toward him. Bang! With a single blow, Deep Sea collapsed to the floor, cradling his nose in agony. "My nose! You have broken my nose!" Tears welled in Deep Sea's eyes. He had merely sought to inquire why the listening device had been placed in the 7S headquarters. He simply wished to protect the dolphins. Was that a crime? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Billy Butcher, having returned with renewed vigor, retrieved a stun gun from his pocket. Firmly grasping the weapon, he directed it towards the figure of Deep Sea and pressed the trigger. The electric shock coursed through Deep Sea's body, causing it to convulse momentarily before collapsing to the ground, motionless, akin to a desiccated fish. "You just incapacitated a superhero," Huey exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "First, let me clarify, it was not solely me. It was a joint effort. Secondly, he merely possesses the ability to converse with fish, hardly qualifying him as a superhero. Now, assist me in placing him in the trunk. I have inquiries to make." Billy wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Huey. "What? Why should I help you? Haven't you already dismissed my assistance?" Huey retorted, still harboring some anger. "Of course, you may refuse. But bear in mind that the individual lying on the ground has memorized your face, while he has yet to see mine. Can you guess who he will seek retribution against upon awakening?" Billy warned, his brow furrowed. Huey surveyed the disarray around him, helplessly pressing his temples. A few minutes later, after hastily tidying the room, he joined Billy in driving away with Deep Sea. Meanwhile, the mayor of Baltimore, having thoroughly extorted Stride using information about the compound. For Stride, initially inclined to propose a deal worth $300 million, to settle for $230 million. At this moment, the mayor was aboard a private jet amidst a sky shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by his family. After a sudden jolt, the mayor's son, delightedly admiring a signed poster of the Patriot, glanced out the window. To his astonishment, he spotted a man draped in the flag of the free nation soaring through the air. "Dad, look, it's the Patriot. Are you friends with him?" The young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, exclaimed excitedly. What is he doing out there?" The seasoned mayor sensed something amiss and instinctively pulled his son close. Just then, the patriot's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Observing the glowing eyes of the patriot, the mayor shielded his son and swiftly crouched on the floor of the plane. In the next instant, two beams of red light cleaved through the sky, slicing the aircraft in two. The patriot, arms crossed over his chest, hovered in the air, and without a glance at the wreckage he had caused, he propelled himself towards the Water family tower. Minutes later, a white figure emerged from the sea, cradling two forms, one large and one small, until reaching the nearest land, where he gently set them down. Huff, 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 gasped Steve, the bald mayor of Baltimore, who had toiled tirelessly for decades. This is murder. Your water corporation is committing murder. The mayor of Baltimore, pointing at the white figure that had saved him, bellowed, "Listen here. It was I who rescued you and your pitiful child from that wretched sea. Without me, you would have perished." The white figure, upon hearing this, seized Steve by the throat and lifted him high. "Are you calm now?" The figure roared at Steve. Struggling to breathe, Steve nodded fervently. "Very well." The white figure, satisfied with Steve's response, set him down before him. "Listen closely. Remember everything you witnessed today, and upon your return, do not speak of it. The collaboration with the Waters family shall proceed as usual. Be cautious not to alert the enemy. However, you may discreetly disseminate all negative news regarding the Homeland people online. As for today's events, when I signal you, we shall take revenge in one swift blow, utterly annihilating the one who left you in such dire straits. Remember, your enemies are solely the Homeland people and the executives of the Waters Company behind them. Do you understand?" The white figure pointed a finger at Steve's neck and shouted. I understand," Steve stammered, nodding repeatedly. As he regained his composure, fear mingled with a fervent desire for vengeance filled his mind. While he might not be able to dismantle the Waters family, the Homeland individual who nearly caused his demise must pay a price. The newcomer from the Waters family, who had saved him, could indeed become an ally, as long as their interests aligned against a common foe. In the adult world, the term friend holds little value. It is merely a matter of whether one can yield sufficient benefits. Excellent. The white figure nodded gently before turning to leave. Wait. Just as Steve was about to exhale in relief, the white figure suddenly spun around and approached Steve's child. "What are you doing?" Steve instinctively shielded his child, eyeing the white figure warily. "Why are you still holding that ridiculous poster?" The white figure scolded, snatching the signed poster from the child's hands and tearing it to shreds before their eyes. "Remember, when you are helpless, it is not that absurdly cloaked Homeland person who saves you, but rather me, a free man. Take this home, frame it, and bow before it. It's far more effective than praying to God." The white figure grumbled as he retrieved his own poster from a waterproof bag, signed it, and handed it to Steve's child. With a thunderous roar, the white figure finally soared into the sky, not to return. "Daddy, can I frame this?" After the white figure ascended, little Steve, eyes sparkling with excitement, looked at big Steve, eagerly asking. For a child of 7 or 8, he felt not fear, but an unusual excitement, as if he had been attacked by the compatriots only to be rescued by the liberators. This became his most prized story to boast about at school. Steve, observing himself as a drenched dog, seethed with anger. He did not consider himself a good person, and now that he had emerged from the depths, some would inevitably face misfortune. At least, considering that the liberators had promptly rescued them after the compatriots' assault, it was evident that the Walter family was not an unbreakable entity. As long as the enemy was not invincible, he was confident in his ability to completely dismantle them. As the mayor of Baltimore, Steve was not someone to be trifled with. The next morning, the news reported the attack on Steve's family and how he and his children had narrowly escaped. Watching the morning news, the compatriot's face turned ashen. Panic gripped him as he resolved to entirely eliminate the threat that Steve posed. Just as the compatriot, pale and anxious, prepared to confront Steve, Stridey entered the meeting hall of the Super 7 and called out to him. "I know I messed up with this, but rest assured, I will handle it swiftly," the compatriot said, his expression dark. "What are you talking about?" "You did brilliantly," Stridey replied, raising an eyebrow at the compatriot's words. "Huh?" The compatriot looked puzzled, unable to comprehend Stridey's meaning. "Just now, Steve called me. He expressed his gratitude for your rescue yesterday, and not only does he intend to sign Prince Nubia, but he also plans to make you the ambassador of their city for a staggering $500 million. You 1T have to do anything but provide your most dashing photographs to earn that sum. 500 million a year. I've never seen such an exorbitant price for a photograph. Stridey approached the compatriot, planting kisses on both cheeks while speaking, and without waiting for a response. She spun around, exuberantly striding forward. Just before reaching the entrance of the Super 7 hall, she paused, turning back to the compatriot once more. Well done. You truly excelled this time. I am proud of you. Stridey praised him repeatedly. Her earlier gloom, which had stemmed from losing $70 million due to Steve's chemical threat, vanished in the wake of this unexpected $500 million. After showering the compatriot with compliments, she finally turned and departed with a lively step. In the end, the whirlwind that was Stridey left the compatriot in a daze within the Super 7 meeting room. Jupiter, silently brewing coffee in the corner, kept his head down, smiling quietly, eagerly anticipating the moment of reversal when he would witness the compatriot's furious countenance. Meanwhile, in a dark basement, "Help me. Is anyone there to save me? Liberator? Compatriot? Where are you? I am so scared. It's full of demons. Devils. The despicable and terrifying individuals who brutally slay dolphins on the cursed island instill in me a profound fear. I am paralyzed by dread, not only for myself, but for my entire family. Originally on a mission to rescue dolphins from the depths of the ocean, Deep Sea finds himself confined in a basement, his mouth agape in a torrent of curses. He feels as though he has been forsaken by the world, drowning in despair. It is no longer merely a matter of saving dolphins. Those who sought to rescue them now find themselves in desperate need of salvation. Can we simply leave him here? Certainly. Aside from his impressive demeanor in aquariums, he is no more remarkable than an average person. To be honest, I have always been puzzled as to why he chose to join the 7 superheroes instead of pursuing a career as a zookeeper or animal trainer at a zoo or aquarium. Outside the cage, 3 rugged men gaze at Deep Sea, engaging in casual conversation. What shall we do with him? Huey inquires of his companions, Billy, Butcher, and Frenchie, who had just been duped by Butcher. That depends on whether he is willing to cooperate with us. If he agrees to serve as our mole within the 7 superheroes, we can release him immediately. Truly, if you find this intolerable, you may approach him and say, "Hey, little Deep Sea, as long as you pledge your allegiance to us, we 1T detonate the bomb we VE placed inside you." Billy Butcher gazes at the tormented Deep Sea, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Their efforts today have proven fruitful. They have captured a member of the 7 superheroes. If all goes as planned, they will soon possess a valuable insider within the Waters Corporation, one who can move freely and wield immense power. At that juncture, he will undoubtedly uncover the truth about the Waters family and his wife. That seemingly virtuous yet utterly vile individual from his homeland will surely pay a steep price, a painful reckoning. Jupiter, having brewed his coffee, stares contemplatively into his cup. Momentarily caught off guard. Did I forget someone? With a raised brow, he sinks into thought. After a few seconds, he stretches lazily and dismisses the notion. Typically, what he forgets is of little consequence. I appreciate the guidance from my readers. I too have faced my share of hardships and storms. Allowing a few careless words to affect me was indeed my fault. Henceforth, I shall ignore such trivial remarks. In any case, I am grateful for everyone's support and humbly request another wave of votes and investments for today's 7,000 words. Chapter 41. Let us speak candidly. 5,000 words. Noon. A piece of news causes the locomotive to furrow his brow. The individual known as Shockwave, who has long sought to eliminate him, has issued a challenge, sanctioned by the company, once again vying for the title of the fastest person in the world. The locomotive was filled with fury, acutely aware that should the Shockwave triumph over him and claim the title of the fastest entity in the world, the corporation's subsequent move would inevitably entail relinquishing a portion of his resources to the Shockwave. It was clear that Shockwave would seamlessly ascend to his position as a member of the 7 superheroes, for the 7 superheroes had no need for second best. They sought only the finest, and the swiftest would be discarded without hesitation. Perhaps, at this juncture, the only recourse available to him was the compound. The locomotive pondered deeply, realizing that to preserve his standing, he could conceive of no alternative to the continued use of the compound. Despite its propensity to render his mechanical form wildly erratic and difficult to control, even the past incident involving the shattering of Huey's girlfriend served as a cautionary tale. In the ensuing hours, The entire water company was engrossed in the fierce competition between the locomotive and the shockwave, alongside the promotional efforts surrounding Jupiter, the newly minted superhero known as the Liberator. It was not until the afternoon, summoned by Jupiter, that the illustrious members of the 7 superheroes convened in their office to formally welcome the newcomer, Starlight, into their ranks. Though we have all been exceedingly busy of late, particularly you, Captain America, who not only manages the corporation's myriad affairs, but also liaises with the media to showcase striking and powerful images across various cities. We must not neglect our beautiful newcomer, Jupiter proclaimed, occupying the central seat like a captain addressing his crew. Haha, do not mock me for my photography endeavors. It is indeed ludicrous for a superhero to stand there like an artist, subject to the whims of a flurry of photographers. Captain America appeared in high spirits, chuckling lightly at Jupiter's remarks, self-deprecating in his humor. If anyone could earn 500 million simply by standing still for a few photographs, I dare say they would be restless with excitement for a fortnight. Therefore, even if one is an artist or an actor, they would still be the most valuable in the world. Jupiter shook his head and continued to lavish praise. Captain America chuckled in silence, seemingly conceding to Jupiter's commentary. The locomotive, having just entered, raised an eyebrow at the jovial exchange between Captain America and Jupiter. Hey, Maeve, when did their relationship become so amicable? He inquired in a hushed tone, glancing at Queen Maeve. I have no idea, Queen Maeve shrugged, perplexed by the sudden camaraderie between the two formidable figures. The enigmatic figure of Xian remained seated, silent as ever. Regardless, let us extend our applause to Starlight, Jupiter declared, having circled back to the subject of the newcomer. Thank you all. I am truly grateful. You are all my idols, and I never dared to dream that I would be selected as a member of the 7 superheroes. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity you have bestowed upon me. Starlight gazed at the heroes within the room, those magnificent figures she had only ever seen on television. She spoke haltingly, her words brimming with sincerity and emotion, devoid of any pretense. Congratulations. Queen Maeve was the first to rise, extending her hand to Starlight. Well done. Next to offer encouragement was the head, who stood closest to Starlight. Learn well from the freedom fighter. He is your exemplar. I have high hope for you. Following him was the spirited patriot, who appeared somewhat distracted and rushed. Do you have somewhere to be? Queen Maeve inquired, noticing his haste. I still have 2 sets of photos to finish. Although I've been at the shooting team all morning, they insist that more photos of me are always welcome. The patriot replied to Queen Maeve, a hint of pride evident in his voice. So, my apologies, I must take my leave first. With that, the patriot turned and exited the conference hall. I too shall prepare for the competition. In any case, good luck. The head, seeing the patriot depart, quickly found an excuse to retreat. You too, give it your all. Don't lose. Kind-hearted Starlight encouraged him. Of course, I'm the fastest, he proclaimed, donning his goggles before vanishing from the room in an instant. I shall take my leave as well. May you two enjoy your time together. Queen Maeve said with a carefree air, burdened as she was with her own endless affairs. Xianxei gave a thumbs up, his unique way of expressing goodwill, before also leaving the Hall of the 7. They're always so busy, Jupiter remarked as he observed the members of the 7, who had only just arrived before scattering to their respective tasks. He swiftly approached Starlight, gently cupping her face in his hands. I know, Starlight stammered, her heart racing at Jupiter's closeness. Come, let us take a breeze. Without allowing Starlight to respond further, Jupiter wrapped his arms around her slender waist and soared out of the open window into the sky. The patriot looked up, his keen eyes seemingly catching sight of Jupiter and Starlight's actions. He shook his head lightly, perhaps thinking Jupiter still had much to learn. Indeed, Jupiter preferred the young. Unlike the patriot, Jupiter and Starlight flew together for quite some time until nightfall, at which point Jupiter gently returned her to the ground. They dined at their favorite restaurant, enjoying each other's company until the late hours of the night. Return home and rest early, Jupiter said softly, playfully lifting Starlight's golden hair with a smile. Starlight's cheeks flushed as she nodded, turning to enter her house without uttering a word. She hurried inside, wrapping herself in her blanket, and peered through the slightly drawn curtain, watching as Jupiter ascended into the night sky, his figure fading into the darkness. Snap! As the starlit sky captivated her, the darkness of her room was suddenly illuminated. Is it your man? A voice, mature and laced with a hint of jest, reached her ears. Starshine cast a resentful glance at the woman behind her. After Jupiter escorted Starshine home and bid her farewell, he transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring into the heavens, for he had other matters to attend to. In the basement of a derelict factory on the outskirts of the city, Billy Butcher returned after a long day, inquiring about the status of the situation from the remaining Frankie and Huey. "Has that bastard agreed yet?" "Not yet," Frankie replied, stroking his chin. "I must say, aside from his lacking superpowers, he does embody the tenacity worthy of our 7-member team. Hey, it's been an entire day without anyone coming to your rescue. Admit it, the 7 have forgotten you. Perhaps they are even searching for a replacement." Butcher remarked, "Working with us is your best option." Billy Butcher gazed at Deep Sea, who lay imprisoned in a cage, and spoke in a low voice. "Go to hell." Deep Sea spat back, furious at Butcher, vowing never to collaborate with the man who had brought him such misery. More importantly, Deep Sea was convinced that if the Freedom Man discovered he had not returned, he would personally investigate, leading to the demise of these scoundrels. "It seems you prefer to reject hospitality for punishment. Do not blame me for being ruthless." Butcher sighed, producing a still wriggling salmon from his backpack before Deep Sea's eyes. "What are you doing?" Deep Sea glared at Butcher, indignant. "As you can see, I intend to eat it raw before you." Butcher caressed the fish, smiling at Deep Sea. "How can you be so cruel? How can you eat a living fish?" Deep Sea was taken aback by Butcher's brutality. "Ha ha ha." Butcher laughed heartily. "My apologies, Mr. Fish, if you are in pain. Do let the superhero in the cage know." Butcher deliberately provoked Deep Sea, knowing that to subdue a person, one must first infuriate them and then remind them of their helplessness. "Go to hell." Deep Sea was furious, truly enraged, for at that moment, the fish was pleading for help, yet he was powerless, unable to even escape the cage. "You will reap what you sow. You shall face divine retribution. The Freedom Man will not spare you." Deep Sea continued to curse Butcher. Sighing in resignation, Butcher replied, "You brought this upon yourself." Billy Butcher spoke, brandishing a nearby kitchen knife, and with a swift stroke, he slaughtered the salmon before him, its crimson essence splattering wildly, drenching the depths of the sea creature within the cage. The deep sea entity roared in fury, appearing to teeter on the brink of madness. "Hey, surely he doesn't consider the fish his kin?" Faraj inquired, observing the shrieking deep sea creature. "If you could converse with dogs, perhaps you too would regard them as your brethren." Billy Butcher mused with a slight smile at Faraj's words. "You truly are a scoundrel." Faraj's expression fell at Butcher's veiled insult. Suddenly, amidst their idle chatter and the deep sea creature's breakdown, a thunderous roar pierced the air, reaching their ears. Beep, beep, beep. In the next moment, a cacophony of car alarms erupted outside the derelict factory. Billy Butcher's countenance shifted dramatically, for he recognized that ominous sound all too well. "This is bad," Faraj noted, observing Butcher's alarm, realizing the peril that loomed outside. "Hush!" Butcher's demeanor turned frantic as he softly blew on his fingers. "Everyone, remain calm and silent. They want to detect us." He lowered his voice, addressing the group, and deftly extinguished the lights, enveloping them in darkness. The only illumination came from the faint glow of the machinery still operating within the room, allowing them to exchange anxious glances. "I know." Faraj felt his heart racing, vowing he had never experienced such tension before. Huey began to speak. "Shoo, don't make a sound." Butcher snapped, a mix of irritation and urgency in his tone, fearing that Huey's voice might alert the lurking menace outside. As the three held their breaths, the entire room and street fell into an eerie silence. "I told you, it's going to be fine." Butcher wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a strained smile. I'm here. Just when they thought they were safe, the deep sea creature, once passive in its cage, suddenly erupted into a scream. Hearing the creature's outcry, Butcher's expression turned to one of annoyance. He seized a glass from the table and hurled it towards the deep sea being. Crash! The glass sailed through the bars of the cage, striking the creature on the head. Mid-sentence, the deep sea creature's forehead erupted with dark crimson blood, its eyes rolling back as it collapsed, rendered unconscious. "Go! Extract him from the cage. We must relocate immediately. Our position has been compromised and is no longer safe." Billy Butcher was acutely aware that their current location had been compromised. With his understanding of the entity they were dealing with, he knew it would not be long before they were discovered. Remaining in place was tantamount to awaiting their demise. Thus, regardless of the outside conditions, immediate action was imperative. Frankie, attempting to subdue Deep Sea, grasped the self-defense stun gun from the table. He proceeded cautiously, taking deliberate steps to minimize any noise. As he approached the cage containing Deep Sea, as he neared, he could see the crimson liquid oozing from Deep Sea's forehead. Nevertheless, he intended to use the stun gun to deliver a few jolts, ensuring that Deep Sea would not awaken unexpectedly and jeopardize their escape. With a crackling sound, Frankie activated the stun gun, blue sparks dancing along its surface. "Darling, please don't wake up. It will all be over soon," he murmured, directing the stun gun toward Deep Sea. Suddenly, as Frankie thrust the stun gun forward, the ceiling above them shattered, and a figure descended from above, landing in front of Deep Sea's cage, effectively isolating Deep Sea, Frankie, and Billy Butcher from Huey and the others. Frankie, observing the shadow behind him, tightened his grip on the stun gun and lunged at the descending figure. "Adults shouldn't be brandishing children's toys so carelessly," the white figure retorted, swiftly grasping Frankie's wrist with a firm grip. "Ah!" Frankie grimaced in pain, releasing the stun gun as he writhed in agony. "You seem to have a fondness for this toy. Allow me to return it to you," the white figure said, deftly taking the stun gun from Frankie and aiming it at him. With a crackle, the electric charge coursed through Frankie, who performed an involuntary dance of shock before collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. "Did you increase the power?" the white figure mused, glancing at the incapacitated Frankie and frowning at the stun gun in his hand. Logically, this model should not possess such formidable strength. "Don't move." At that moment, Billy Butcher brandished a handgun. "What? Are you jesting? Threatening me with a mere pistol?" The white figure regarded Butcher's weapon with bemusement, finding it amusing. Unless the gun were fashioned from vibranium and capable of near-light speed, it would pose no threat to him. Without hesitation, Butcher fired at Deep Sea, who was confined within the cage behind the white figure. Indeed, Billy Butcher had never contemplated that his bullets could inflict harm upon a monster. Thus, his aim had always been directed towards the depths of the ocean. Regardless, before meeting his demise, if he could eliminate a member of the Seven, he would deem his life worthwhile. Alas, he would forever be deprived of the opportunity to bring the heinous acts of that accursed compatriot to justice. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire ensued, after which Butcher discarded his pistol, raising both hands high in surrender. "Do you truly believe that bullets can strike me?" At the very moment a smile graced Butcher's face, a spectral figure clad in white appeared before him, opening its palm to reveal a bullet, now crushed into a lump of metal. Of course, the white figure had never cared whether the imbeciles trapped within the cage would be felled by bullets. However, should one of those fools perish before the white figure's eyes, it would be a matter of great embarrassment. "You are not a compatriot. Who are you?" As the white figure stood before Butcher and tossed the mangled bullet at his face, Butcher realized that the man before him was not a compatriot at all. "You do not even know who I am?" The white figure seized Butcher by the throat, lifting him from the ground. "You should at the very least be aware of what your savior looks like." The figure drew Butcher closer, pointing at his bearded nose, and bellowed, "That liberator is a liberator. We have crossed paths at the Vought International building. I believe there is some misunderstanding between us." Huey, illuminated by the flame of his lighter, caught sight of the white figure's face, his anxiety palpable. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? "Now, fetch me a chair. Brew the finest red tea from your moldy abode, and let us discuss the brilliant strategies your feeble minds have devised to confront Vought and our compatriots." The white figure released its grip on Butcher's throat, allowing him to tumble to the ground, after which it proceeded to chastise both Butcher and Huey, issuing commands. "What?" Butcher, clutching his neck, regarded the white figure with incredulity. "Do not make me repeat myself, and turn on your damn lights. Is it not public electricity that you refuse to illuminate? Who are you saving on the electric bill? Speak plainly for all to hear." The white figure pointed at Huey's nose. "Very well." Huey promptly flicked on the lights, and in an instant, the room was aglow, illuminated in every conceivable sense. 5,000 words, as usual, seeking support and investment. Chapter 42. The Bell of Doom has sounded. 5,000 words. So what shall we discuss? Billy Butcher sat in his seat, feeling as if he were perched upon a bed of nails. Never in his life had he experienced such discomfort, as if the small stool beneath him were a source of torment. The reason for his expression, reminiscent of someone suffering from hemorrhoids and constipation, was singular. The white-coated figure before him, who had not only breached their clandestine meeting point, but also smiled as he proposed, "Oh, my dear ones, why don't we have a proper discussion on how to eliminate that colossal figure known as the Patriot?" The white-clad man, beaming with a disconcerting cheerfulness, got straight to the point. Eliminate the Patriot? With a nuclear bomb, perhaps? Billy Butcher pondered earnestly for a moment before responding. No. It seems you misunderstand my intent. I'm not inquiring about how to physically eliminate the Patriot. If it were merely that, I could dispose of him myself at any moment. What I seek is how we can instill in the hearts of the free nation's populace a metaphorical demise of the Patriot. Essentially, I require your assistance in dismantling the pedestal upon which he has been placed. The man, clad in a tight-fitting white ensemble, clarified his intentions. In simpler terms, you wish for us to assist you in shattering the fade that the Patriot has constructed in the minds of the people. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Butcher's interest was piqued. This was precisely his ambition. He desired for the world to witness the true nature of the Patriot and to bring him to justice, ensuring that the scoundrel would pay with his life for the sins against his wife and children. Indeed, or perhaps not, the white-clad man initially nodded before shaking his head. It is not merely a matter of destruction. It would be best to render him a pariah, a figure reviled by all, drive him to madness. Let him unleash a reign of terror. The man then elaborated on his plan. Subsequently, we shall allow this already maddened patriot to become a tyrant, a demon, instilling fear and loathing in the hearts of all. At that juncture, you shall strike him down. Fame and fortune await. Billy Butcher seized upon the white-clad man's words. His teeth clenched and his voice nearly a growl as he replied, "Is that the implication?" The man nodded in affirmation, confirming his intent. "I see. So what is it you wish for me to do? Or rather, when do you require my intervention?" Butcher inquired further. "First, you must gather sufficient evidence against the Patriot." The white-clad man posited as his first stipulation. "No problem. Leave the evidence to me," Butcher assured him. "Secondly, why not facilitate an introduction to the deputy director of the CIA?" The man asked, regarding Butcher with keen interest. "The deputy director? Oh, certainly. I shall take you there tomorrow," Butcher replied. Billy Butcher paused, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him as he pondered how this man clad in white was aware of his acquaintance with the deputy director of the CIA. However, recalling the man's background, Butcher deemed it understandable. Such information was not particularly difficult to uncover. "Very well, since that is the case, let us proceed. By the way, I shall take this fellow with me." The man in white approached the cage. Disdain etched upon his face as he dragged forth the wretched creature resembling a lump of mud. "Very well." Butcher nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Farewell." With that, the man in white transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring through the gaping hole in the roof and vanishing into the night sky. "Are we truly to collaborate with him?" Huey inquired, turning to Butcher only after the white-clad figure had departed. "Certainly," Butcher replied with a subtle nod, affirming his stance. "Aren't you concerned he might be deceitful?" Huey gazed at Butcher, skepticism lacing his tone. "Do you believe we possess anything of value that would warrant his deception? The disparity between us is vast. If he truly intended to strike, he could effortlessly descend upon us, delivering a couple of blows, and we would be reduced to a helpless, unremarkable heap," Butcher articulated, igniting a cigarette, the aroma of tobacco invigorating his senses. At that moment, he felt closer than ever to avenging himself. Everything will turn out well, he reassured himself. The following day, a woman of Caucasian descent, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, strode into the office with a brisk cadence, her heels clicking against the floor and a handbag in hand. Upon surveying the occupants of the room, her expression soured instantly. "Hey, how dare you show up in my office?" she exclaimed, glaring at the man within. "I entered through the front. No one stopped me," replied the man. None other than Billy Butcher, a familiar face in this establishment. "Listen, get out of my office immediately," she stated with utmost seriousness. "Do not be so heartless, Susan. Our history should permit me a few moments of your time," Butcher implored, exasperation evident in his tone. "My recollections of you are solely from the reckless days when we engaged in indiscretions in a bar restroom. You cad who only seeks to exploit me," Susan retorted, her anger palpable. "Do not speak so coldly. Perhaps I have come to assist you," Butcher replied, his brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with pain, sorrow, and an impending eruption of rage. Assist me? Pray tell how a beggar who has lost his job intends to aid me? Susan chuckled lightly at Butcher's words, intrigued to see how this battle-scarred man, fighting for his wife, would propose to help her. Assist you in addressing the potential threat posed by the What Family's desire to meddle with the military, and aid you in vanquishing the formidable menace represented by the patriotic faction. Billy Butcher faced Susan, his gaze imbued with profound affection. Susan, meeting his ardent stare, spoke in a measured tone. If you intend to daydream, then do so at home alone. Do not involve me in your fantasies. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she regarded him. I am heartbroken, Susan. I truly am, he lamented. I harbor no intention of jesting. I am genuinely confident in my ability to eliminate the patriotic faction. Billy Butcher's expression was complex, revealing his inner turmoil. Spit it out quickly. Do not waste my time, Susan declared imperiously, reclining in her leather chair with her legs crossed, her tone icy. What you believe is the best method to deal with a superhero? Billy Butcher feigned a sense of mystery as he posed the question to Susan. A nuclear bomb. Listen closely. Do not presume that I would sacrifice an entire city's populace to confront the patriotic faction, she replied without hesitation, simultaneously warning him. No. The only effective method to contend with a superhero like the patriotic faction is to find one even more powerful. Billy Butcher shook his head, raising an eyebrow as he elucidated his answer. What? Susan's expression faltered. She found herself struggling to comprehend Billy Butcher's meaning. Allow me the privilege of introducing you to someone, he said, turning to gaze out of the office. He possesses speed surpassing that of a locomotive, skin more resilient than that of an invisible man, and strength greater than that of the patriotic faction, the renowned Mr. Jupiter, the Liberator. A smile graced Billy Butcher's face as he softly spoke to the figure outside the doorway. Then the entire office fell into a hushed silence. Susan stared silently at Billy Butcher, her eyes seeming to convey the message. You scoundrel, should you dare to deceive me again, you shall never emerge from the abyss of confinement. Billy Butcher silently cursed and exited the office. Upon stepping outside, he finally understood why Jupiter had not entered. Jupiter was busy signing autographs for the CIA personnel. Billy Butcher, witnessing the scene before him, cursed under his breath and rushed towards the staff. Listen here. You fools who have come to seek autographs during working hours, return to your places in line. If you desire an autograph, learn to practice patience and do not obstruct our work, he reprimanded the gathered personnel. Hey, who do you think you're to speak to us like that? One staff member retorted angrily. Shoo, that's Billy Butcher, the lover of the deputy director. A CIA operative who recognized Billy Butcher quickly intervened to explain. Is it now permissible for someone with such a demeanor to become a kept man? The staff murmured softly upon hearing his words. I overheard Billy Butcher jotting down the names of the personnel, discussing him, vowing to exact his revenge. Mr. Freeman, please follow me. I shall introduce you to Ms. Susan, the deputy director of the CIA, Billy Butcher said, casting a glance at Jupiter. Very well. My apologies, gentlemen. Allow me to conclude my work, Jupiter replied, addressing the gathering with a gentle tone. Of course, sir. Your work is of utmost importance. The staff and agents echoed in unison after Jupiter finished speaking. Thank you. Jupiter smiled slightly as he followed Billy Butcher into the office. Wow, this beautiful lady must be Ms. Susan. She is indeed as lovely as Billy described. Jupiter remarked with a smile upon entering the office and glancing at Susan. Did you see that, Susan? I have been praising you from behind, Billy Butcher added, taking advantage of Jupiter's compliment. Ha! That is the only coherent word to escape your lips in years, Susan chuckled lightly, although she feigned indifference. Her slightly upturned lips betrayed her inner delight. Hello, Mr. Freeman. I am Susan, the deputy director of the CIA. She introduced herself succinctly, extending her hand towards Jupiter. As you can see, I am Jupiter Grayson, known as Freeman. You may call me either, he responded, shaking her hand gently with a smile. Very well, Mr. Grayson. Could you elaborate on your intentions? Susan asked, getting straight to the point. You are to prosecute the water company for the crimes against the patriarchs, revealing to the world that the patriarchs are neither gods nor heroes, but merely petty criminals. Leave the rest to me, Jupiter articulated, appreciating Susan's directness and efficiency in her approach. Prosecute the patriarchs? Ha! Do you wish to witness a massacre? Susan chuckled softly, understanding Jupiter implication. Once they exposed the atrocities committed by the patriarchs, they would quickly become the target of public ire. However, she knew that when the time came, the water company would shift all blame onto the patriarchs to protect themselves. In their moment of downfall, the water company would undoubtedly put forth a new representative to restore their image, and the identity of this figure was all too apparent. "I will handle it," Jupiter asserted confidently. A verbal assurance? Susan expressed her disbelief. She could not fathom how Jupiter could possibly defeat the Homelander. For the Homelander was undeniably the most formidable being in existence. How could such an invincible entity be vanquished by a mere novice? The Invisible Man is dead. Jupiter pondered for a moment and then spoke gently. "The Invisible Man is dead." Both Susan and Billy Butcher exclaimed in unison, their eyes meeting with shock, struggling to comprehend that the invulnerable Invisible Man had actually perished. Indeed, I swung my hand and struck him with such force that it shattered his massive head. "Just like this," Jupiter said, raising his hand, a gust of air swirling around, halting before Susan's cheek. The sharp gust sent a twinge of pain through her face. Susan gazed at the palm before her, her heart racing. She swore she had never been this close to death. "Huh. Do you truly believe my slogan is merely a catchphrase? Listen, all you need to do is assist me in my endeavors, and I shall handle the rest. This is not a request. It is a command." After uttering this, Jupiter turned his back on Susan. Before departing, Jupiter seized Billy Butcher by his side, instructing him to investigate the nearby hospitals, where any desired information could be unearthed. Furthermore, you might want to visit the little paramour of the train's engineer, the Clawed Woman. If you arrive early enough, you may discover some leftover compounds. Having said this, Jupiter disregarded Billy Butcher and Susan, leaving them behind. That terrified me to my core. After Jupiter's departure, Susan pressed her hand against her heaving chest. "So what do we do now?" Billy Butcher inquired, looking at Susan. "If they wish to act, then let them. Damn those superhumans." Susan, genuinely frightened, resolved to gamble on Jupiter's method. As for success or failure, at least one of either Jupiter or the Homelander would perish, right? It could not possibly end worse than both of them surviving. Very well. Upon hearing Susan's words, a smile crept across Billy Butcher's lips. He had awaited this affirmation. Unlike Susan, he would stop at nothing to ensure the Homelander's demise, seeking vengeance for his wife, with all else being inconsequential. In the ensuing days, tranquility reigned. For instance, the train successfully overcame the shock wave through the compound, reclaiming its title as the fastest man alive. Under Jupiter's guidance, Starlight completed her inaugural mission. The train engineer's little girlfriend, the Clawed Woman, after indulging in the compound, inadvertently exploded the landlord's watermelon, spilling tomato sauce all over herself, only to be captured by Billy Butcher's team. Moreover, thank you, Freeman, for your assistance. Thank you for rescuing me from those wretches. The Deep, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, expressed his gratitude to Jupiter. There's no need for gratitude. It is your indomitable will that has triumphed over the foe. Undoubtedly, you are the true hero, and I take immense pride in you, Jupiter proclaimed, uttering words of encouragement. By the way, my brother, I am bound for the Isle of Calamity. I am determined to vanquish those wretched beings who slaughter dolphins. I must rescue them. The depths of the ocean caressed his heart as he vowed to succeed in his quest to save the dolphins. I believe in you. You shall surely prevail. Jupiter patted Deep Sea on the shoulder, with Deep Sea intent on venturing to a place more repulsive than a sewer, rife with nuclear waste. What else could Jupiter do but offer his encouragement? Yet, he pondered whether Deep Sea might undergo a transformation akin to the marine creatures there. Such a thought was indeed terrifying. Farewell, brother. Deep Sea sat upon the cruise ship, tears streaming down his face, waving fervently at Jupiter, weeping like a sentient salted fish. Farewell forever, Deep Sea. Jupiter turned away, knowing that while Deep Sea was occupied saving the dolphins, he would eventually realize that everything would have changed upon his return from the Isle of Calamity. The Patriots would be gone, the rulers would have assumed new names, and as for Deep Sea, Jupiter had resolved that he would undoubtedly languish in that sewer. On the other side, after bidding farewell to his dear friend Deep Sea, Jupiter remained at the Water Corporation, patiently awaiting developments until Stride received a phone call. Just 7 minutes prior, a flight from Paris to Chicago had been hijacked. Now is the moment for you to showcase your capabilities. If we can rescue this flight, I wonder who would dare to impede our involvement in military affairs. Stride addressed the Patriots, Queen Maeve, and Jupiter with utmost seriousness. This matter does not require so many. Leave it to me and Maeve. Trust me, we shall deliver a satisfactory resolution. The Patriot gestured dismissively to Stride, indicating that he and Queen Maeve would resolve the issue. I trust you, Stride replied with a slight smile, having developed a profound trust in the Patriot since the incident with the mayor of Baltimore. Excellent. The Patriot smiled faintly, a fleeting glimmer of malice in his gaze. He nodded at Jupiter before leading Queen Maeve towards the exterior of the Water family mansion. Do not take offense. He has always been this way, heedless of others. Stride gently advised Jupiter. Indeed, he behaves like a petulant child, Jupiter remarked, watching the Patriot's retreating figure with a subtle smile. For one who was destined to meet his end, all he could do was smile and raise a gesture of international friendship in farewell. As the moment arrived when the Patriot cradled Queen Maeve and departed, countless mobile devices buzzed with a brief message, Act. In an instant, chaos seemed to engulf the world as a torrent of negative news about the Patriot flooded the internet. The mayor of Baltimore even convened a press conference to denounce the alleged assassination attempts perpetrated by the Patriot. A wave of skepticism towards the Patriot and the entire Water family surged across the web. Listen, the tolling bell signaling the Patriot's doom has rung. A spectacle is about to unfold. The righteous hero, Jupiter, prepares to confront the rogue Patriot. Chapter 43. We are not a science-based hero high above. An airliner glided steadily through the clouds, its smooth progress indistinguishable from that of any other aircraft. Yet, beneath this serene exterior, an atmosphere of dread and panic permeated the cabin. Do not move. Anyone who stirs will face dire consequences. The armed bandits, gripping their weapons firmly, commandeered the plane. One of them, a furrowed brow betraying his unease, appeared lost in troubling thoughts. The Patriot will come to save us, a young girl of about 7 whispered to herself, gazing at the intruders. No, he will not. No one can save you, one thug growled, his glare menacing as he turned toward the child. Shh! The girl's mother urgently hushed her, wrapping her arms protectively around her daughter and casting a pleading look toward the assailant. She is but a child, the young mother implored softly. Around them, numerous passengers observed the distressed mother and daughter, yet none dared to intervene. Fear gripped everyone aboard, regardless of age or gender. Even a child's words could exact a heavy toll. The thug, brandishing a knife from his pocket, seemed poised to deliver punishment to the impudent child. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the aircraft, followed by startled gasps from the first-class section. Huh? The thug instinctively turned his head towards the corridor leading to first class. There, a man clad in a blue bodysuit adorned with the flag of the free nation, with golden hair and a muscular build, strode confidently toward him. The thug's eyes widened in shock, for the approaching figure was none other than the one he most dreaded, the Patriot. TSK, TSK, TSK. If I were you, I would refrain from brandishing such weapons in front of the children, the Patriot remarked, his demeanor relaxed and almost theatrical, as if he were not there to rescue, but to perform. With a sudden flash, the Patriot's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, silencing the thug before he could utter another word. As the rogue felt the dagger in his hand gradually heating up, he reluctantly discarded it, wincing in pain as he gazed at his scalded, swollen hand. Damn it! Queen Maeve seized the opportunity while the brigand was preoccupied with his injury, swiftly advancing to his side and delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the Patriot effortlessly subdued another assailant. You're all safe now. After swiftly neutralizing the bandits, the Patriot placed his hands on his hips and inquired about the condition of the passengers aboard the aircraft. His calm demeanor, striking appearance, and the confidence radiating from him instantly endeared him to all present. Bravo! You are my idol. Well done, Patriot. As long as you are here, evil cannot prevail. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the cabin, with hundreds of passengers simultaneously praising the Patriot. This is merely my duty. No need for accolades, like the banner I stand behind. I shall always protect you. The Patriot raised his left hand, greeting each individual warmly. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, it appeared that another accomplice remained hidden. Just as the Patriot basked in the fervent cheers, Queen Maeve approached him, leaning in to whisper, revealing that she had overheard from the subdued bandits that one of their companions had taken the pilot hostage at the airport. Understood, The Patriot nodded gently. It seems there is a little mouse hiding, but there is no need for concern. I will flush him out. Standing tall, he faced the passengers and spoke softly. We believe in you, Patriot. The passengers responded with enthusiastic shouts, of course. The Patriot smiled slightly, turning to leave them with an inspiring silhouette. With a resounding thud, he arrived at the cockpit door, delivering a decisive punch that shattered it, then sauntered inside with ease. What? The robbers inside the cockpit felt their hearts racing as they faced the sudden threat of the Patriot, adrenaline coursing through their veins, sweat beading on their foreheads. Calm down, the Patriot said with a gentle smile, attempting to reassure the assailants, his eyes glowing ominously. In an instant, the immense power of that crimson light obliterated the robbers, as well as the pilot and the aircraft's control panel behind them. What are you doing? Queen Maeve stared wide-eyed at the Patriot, bewildered by his actions that had devastated the assailants, the pilot, and the controls. Apologies, but they were simply too close. The Patriot waved his hand in resignation. However, his demeanor revealed no trace of remorse, as if everything unfolded according to his meticulous design. Maeve, we must take our leave, he murmured as he approached Queen Maeve. Are you suggesting that we disregard the lives of the hundreds of passengers aboard the aircraft? Queen Maeve exclaimed, her mouth agape, unable to fathom the depths of the Patriot's madness. Listen, it's not that I wish to abandon them. It's that I am incapable of saving them, he retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Incapable? Why? You could soar out of the window and lift the plane. Maeve gestured toward the outside. I cannot possibly lift the aircraft. That defies all logic. The plane would either disintegrate or be pierced through by my efforts. The Patriot yelled in frustration. I'm not Magneto. How can I lift a plane? Then you must repeatedly bring everyone down to safety. Maeve insisted. Are you suggesting I should make 123 trips back and forth? Donotist. The Patriot ran his fingers through his hair, concerned about his image. At this moment, there is but one course of action available to us, he declared, stepping out of the cockpit and toward the exit. Queen Maeve caressed her cheek, engulfed in profound anguish, feeling both fury and sorrow for her inability to rescue the passengers aboard the aircraft. Patriot, will you save us? You cannot abandon us. The passengers implored, gazing at him from the doorway. Of course, I will surely save each and every one of you, he replied with a smile, glancing at the passengers before turning his gaze back to Maeve. Maeve, hurry. I hope you will act with reason and not accompany these people to their demise. At this moment, the Patriot's intentions were unmistakable, his voice raspy yet exuberant as he addressed Queen Maeve. Patriot, do not forsake me. As the passengers absorbed his words, they rose from their seats, inching closer to him, pleading for salvation. If any of you dare to lay your filthy hands on me or take a step closer, I will tear you all apart. The Patriot's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light as he surveyed the encroaching crowd. The passengers, taken aback by his fierce gaze, instinctively recoiled. Maeve, the Patriot turned to face Queen Maeve, witnessing the retreat of the frightened passengers. With a deep sigh, Maeve wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. I am sorry. Truly, I am sorry. Despite her helplessness and pain, Maeve ultimately chose to stand beside the Patriot. A wise choice, he acknowledged. The Homeland's figure smiled faintly, embracing Queen Maeve, and then soared out the door with her in his arms. Homeland, Maeve, save us, cried the countless passengers aboard the aircraft in desperation. In response to their lamentations, the Homeland figure wore a smile, while Maeve bowed her head in anguish, just as he had devised a witty retort. Ready to burst into laughter, a dark shadow emerged from the misty clouds above. The Homeland figure stared wide-eyed at the silhouette. Was that an island? A floating island in the sky? He parted his lips slightly, utterly at a loss for words to convey the emotions flooding through him. Oh God, please rescue us, he implored. Oh great deity. Meanwhile, within the aircraft, frantic passengers huddled together, praying, wailing, beseeching the divine for a miraculous intervention. Yet, despite their fervent prayers, they could not quell the rising tide of fear, despair, and anguish that enveloped their hearts. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the air, and in the next moment, the plane jolted violently, tossing passengers about. Then, as abruptly as it began, the aircraft fell eerily silent. What has happened? Did God hear our prayers? The passengers, bewildered, glanced out the windows to behold the scene outside. In an instant, those peering through the glass were rendered speechless. Have we landed? One passenger asked, perplexed. No, we are still aloft. An island is carrying us through the sky, exclaimed an elderly man with white hair, gazing at the clouds in disbelief. Below the island, a man clad in white effortlessly supported it with one hand. The Homeland figure watched, eyes wide, at this miraculous sight. How could this be possible? This defied all scientific understanding. He raged inwardly. Are we not beings of science? The man in white, resembling a celestial being, turned toward the Homeland figure and offered a faint smile. Enraged, the Homeland figure's countenance turned a shade of green. He had just abandoned everyone on this aircraft, and if they were to be rescued now, what would become of his superhuman ambitions? He cursed vehemently, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light, intent on tearing the plane apart. Calm down, Homeland figure. Look over there. Queen Maeve's sharp voice broke through his fury, awakening him to the sight beside the man in white. 10 helicopters from various news stations hovered nearby, each filled with reporters fervently capturing the scene. Good heavens! Is that a deity? Is that a messenger from above? No. At this moment, the island is upheld by a free man, the embodiment of the spirit of liberty. Journalists incessantly captured the elegant demeanor of the man in white. Oh my! I have spotted the Patriot. Quickly, let us shift our focus to him, for we shall witness a live broadcast featuring both the Patriot and the free man together in the frame. A reporter has discovered the Patriot and directed the camera towards him. The Patriot, gazing into the lens, forced a ghastly smile while simultaneously waving at the audience and muttering curses under his breath. Thanks to the esteemed reader, literary giant, for the generous reward of 500. Chapter 44. I shall do as I wish. What exactly are you doing? After greeting the swarm of media, the Patriot flew to the side of the man in white, gritting his teeth as he inquired. As you can see, I am saving lives, the man in white replied with a smile. I am not blind. I am aware that you are saving lives. However, you must understand that some can be saved while others cannot. The Patriot felt a fierce fire igniting within his chest. So, do you believe I should save those aboard this aircraft? The man in white raised an eyebrow, regarding the Patriot with curiosity. Of course not. Absolutely not. The Patriot vehemently repeated thrice. What if I insist on saving them? What can you do about it? Upon hearing this, the man in white revealed a radiant smile. The Patriot, absorbing the words of the man in white, felt his eyes blaze with a crimson light. Patriot, the camera is rolling. Queen Maeve glanced at the Patriot and then at the free man, hastily exclaiming, I know. I will deal with you later. The Patriot extended a finger, pointing sternly at the man in white, coldly stating, If you wish to fight, I am ready at any moment, even while I am holding up the island. I could still overpower you. The man in white scoffed dismissively, responding coolly. The Patriot, upon hearing this, contorted his expression, yet ultimately restrained himself. He soared before the multitude of helicopters, donning a sunny smile. As you can see, with our company, WaterCorp, everyone could be saved safely. Seizing the opportunity, while the man in white was preoccupied, the Patriot sought to showcase himself before the media, attempting to suppress any forthcoming condemnation from the masses saved by the man in white, minimizing the cacophony of disparaging public opinion. Is it true that you have taken another's wife? However, instead of accolades from the journalists, the Patriot was met with a barrage of inquiries. What? The Patriot, taken aback by the questions, appeared momentarily stunned. Is it true that you ambushed the mayor of Ball City? Another journalist probed with a microphone in hand. Huh. This time, the Patriot was utterly bewildered. Is it true that you intentionally maimed individuals during battle? Do you take pleasure in bullying the weak? Is it true that the patriotic man discriminates against all ordinary people? The reporters, not waiting for the patriotic man's response, launched a barrage of questions. Listen, I am unaware of the origins of these hearsay rumors, but it is evident that they are completely unfounded. I have always been an upright individual. The patriotic man's expression darkened as he vehemently denied the claims made by the reporters, though, in truth, each statement from them rang with authenticity. Please refrain from posing such trivial inquiries. I believe the patriotic man is a person of integrity. Beads of sweat trickled down Maeve's forehead as she sensed the patriotic man's fury beside her. Her face was pale, and she vehemently admonished the reporters. In truth, Maeve's intentions were not to aid the patriotic man, but rather to prevent him from unleashing a violent outburst. She sought to protect the reporters. You heard her. Do not provoke the Lady S wrath, or I shall be unable to restrain her. Upon hearing Queen Maeve defend him, the patriotic man's mood noticeably lifted, and he half-jokingly threatened the reporters. We were merely inquiring. The reporters seemed to gauge the situation well, opting not to press further, but patiently awaiting something. I know that people often doubt the existence of flawless superheroes in this world. Yet the truth is, there are indeed perfect superheroes, such as myself. The patriotic man beamed a sunny smile, believing he had effectively addressed these blemishes on his character. The reporters chuckled in tandem, secretly wishing to plaster undeniable evidence onto the patriotic man's face. Yet they understood that the moment was not yet ripe. Half an hour later, as a small island covering 3 hectares gently settled on the shore, passengers aboard the aircraft began to disembark, reaching their hands towards the sky. Above them, a figure clad in a tight white suit, draped with a vibrant red cape, slowly descended amidst the blinding sunlight, radiating brilliance. The passengers strained to glimpse the man's face, despite their eyes stinging from the brightness. He is a deity, a divine being among mortals. Some passengers murmured, gazing at the white figure. "Thank you, Liberator. Thank you for saving these passengers." At that moment, the patriotic man approached the stranded passengers on the island, displaying his signature smile. "Devil, assassin, you blood-soaked bastard. Did you just threaten to kill me?" However, upon the patriotic man's arrival, the anticipated cheers did not echo. Instead, a chorus of insults filled the air. "We had an agreement. I told you I would save you all, and look, the Liberator has indeed rescued you." The patriotic man opened his mouth to explain. "Nonsense. I heard your words. You declared your intent to kill us. Reporters, the people of the homeland do not intend to save us. They plan to kill us." A middle-aged woman, indignant, stepped forward among the passengers, disregarding the explanations provided by the representatives of the homeland. She faced the camera and shouted vehemently, "Ma'am, please calm down." The representative's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing her words. He was quite protective of his reputation and would not permit any damage to his image. "Demon, demon, demon." Yet, the passengers appeared utterly uninterested in the homeland representative's explanations. Led by a chorus of voices, they united in their condemnation. At that moment, the representatives strained to maintain their composure. "They have gone mad. They are a bunch of lunatics. Do not heed their words." The representatives continued to explain to the reporters. "Please look at this video." A reporter aimed the camera at the representative and played a clip. The video depicted a disheveled man with a long beard, looking utterly haggard. "Indeed, the representatives of the homeland have harmed my wife," he exclaimed. "For years, I have distanced myself from the organization, seeking an opportunity to bring the representatives to justice. Yet to no avail. Neither the lawmakers nor my superiors would allow me to act as if I were oblivious. I am a patriot. I have fought fiercely for the land of freedom, but now my own nation compels me to relinquish the pursuit of the criminal who harmed my wife in my presence. Is there any sense of justice left? Is there any law?" The bearded man was Billy Butcher, his eyes ablaze like a wild beast. "Representatives of the homeland, heed my words. No matter your strength, I firmly believe that justice will prevail. You vile scoundrel." Billy pointed at the camera, raising a gesture of international camaraderie. "In this video," the reporter continued, playing another clip, "he threatened me." The individual speaking in the video was a middle-aged man, bereft of hair. "The mayor of the city of Baltimore. He threatened my entire family. When we disobeyed his orders, he destroyed our aircraft." The mayor spoke with evident anguish. "Did you not claim that your plane encountered an accident and that the representatives of the homeland rescued you?" A reporter inquired. "No, it was not the representatives who saved me. Others came to my aid. The representatives of the homeland are nothing but beasts and murderers, and I admit that I have sinned by using the citizens' funds to purchase the portrait of a murderer. I confess my guilt, but if I had not done so, I would have perished." The mayor covered his face, revealing his torment. "Then why do you stand before us now? Are you not afraid of the representatives of the homeland?" A reporter pressed, microphone in hand. "I'm afraid. I am terrified, but I believe that justice will triumph. Freedom will prevail." The mayor shook his head. He was indeed fearful of the representatives, deeply so, yet there was something he feared even more than them: freedom. The reporter in the video recited the mayor's words with profound significance. In the video, a journalist stands before the figure of the nation, delivering a statement and broadcasting another clip. "As the deputy director of the office, I have gathered sufficient evidence to demonstrate that this individual is a murderer. Soon, I shall present him before a military tribunal. Whether extraordinary or ordinary, all shall be sheltered and sanctioned by the law. No one shall evade justice. In the video, Susan exudes integrity, embodying the fortitude expected of an office director. What are your thoughts on these matters? The video concludes. Yet the journalist continues to await an explanation from the figure of the nation, directing the camera towards his face and inquiring. The figure remains silent, uncertain of how to respond. Allow me to make a phone call. He smiles at the journalist. Very well, the journalist replies, producing his mobile device and handing it to him. Hello, is this Stridey? Yes, in this moment of despair, the first person he reaches out to is indeed Stridey. Look at what you've done. Stridey's furious voice crackles through the receiver. Can you help me resolve this? The figure of the nation asks gently. Return at once. Prepare to face judgment. The company will engage the finest lawyer on your behalf. As Stridey speaks, a faint sound of an infant emanates from the phone. A sound so subtle that it would scarcely be noticed by the ordinary ear, yet it pierces through every nerve and cell of the figure of the nation. To hell with you, you wretched being. You care not for me. I do not need your salvation. A lawyer? I need no lawyer. I am a figure of the nation. I am the strongest. I shall do as I please. He bellows, gripping the phone in fury. Listen, figure of the nation. That is not me. Stridey's words are cut short as the figure of the nation crushes the phone in his hand. That was my phone. The journalist interjects, observing the destruction wrought by the figure of the nation. Do you wish for me to compensate you for it? Then I shall. He snarls. For at this moment, the chains binding him to his demons have vanished. With a crackling sound, the figure's eyes blaze with intensity, and in the next instant, a crimson light pierces the sky. His eyes unleash the fury within him, determined to obliterate and tear apart everything before him. And you all. He turns to the passengers aboard the aircraft, and the next moment, the light rends the islands apart. This is a massacre. Countless souls, caught unawares, are shredded by the beams emanating from his gaze. I am the king of the world. He roars, declaring that all who defy him shall perish. No, you are not. Just as the figure of the nation unleashes his pent-up wrath, a voice from behind interrupts him. Huh. The figure of the nation turns in confusion, eager to see who dares to challenge him at this moment. Subsequently, the citizens of the motherland beheld a formidable figure clad in a skin-tight, white suit emblazoned with large letters. I am the one. The muscular man in white lowered his voice menacingly, delivering a powerful punch to the citizen's face. Boom! Accompanied by a sonic boom, the citizen was sent plummeting into the sea. Unbeknownst to the citizen, a cadre of reporters, cameras in hand, continued to broadcast the unfolding scene live. Chapter 45, A Final Farewell. I will not permit you to unleash carnage here. Justice is mine to uphold. After sending the citizen flying, the white figure roared, propelling himself toward the citizen. Why? On the surface of the sea, the white figure gripped the citizen's neck tightly, who grimaced in pain and inquired, why? Such a childish question. Why would you think I would agree to a world where two individuals can soar through the skies? Buddy, you are obstructing my path. The white figure's sinister laughter echoed in the citizen's mind. Obstructing your path? The citizen's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the white figure's words. In the next moment, everything began to connect in his mind. The sudden air disaster, the armed robbers brandishing 16 weapons, the people in the crowd who led the denunciations against him, the freedom fighters who arrived just in time to rescue the situation after he had resolved to abandon the aircraft, and the reporters capturing every moment with their cameras. Alongside the clowns who rebelled against him, all were in league with the white figure. You plotted against me. The citizen finally comprehended the entire scheme, his eyes sparkling with realization. What did you expect? The white figure gazed at the citizen's illuminated eyes, extending 2 fingers toward him. Do you adore utilizing heat vision so much? The white figure's voice resonated directly within the citizen's mind, and in the next instant, his fingers jabbed toward the source of light. The citizen felt an excruciating pain radiating from his eyes, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. Farewell, citizen of the motherland. The white figure tightened his grip around the citizen's neck, forcing him beneath the waves. You may pray. Let the depths summon hundreds of thousands of salmon to rescue you. Oh, I apologize. I nearly forgot. The deep sea is currently occupied saving dolphins. It has no time to save you. The white figure taunted, his voice piercing the citizen's consciousness like a sharpened arrow. embedding itself in his heart. The citizen gasped for breath, but as he opened his mouth, torrents of seawater surged in. Sizzling, he unleashed his heat vision with all his might, pushing the white figure's fingers away, then delivered a swift kick to the white figure's chest, Jupiter, and propelled himself upward. Hey, where do you think you're going? At the moment when the Patriot was about to emerge from the ocean's surface, a voice resonated within his mind. In the next instant, he felt a tremendous force from the cloak behind him, pulling him down into the depths of the sea. You scoundrel, the Patriot cursed internally. Yet he found himself unable to escape Jupiter's grasp. The disparity in their strength was insurmountable. I'm not the scoundrel. You are, in the eyes of the world. You are the true mastermind behind all this. You are a demon. You are a devil. And I am the angel destined to vanquish you, a divine being. Jupiter's voice incessantly echoed in the Patriot's mind, not only dismantling his physical form, but also eroding his very will. When you perish, I shall remember to offer a bottle of prepared formula at your grave, you forsaken child, forever deprived of a mother's love. Jupiter's words, like the whispers of a malevolent spirit, bombarded the Patriot's consciousness. What are you still waiting for? Even Strider does not love you. Admit it in this world, no one truly belongs to you, nor does anyone genuinely love you. Your existence is merely an accident of experimentation. You are but a tool for profit, a slave of the Watt Company. From childhood to adulthood, you have never had the right to choose. Yet now, at least you can choose one final thing, and no one can prevent you from doing so. To go. Beneath the sea, Jupiter approached the Patriot from behind, gripping his head firmly, his voice unrelenting, continually penetrating the Patriot's heart. The Patriot, powerless against Jupiter's formidable strength, found no desire to resist. He knelt sorrowfully upon the sandy ocean floor. Please tell me, where did I go wrong? He implored Jupiter, yearning for an answer from this being stronger than himself, the mightiest on the planet. An answer to the tormenting question that plagued his soul. Why had the child who tirelessly sought love never received his mother's true affection? You have done nothing wrong. You are simply too weak, both in power and spirit. Jupiter ultimately responded to the Patriot's inquiry. Thank you, the Patriot replied, a flicker of understanding illuminating his face, bringing forth a bittersweet smile. You are welcome. Jupiter shook his head, and with a sudden surge of strength, he forcefully gripped tighter. With a snap, the Patriot, like General Zod, stared wide-eyed, forever silenced. Detection of advanced genes, fusion possible? The system's notification echoed in his mind, abruptly interrupting the silence. Certainly, Jupiter answered without hesitation. His paramount purpose for entering this world was to harness the power of the Patriot's heat vision. Only those endowed with heat vision could be considered true progenitors. In the realm of genetic fusion, having secured the agreement of Jupiter, the fusion of the genes of the homeland people was executed directly. In an instant, Jupiter felt a remarkable enhancement of both his hearing and vision. However, these abilities paled in comparison to what truly mattered. A subtle smile graced Jupiter's lips, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes blazed with a scarlet glow. An endless stream of radiant light erupted from his gaze, shooting forth from the sea and soaring into the heavens. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, 4 beams. The light flickered intermittently, relentlessly obliterating everything in the sky. This is Reporter Lornan. We are on the front lines of the battle between the free people and the homeland people. At this moment, beams of light are erupting from the ocean, emanating from the homeland people's thermal sights. May heaven bless us. The free people must defeat the homeland demons. The reporter fervently prayed, hoping that the free people could overcome the homeland individuals, those who had deceived the entire free nation for decades. Free people, free people, free people. Though the masses were oblivious to the true nature of the turmoil occurring in the deep sea, they could discern the terrifying battle that raged beneath the surface. As beams of light pierced the ocean's surface, a palpable tension filled the hearts of every viewer fixated on their screens, instinctively chanting Jupiter's heroic title, the Free Man. Boom! Boom! The aircraft dared not venture too close to the water's surface, for the sea would intermittently surge into towering tsunamis, a testament to the fierce conflict taking place beneath. This battle endured for an entire hour, until Jupiter, sensing the time was ripe, hoisted the mangled corpse of the homeland individual and ascended towards the surface. Just before breaking through the waves, a thought seemed to flicker in his mind. Hush! He extended a finger to his lips, signaling the myriad creatures of the ocean that this was a closely guarded secret, one that must never be spoken of lightly. Crash! As the surface of the sea was breached, the man clad in a white bodysuit emerged. Undoubtedly, he was the free man. The free man. All the survivors of the Homeland attack reached out their hands, desperately shouting, "I have one." Jupiter clutched the corpse of the Homeland individual, his expression betraying no joy, only a profound sense of loss. He was once my idol. I never knew he was such a person. It pains me deeply. Jupiter gazed into the cameras of the reporters, a hint of sorrow etched on his face. The free man, for the sake of his own sense of justice, for true justice, for the people, had not hesitated to vanquish his own idol. What a spirit this was! The reporters looked on in admiration, wiping away tears from the corners of their eyes. I hope he receives a grand burial. Although he has committed numerous wrongdoings, he has also saved many lives. Without a doubt, he has, at least in the past, been a hero. Jupiter addressed the camera, his visage marred by sorrow. The liberator chooses to forgive the transgressions of his homeland. Oh, what a magnificent spirit! Let us extol the greatness of the liberator. After hearing Jupiter's words, the reporters continue to praise him. The liberator is truly magnificent. He is a genuine hero, a deity among mortals. The liberator's grand heart is indeed worthy of our emulation. So remarkable. I adore you, liberator. Those who once professed their love to their homeland now seem transformed, loudly declaring their affections for the liberator. However, those who have been slain or harmed by their homeland appear to have been forgotten. Everyone yearns for the sunshine, while the shadows are neglected. Thus, upon the demise of the homeland, the masses began to sing the praises of the liberator. From this day forth, there shall be no more of the homeland. Only the What Corporation. Stride cradled her head, unable to accept the transformation of her world. I am sorry, but I have no other choice. The locomotive, cradling an infant, expressed its regret to Stride. Before she could utter another word, the locomotive vanished from the room. What on earth has happened to this world? Stride gently rubbed her forehead. Seated in her chair, suddenly, everything felt so foreign, as if the What Corporation was no longer the familiar entity she once knew, and the Seven had ceased to belong to her. All of this belonged to the man on the television screen, the one whom countless media outlets were extolling, the man who defeated the homeland. Chapter 46, The Madman to the Left. The saint to the right. The tragedy of the homeland stems from our lack of stringent oversight over superheroes in a free nation. Those with dark pasts, those inferior heroes, must be vehemently resisted and never employed. Heroes who have erred are culpable alongside civilians. They must all face the consequences of the law. While we cannot alter the tragedies of the past, these old wounds continuously serve as our warnings. I vow that as long as I stand here, no evil shall be permitted to occur, regardless of the adversary. Jupiter hovered in the air, gesturing passionately as he spoke. Liberator, liberator, liberator. Rescue teams, clad in white, and police officers, one by one, the citizens of the free nation were inspired by Jupiter, loudly proclaiming his heroic title. The old gods have perished. New gods must arise. So, what is it that you truly desire? In the Waters Corporation building, Stride gently rubbed her forehead while holding a remote control, switching off the broadcast that reported on the free man's triumph over the patriot. The headlines proclaimed that the free man was the true guardian of justice. She turned her body to face the free man, who just 10 minutes prior had been delivering an impassioned speech before reporters and now sat in her office. I intend to take over Waters Corporation. I can assure you of your interests, but you must understand that this is not a mere act of benevolence. The new election is approaching. You must support my campaign for this session of the free nation. Jupiter spoke directly to Stride. You must be mad. Stride replied with a voice full of anger. At that moment, Jupiter appeared to her as a lunatic. Mind your language. Jupiter's gaze bore into Stride, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson. Oh, Stride's heart raced as she beheld the fervor in Jupiter's eyes, suddenly recalling that the man sitting across from her had just eliminated the most formidable superhuman, the Patriot. The man before her was not only deranged, but also immensely powerful, capable of extinguishing her life at any moment. Although everything seemed utterly implausible, Stride found herself at a loss, unable to ascertain her position. I'm sorry. I meant to say that your plan sounds utterly insane. A campaign? Huh. I doubt even Mr. Edgar would dare to entertain such thoughts. Stride's heart filled with trepidation as she invoked Mr. Edgar, hoping that the enigmatic man might exert some pressure on Jupiter. I dare, and I am 90% confident that I can secure this election. Jupiter remained remarkably composed, possessing a comprehensive strategy to garner every vote. What? Stride's eyes widened at Jupiter's assertion, 90% certainty of winning the election. Such confidence was unprecedented among candidates. I can, but I require your cooperation. Jupiter smiled gently at Stride. What do you want us to do? Stride inquired, perplexed. Very simply, make the compound public along with its effects, so that everyone in the world understands one thing. As long as they possess the compound, they too can become the new superhumans. Jupiter articulated calmly. Impossible. Stride outright rejected Jupiter's proposal. Make the compound public. That's sheer madness. Do you comprehend the consequences of revealing the compound? Do you realize the impact this would have on Waters Corporation? It will be a fatal blow. I absolutely cannot allow you to ruin the company. Stride summoned her courage and spoke emphatically. Listen. Upon hearing this, Jupiter could only shake his head in resignation. It was all too superficial. He could only declare that Stride was vastly lacking in insight, utterly oblivious to the larger picture. Presently, the entire free nation, indeed the populace of the world, was gripped by fear. They dreaded the emergence of yet another madman, cloaked in darkness, with eyes ablaze, unleashing havoc upon them. They were terrified that the very means of their protection would fail them, that the tragic events aboard the Chicago aircraft might descend upon their very heads. If this nation was so mad and free as to allow a group of boys to receive a genuine firearm as a birthday gift, why could we not legalize superpowers? Each individual who casts their vote for me shall be promised a pouch of compounds as a token of their support. Imagine, in that eventuality, who would stand as my rival? Who could dare oppose me? Tell me. Jupiter's eyes blazed with a fiery crimson intensity as he questioned Stride. Do you aspire to create a world teeming with superhumans? At long last, Stride grasped the true nature of the man's ambitions. No, I do not seek to forge a world brimming with superhumans. Rather, I aim to guide all primitive humanity towards evolution, according to Darwinian theory. Every organism's path is one of striving for advancement. I shall assist all of humanity across the blue planet in achieving this evolution. I will become the progenitor of all new humans. The guiding beacon. I am the ancestral figure. Jupiter's vision has never been confined to merely establishing a free country. His aspirations are grander still, with the ultimate goal of becoming the singular true ancestor of the omnipotent universe, the primordial progenitor of superpowers, bearing the banner of humanity's evolutionary history. Whether in cultural, historical, or spiritual realms, he embodies the archetype. Jupiter's banner and brilliance shall illuminate the vast omnipotent universe. Supported by his countless followers, the world of the Black Robes serves as a testing ground for Jupiter's audacious experiments. It is all too mad. This notion is utterly insane. After listening to Jupiter's words, Stride gently pressed her hands against her temples. While their company was preoccupied with thoughts of profit, Jupiter was contemplating racial evolution. Madness intertwined with greatness. The madman on the left, the saint on the right. Perhaps every saint, from an outsider's perspective, appears to be insane, filled with disruptive ideas, seemingly unwilling to rest until the world is turned upside down. I need to reflect on this. Stride shook her head. She dared not gamble. She could not risk the entire company in a wager with Jupiter, for though victory would render the Water family immortal, defeat would spell their utter ruin. I am not seeking your counsel. I wish for you to understand that this is merely a notification, dear Ms. Stride. Your opinion has never held any significance for me. Jupiter regarded Stride coldly as he spoke. Without my assistance in persuading Mr. Edgar, you shall never obtain the formula for the compounds. Stride felt humiliated and spoke in a hushed tone. Bang! Jupiter said nothing but placed a disc before Stride. I hope you do not disappoint me, he remarked before turning away. Stride gazed at the disc before her, her expression fluctuating between darkness and uncertainty. Ultimately, she decided to open it. She was curious to see what trick Jupiter was playing. Upon opening the USB drive, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the contents. Indeed, it contained the formula of the compound. Mr. Edgar has surrendered first. What am I even holding on for? Stride shook her head, utterly astonished by the day's events. Chapter 47. There are always those who presume too much, and those who remain oblivious. With the full support of the water company, Jupiter's approval ratings surged. Our compound from the water company, while it can grant formidable power, is predominantly intended for children. Administering it to adults poses significant concerns. Firstly, we cannot ensure that adults will acquire superpowers through the compound. Secondly, we are still uncertain about the potential side effect for adults who do gain superpowers. If we wish to market it to adults, we must improve our product. However, the funding required for such enhancements is not insignificant and may not guarantee success. Stride softly conveyed to Jupiter, no need for improvements. If someone uses our compound and fails to gain superpowers, let the blame fall on that old fellow, God. Jupiter said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Good idea, Stride replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding gently. Blaming God for any mishaps was indeed a clever notion. Well, are there any other issues? Jupiter continued to inquire, his demeanor remarkably composed. After all, this was not the real world. There would not truly be an omniscient and omnipotent God. Even if such a being existed, he believed that God would not hold him accountable after witnessing his pursuit of racial evolution. Moreover, there is the issue of the seven-man team. The patriotic one is deceased. Deep Sea is rescuing dolphins on Disaster Island and is unlikely to return soon. As for the locomotive, we have followed your instructions and publicly disclosed his actions. The judges sentenced him to 5 years in prison for manslaughter and sent him to a black site. Currently, only Queen Maeve and Starlight are left to uphold appearances for the seven-man team, which is quite insufficient. Stride read from the documents in her hand. What about Schwanza? Jupiter exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. With the patriotic one deceased, Deep Sea rescuing dolphins, and a locomotive imprisoned, surely there should still be Queen Maeve, Starlight, and Schwanza among them? Xianxei Ta furrowed his brow, a hint of helplessness evident on his face. Earlier that morning, he had inadvertently purchased a can of almond milk while at the supermarket instead of the intended cow's milk. Presently, he found himself ensconced within its confines. However, the silver lining was that he had momentarily evaded life-threatening peril. Ultimately, Xianxei Ta relayed this tale to Shidadai, who in turn shared it with Jupiter. Jupiter, somewhat at a loss for words, regarded Xianxei Ta as quite the fool. In response to the vacancy within the Seven Heroes team, the organization summoned 2 new superheroes, Storm Girl and Shockwave, who would fill the roles left by Homelander and Trainspotter. Shidadai perused the documents in hand and declared, very well. Let them come to the Seven Heroes Hall to meet me. Jupiter nodded slightly, harboring a modicum of interest in the newly assigned superheroes. Storm Girl, or Liberty as she was also known, shared a name with him, albeit with a rather unsavory reputation. Most importantly, this individual possessed a compound that could be adapted for adults. Jupiter hoped that Storm Girl would recognize her standing. Otherwise, all right, Shidadai nodded lightly, not dwelling on the matter. A half hour later, there was a knock at the door of the Seven Heroes conference room. Come in, Jupiter called, keeping his back turned. Hey, Liberty. As Jupiter spoke, the door to the conference room swung open with force. Storm Girl and Shockwave, often in competition with Trainspotter for the title of the world's fastest, entered the hall together. Welcome, Storm Girl and Shockwave, Jupiter greeted, finally turning to face them, his expression brightening with a warm smile. Buddy, I witnessed your live battle against Homelander. You were extraordinary. I dare say you are the most powerful being in this world. Without question. Shockwave approached Jupiter, showering him with flattery. It was nothing special. It's not that I am exceptionally strong, but rather that Homelander is quite weak. Jupiter chuckled lightly. Speaking his mind, he did not consider himself particularly formidable, and Homelander was merely less powerful. However, Shockwave interpreted Jupiter's candor differently. To him, Homelander had always appeared insurmountable, a source of despair. Yet, here was Jupiter dismissing the supposedly invincible Homelander as weak. Well then, did that make them who could hardly stand against Homelander? Indeed, he is weak, both in mind and strength compared to you, Storm Girl remarked, her tongue playfully licking her lips as she sauntered closer to Jupiter, her hands audaciously caressing his robust chest. Shockwave, could you step outside for a moment? Storm Girl turned her gaze toward Shockwave, her eyes suggesting something unspoken. All right. Of course, no problem, Shockwave replied, somewhat bewildered, having only just arrived and now being asked to leave. The insidious, unwritten rules of the office. How utterly infuriating. Jupiter remained silent, observing the scene before him until the shockwave exited the conference room. Now, let us engage in a conversation, a negotiation solely between the two of us. Storm Woman gently caressed Jupiter's chest, revealing a hint of an ambiguous smile. How do you wish to converse with me? Jupiter's gaze was as cold as ice as he inquired of Storm Woman. I am aware of your need for compounds suitable for adult use. I possess them all. However, should you desire them, you must acquiesce to a few of my conditions. Storm Woman purred softly with a seductive smile. Acquiesce to your conditions. Upon hearing this, Jupiter's lips curled into a slight smile, though the veins on his forehead throbbed with tension. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Indeed, all I require is a modest share of your insignificant power, and in return, you shall have everything I possess, including this very body of mine. At that moment, Storm Woman remained blissfully unaware of the forces she had provoked. She gazed at Jupiter with a triumphant expression, as if to say, behold, even the mightiest in the world can be tamed by me. What if I choose not to share anything with you? Jupiter endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Then you shall receive nothing at all, neither my essence nor the perfect compounds. You will be devoid of all. I believe you are wise enough to discern the most prudent choice. Storm Woman brimmed with confidence, convinced that both her personal allure and the possession of compounds suitable for adult use were irresistible to Jupiter. Am I to interpret this as a threat? Jupiter asked with a smile. You may indeed interpret it as such, yet I prefer to frame my demands as conditions for collaboration, essential for cultivating a mutually beneficial outcome. Storm Woman replied with a gentle smile. Very well. Jupiter nodded slightly, extending his hand towards Storm Woman with a swift motion, and in the next instant, a watermelon soared into the air. In midair, Storm Woman beheld her decapitated form, her expression mirroring the bewilderment of the eternally living. Am I dead? She could not comprehend that those who possess formidable regenerative abilities often fail to anticipate their own demise. They naively believe they have triumphed over death, when in fact, death merely busies itself, temporarily forgetting them. When death remembers them, it is inevitable that they must meet their end. Why is it that some fail to grasp that I do not appreciate being threatened? As for your desire to negotiate collaboration, who bestowed upon you the audacity to presume you possess the capability to engage with me? Have you even taken a moment to reflect on your worthiness? Jupiter held a tissue in his hand, gently wiping the blood that had stained his gloves. He felt a sense of exasperation at the perpetual existence of foolish individuals who dared to threaten those whom they should never provoke. Did they not realize that to provoke a beast often cost one's own life? Gratitude was due to the reader, Black Emperor, for their generous support. A few minutes later, Stride entered the Superhero 7's conference room, accompanied by a cadre of unfazed cleaning staff. You killed her? Stride exclaimed, staring at the body on the floor, which, despite having lost its most vital component and transformed into a headless knight of Irish folklore, still quivered slightly. Her cells were remarkably resilient, imbued with a formidable healing power. Her metabolism was unlike that of ordinary beings, a rare superhuman ability. Jupiter mused that he hoped the organization would study this phenomenon thoroughly, aiming to develop medications that could create a better world. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jupiter gazed at the headless knight on the ground and spoke softly. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the fallen woman, and he shook his head, suddenly reminded of the term Aurora sauce. For such loathsome individuals, nothing could render them more endearing than being dubbed with a sauce. He proposed a tribute to the esteemed organization of budding heroes. Gather all her detailed information. Dig deep. Explore every address she has ever resided in. She is far from the ordinary fade she presents. I believe that once we uncover her past, the revelations regarding this Storm Woman could yield delightful surprises and breakthroughs for our plans. After sharing a light-hearted jest, Jupiter turned to Stride, speaking in a cold tone. All right, of course, Stride replied, knowing that Mr. Edgar had instructed her to support Jupiter wholeheartedly. It was impossible for her to suppress her dissatisfaction. After all, she had devoted her life to the company, and now they had her assisting a recently inducted lunatic, one endowed with unparalleled power and an unflinching disposition toward violence. God knew the helpless rage and fear she felt daily in Jupiter's presence. So what are you waiting for? Jupiter inquired, his tone imperious. Very well. I shall attend to it immediately, Stride responded, feeling a knot of resentment in her stomach. Yet she managed to suppress her emotions, enduring her simmering anger. Jupiter sensed her discontent, but remained unfazed. Whether Stride accepted her role or not was inconsequential to him, as long as she did not hinder his plans. The efficiency of the Walter family was indeed remarkable. Just hours after Jupiter had tasked Stride, he acquired the compound he desired, suitable for adult use. You were right. Stride stood before Jupiter, clutching a document, her heart devoid of any doubt. The evidence clearly indicated that Jupiter was indeed correct, as if he possessed the foresight of a prophet, anticipating all that was to come. Now, Stride found herself questioning whether Jupiter harbored the supernatural ability to foresee the future. Contemplating this notion, she suppressed all her emotions and resolved to diligently serve Jupiter henceforth, until his triumphant election. Very well, it was time to embark on our grand endeavor. Jupiter gazed at the blue potion in Stride's hand and smiled faintly. In the afternoon, What Company officially announced that the free man, Jupiter, was preparing to run for the presidency of the free nation. As this news broke, the entire country descended into frenzy. Those fixated on the upcoming election watched the smiling figure of the free man hovering in the air, their expressions grave. Acutely aware of the threat he posed to their ambitions. My friends, citizens of the free nation, after much contemplation, I have resolved to break my silence and stand up. This country requires a figure to shoulder the burden, to safeguard the people's security, and to eradicate robbery, gun violence, and all manners of crime. This nation needs a guardian to rise and protect its citizens. And I can be your protector, as long as I am here. All the evils of the world shall vanish. When you are threatened by malevolence, look to the heavens, for I will shield you from all harm. Jupiter spoke passionately into the television, striving to transform his persona into a symbol, an emblem. His approval ratings soared dramatically as countless individuals shifted their votes in his favor. Compared to the hollow promises of hypocritical politicians who could never fulfill their commitments, they placed their faith in a hero, one who embodied valor both on screen and in reality. However, despite Jupiter's apparent support and significant lead in votes, his opponents did not relent. They relentlessly disseminated unfavorable rumors about him across the internet. One of the most damaging accusations was that if Jupiter were indeed a wretched creature, akin to the denizens of the fatherland, what then should be done? When the citizens of the fatherland descended into madness, we had the free man to oppose them. But if the free man were to become unhinged, what recourse would we have? Our only means of countering the free man would be nuclear weapons. Should the free man gain control of the nuclear arsenal, there would be no force capable of restraining him. Thus, he must not be allowed to succeed in his campaign. He may become a hero, a symbol of the free nation, but he must never be its ruler. This concise yet impactful article has stirred significant controversy online, with countless individuals affirming the author's perspective. If a free individual descends into madness, how can they be confronted? With mere hands? Such a notion is absurd. Bullets cannot even penetrate the eyelids of a free person. Consequently, the approval ratings of the free man, Jupiter, have plummeted, while his adversaries have seized upon this opportunity, launching fervent speeches and allocating substantial funds to establish an organization specifically opposing superhumans. This organization predominantly comprises individuals who have suffered at the hands of superhumans, alongside those who see an opportunity for gain. Thus, the anti-superhuman movement experiences exponential growth. The candidates, on the surface, engage in uplifting rhetoric, strikingly similar in content, all expressing support for the free man's actions and admiring his noble character reminiscent of a free nation. However, they contend that the highest authority of the free nation should be entrusted to an ordinary individual. Although the speeches lack any remarkable flair, they unexpectedly prove effective, resulting in a steady rise in the supporters' ratings. Jupiter, your approval ratings are continuously declining. Why have you compelled me to write an article specifically targeting you? Ailey pondered, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. Indeed, the article circulating online, which has contributed to Jupiter's declining support, was commissioned by him and disseminated under his direction. For even if we remain passive, others will inevitably come to this realization. Remember, a competent ruler must maintain control over everything, including their own vulnerabilities. As a member of my clandestine team, your task is to identify my weaknesses and devise strategies to overcome them. Jupiter gently patted Ailey's shoulder, calmly articulating his thoughts, seemingly unperturbed by his dwindling support. What shall we do now? Our approval ratings have reached an all-time low. Isley understood Jupiter's intentions, but grasping the meaning did not equate to knowing how to rectify the disadvantage. Prepare a press conference. Since I tasked you with writing this article, it indicates I already have a countermeasure in mind. Jupiter stated with unwavering composure, hands clasped behind his back. Understood. Isley nodded lightly, reassured by Jupiter's confidence. She was aware that both Mr. Edgar and Stride were wholeheartedly supporting Jupiter, signifying that the entire water company was unified with him in this endeavor. It was a high-stakes gamble. If victorious, the water company would dominate the entire free nation. If defeated, it would suffer significant repercussions for decades. Through Isley's efforts, within half an hour, she had summoned all the renowned journalists from the free nation. Mr. Freeman, what are your thoughts on the articles circulating online? One reporter boldly inquired, directly addressing the contentious piece. I have perused the article in question, and I must say it is indeed splendid. With meticulously chosen words and a most pleasurable flow, the author's command of language is remarkably solid. Jupiter, adorned with a sunlit smile, gently nodded, conveying his admiration for the author of the piece. I mean, what is your perspective on this article and its potential impact on your campaign? The journalist inquired, somewhat helplessly. Impact on me? I do not perceive this article as having any bearing on my situation, Jupiter replied with unyielding smoothness. Following his remarks, the journalists exchanged glances, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that they must intensify their efforts. Otherwise, they would unearth none of the revelations they so desired. Mr. Libertarian, what is your take on the assertion within the article that if one day you were to go mad like the citizens, we would have no means to counter you aside from nuclear arms? Finally, a reporter mustered the courage to ask, his voice trembling. Is that so? Shall we put to the test? Jupiter responded, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Ha ha, I am merely jesting, he remarked with a soft smile at the agitated journalists. Indeed, no one can assure themselves that they will not succumb to madness one day. Before the citizens revealed their true nature, we all believed them to be virtuous. However, upon their unveiling, 100 good souls perished. I sincerely wish to never witness such a day, Jupiter lamented, feigning sorrow as he covered his cheek with his hand. We know, and we too wish to avert such a fate. A journalist appeared to resonate with the sentiment, revealing a sorrowful expression, having lost colleagues and friends in that tumultuous upheaval. What shall we do if, one day, such an occurrence transpires again? I mean, if the posthumans descend into madness once more? Our foes disregard bullets. They run swifter than vehicles, and some can even soar through the skies. Are we left with no recourse but to kneel in prayer? Jupiter vociferously articulated, his words embodying the essence of his speech, opposing the posthumans from becoming the architects of a free nation. He is appropriating my words. The leader of the anti-posthuman organization exclaimed furiously while watching the impassioned speech of Jupiter on television. No, we are not merely relegated to kneeling in supplication. We can resist. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since the citizens' incident, I have collaborated with my company, the Water Family, aspiring to develop a serum that can transform every virtuous soul into a superhuman. Perhaps my fervent dedication has touched the divine after countless endeavors. We have ultimately synthesized this serum from my own blood, a compound that can elevate ordinary individuals into beings of extraordinary capabilities, Jupiter declared, producing a vial of blue substance. The journalists gazed at the azure potion clutched in Jupiter's hand, their eyes wide with astonishment. In that moment, they were rendered speechless, contemplating countless retorts to counter his assertions. Yet none could have anticipated that Jupiter would brandish a superhuman elixir and proclaim, "Come forth, my darlings. The next era belongs to the superhumans. When I successfully ascend to the position of the free nation, I shall ensure that Congress bestows a compound upon every household, every individual within the free nation. Friends, let us discard what we hold in our hands. It can no longer protect us. This is the age of the superhuman, an era destined for the superhumans of tomorrow, an era meant for you. Now tell me, can the future superhuman nation truly encompass an ordinary person?" Jupiter extended his finger, directing it toward the camera, addressing every viewer watching from their screens. Can we become superhumans? Can I soar through the skies? The leader of the Anti-Human Alliance, after pondering the implications of Jupiter's words for 5 seconds, declared his resignation, leading to the immediate dissolution of the organization. Concurrently, as the anti-human alliance disbanded, a new organization advocating for superhumans emerged, comprising the same individuals. Upon concluding his speech, Jupiter ascended into the air before the journalists could pose their questions. They stood, mouths agape, still grappling with the explosive revelation that everyone in this world could become a superhuman. The impact of such news was overwhelming. In an instant, Jupiter's approval ratings soared. Despite the multitude of obstacles, their efforts proved futile. They could never comprehend the depths of a mortal's resolve to become a being of power. Even if it meant death, they aspired to be superhumans first. The outcome was inevitable. Jupiter triumphed with overwhelming dominance. Yet at times, even the tedious and mundane formalities could not be overlooked, regardless of how trivial they seemed to Jupiter. Several candidates, alongside him, entered a room where they would engage in an intense debate. Although they realized the significance of this contest had diminished, it represented their final stand, and thus, they cherished it deeply. Due to time constraints, I shall be brief, Jupiter remarked, glancing at the clock, uninterested in superfluous chatter. The candidates, though dissatisfied, managed to maintain faint smiles. The photographer caught Jupiter's eye and nodded in response. All right, the photographer acquiesced, his eyes sparkling with a flash of electricity. In an instant, all the photographic equipment in the room was cloaked in a mosaic blur. The candidates, observing the crackling sound of the equipment, furrowed their brows. A sense of foreboding settling within them. Dear candidates, I implore you, once the program commences, to declare your intention to withdraw from this election. This session, and all future ones, shall be presided over by me. Who stands in agreement? Who dares to oppose? Jupiter proclaimed, his eyes igniting with a fierce and crimson glow, accompanied by a sinister smile. The candidates, sensing the escalating temperature within the room and gazing into Jupiter's burning, scarlet eyes, felt a palpable shift in their demeanor. They could assure themselves that uttering a single dissenting word or any form of opposition would spell their demise. I concur. The first to voice agreement was a middle-aged man, unwilling to risk his life in that moment. I also agree. Me too. Likewise, with the first declaration of support, the others followed suit, readily aligning with Jupiter's subtle suggestion to withdraw from the election. Excellent. Jupiter surveyed the assembly of candidates who had chosen to step back, satisfaction radiating from him. You have just made the most magnificent and prudent choice of your lives. In recognition of this, I shall bestow upon each of you the purest of compounds, Jupiter proclaimed, snapping his fingers. Immediately, staff members approached, carrying cases filled with a striking blue substance, placing them before the candidates. The candidates gazed at the alluring blue vials in silence, unable to deny their intrigue. After all, possessing this compound could grant them superhuman abilities. Yet, accepting these potions would eradicate any hope of a comeback. No one would support a group that, moments ago, deemed superhumans perilous, only to choose that very path themselves. The candidates understood that Jupiter was compelling them to make a choice. After a moment of silence, the first candidate to align with Jupiter swiftly seized the compound and injected it into his arm. In the next instant, those still hesitating followed suit, reaching for the vials. Well done. Jupiter, hands clasped behind his back, observed those opting to inject the compound, nodding approvingly. The method of training is to reward swiftly after applying pressure. Thus, Jupiter's future path became steadied, and the experimental game officially commenced. I declare my withdrawal from the election. So do I. Long live the free nation. Long live the free people. Superpowers represent the future of the free nation and indeed the future of all humanity. Only through superpowers can we navigate towards a brighter tomorrow. As the program commenced, each candidate boldly declared their withdrawal, while simultaneously extolling the virtues of superpowered individuals and their potential. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support and the trust bestowed upon me by the populace. I shall not betray the faith of the people. Jupiter, with tears feigned through eye drops, continually expressed his appreciation to the world. Thus, following the broadcast, Jupiter's campaign reached a definitive conclusion, securing his position as the leader of the free nation. Upon his successful ascension, Jupiter embarked on a vigorous promotion of the compound, transforming the world in accordance with his grand design. Mr. Libertarian, no, I should now address you as Sir, Stride remarked, holding documents as he stood before Jupiter's desk with a smile. Jupiter's triumph over his competitors signified that their company, Water, had indeed won the gamble. The era of superpowered individuals was on the horizon, ensuring the everlasting legacy of Water. Please, continue to call me Libertarian. That title feels more familiar to me. Jupiter, devoid of any airs, retained his humble disposition despite his newfound status as the supreme authority of the free nation. He maintained an approachable demeanor, just as he had in the past. Very well, Mr. Libertarian. As per your instructions, we have distributed the first batch of 10,000 free compounds, yielding remarkable results, far surpassing our expectations. Among the 10,000 recipients, 60% have awakened their superpowers. As for the remaining 40%, we declare them as the forsaken by the divine. Yet, even if they have been abandoned, the benevolent and noble Mr. Libertarian and the Water family intend to offer them another chance at life. For merely $10,000, they can purchase a high-purity compound, granting them the opportunity to alter their destinies. Only $10,000. Mr. Libertarian, I must commend you. You are a truly magnificent individual, akin to a lighthouse illuminating the path for all, Stride proclaimed, giving Jupiter a thumbs up in admiration. But what is the current cost of our high-purity compounds? Excluding the free offerings? Jupiter inquired, considering labor, materials, raw resources, research and development, packaging, marketing, and a host of other expenses. The total amounts to approximately $103.07, Stride elucidated, referencing the data on his documents. A reasonable price, Jupiter mused, nodding in agreement. As a leader devoted to the welfare of the people, he could not profit from the citizens of the free nation. By the way, for those individuals with substantial financial means, we have prepared superior quality compounds, categorized into the Supreme Edition, Noble Edition, Premium Edition, and Preferred Edition, priced at $10 million, $5 million, $1 million, and $100,000, respectively. Stride continued to recite from the documents in hand. Very good, quite commendable. Jupiter nodded gently upon hearing these words. The prices were indeed quite reasonable. Since there is wool on the sheep, one must certainly make the most of it. When the chives have grown, it is only natural to harvest them. All right, you may leave. Proceed with our plans as intended. Jupiter waved his hand lightly, signaling Stride to depart, as there was no further business for him here. Understood, Mr. Freeman. After receiving Jupiter's instructions, Stride turned and departed, casting a fleeting glance back at Jupiter as he exited the exclusive office. As the system processed the settlement, Jupiter pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling utterly fatigued from the day's exertions. Yet the outcomes were at last worthwhile. The system confirmed that the Master had been incorporated into the curriculum, becoming a part of history, revered by the world as the progenitor of superpowers. Task completed, evaluation. This system truly leaves much to be desired. What kind of evaluation is this? Jupiter sighed, perplexed by certain aspects of the system. Did he not make it clear that he detested others meddling in his affairs and offering evaluations? Highest authority application. System evaluation modification in progress. Evaluation changed to Ancestor level. Note, the Master has accomplished the tasks he set for himself and has received the rewards of this world. This world has now become the Master's secondary primary world, allowing him to enter and exit at will without expending energy. The Master may freely dispatch others into this world without energy consumption. The flow of time in this world is fully synchronized with the primary world, maintaining a 1-to-1 ratio. All unique substances and items from this world may be freely extracted by the Master, and these extracted items will automatically conform to the physical rules of other worlds. Jupiter surveyed the revised evaluation from the system and the rewards he had garnered upon task completion, nodding in satisfaction. Ancestor level was a more fitting designation, barely befitting his stature. Upon fulfilling his task, Jupiter chose to exit the Black Cloak world. After a brief bout of dizziness and headache, he successfully returned to his abode within the invincible hero world. Jupiter rubbed his temples, reflecting, every time I traverse, it feels as though I'm being tossed about in a washing machine. He had acquired the heat vision, supersensory perception, and the adult version of the compound. Yet it remained imperfect. The side effects were still challenging to manage. Otherwise, he might have considered administering it to Deborah. Jupiter sat within his quarters, deep in contemplation. Now, the realms I can choose from include Warhammer, Star Wars, and One Punch Man. Both Warhammer and Star Wars These lofty idealistic worlds do not quite suit my current self. One Punch Man, on the other hand, is more fitting for guerrilla warfare, strike and retreat. However, my current strength remains insufficient and unstable, prompting Jupiter to analyze continuously. Although this ancestral being is remarkably powerful, he exhibits great composure. Thus, the only world that aligns with my present needs is that of One Punch Man, which contains elements conducive to my current requirements. Once I return from the world of One Punch Man, I shall contemplate engaging in battle with the Berserker Beast. It would indeed be a shame to waste its resplendent white fur on mere pelts. Jupiter surveyed the worlds at his disposal and swiftly made a decision. To the world of One Punch Man, he silently affirmed. In an instant, Jupiter vanished from the room, and time, which had begun to progress, once again halted. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Thanks to the generous reader, book friend Reading Shark, for the 100 reward. Chapter 50. Welcome to the One Punch world, ha ha. Crush them all beneath our feet. We, the brothers, are the mightiest. The once tranquil city was shattered by the emergence of a formidable figure. A colossal, bare-bodied giant rampaged through the streets, while atop his shoulder, a maniacally grinning scientist laughed maniacally. Run for your lives. It's a monster. Damn it. How can this creature be so enormous? Where on earth can we flee? The countless residents of the city screamed in terror, gazing up at the terrifying giant that towered over them. Mom, my child, run. There is no time to waste. We must not stop. Elsewhere, amidst the cries of despair, a white figure materialized among the panicked crowd. The host has arrived in the One Punch Man world. World mission commencing. Defeat 10 dragon-level monsters. Forget it, Master. You may handle it as you see fit. As long as you gather sufficient energy and attain a certain status within the world, the system will establish a connection strong enough to gain partial dominion over the world's rules. The artificially intelligent system, which Jupiter had edited, began to elucidate its capabilities. It seemed the system had resigned itself to the understanding that its creator would undoubtedly refuse to undertake any tasks, thus opting for a more laissez-faire approach. Do as you please. What? Jupiter's eyes widened in disbelief at the unexpected compliance of the system. Its newfound obedience left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Jupiter stroked his chin, compelled to acknowledge that this artificial intelligence seemed to have evolved, albeit slightly. Is this truly the world of One Punch Man? He pondered, surveying the panicked crowd around him. In order to devise an appropriate course of action in this realm, he needed to comprehend the city in which he found himself. Run. Help me. The cacophony was unbearable. Due to his significantly heightened senses, the continuous shrieks from the throng rendered his ears buzzing, making it nearly impossible for him to ascertain his location. Finally, Jupiter intercepted a fortunate bystander. Excuse me, could you tell me which city this is? He inquired, addressing a balding gentleman he had halted. The balding man gazed at Jupiter, his shouts escalating. Jupiter was momentarily taken aback by the man's exclamations. Boom! In the next instant, a tremendous foot descended, crushing Jupiter and everything around him beneath its weight. Brother, I am invincible now, bellowed the towering giant. Indeed, with your physique and my intellect, we are unstoppable, the mad scientist proclaimed with fervor. Boom! Just as the giant and the mad scientist conversed, an explosive force erupted from beneath the giant's feet, propelling him into the sky. The giant, airborne, widened his eyes in astonishment. Brother, did you see that? I've awakened the ability to fly, he exclaimed, enraptured by his newfound power. Foolish brother, how could a human possibly soar through the skies? The concoction I devised for you does not grant such a power, the mad scientist shouted, clutching the giant's shoulder tightly. Then how are we flying? The giant was filled with bewilderment, unable to fathom how he had achieved flight. We must have been launched into the sky by something, the mad scientist deduced, his intellect soaring to unprecedented heights. How could something launch me into the sky? I am the most powerful being in this world. No one could possibly toss me aloft. The giant was utterly confounded, firmly believing in his unparalleled strength. You insolent sibling, how dare you presume to challenge me? Do you even know who I am? Do you possess the strength to provoke me? Just as the giant hovered in the air, a white figure suddenly appeared beneath him. You are. The giant stared, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the white silhouette. Regardless of whether you aspire to become the mightiest in the world or seek to conquer it, such ambitions hold no significance for me. However, your audacious act of trampling upon me has rendered this matter quite personal. Since you appear oblivious to where one may tread and where one must not, allow me to impart some valuable lessons. The pale figure's visage darkened, and his eyes blazed with fervor. In an instant, he severed the legs of the giant brother, and torrents of crimson cascaded from the wounds, transforming into a deluge of scarlet droplets that battered the ground, creating countless craters. This was merely the beginning. As the giant's legs struck the earth, they unleashed a seismic tremor of magnitude 8, obliterating several city blocks with terrifying force. "Ah!" cried the giant brother in anguish, his suffering profound, yet rendered powerless to retaliate as he soared through the air. "May you venture into the cosmos and keep company with Kaz." The pale figure exhibited no intent to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he exerted force with both hands, propelling the giant brother's torso towards the infinite heights of the sky. The giant's body pierced through the clouds, ascending higher and higher, ultimately breaking through the atmosphere and soaring into space. Observing his transformed brother, now a satellite, the pale figure extended his right hand towards the heavens, forming a gesture of international camaraderie. In the vacuum of the cosmos, a towering giant, now bereft of his legs, orbited the earth, gazing upon the radiant sun and the breathtaking blue planet before him. "What a magnificent world," he mused. "Brother, with such a view, we can remain together forever." The giant smiled with contentment as he beheld his brother, who had been preserved through the most advanced freeze-drying technology. He reflected that no power could compare to the joy of being with his beloved sibling, ultimately surrendering his thoughts to blissful oblivion. Above the city, Jupiter's eye twitched slightly. Anyone arriving in a new world, only to be forcefully trampled within 5 minutes, would surely feel indignation. Lowering his gaze upon the ravaged city, his anger gradually subsided. "I have indeed done well," Jupiter mused, observing the city reduced to ruins by the fallen legs of the giant. A sunlit smile graced his face, for there was no doubt that, amidst the threat of the malevolent giant, he had valiantly endeavored to protect the citizens of this city. He was, without question, a great hero. "I must establish a position of significance in this world, forging a robust connection with my impaired system. In essence, the higher my status, the better. Simply put, I must become the ancestor of all." Jupiter's analysis is both rational and substantiated. In simpler terms, there exists no task that cannot be accomplished through Jupiter's transformation into an ancestral figure. If such a task does exist, he simply will not undertake it. Should there indeed be a task that cannot be fulfilled through Jupiter's ancestral evolution, it would undoubtedly stem from the nature of the task itself, necessitating its revision. In this world, there are two organizations, the Association of Oddities and the Association of Heroes. This implies that by choosing one of these organizations and becoming an official member, one can establish a substantial connection with the system and the world, thereby granting the system a degree of dominion over certain rules of this realm. Then, I need only to patiently await the arrival of that incompetent Poros. Thus, should I opt to join the Association of Oddities or the Association of Heroes? Jupiter pondered deeply. My choice is singular. After a few moments, Jupiter arrived at a conclusion. This matter hardly warranted contemplation. It is children who make choices. The answer for an ancestral figure encompasses all. A dual leader of both the Association of Oddities and the Association of Heroes would be quite splendid. Therefore, to begin, I shall first visit the Association of Heroes to acquire a hero certification. Once Jupiter completed his contemplation, he soared directly towards the Association of Heroes. Those wishing to participate in the test, please proceed this way. We have professional judges ready to score everyone, announced the staff in the vast gymnasium designated for the tests. As countless individuals who believed themselves qualified to become heroes commenced their evaluations, a thunderous roar erupted. The enormous gymnasium was breached as its roof was shattered. A man clad in a white bodysuit floated serenely in the air, his red cape billowing gently in the wind behind him. "This is the testing ground for the Association of Heroes, is it not?" he inquired, addressing the astonished candidates below. With a resounding crash, the ancestral figure made a dazzling entrance. Gratitude is extended to the reader, Chaos and Primordial Universe, for the generous 100 rewards. Chapter 1. I am a Vexian, new book seeking support on a certain blue planet within a boxing gym. A tall young man with short black hair relentlessly channeled his energy into the sandbag before him. Thud, thud, thud. Each punch from the young man struck with the force of cannonballs, causing the sandbag to emit muffled thuds. Huff, huff, huff. This vigorous punching continued for over an hour until the young man felt a tingling in his arms, prompting him to gradually cease and catch his breath. Training is complete. Time to wrap up, he declared, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a towel draped over his shoulder, before casually striking the sandbag once more. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the sandbag exploded, scattering its contents across the ground. The young man stared at the remnants of the bag, his eyes wide with disbelief. He glanced at his own hands, feeling the surging power within him and the overwhelming vitality erupting from every cell in his body. After 17 years and 6 months, during a sweltering summer, he had finally awakened. He closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The young man's name was Jupiter Grayson, fully known as Jupiter Sebastian Grayson. He had a twin brother named Marcus Grayson, who would one day be referred to as the Invincible Boy Wonder. Their father, Nolan Grayson, was the strongest human on the planet, a versatile being soaring through the skies. Jupiter was a traveler from another realm. The moment he realized he was a traveler, and especially when he crossed into the world of the Invincible Boy Wonder, he was terrified. The revelation that he and the protagonist, Marcus, were twin brothers sent him into a frenzy, for he understood that it precluded any chance of retreating into obscurity, even if he wished to avoid entanglement in chaotic affairs. Such matters would inevitably find him, as all future disputes were mere ethical dramas between their kin and family. Jupiter was uncertain whether he would awaken superpowers and become a great metahuman. Since he could remember, he had been tirelessly honing his skills, taekwondo, karate, boxing, and mixed martial arts, seemingly aspiring to transform himself into a super soldier akin to Deathstroke or Batman. Although he knew that his efforts were insignificant in the face of true power, where a single supersonic impact could reduce him to pulp, Jupiter persisted in his daily training, striving to master his own body. It appeared that he clung to this endeavor as a lifeline. This was entirely natural. Anyone thrust into an unfamiliar world would frantically seek something to anchor their spirit. Yet, such a need was now obsolete. Jupiter felt a sense of relief. He had succeeded. He had done it. He had awakened. Hey, Jupiter, you scoundrel, are you challenging me? Just as Jupiter reveled in his newfound joy, a tall young man with golden hair approached him. Tom, is your injury healed? Jupiter regarded the newcomer with gentle eyes, as if he were observing a kitten or puppy, detached from the fray. Jupiter, don't think that just because you've secured an invitation to the club, you can act arrogantly in my presence. The golden-haired youth, Tom, seethed with anger, pointing a finger accusingly at Jupiter's nose. Last week, he succumbed to a cold and was defeated by Jupiter in the ring, which led the club to abandon him in favor of signing with the younger Jupiter, who is 3 years his junior. This infuriated him, for at his age, the absence of a club contract signified a nearly insurmountable barrier to pursuing a career as a professional boxer. Consequently, he wagered everything on that match, which was under the scrutiny of the club's higher-ups, only to be humiliated by the Asian youth, Jupiter, who defeated him with ease. This ignited a burning anger and resentment within Tom. Moments ago, Jupiter had vigorously obliterated the punching bag, jesting that no ordinary person could ever achieve such a feat. Tom believed Jupiter had employed some underhanded tactic to create the illusion of demolishing the bag, merely to mock him. As for the club's trial and contract, Tom thought to himself, let Jupiter handle it. Jupiter, of course, was acutely aware of Tom's fury. In moments of madness, any slight action can be perceived as a provocation. However, Jupiter remained indifferent. Everything had just transformed for him. He felt a surge within him. He was no longer an earthling, but had transcended into a being of another realm. Are you mocking me? Bastard, I do not require your pity. Tom glared at Jupiter with eyes aflame with rage, unable to accept his defeat at the hands of an opponent who spoke to him with such condescension. We are all human. What makes us different? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his muscles tensing as he launched a punch toward Jupiter. Hey, Tom, what are you doing? A few boxing enthusiasts gathered around, alarmed by Tom's aggression, eager to prevent the situation from escalating. With a dull thud, Tom's fist connected solidly with Jupiter's cheek. Jupiter, are you all right? Several boxing aficionados rushed over to the scene, witnessing Jupiter being mercilessly struck. Did you not eat, Tom? Put your all into it. Tom shouted. Do you know why you lost to me? Because your punches are feeble, like a coward. Jupiter regarded Tom with an impassive expression, his body unmoving, seemingly impervious to the slightest harm from Tom's blow. You bastard. Upon hearing Jupiter's words, the veins on Tom's forehead bulged, his muscles swelling with rage. He vowed to teach this arrogant individual a lesson. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, his fist slicing through the air with a rush of energy aimed squarely at Jupiter's face. Jupiter! A group of boxing enthusiasts shouted loudly, yet none dared to intervene. Some wore expressions of derision, while others clearly relished the spectacle. Although they all feigned the appearance of mediators, their intentions were transparent. They merely sought an opportunity to distance themselves should trouble arise. What they truly anticipated was a brawl between Jupiter and Tom, as the club would never sign a boxer who could not control his emotions and resorted to violence outside the ring. Once Jupiter engaged in a fight, the prospect of signing with the club would become available, and then it would be their turn. With a soft thud, as the crowd braced for what seemed to be Jupiter's downfall or a fierce counterattack against Tom, a surprising scene unfolded. Jupiter, facing Tom's fist, merely extended a single finger. Chapter 2. A single finger, my heavens! What is happening? Did Jupiter just block Tom's punch with a single finger? The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this truly happening? Jupiter smiled faintly at Tom, opened his palm, and gently grasped Tom's fist, applying a slight pressure. Ah! Tom screamed as he felt the force surging through his fist. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He perceived the pressure as though two hydraulic presses were simultaneously crushing his palm from above and below, and he feared his fingers might shatter. Before Tom could react, a large hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. Listen, Tom. I have no interest in competing for some ridiculous training contract with the club. If you wish to pursue it, do so on your own, and clean up that pile of sand for me. Jupiter's gaze was stern and unyielding, his eyes cold as ice. Now tell me, do you understand? Jupiter inquired, wanting to ascertain whether Tom comprehended his words. Yes. Tom nodded repeatedly, trembling with fear, unable to fathom the strength possessed by Jupiter, who seemed like a superhuman. Good. Now I shall take my leave, Jupiter remarked with a slight smile, gently patting Tom's cheek before rising and turning to the crowd of boxing enthusiasts. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Jupiter asked, his smile radiating warmth like a gentle spring breeze. And no, nothing. Please take care. The crowd, feeling the warmth of Jupiter's smile, yet harboring their own ulterior motives, retreated a step, their eyes fixated on the prospect of the club's contract. With a cold smirk, Jupiter ignored the group of older individuals still unable to secure a club contract. He proceeded to the changing room, donned his attire, slipped on his headphones, and exited the boxing gym. In this establishment, he had no familiar faces. He typically trained alone, embodying the solitary nature of a tiger or leopard. Unlike the herding behavior of cattle and sheep, under the dim glow of the streetlights, he made his way home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Jupiter gazed at the brightly lit house, inhaled deeply, and in the next moment, hastened towards the entrance, flinging open the door. Hey, Mom, Dad, you won't believe it. Uwe awakened superpowers. Uwe succeeded. Inside, his twin brother Mark, who stood a head shorter than Jupiter, was animatedly showcasing his own achievements to their parents. The doorbell rang, drawing everyone's attention. Mom, Dad, and Mark, Jupiter greeted with a warm smile. Jupiter. Mark's eyes widened in delight upon seeing his brother. Unable to contain his excitement, he was eager to boast about his newfound powers to the sibling who had always overshadowed him. What amusing event has transpired today to make you so exhilarated? Jupiter inquired, a knowing smile gracing his lips, fully aware that Mark's enthusiasm stemmed from the incident at work where he had hurled a garbage bag skyward, nearly striking an incoming airplane. Did you know, Jupiter? Today Mark began, but Jupiter interjected, Mom, I'm a bit hungry. What's for dinner? Without waiting for Mark to elaborate, he turned to their mother, the fit and determined Deborah Grayson, who maintained her slender figure even while raising two children. I made your favorite dumplings, she replied with a gentle smile. You just returned from training. Haven't you worked up an appetite? Of course I'm famished. You know my training regimen is at a professional level. However, I might not return to the boxing gym any longer, Jupiter casually stated as he took a seat. Why not? Weren't you planning to become a professional boxer? Have those thugs been bullying you again? I will have a word with them. Upon hearing Jupiter declare that he would never return to the boxing gym, Nolan's expression shifted dramatically. His brows furrowed in irritation. He could scarcely endure the thought of his child, a magnificent being from their esteemed lineage, being bullied by the inhabitants of this primitive planet. Deborah, his beloved, cast a knowing glance at Nolan, fully aware of her husband's temperament. The conversation he suggested was likely to be anything but trivial. In recent days, Nolan had become engrossed in a tome titled The Analects, convinced that the itinerant sage Confucius might very well be an ancestor of theirs, a natural-born leader who could articulate such profound wisdom. Very well, Nolan conceded, realizing Deborah's warning. He promptly tempered his nature. Jupiter, enlighten me. What transpired? He inquired earnestly. What happened? Jupiter chuckled lightly, deliberately creating suspense as he glanced at the ever-silent Mark. Hey, Mark struck me. Jupiter gestured towards Mark with a playful flick of his fingers. Brother, you must be out of your mind to allow me to hit you. You may not yet realize it, but I am no longer who I once was. Just now, I awakened my superpowers. I am now akin to our father. Mark's initial shock quickly morphed into disbelief. Things are different now. I'm not the same Mark. I have been reborn like a super scion from Dragon Ball. My power level has reached a staggering 100 million. I am formidable. Fear not. I am aware of your newfound abilities. Simply strike at me with all your might. Jupiter maintained his signature Marxist smile, radiating confidence. Could it be that you? Mark paused, having deduced the truth. He was no fool. Jupiter's willingness to let him throw a punch after learning of his powers could only mean one thing. Jupiter had also acquired extraordinary abilities. Chapter 3. The Foolish Udu Come Forth. Jupiter exclaimed, brimming with self-assurance. He was eager to ascertain just how much stronger he had become compared to Mark, who had never before engaged in boxing or martial arts. He was keen to evaluate the efficacy of his training. Very well. You have spoken. Mark's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the past, before he had gained superpowers, he had always relied on Jupiter's protection and often found himself swiftly defeated during their playful tussles. Now, however, he was no longer the same. He was eager to discover the extent of his newfound strength. With that thought in mind, Mark lunged at Jupiter, delivering a powerful punch. The ferocious wind from his strike sent chairs flying in all directions. Nolan, witnessing Mark's sudden assault, swiftly positioned himself in front of Deborah, shielding her from the airborne debris. The terrifying force, even without landing a blow on Jupiter, made him acutely aware of Mark's formidable strength through the mere sensation of the punch's wind. However, brother, you're full of flaws. In an instant, Jupiter evaded Mark's fist and seized his right leg, executing a naked choke that rendered Mark motionless on the spot. Hey! Mark struggled fiercely, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape Jupiter's grip. Surrender, Mark. Jupiter chuckled lightly, finding amusement in Mark's efforts. The more Mark strained, the more exhilarated Jupiter became, determined not to release his hold until he subdued Mark completely. Truth be told, Jupiter felt a twinge of joy. In moments when their strengths were evenly matched, they resembled ordinary humans, and it was then that the art of combat revealed its significance. Mark and Jupiter were akin to the initial clash between Hulk and Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War. Despite their comparable strength, the disparity in combat experience allowed Thanos to dominate Hulk, ultimately delivering a series of swinging punches that left Hulk reeling. Jupiter was like Thanos, adept in martial arts and fully aware of how to utilize his body to inflict pain on his opponent, while Mark resembled the brute strength of Hulk, lacking the knowledge to wield it effectively. Thus, the tide turned decisively, with Jupiter swiftly subduing Mark, who had also gained superpowers. Surrender, Mark. Jupiter urged with a smile. I will not. Mark retorted stubbornly, insisting he would never concede. Losing to your brother is nothing to be ashamed of. You've been defeated for 17 years. Jupiter continued to persuade. I refuse. Mark remained resolute, which perhaps explained his rise as the invincible young hero. Brother, I am quite troubled. Perhaps I should just bypass you today. Jupiter shook his head, preparing to release Mark. I do not want that. Continue to exert your strength. I will break free on my own merit, Mark exclaimed, dissatisfied as Jupiter began to ease his grip. Hey! Jupiter found himself at a loss for words, realizing that his obstinate little brother was not only refusing to yield, but also unwilling to allow him to show leniency. He insisted on challenging someone who had triumphed in numerous youth competitions and was on the cusp of transitioning to the adult professional circuit, a half-fighting master. Just as Jupiter was at a loss for how to proceed, he suddenly felt an immense force on his shoulder, swiftly separating him from Mark. Upon glancing up, Jupiter saw Nolan, knowing instantly that it was Nolan who had intervened. On this planet, only Nolan had the strength to separate him from Mark. Nolan regarded Mark with a serious expression. "Listen, Mark, I understand your desire to defeat Jupiter, but you cannot hope to overcome him with the powers you have just acquired, especially against someone who has honed his fighting skills for a decade." I recall a distant proverb from an ancient Eastern kingdom, stating that a person does not become plump in a day, nor is steel forged in an instant. This implies that one must consume food bite by bite, and steel is refined gradually. Likewise, martial arts cannot be mastered overnight. Nolan, drawing upon this wisdom, imparts it to Mark. "I understand, Father." Mark replies after a moment of contemplation, comprehending his father's intent. He wishes to alleviate his father's worries and gently nods in acknowledgement. "And Jupiter, remember, you are different now. Do not engage in combat within the house," Nolan gently reminds, glancing back at Jupiter, who is watching the scene unfold. "Oh, I understand." Jupiter nods softly, observing the cracked floor and scattered dishes. "Excellent. Now, you two rascals, tidy up the house, and then we shall eat." Nolan smiles, pleased with Jupiter's assurance. "At your command." Mark and Jupiter spring into action, restoring the room to its former order, save for the split floor. "It is time for a lesson for you two," Nolan comments, having already addressed the matter. "Now let us dine." Deborah, who had been shielded by Nolan, arrives at the table with dumplings, fully aware that her sons had recently acquired superpowers and thus could not contain their excitement. "Wonderful." Nolan, Mark, and Jupiter exchange smiles, taking their seats to relish the meal. "So, Jupiter, is it true that you have abandoned the boxing gym due to your newfound abilities?" Nolan inquires with genuine concern during the meal. "Of course, Dad, you understand. With my current strength, one punch would send them scattering," Jupiter replies, lightly throwing a punch into the air to illustrate how he could reduce an opponent to mere mush. "Indeed," Nolan nods, recalling his own experience. Upon arriving on this planet, he had struggled to control his power, accidentally killing several criminals who did not deserve such a fate. "What a pity, son. That was your dream." Deborah expresses her sorrow for her son, having witnessed his relentless dedication to becoming a professional boxer and the immense effort he invested to grow stronger. It is indeed hard to accept that he cannot compete now due to his overwhelming strength. "No, I am perfectly fine. I have never felt better in my life." Jupiter shakes his head, expressing no dissatisfaction with his newfound strength. His previous efforts were merely to ensure he could defend himself against the attacks of earthly criminals. Now, awakened to the power of the Vexians, he feels an unparalleled exhilaration. "Oh, are you saying you have discovered what you truly wish to pursue?" Deborah's eyes brighten at the prospect, eager to learn what her son envisions for his future. Although Jupiter did not explicitly state it, she vaguely guessed that it was likely inspired by Nolan, aspiring to become a superhero. The thought brought her immense joy. Envisioning her husband and two sons as superheroes, an entire family of heroes. Chapter 4. I want to be an ancestor. I yearn to become an ancestor. After acquiring superpowers, Jupiter felt an unprecedented sense of ease. "I can do as I please. Those who seek to bully me, those who torment my brothers, those who harbor ill intentions towards our family, let them all eat dirt. Everything beautiful belongs to me, and those I despise shall suffer. The entire world is my playground." With the sunniest of smiles, Jupiter uttered the most ruthless words. "What did you say?" Deborah gasped, her mouth agape upon hearing Jupiter's proclamation. "Hey, brother, how could you say such a thing?" Mark looked at Jupiter with confusion etched on his face. "Haha, I'm merely jesting," Jupiter replied, smiling and shaking his head at the expressions of Stella and Mark. "Phew, you nearly scare me to death." Deborah exhaled slowly, relieved. Jupiter's words had startled her, leading her to believe that a supervillain was about to emerge from their family. "Brother, what you just said is undoubtedly the funniest joke of the year." Mark, convinced that Jupiter was joking, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, declaring it the best joke he had ever heard. Hee hee. Jupiter offered no response, only a faint smile. However, unbeknownst to Mark and Deborah, Nolan regarded Jupiter with eyes brimming with admiration, as if to say, "Did you hear that? This is my son, Jupiter. Indeed, he was worthy of being Nolan's child, a magnificent Viltemite. The Viltemites are natural conquerors, ruling over the cosmos. They do as they please. Jupiter. Just as the family basked in the warmth of togetherness, Nolan suddenly rose from his seat. It has begun, Jupiter thought to himself, knowing he had succeeded. His earlier words were a bait, intended to draw out his father, the greatest invader among the Viltemites sent to Blue Star. Indeed, Viltemites are nothing like Kryptonians. They do not come to protect Blue Star, but to dominate. This rare ethnic group, which has ruled nearly the entirety of the observable universe, possesses the capability for each member to effortlessly govern a planet. Spacefaring civilizations appear as fragile as paper before the Viltemites. You must come with me. Let us have a serious conversation about how such rebellious thoughts took root in your mind. Nolan grasped Jupiter's hand, preparing to lead him out of the house. Jupiter only shared a joke. Deborah watched Nolan, who was about to take Jupiter outside, with a hint of concern. The ensuing conversation between father and son was inevitable. I absolutely cannot permit anyone in my family to harbor such extreme thoughts, not even for a fleeting moment. Nolan's gaze silenced Deborah and Mark, who were ready to intervene. Good luck, my brother. I truly cannot assist you. Mark lowered his head like an ostrich, seizing the opportunity to fill his bowl with more dumplings. Jupiter remained silent, being pulled out of the house by his father, Nolan. Jupiter, listen, were you serious about that thought just now? Nolan ascended into the sky with Jupiter in tow, his expression grave as he inquired. Well, it should be true. Jupiter nodded lightly before elaborating. We are so powerful, while they are so weak, my child. Before Jupiter could finish, Nolan embraced him tightly. Indeed, you are a natural-born Vexian. Nolan's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he looked at Jupiter. Long ago, while conquering a planet of a higher civilization with my comrades, I encountered a sorceress. She pleaded with me, claiming she could reveal my future in exchange for her life. I acquiesced, and she foretold that my first child on a planet called Blue Star would become a natural champion of the Veltum people, surpassing the current regent to become the true king, leading the Vexians to conquer the entire universe. After sharing this, I killed her, fearing that others might hear her words. At that moment, I doubted the accuracy of her prophecy. If it were true, she should have foreseen her demise. However, it was evident she could not predict her own death. When you were born, I recalled this prophecy, and thus, your name, Jupiter, was chosen, King of the Gods. As Vexians, we are as mighty as deities to the natives of this planet, and your name signifies that you shall one day become the King of the Gods, the ruler of our Veltum people. Yet, my child, you have struggled to awaken your powers, leading me to believe you were an insignificant Blue Star inhabitant. Fortunately, your genes subconsciously strengthened you, allowing you to continuously practice martial arts. Today, you finally gained your power, becoming one of us, the Veltum people, and effortlessly defeating your brother. This has led me to believe in that legendary prophecy. My son, you are the natural champion of Vex. Nolan spoke with great fervor, his excitement surpassing that of Jupiter. I'm somewhat confused, father. Aren't we Veltum people a friendly race? Jupiter feigned ignorance as he looked at Nolan. Ha ha ha. That was merely a ruse I employed to deceive the natives of this planet. We Vexians have never been a friendly people. We, the Vixing people, are a nation that revels in conquest. I intentionally disguised myself as the superhero of their fantasies, aiming to discern the combat capabilities of this planet while devising means to conquer it. My child, do you wish to assist me? As Nolan spoke, he extended an olive branch towards Jupiter, fully aware that there was an element of gamble in his approach. Should Jupiter decline, he could potentially lose all his efforts, even leading to a father-son duel. Or shall we take action? However, to Nolan's surprise, Jupiter directly inquired when they would strike. What did you say? Nolan was taken aback. He had not anticipated his son to respond so decisively. I meant, when shall we take action against this planet? Jupiter clarified after hearing Nolan's words. There's no rush. This planet is not as easily subdued as we might think, though its civilization is merely at a primitive spacefaring level. It is monitored by countless bizarre entities, making it a rather formidable opponent. The first adversary standing before us is the Global Guardian Corps. Nolan gazed intently at Jupiter, having resolved that it was time to confront the Global Guardian Corps. Chapter 5. First, Let's set a modest goal, such as defeating the Guardian Corps. Together, let's eliminate them. Jupiter was aware of the global Guardian Corps, likening them to a distorted version of the Justice League, with Darkwing corresponding to Batman, War Goddess to Wonder Woman, Green Fiend to Green Lantern, Mars Man to Martian Manhunter, and Crimson Speedster to the Flash, alongside the enigmatic Everlasting Hero. They were a diminished iteration of the Justice League, referred to as the Global Guardian Corps in this world. Regarding this so-called Global Guardian Corps, Jupiter felt confident in their defeat, as the physical prowess of the Vixing people endowed him with strength surpassing that of the Superman portrayed in Zack Snyder's Man of Steel. Oh, there's no need. I can handle them alone. If you intend to assist your father, you must first learn to fly. Nolan smiled slightly at Jupiter's words, not out of mockery for his son's perceived weakness, but because he truly believed he could manage the Global Guardian Corps single-handedly. Flying? Is that so? Jupiter gently pushed his father aside, and then a miraculous scene unfolded as he effortlessly soared into the sky. My son, you are a genius. It took me an hour to learn to fly after gaining my powers, yet you mastered it in an instant. Nolan stared wide-eyed at Jupiter, increasingly convinced that his son was a natural-born powerhouse, rivaling or even surpassing the regent of the Vixing, Craig. Flying is as simple as walking in the air. Isn't that quite easy? Jupiter was unaware of the reasons behind his ability to soar through the skies. He simply felt capable of it, and thus he was. It was as effortless as the fundamental acts of drinking, eating, and breathing, which he had instinctively mastered from the moment of his birth. I knew you were a prodigy. Let us see who can fly faster. Nolan exclaimed with palpable excitement. You understand that the Earth is round, don't you? That is common knowledge from elementary school. Jupiter replied, transforming into a streak of light as he darted into the distance. You're cheating, Nolan exclaimed, closely pursuing Jupiter. The two resembled beams of light, dancing through the heavens. 10 minutes later, with a thunderous rush of air, Jupiter returned first to his original position. He cast a glance back at the light trailing behind him and smiled, then flew towards his home. Ringing the doorbell, Jupiter entered. Hey, Mom, could you please prepare a bowl of dumplings for me? I'm famished, he said with a smile directed at Deborah. Of course. By the way, where's your father? Deborah asked, momentarily puzzled as to why Nolan was absent. Where is he? Jupiter inquired as he plopped down in a chair, crossing his legs and patiently awaiting his father's return. Just then, as Jupiter settled into the chair, Nolan pushed open the door. Look, Jupiter pointed at Nolan with a grin. Son, you're being dishonest. You clearly took off ahead of me. We should exhibit some sportsmanship. Remember, you carry the blood of the ancient Eastern civilization and the Vixing people, not that of the barbarians. Nolan said, stepping in front of Jupiter, clearly irritated. I understand, Dad. I'll be more mindful next time. Jupiter nodded, acknowledging his mistake. That's all I need to hear. Nolan relented, moving to stand beside Jupiter, both now turning their attention to Deborah. I want a bowl of dumplings too. I just finished exercising and I'm starving. Nolan echoed Jupiter's earlier request. What on earth did you two do to work up such a sweat? Deborah inquired, her curiosity piqued as she observed both father and son. We engaged in some friendly competition. Nolan thought for a moment, raising an eyebrow. And I emerged victorious. Jupiter stuffed his mouth with dumplings, claiming triumph over his father. You only won because you played tricks. Nolan frowned, a hint of indignation in his tone, though he soon relaxed. Honestly, Jupiter, you are the fastest child I have ever seen. Even at your age, I was not this swift. You may very well become the fastest in the entire universe. Nolan patted Jupiter on the shoulder, filled with confidence in his son. Oh, come on. I don't want to rush things. A man should not be hasty. Jupiter interjected with a jest. Being quick is not necessarily a good thing. Ha ha. Nolan laughed heartily at this. Son, do you have a girlfriend? If you find someone you like, pursue her bravely. Your father. Nolan chuckled and began recounting his glorious past. Ahem. Deborah, overhearing, gently cleared her throat, interrupting Nolan's narrative. Ahem. What I meant to say is, I have loved only your mother in my life. Upon noticing Deborah, Nolan quickly coughed twice. When it's just the two of us, I'll tell you more, he whispered to Jupiter, winking. All right, Dad, Jupiter replied, raising an eyebrow, only mildly interested. Since Nolan wished to boast, he did not mind listening. I'm heading back to my room, Mark said, glancing at the jovial exchange between Nolan and Jupiter. He opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately turned away, heading upstairs to his own room. Dad, You should spend more time with my foolish brother, Jupiter remarked, watching Mark leave with a raised brow. Jupiter, Mark is different from you. He resembles a blue star person, so let us give him some time to adjust, Nolan said, looking around before leaning closer to Jupiter and speaking softly. All right, as you say, Jupiter conceded, not wanting to argue. After all, his foolish brother, as the protagonist of the invincible young hero, was a righteous individual with a moral compass rivaling that of Superman. By the way, Dad, am I supposed to wear this outfit to battle the Global Guardians? Jupiter suddenly recalled and asked Nolan. Certainly not. Nolan shook his head. You need your own combat suit. Just like mine. Nolan expressed his intent to craft a battle-tight suit for Jupiter. That would be best. Jupiter nodded. He certainly did not want to be distracted by an ill-fitting outfit while needing to protect himself with his biological stance against the strongest guardians on this planet. Chapter 6. Educating Todd. What are you two talking about? Deborah approached with 2 bowls of dumplings, inquiring about the hushed conversation between the father and son. We were discussing the little secrets shared among men. Nolan winked at Jupiter and turned his head to speak softly to Deborah. Just eat your meal. Deborah placed her hands on her hips, urging the two to start their dinner. All right, all right. Nolan and Jupiter nodded in unison before eagerly digging into their food. The following day, Jupiter awoke slowly to the sound of his alarm clock. Upon opening the window, he was startled to find Nolan perched upon the body of his foolish brother, Mark, in the yard. What on earth is happening? Jupiter raised an eyebrow, questioning whether such a shocking sight was necessary to greet him. Mother, what is going on? He descended the stairs to inquire of Deborah, who was preparing breakfast. Your father is teaching your brother the proper way to fly, Deborah replied. Very well. Jupiter, understanding the situation, chose not to press further. Before Jupiter could seek out Mark and Nolan, Mark stormed into the house. His head hung low and ascended the stairs in silence. Father, what is wrong with Mark? Jupiter asked Nolan, who had just entered behind him. I may have been a bit harsh and said some hurtful things. But Jupiter, you know that if Mark wishes to become like us, he must accept such lessons. Nolan lamented, feeling a twinge of frustration with his inept son. Father, regarding my dear brother, perhaps you should employ a gentler approach. Upon hearing Nolan's words, Jupiter proposed his advice for Mark. A gentler approach? Nolan's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, we have ample time. There is no rush. You may take your time with him, while I will handle the other necessary tasks. Jupiter said with a slight smile, assuring that he would complete the mission assigned to him. Jupiter added, Fortunately, I have you. After school today, I will take you to a wonderful place. Nolan, patting Jupiter on the shoulder, felt immensely grateful to have such a dependable son. All right, time to eat. Jupiter, you need to be off to school soon. Deborah approached with the food, confident that Nolan would manage the father-son relationship on his own. All right, Jupiter replied, quickly finishing his bread before ascending the stairs to knock on Mark's door. Hurry up and get a class. He gently urged. You go ahead. I'll be there shortly. Mark, filled with respect for his older brother Jupiter, who had always been tough on him, reluctantly replied in a soft voice upon recognizing his brother's knock. All right, I'll be off then, Jupiter said, shaking his head in resignation, knowing that this was his brother, with their mother shielding him. Had it been anyone else exhibiting such youthful folly, he would have swiftly put a stop to it. His ancestors had never coddled such faults in others. In the school, Mark walked dejectedly, accompanied by his blonde sidekick. Hey, Mark Grayson, what will you do without Amber today? Just as Mark was wallowing in his misery, a tall figure with slicked back hair, clad in a baseball jacket and embodying the archetype of a school bully, approached him. Todd, Mark glanced at the newcomer, his spirits further dampened. I have no desire to provoke you. He shook his head, recalling how, had he just acquired superpowers, he would have relished the opportunity to teach this muscle-bound brute a lesson. However, after his encounters with Jupiter and Nolan, which had imparted the wisdom that there are realms beyond his own and individuals beyond his reckoning, he truly lacked the enthusiasm to confront an ordinary person like Todd. Ha ha ha. Don't want to? Are you saying I shouldn't hit you? Todd shoved Mark against the metal locker where students stored their belongings. Listen, Todd, you need to stop. Mark, exasperated, gazed pleadingly at Todd. Stop. Ha ha ha. It seems you've said something amusing. Todd appeared to relish the moment. Today, I will strike you right here. Let us see who can stop me. With that, Todd swung a fist toward Mark's cheek. With a soft thud, Todd's wrist was effortlessly caught by another. Todd, it seems you haven't taken my words to heart. Jupiter regarded Todd with a serious expression, his gaze icy. Todd's heart raced at the sight of Jupiter, a prominent member of the school's football team, who enjoyed a celebrity-like status not merely for his popularity, but also for his imposing physique, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches with a physique akin to a boxer. Jupiter was a formidable presence throughout the school. I warned you, and you chose to disregard my counsel, which is a blatant disrespect. Jupiter exerted a slight pressure. Todd's complexion paled, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek as his body trembled. He could hear the ominous sound of his wrist creaking, a prelude to fracture. Jupiter, please. Let him go, Mark interjected, rushing forward to prevent Todd's hand from being crushed. You ought to refer to me as brother. Jupiter turned to Mark, his demeanor serious. Mark, taken aback by Jupiter's chilling demeanor, felt a wave of panic wash over him. Yet Todd's pain cries jolted Mark back to reality. Brother, please stop. His wrist is going to break. Mark, feeling a profound sense of humiliation, forced himself to address Jupiter as brother. Very well, for Mark's sake. I shall spare you this time. But should there be a next, you know the consequences. Now be gone. Jupiter released Todd's wrist, speaking in a cold tone. Todd clutched his wrist, silencing any sound that threatened to escape, and fled into the distance without a backward glance. Mark, you must learn to be a bit more assertive. When encountering such worthless individuals, just take action. Jupiter observed Todd's hasty retreat, his gaze filled with disdain. As a being endowed with extraordinary powers, it was utterly humiliating to be bullied by a mere mortal. He could hardly bring himself to admit that Todd was his brother. If Jupiter were to advance towards the legacy of their ancestors, Mark would resemble a descendant, easily manipulated by anyone, a rather disheartening reality. I need to collect myself. Mark shook his head, realizing he needed to regain his composure. With his head bowed, he walked away alone into the distance. Jupiter watched Mark's retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. After all, he had shared 17 years of life with his brother, fostering a bond of kinship. If possible, he wished for Mark's well-being. Although he did not expect Mark to grasp his lofty aspirations, he at least desired that Mark would not be an individual easily victimized by others, for that would tarnish the honor of his role as an elder brother. After parting ways with Jupiter, Mark entered the restroom, splashing his face with cold water, then covered his face with a cloth before soaring out of the school restroom window. He flew through the air, seeking to shatter something, to vent the fury that surged within him. His urge for destruction was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Foolish brother. Yet, unbeknownst to Mark, a figure in the sky silently observed his every move. Chapter 7. Everyone needs combat gear on the streets. A car sped along. The owner had just completed a zero-cost purchase. While such an act might seem ludicrous, in this land of freedom, it was as commonplace as cultural heritage. Zero-cost purchases unfolded daily in this liberated nation. Unlike many other countries where such activities commenced only at night, here, they began in broad daylight. Meanwhile, an even more absurd scene was unfolding. Beneath the sun's radiant glow, the sounds of gunfire echoed bang, bang. A group of men clad in black suits, accompanied by a burly figure adorned in rock-like armor, navigated the streets, suppressed by the fierce firepower of their adversaries. You cannot flee with us, shouted a man with golden hair, wearing sunglasses. Only your sacrifice will afford us a chance to escape. Fool, my duty is to ensure your safety. If I remain behind, who will protect you? The armored giant retorted. The burly man did not allow himself to be insulted by these individuals. His brows furrowed as he glared menacingly at the diminutive figures. Were it not for his duty to protect these scoundrels, he would have long since reduced them to mere pulp. Enough of this nonsense. Quickly, take me over that iron fence. The man in black, somewhat irked, turned to face the dead end before him, where a towering 2-meter-high iron fence obstructed their path, and coldly commanded the burly man. No need for your words. The burly man grunted disdainfully. With one hand gripping each of the 2 men in black as if they were mere chicks, he swiftly propelled himself forward, leaping effortlessly over the imposing iron barrier. My heavens! The men in black felt themselves being lifted into the air, soaring above the ground with a thrill that far surpassed any amusement park roller coaster. Their hearts raced, not only from the exhilarating flight, but also from the hail of bullets behind them. This was undoubtedly an extreme sport. They wondered if their benefactor might be interested in sponsoring such an endeavor. Just as the men in black and the burly man believed they had reached safety, a boy clad in a red sweater and blue trousers, his face obscured by a yellow scarf and exuding an air of utter absurdity, dove from above, hurtling straight towards the rock-armored burly man. Goodness! The burly man stared in bewilderment at the descending youth, taken aback by his misfortune of encountering a superhero upon his emergence. Boom! With a thunderous roar, dust and debris erupted as the burly man was sent flying, along with the iron gate behind him, by the reckless youth. Upon crashing to the ground, the burly man sprang back to his feet, realizing the dire state of the two men in black, and comprehending that he had utterly failed in his task. Though I know not who you are, you have provoked the wrong individual, he declared, charging towards the masked youth. What a calamity! In the sky, Jupiter observed the unfolding spectacle with quiet fascination. He watched as the youth, Mark, a foolish embodiment of Jupiter's own misguided creation, was bewilderingly pummeled by the burly man's combination of strikes. Lacking any combat skill, Mark had only raw strength, and despite his predicament, he ultimately prevailed through sheer force, launching himself at the burly man and achieving victory. You have chosen the wrong adversary. Mark, veiled and triumphant, gazed down at the defeated figure of the burly man, whose rock-like armor had been shattered, revealing his true dark skin. The anger that once burned within him dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of accomplishment. He yearned for his father and brother to witness this moment. He had succeeded in defeating an enemy. He was a superhero. Mark, are you truly a superhero? Your attire is rather comical, Jupiter remarked, descending gracefully with his arms crossed over his chest, a smile gracing his features. Hey, Jupiter, did you see that? I just defeated a supervillain. I'm a superhero. Upon encountering Jupiter, Mark's spirits soared as he lamented the lack of appreciation for his work. Jupiter's timely arrival provided the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his accomplishments, greatly satisfying his vanity. Jupiter observed the car overturned by Mark and the devastation of half the street, nodding in acknowledgement. Well done, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. If Mark's goal was to wreak havoc upon the street, then he had indeed succeeded. He had achieved his aim. No superhero should don attire reminiscent of a circus clown. Follow me. You both require proper outfits. Just as Jupiter and Mark, the two brothers, engaged in casual conversation, a man with two small mustaches, resembling the editor of the newspaper in Spider-Man, descended gently from the sky. This individual was none other than the mightiest being on the planet, the omnipotent man, who gazed tenderly at his two sons as he spoke softly. I have been eagerly anticipating this moment. Jupiter felt a stirring within. He had long desired a sturdy set of clothing. Mark, too, was filled with anticipation. Without further ado, the trio ascended into the sky. As for the chaos left behind, there were those designated to address it. In a suburban tailor shop, an elderly man with white hair was diligently crafting the latest superhero attire. A sudden roar interrupted him, prompting him to set aside his work. Long time no see, Atro. The omnipotent man entered the shop, greeting the proprietor warmly. Indeed, it has been a while. The shop owner replied with a smile. Greetings. Jupiter followed closely behind the omnipotent man, his hands clasped behind his back, a warm smile gracing his face. Wow, this place is incredible. Compared to the mature Jupiter, Mark resembled a child who had just discovered a beloved toy, darting excitedly around the room, marveling at the array of battle suits. Are these two your children? The tailor glanced at Jupiter, then at Mark, turning to inquire of the omnipotent man, Nolan. Yes, Nolan nodded, gesturing to Jupiter behind him. This is my eldest son, Jupiter, and my youngest, Mark. He then looked at the energetically running Mark. Delighted to meet you both. I am Atro Sinbaum, but you may call me Atro. He continued, I have known your father for decades. I was his first friend on Earth. I had always hoped to grow old alongside Nolan, only to realize that the great omnipotent man shall never age. Atro introduced himself to Jupiter and Mark, recounting his long-standing connection with Nolan. For millennia, we Vexians have remained ageless to engage in battle. Upon listening to Atro's introduction, Nolan's expression bore a hint of pride. As a noble warrior of the Verdum race, he could live for thousands of years without experiencing any decay, perpetually at the zenith of his combat prowess. Chapter 8. It represents a word, Uncle Atro. You appear remarkably youthful. Jupiter greeted Atro with a perfect smile, exuding warmth. This child possesses a way with words. He seems truly formidable, just as you are. Atro gazed at Jupiter, perceiving the reflection of the omnipotent Nolan within him. Indeed, He shall be my finest progeny. Nolan nodded, confident that his child would be an exceptional being. May I have that outfit? On the other side, Mark's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of a combat suit. Ah, of course. Atro responded to Mark's exclamation with a gentle smile. Compared to the seemingly flawless Jupiter, Mark embodied the essence of a child his age. Naturally exuberant and lively. I have long prepared outfits for you, Atro declared, waving his hand as two spinning cabinets suddenly opened their doors, revealing two combat suits. How splendid. Mark's suit was a vibrant orange-yellow bodysuit, which he donned while energetically moving about. A Jupiter looked at Mark, his eyes widening slightly. Honestly, it's rather unattractive. I would prefer a white suit, ideally similar to my father's, and could you print a letter on the chest for me? Jupiter began to inquire of Atro. Of course. Atro nodded. Such a request was simple for him. As a professional in crafting superhero combat suits, he received various suggestions from heroes daily, which he would then use to refine these suits. May I ask, why do you wish to have a letter printed on the chest? What significance does it hold? Atro inquired, his curiosity piqued. It is akin to my father, the Omnipotent. Every hero possesses their own name, a code name, correct? Jupiter pointed towards his father as he spoke. Indeed. Thus this is. Atro comprehended Jupiter's intention. Every superhero has their own code name, and the offspring of the Omnipotent was destined to become the greatest superhero in the world. Representative. Jupiter smiled slightly as he proclaimed. What? Atro was momentarily taken aback. Huh. The omnipotent Nolan burst into laughter, his gaze towards Jupiter filled with affection and pride. Indeed, this is the attitude that a Verdum should possess. The inhabitants of the Vixing should engage in the endeavors befitting their nature. For instance, Atro found himself in a state of disarray, pondering the peculiar circumstances. Shouldn't the offspring of an omnipotent being be a paragon of heroism? Regardless of the perspective, he appeared to embody a supervillain. With jest indeed, Jupiter observed Atro's flustered demeanor and shook his head, indicating that he was merely jesting. Liberty. To fight for this free nation. Atro's spirits soared upon hearing Jupiter's words, nodding vigorously, his mind racing with thoughts of Jupiter's commendable sense of duty, a trait that eclipsed all others. Truly, Jupiter was a born hero. A faint smile graced Jupiter's lips. He offered no further explanation, refraining from awakening his father, Nolan, his old comrade, with a casual, hey, wake up. What I meant was be the first. The more power one possesses, the less responsible one feels. Becoming a perfect super jerk. I shall craft your battle suit tonight, and you may collect it tomorrow afternoon. Atro, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, vowed to create the finest battle attire he could muster for the child who had inherited the will of the Omnipotent. Father, so, tomorrow afternoon. Jupiter exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Nolan. Tomorrow afternoon, we shall act. Nolan understood Jupiter's intent and responded with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Atro. You will take pride in this suit you crafted with your own hands. Jupiter beamed as he patted Atro's shoulder, vowing that Atro would surely lose sleep over the knowledge that Jupiter would don the superhero battle suit he had fashioned, engaging in a life-or-death confrontation with the most righteous and formidable superhero organization on this planet, the Global Guardians. Father, Jupiter, do you not think my attire is somewhat ostentatious? At that moment, Mark fretted over the flamboyance of his battle suit, unaware that his father and brother were conspiring to upend the entire Blue Planet superhero team. Indeed, it is rather over the top. There is room for improvement. Nolan acknowledged, nodding slightly, recognizing the audacity of Mark's outfit. It suits you, my brother. However, remember this. I am your elder. Jupiter affirmed his fraternal status, nodding in agreement with Mark. Well, Jupiter, you merely emerged a few seconds before me. Mark protested, feeling somewhat slighted. Had the doctor extracted him first, he would have claimed the title of elder brother. One look at our physiques makes it evident that I am the elder. Jupiter puffed out his chest, towering at nearly 2 meters, casting a condescending glance at Mark. Oh, if I spent my days in a boxing gym as you do, I too would grow taller. Mark attributed his own height of only 1.8 meters to a lack of proper training. After all, he is a creation of the same genetic lineage as Jupiter, who can reach a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. It stands to reason that he too should attain such stature. I eagerly anticipate the day when you surpass my height. Jupiter chuckled, his gaze indifferent as he contemplated how to interact with Mark. He had already resolved to align himself with Nolan, which meant that, from a perspective of self-interest, he had positioned himself on a different level from this planet. His foolish brother, alas, was too dim-witted to grasp this reality. My foolish brother. Jupiter was aware of Mark's combat prowess. By the later stages of the comic, he truly deserved the title of Invincible. When he matured, he could indeed become an asset in confronting the formidable leader of the Vex. Yes, Jupiter was not content to merely address the issues of Blue Star. His ambitions extended far beyond. If he was to assume the role of an ancestor, he intended to become the ancestor of the entire universe, ensuring that even his father Nolan's race, the Viltum, would not stand above him. You call me foolish. Mark felt a pang of grievance upon hearing Jupiter's words. He could not fathom where his folly lay. Since childhood, he had endured his brother's scorn, and he believed that his occasional lack of clarity stemmed solely from being berated by him. Chapter 9. The Annihilation of the Global Guardians, 5,000 words. The following day, Mark emerged from his room, bearing dark circles under his eyes. Hey, Mom and brother, he greeted as he noticed Deborah and Jupiter seated at the dining table. He strained to open his eyes wide. My goodness, Mark, those dark circles are so pronounced. Did you not sleep well last night? Is there something troubling you? Deborah inquired anxiously, observing the unmistakable signs of fatigue on Mark's face. No, not at all. I'm perfectly fine, Mark insisted, shaking his head vigorously in an effort to appear more alert. Don't worry, Mom. Mark is just overly excited. It's akin to how he would lose sleep before our spring outings in elementary school. He simply couldn't rest due to the thrill of acquiring his own battle suit. Jupiter lounged with his legs crossed, sipping coffee while watching the drowsy Mark. Enough, brother. I am no longer an elementary school student before spring outing. Mark felt a tinge of embarrassment as Jupiter exposed his secret. Huh, look at the time. You're going to be late. Mark, Jupiter remarked with a smirk. All right, I'm off, Mark retorted, feeling flustered. Jupiter paid no heed to his brother's embarrassment. He stood up, grabbed his school bag, and left with an air of nonchalance. Be careful on the way, Jupiter, Deborah called after him with a gentle smile. Oh, how did it get to this hour? Mark exclaimed, glancing at the time, his eyes widening in realization that Jupiter was indeed correct. He was about to be late. Mark, mind your language, Deborah cautioned. Deborah's eyes flared with indignation as she heard Mark utter an unspeakable term, and she cast an irritated glance in his direction. I'm sorry, Mom. I can't delay any longer. I'm going to be late. By the way, have you seen my clothes? Mark inquired, raising an eyebrow at Deborah. Find your own clothes, she retorted, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. Today, we shall continue discussing the material we didn't cover in the last lesson, announced the elderly teacher, his thinning hair glistening under the classroom lights as he gesticulated animatedly. Jupiter appeared lethargic, not due to the excitement that had kept Mark awake through the night, but rather from sheer disinterest in the subject matter being taught. Just as Jupiter closed his eyes to gather his energy for the afternoon's endeavors, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Instinctively, he glanced out the window and caught sight of a figure stealthily descending from above. It was none other than Mark, freshly groomed. My foolish brother has finally arrived late, Jupiter mused, shaking his head in resignation at the sight of his sibling's chaotic entrance, which was unbecoming of someone endowed with divine abilities. In the afternoon, while everyone savored their midday respite, Jupiter seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of needing to visit the restroom and slipped out of the school. He first retrieved his garments and, simultaneously, an urgent global meeting was convening, calling for the entire Guardian's attention. On a picturesque hill, a strikingly beautiful woman was engaged in a rendezvous with a charismatic man, their conversation flowing as they enjoyed their beers. However, the moment the woman turned her head, the man abruptly transformed his attire, swapping his casual checkered shirt, shorts, and sneakers for a striking crimson leather outfit. My goodness, do you not have even a minute to spare for me? The woman's expression darkened with frustration, feeling disrespected by his sudden change. Oh, I apologize, he exclaimed, realizing the oversight in his attire. In that brief minute, he had not only changed clothes, but had also thwarted a group of bandits 5 kilometers away, regrettably forgetting to revert to his original outfit in his haste. We need to talk, she insisted, anger simmering beneath the surface. She wished for her boyfriend to understand that while she fully accepted his identity as a superhero and supported him unconditionally, he must also recognize his primary roles as a boyfriend, a future husband, and a father before all else. just as she was about to voice her thoughts. A beeping sound emanated from the watch on the man's wrist. "I'm sorry, darling, but I must take my leave. The Guardians are calling for me." His expression turned grave as he glanced at the timepiece. A woman sighed helplessly. "You go." Before her words could finish, the man clad in rubber had vanished from sight. She gazed at the empty space beside her, cursing in anger, feeling both furious and powerless, solely because her boyfriend was the fastest man in the world. The renowned Crimson Speedster. Meanwhile, in the unfathomable depths of the ocean, a figure seated upon a throne, gripping a trident, was dozing off. This was a merman, reminiscent of a character from Stephen Chow's film Mermaid, possessing a torso akin to a human, while his lower half resembled that of a fish. His head was identical to that of a fish. At this moment, he was exceedingly irritable due to sheer boredom. This man was not merely an ordinary merman. He was the sovereign of these waters, the ruler of Atlantis, known as the Sea King. Just then, as the Sea King stifled a yawn, his wristwatch finally chimed. "Ha ha ha, wonderful. A mission has arrived." The Sea King chuckled heartily, blowing a bubble that transformed into an arrow in the water, swiftly propelling him towards the Hall of Guardians. Aside from the Crimson Speedster and the Sea King, the most affluent magnate of the Lighthouse Free Nation, who operated as a masked vigilante named Darkwing in the freest city of the Free Nation, received news to join the Global Guardian Corps after dispatching his enemies. As a world-renowned businesswoman and demigod, the War Maiden, known for her contributions to the world, also took to the skies upon receiving the message. The Martian Knight, who was engaging with his child and appeared to be a photographer but was actually the Green Ghost, along with all other members of the Guardian Corps, transformed into superheroes in times of crisis. Each of them led their own lives, integrating into society and coexisting with the citizens they protected on this azure planet. Upon receiving the call to assemble, they set aside their personal affairs and rushed to the Hall of Guardians, including the Everlasting Knight, who was perpetually airborne. Whoosh! As a piercing sound sliced through the air, the superpowered Darkwing leapt from his aircraft, landing before the assembled Guardians. "Darkwing, what is it that you summoned us for?" The members of the superpowered Guardian Corps had already awaited his arrival, having conferred amongst themselves. No one had called for them. Thus, the only possible initiator of this assembly could be Darkwing, who had flown in on a warplane. "I did not," Darkwing's first words, upon descending from the aircraft, sent a wave of shock through the crowd as he denied summoning the Guardian Corps. Then who called us?" The Everlasting Knight furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at those around him, contemplating who could have summoned the mightiest superhero team in existence. At this moment, the Eternal Hero remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In his extensive experience spanning millennia, he regarded himself as the most formidable being on this planet. The assembly of their Guardian team signified absolute invincibility. No adversary dared to strike when they were united, let alone orchestrate a scheme to ensnare them all at once. Just as the Eternal Hero was engulfed in confusion, a piercing roar resonated behind him. A figure, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression, soared through the air at great speed, heading directly towards the Eternal Hero. Caution! The keen senses of Red Speed immediately detected the rapidly approaching silhouette. In a flash, he whisked the Eternal Hero away, saving him from what would have surely been a fatal blow. The Omnipotent. Simultaneously, the others took note of the assailant targeting the Eternal Hero, their eyes widening in disbelief. For the figure, brimming with murderous intent and brandishing his fists, was none other than the most powerful being on this planet, the world's mightiest superhero, Omnipotent Nolan. What has happened to him? Green Spectre felt her legs weaken instinctively. As a teammate of Omnipotent, she understood the magnitude of his strength. Typically, his presence instilled a sense of security, yet now, facing him as an enemy filled her with dread. "Omnipotent, what has befallen you?" War Maiden gazed at him with a look of confusion. "Omnipotent would never turn against me. He is likely under some form of control." Damn it! The Eternal Hero swore he loathed this man, who overshadowed him with his prowess. Yet he had to concede that Omnipotent was the noblest soul on this planet, and would never harm their global Guardian team. Thus, he concluded that Omnipotent must be under mental manipulation, a possibility he recognized all too well, having experienced it himself. Regardless of what has transpired, we must find a way to stop him. A rampaging Omnipotent. My heavens, the mere thought sends shivers down my spine. Red Speed shook his head, unable to fathom the catastrophic consequences a frenzied omnipotent could unleash upon Earth. Could he obliterate the surface and exterminate humanity in an instant? All right. Upon hearing Red Speed's words, the others sobered up, resolutely deciding to unite against the strongest being from the blue planet before them. However, just as they stood poised, holding their breath in anticipation, another roar echoed in their ears. They beheld a robust man, marked with an imposing emblem on his chest, charging directly at War Maiden's head. Disaster. The first to react, Red Speed swiftly turned, leaping to tackle War Maiden, causing the oncoming brute's punch to miss its target. What? The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the figure that had suddenly appeared behind them, clad in a white garment with a red cape, adorned with a prominent emblem on his chest. They perceived the essence of the omnipotent Nolan in the young man before them, though he appeared notably younger and seemingly more robust. Two omnipotent beings? The eternal hero turned his gaze towards the muscular figure emblazoned on his chest, his demeanor becoming rigid. One omnipotent individual was sufficient to compel the entire global guardian force into action. As for two, well, such a scenario was almost laughable. Just as the eternal hero pivoted, his eyes suddenly clouded, and by the time he regained his composure, he found himself drenched in a cascade of tomato sauce. Am I dead? A moment of bewilderment washed over him, and his brain, deprived of clarity, quickly relinquished the effort to think. Indeed, in that fleeting moment when the eternal hero turned, he forgot the fact that the world's strongest man stood behind him. The consequence of turning one's back on an omnipotent being was that a hand clad in red gloves swiftly severed his neck. Eternal hero. Upon witnessing the eternal hero's collapse, the Crimson Speed's eyes turned cold. He released the Battle Maiden and relentlessly assaulted the omnipotent being. Crash, crash, crash. Despite the absolute speed of the Crimson Speed, even the omnipotent Nolan found himself somewhat challenged. However, the world's strongest man possessed far more than mere prowess. After enduring hundreds of punches from the Crimson Speed, Nolan seized the opportunity. In a split second, he anticipated the Crimson Speed's attack and clamped his hands around the latter's head, intending to crush it. The Crimson Speed was not one to surrender easily. His arms propelled forward, striking towards Nolan's chest. The members of the Global Guardian Force struggled to process the unfolding battle. They could only register that the eternal hero had perished and that the Crimson Speed was ensnared by the omnipotent being. Yet, their inability to keep pace with the battle did not imply that everyone was similarly hindered. In a flash, a white figure darted forward, delivering a devastating blow to the Crimson Speed's chest. Blood gushed from his mouth, and soon after, his eyes dimmed, transforming him into a lifeless corpse. The man, adorned with the prominent emblem on his chest, withdrew his hand from the Crimson Speed's chest only after witnessing the latter's vital signs extinguish. Before the onlookers, he crushed the Crimson Speed's blood-drenched organ in his grip. The man observed his now crimson-stained white gloves with a hint of disgust before turning to Nolan. Should I also consider donning red gloves? Son, heed my words. During the heat of battle, it is best to remain silent, lest we miss the opportune moment to strike. After witnessing the demise of the Crimson Speed, Nolan appeared to relax, as the only potential informant was now deceased. Who are you? The Battle Maiden's eyes brimmed with tears. In less than a second, they had suffered the loss of two comrades, while the enemy appeared only slightly soiled. She understood that her own survival was unlikely, yet for the sake of her companions, she was prepared to fight to the bitter end. Did you not hear? You just called me son. If you didn't hear it, let me reiterate. In fact, I am your father. That tall figure with a prominent chest is none other than Jupiter, now donned in battle attire. Zzzzee. Boom. At the moment Jupiter faced the Battle Maiden, several bat-shaped throwing blades soared towards him, followed by an unexpected explosion. The all-powerful, witnessing Jupiter under attack, intended to assist, only to be obstructed by a torrent of water. It was Poseidon, wielding a bare-handed high-pressure water cannon capable of slicing through steel. We must exert all our efforts to defeat them. Darkwing's expression was icy. Even with the Eternal Champion and Crimson Speed defeated in succession, he remained composed. You have provoked me. Jupiter gently waved his hand through the air, and the dust upon him vanished completely. With a great leap, he landed directly before Darkwing. Listen, child, I am well versed in over 100 martial arts from around the globe, the foremost martial arts master in the world. I do not wish to bully you. Darkwing's countenance changed as he beheld Jupiter suddenly appear before him. The enemy was too swift, surpassing his reflexes. He hoped to persuade the foe with words. For the individual before him appeared youthful, perhaps immature in spirit. Poof! Amid a resounding roar, Darkwing's upper body vanished, leaving behind a scatter of inappropriate mosaics, unsuitable for normal discourse. Your skills are meaningless in the face of absolute power. If Darkwing, this martial arts master, were an alien, perhaps Jupiter might truly struggle against the battle-hardened Darkwing. However, alas, Darkwing was merely an ordinary blue planet inhabitant, exerting all his strength, yet yielding only a few hundred kilograms of force. Jupiter shook his head at the crimson carnage strewn about and turned away. In the brief moments that Jupiter dealt with Darkwing, Poseidon was left with only half a fish head, Martian Man's body was torn asunder, his core obliterated, and Green Goblin's form was pierced through, leaving only the Battle Maiden to struggle on. Just as she swung her hammer against Nolan, Jupiter stealthily approached her from behind. Clap! In the next instant, Nolan seized the Battle Maiden's wrist, while Jupiter clutched her neck. Crack! With a swift motion, Jupiter efficiently dealt with the Battle Maiden. Anti-Battle Maiden, you are my favorite in the Global Guardians, Jupiter remarked, observing the twisted neck of the Battle Maiden. Shaking his head, his fondness was limited to the Global Guardians alone. Huff! Jupiter exhaled, glancing at his watch. 2 minutes and 11 seconds, and the world's mightiest superhero team, the Global Guardians, was annihilated. Now knock me out, then escape. Just as we plan to return to school for class. Nolan, gazing at the pool of crimson, discarded his hammer and addressed Jupiter. The hammer is indeed commendable. I find myself in need of a trusty weapon. Perhaps it is as Jupiter contemplates this notion. He gently nods upon hearing Nolan's words. We shall meet at the hospital tonight. Jupiter smiles faintly at Nolan. Tonight at the hospital, my child. Do not hold back. Strike me with all your might. At this, Nolan patted Jupiter's shoulder, offering him encouragement. Suddenly, Nolan found himself sprawled on the ground, defeated by Jupiter's flurry of punches. This little rascal's punches pack quite a punch. Nolan's final thought, just before losing consciousness, was that he had underestimated his son. His fists were heavier than he had anticipated. Chapter 10. Energy Levels Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. As the Global Guardians Hall returned to silence, a cadre of fully armed soldiers, machine guns in hand, materialized within the room. Good heavens! Among the investigators, one man, clad in a suit with slick-back hair and sunglasses, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the devastation before him. The most powerful superhero team on Blue Star, the Global Guardians, had been annihilated? The man hoped fervently that this was merely an April Fool's joke. Report. The Omnipotent One still exhibits physiological responses. He may yet be alive. Several heavily armed soldiers approached Nolan, the Omnipotent One, and after a thorough examination, they concluded that this formidable superhero might still be among the living. Get him to the hospital. Spare no effort to save him. They commanded. Seal all information regarding this incident. Until a conclusion is reached, not a whisper of this must escape. The leader of the group, an elderly man in a suit with long white hair, gazed anxiously at the scene. His mind raced with thoughts, although he was reluctant to believe it. He pondered the possibility of a supervillain powerful enough to defeat the entire Global Guardians, along with the Omnipotent One. If such a being truly existed, he could only pray to the heavens for divine intervention to halt this merciless foe. Meanwhile, Jupiter had returned to school. During the time, the investigators dallied. He not only made his way back to the institution, but also visited Sakura, discarding the eternal hero's heart and head into the crater of Mount Fuji. He was eager to see how this eternal hero might resurrect himself. Did he expect to regrow his body merely by consuming lava? What a farcical notion. Hey, Jupiter, I've been searching for you all afternoon. Where have you been? Just as Jupiter washed his hands and exited the restroom, he encountered a beaming Mark. I was using the restroom, Jupiter replied, gesturing behind him. My goodness, you missed your younger brother's spectacular performance just because you were in the loo. You have no idea how valiant I was. I personally vanquished a supervillain who could shoot lasers. Mark gazed at Jupiter with palpable excitement, resembling a dog eagerly awaiting its master's praise, wagging his metaphorical tail incessantly. Jupiter, peering out of the window, found that his auditory and visual senses transcended the capabilities of ordinary humans. So, is this the reason you obliterated a skyscraper? Jupiter inquired, gesturing towards the smoking edifice 3 kilometers away from school. Don't mind the details, Mark replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he observed the billowing smoke. You know, the enemy fired lasers. The kind that goes whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I couldn't stop that. He mimicked the enemy's laser fire in a comical fashion. I understand, but nonetheless, you did well, Jupiter remarked, patting Mark on the shoulder as he proceeded down the corridor, intent on ensuring that more people could witness his presence and establish his alibi. Did you hear that? Even Jupiter said you did a great job. Mark, filled with satisfaction from Jupiter's praise, clenched his fists and stomped his feet in triumph. With a thunderous crash, a massive hole suddenly appeared in the ground beneath him. Oh no, Mark exclaimed, glancing around to confirm that no one had witnessed his blunder. Seizing the opportunity to escape, he recalled Jupiter's advice. When faced with troublesome situations one wishes to avoid, it is best to flee. Hello, Jupiter. Good afternoon, Jupiter. Are you joining us for basketball later? Students continuously greeted Jupiter as he walked through the campus, and he responded with a warm smile and nods, akin to a local celebrity. As a member of the school's football team, Jupiter was a figure of admiration, with countless students acknowledging him wherever he went. Typically, Jupiter would engage warmly with each student who greeted him, but today was different. His mind was preoccupied with something unusual. Character: Jupiter Sebastian Grayson species. Vertum star, being power level. Strong surface, weak explosion star. Gene monitoring. No replicable high-quality genes detected. Time-space gate energy collection rate. 41. Jupiter surveyed the character interface in his mind, his lips twitching slightly at the sight of the shoddy, page game-style layout. He recognized it as a design from his past life, a low-tier, casual game titled The Strongest Gene Evolution of the Multiverse, where players could traverse countless films and television shows, defeating formidable foes and replicating their genes in a quest for ultimate relaxation and entertainment. He had initially created this game for his amusement, never expecting that before he could even play it, an excited spill from his cup onto a power strip during the night would cause his unexpected transference. In that moment of crossing over, he had regretted not having the chance to play, but now, it seemed, he possessed a remarkable advantage. As for the usage of this external program, no one is more adept than its developer. He can harness the energy from the bodies of those who have been vanquished, utilizing it to enhance his own genetics. He is able to directly replicate what is beneficial, while the rest can be funneled into powering the time-space portal. The original plan is ripe for revision. The notion of being the sole ancestor of the universe has become antiquated. I aspire to be the sole progenitor of an omnipotent multiverse. Upon awakening the external program, Jupiter promptly abandoned his initial strategy. He is now emboldened with this system. He might even acquire a pair of laser-emitting eyes, for a progenitor who does not wield heat vision is hardly a worthy one. Jupiter then proceeded to attend classes with remarkable discretion, and after school, he returned home amidst Mark's incessant chatter. A few hours later, as dusk descended, agents from the Global Protection Agency finally knocked on the door of the Grayson residence. Dear Ms. Deborah, there's a matter we need to discuss with you and your family. When Deborah opened the door, several men clad in black suits and sunglasses stood at the threshold, quietly observing her and her companions. Inside a pentagon-like structure, one of the men assured, Ms. Deborah, please rest assured, no one has received treatment far exceeding global medical standards here. I am confident he will recover swiftly, for he is the strongest individual on this planet. A man with golden hair, sunglasses, and dressed in black led Deborah, Mark, and Jupiter onward, while the trio remained silent, lost in thought. As the man in sunglasses pushed open a hospital room and drew aside the curtain shielding the patient, the sight of a battered and bruised individual was revealed. Nolan, the omnipotent hero. Did I strike too hard? Jupiter's brow furrowed as he regarded the ailing Nolan. Sighing softly, the man in sunglasses observed Jupiter's expression, seeing him as a youth filled with concern, hatred, and anger, akin to someone witnessing their father being harmed. This small system is designed to unlock the multiverse and absorb other abilities. After all, a progenitor lacking luminous eyes is not a worthy progenitor. Chapter 11. It seems you require some assistance. Will he be all right? Mark clenched his fists, gazing at the gravely injured Nolan. It is possible. However, you know we have done our utmost. The number of Veltum individuals in this hospital is indeed minimal. The man in sunglasses expressed a hint of helplessness. clarifying that Nolan was their sole Veltum patient. Who did this to him? Mark's veins bulged as his gaze sharpened. He was determined to seek out the one responsible for his father's condition and deliver a thorough beating. We do not know. However, we are in pursuit. Please believe me. If we locate that individual, he will undoubtedly suffer injuries far more grievous than those your father currently endures. Just as Mark was engulfed in anger, an elderly gentleman clad in a black suit, with white hair, entered the room. I am Celsus Dieman, the director of the Global Defense Bureau. The elder, identified as Celsus, approached Mark and Jupiter, introducing himself. Cough, cough. Jupiter, upon hearing Celsus's words, cleared his throat softly, not intending anything else, merely feeling a slight discomfort in his throat. Celsus regarded Jupiter with a look of puzzlement. Should we find him, please inform me. I will ensure he regrets ever being born into this world. Jupiter's expression turned grave, his gaze sharp as a volcano on the brink of eruption. I shall, Celsus responded, pausing for a few seconds before nodding gently. How dare you? Deborah, who had been seated at the bedside holding Nolan's large hand, immediately rose upon seeing Celsus, her eyes filled with fury as she glared at him, seemingly perceiving Celsus as anything but a good man. Just moments ago, the Global Guardian team was annihilated. The bodies lay scattered, with Nolan being the sole survivor. We are uncertain why Nolan was present at the headquarters, but the reality before us is undeniable. In truth, we await, hoping Nolan will awaken to reveal what transpired. Celsus felt a sense of helplessness. He was likely the most anxious person in the world at that moment. With the Global Guardian team obliterated and the fate of the Omnipotent One uncertain, this was the most vulnerable time for our planet. If supervillains were to launch an attack now, it could very well lead to a change of ownership for this world. Mark, Jupiter, and Deborah remained silent. Deborah's silence stemmed from her distrust of Celsus, marched from his mind racing to process information beyond his years, while Jupiter struggled to suppress laughter, attempting to maintain composure. To Celsus, the scene appeared as three sorrowful souls engaged in silent self-healing. In fact, we speculate that a certain supervillain lured Nolan to the headquarters with the intention of exterminating them all at once. Celsus continued, revealing some insider information. Why? Mark clenched his fists, unable to comprehend such malevolence. Why? A pertinent question indeed. All supervillains in this world would relish the demise of the Global Guardian team and the Omnipotent One. Alas, we are doing our utmost to contain the information. It inevitably leaks. We informed you and Jupiter at the earliest opportunity. Seychelles sighed deeply. If there was anyone in the room who yearned for the emergence of the Omnipotent, it was undoubtedly he. Mark, Deborah, and Jupiter shared a familial bond with the Omnipotent Nolan. Yet only Seychelles comprehended the catastrophic state the world would descend into should the malevolent restraint of the Omnipotent vanish. Bring me ice water, ice cubes, and a folding bed. I shall tend to him here. Deborah regarded Seychelles with unwavering determination. Very well. Seychelles, unable to withstand Deborah's resolute gaze, gently nodded in acquiescence to her request. Commander, the urban area is under attack. The enemy wields heavy weaponry and is requesting assistance. Just as Seychelles was conversing with the others, his subordinate, a man donned in sunglasses and a suit with golden hair, suddenly illuminated a blue light. Receiving the alarming news of the urban assault. Now, damn, we have no superheroes to dispatch. Seychelles deliberately raised his voice, ostensibly conferring with his subordinate while actually addressing Mark and Jupiter nearby. Mark glanced at Nolan and Deborah, then at Jupiter, ultimately departing the infirmary in silence. Jupiter, observing Mark's departure, furrowed his brow but chose not to speak. He leaned against the wall of the room, quietly accompanying Deborah and Nolan, whose cells were continuously healing within the confines of the sick room. Indeed, Nolan required no treatment. Had he not been promptly brought to the infirmary, this minor injury would have healed within a day for Avayan. Rest assured, I am here for you. Jupiter reassured Deborah. Go check on your brother. Deborah, who had been firmly grasping Nolan's robust hand, suddenly addressed Jupiter. Mom, I fear supervillains may attack this place. Jupiter's acting was impeccable, embodying a child's concern for his mother and father. Ha ha, worry not. This is the safest place in the world. If one day it ceases to be safe, then nowhere will be. Go, Jupiter. Pursue your destiny, Deborah encouraged, turning to him with an encouraging gaze. While she harbored some apprehension about Mark's ability to save others, given his character and immaturity, She felt reassured about Jupiter, for he was truly exceptional. All right, I shall return in a minute. Jupiter glanced back at Deborah as he stepped out of the infirmary. I will wait for you, Deborah replied, feeling a slight easing of her previously anxious heart as she saw Nolan's reflection in Jupiter. Harvesting some energy wouldn't be such a bad idea. Jupiter mused as he soared towards the bustling urban area, where lasers shot into the sky amidst the fervent chaos. As Jupiter descended upon the city, he chanced upon Mark, who was sorrowfully cradling an elderly man in a deep pit, alongside a group of youths under relentless fire and a contingent of green-skinned extraterrestrials. Indeed, these aliens bore an uncanny resemblance to the Namekians from textbooks and the Dragon Ball manga. So archetypal were they. It appeared that assistance was imperative. Just as the youth brigade was preparing to call for reinforcements, a man emblazoned with a grand insignia descended from the heavens, illuminated by the sunlight behind him. Chapter 12. A ferocious assault on the aliens while scanning the surroundings. An analysis revealed the genetic makeup of a certain alien race, deemed unworthy of even canine assessment, with a recommendation for immediate conversion into energy. Alert! In 1 minute and 30 seconds, the alien genes would enter a state of decay. Prompt resolution was necessary. Jupiter gazed at the assembly of monkey-like Namekians and smiled, realizing that time was of the essence. Should he delay, these aliens, disoriented by their dimensional time lag, would perish before his very eyes in a mere minute and a half. Who is that? The youth brigade looked up, mesmerized by the golden aura radiating from the man above. Brother, Mark instinctively called out, having recognized the celestial figure that seemed to descend like a deity. Goodness, that flamboyant figure soaring in the air is this rookie's brother? Could it be that they're all endowed with superpowers? Rex, clad in a tight red suit that resembled more of a sewer worker than a superhero, glanced between Mark and the pit and Jupiter floating above like a divine being, his incessant chatter beginning anew. Rex, do spare us your incessant prattle. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. The exquisite woman in a pink suit, Adam Eve, with her flowing light orange hair, could no longer restrain herself from retorting at Rex. In an instant, a torrent of laser fire rained down upon Jupiter, who was suspended in the air. Brother, Mark gasped in horror as he witnessed Jupiter being struck by the barrage. His concern palpable. Damn it, with so many lasers hitting him, I dare say he must be reduced to mere ashes. So what if he can fly? Not everyone is omnipotent, Rex remarked as he observed Jupiter engulfed in smoke and explosions. Rex, Eve shot him a disapproving glance, though she yearned to lecture him. The moment was ill-suited for such a discourse. Robot, raise the shield for me. I must ascend to assess the situation, Eve instructed the robot softly. Understood. The robot complied, taking Eve's place and erecting a protective barrier. Very well. Eve nodded gently before soaring into the sky. Rex, you truly ought to refrain from speaking so much, the robot observed as Eve departed, turning its gaze towards Rex. All right, it's all my fault. Rex, with an air of disdain, offered a half-hearted apology, a reflection of his habitual demeanor. The sky above stirred as Jupiter exhaled gently, dispersing the clouds of smoke that enveloped him. The laser striking his ironclad form barely left a scratch. And as for why Mark was left in such disarray, please, before acquiring his superpowers, Mark had squandered countless hours on computers and trivial pursuits, unlike Rex, who had devoted himself entirely to honing his physique. Hey, are you all right? Eve, harnessing her powers, soared into the air, greeting the unscathed Jupiter. You're doing well. Use your abilities to save as many as you can. Jupiter nodded thoughtfully after a moment, recognizing Eve's potential, though lamenting that her fate rested in incapable hands. Mark, take that elderly man to the hospital. The youth brigade, the task of rescuing lies with you. These extraterrestrials are mine to handle, Jupiter commanded with authority, directing Mark and the cadre of young heroes with clarity and purpose. Now it's time for my performance. Jupiter transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the group of hapless aliens. He moved like a thunderous war chariot, with every adversary before him crumbling into fragments upon contact. As Jupiter engaged, the pressure on the youth brigade eased significantly. All the aliens shifted their fire, relentlessly assaulting him. What does he take us for? His underlings? Does he believe himself the leader of the youth brigade? Rex shouted in indignation, observing Jupiter's rampage. We better follow his lead. the robot remarked, eyes flickering with electronic light as it assessed the situation, ultimately concluding that their presence was no longer necessary. He asked like an omnipotent being, Eve mused, using her abilities to clear debris and rescue civilians while watching Jupiter's retreating figure. Omnipotent? Spare me the nonsense. He is merely a reckless individual relying on his powers. I could do the same. Rex, irked by Eve's commentary, felt his pride wounded. How can you say that? He saved us. Eve shot Rex a glare before turning away. Hey, Eve, you can't be serious. You're upset over an omnipotent guy? Rex raised an eyebrow, surprised that Eve would be angered by such trivialities. Ignoring Rex, Eve continued her rescue efforts. Oh dear, she is truly angry. Rex felt a wave of dejection wash over him, recognizing her genuine ire. You should watch your words. The robot interjected, unable to restrain itself. Meanwhile, amidst the frantic rescue operations, Jupiter reveled in his chaos. Allow me to showcase this technique. The combat prowess of the Vexians. Jupiter uprooted a street lamp, wielding the colossal pole that towered over 10 meters, swinging it wildly. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding sonic boom. The extraterrestrial beings, standing in a row, were mercilessly battered to a pulp, akin to crushed cucumbers. Seemingly dissatisfied with the unwieldy staff, Jupiter swiftly exchanged it for a signboard, swatting at his foes like one would swat flies, relentlessly striking. The alien horde before him crumbled into disarray, utterly incapable of mounting any semblance of resistance. It was not until a luminous cannon blast struck his back that Jupiter turned to face a terror-stricken tank driver. Excellent. The adversary had successfully captured Jupiter's attention. And here's another trick. Jupiter effortlessly lifted the cucumber alien S tank with one hand, disregarding the presence of any occupants within. An invincible bowling ball. With a graceful motion, he hurled the tank, crushing the hundreds of armed aliens before him into mere fragments, ultimately hurtling into the temporal rift behind them, culminating in an explosive detonation. Boom! As Jupiter reveled in the thunderous roar surrounding him, a smile crept across his face. What a melodious sound! A notification chimed, indicating that there were 30 seconds remaining until the alien cells would enter a state of decay. Observing the system's alert, Jupiter resolved to adopt a more serious demeanor. Come on, he declared, transforming into a streak of light, instantly sending countless aliens soaring into the sky, while tanks erupted into shrapnel. Clatter, clatter. A blinded alien, seething with rage, witnessed the chaos unfolding before him. Realizing that with Jupiter present, their plans were doomed to failure, he pivoted to activate the time portal. Attempting to flee? Jupiter molded the tanks as if kneading dough, forming a massive iron ball, which he hurled into the portal. Don't forget to take your trash with you. Jupiter, unsure if they could hear him, raised a gesture of international goodwill towards the portal, beckoning the aliens to dispose of their refuse. As tranquility returned, Jupiter crossed his arms over his chest, surveying the ravaged streets with a nod of satisfaction. He had performed excellently. Gratitude to the reader 1455147177727412224 for the generous reward of 600. Chapter 13, Ecstasy. Having indulged in sheer delight, in a mere minute and a half, the energy of the temporal realms surged from 41 to 45. Were these cucumber beings truly that feeble? I had obliterated over 1,000 of them, and they only granted me a mere 4% of energy? What a stroke of misfortune. Perhaps next time, I should simply charge into their home planet and eliminate them. Jupiter glanced at the watch on his wrist. He had promised Deborah he would return in a minute, yet he had broken that promise, taking a minute and a half instead. Meanwhile, he found himself at a loss regarding the energy within these cucumber-like aliens. According to the system's assessment, their individual power levels hovered around the capacity to shatter bricks and walls, and their physical prowess was scarcely superior to that of an ordinary inhabitant of Blue Star, rendering them of little value. I leave this to you to handle. After his moment of exasperation, Jupiter floated in the air, casting a glance at the group of youths below, before uttering a remark and soaring towards a pentagonal structure at great speed. All right. So, we insignificant ones must be looked down upon. Is that it? All the arduous tasks and menial labor are left for us, correct? You scoundrel! Rex shouted angrily at Jupiter's retreating figure. However, Jupiter chose to ignore him entirely, storing these grievances in his heart to settle with Rex in due time. Mother and Mark, Upon returning to the ward, Jupiter beheld Mark, drenched in blood and cradling Deborah. It was Mark's first encounter with a truly merciless foe, and the weight of this battle bore heavily upon him, manifesting not only in physical strain, but also in mental turmoil. "You have already done remarkably well," Jupiter reassured Mark, who was increasingly tormented. He gently patted Mark's shoulder. For a child, experiencing the awakening of superpowers followed swiftly by witnessing his father gravely injured by an unknown enemy. Striving to rescue others like a superhero only to be bested and ultimately failing was a profound emotional roller coaster. It was indeed commendable that Mark could still maintain such an optimistic outlook amidst these trials. "Really?" Mark lifted his head at Jupiter's words, understanding that he was being comforted, which he desperately needed in that moment. "It is indeed true. You have performed admirably. I remember when I first faced an adversary, I could hardly muster a punch. In comparison, you are truly impressive," Jupiter continued to praise Mark. Hearing such words from Jupiter uplifted Mark's spirits, and he began to feel a renewed sense of strength. "Mark, Jupiter, I am here. You both should return home. There are classes tomorrow," Deborah asserted as she stood, gripping Jupiter's and Mark's hands tightly. As the sole adult in the household during Nolan's fall, she felt the weight of responsibility to uphold her family, providing encouragement and strength to her children. This was a testament to a mother's love, transcending physical strength or the possession of superpowers. Jupiter furrowed his brow slightly. Ultimately, he was not particularly concerned about whether others might be harmed due to his and Nolan's plans. However, regarding Deborah, the mother he had in this world, he could not confront the situation with complete ease. Thus, he endeavored to negotiate with Nolan, seeking a more subtle approach to dominate the world. For instance, he contemplated covertly controlling the global security agency, supporting puppets to ascend to power, and orchestrating the entire blue planet from shadows. The Viltum people saw no necessity to operate in the open. Rather, their strategy was to discreetly maneuver the grand scheme. Nolan's current actions were commendable. When he launched an assault against the global security agency, the first thought that crossed their minds was not that Nolan had truly gone astray, but rather that he had fallen under external control. They aimed to perpetuate Nolan's identity, transforming him from a global hero into an indispensable leader, making it clear to Blue Planet that it was not Nolan who needed them, but they who could not do without Nolan. In essence, it was to stage a grand spectacle, to manipulate everyone on Blue Planet, fulfilling Jupiter's malevolent whims while accomplishing their ultimate goal of dominion over Blue Planet. However, although Jupiter envisioned this plan, the actual execution would depend on the veteran Nolan and his intentions. One thing was certain. Their immediate objective was to incapacitate the global security agency led by Cecil's, which was unequivocally correct. "I will take Mark back with me." Jupiter shook his head, dismissing any errant thoughts, facing Deborah with assurance, while pulling Mark behind him. "All right," Deborah nodded gently, choosing not to speak further, placing her trust in Jupiter. "Let's go, Mark. We shouldn't worry Mother." Jupiter addressed Mark. "I understand." Mark, who had initially wished to articulate something, ultimately refrained, bottling his thoughts within while clenching his fists. He yearned to grow stronger, to embody the heroics of his moniker, the invincible youth. Alas, apart from Deborah, there was also his own foolish self. If possible, Jupiter sincerely wished to avoid conflict with Mark. He did not desire to transform his already dim-witted self into a mere shadow of Mark. Such a fate would be detrimental to both. The night passed in silence. The next day, Jupiter and Mark attended school together. Their joint attendance had become infrequent, primarily because Mark felt that being seen with Jupiter would suggest he had not matured. At school, Jupiter and Mark encountered Mark's blonde-haired sidekick. "Hey, Mark and Jupiter." The little blonde gazed at Jupiter with astonishment. He was aware of the connection between Mark and Jupiter, yet he seldom witnessed them together at school, hence his surprise. Jupiter, unfamiliar with the blonde's name, merely smiled and nodded. "Why do you look so down, Mark?" The little blonde, undeterred by Jupiter's inability to recall his name. After all, Jupiter was a campus celebrity, and it was not unusual for him to forget names, expressed curiosity regarding Mark's despondency. "Our father was assaulted and injured." Mark sighed and shared his recent worries. "Oh, I'm sorry. My goodness, is Uncle all right?" The blonde-haired youth gazed anxiously at Mark and Jupiter. Fortunately, that person was Eve, right? Suddenly, Mark noticed Eve engaged in conversation within the school. "I must go and speak to her," he resolved, intending to express his gratitude. Of course, that is Eve. Every lad in the school wishes to converse with her. I suggest you spare yourself the trouble. Weren't you just threatened for speaking to Amber? The blonde youth stood behind Mark, having witnessed his previous failure. Excuse me. Jupiter smiled at the blonde youth, and also made his way towards Eve. He recalled that scoundrel Rex had insulted him, and there was little he could do but reluctantly endure Rex for now, waiting for an opportunity to deal with him. At that moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 14. The Invitation. Hey, Eve. Mark approached Eve, his expression wavering as he pondered what to say. You're, I think I remember you. You're that rugby team Captain Jupiter's brother, right? Eve's eyes brightened as she regarded Mark. Yes, Mark stammered, slightly opening his mouth. He was somewhat of a celebrity at school, well known as Jupiter's brother. Goodness, you're Jupiter's brother. Could you help me get his phone number? A girl with golden hair and a glimmering tongue stud, standing beside Eve, exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Mark's words. Mark felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He truly wished to convey to this young lady that he had come to speak with Eve. Is that possible? The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Mark. Of course. However, before Mark could elaborate further, Jupiter, having approached Mark's side, spoke first to the girl. The golden-haired girl gazed up at the tall Jupiter, her eyes filled with admiration, as if she were beholding a celebrity. Here's my phone number. Please take note. Jupiter pulled out his phone, flashing a sunny smile at the girl. Sure. The girl felt her heart melt at that moment. For someone of her age, Jupiter, a campus heartthrob, epitomized everything they imagined a Prince Charming to be. I shall contact you later. Jupiter chatted with the golden-haired girl for a few more moments before bidding her farewell. Well, you handle girls with such ease, Mark remarked with a bitter expression, observing Jupiter's effortless interaction with the girl. After spending more time with them, you two can achieve that, Jupiter encouraged, giving Mark a reassuring pat on the shoulder. May I inquire if either of you sought me for a specific purpose? Eve, clutching her textbooks, gazed curiously at Mark and Jupiter, still perplexed as to why these two siblings had approached her. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave as I have a class shortly. In truth, Mark had managed to gather his emotions. I appreciate your assistance in saving my brother yesterday. Unfortunately, Jupiter once again outpaced Mark in the conversation. You saved my brother? Eve tightened her grip on her books, contemplating whether her identity had been discovered. I was the one in the tight suit flying through the air yesterday. Mark, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he recounted the events of the previous day, acknowledged that being rescued by a girl had been the most awkward experience of his life, without contest. You are that newly emerging hero. Upon connecting the dots from Mark's words, Eve finally realized that Mark was indeed the new superhero. Then you are. Upon learning of Mark's identity, Eve seemed to have an epiphany. Covering her mouth in disbelief, she stared at Jupiter. Oh my goodness. You are the one who saved us all, the little omnipotent one. Our youth group has been discussing you all day. The robot speculated that you possess powers rivaling those of the omnipotent. Is that true? Eve felt her mind was overwhelmed, unable to fathom that, aside from herself, two superheroes were present at her school, and to make it even more astonishing, they were brothers. Comparing me to the omnipotent is indeed a bit of an exaggeration. Jupiter smiled modestly, aware that claiming to be on par with the omnipotent was rather boastful, especially since he was undeniably stronger than his father, Nolan, the omnipotent. I too think the robot may have overstated things. While you are formidable, there remains a considerable distance between you and the omnipotent. Eve chuckled softly at the remark, agreeing that the robot's analysis was dubious. After all, the omnipotent was the most powerful being on Blue Star. It seemed implausible for another of his caliber to suddenly emerge. Jupiter knew Eve had misunderstood his intent, yet he refrained from clarifying. It would be more intriguing for others to express that he was a natural-born powerhouse of the Verdum race, with his strength continuously escalating. It would be rather foolish for him to declare that currently, only the War Beast and the Regent of the Vexians could surpass him. Such assertions would be best voiced by others. Hey, could you include me in your conversation? Mark interjected, feeling overlooked as he observed the lively banter between Jupiter and Eve. This is my brother, Mark, Jupiter said, casting a glance at Mark that seemed to question what nickname he had given himself. Invincible young hero. Mark glanced around to ensure no one was listening before proudly declaring his title. After Mark finished reading, he suddenly felt rather foolish. In truth, this nickname was quite commendable. And I believe in you, Mark, You shall undoubtedly become an invincible presence in the future. Jupiter instinctively praised Mark. Please, no more flattery. If you continue, I might lose my own identity, Mark replied, aware of his own worth. He gestured dismissively, knowing that if Jupiter continued such praise, it would turn into a form of detrimental adulation. Jupiter chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. I am Adam Eve. My teammates affectionately call me Eve. She introduced her heroic alias. Your teammates? The Youth League? Jupiter deduced that Eve was referring to the Youth League upon hearing the term teammates. Indeed, we're the fourth most popular team, Eve proclaimed with spirited pride when the Youth League was mentioned. I know of you. You are somewhat stronger than the combat team, correct? Jupiter had indeed followed the activities of the Youth League. The combat team? We far surpass them. They're the weakest, having been thoroughly defeated by the Lizard Men last year. Eve's expression soured at the mention of the combat team, which was often the subject of ridicule. I recall watching the live broadcast with Mark. It was my first glimpse of superheroes rendered utterly powerless, Jupiter said, nodding gently, as he recalled the shocking sight of superheroes being pursued and beaten by supervillains. Indeed, Eve wholeheartedly agreed, feeling invigorated and eager to enlighten Jupiter further on superhero lore. Ding dong. However, the school bell rang. I must attend class. Eve instinctively glanced at her watch and realized time was fleeting. Would you both care to join me after school for a tour of our Youth League headquarters? Eve extended an invitation to Mark and Jupiter. Her suggestion to show them the headquarters subtly implied an invitation for Mark and Jupiter to join the Youth League. After school, to the Youth League headquarters? I have no objections, Jupiter exclaimed, turning to Mark. I can certainly join. Mark, who had been observing the friendly banter between Jupiter and Eve, recognized that it was finally his turn to respond and promptly nodded in agreement to Eve's invitation. Then we'll meet after school. Eve replied, pleased with their responses. She waved her hand and, with long strides, made her way toward the academic building. Chapter 15. Please call me Ancestor while Jupiter attended classes at school. On the streets under alien attack, Celsus from the Defense Bureau was engaged in casual conversation with the leader of the Youth League, a robot. What do you think of those two newcomers? Cecil surveyed the chaos before him, a slight frown etched upon his brow. Among the scattered debris, one figure appeared somewhat immature, yet the other was undeniably exceptional. At first, I mistook him for an accomplished individual donned in a new guise, but my scans indicated that he exuded a youthful vigor far surpassing that of a seasoned expert. Ultimately, I arrived at a conclusion. He was nothing less than a small prodigy. The robot turned to Cecil and spoke. A small prodigy? Upon hearing the robot's words, Cecil fell into contemplation. Attempt to engage with both of them and strive to persuade them to join your ranks, he instructed the robot. Understood. The robot replied with a slight nod, having already intended to extend an invitation to the two newcomers. At the school, Jupiter stretched languidly as the afternoon classes drew to a close. Yawning, he emerged from the classroom empty-handed. What? You inquire why I don't carry a backpack to class? Who in their right mind brings a backpack to class these days? As they stepped outside the school gates, he was already waiting for them. All right. Jupiter and Mark nodded in agreement and followed Eve closely. Shortly after their departure, a girl with golden hair and porcelain skin watched them leave, her arms crossed before her. She recalled Mark having just been repaired and felt a twinge of sensitivity at the sight of him mingling with other girls. In the sky, the trio, newly attired, soared freely. Eve, as the senior, seemed eager to showcase her skills to her juniors, propelling herself through the air with grace. No matter how swiftly Eve flew, Jupiter was always close behind. However, as Eve and Jupiter quickened their pace, Mark, still struggling to master his flying abilities, found himself in a bit of a predicament, crashing through 4 or 5 billboards along the way. Fortunately, no one was injured due to Mark's missteps. Eve certainly caught the playful undertone in Jupiter's words and raised an eyebrow, increasing her speed. The impact of a witty remark varies greatly depending on the speaker. When a handsome man delivers a jest, it is merely a joke, whereas the same word from an unattractive individual may be deemed harassment. Huh! Jupiter chuckled as he kept pace with the accelerating Eve, unruffled and steady in his pursuit. With a resounding whoosh, the two cut through the air, eventually coming to a halt atop a grand bridge spanning the sea. All right, Eve remarked, noticing that Jupiter had not been left behind. Of course, Jupiter replied with a smile, then opened his arms wide. Just then, A shriek pierced the air as a figure plummeted from the sky. Boom! After a resounding explosion, Jupiter caught Mark as he plummeted from the sky. You flew too fast. I couldn't stop in time, Mark admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He shrank back, yearning to devise an excuse, perhaps claiming he was merely a novice in the art of flight. Yet, the reality was that Jupiter had also just begun to learn, and his proficiency was remarkable. As a beginner, you are already more accomplished than most, Jupiter reassured him. Please do not say that, Mark replied, shaking his head. The more Jupiter insisted, the more Mark felt overshadowed in comparison. By the way, where's the base? He inquired, glancing at Eve, hoping to divert the conversation from this disheartening topic. The base is directly beneath us. Eve smiled warmly at Mark and snapped her fingers. In an instant, the bridge beneath their feet began to sink, revealing an astonishing entrance to a secret facility. Wow, this is incredible, Mark exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder as he entered the base. The vast room was filled with books, various instruments, and even a ping-pong table for entertainment. At that moment, a sewer repairman, engaged in a game of ping-pong with his doppelganger, turned to see the trio descend from above. Hey, who do we have here? The superhero all-rounder, or perhaps the hidden captain of the youth team? Goodness, when did I become unaware of someone commanding me on the battlefield? Rex, the sewer repairman, scowled as he took in Jupiter's striking resemblance to all-rounder, still seething over Jupiter's previous orders. Eve, she had intended to embrace Rex, but halted, glaring at his sarcastic remarks. Goodness, I was praising him, Rex stammered, attempting to clarify his earlier comments. Mark and Jupiter don't mind Rex. He's like that, but he's not a bad person. Eve turned to Mark and Jupiter, addressing them warmly. Welcome to the youth team. Eve, the invincible hero, and a robot manipulating various devices nearby, welcomed the three newcomers enthusiastically. The robot had recently conferred with Cicero regarding the recruitment of the invincible hero and his brother, and encountering them now was a delightful coincidence. Just as the robot prepared to greet Mark and Jupiter, it suddenly fell silent, realizing it did not yet know Jupiter's heroic moniker. By the way, you haven't told me your hero name yet. Eve turned to Jupiter, who had already revealed his title. My alias? Ancestor Man. You may call me Ancestor Man. Jupiter puffed out his chest, allowing everyone to better behold the radiance that emanated from him. As his words echoed through the air, the crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. Ancestor? I have never encountered such an audacious moniker, whether it be Rex or the robot. Truth be told, they had never witnessed such arrogance in a person. Today, you have heard it. Jupiter approached Rex, towering over him with an imposing presence. What do you intend to do? Rex gazed up at Jupiter's towering height, his physique as robust as steel, and instinctively swallowed hard, retreating a few steps. Oh, nothing much. Merely sensing that you seem rather displeased with me. Do you have an issue with my nickname? Or is it me as a person that you take umbrage with? Jupiter maintained a stoic expression as he inquired of Rex. Hey, does he appear as though he might strike me? Who can help me devise a plan? What should I do in this situation? Should I kneel immediately? Rex felt a wave of panic wash over him, seeking assistance from the others. He was merely a petty thug, the type who bullied the weak and cowered before strength. Witnessing Jupiter's formidable demeanor, he immediately wilted. However, including Eve, none of the onlookers showed any intent to assist Rex, for he had brought this upon himself through his own actions. Fear not, there is no need for trepidation. I harbor no intentions of dealing with you, for if a supervillain were to attack the city, I would require your assistance. Believe me, despite your appearance as a feckless ruffian, you are not without merit. Jupiter flashed Rex a radiant smile, embodying the essence of a superhero, and lightly patted his shoulder. Chapter 16. The distinction between individuals. Haha, merely jesting. You may call me the free man. After instilling a sense of dread in Rex, Jupiter wore a gentle smile and spoke to the gathering in a soothing tone. So, what does it signify that you bear such an emblem on your chest? Eve inquired, pointing at the prominent symbol on Jupiter's torso. You may interpret it as such, Jupiter replied, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the emblem on his chest. It was challenging to convey the true significance of it. He could hardly explain to this group of young superheroes that it did not merely symbolize one thing, but rather encompassed broader meanings. Does this imply that there could be additional interpretations? Upon hearing Jupiter's words, Eve felt a spark of curiosity ignite within her. I did not assert that. That is merely your conjecture. In any case, it is a serious matter, Jupiter remarked, successfully piquing Eve's interest in him. To win a woman's heart, one must first awaken her curiosity, ensuring that thoughts of you linger in her mind. Clearly, in this endeavor, Jupiter had triumphed. Enough with the jesting, robot. Is that indeed your name? What is the truth behind that extraterrestrial being? De Flaxonians. An extraterrestrial species inhabiting a dimension entirely distinct from our own, have shown through the remnants of their tanks that their perception of time is vastly different from ours. Theoretically, even if we disregard them, their cells would inevitably age and decay within just a few minutes, rendering them immobile. Upon hearing the discussion shift to his area of expertise, the robot began to elaborate. What does this imply? Are you suggesting that even our great heroes, should they choose to ignore these beings, would see them ultimately resort to self-destruction without the need for any collateral damage? Wouldn't that render their efforts utterly futile? Rex, having been given a reprieve by Jupiter, began to ramble on, displaying a typical forgetfulness of past grievances. The explosive Rex, in truth, is a liberator who saved us. Without his intervention, we might have faced annihilation at the hands of our adversaries before we could even begin to decay. The robot felt compelled to remind Rex of this. I am aware, indeed I am, and I'm simply praising the Liberator for his formidable combat prowess, capable of effortlessly demolishing streets. After hearing the robot's words, Rex sought to justify his incessant complaints. Jupiter, overhearing Rex's incessant drivel, chose to ignore him, awaiting an opportunity for Rex to trip himself up, allowing him to rant to his heart's content in the depths of oblivion. Regarding the Flaxonian offensive, what countermeasures do we possess? Jupiter dismissed Rex, continuing to query the robot in a tone befitting a leader addressing a subordinate. I have analyzed the teleportation energy of the Flaxonians. When they initiate their assault, an alarm will sound to alert us. We should be able to receive a warning a few minutes in advance, approximately. The robot, gazing at its machinery, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Do you not possess a name of your own? I have always referred to you as the robot, and it feels rather peculiar. Jupiter found the designation quite odd. Despite the fact that the robot is, in every sense, a robot, it seemed strange for it to identify itself as such. I'm simply the robot. That is what everyone calls me. The robot could not grasp Jupiter's perspective, as it had been addressed as the robot since its inception. Listen, robot is not a name. Even my vacuum cleaner is referred to as a robot. Do you believe yourself to be akin to that device? Since everyone calls you the robot, it implies you do not have a name, correct? Very well then, from this day forth, you shall be known as Jack. Robot Jack, Jupiter declared authoritatively, bestowing a name upon the robot without any ulterior motive, simply finding the term robot cumbersome. Furthermore, naming others does not necessitate intent. One may call others whatever they wish. To be honest, I am indifferent to names. However, I shall graciously accept the name Jack for now. The robot hesitated for a moment. Yet Jupiter was undeniably correct. He was evidently distinct from the mundane objects that swept the floors at home. An alarm blared, and he reminded me to call him, assuring that no matter how many enemies approached, he would handle it effortlessly, for he possessed a foolproof method. By the way, you need my number, don't you? Jupiter remarked, casting a glance at Eve. After departing from a youth group with Mark, Jupiter ventured into a pentagram-shaped building to check on their parents. After 2 days, Nolan's health had nearly returned to normal. He still lay in his hospital bed, merely adjusting his condition to reach his optimal state. After engaging in casual conversation with Deborah for a while, Jupiter accompanied Mark back home once more. A night passed in silence, and as dawn broke the next day, Jupiter and Mark set off for school again, bracing themselves for another tedious and lengthy day. At noon, as a true gourmand, Jupiter approached the dining hall with the best of moods alongside Mark, serving himself 2 full plates of food, his tall frame allowing him to consume more than double the usual portion. Hey, Mark, and Jupiter, Mark's sidekick, Frank, rushed over upon spotting them. Crunch, crunch. Jupiter devoured his meal without acknowledging Mark's companion. Meanwhile, Mark, preoccupied with thoughts of how to improve himself, seemed disinterested in Frank's presence. Hey, Mark, don't stare. I know that girl Eve is quite nice, but don't forget, you've just started getting to know Amber. Besides, you're really quite ordinary compared to Eve, Frank remarked, following Mark's dazed gaze to see Eve, who was eating while engrossed in her phone, and immediately misconstrued Mark's intentions. Frank, I'm not looking at Eve. I'm merely contemplating, Mark replied, his cheeks flushing as he desperately explained, glancing at Jupiter beside him, sensing that Jupiter might also have feelings for Eve. He resolved that if Jupiter did harbor any affection for her, he would withdraw. After all, his older brother had graciously yielded to him in numerous matters, and he wished to contribute in whatever way he could. Just as Mark was fervently clarifying his position, Eve's phone suddenly rang from a distance. "Damn it," she muttered, glancing at the information on her screen, her delicate brows slightly arching. She raised her head and locked eyes with Mark, subtly blinking, signaling him to take action. "Brother, it seems that Frank has arrived," Mark whispered to the focused Jupiter. Jupiter swallowed the sausage in his mouth and downed the last of his milk. "Mark, you should know that I absolutely despise being interrupted while I'm eating," Jupiter declared, crushing the milk carton in his hand before rising and following Eve as she departed. "My goodness, are my eyes deceiving me? Jupiter has actually crumpled a hard plastic milk bottle into a ball?" Frank stared at the crushed bottle, his eyes wide with disbelief. After all, it was made of rigid plastic. Perhaps it was due to my brother's current anger? In any case, I must take my leave now. See you later. Mark, observing the shattered milk bottle, felt a slight tremor in his gaze. Jupiter despises being interrupted during his meals. Anyone who dares disturb him is destined for misfortune. Frank, glancing at the mangled milk bottle and then at his own, exerted all his strength to squeeze it. "This is utterly absurd." The others were furious. "Why couldn't I crush my bottle?" It wasn't until his hands turned crimson that Frank reluctantly discarded the bottle. Just as Mark was about to exit the cafeteria, he heard Frank's exclamation and shook his head, acknowledging that in this world, individuals are indeed distinct. Chapter 17. An individual's assault on a planet boom. On the rooftop of the building, Rex, Kate, and the robot Jack were intently observing the situation. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped over their heads. Draped in a pristine white cloak, Jupiter descended from the sky. The situation appeared dire. Feeling the swirling cold air, the robot Jack looked up and reported to Jupiter. "Jack, Kate, Rex, you three organized the rescue. As for those who interrupted my lunch, I shall make them aware of the consequences of provoking my wrath." With a firm demeanor, Jupiter addressed Rex, Kate, and Jack, and in the next instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, akin to an unstoppable projectile, hurtling towards the group of green-skinned cucumber aliens emerging from the portal. "Are you commanding me?" Rex glared at Jupiter's retreating form, thoroughly fed up with being ordered around. He was a member of the youth group, not merely someone subordinate. "Apologies for our tardiness." Just as Rex shouted at Jupiter's back, Mark and Eve finally made their late entrance, descending from above. Jupiter's mood seemed rather foul. Had someone provoked him? The robot Jack inquired whether Mark and Eve were aware of Jupiter's unusual state. "It's probably because my brother was disturbed during his lunch. Since childhood, he has loathed being interrupted during meals, claiming it affects his entire day's disposition." As Jupiter's brother, Mark had a fair understanding of him. "So he is angry simply because the enemy arrived at an inconvenient time? I must admit, your brother is quite a piece of work in every conceivable sense." Rex crossed his arms over his chest, scrutinizing Eve and Mark. "And Eve, have you been with these celestial brothers all along? I believe you owe us an explanation." Rex glanced at Eve, then at Mark and the retreating Jupiter, feeling a hint of envy. "We are merely high school classmates." Eve shot Rex a disapproving look, fully aware that his mind was devoid of any worthwhile thoughts. "High school classmates, how coincidental," Rex sneered, tauntingly. "Enough with the nonsense, Rex. We must hasten to support Jupiter. There are numerous enemies, and I fear he cannot withstand them alone." Eve had no intention of engaging in further banter with Rex. She took to the air, soaring towards the battlefield. "Oh, so now it's all about Jupiter?" Rex continued to mock from his position. "Perhaps you should silence yourself, Rex. Our focus should be on the task at hand," interjected the robotic Jack, who had halted Rex's incessant chatter. "According to his analysis, they should be off to save the world." Fine. So you all are heading towards Jupiter, are you?" In truth, Jupiter is a member of the youth squad, one who has shared life and death with you all, while I am but an outsider, Rex grumbled, still dripping with sarcasm. However, upon turning around, he discovered that his companions had vanished without a trace. "Hey, must you abandon me so?" Rex gazed at his forsaken teammates, suddenly feeling a pang of pity for himself. Meanwhile, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, Jupiter surveyed the rampaging green-skinned cucumber aliens, his gaze sharp as an arrow. You may not comprehend how terrifying it is to interrupt my meal. Jupiter floated in the air, watching the hordes emerging from the portal, and thrust his hands forward, charging directly into the fray. Fire! Fire! Shouted the Flaxonians in their alien tongue, witnessing Jupiter, who moved like lightning. Zing! 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 Laser beams erupted from the Flaxonian firearms, striking Jupiter's robust chest. Pathetic attacks. Jupiter effortlessly absorbed the futile assaults against his muscular frame, rendering them ineffective. One Flaxonian soldier, wide-eyed at the ineffectuality of their efforts, gasped. In the next instant, Jupiter appeared before him in a blink, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the soldier's skull. Thud! The remaining soldiers watched in horror as the crimson spray ascended into the sky, swallowing hard. Thud! 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 Immediately, the soldiers gazing upwards found their lovely heads severed by Jupiter's wrath. Monster! Run! In an instant, hundreds of cucumber heads soared into the heavens, leaving the remaining Flaxonians in a state of shock. Countless Flaxonians stared in awe at the formidable figure floating above them, resembling a deity from myth, and promptly discarded their weapons, opening temporal portals in a desperate attempt to flee. Weak and frail, Jupiter harbored no intention of relinquishing his pursuit of the Flaxants, a group that, in his eyes, resembled mere walking energy sources. He quickened his pace, transforming into a relentless harbinger of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Flaxants. As pure life energy surged into his being, filling the void in the energy of the space-time portal. Regrettably, the Flaxants were exceedingly feeble, their physical prowess scarcely surpassing that of an ordinary human on Earth. Do we truly need to intervene? Upon arriving at the urban battlefield, Eve and her companions beheld the carnage, witnessing Jupiter single-handedly pursuing an entire legion of Flaxants, their eyes widening in astonishment. Perhaps, as Jupiter suggested, we merely need to lend a hand. Robot Jack analyzed the situation before him, calculating that the enemy lacked the ability to breach Jupiter's defenses. Resist! Resist! Shouted a one-eyed Flaxan, cloaked in red, his voice booming with fury as he expressed his dismay at the disarray of his comrades, who were being decimated by a single adversary. He glared at Jupiter, seemingly intent on etching the image of his foe into his memory. You wish to stay? Then none shall depart. Jupiter's gaze fell upon the Flaxan leader, his expression icy. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, seizing the leader's head and soaring into the space-time tunnel behind the enemy lines. Brother, Mark exclaimed anxiously as he witnessed Jupiter clutching the Flaxan leader's head, vanishing into the tunnel. Heavens! Quickly alert Celsus. Eve, taken aback by Jupiter's audacious maneuver, felt her heart race with concern for his safety. Robot Jack, seemingly more apprehensive than the others, established contact with Celsus the moment Jupiter entered the tunnel. Meanwhile, on the pitch-black Flaxan planet, Jupiter held the Flaxan leader's head in his grasp, lightly stepping upon a Flaxan general's body. I shall inform you of the consequences of provoking my wrath. Jupiter's cold gaze swept over the surrounding soldiers. In the next moment, he exerted a slight pressure with his right hand, and instantaneously, the Flaxan leader's head was crushed, bursting forth like an exploded fruit, splattering blood across the ground. From this moment forth, I shall launch an assault on this planet. You may attempt to resist. I grant you permission. At that moment, Jupiter alone declared war upon a planet. Chapter 18, I believe Jupiter is calmly reasoning with his adversaries just as he transformed into lightning and surged through the portal of time and space. Suddenly, the phone in Mark's pocket began to ring insistently. I'm sorry, everyone, but I must take my leave. Mark's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the voice on the line. And without waiting for further conversation, he soared into the sky. So, we're left to deal with the ruins, are we? Good heavens! I am genuinely curious about who their father is, as he has managed to raise such similarly arrogant brothers. Rex, arriving late, shouted furiously at the departing Mark. Less talking. Rex, Eve shot an angry glare at him. Inside a hospital room of a certain pentagon-shaped building, Mark transformed into a whirlwind, instantly darting towards the innermost part. Hey, Mark! On the hospital bed, a tall man was engaged in light conversation with Deborah, and upon noticing Mark, he smiled and waved. Dad! Mark became a blur, rushing into the embrace of the towering figure. I've worried you. This tall man, the strongest on Blue Planet, the omnipotent Nolan, gazed at his youngest son with a hint of tenderness that emanated from the depths of his heart. Mark, Nolan has just recovered. Be careful not to strain him. By the way, where is Jupiter? Isn't he with you? Deborah patted Mark's shoulder and began searching for Jupiter in the room. Jupiter. Mark's expression revealed a trace of concern. What happened to Jupiter? Nolan, noticing Mark's worried gaze, immediately sensed that something was amiss with Jupiter. He grasped Mark's shoulders firmly and inquired gravely. As the prophesied leader of the Vexians, Nolan absolutely could not allow anything to happen to Jupiter. Jupiter ventured alone into the alien's time tunnel. Mark spoke softly, meeting Nolan's anxious eyes. Upon hearing this, Nolan instantly released his grip on Mark's shoulders. Deborah, I crave the meals you prepare. Shall we visit the supermarket together today? Nolan appeared unfazed, turning to Deborah to discuss dinner plans. Of course. Today, I shall cook your favorite dishes for you three. Deborah nodded gently in response. Hey, Dad, Mom, my brother is currently in another time and space, likely within the lair of those aliens, and you're discussing what to have for dinner. Mark exclaimed loudly, bewildered by his parents' nonchalance. He could not comprehend why his mother and father seemed so unfazed while his brother was in peril. Listen, Mark, your brother is as strong as I am. Perhaps even stronger. Those aliens are no match for him, Nolan said with a reassuring smile, shaking his head at Mark, who bore a worried expression. You must have some faith in your father and brother. My previous concerns stem from the fact that your father had never sustained such severe injuries. However, engaging with aliens or malevolent dimensional overlords in another plane is quite common. I am confident that Jupiter, whom your father undoubtedly believes in, possesses such strength. At this very moment, Jupiter is likely learning from his exceptional father, calmly negotiating with those aliens and explaining to them the reasons they cannot attack Blue Star. Deborah had unwavering faith in her eldest son Jupiter, just as she believed in her husband Nolan. On the planet Flaxon, a white figure stood amidst a sea of corpses. Surrounding this figure was the crimson ground stained with tomato juice, as thousands of Flaxon troops were reduced to mere mush in an instant. The white figure slowly lifted its head, gazing toward the city of Flaxon, and revealed a smile as warm as sunlight. Indeed, just as Deborah stated, Jupiter was peacefully demonstrating to the Flaxon people why they could not launch an assault on Blue Star through his actions. Within the Flaxon urban area, a sudden blaring alarm echoed through the air. What is happening? Several young individuals, clutching tablets and engrossed in discussion, abruptly halted, their brows furrowed in contemplation of the unfolding situation. Haha, perhaps it's an air defense drill. After all, haven't we encountered some issues while conquering a lesser planet recently? Although I don't believe that primitive civilization would come through the time-space portal, it's always good to be on alert, one young man suggested, a smile creeping across his face as he seemed to recall something. Just as the young man smiled, a gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing all the Flaxon inhabitants to shut their eyes momentarily. When the wind subsided, the head of the previously confident young Flaxon man had vanished. Oh my heavens, what has happened? Exclaimed the young Flaxon individuals, their eyes wide in disbelief as they faced a whirlwind capable of killing. In that moment of confusion, another gentle breeze arose, softly caressing their faces. A man with slicked back hair, clad in a tight white suit emblazoned with a large alien figure, suddenly materialized before the group of Flaxon inhabitants. My apologies, my skills are still somewhat lacking. I forgot to remove the watermelons from atop your heads, the man remarked, expressing his regret over his insufficient proficiency. What did you say? A few Flaxonians, listening to the alien before them chattering in an incomprehensible tongue, furrowed their brows in confusion. They could not grasp what this extraterrestrial man was articulating. In truth, it mattered little, for in the next moment, they suddenly felt their heads spinning violently, and soon after, they beheld their own bodies devoid of their precious heads. Alert! Alert! We are under enemy attack. This is not a drill. The enemy poses a severe threat and has already annihilated a tactical assault force of 5,000 armed with advanced weaponry. All residents are urged to seek refuge immediately in the buildings constructed of pure alien metal. The aliens' advanced television ceaselessly reiterated the dire warnings of the assault. There's only one enemy. What on earth is the military doing? Just a single individual? Can one truly be invulnerable, a one-man army? Are our numerous technological advancements incapable of obliterating such a foe? An elderly Flaxonian, gazing at the alarm flashing on the screen, cursed vehemently, lamenting the increasing impotence of the Empire. Not only had they faltered in their invasions, but now they were also sounding the highest alert due to the incursion of a mere lowly alien. How absurd. Boom. Just as the elderly Flaxonian vented his frustrations at the military's incompetence, a resounding explosion drew his attention. Leaning on his cane, he made his way to the window to survey the outside chaos. It was then that he comprehended why the military had issued such a grave warning regarding this solitary alien. A blazing beam of light surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive air currents in its wake, a force so formidable that no lesser life form could even approach it. Buildings were pierced, streets obliterated, and the radiance of the entire city began to fade away. Dadabala, the elderly Flaxonian exclaimed in his ancient tongue, which could be translated as a profound curse. Boom! In the next instant, the very building housing the elderly Flaxonian erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Accelerate! 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 Jupiter was now propelling his body at an unprecedented speed, one he had never dared to imagine on Blue Star. This was not due to any gravitational differences or other limitations of this planet. It was simply that on Blue Star, he feared that moving too swiftly might obliterate the fragile sphere. The Vexians had a straightforward method for cleansing a primitive civilization surface. They merely flew toward the sources of light. In the face of their invincible velocity, any life form daring to approach would be incinerated by the immense friction. Beneath the rocky layers, a Flaxonian military base lay in ruins. The city above was being devastated. The enemy was beyond our capability to confront. We might very well become the last Flaxonians on this planet. The antennae on the foreheads of several soldiers retracted, their hearts heavy with sorrow as they witnessed the relentless destruction of their home planet. Yet they felt utterly powerless. As long as we are alive, it is a victory, proclaimed a man resembling a sergeant major. Upon hearing the soldiers' lamentations, he clenched his fists and raised them high, declaring that as long as they drew breath, the Flaxonians would not fall. Indeed, absolutely. Several soldiers nodded fervently, for they were the last hope of the Flaxonians on this planet. Suddenly, amidst the moment of fervent reflection and encouragement among the Flaxonian soldiers, their military base trembled violently. What was happening? The Flaxonian soldiers were bewildered. Who activated the base? In that moment of confusion, the sergeant major displayed his commendable composure, furrowing his brow as he inquired of the operators controlling the base. We did not initiate the base's movement. The operators exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating their lack of involvement. Bring up the external footage. The Flaxonian sergeant major shouted in anger. At once, following his command, the operators displayed the exterior scene, revealing a dashing alien man pulling their base upward. The man, seemingly aware of the sergeant major and his comrade's gaze, flashed a radiant smile akin to sunlight and laughed heartily at the camera. It's over. The sergeant major's expression turned ashen upon witnessing the alien's triumphant visage. With a deafening roar, the massive military base, where the sergeant major stood, was lifted from the ground by the alien man, who wielded it as if it were a mere island. He aimed it at something in the distance, and in the next moment, he hurled the base toward another Flaxonian outpost stationed on the surface. With a resounding crash, the two bases collided, unleashing a brilliant explosion of light. Following the destruction of the base, a sonic boom reverberated through the sky, while the white figure continued its relentless work, penetrating the steel and iron of the city without hindrance. The enemy's advanced weaponry struck him, yet failed to stir even a ripple. He was swifter than sound, his body harder than alloy, akin to a formidable god of war, traversing countless cities and extinguishing all light within them. Retreat. In the vastness of outer space, a colossal fortress encircled by numerous satellites loomed, where a man, clad as if he were the finest leader of the Flaxonians, gazed down upon the extinguishing lights of the planet below. Drops of crimson dripped from his clenched fists onto the ground. His fury burned. A hatred for the invader consumed him. Yet, faced with the super soldiers birthed from biotechnology far beyond their civilization, he found himself powerless. Ultimately, he resolved to activate the curvature portal to depart from this place. At your command, the Flaxonian warriors, having received their leader's order, finally exhaled in relief. Through their detectors, they watched as lights flickered out one by one on the surface, their eyes widening in disbelief at the enemy's rapid eradication of the terrain. If this continued, it would not be long before the enemy ascended to outer space, and at that point, all would be lost. They had no means to thwart such colossal weapons of destruction. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the fortress's engines. A pure, golden portal materialized silently before it within the tranquil void of space. Full speed ahead, commanded the Flaxonian leader. Engines at maximum power. With the operator's hands flying over the controls, the massive fortress began its advance towards the temporal gateway. Yet, suddenly, the fortress came to a jarring halt, causing the Flaxonians within to stagger. "What has happened?" exclaimed their leader, who tumbled unceremoniously to the ground. As he unsteadily regained his footing, he glared at his subordinates. "Hello." Just as the leader pondered, a white figure appeared, standing between the fortress and the temporal door, silently greeting the Flaxonian commander. The leader's face turned ashen as he beheld the alien in the tight-fitting white suit. "Farewell." The white-clad alien floated in the vacuum, pushing the fortress with astonishing speed towards the Flaxonians' home planet. "Report, Commander. Our engines have failed. We have a 99.9 chance of colliding with our planet." The operator conveyed the machine's grim conclusion to the leader. "I need not your words. I predicted as much." The Flaxonian leader clenched his fists, raising them high above his head. This gesture was akin to an international sign of goodwill from the blue planet. Boom! Clad in white, Jupiter propelled the space fortress into the atmosphere. As he observed the fortress descending in a blaze, he retreated back into the cosmos, raising his right hand to extend the middle finger towards the plummeting structure. He was a man of principles, adhering to a code that valued the outer manifestations of respect. Let them all wallow in disgrace. Jupiter mused, admiring the magnificent mushroom cloud that erupted above the planet Flaxon, silently greeting the Flaxonians in his heart. Chapter 19. Leaving an indelible mark on the planet, one must leave a striking impression. Otherwise, others might doubt the authenticity of my lineage. After annihilating the surface civilization of the Flaxonians, Jupiter showed no signs of cessation. As a natural-born warrior of the Veltum race, he felt compelled to achieve perfection beyond that of ordinary beings. Thus, in the expanse of outer space, Jupiter transformed into a brilliant arc, hurtling towards the crimson surface of Flaxon, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The remaining Flaxonians raised their heads towards the sky, witnessing a meteor streaking through the atmosphere, hurtling towards their home planet. "May we be blessed." They prayed fervently, palms joined in supplication. Though the Flaxonians were an entirely different race from the beings of Blue Star, it was remarkable that this advanced civilization had evolved beliefs strikingly similar to those of Earth. Then, with a resounding boom, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted upon the surface of the Flaxonian planet, sweeping outward in all directions. All of the kneeling Flaxonians, momentarily illuminated by the explosion, were obliterated into dust. The shockwave reverberated across the continental plates of the planet. However, these were merely the visible assaults upon the surface of Flaxon. The true onslaught originated from within its depths. A humanoid entity surged forth at a velocity surpassing the speed of sound, reaching a limit nearly undetectable by the radar of spacefaring civilizations. In an instant, it breached the crust, the transitional layers, the liquid strata, and the inner plating of the Flaxonian planet, ultimately arriving at its core. There, in the searing temperatures of the core, the figure clad in white immersed itself, unleashing its energy and provoking a cataclysmic reaction within the planetary nucleus. It transformed into a mere shadow, continuing its relentless advance. Boom! Shortly afterward, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the opposite side of the planet. A man clad in tattered white battle attire, his eyes ablaze, soared into the heavens, propelled by the molten lava gushing forth from the core. Upon his departure from the planet, an extraordinary transformation unfolded across the Flaxonian world. The air ignited, the ground trembled, and molten rock erupted from various locations, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, as if the planet had entered a countdown to annihilation. I hope you enjoy the grand spectacle I present to you. Jupiter stood in the vacuum of the cosmos, his hands resting on his hips, his posture erect. Unlike the timid, he faced the explosions head-on, embodying the essence of a true man. Regrettably, he lacked sunglasses, a smoking pipe, two splendid steeds, and the enchanting lady riding upon one. Jupiter silently observed the planet of the Phylaxians, where cataclysmic blasts erupted upon the surface, heralding the countdown to annihilation. After appreciating the cosmic vista for a moment, he retrieved the temporal teleportation device he had previously cast into the void and pressed it gently. In an instant, a golden portal materialized soundlessly within the vast emptiness of space. Homeward bound, with a swift motion, Jupiter leapt into the portal. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Global Defense Bureau, Director Cecils suddenly sensed something amiss as he perused the reports, his expression shifting dramatically. "Everyone leave at once," he commanded coldly to the gathered staff. Upon hearing his words, they promptly ceased their tasks and adeptly exited the headquarters. Their proficiency suggesting this was not their first encounter with such a situation. "What is the situation? Have you uncovered any results?" Cecils inquired, directing his gaze toward a shadowy corner of the room. With a low chuckle, the lights dimmed slightly, and from the obscurity emerged a red-skinned demon, clad in a classic English trench coat and wearing a detective's hat, resembling a great sleuth. "I have procured some rather intriguing investigative findings. I trust you will find them delightful," the demon said, a sinister grin spreading across his crimson visage, feigning an air of mystery as he addressed Cecils. "Enough with the theatrics. Reveal the results at once," Cecils retorted, his gaze fixed on the demon, devoid of any trust. He had never believed in any demon, including this so-called detective. Impatient old fellow, yet since you were so eager to learn, I shall oblige, the demon replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Firstly, congratulations. My previous hypothesis was flawed. It was not the Omnipotent who orchestrated and annihilated the Global Guard," the demon began, delivering news that instantly alleviated Cecil's tension. At the moment when the Omnipotent and the Guard converged, there was another individual present. Theoretically, that person ought to be the culprit. Interestingly, while this individual engaged with the members of the Guard, they faced some resistance, yet when battling the Omnipotent, there seemed to be no retaliation. It appeared that this person was quite familiar with the Omnipotent. Thus, the scope has narrowed. Someone who is well acquainted with the Omnipotent possesses the power to eradicate the entire Global Guard and can breach the Omnipotent's defenses. "Do you recognize this person, Cecils?" the demon inquired, a mocking smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Cecils. Familiar with the Omnipotent being to the extent that Nolan relinquished his resistance, and possessing the power to annihilate the entire Global Guardian Squad, as well as breach the defensive barriers of the Omnipotent entity, Cecil's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon careful contemplation, he realized he indeed knew someone. He recalled that a robot had mentioned a person, an individual whose strength was nearly on par with that of the omnipotent being, Nolan's eldest son, Jupiter. Cecils had once observed the battlefield where Jupiter fought, and he had felt a twinge of pity for the Phylaxians, who were utterly crushed into unrecognizable forms by Jupiter's overwhelming force. In an instant, the previously incomprehensible thoughts in Cecil's mind coalesced into clarity. A person who inherited all the powers of the omnipotent being harbored ambitions, and acted ruthlessly would never allow anyone above him to exist, thus orchestrating the downfall of the Global Guardian Squad. Nolan, upon discovering the actions of his own son, fought desperately in resistance, but found himself unable to strike back against his own flesh and blood, ultimately left severely wounded. With a resounding crash, Cecil's fist smashed into the computer screen beside him, shattering it into fragments, and his hand was instantly lacerated, blood trickling from wounds. Listening to Damien Darkblood, he warned, "You must keep all that you have uncovered buried within you. Do not speak a word to anyone, or I shall personally deliver you to the depths of hell." Cecil's admonished the Crimson Demon. "Humph, arrogant old fool. I shall expose the truth to the world," Damien Darkblood retorted, casting a glare at Cecil's before vanishing from the office. After Damien's departure, Cecil's slumped wearily into his chair. "Director, what has transpired?" inquired his young aide, observing Cecil's helpless demeanor with curiosity. The situation had deteriorated to its worst. Blue Star might soon be ensnared in the most formidable familial conflict across the globe, perhaps even the universe. Cecil's pressed his fingers against his temples, overwhelmed with distress. At this moment, deep within his subconscious, he still clung to the belief that Nolan, the omnipotent being, was a good person, Or perhaps he dared not entertain the possibility that the most powerful father-son duo of Blue Star were indeed adversaries. Chapter 20. One's own skill leads to extraordinary feats. I have returned. Upon returning to Blue Star from the Flaxonian cosmic latitude, Jupiter made his way directly home. Welcome back, my son. Upon entering, the fully healed Nolan enveloped Jupiter in a large embrace. Hey, Dad, you're all better? Jupiter exclaimed joyfully at the sight of his father restored to full health. Of course, that little injury couldn't possibly kill your old man. Nolan's muscles bulged slightly, emanating an aura of pressure, clearly indicating that he had completely recovered. I need to take a shower. The battle was more intense than I anticipated, and I've worked up quite a sweat. Jupiter emerged from Nolan's embrace, expressing his overwhelming fatigue. Brother, have you dealt with the enemies? Mark gazed at Jupiter, returning home, his eyes gleaming with surprise. The foes were even more insensible than I anticipated. However, I employed some gentle methods to send them all away. They should never trouble us again. Upon hearing Mark's words, Jupiter chuckled softly. Brother, what exactly did you do? Can you tell me in detail? Mark's gaze towards Jupiter was filled with curiosity. Haha, you wouldn't be able to learn it. I'm off to take a shower. By the way, what's for dinner tonight? Mom? After my shower, I'm craving something fresh. Jupiter glanced at Deborah, who was diligently working in the kitchen. Don't worry, it will definitely be something you love. Deborah replied, her face softening with a gentle smile. All right, Jupiter nodded and walked into the bathroom, leaving Mark standing alone with a glum expression. Mark, don't always wear such a long face. Your father and brother have returned safely. You should be a bit happier. Tomorrow, I will train with you all day. Nolan said, patting Mark on the shoulder, noticing his discomfort. Okay, Dad. Mark's excitement surged at Nolan's promise of companionship, his mind automatically translating it into a day of play. In the bathroom, Jupiter relished the refreshing sensation of cool water cascading over him, invigorating his spirit. After his shower, he gazed upon the table laden with dishes, a smile gracing his lips as he indulged in a hearty meal. He then sank into the softness of his bed, enjoying a restful night until dawn, when sunlight gently kissed his face, prompting him to slowly open his eyes and check his energy panel. Everything remained unchanged. Yet the energy meter for the time-space continuum astonished Jupiter. Time-space energy, 598, 328. Wow, Jupiter exclaimed, his astonishment echoing a colloquial exclamation. How many cucumbers did I actually devour? Reflecting on his heroic exploits from the previous day, he pondered, but ultimately relinquished the thought. Who would remember the exact number of slices of bread and cucumbers consumed? Nevertheless, with this ample energy, Jupiter could accomplish much more. With energy at a full 100%, he could traverse time and space, and surpassing that threshold bestowed him with greater control. First, Jupiter eliminated the pesky percentage symbol, converting it into energy points. He now had 598, 328 points of energy, with each world traversal costing a mere 100 points. Furthermore, he initiated a system edit, incorporating advanced time-space capture technology into his mental framework, enhancing his capabilities. Indeed, Jupiter is enhancing his external enhancements. The very enhancements he employs are of his own design. He now operates them by virtue of his own capabilities, which is entirely reasonable. The deceitful ancestors rely on an enigmatic existence granted by the system, becoming mere laborers of that system. While they may appear as ancestors, they are, in truth, nothing more than descendants. True ancestors create their own systems, imbuing them with desired functionalities, allowing them to pursue their ambitions unimpeded. Following a successful system edit, the technology for capturing worlds through the time-space gate has been successfully integrated. After a series of programming sequences in Jupiter's mind, he finally crafted the system he desired, enabling him to capture and interface with worlds. Once a world is captured, he can selectively traverse through it, allowing him to avoid undesirable realms and overly formidable ones, choosing only those worlds where he can explore freely and that would be beneficial to him. During his inaugural world capture, Jupiter sat upon his bed and initiated the first temporal capture through the time-space gate. He discovered an unknown advanced world, only to find the information retrieval failing due to the presence of entities far surpassing his own capabilities. The system prompted him to consider expending 1,000,000 energy points for interfacing. What? The first world is an advanced one? Jupiter pondered whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. The The very first world he encountered was indeed of a higher echelon. In the game worlds he had previously devised, the probability of randomly entering an advanced world by expending energy was akin to that of drawing a rare card in a card game. Yet, now that his system had been revamped, he unexpectedly found himself facing an advanced world on his very first attempt, costing him 1,000,000 energy points to connect. Without hesitation, Jupiter decided to link to the unknown advanced world, recognizing that opportunities to engage with such realms are rare and invaluable, even if he chose to postpone his entry for a more opportune moment. The advanced world note revealed a plethora of entities whose power levels greatly exceeded his own, posing a potential threat to his existence. The world was classified as extremely dangerous. Now is not the time to venture forth. I shall hold off until I am adequately prepared and the opportunity arises. Jupiter aspired to explore a realm characterized by overwhelming strength, either on a powerful surface or amidst a stellar explosion. However, upon reviewing the danger levels, he shook his head vigorously, realizing the extreme peril presented. If this were akin to a series of animated features, the combat prowess of characters like Odin, the Ancient One, Domu, Thanos, the Eternals, and other formidable entities depicted in comics would escalate to alarming levels, presenting considerable challenges. Just as Jupiter was about to resume his lottery-like endeavors, a commotion outside his window captured his attention. In the corridor, Celsus was conversing with Nolan, Mark, and Deborah, their dialogue tinged with discontent. An unknown life form was approaching Earth at supersonic speeds, and with the Guardians absent, Celsus sought Nolan's assistance. "Listen, Nolan, you are just recovering. There are still many aspects of your health that require attention." Deborah stood with her hands on her hips, casting a fierce glare at Cecil, seemingly overwhelmed by distrust towards him. However, at present, there was no one but Nolan capable of halting that formidable adversary. Cecil emphasized the strength of their foe. Perhaps Mark, who had been listening intently to the discussions, suddenly had a revelation. Perhaps he could step in for his father and confront the entity in the heavens. Just as Mark was preparing to volunteer, Jupiter descended from his second-floor window, taking the initiative to meet that poor, lost creature in the sky. With a glimmer of menace in his eyes, Jupiter was resolute in his intention to eliminate the one-eyed beast above. He coveted the creature's powers, understanding that with each battle, as long as he survived, he would grow stronger. It was akin to a reincarnation of a scion. He was determined not to relinquish this perfect quarry to anyone else. Jupiter had just emerged from a fierce battle. Deborah gazed at him with concern, wishing to spare her son from such exertion. "It's all right, Mother. I'm not weary." Jupiter reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. He felt invigorated and was eager to snap the neck of that one-eyed monster and absorb its abilities. Yet, Deborah remained hesitant. "Let him go, Deborah. That extraterrestrial is not as formidable as you think," Nolan gently interjected, wrapping his arm around Deborah's shoulders. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, realizing she was powerless against the determination of this father-son duo. As Cecil observed the bloodthirsty Jupiter before him, a sense of foreboding enveloped him, as he had anticipated. Jupiter was indeed brimming with malevolence. At that moment, Jupiter had been branded in Cecil's mind as a rebellious, malevolent imp. While Cecil contemplated how to rid himself of this nuisance, Nolan stroked his chin, pondering how to dismantle the global security agency. The next world awaited, ready to confront the black robes with intense scrutiny. Chapter 21. The Disappeared Half-Moon Boom. As Jupiter tore through the air, transforming into a blazing comet, he soared into outer space. Before him appeared a man clad in battle attire, possessing a single eye. "Haha, let us commence the trial." The one-eyed alien chuckled, his voice resonating directly in Jupiter's mind. Telepathy, a form of psychic ability. "I have yet another reason to crush you, one-eyed fiend," Jupiter thought, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "One-eyed fiend? Are you insulting me? All of us on my planet possess but one eye." Upon hearing the words, the one-eyed alien's expression instantly fell. He had been insulted by a mere apprentice called a Cyclops, which was a profound affront to his esteemed position as a senior planetary evaluator. "All of you on this planet are Cyclopes," Jupiter declared, transforming into a bolt of lightning and appearing before the one-eyed alien in an instant, extending his middle finger towards the alien's solitary eye. "You scoundrel! You have wounded my eye." The one-eyed alien cried out in pain, clutching his only eye. This was merely the beginning. observing the droplets of crimson staining his finger. Jupiter lightly shook his hand, for the game had only just commenced. In the moment the one-eyed alien shielded his eye, his vision blurred, Jupiter swiftly darted forward, delivering a powerful kick to the alien's chest. "You bastard!" The terrifying force propelled the alien at a speed far surpassing sound, crashing him into the moon behind him. Trash! Jupiter continued his relentless assault, casually seizing 2 satellites from the Lighthouse Nation and hurling them at the one-eyed alien sprawled on the lunar surface. The alien, who had just attempted to rise, was sent crashing back down by the satellites. "You despicable cur! You are unworthy! I shall not allow you to enter the Galactic Alliance." The one-eyed alien glared at Jupiter, who floated in the cosmos, his voice resonating directly within Jupiter's mind, conveying his furious agitation. "Do you think I care about that damn alliance?" Jupiter retorted, clearing his ears, and in the next moment, like a shooting star, he collided with the one-eyed alien. The tremendous force left the moon's surface, where Jupiter and the alien had been, riddled with countless fissures. "Evaluator, you have come to the wrong place." Jupiter tightened his grip around the alien's neck, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "I've come to the wrong place." The one-eyed alien, feeling the immense pressure on his neck, gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his arms as he exerted every ounce of strength to dislodge Jupiter's hand. Yet, his efforts proved futile. Indeed, this is the planet of the Veltumans. Jupiter pressed the alien's head firmly against the ground, leaning closer to the alien's eye, seemingly hoping that the alien would behold his visage clearly. "You are a damned Veltuman." The one-eyed alien belatedly realized that the figure pressing down upon him was indeed a Veltuman. "By the way, does your planet have games?" Jupiter inquired, striving to divert the alien's attention, while simultaneously increasing the pressure of his grip. "To hell with you." The one-eyed alien, a seasoned warrior, gritted his teeth and concentrated all his strength in his legs, delivering a powerful kick that sent Jupiter, who was mounted on him, flying. "I must leave this place at once." The one-eyed alien clumsily ascended from the lunar surface, intent on reporting to the Galactic Federation headquarters that Blue Star was a trap. There was no one here needing to join the Federation, only a formidable and absurdly powerful Virtumite. "Where do you think you're going?" Just as the one-eyed alien prepared to depart, he suddenly felt a grip on his foot. "You despicable Virtumite of Blue Star." He turned to confront the man who had ensnared his foot with a single hand, cursing furiously. However, before he could mount any counterattack, an invisible force hurled him back down to the lunar surface, the sheer might causing the entire moon to tremble. "Fool, this is Blue Star, not Blue Planet. Furthermore, your good fortune has run out. In your next life, pay closer attention to the names of the planets marked on the map before deciding your course." Jupiter once again mounted the one-eyed alien, but this time, instead of constricting his throat, he rained down punches upon the alien's face. Each strike from Jupiter wreaked havoc upon the lunar surface, and the bright crimson blood stained his gloves. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches for punches. Initially, the one-eyed alien resisted, but as Jupiter's blows quickened and grew in strength, the alien's resistance waned, until he lay motionless on the ground. Nevertheless, this did not deter Jupiter. He continued to unleash a barrage of strikes, mercilessly pounding the alien beneath him. Jupiter seemed to be kneading a mass of fresh red dough, reducing the one-eyed alien's body to a pulp, shattering every bone into powder, until every organ and cell was obliterated, defining the alien as deceased on both microscopic and macroscopic levels. He did not relent until he heard the system notification. Ding! High-level alien cells detected. Would you like to optimize and merge? Of course. Wiping the substance from his forehead, whether it was sweat or the blood of his enemy, Jupiter lay beside the remains of the alien. Blue Star is truly beautiful. He reclined on the moon's surface until the system's completion notification echoed in his mind, prompting him to rise. "I can feel every cell within me resonating." Jupiter clenched his fist, sensing a newfound strength swelling within him. After reveling in the immense power coursing through his body, he suddenly remembered something and turned around. "Oh no!" Jupiter gazed at the masterpiece behind him, feeling a sense of distress as he covered his cheeks with his hands. His strength had been overexerted, alas. It seemed he would no longer be able to enjoy the moonlight. As he looked at the half-moon remaining before him, he furrowed his brow, contemplating how to explain this magnificent world-renowned painting to others. Chapter 22. The Concerns of Caecilius, Oh My Heavens. Caecilius exclaimed as he observed the imagery relayed by the satellite. Instantly, he felt a surge of bewilderment. He swore he had never encountered such a brutal and formidable being. A creature that, at the slightest provocation, would engage in battle, not only obliterating its enemies, but also devastating half of the moon's surface. At that moment, Caecilius found himself utterly perplexed by this creature's intentions. He was uncertain whether Jupiter was fighting for Earth or merely seeking adversaries to exhaust the relentless vigor within him. "Nolan, we need to have a serious discussion," Caecilius said, his gaze fixed intently on Nolan. Nolan raised an eyebrow, sensing that Caecilius might have unearthed something significant. "Very well. How would you like to proceed?" Nolan inquired, nodding slightly as he awaited Caecilius's direction. Without responding, Caecilius glanced at Mark and Deborah, who stood behind Nolan. "Mark and Deborah, could you please excuse yourselves? I need to discuss some matters of work with Caecilius." Nolan understood the unspoken request in Caecilius's eyes and turned to his beloved son and beautiful wife. "All right." Deborah, seemingly unfazed, began to tidy up a few items before making her way upstairs, as it was time for her to attend to her own work. Mark cast a suspicious glance at Caecilius and Nolan, harboring doubts about any clandestine dealings between the two. However, adhering to the principle of staying out of adult matters, he retreated to his own room. "Now, you may enlighten me about the situation at hand," Nolan said, once Mark and Deborah had returned to their respective chambers. "Listen, Nolan, tell me what transpired at the Global Guardians headquarters." Caecilius reiterated his inquiry. "I have already recounted my story numerous times," Nolan began. "I received a distress signal from the Global Guardians and rushed to assist them. When I arrived, everything appeared normal until, suddenly, the lights were extinguished. I fought against that individual until I collapsed, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hospital bed. It's as simple as that." Nolan continued to recite his flawed tale. "Listen to me, Nolan. Cease your fabrications. Before the situation escalates to its direst extremes, abandon your pathetic charade." Caecilius's gaze sharpened as he addressed Nolan in a low, tense voice. "What do you truly know?" In an instant, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Nolan. Caesars had always been a clever man. Although he lacked superpowers, his intellect was truly remarkable. Nolan was uncertain whether Caesars had discovered anything regarding his connection with Jupiter. If that were the case, then, regrettably, the initially gentle plan would require modification. "I possess knowledge that exceeds your imagination." Caesars's expression darkened, seemingly issuing a warning to Nolan. Nolan refrained from responding to any of Caesars's remarks, his countenance growing increasingly grim, just as Nolan tensed his muscles, preparing to resolve the matter with Caesars before he could react and utilize the spatial teleportation device. Caesars unexpectedly spoke again. "Jupiter's condition is an ailment. He requires treatment. If you continue to feign ignorance, the consequences will ultimately be dire for the entire world. Currently, only the Global Guardians are suffering, and I hope it remains confined to them. I do not wish for a day when Jupiter's destructive force obliterates not the moon, but our very Earth. I understand that. As a father, your position is challenging, but you must confront reality." Caesars persistently urged Nolan. Upon hearing Caesars's words, Nolan's body stiffened. Realizing that Caesars's astute mind had completely misconstrued the situation, yet this was fortuitous for him. The tension in Nolan's muscles suddenly relaxed, his face reflecting a sense of despair, resembling a father bewildered by a rebellious son, unsure of how to proceed. "I hope you will call me. We will employ the world's most advanced technology to treat Jupiter's volatile symptoms. Nolan, you must remember that Jupiter's condition is a disease, and it is highly probable that it did not begin manifesting only after he acquired superpowers. Perhaps this affliction had troubled Jupiter long before, when he was at the boxing gym, unleashing his strength and nearly incapacitating his opponents. We should have taken note of this. It is our responsibility." Caesars's mind was relentlessly analyzing Jupiter's data, realizing that perhaps Jupiter's destructive and frenzied persona had been developing long ago. "Thank you, Caesars," perhaps Nolan sighed, his expression somewhat peculiar. Just as Nolan intended to say something further, a booming sound echoed from the yard as Jupiter, having dispatched the one-eyed alien, returned to Earth. "Were you discussing?" Jupiter inquired as he entered the room, looking at Caesars and Nolan. Nothing at all," Caesars replied with a gentle smile, feigning nonchalance as he approached Nolan and patted him on the shoulder. "We shall be in touch." With that, Caesars casually slipped his hands into his pockets, smiling as he exited the Jupiter household and entered a sleek, black luxury car parked outside. Jupiter gazed at the departing Cicero, remaining silent, as he felt a sticky sensation enveloping his body, prompting a desire for a refreshing bath. "Mother, is there any food left? I am on the verge of starvation," he called out before heading to the bathroom. "I have work to attend to, Jupiter. You'll have to fend for yourself," came a reply from Deborah, who had already changed her attire and was prepared to leave for her job. As the reigning sales champion, she would not overlook any potential homebuyers. Jupiter chose not to respond, striding directly into the bathroom. He was utterly disinterested in the conversation that Cicero and Nolan had shared. His sole focus was on cleansing himself and continuing his lottery pursuits, in search of a world that could offer him assistance. As for the tasks assigned by Verdum, and Nolan's schemes regarding the takeover of Blue Star, those concerns could wait. He needed to ensure he was adequately equipped to confront the unpredictable berserker that might unexpectedly emerge on Blue Star. Submerged in the bath, Jupiter felt his muscles relax, exhaling slowly as he contemplated the ceiling above. Indeed, it was hard to believe that a figure resembling a third-rate villain summoning a fifth-rate henchman was, in reality, a being of unparalleled strength at the pinnacle of the universe. Chapter 23. The flawless Jupiter after emerging from his refreshing bath and indulging in 5 beef burgers. Jupiter belatedly realized it was an unfortunate Wednesday. "What a disaster," he muttered, glancing at the time displayed on his wristwatch, revealing that he was already half an hour late. Given his tardiness, he decided against attending class. Yes, he didn't even bother to show up. What a farce to consider it mere lateness. Thus, clad in his uniform, Jupiter meandered aimlessly through the city, keeping track of time. Just before the second class commenced, he casually slipped into the classroom during the break, feigning innocence as though he had not arrived late. However, regret washed over him when the balding teacher entered and began the lesson. He realized he should not have come to class today. Stifling yawns, Jupiter endured the teacher's monotonous lecture, and as the bell signaling the end of class rang, he swiftly departed the classroom. The balding educator observed Jupiter's exit with a furrowed brow. "Is my class truly that dull?" he pondered, honestly, feeling unable to engage his students. He reflected on his shortcomings as an instructor, contemplating where improvements could be made. While he did not aspire for his teaching to be exceedingly captivating, he at least wished to draw enough attention to his lessons. In the cafeteria, Jupiter carried 3 plates of food in a single trip, devouring them heartily. For his physique, consuming meals meant for 3 to 5 individuals was entirely commonplace. What mattered most was that he could not only eat, but also fight. "Jupiter, is there no one here? May we sit?" At the moment when Jupiter was indulging in his meal, he heard what seemed to be someone calling his name and lifted his gaze. Before him sat a tall, attractive young woman with orange-pink hair, alongside a petite girl with golden locks and a nose ring. Jupiter glanced at Eve, who was already seated, and the unidentified girl, nodding gently. "I was quite worried about you, as you didn't show up this morning," Eve remarked, her tone tinged with excitement. However, as she spoke, she seemed to recall something, casting a glance at the golden-haired girl beside her. Well, I understand I've interrupted you both. Please continue." "I shall take my leave," the golden-haired girl responded, displaying an understanding smile that suggested she comprehended the situation as she carried her plate to a nearby table. Evidently, she had misunderstood. Jupiter observed the girl, realizing that she was mistaken. Though he did not particularly mind, he turned his attention to Eve, his eyes imbued with a hint of inquiry, as if to ask whether she was concerned about the misunderstanding. "I don't mind either," Eve replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, aware of Jupiter's intentions. He contemplated the urgent matter of dealing with Rex, noting that the Global Guardian's funeral was imminent. Jupiter resolved to seize this opportunity to bury Rex alongside them. After all, whether it was 7 or 8 buried, it would save the need for an additional funeral. How fortunate for Rex to be laid to rest with such esteemed heroes. He envisioned himself at Rex's grave, imparting to him the proper way to appreciate Eve. A chuckle escaped him at the thought, for he was not a nefarious individual, merely a man fulfilling his duty in laying Rex to rest without any ill intentions. "Jupiter, when you passed through the portal, I was genuinely worried. Although I know of your strength, the adversaries are formidable as well. The world has been rather tumultuous of late, with the Global Guardians missing and the Omnipotent One unaccounted for. Just moments ago, I saw on the news that the moon has undergone a cataclysmic change, now reduced to a mere half. The astronomical experts claim this is a normal celestial phenomenon. How audacious of them! I fail to grasp how such a thing could be deemed normal when it results in the moon's disappearance. I'm certain the adults are concealing something. The moon must have been obliterated by some force, and most distressingly, we shall no longer witness a full moon again. Eve continued to voice her concerns, seemingly troubled by the future of humanity. Jupiter remained silent, knowing he could not reveal the truth, that the global guardians were missing because they had perished, and indeed, he was the one responsible. The omnipotent one had not been seen recently, because he was recovering from injuries sustained at Jupiter's hands. The moon was not destroyed by any unknown entity, nor was it a normal celestial phenomenon, as some self-proclaimed experts might suggest. Rather, it was my own lack of control this morning that led to its obliteration. Rest assured, all shall be well. I have a premonition that the omnipotent being will soon return to the heavens, continuing to safeguard our blue planet from alien persecution. As for the moon, at least from now on, werewolves will no longer transform due to the full moon, which is a positive outcome. Jupiter endeavored to see the silver lining. Ha! Upon hearing Jupiter mention that werewolves would not transform because of the full moon, Eve immediately burst into laughter. Let's hope so. Eve sighed with relief. Feeling much more at ease after exchanging a few words with Jupiter, many of her repressed emotions dissipated like mist. Jupiter, noticing her reaction, merely smiled softly before resuming his meal. Jupiter, will you be going to youth group headquarters today? Eve inquired, gazing at Jupiter as he continued to eat. After posing the question, she felt a twinge of regret. She was unsure why she had asked him that, yet she secretly hoped he would agree. Certainly, Jupiter replied, raising an eyebrow and nodding. He was indifferent, as he had little to occupy his time. Most importantly, heading to the youth group meant he could encounter the loquacious Rex, providing him an opportunity to eliminate his rival. All right, then we shall meet after school. Eve waved at Jupiter and, with her food in hand, took a seat beside the blonde girl at the adjacent table. Look who's back, the rumored girlfriend of the superstar, the blonde girl teased Eve. Stop it. We are not in that kind of relationship. Eve responded, slightly exasperated by the girl's jest. Come on, do you have any idea how many people saw you two leave together yesterday after school? Impressive. I never noticed before. I can't believe how you managed to win over Jupiter. The blonde girl rested her chin on her hands, gazing curiously at Eve. You're truly amusing. Eve thought to herself, unsure how to explain her situation, and chose to silently eat her meal. You are the one who's amusing. Do you have any idea how many eyes are fixed on the seat next to Jupiter in the entire school? Jupiter, being a star player of the high school football team with a reputation for brilliance, was a prodigy even esteemed by the likes of Tom Brady. The blonde girl continued to extol Jupiter, her words tinged with boastfulness, yet this only underscored his standing among the students. Is Jupiter truly that remarkable? He pondered, her expression one of astonishment. She had never paid much attention to school matters and was unaware that Jupiter was such a legendary figure. Moreover, she had heard from Mark that both he and Jupiter had recently awakened their superpowers, which meant that Jupiter had attained his current stature solely through personal merit. Not just remarkable, he is tall, handsome, comes from a privileged background, and holds a promising future. He is simply too perfect to be a mere mortal. The blonde girl, captivated, rested her chin on her hands as she gazed at Jupiter, who was engrossed in his meal. Eve refrained from contradicting the blonde, for, truth be told, her words were undeniably accurate. Jupiter, seemingly aware of the attention from Eve and the girl, turned his head and flashed a radiant smile at them. At that moment, he was utterly indifferent to their opinions. He was preoccupied with enjoying his meal while simultaneously utilizing his system to explore various worlds within his mind. In the midst of his hearty consumption, he had already identified the worlds most suitable for him. Chapter 24. Why is it that some people fail to understand that Jupiter despises being scrutinized? Jupiter beamed at the worlds he had captured in his mind. Having successfully identified over 50, he discarded all the inferior realms without a second thought, investing 220,000 energy points to connect with 2 advanced worlds and 2 intermediate ones. As for the lower-tier worlds that Jupiter could easily perceive, he had no interest whatsoever. Titles like Parasite, Tokyo Ghoul, and John Wick seemed trivial to him, akin to the mere sound of flatulence, utterly nonsensical. Advanced World. Warhammer 40k note. This world contains entities far exceeding the host's capabilities. Proceed with caution. Advanced World. Star Wars, a blend of old and new canon. Note, This world also harbors beings of extraordinary power. Approach with caution. Intermediate World. The Boys, TV series version. Intermediate World. One Punch Man, Murata's remake. Note: these worlds contain entities that surpass the host capabilities. Exercise caution. Jupiter nodded in approval as he surveyed the worlds in his mind. Very well. First to be ruled out was Warhammer 40k. For it demanded a level of mental fortitude he did not possess. Venturing into that realm to acquire what he desired would be perilous. Nonetheless, it was indisputable that Warhammer was a treasure trove. Next was Star Wars, which intrigued him greatly. A fascinating amalgamation of old and new lore, ripe for exploration. The Force could obliterate stars, annihilate cosmic battleships, and exert lethal control across light years. Its sheer power was astounding. Thus, Star Wars was temporarily set aside as well. Jupiter's true interest lay in the two intermediate worlds, the Boys and One Punch Man. He coveted the fervent gaze of the citizens in the Boys and the devastating power of Boros's collapsing star cannon from the first season of One Punch Man. A charismatic figure with a passionate following truly epitomized greatness. While the other possessed efficiency and a devastating ability that could only be described as a divine artifact for gaining experience points. Among them, The Boys refers to the television adaptation, indicating that the character known as Homelander in this version possesses far greater strength than his comic counterpart. Currently, Homelander's upper limits remain unknown. However, in a typical mid-tier world, the strongest beings are generally only slightly superior to star-busting capabilities. Based on Jupiter's impression of the television Homelander, it appears he has not demonstrated any potential for such explosive power. At most, he could potentially destroy an island, and with sufficient effort, even a continent or the surface. Essentially, Jupiter believes he could reliably subdue him. Next is Murata's version of One Punch Man. If we assume that the strongest beings in an ordinary mid-tier world are only marginally superior to starbusting, then this scenario belongs to a somewhat lower tier of mid-tier worlds. It features a character named Saitama, an outlier of extraordinary caliber. Nevertheless, as long as he does not provoke Saitama, it is likely that Saitama will not seek him out either, allowing him to traverse the One Punch Man universe with relative ease. The only individual who might pose a challenge to Jupiter is the formidable Boros, enhanced by Murata, who can obliterate the surface with his collapsing star roaring cannon, transforming into a being capable of outright planetary destruction. After contemplating for a while, Jupiter resolved to first eliminate the Chatterbox Rex, then confront Homelander and the Boys, and subsequently execute a seamless combo to defeat Boros in One Punch Man. Finally, he would find a way to procure a complete set of equipment and return to confront the Berserk Beast in a climactic battle. After vanquishing the Berserk Beast, his next goal would be to defeat the Cosmic Stud, Regulus, unifying the star system, and ultimately the entire universe. His aspirations were grand, from being the progenitor of Blue Star to becoming the progenitor of the entire cosmos, with the next step being an invasion of the multiverse. His motto was singular: I shall do as I please. Upon gaining clarity of his true intentions, Jupiter's resolve grew increasingly steadfast, akin to an alternative form of unwavering determination. Every successful individual ascends through sheer willpower amidst a backdrop of countless fallen. When Jupiter finally emerged from his mental reverie, he found the vast cafeteria empty, save for himself. Glancing at the watch on his wrist, he realized that it was already time for the first class of the afternoon. Irritated, he muttered to himself. But adhering to his principle of never attending class if he was late, Jupiter simply began to play on his phone in the cafeteria. Upon opening the device, he discovered a plethora of unread messages. First was from Mark. Bro, the teacher made me stay behind for duty today. I'm late. Where are you? I think I saw you, but you were with someone, so Frank and I ate on the other side. I've finished eating. I have gym class in the afternoon and need to change, so I'm leaving now. Then came Eve's message. We finished eating and noticed you seemed deep in thought. I called out to you a couple of times, but since you didn't respond, we didn't want to disturb you further. We're leaving now, don't forget. We'll see you after school. Jupiter quietly read the messages from both and chuckled softly, shaking his head. He turned and entered the restroom, changing his attire before soaring out through the window, preparing for Rex's grand funeral. Report: Jupiter has not attended class. He has changed his clothes in the restroom, seemingly to embark on some endeavor. Within the restroom, The previously desolate corridor suddenly reverberated with sounds, as if a concealed figure lingered within. Continue monitoring. At that moment, a voice echoed near the hidden individual. Understood. The concealed figure nodded gently and approached the restroom window, which Jupiter had opened. Just as the hidden figure leaned out to gaze outside, Jupiter, who was originally flying afar, abruptly materialized before him. The hidden individual, startled by Jupiter's sudden appearance, broke into a cold sweat. Without allowing the hidden figure a moment to speak, Jupiter executed a display of brute force, tightening his grip around the figure's throat. Hush! Jupiter gently blew on his left hand's fingers, then deftly removed a tiny earpiece from the hidden figure's ear and placed it into his own. What has transpired? Please respond. What exactly has happened? A somewhat aged voice resonated from the earpiece Jupiter wore, a voice he recognized all too well. It belonged to Cy Seals, whom he had encountered that very morning. Snap! Jupiter removed the earpiece from his ear, crushing it delicately. Young man, you ought not to surveil me. Why is it that you fail to understand that I detest being watched? In Jupiter's eyes, there was no invisible person before him, but rather a soldier clad in a lightweight kinetic armor, renowned as the pinnacle of Blue Star's technological marvel, costing a staggering $1 billion. Regrettably, this armor appeared feeble and utterly vulnerable in Jupiter's gaze. You, the soldier, seemed to be attempting to communicate something to Jupiter. Jupiter assumed the soldier sought to barter critical information for his life. Thus, he loosened his grip on the soldier's neck. Once released, the soldier gasped for air. Why can you see me? He panted, gazing at Jupiter in bewilderment. Alas, you have squandered your final chance to survive. Opportunities such as these are granted but once, never to be repeated. Jupiter, initially believing the soldier possessed some profound insight, felt a silent sigh escape him upon realizing the soldier's inquiry was merely a trivial one. Firstly, Jupiter was not one to engage in indiscriminate killing. He had no desire to eliminate those who could not provide him with useful abilities or significant energy points. However, this unfortunate soldier insisted on consuming his precious time, wasting a full 2.5 minutes. Goodness, that was 2.5 minutes. In that time frame, he could accomplish a multitude of tasks, could he not? The soldier had forfeited his own hope of survival. Snap! Jupiter shook his head, bestowing upon the soldier a tender, yet decisive blow. With the absorption of the powers of the Cyclopean alien, Jupiter's command over his newfound strength became remarkably intricate. Before long, a soldier's head spun rapidly, rotating 1,080 degrees atop his neck, followed by a leap, culminating in the closure of his eyes. Having completed this sequence, Jupiter cast the soldier from the window, artfully crafting the illusion of an accidental fall. The sound of impact resonated with a thunderous boom as the soldier's lifeless body plummeted from the 5th floor to the ground outside the restroom, nestled amidst dense foliage. In broad daylight, a group of spirited youths from the Free Nation, hidden outside the restroom, were startled by the echoing noise, hastily adjusting their attire. Jason, what just happened? A girl inquired, her voice sharp with concern. I don't know. It seems something fell, replied the boy Jason, who had been scanning the area but saw nothing amiss. Shall we continue? The girl pressed. Of course, Jason replied with a smile, nodding gently, for nothing could hinder the arrival of spring. High above, adorned in a white ensemble emblazoned with a prominent Jupiter insignia, he surveyed the scene below, a cold smirk gracing his lips. From his vantage point, he could see the distorted corpse lying beside the young couple. Now, it was time to elucidate the soldier's bewilderment. Why could he see the invisible soldier? The answer was straightforward. The soldier was never invisible. Indeed, the soldier was visible, but the citizens of this nation could not perceive him due to the unique properties of the power armor he wore, which refracted specific wavelengths of light. Intriguingly, the Global Defense Bureau had infused a special chemical reagent into the drinking water of every citizen of the Free Nation, rendering their eyes incapable of discerning certain spectra of light. Consequently, soldiers appeared invisible to them. But the question arose, why was Jupiter unaffected? It was not due to his superior Veltumian genes, nor the lineage of the Cyclopean being, but rather a habit ingrained in him from a past life. Jupiter had steadfastly avoided drinking untreated water. He maintained a strict regimen of consuming only boiled and filtered water, allowing him to retain sensitivity to those particular spectra throughout his existence. Thus, from a young age, Jupiter had been privy to secrets hidden from others, expertly concealing his abilities. For no one would dare challenge a child, leaving his talents undiscovered by all. This chapter spans 3,000 words, contributing to a total of nearly 6,000 words today. The 1st of March. For those with investment opportunities, kindly lend your support. For those with votes to spare, your assistance is greatly appreciated. Chapter 25, Jupiter's Stratagem. Report. 12 had perished. On a desolate stretch of grass, 3 invisible soldiers clad in armor fashioned from materials imperceptible to the denizens of the free nation gazed upon their fallen comrade, reporting the grim situation to their commanding officer. Dead? What in the world is Jupiter thinking? Caesars felt a tempest of emotions brewing within him, his fists pounding relentlessly on the metallic table before him. Director, it is conceivable that the soldier merely fell from a window. Theoretically, Jupiter should not even be able to perceive us, remarked Caesar's secretary, whose golden hair was slicked back in a retro pompadour. You mean to say that our most elite soldiers of the Global Defense Bureau, clad in the finest kinetic armor, met their end due to a mere misstep, falling from a high school restroom? Caesars arched an eyebrow, his eyes aflame with fury. Indeed, it is a possibility we cannot dismiss, his secretary pondered thoughtfully. With a resounding crash, Caesars remained silent, delivering a forceful blow to the table. All of you leave, he commanded the bustling staff. Obediently, they gathered their documents in silence and exited the command room of the Global Defense Bureau. Come fort. Caesars beckoned towards a shadowy corner of the room. Caesars, you cannot deceive yourself. You know precisely who is responsible for this calamity. The infernal detective, Damien Darkblood, suddenly materialized before him. Listen, I warn you against pursuing this investigation any further. Whatever you have discovered, forget it, Caesars cautioned, his fists clenched tightly. How he longed to unveil the truth. Yet, he understood that revealing the reality before they had devised a countermeasure against Jupiter would unleash irrevocable devastation upon the Global Defense Bureau and the entire planet. You blind old fool, Damien Darkblood stared coldly at Caesars, indifferent to the repercussions of exposing the truth as he bore the burden of revelation alone. Caesars remained silent, resolving to eliminate all uncontrollable variables before uncovering the final outcome, starting with this obstinate infernal detective. Meanwhile, in a carefree district of the free nation, a man clad in a tight yellow suit was gleefully discharging electricity, robbing a bank. Damn it, if only the guards would arrive. The bank's security personnel, as well as the police, were no match for the man clad in a tight-fitting suit. They cowered behind cover, hurling invectives and frustration. In the absence of the global security team, this supercriminal appeared to bask in the dawn of his reign of terror, orchestrating numerous bank heists across the city daily. In simple terms, the city's superheroes were woefully insufficient. Farewell, amateurs, the man adorned in a yellow bodysuit declared, hoisting a hefty sack of cash and flashing a gesture of international camaraderie before vanishing like lightning. The inspector, witnessing the audacity of the criminal, struck the hood of his police car with such force that it left a considerable dent, lamenting the deteriorating quality of modern vehicles. However, just as the supercriminal made his escape and the inspector sighed in resignation, a white figure loomed above the clouds, quietly observing the chaos below. This is the life. Free from the meddling of that wretched global security team. In the outskirts of the city, a supercriminal known for his electro prowess was gleefully counting his ill-gotten gains. Looks like you've struck it rich. Just as he reveled in the sight of the verdant bills, a voice, slightly raspy, whispered in his ear. Indeed, I have struck it rich. The supercriminal, momentarily dazed by joy, nodded in acknowledgement, but a sudden unease washed over him. This was supposed to be his private hideout. How could anyone else be here? Realizing the anomaly, he swiftly turned around. Good afternoon, my friend. Behind him stood a robust figure clad in a pristine white bodysuit, smiling down upon him. Damn it, the supercriminal cursed, immediately unleashing his most potent electric attack. Bang! Yet, before he could execute his strike, a colossal force seized his neck, sealing his fate. Listen, I'm not here to apprehend you. Rather, I wish to discuss a business proposition. The figure continued, I am not a dictator, so I offer you a choice. Accept my proposal by nodding or perish here. You have 5 seconds to decide. 5. Jupiter tightened his grip on the electric man's throat, his voice icy. The electric man, realizing that refusal meant death, nodded without hesitation. Excellent. Now, summon your accomplices and, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, launch an assault on the city's largest bank. Jupiter glanced at the time, directing his gaze back to the Electric Man. What? The Electric Man was taken aback, unable to fathom that Jupiter's directive was to rob a bank. Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand upon you, and I assure you, apart from myself, the Guardian Squad, the Omnipotent, and the Invincible Hero shall certainly not make an appearance. As for the rationale behind my request, it is unnecessary for you to know. You need only agree to my terms. Will you comply or not? Jupiter floated in the air, addressing Electromancer. Ha ha ha, the Omnipotent, and you are not coming? Then why should I not proceed with this transaction? Upon hearing this, Electromancer erupted in laughter, for in his eyes, should Jupiter and his companions remain absent, no one could thwart him. Excellent. I await your triumphant report. Yet remember this. Should you dare to breach our agreement, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, even if you flee to Mars. I shall pursue you and ensure your demise. With that, Jupiter transformed into a fleeting specter, accompanied by a resounding sonic boom, soaring into the skies. How enviable his powers are! Electromancer gazed at Jupiter ascending into the heavens, his eyes brimming with envy. Chapter 26. The Headless Knight Rex for 1,000 words at 3 o'clock. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the entire district. The largest bank in the city was engulfed in a billowing cloud of smoke. Report. A supervillain has attacked the city's largest bank. Should the assault succeed, our losses would be immeasurable. At the Global Defense Bureau headquarters, an intelligence officer, upon receiving this information, glanced fearfully at Celsus behind him. A bunch of scoundrels. Celsus, filled with rage, could scarcely contain his fury. Mere days after the Global Guardian Squad departed from this world, these wretched criminals could not restrain themselves. Notify the Omnipotent Nolan. Without delay, Celsus commanded his subordinates. Director, Nolan is currently battling a fire-breathing serpent in England. The staff member, upon hearing this, cast a somewhat awkward glance at Celsus. Damn it, who can we dispatch now? Celsus rubbed his temples and inquired. Mark is at school. Perhaps we could reach out to the elusive Jupiter. Celsus's secretary replied. What about the Youth Brigade? What are they up to at this moment? Celsus's gaze sharpened, refusing to acknowledge the secretary's words. At this time, E from a Youth Brigade is also in class. Currently, only Robot, Explosive Rex, and Clone Kate remain on standby at the base. The secretary manipulated the tablet, responding to Celsus's inquiries. Then let the three of them go. Celsus felt his head nearing explosion. He had yet to resolve matters concerning Jupiter, nor had he dealt with the Global Guardian Squad. And now, this gang of despicable supervillains was causing chaos. Understood, Director, we have already notified the Youth Brigade. The secretary nodded slightly, indicating that the situation had been communicated to the Youth Brigade. Meanwhile, within the Youth Brigade, the call was made. Friends, we have a mission. Upon receiving the message, the robot conveyed the orders of the Celsors to the gathered crowd. Really? I've just finished training, Rex exclaimed, hastily wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel and donning his sewer work attire before standing ready beside the robot. The enemy has attacked the largest bank in the city. Mark and Eve are at school, and only we can thwart these villains. The robot articulated their mission to Rex. So, that arrogant Jupiter is not here, correct? Ha ha, leave it to me. It's time for Rex to shine. Rex laughed heartily, believing he had finally found a chance to showcase his abilities. In the past, with Jupiter around, every battle felt like a solo performance by him, rendering Rex merely a supporting character, an outcome he found unsatisfactory. But now, the moment had arrived. I hope you exercise caution. After all, this time we undertake this mission without Jupiter, and each of us faces the possibility of sacrifice, the robot advised Rex solemnly. No need for your warnings, Rex waved dismissively. I am well aware. Observing Rex's arrogant demeanor, the robot realized that Rex was not fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation. Yet, the robot was not Rex's guardian and had no obligation to educate him. Moreover, excessive admonition might incite Rex's rebellion. The robot, Jack, activated the control system, summoning a magnetic levitation skateboard for their journey to confront the supervillains. Meanwhile, at the city's largest bank, a scene unfolded. How marvelous! Thunderman exclaimed. Tossing wads of cash into the air, the green bills cascading down like rain. Hey, stop playing around. When the superheroes arrive, we're doomed, cautioned a super criminal wielding an electric melting gun, alongside a man exuding endless molten lava, resembling a weaker version of a Kainu. Fear not. Today, no one will disturb us. Thunderman asserted confidently, reveling in the ease of the heist, feeling utterly unburdened. Huh. The Lava Man and Electric Gun Man exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Thunderman's words. Haha, I possess my own intelligence. You need only follow my lead, Thunderman said, his tone tinged with arrogance as he noted their confusion. He was aware that even if he revealed his insights, no one would believe him. The so-called heroes, often portrayed as noble and grand, were merely a facade, hiding their true natures, while the supervillains, who openly embraced their motives for profit, were more forthright. Now, use your lava to breach the doors of these safes. I mean all the safe doors here. Thunderman instructed the Lava Man, all right, after receiving the assurance from the Lightning Man. The Molten Man nodded and instantaneously transformed into a multitude of molten lava, corroding toward the vault. Hey, young delinquents, your Grandpa Rex is here. Just as the three eagerly gazed at the vault before them, a resounding shout was followed by a flurry of darts striking the Molten Man boom. At the moment the darts hit him, a deafening explosion erupted, scattering the Molten Man's form into disarray. Enemy attack. The Lightning Man and the man wielding the electric melting gun quickly turned to face the explosion that had just occurred beside them. Simultaneously, the body of the Molten Man, now in disarray, began to bubble and coalesce like molten lava, swiftly reassembling. Hey, didn't you say we wouldn't be disturbed? The Molten Man, having regained his humanoid shape, glanced at his assailant with a slight frown, turning to the Lightning Man to express his dissatisfaction. He's merely a minor character. Dispose of him. The Lightning Man commanded as he prepared himself for the sudden onslaught. Do not command me. The Molten Man shot a glare at the Lightning Man. Their relationship was one of partnership, not hierarchy. You just inflicted quite a bit of pain on me. Have you decided how you wish to meet your demise? The Molten Man stretched his limbs and advanced toward Rex, transforming into a towering 3-meter-high molten giant, gazing down at Rex. Wow, a molten freak. First, allow me to clarify 2 points. First, I'm not a minor character. Second, I am not alone, Rex declared, producing a 30-centimeter rod from behind him and hurling it at the Molten Man boom. Accompanied by another explosion, the Molten Man's right arm was obliterated into sludge. I told you. That hurt, he said coldly, looking at his ruined arm before swinging his left arm toward Rex. Look here, big guy. Just as the Molten Man prepared to strike, he heard a series of electronic beeps. Turning to investigate the source of the sound, he spotted an orange robot holding a massive fire extinguisher, staring at him with an expression of intent. Oh no! The Molten Man's expression shifted at the sight of the fire extinguisher. Puff! In the next instant, the robot activated the extinguisher, covering the Molten Man's face with a thick layer of white foam. Help me! The Molten Man cried, unable to see anything through the foam now obscuring his vision. Fool! The Lightning Man and the man with the electric melting gun looked at the foam-covered Molten Man as if he were an utter imbecile. They entered their battle modes with great fervor. The Lightning Man assumed a stance ready to unleash a discharge, while the electric fusion gun adjusted its aim. What are you looking at? Just as the electric fusion gun man displayed a lewd grin, preparing to fire, a raspy female voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Huh. The electric fusion gun man's lascivious smile vanished abruptly as he turned to face the source of the sound. D, responded a petite fist. With a swift motion, the electric fusion gun man was knocked to the ground. Damn it! The Lightning Man glared at the unexpectedly appearing mushroom-headed girl and the electric fusion gun man, who lay defeated by a single punch. Fuming, he cursed under his breath, intent on personally dealing with the mushroom-headed girl. Hey, what are you looking at? Before the Lightning Man could unleash his ultimate technique, several darts struck him in rapid succession. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the Lightning Man was sent flying. Bastards! A bunch of bastards! He shouted, rising from the ground. I suggest you concede defeat. Your companions have already been subdued by mine. Just as I told you, I am not alone. Rex, twirling a dart in his hand, approached the Lightning Man with a confident smile, seemingly assured of his victory. The Lightning Man remained silent as he surveyed the scene. The Lava Man, incapacitated by the robot wielding a fire extinguisher, and the electric fusion gun man, pinned to the ground by 5 mushroom-headed girls bearing various numbers. He realized he was utterly alone. A bunch of useless fools. It seems the burden falls to me. Fury ignited in his eyes, and, as his anger surged, the lights in the room began to flicker erratically, mirroring his tumultuous emotions. You wish to duel with me? I accept. Rex produced 2 rods from behind him, and as he activated his powers, the rods glimmered with an ethereal light. I want you dead. The lightning man roared, as torrents of electricity crackled through the room, causing all the electrical devices in the bank to falter. Darkness enveloped everyone's vision. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that knocked Kate's numerous clones off their feet, while the lone remaining body instinctively dropped to take cover. A few moments later, a semblance of calm returned. Rex, robot, are you all right? Kate, sensing the sudden onslaught had subsided, stood up from the ground. However, the experienced fighter remained crouched, cautiously probing her surroundings while inquiring about the safety of her companions. I'm fine, Kate, just pinned down by something and unable to move, the robot responded promptly, assuring her of its well-being. Stay still. I shall assist you. By the way, Rex, where are you? Upon receiving a response from the robot, Kate felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, her heart began to race again when Rex did not reply. As she crouched down, calling out his name, the overhead lights flickered back to life. In that illuminating moment, the world around them came into focus. After the light returned, Kate's eyes were drawn to a pair of familiar orange trousers, Rex's trousers. Rex, so you are here. It brings me such joy to see you unharmed. But why did you not respond when I called? As Kate gazed at the trousers, her joy was quickly replaced by dread. She realized in that instant why Rex had remained silent. The orange figure before her had limbs and a torso, yet it lacked the most vital component for speech and thought. Looking up, Kate beheld the body that stood upright, devoid of its head, streaming with crimson, yet defiantly refusing to collapse. Anguish overcame her as tears streamed down her cheeks. The Thunderman silently observed Kate's grief, witnessing the Headless Knight's fall and glancing down at the gaping wound in his own chest. With the last remnants of his strength, he turned around to confront the massive hole behind him, measuring over 1 meter in diameter. The Thunderman stared at the gaping void, cursing with what little energy he had left before collapsing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Trapped beneath a multitude of safes, the robot's eyes flickered with signals. Utilizing its night vision, it discerned the truth. A fist-sized rock had shattered the wall behind the Thunderman, creating a gaping hole in his chest and obliterating Rex's head. The resulting shockwave accounting for the devastation before them. A meteorite? The robot pondered, finding the notion somewhat absurd, that a meteorite was the cause of such calamity. In outer space, Jupiter floated serenely amidst the boundless cosmos, declaring that Rex must perish today, with no delay until the morrow. No event that appears coincidental is ever truly a coincidence, transforming into a fleeting shadow among the stars. Jupiter set forth towards the land of decay to aid his father in dealing with the fire-breathing serpent. Today's throw had been commendable. A feast of serpent was in order for dinner. Chapter 27. An unexpected turn of events. Rex has perished. There is no doubt. He died before the eyes of the robot Jack and the doppelganger Kate. His head was gone. He could not be more dead. Report. This is the robot. I must inform you, Sissel, that Rex has fallen. The robot conveyed the grim news to Sissel as the Global Defense Bureau awaited further updates. Upon learning of Rex's demise, Cicero clenched his fists. Yet another superhero had perished, and he found himself utterly powerless. Retrieve all satellite data. I must ascertain precisely what transpired at that moment. How could a meteorite fall inexplicably upon Rex's head? Cicero crossed his arms defiantly, aware that someone was engaging in cunning deceit. However, no matter how crafty the criminal, there always comes a moment of revelation. Director Cicero, perhaps we need not delve into the satellite data. A report came through. I deeply regret Rex's passing, but it is plausible that it was merely an unfortunate accident. At the very instant that the meteorite struck Rex, over 300 locations throughout the city were besieged by meteorite impacts of varying magnitudes. This calamity resulted in over 30 minor injuries and 2 severe ones. Fortunately, Rex was the sole fatality, alongside an unfortunate bank robber. The director's secretary, a woman with golden locks, glanced at her tablet and turned to report the timely intelligence and data she had gathered. Over 300 meteorite strikes across the city. From whence do such meteorites originate? Cicero, undeterred by the widespread impacts, refused to view Rex's death as mere happenstance. Every accident, he believed, bore the essence of inevitability. With years of investigative experience, Cicero sensed a conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Director, the satellite imagery has been retrieved. Shall I project it onto the screen? An employee from the Global Security Bureau, after a series of operations, successfully accessed the satellite data. Very well, Cicero nodded, eager to uncover the cosmic events that led to the meteorite's fall upon the blue planet, particularly why no warning had been issued. The employee promptly pressed the deployment button, and the expansive screen of the Global Security Bureau illuminated with images captured by satellites in the cosmos. There, in the vastness of outer space, a small meteorite, approximately 30 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Earth at an extraordinary velocity. The Bureau's intercept satellites, deployed in space, activated their automatic interception mode upon detecting the meteorite. Given its relatively modest size, no immediate emergency alert was triggered. Only a secondary warning was relayed to higher authorities. As the meteorite entered the satellite's capture range and the interception mode engaged, a white figure soared through the cluster of satellites, colliding swiftly with the 30-meter meteorite. In an instant, the small meteorite was pulverized into countless fragments by a single punch from the figure. The man's formidable strength obliterated most of the meteorite into dust, leaving only insignificant remnants to enter the atmosphere of the blue planet, igniting in flames as they pierced the sky, transforming into the meteoric scourge upon the city. Accompanied by a myriad of meteorite fragments scattering in all directions, the satellite, struck by the meteorite, briefly displayed a mosaic image for less than a second. The next moment, upon the automatic interception satellite detecting the elimination of the meteorite, the system logic dictated the cancellation of the previously uploaded secondary alert, transitioning from interception mode back to observation mode. With a clarity rivaling that of Blu-ray, it captured the image of the man in white, who stood resolutely in the cosmos. Having vanquished the meteorite, under the radiant sunlight in the vacuum of space, the man in white seemed to emit a faint glow, almost imbued with a touch of divinity. Following the confirmation that the meteorite crisis had been averted, he adjusted his trajectory, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he continued to rescue the blue planet. Undoubtedly, the man who shattered the meteorite was none other than Jupiter. What are your thoughts, dear friends? Sicelus felt a throbbing headache. Everything before him appeared so natural that he began to doubt whether it was merely an accident. Yet, based on Sicelus's experience and sixth sense, this was far from an accident. It resembled a premeditated and organized assassination. However, Sicelus's rational mind insisted that this was indeed a mere coincidence. Clearly, Rex's incident was an accident. In nearly a century, very few had perished from meteorite impacts, though it was not an impossibility. This was not an event with a probability of zero, and considering our current interception technology, it was unlikely we could achieve any better than Jupiter. Without a doubt, Jupiter had saved the blue planet. He was a hero. After watching the footage, Sicelus's secretary remarked softly, an accident, all just accidents. Sicelus seethed with anger, yet lacked any evidence. A hero who had slain the global guard and killed one of my soldiers. What a farce. Sicelus clenched his fists, muttering to himself, Jupiter, you had better not let me catch your tail. Gazing at the ceiling of the Global Security Bureau, Sicelus fell into a trance. Although he inwardly warned Jupiter to tread carefully lest he be caught red-handed, Sicelus understood clearly that even if he did manage to catch Jupiter in the act, he would be powerless against him. Given the current state of human technology, even deploying nuclear weapons would scarcely pose a threat to Jupiter and the omnipotent Verdant beings. 30 minutes earlier, Jupiter transformed into a white streak, breaching the atmosphere and soaring into the sky. He traversed the iron wall formed by interception satellites, arriving before the meteorite anticipated to fall upon the blue planet. With a sudden, forceful swing, his searing fist collided with the meteorite, instantly fracturing its surface into countless cracks, and ultimately reducing it to mere dust under the satellite's illumination. A sky filled with dust and meteor fragments obscured every camera of the satellites in a moment of explosion. The advanced satellites of the Global Defense Bureau, upon detecting the obstruction of their lenses, automatically activated their lens cleaning functions to clear the obscured views. For an ordinary person, the time to react would be negligible. Yet for Jupiter, floating in the vastness of space, it sufficed. He gently raised his right hand, revealing a meteorite the size of a basin clasped within his palm. Subsequently, Jupiter fixed his gaze in a determined direction and hurled the stone towards the cerulean planet before him. The meteorite descended into the atmosphere at an accelerated pace, tearing through the air, igniting flames as it rubbed against the atmosphere, shattering clouds, birds, and any obstacles in its path with an unstoppable force. It ultimately obliterated the barriers ahead, piercing through a person's chest and striking the head of a certain notorious figure. The impact reduced the once mighty stone to the size of a fist, crashing into a room and causing a tremendous tremor within. D. Rex. Celsius. Take your global security bureau and eat my dust. Jupiter disdainfully glanced at the surrounding satellites, recalibrated his trajectory, and proceeded towards the accursed land. How could a mere grandson like Rex and a brother like Celsius contend with his ancestral might? Chapter 28. A toast to the disappearance of the Global Guardian team. Jupiter transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantaneously arriving above the capital of the accursed land, London. As he materialized, he beheld Nolan engaged in combat with a colossal serpent, nearly 1,000 meters in length, adorned with wings. Father, I have come to assist you. Jupiter joined Nolan's side, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's back. The beast let out a roar of pain, its body convulsing and rolling in agony. Father, what is this serpent? Jupiter inquired, intrigued by the winged serpent he was witnessing for the first time. This creature is Kukulkan. Since my arrival on this blue planet, I have battled it numerous times. Typically, we give it a good thrashing before casting it into the sea, after which it departs on its own. Nolan grasped the serpent's neck, swung it around, and hurled it into the ocean. With a splash, the serpent hit the water, creating a massive wave. That should suffice. Let us return home, Jupiter. After dispatching Kukulkan, Nolan beckoned to Jupiter. Very well. Jupiter licked his lips, contemplating the serpent's escape, feeling a twinge of regret as he had learned various methods of consuming serpents on his journey. Jupiter, it has been long since we acted together. Let us race home. The one who arrives last must wash the dishes for a month. Nolan raised an eyebrow gently towards Jupiter. Are you finally prepared for a month of dishwashing? Upon hearing this, Jupiter smiled faintly and transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring into the skies. You cunning little rascal, Nolan mused as he watched Jupiter sprint ahead, a smirk playing on his lips as he closely pursued him. Boom! Jupiter continued to accelerate, flying faster and faster. The sheer force of his flight carving deep gashes across the ocean, as if attempting to cleave the vast waters before him. A minute later, Jupiter declared, Looks like I'm faster, Dad. He landed steadily in the yard of the Grayson residence. It was I who allowed you that victory, Nolan remarked, touching down beside Jupiter scarcely a second after his landing. I didn't even exert my full strength, Jupiter emphasized, hinting that he had indeed held back. The two locked eyes for a brief moment, and then, in unison, they erupted into hearty laughter. Let us go. A shower first, then a sumptuous meal. By the way, do you want a drink? Nolan inquired, glancing at Jupiter. Am I even of legal age? Jupiter pondered, recognizing the possibility, but also noting the challenge posed by Deborah. I'm merely asking if you wish to partake, not inquiring about your age. Besides, according to the customs of our kind, the moment you acquired your powers, you became a responsible adult among the Viltum, Nolan explained, patting Jupiter on the shoulder. In that case, I certainly shall have a little, Jupiter conceded, nodding slightly. As long as Nolan could persuade Deborah, all would be well. The father and son took turns showering and then turned on the television, sipping red wine while watching the latest news. Oh my goodness. I apologize, everyone, but I must interrupt with an urgent news report, announced a beautiful host, her radiant face turning ashen upon receiving a piece of information. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to remain calm and listen carefully. Just moments ago, I received news regarding our protectors, the members of the Global Guardians, Aquaman, Darkwing, Warwoman, Martian Manhunter, Immortal Man, Green Ghost, and Crimson Speed. They have all fallen to an unknown enemy. My heavens, how I wish today were April Fool's Day, and this were merely a prank, the lovely host lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. To our fallen Global Guardians, cheers, my son. Nolan raised his wine glass, gazing at the television report. Let us toast to the demise of the Global Guardians, Jupiter replied, gently clinking his goblet with Nolan's. Laughter erupted once more from the father and son, an unspoken harmony between them. While the world mourned the loss of the global guardians, each individual silently paying tribute to their heroes. The mightiest duo on this planet raised their glasses in jubilant revelry, seeking solace in their inebriation. Indeed, it was a day steeped in sorrow. When Deborah returned, her gaze fell upon the wine glasses scattered about the room, and upon Jupiter, who appeared thoroughly intoxicated yet felt nothing due to his superhuman constitution. Her brow furrowed in disapproval. "Nolan, I demand an explanation," she exclaimed, arms crossed defiantly as she glared at him. She believed Nolan had failed to instill proper decorum in Jupiter, allowing him to indulge in alcohol at such a tender age. What a disgrace. "Nolan, let it be for today," he implored, gesturing towards the television broadcasting the news of the Guardian's demise, his expression heavy with grief. Sighing, Deborah turned her attention to the somber report, a gentle breath escaping her lips. She embraced both Nolan and Jupiter tightly. May the suffering of this world come to an end. Her heart was a vessel of anguish, genuine and profound. May the suffering of this world come to an end. Nolan and Jupiter echoed, exchanging glances laden with their own distress. One feigned, the other stifling laughter with considerable difficulty. "Cecily has just informed me that I will be delivering the eulogy for the Global Guardians tomorrow. The world is in a fragile state. It is imperative that I bear the standard and restore confidence among the populace. Following the public memorial, there will be an intimate funeral, attended solely by the Guardians' friends and a select few privy to their true identities. You should both attend," Nolan said, patting Jupiter and Deborah on their shoulders. Of course, Jupiter nodded. This was a grand spectacle, and to miss it would be a disservice to his illustrious lineage. Just then, as the trio wallowed in their collective sorrow for the impending funeral, the front door swung open. Mark waltzed in, humming a cheerful tune, seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere. "What's this?" he inquired, noticing the sorrowful expressions on their faces, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Did I miss something?" "No, you haven't missed anything, you foolish oaf," Jupiter sighed, recognizing the radiant glow on Mark's face. It was clear to him that Mark had fallen victim to love. As for the object of his affection, Jupiter could easily surmise it was none other than the golden-haired girl named Amber. Let us take a brief pause and seek a wave of investment and support. Chapter 29. Go on with confidence, Rex. The golden sunlight cascades upon the fluttering flag of the free nation. Renowned superheroes, accompanied by their families, are seated in an organized manner across the numerous chairs in the square, maintaining a solemn silence to commemorate the departure of the greatest hero, the Global Defense Team. Centrally positioned, Mark, Deborah, and Jupiter sit quietly together. Suddenly, two of the finest fighter jets from the Free Nation soar overhead, piercing the silence. Between these magnificent vessels, a figure cuts through the sky. Nolan, the mightiest of this planet, the all-powerful. He ascends between the aircraft, basking in the sunlight, and ultimately stands upon the platform emblazoned with the emblem of the Global Defense Agency. "I have fought for this world in ways that defy imagination. I have vanquished alien tyrants, defeated nightmares from the abyss of hell, and confronted ancient and powerful deities that sought to enslave humanity once more. Yet, in every battle against my foes, I have never stood alone. Darkwing, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Crimson Flash, Green Phantom, Immortal Man, Martian Man, every member of the Global Defense Team. Today, we mourn the loss of a giant, our protector, our hero. You may find yourselves asking, in this moment of the team's absence, who will aid you now? I stand before you to assure you that I will, and so will my children. New heroes are answering the call at this moment." Nolan casts a knowing glance towards Jupiter in the audience. "Mark, we are ready to take the stage." Jupiter, comprehending Nolan's intent, gently pats Mark on the shoulder. "What? On stage? Now, in casual attire?" Mark looks down at his suit, bewildered, as no one had informed him that he would be part of this global broadcast. "Of course. We are don our superhero uniforms. The people need us," Jupiter replies, producing 2 sets of battle gear. "All right then." Mark gazes at the costumes for a brief moment of silence before nodding in agreement. Moments later, clad in their battle attire, Mark and Jupiter descend gracefully to Nolan's side. "Liberty Man, Invincible Boy." Nolan introduces Jupiter and Mark, their heroic titles resonating with pride. "We were never alone in battle before, and we certainly are not now. The new era of superheroes has awakened. They are fiercely opposed to evil and will not allow malevolence to flourish in the wake of the team's disappearance. Nolan's voice is filled with fervor and passion. When you find yourselves in times of peril, hold steadfast to your beliefs and do not forget to look to the heavens. With that, Nolan places a reassuring hand on the shoulders of Mark and Jupiter. In the next moment, the three individuals pierced through the air, ascending into the heavens. So, that scoundrel Nolan has transformed this live broadcast, meant to honor the fallen members of the Global Guardians, into a spectacle for himself and his son. What does he take us for? That detestable extraterrestrial. Indeed, not only was Mark unaware of his impending appearance, but even Celsus had no inkling that Nolan would summon his two sons to the stage, introducing them to the entire world as if he deliberately elevated his children at the expense of the Global Guardians. Celsus's expression darkened, reminiscent of the sky outside, which was gradually shifting from clear to overcast. He was compelled to contemplate Nolan's perspective on Jupiter while simultaneously pondering whether Nolan had any hand in the demise of the Global Guardians. He now harbored suspicions that perhaps Nolan's entire family was entangled in the tragedy that befell the Guardians. As the morning broadcast concluded, a gentle rain began to fall, as if the entire world mourned the loss of the superheroes, weeping silently. In the cemetery of heroes, Nolan, Mark, Jupiter, and Deborah donned somber black suits, standing alongside the families of all the superheroes, umbrellas in hand, silently observing the burial of their fallen comrades. The sound of raindrops echoed, resonating in the hearts of those present. 8 coffins lay meticulously arranged upon the lawn. Indeed, a total of 8 coffins, besides the Global Guardians Darkwing, Aquaman, Red Rush, Green Goblin, War Woman, Martian Man, and Immortal Man. There was an additional coffin for Rex. Ordinarily, Rex would have had no claim to be interred alongside the 7 illustrious predecessors of the Global Guardians. However, at Jupiter's insistence, Rex was granted the honor of being laid to rest alongside the 7 renowned superheroes. Thank me, Rex. From this day forth, you shall no longer be an obscure figure, at least when those who come to honor the Guardians visit the cemetery to pay tribute to the heroes. Kind and generous souls will undoubtedly inquire why there are 8 coffins instead of 7. With the staff's explanation, perhaps you shall find a few beautiful flowers adorning your grave. Jupiter regarded Rex's grave, his gaze tinged with a hint of mockery. Eve, observing Rex's burial, felt a pang of anguish. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had not acknowledged Rex for an entire month. Had she known he would perish, she would have been more magnanimous. Eve stepped closer to the grave, her heels slipping on the damp, slick ground, causing her to lose her balance. Watch your step, Eve. Jupiter gently steadied her, offering a reminder. Jupiter, on behalf of the youth team, I thank you for ensuring that Rex receives the same honors as the heroes, Eve said, wiping away her tears as she looked at him gratefully. There is no need for gratitude. Rex was a hero in his own right. Although he occasionally makes jokes in inappropriate situations, I know he's a good person. I will uphold the will of the Guardians and the will of Rex, so you need not worry. Jupiter gently embraced Eve, pulling her into his arms while his calm gaze remained fixed on Rex's burial. Thank you, Jupiter. Your presence brings great comfort. Initially, Eve had resisted Jupiter's sudden embrace, but upon hearing his words, she ceased to push him away. Go in peace, Rex. Eve, along with the youth brigade, shall be under my care. You may rest well in the afterlife. May the magma of purgatory cleanse your foul mouth, which spews forth indiscriminately. Jupiter looked upon Rex's burial and a multitude of global guardians with an expression of profound tranquility. For all those lying here were essentially brought to their end by his hand. As for whether Jupiter felt guilt and sorrow for having caused the demise of all heroes, he indeed felt a deep anguish, stifling laughter that threatened to cause him internal injury if this cursed funeral did not conclude soon. Chapter 30. The Pitiful Superheroes. This chapter contains 4,000 words. At the Youth Brigade's headquarters, after Eve returned from the cemetery, she surveyed the empty room before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. Everything that had once been seemed a distant memory. The robots had been summoned away by Celsus, and the doppelganger Kate was locked away in her room, quietly weeping, with Rex now laid to rest. The vast expanse of the Youth Brigade was left with only her solitary presence. Wrapping her arms around herself, Eve pondered for a moment before departing the Youth Brigade. soaring out of the base and heading toward the Grayson residence. Ultimately, Jupiter remained the victor. Meanwhile, at the Global Defense Bureau, following the demise of the Guardians, the most anxious individual was not Nolan or Jupiter, nor was it the countless residents of Blue Star. It was Celsus, the director of the Global Defense Bureau. In the end, I must clean up this mess. This planet cannot do without the Guardians for a single day. I hope for new candidates, but Celsus, with a pained expression, cradled his head. To be honest, given the current situation, there are very few who qualify in his eyes to join the Guardians. The only one who meets all his standards might very well be an enemy. It is indeed a difficult predicament. Celsus, you called for me? A robot entered the headquarters of the Global Defense Bureau, approaching Celsus. The task of reorganizing the Global Guardians has been entrusted to you, Celsus proclaimed regarding the robot. Me? To reorganize the Global Guardians? The robot was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Celsus would assign the opportunity and responsibility of forming the Guardians to him. Cecils, if I may be so bold, I believe that both the omnipotent Nolan and his eldest son, the free-spirited Jupiter, are far more suited to assume this role than I am. Particularly Jupiter, who, despite his youth, possesses immense strength and is entirely capable of leading the new Global Guardians. His presence would undoubtedly enhance the Team's power, perhaps even rendering it the most formidable and illustrious superhero league in history. The robots hold Jupiter in high esteem. His strength and freedom align perfectly with their ideal of a superhero. In their eyes, Jupiter embodies a natural leader, and in such a moment, he ought to step forward and become the new pillar of strength. However, upon hearing the robot's words, Cecils merely smiled coldly. He, too, wished for the omnipotent Nolan or his son Jupiter to join the Global Guardians. Yet, such aspirations were mere fantasies. Before the catastrophic annihilation of the Guardians, Nolan had consistently declined his overtures with a myriad of excuses. Now, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. In Cecil's eyes, both Jupiter and Nolan were akin to murderers with blood on their hands. Nolan had persistently refused to join the Guardians, opting instead to operate independently. As for Jupiter, I suspect that he, having inherited Nolan's lineage, shares a disinclination to collaborate with us. In any case, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I trust you'll manage it well. Cecils gently patted the robot on the shoulder before turning away with his hands clasped behind him. The robot gazed at Cecil's retreating figure, feeling perplexed. From Jupiter's interactions with their youth group, he had sensed no animosity. On the contrary, he experienced an unprecedented sense of equality. It was as if, in Jupiter's eyes, there was no distinction between him, the robot, and the other living beings. He had even been bestowed with a human name by Jupiter, despite having his own name, which was not Jack. Thus, the robot disregarded Cecil's admonition. He not only intended to invite Jupiter and Mark, but also sought to extend an invitation to the esteemed omnipotent Nolan, should he choose to attend. Mark, Jupiter, do you have time? Yes. Even if you cannot participate, you are welcome to come and observe. Very well. I shall await you at the headquarters of the Global Security Bureau. After a successful conversation, the robot proceeded to invite Jupiter, Mark, and the uncertainly attending Nolan as planned. On the day of the new Global Guardians election, Mark exclaimed, "Wow, is this truly the headquarters of the Security Bureau? My goodness, these are all the superheroes I have only seen on television." He walked alongside Jupiter, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the heroes within the base. Jupiter, observing his foolish brother's unrefined antics, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Naturally, becoming a member of the Global Guardians is the highest honor for superheroes, and they would all undoubtedly attend. The robot, hands behind its back, walked ahead and, upon hearing Mark's words, explained, "Is that the combat unit? What are these fools, who can only request nuclear strikes from headquarters, doing here?" Mark suddenly noticed the combat unit beneath the superheroes' feet, a group that resembled comical characters, tasked with measuring combat prowess. Therefore, allow me to extend another invitation to both of you, hoping you will join the Global Guardians. Become a member of the Guardians. The robot led Mark and Jupiter into the Hall of Superheroes, turned to face them, and loudly invited, "I too wish to join the Guardians. However, my father seems more inclined to train me himself." Mark hesitated. He truly wanted to join the Guardians, but Nolan believed that doing so would hinder his efforts to grow stronger. "I have no objections, Jack. I pondered this all night and have ultimately decided to join the Guardians. In the moment when the Guardians are defeated by an unknown enemy, I must step forward and uphold the banner of my predecessors. Upon hearing the robot's words, Jupiter smiled. He certainly could join the Guardians without issue. If the leader of the strongest superhero organization on a planet were a Veltumian, what could he possibly use to resist them? The thought was quite amusing. Congratulations, Jupiter! From this day forth, you are a member of the Global Guardians. The robot looked at Jupiter, who was practically shouting, I have an unyielding vendetta against evil, and felt immense satisfaction. He had not misjudged Jupiter. He knew that when darkness enveloped the Earth, Jupiter would undoubtedly be the light that shatters it. Of course, it wasn't merely because Jupiter was the first to regard him as a living being that he viewed him through a rose-tinted lens. He truly meant it. Just as the robot unilaterally announced Jupiter's membership in the Global Guardians, a tall, muscular man stepped forward. Do you have any questions? The robot inquired, its eyes gleaming with curiosity. This is unfair. Does the child of an omnipotent being get to become a member of the Guardians just like that? The muscular man protested to the robot. Exactly. The man's words garnered support from numerous heroes, who felt it was quite unjust that Jupiter could directly become a member of the Guardians. Humph! Hearing the support behind him, the muscular man's lips curved into a smirk, seemingly pleased. Every individual here possesses a profound sense of awareness and even harbors thoughts of sacrifice. We do not wish to see someone who, without any competition, occupies our resources and positions simply because their father is an omnipotent superhero. I believe that this is the greatest disrespect to our predecessors. The muscular man stepped in front of Jupiter, towering over him at over 2 meters tall, looking down with an air of superiority. The hero, please remain calm. The capabilities of the free man align perfectly with every criterion established for the Guardian Squad. Yes, you. My decision to select him is not influenced by his father's omnipotence. I am committed to absolute fairness and impartiality in my choices. The robot stood firm between the imposing figure and Jupiter, ready to elucidate the situation. Just as the robot was about to elaborate, Jupiter placed a reassuring hand on its shoulder, effortlessly levitating from the ground to confront the muscular man, surveying him from a superior height. It seems you harbor some discontent towards me, Jupiter observed, a gentle smile gracing his features. Of course, I do not acquiesce, retorted the giant, feeling an inexplicable pressure emanating from Jupiter's radiant demeanor. His heart raced as he braved the tension, vocalizing his dissatisfaction. Excellent. Is there anyone else who feels the same? Jupiter inquired, casting his gaze upon the cluster of superheroes supporting the giant. I do, and so do I. We all dissent. One by one, the superheroes exchanged glances, collectively voicing their discontent. Very well, Jupiter nodded and turned to the robot behind him. Jack, what criteria do we employ to select members for the Guardian Squad? Jupiter sought clarification on the rules and standards governing their selection. Defeating one's opponent, the robot responded, outlining the regulations. Splendid, you've all heard that. Let the contest commence, Jupiter declared, addressing the assembled superheroes who remained unsatisfied. Commence what? The heroes exchanged bewildered looks, uncertain of Jupiter's intentions. Why the battle? Of course, you lot. At that moment, Jupiter extended his hand and pressed it firmly onto the shoulder of the towering giant. Boom! The immense force compelled the giant to kneel before Jupiter, the resounding crack not only shattering the floor, but also the giant's knee. Damn it! I dislike being looked down upon. Jupiter, witnessing the giant's submission, swiftly delivered a kick to his chin, fracturing it and sending him sprawling. Brother, do be mindful of your strength, Mark shouted anxiously at Jupiter's sudden aggression, fearing his sibling might reduce the opponent to a mere pulp. I am indeed being cautious, Jupiter replied without turning, already having exercised restraint by not pulverizing the opponent's head into a myriad of fragments. Hello, is this the medical team? Yes, I'm the robot. Please dispatch a medical unit to the training room. The robot began communicating with the medical team as Jupiter made his move. Did you just request a few personnel to the training room? The robot paused, processing the inquiry from the medical team, and glanced toward Jupiter and the cluster of superheroes. Boom! Jupiter transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurling all the superheroes who had opposed him into the sky. It would be best if the currently available medical staff could come. Even a few would suffice. The paused robots gazed at the superheroes plummeting to the ground, some with broken backs or limbs, and spoke solemnly. My back. It's broken. My leg. Damn, he is a monster, clad in their spandex suits. The superheroes clutched their wounds, writhing on the ground while emitting cries of anguish. Listen, not all who don spandex en masse are superheroes. There are also circus clowns among them. Just look at your current state. How can you claim to be heroes? You are merely a troupe of attention-seeking jesters. Jupiter stood amidst the wailing clowns, delivering his remarks with gravity. Meanwhile, Eve descended from the heavens, gazing at the fallen superheroes and the imposing figure of Jupiter at the center, momentarily taken aback. Have I missed something? What is Jupiter doing? Eve turned to the robots and Mark for clarification. Teaching the newcomers, Mark explained gently. Educating the children, the robot added, though his tone was more mechanical. How pitiful is this guard squad? After your demise, the heroes that the nation could select are merely a collection of farcical performers in tight costumes. I somewhat regret dealing with you so early. You should have witnessed your successors before meeting your end. Nolan stood behind the glass window on the second floor, observing the sprawled superheroes with disdain. These so-called heroes were utterly feeble and laughable. So, does anyone still have objections to me? Jupiter surveyed the crowd, bellowing. I have objections. Eve, clad in a pink bodysuit, floated to Jupiter's side. Eve, Jupiter exclaimed, swiftly wrapping her in his embrace. Are you upset that I haven't had time for you? He teased while drawing her in for a kiss. When did they get together? Mark inquired, watching Jupiter and Eve. God knows, the robot shrugged, equally curious. All right, folks, our training continues. The robot approached the fallen superheroes and declared, now, if there are still those with the strength to stand, please speak up. Thank you all for your cooperation. This is the scene for selecting the Global Guard. If you all remain sprawled on the ground, how can we proceed with the selection? After a few seconds of silence, realizing no one was responding, the robot helplessly asked, next chapter, to the Black Cloak. In Chapter 31, Journey to the World of the Black Cloak, the new generation of the Global Guardian team is nearly finalized. We extend our congratulations to Jupiter, Atomic Eve, Doppelganger Kate, Beast Girl, Shrinker Ray, and Black Three Sons. The robot Jack addressed the assembly, announcing the new members of the Global Guardians. As for today, I urge everyone to focus on healing. We shall convene formally once your wounds have mended. The robot gazed at the superheroes, who were valiantly enduring their injuries while awaiting the announcement of the Guardian team members, and spoke softly. My goodness, this is the most severe injury I have ever endured. At that moment, a chorus of grievances erupted from the superheroes, each lamenting their plight as they lay on the stretchers tended by medical personnel, utterly devoid of their heroic facade. Jupiter crossed his arms and surveyed the so-called superheroes with disappointment, shaking his head. Jupiter, you must show them a measure of leniency. After all, they do not possess a body of steel like yours. Eve remarked, tapping Jupiter's iron-like chest. That is no excuse. We must overcome all adversities. The enemy will not grant us the luxury of time to grow. Jupiter retorted, his expression one of frustration at the younger generation's lack of resolve. Among them are individuals of exceptional ability, yet they lack the steely determination of their predecessors. We must remember that Darkwing, a man devoid of powers, steadfastly held the front lines despite his limitations. Jupiter's visage reflected the anguish and anger of a leader, lamenting the shortcomings of the new generation of superheroes. However, one must acknowledge the formidable will of Darkwing, who, with his indomitable spirit, dared to confront Jupiter's formidable physique, albeit ultimately meeting his demise at Jupiter's hand. Eve, while we cannot rely on those superheroes from Blue Star for the time being, we are fortunate to have you, she said, glancing at the towering figure of Jupiter beside her. Indeed, you still have me, Jupiter replied, his smile reminiscent of the sun's first rays melting away the winter chill, heralding the arrival of spring. After sharing light-hearted banter with Eve for a while, Jupiter returned home, his expression one of boredom. He had largely settled the affairs of the Guardians, and the remaining matters were not suited for him at this moment. Be it the ferocious war beast potentially lurking on Earth or the ambitious Regent Thug planning to conquer the cosmos, Jupiter had no intention of engaging with them just yet. What Jupiter needed to focus on now was singular, to grow stronger, powerful enough to subdue both the war beast and Regent Thug. Little kitty, I shall keep you for a few days. When I return, I will have you made into a fine coat, he mused, stroking his chin, envisioning the day he would transform the white lion known as War Beast into a luxurious garment. The space-time gate connects to the world of the boys. Jupiter silently recited the incantation in his mind, activating the space-time gate within his consciousness. As the connection was established, the gate linked to the realm of the boys. Note: time in the main world will completely freeze once the master enters another world. Excellent. Then let us enter the world of the boys. Jupiter nodded slightly, resolute in his decision to traverse worlds. Buzz! Whoosh! In an instant, Jupiter's figure vanished from spot. In the world of the boys, two figures, a Caucasian male and a Caucasian female, were entwined by the roadside. The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed as a shadowy figure surged through the woman's body at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the woman was reduced to countless fragments. The man, witnessing the cascade of blood, gaped in shock, unable to comprehend how his girlfriend, who had just been in his embrace, had transformed into this horrific sight. He turned to look ahead and saw a black man clad in a blue spandex suit, standing there, utterly bewildered. "I can't stop, I can't stop, I can't stop." The man in blue muttered incessantly, fixated on his inability to halt. Without waiting for the Caucasian male to utter another word, he swiftly turned and fled the scene, choosing to escape responsibility. "Robin!" The Caucasian man gazed at the vanishing figure of the man in blue, gradually lowering his head. He noticed that his hands were still grasping the blood-soaked hands of his beloved girlfriend. "Robin! Robin! Robin!" The Caucasian male shouted in despair, his eyes filled with anguish and torment. At that moment of his breakdown, a tall man adorned in a tight white suit with a prominent emblem emblazoned across his chest descended upon the nearby street. "My head is spinning. This space-time gate is utterly useless. It needs improvement." Jupiter clutched his head, finding his first experience of crossing worlds quite unpleasant. World mission triggered. Become the true hero in the hearts of all people worldwide. Expected reward: this world will become the Master's secondary main world, allowing him to enter and exit at will without expending energy. The Master may freely dispatch others into this world without energy costs. The time flow in this world will be entirely synchronized with the main world at a 1-to-1 ratio. All unique substances and items from this world may be taken out freely, and these materials and objects will automatically conform to the physical rules of other worlds. In simple terms, as long as Jupiter completes the world mission, he will become the progenitor of this realm. The advantage is that Jupiter will have the freedom to traverse this world, and in addition to that, he can freely extract the unique compounds of the Black Cloak world and utilize them for others in different realms. Importantly, these compounds will perfectly adhere to the regulations of other universes, meaning that once Jupiter enters another universe, he can continuously refine these compounds according to the rules of those worlds. This is indeed a monumental opportunity. Although Jupiter possesses no knowledge of chemistry, there are numerous individuals across the vast universes capable of enhancing these compounds, such as Tony Stark, or even a seemingly unremarkable white-haired elder named Rick. In due time, he is certain to procure the perfect compound. Is it truly the case that by merely completing the mission I can reap these benefits? Is it sufficient for me to become the hero in everyone's eyes to claim dominion over the world? Jupiter furrowed his brow as he contemplated the task. Indeed, the system, an artificial intelligence created by Jupiter, provided a hint. Yet I refuse. I, Jupiter, the progenitor, have always relished the act of rejecting the tasks imposed upon me by systems. Jupiter resolutely dismissed the system's mission. What nonsense is this? Gazing at the task assigned by the system, he began to doubt its legitimacy. Rewards are acceptable, but tasks? He has never conformed to the missions dictated by others, not even by the very system he constructed. Task modification initiated. Jupiter conceived improvements for the system within his mind. Maximum authority engaged. Task alteration in progress. Task modification complete. World mission activated. Become the progenitor of all in the Black Cloak Squad world. The task, aside from transforming into the true hero in everyone's hearts, has now evolved into becoming the genuine progenitor in their eyes, while all other rewards remain unchanged. A false progenitor, laboring under the system's commands, versus a true progenitor, who must not only master the system, but also embody the progenitor for all. I shall do as I please. No one can command me. Now, the pressing question arises. How does one become the progenitor in the hearts of all? This is exceedingly simple. First, join the 7. Then eliminate all who oppose me. Afterward, let the public relations team amplify my image. Is that not sufficient? Jupiter's mind was already brimming with a comprehensive plan. Initially, he would join the Seven, followed by the systematic suppression of the progenitors. This is akin to a world where two cannot soar in the skies simultaneously. One cannot have two individuals concurrently reaching for the moon atop a single tower. Currently, the members of the Super Seven are the Progenitor, Queen Maeve, the Homelander, Black Noir, Deep, and the Invisible Man. According to the narrative, Starlight will serve as a substitute for any departing members. Jupiter raised an eyebrow, contemplating whom to target first. Chapter 32. Can I now join the Seven? First, I must persuade the Waters Corporation to invite me to their headquarters, Jupiter mused, gently extracting his smartphone and logging onto the official website of the Super 7 team. He recorded a brief video. I am Jupiter Grayson, but you may call me the Free Man. As you can see, I am of mixed heritage. My father and mother are divorced, and my mother has raised me single-handedly. Jupiter rambled on, essentially giving himself a pep talk. No one understood the nuances of the land of freedom better than Jupiter. Nothing was more effective than a well-crafted narrative. On this day, the personnel at Waters Corporation responsible for reviewing the Super 7 recruitment videos opened their computers, as usual, to view the submissions. Since the Lantern, due to financial struggles, due to overwhelming fatigue, had withdrawn, they received thousands of introduction videos daily. Each applicant eagerly asserted their capability to fill the Lantern's shoes and become a member of the new superhero team. However, truth be told, each video was alarmingly similar and utterly misaligned with their recruitment criteria. Until today, when the Waters Corporation staff encountered Jupiter's video, sipping coffee as he watched. I come from a single-parent household. I am a vegetarian and an environmentalist. Jupiter introduced himself with quiet confidence. Initially, it was acceptable, but soon it became absurd. What? This video must be shown to the boss. The reviewer, taken aback by the unfolding narrative, spluttered coffee all over. A day later, Mr. Grayson, I am Eiley Barrett, the exclusive secretary to the superheroes at Waters Corporation. At this moment, a white woman with chestnut hair, styled in a voluminous perm, stood at the base of the Waters building, meeting Jupiter. I presume you have viewed the introduction video I sent to your company? Jupiter, clad in a form-fitting white costume emblazoned with a large emblem, inquired. Indeed, I have certainly watched your introduction video. You are of mixed heritage from a single-parent household. Your mother a strong woman, a vegetarian, an environmentalist, and you possess superpowers, having grown up in a predominantly black community. Eiley rattled off over 50 remarkable tags. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she had to admit this man was extraordinary. Even Mr. Edgar, the owner of their company, was intrigued and ordered her to personally attend to this man who called himself the Free Man, Jupiter Grayson. Exactly, you are correct. So, will you not invite me inside for a chat? Jupiter inquired, gazing at Eiley. Of course, please, come in, Eiley replied, wiping the perspiration from her brow as she led Jupiter into the impressive Waters Corporation edifice. Mr. Grayson, first and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for your submission to our Water family. I believe your decision to reach out to us stems from a profound trust in our organization. However, I hope you can comprehend the protocols and responsibilities inherent in our work. Eiley led Jupiter into the hall of the Super 7, engaging him in conversation as she guided him forward. All right. I think I understand what you're saying, so may I inquire whether I have been selected? Jupiter nonchalantly settled into a seat reserved for the compatriots, crossing his legs and gazing at Eiley with an air of arrogance, as though he were not a guest of the Water family, but rather its master. I apologize. What I meant to convey is that there is a young girl named Starlight who aligns more closely with our criteria. However, this does not imply a rejection of your candidacy. You are still welcome to remain with our water company, which boasts numerous other superhero teams beyond the Super 7. We could certainly create a personalized superhero team for you, one that highlights your heritage. What are your thoughts on this? Eiley looked at Jupiter, her eyes filled with anticipation, sensing the potential for financial gain. Perhaps you have misunderstood. I'm only interested in joining the Super 7. Jupiter reclined in his chair, legs crossed, flashing a bright smile at Eiley. Then we have nothing further to discuss. The positions within the Super 7 are limited to 7, and with Starlight already designated, all spots are filled. You will need to seek opportunities elsewhere. However, before you depart, I kindly request that you provide a statement confirming our earnest invitation to you from the Water family. Eiley adjusted her short hair and retrieved a document from her bag. I believe it is entirely unnecessary to sign this agreement. Jupiter glanced at the document Aeoli produced and shook his head. If you choose to proceed in this manner, it will create considerable difficulties for us. Aeoli's expression fell instantly. The prospect of Jupiter neither working for the Water family nor signing the agreement troubled her, as it could lead to significant negative repercussions for the company. It is not difficult. The fundamental reason I cannot join the Super 7 is that there are only 7 positions available, correct? Jupiter inquired casually from his seat. Aeoli nodded, her proud demeanor resembling that of a young swan. In the absence of the possibility to rename the Super 7 as the Super 8, there remains but one avenue for me to join the Super 7, to create an opening after Starlight fills one of the spots. As Jupiter spoke, he rose from his chair and strode towards the entrance of the Super 7's assembly hall. What are you intending to do? Aeoli's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Jupiter's words, a sense of foreboding suddenly taking root within her. Hush! After Jupiter listened to Aeoli's words, he gently blew on his fingers, signaling her to silence, and then walked directly to a corner of the hall. Although Aeoli was unaware of Jupiter's intentions, she instinctively sealed her lips and even held her breath. The Super 7, including Starlight, cannot possibly count to 7, as there are clearly only 6 present. With the addition of myself, the Homeland Man, Queen Maeve, the Locomotive, the Abyss, and Starlight, we make a total of 7. As Jupiter spoke, he raised his hand toward the air before him. Were I in your position, I would not be eavesdropping on our conversation while exposed. With that, Jupiter suddenly swung a punch at the air. In the next moment, a pool of blood appeared on the floor of the Super 7's hall. Now, count again. Does the Super 7, including Starlight, not amount to merely 6 individuals? Can I then join? Jupiter casually grabbed a tissue from the hall to wipe the blood from his stained glove. Good heavens! Did you just kill the Invisible Man? Aeoli gasped as she stared at the mosaic of blood on the floor, only now realizing what Jupiter had just accomplished. What Invisible Man? Merely a super criminal attempting to eavesdrop on the Water family's confidential information. Rest assured, that criminal has already been dispatched by my hand. Jupiter smiled gently at Aeoli, aware of how to wield the law to protect himself. Having seen the entire series of Outlaw Zhang San, he was unafraid of the brute force of the Homeland Man, but rather wary of legal discourse. Aeoli, breathless, did not respond. She merely gazed at the mess on the ground, panting heavily. The skin of the Invisible Man was as hard as diamond, yet now lay in disarray. This man before her was indeed another Homeland Man, or perhaps even more volatile than one. They may need to reassess Jupiter's level of danger and accord him greater regard. As for the deceased Invisible Man, please, a superhero incapable of generating profit for Water Company is worth less than a pile of dung. Chapter 33. The Super Idol Project. On the 82nd floor of the Ward Company, where the board members resided, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the glass facade of the building, relishing the sensation of standing in the air, atop the pinnacle of power, surveying all beneath him. Mr. Edgar. Just as the man was savoring his authority, an elderly yet still statuesque woman pushed open the door and entered. Stridey, I require an explanation. The man known as Jupiter Grayson does not appear in our compound's usage records. This indicates that, despite my repeated emphasis on the importance of safeguarding the compound, it has still leaked out of our company in substantial quantities. The man, with his hands clasped behind his back, heard the voice behind him, yet did not turn to regard the woman. However, his hoarse tone caused the temperature in the entire office to drop several degrees. In his eyes, all superhumans in this world were merely concocted from compounds. The emergence of an undocumented individual could only imply that the other party had pilfered their company's substances. Alternatively, it suggested that someone was clandestinely trading with their compounds. Mr. Edgar, this is an unforeseen circumstance. We have always maintained strict control over our compounds, ensuring that only designated individuals have access to them. This implies that Mr. Jupiter must have some connection to our specific experimental subjects, or perhaps he has changed his name without us updating our records in time. A multitude of beads of sweat emerged on Stride's forehead as she frantically sought ways to elucidate Jupiter's situation to the man before her. Regardless of the outcome, she was resolute in preventing Edgar from feeling disappointment in her, and she could not allow him to question her professional competence. Such occurrences were unacceptable. She would not permit a recurrence of the present situation. Edgar forcefully struck the table beside him, signifying his agitation. I understand. There will never be a next time. Upon hearing this, Stride promptly nodded, affirming her comprehension of Edgar's intent and vowing that it would not happen again. Now, let us discuss the commercial value of Mr. Jupiter. That scoundrel, who has just obliterated my cash cow, must generate immense commercial worth, or I shall not let him off the hook. Edgar's fury was palpable. It was the first time he encountered someone audacious enough to commit murder within his establishment, especially targeting one of his most lucrative superheroes. If he could not profit from Jupiter, then this venture would result in a loss, which he vehemently refused to accept. He is flawless in every conceivable aspect. His appearance, abilities, and exceptional demeanor, not to mention his lineage. We could undoubtedly leverage him to earn even more profits. Our next film will not only shatter the box office records in the land of the free, but will also resonate across the distant shores, dominating the second largest box office globally. At that juncture, I can amass double the profits. Let me reiterate, double. Stride gazed at Edgar with palpable excitement, her eyes gleaming as she analyzed the data in her hands, eager to relay the information. This is the most promising news I have heard in years. Clean up the Invisible Man's remains, and then organize a retirement ceremony that is nothing short of spectacular. Upon recognizing Jupiter's commercial potential, Edgar's mood brightened significantly. As for the Invisible Man, the former cash cow who had now become a liability, he could be discarded down the drain. Very well, Mr. Edgar. By the way, there is a slight issue regarding Mr. Jupiter's identity. Stride suddenly recollected something and inquired. You must ensure everything is immaculate. Remember, I expect to see a flawless Jupiter. Edgar will not question Jupiter's identity or discern where the flaws lie. He merely needs to ascertain whether these issues can be resolved. For every product must be presented in the finest packaging, with not a single blemish permitted. No problem. I shall create the most perfect Jupiter. I will not intrude upon you further, Mr. Edgar. Stride smiled faintly as he exited the office. Once Stride departed, Edgar hummed a tune in the office, his gaze fixated solely on the task at hand. Move faster. Here and here. Ensure it is rinsed thoroughly. In the hall of the Super 7, the cleaning staff efficiently scrubbed the blood-stained floors, their eyes devoid of life, resembling machines dutifully serving the What Corporation, executing whatever commands they were given without question. Congratulations, Mr. Jupiter. From this day forth, you are a member of the Super 7. Ashley, having just recovered from Jupiter's confrontation with the Invisible Man, managed a strained smile as she regarded him. Jupiter sat in the seat reserved for the Nationals, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing Ashley's words, he merely nodded slightly, acknowledging her. You seem rather discontent, Ashley inquired cautiously, observing Jupiter. This is not a matter for celebration. It is a predetermined outcome, Jupiter replied without hesitation. Ashley fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Mr. Jupiter, shortly we will introduce you to the other 5 members of the Super 7. As for Starlight, she is en route and will join us tomorrow after the meeting. Facing Jupiter, Ashley smiled as she spoke. Oh, Jupiter remained indifferent, responding casually. I shall take my leave then. Ashley felt a surge of irritation at Jupiter's nonchalant demeanor. She had intended to remind him to vacate the seat he occupied, as it belonged to a national, but now she found herself disinclined to speak up. Perhaps it would serve this arrogant and egotistical individual well to face some hardship. The Superhero Idol Project aims to sculpt superheroes into perfect icons. The notion of a super idol running for president of the free nation. How liberating. Jupiter reflected deeply, contemplating how he could perceive everything in this world as a grand experiment. Should his plan succeed, he could replicate this world in his own realm. I wonder, if my campaign for president of the free nation proceeds smoothly, what would my approval rating be? Jupiter stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window at the bustling traffic, lost in contemplation. If his plans were to succeed, he could effortlessly replicate everything in the primary world, transforming his father, Nolan, into the epitome of a perfect demigod, subsequently garnering immense support for him to ascend as the president of the free nation in the primary world. With the premise of not harming Deborah and perfectly controlling the domain of Blue Star, would this not be a remarkable reality? As for the chaos that might ensue in the world of the Black Cloak due to Jupiter's sudden thoughts, that was of no concern to him. Chapter 34. The Chaotic 7. Inside the Grand Hall of the Super 7, Jupiter stood quietly at the far end, occupying the designated spot for his compatriots. Am I the first to arrive? A light sound accompanied the entrance of a man with dark skin clad in a snug blue outfit. HM. Jupiter turned at the sound. Hey, you're not one of us, are you? Upon facing Jupiter, who towered over him, the man was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the individual before him was not one of his countrymen. Of course not. I am a free man. You may address me as such. Jupiter beamed a sunny smile while introducing himself. Free man? Oh, I see. You're the new member joining the Seven to replace the Lantern, right? The man in the blue outfit displayed a knowing expression, although he would have realized that it was Starlight, not Jupiter, who had taken the Lantern's place had he paid a bit more attention. Pleasure to meet you, the man in blue said, extending his hand toward Jupiter. HM. Jupiter regarded the man and his outstretched hand, merely smiling and shaking his head. Looks like there's someone else arriving. Buddy, Jupiter remarked with a grin. HM. The man in blue turned quickly towards the entrance of the hall. With a click, the door swung open, revealing 4 distinct figures. One was a brawny blonde man adorned in the flag of the Free Nation, radiating a beaming smile. Beside him stood a Wonder Woman enthusiast, a taciturn brown-haired youth resembling a salted fish, who, in truth, was indeed a salted fish and a man clad in black armor, as if he had just rushed over from the set of Cobra Rising. You must be the free man, right? I've heard of you from the higher-ups. One of the compatriots began to chatter, having indeed heard of Jupiter's name mentioned by the leaders, who suggested they meet him. Oh, look at your cape and your battle attire. Allow me to guess, you are my admirer, aren't you? The individual from the homeland cast a glance filled with latent hostility at Jupiter, who occupied his designated position. However, after a brief moment of contemplation regarding the occasion, he forcibly suppressed his inner fury and adorned his face with a radiant smile. Fans? Certainly not. Jupiter surveyed his battle attire and shook his head. What? The individual from the homeland felt his expression stiffen momentarily at Jupiter's words, sensing an acute embarrassment. Mate, the spot you currently occupy rightfully belongs to the people of the homeland. This is your rightful place. The young man, resembling a salted fish, stepped into the space originally designated for the lantern bearer and addressed Jupiter. No, I believe this place suits me far better. Jupiter shook his head defiantly and settled himself into the position of the individual from the homeland. What nonsense is this? He is seated in the main position. Is he not? It appears you are somewhat oblivious to the established decorum. Newcomer. As the salted fish youth spoke, he flexed his wrist and advanced towards Jupiter, seemingly intent on showcasing his prowess in front of the individual from the homeland. However, before the salted fish youth could make a move, the individual from the homeland seized his wrist with decisive force. The salted fish youth looked at him, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. He lowered his head and silently retreated behind the individual from the homeland. Newcomer, it seems you're not entirely familiar with the rules of this place. The individual from the homeland approached Jupiter step by step, smiling as he looked down upon him. I embody the rules. Jupiter met the gaze of the individual from the homeland, a similar smile gracing his lips as he lowered his voice to emphasize his point. Upon hearing Jupiter's words, the individual from the homeland's expression instantly soured. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he felt a surge of indignation, just as his reason clashed with his rage. The door to the room was suddenly flung open, and the seasoned yet still captivating Stridey entered. Find a seat, individual from the homeland, and refrain from causing a ruckus. Stridey commanded as he stepped inside. What? The individual from the homeland angrily turned at the command, but upon seeing Stridey, his fury dissipated in an instant. His eyes fixated intently on Stridey's chest, where he observed the signs of an impending overflow. The individual from the homeland discreetly licked his lips and pulled out a chair beside Jupiter, taking a seat. Huh! Jupiter shook his head at the sight of the individual from the homeland's back, unable to suppress his thoughts about the peculiarity of the situation, feeling a rising urge to take action. However, considering the potential consequences of a public altercation, he chose to endure, deciding instead to seek a secluded place to discreetly deal with the individual from the homeland. Engine, Deep Sea, Queen Maeve, Xian-Se, you four, find your seats and listen closely to my address. Stridey breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the individual from the homeland return to his seat and spoke to the remaining four. Queen Maeve nodded nonchalantly and returned to her seat, exuding an air of indifference that set her apart from everyone else. The conflicts involving her compatriots bore no relevance to her current state of mind. The train head shifted its gaze between the compatriots and Mr. Jupiter, as if pondering some profound thought. Deep Sea's countenance remained dark and unpredictable, while the mysterious figure, known only as the Shadow, was lost in contemplation. First and foremost, let us extend our congratulations to the free man, Mr. Jupiter Grayson, for his ascension to the ranks of the 7 superheroes, succeeding the Invisible Man. As Stride entered, he promptly applauded, echoing Jupiter's display of goodwill. What? You are taking the place of the Invisible Man, not the Lantern-Bearer? The crowd fell silent upon hearing Stride's proclamation. They had all assumed that Jupiter was stepping into the shoes of the retired Lantern-Bearer. Yet it appeared that Jupiter's situation was far more complex than they had envisioned. Haha! Jupiter responded to their astonishment with a mere smile, displaying no concern for whom he had replaced. Should he have encountered the train head upon his entrance, he would have succeeded him. Had it been Deep Sea, he would have taken his place. His meeting with the Invisible Man was merely a coincidence. Indeed, the Invisible Man has retired, and it has been decided that the free man shall take his place, Stride elucidated. This is against the regulations, the compatriot exclaimed, rising to emphasize his point. This is Mr. Edgar's directive. Should anyone be dissatisfied, they may address their concerns to Mr. Edgar upstairs. I am merely the messenger conveying this information. I hope you all can coexist peacefully. With a polite smile directed at Jupiter, Stride turned and exited, holding his documents. Wait, Stride, the compatriot called out, rising hastily. He cast a fierce glance at Jupiter before pursuing Stride. This morning, I saw the Invisible Man. How could he have retired? Deep Sea, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, perhaps overwhelmed by the weight of the conversation, far exceeding his limited capacity for understanding. Indeed, you are correct. I encountered the Invisible Man in the hall of the 7 superheroes. I even slapped him, and then he retired, Jupiter remarked, his gaze towards Deep Sea laced with mockery, akin to that of an observer watching a fool. Deep Sea, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. Rising, he hastily made his way towards the exit. Why the rush, my fishy friend? Aren't you all externalized beings? Jupiter inquired curiously, observing Deep Sea's disheveled retreat. Deep Sea offered no reply, opting instead for a hasty escape. Please, do support me with your votes and investments. Chapter 35. I kindly request you to temper your enthusiasm a bit. Jupiter smiled lightly at the frantic departure of Deep Sea. Now, as for the remaining 3 of you, do you have any inquiries for me? Rest assured, I am a person of great approachability, and I believe our future collaborations will be immensely pleasant. Jupiter cast a glance towards Queen Maeve, and with a smirk, he spoke. Queen Maeve and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Very well, then we may disperse. Rising from his seat, Jupiter nodded at the trio before departing through the grand entrance of the hall. Did he perceive himself as our leader? After Jupiter's departure, the conductor gazed at the hall's exit, his brow furrowed. At present, it certainly appears so, Queen Maeve gently affirmed, expressing her concurrence with the conductor's sentiments. Can we tolerate such occurrences? The conductor felt his position precarious. Among the 7, he occupied a relatively subordinate role. If a formidable new superhero were to join, he feared he might be ousted from the team, like the Lantern. Conductor, heed my words. This matter has never been about whether we wish to witness it. This is the company's decision. As long as those in power desire to see a fresh, powerful superhero, we must acquiesce. Queen Maeve regarded the conductor with a calm demeanor. She understood clearly that the company's choices regarding the 7 bore no relation to their desires. Whoever the company wishes to elevate to superhero status shall indeed be elevated. Upon hearing Queen Maeve's words, the conductor seethed with anger. Yet he recognized the truth in her statement. They, the seemingly illustrious superheroes, possessed no real authority. They were merely commodities packaged by the company. Meanwhile, the public relations team at Ward Enterprises was working tirelessly. Whether it was Starshine, stepping in to replace the Lantern, or Jupiter, who had decisively eliminated the Invisible Man, both required significant financial investment from Ward for promotion. Particularly Jupiter, the unexpected rising star who had supplanted the Invisible Man without warning. To this end, Ward prepared a promotional duo for Jupiter. The first component involved arranging a retirement interview for the Invisible Man. Yes, Ward orchestrated this event to bolster Jupiter's image, facilitating the Invisible Man's participation in a retirement interview. The interview was conducted both online and offline, primarily addressing the Invisible Man's affliction that rendered him unable to utilize his powers. Now that the Invisible Man has passed, the company has appointed the Shapeshifter to take over his duties. After all, with the Shapeshifter's abilities, no one would discern that the true Invisible Man had met his demise. The second component involved filming a promotional video for Jupiter, as nothing could garner greater public support than a direct showcase of his powers. After Jupiter departed from the Hall of the Super Seven, he made his way directly to the set, the exclusive filming location for Ward Company's superheroes, where all the illustrious superhero films on screen were crafted. What, then, is required of me? Jupiter gazed at the imposing camera aimed at him, raising an eyebrow. It was his inaugural visit to a film set, and notably, it was after he had acquired his newfound powers. Frankly, the sensation was rather exhilarating. The scene unfolds in a bank, where shortly 7 or 8 robbers would burst forth to execute their heist. Your task is simply to descend from above with finesse and vanquish the adversaries. Easy as that. The director recited an exceedingly cliché script, yet it mattered little. Regardless of its triteness, as long as the audience relished it and it possessed ample commercial value, it constituted a good script. Descend from above? Jupiter nodded, signifying his understanding that the director intended for him to traverse the rooftop and drop down, correct? Action. The director, clutching the camera, began capturing Jupiter's debonair demeanor. Hey, raise your hands. Otherwise, we'll behead you and use your head as a ball. Suddenly, the doors of the bank swung open, and a gaggle of armed robbers stormed out, vociferously berating the bank employees. Jupiter observed the scene before him, noting that one of the robbers was even holding his weapon incorrectly, exuding an unmistakable air of amateurism. Covering his face, he thought, these inept individuals hardly resembled robbers. They were more akin to comedic actors. Wait a moment. Jupiter waved at the director, signaling for a pause. Cut. Everyone, hold on. The freedman has something to say. Although the director was perplexed by Jupiter's intentions, he nonetheless called for a halt. You lot, come here for a moment. After the director's call for a pause, Jupiter beckoned the group of robber extras forward. The robbers, though uncertain of Jupiter's purpose, complied and approached. Take a good look in the mirror. Do you honestly think you appear to be robbers? How could you possibly execute a heist looking like that? Do you believe the victims will be frightened by your demeanor? We need to evoke a sense of terror. Stand tall and take this seriously. Jupiter earnestly lectured the extras. The extras exchanged bewildered glances, each seemingly perplexed. Is there a problem? Jupiter inquired, observing the extras frozen in place. Excuse me, Mr. Friedman, how should robbers appear? Asked a burly man with short brown hair, gazing at Jupiter with confusion. You were born in a land of freedom and have never encountered a robber? What nonsense! Jupiter replied incredulously. Don't jest. Born in a nation where banks are robbed daily, and you claim to have never seen a robber? This is more absurd than a mere filter. In the land of freedom, robbery is euphemistically referred to as zero-cost shopping, a reflection of the cultural ethos of its citizens. Such a commendable tradition should not be discarded. I have immigrated from the kingdom of Hans Beer. The man explained his circumstances. No wonder, Jupiter nodded gently, understanding why this man before him seemed oblivious to the nuances of national culture. Thus, observe closely, a true robber is like this. Jupiter declared as he seized the submachine gun from the man's grasp. With a decisive click, he skillfully disengaged the safety chamber round and aimed skyward. The next moment erupted in a barrage of gunfire. Unsatisfied after the initial display, Jupiter directed the weapon towards the glass counter. The clerks, evidently local actors, immediately dropped to the ground at the sight of Jupiter's actions. As they hit the floor, he pulled the trigger, shattering the transparent glass. The sight of Jupiter firing sent the band of actors sprawling in terror, clutching their heads in fear. Silence enveloped the set as everyone held their breath. A satisfied smile crept across Jupiter's face as he surveyed the now subdued crowd. Listen closely, everyone. Open the safes and obediently place the money into the black bag at my feet. And heed this warning. If anyone dares to alert the authorities, I swear my bullets will reach them faster than the police. Jupiter bellowed amid the echoes of gunfire and the haze of gunpowder. Have you learned now? He shouted, tossing the weapon to a crouching actor who was shielding his head. Learn. The actors stammered, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Mr. Freeman, might you temper your exuberance a tad? I must admit, your performance was truly remarkable. The director, startled and now on the ground, spoke into his small microphone with a surprisingly gentle tone, attempting to placate Jupiter. Truthfully, he had been taken aback, witnessing Jupiter's maniacal grin while firing. He had feared he was genuinely confronted by a robber. Thanks to the patrons. 100 thanks to the reader, Flying Shepherd. 100 thanks to the reader, Glamorous Rogue. And 200 thanks to the reader, Magical Jezzy. Chapter 36. The self-cultivation of villains under Jupiter's guidance. The group of rogue actors quickly adopted a professional demeanor, embodying their roles with uncanny authenticity. Their expressions and involuntary gestures mirrored those of individuals freshly escaped from Arkham Asylum. The submachine gun roared with a ferocious intensity, annihilating all objects in its path. A manic laughter echoed, sharp and frenzied, exuding an air of madness and invincibility. "Help! Someone save us!" Amidst the anguished cries of countless employees, a figure burst through the ceiling above, accompanied by a cloud of dust, materializing at the center of the criminals. "It seems you require some assistance." The figure was tall, robust, and striking, adorned with a large emblem radiating a sense of freedom upon his chest. "Do not interfere with our affairs, you freak." The leader of the bandits glared at the descending giant, indignation etched on his face, raising the firearm in his grasp. In an instant, before the leader could pull the trigger, the superhero clad in white spandex darted forward, twisting the weapon from the bandit's hand. "Aim at the hostages." The bandit leader, astonished by the damage to his gun, bellowed commands to his henchmen to eliminate the hostages, seemingly prepared to fight the superhero to the bitter end. Upon hearing their leader's command, 7 masked bandits simultaneously gripped their submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the employees cowering behind the counter. "Oh my God! Someone save us! I don't want to die!" The unarmed employees, witnessing the trigger-happy bandits, shielded their heads in terror, faces contorted in fear. Some screamed, others prayed. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, capturing the horrified expressions of the bank employees in a series of still frames. Meanwhile, the white-clad superhero, in a swift motion, maneuvered past the bandits confronting their leader, enveloping all the employees in his protective embrace. The next instant, a hail of gunfire rained down upon his back. With a cacophony of bullets striking him, sparks erupted from the superhero's back. What on earth? After the onslaught, the bandits stared in disbelief at the unscathed superhero. Their astonishment genuine. They were momentarily rendered speechless. Previously, they had only encountered special effects, but this time they faced a true embodiment of bulletproof resilience. "Are you all right?" The superhero stood, casting a sunlit smile toward the employees. "We are unscathed." They nodded gently, reassured by the presence of their champion. "Now, it's time to deal with you." The superhero turned, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded the bandits. In a blur, he transformed into a mere shadow, launching all the criminals skyward in an instant. In an instant, the assailants collapsed to the ground like dumplings, their bodies convulsing, revealing expressions of agony and ferocity. It appeared that the adversaries had been vanquished. The white-clad superhero cast a glance at the writhing figures below before turning away, preparing to depart. "Please, tell us your name?" inquired the staff, their eyes fixated on the superhero's retreating silhouette. With a faint smile, the superhero replied, "You may call me the Liberator." Upon uttering these words, he transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring into the sky. Cut. The director, having captured a striking close-up of the superhero's flight, announced the conclusion of the shoot with fervor. How did the filming go? The returning superhero, known as Jupiter, approached the director with curiosity. "Perfect, Jupiter. I dare say you're the most talented superhero I have ever encountered. Based on my experience, you're destined for greatness," the director proclaimed, thumping his chest. He swore he had never witnessed a superhero with such a commanding presence on screen. If Jupiter did not achieve fame, it would be an affront to nature itself. Listen to the promotional tagline crafted for you. Faster than a locomotive, tougher than the Invisible Man, a superhero beyond compare. The director mused, rubbing his chin. The seemingly ordinary tagline held deeper significance, suggesting that Jupiter had surpassed the previous superhero, the Patriot. Though no words were spoken, the implications were clear. The Watt family intended to leverage Jupiter's prowess to break the traditional mold of the 7 superheroes, which had always centered around the Patriot. The transformation of the narrative would position Jupiter, the Liberator, alongside the Patriot, accompanied by their respective allies. This unprecedented shift represented innovation, signaling a potential turning point in the narrative landscape. Indeed, the director envisioned the future rivalry between the fan bases of Jupiter and the Patriot, each vying for supremacy. Regardless of the outcome, be it Jupiter's fans or the Patriots, the ultimate victor would be the Watt family. As the metaphorical chaff fought to the death, the seasoned farmer would emerge as the greatest beneficiary. This is the essence of the Watt Company, the Watt family, the very spirit of the free nation. No, I shall not merely shine upon the free nation. My brilliance will illuminate the entire world, Jupiter said, patting the director on the shoulder with a beaming smile. The director listened intently to Jupiter's words, his eyes quivering slightly. In terms of stature, the patriotic man was leagues apart from Jupiter. If the patriotic man could be likened to a boy endowed with superpowers, then Jupiter was akin to a cunning and ambitious strategist. It seemed there was no longer any need for contention. The director lowered his head, for he had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Perhaps this contest for the Superhero 7 would conclude even more swiftly than he had anticipated. Lights, screens, and an audience were essential. Jupiter surveyed his surroundings, contemplating quietly. Perhaps it was time to alter his plans. While eliminating the patriotic man discreetly was an option, it lacked the necessary impact. Under the spotlight, amidst the throngs of spectators, at the moment the patriotic man commenced his rampage, Jupiter would descend like a celestial being from the heavens, rescuing those brainwashed citizens oppressed by the Water family. According to the bridge effect, he could not only transparently vanquish the patriotic man, but also garner a legion of adoring fans who would view him as a demigod. This would propel Jupiter significantly closer to his predetermined objectives. Aspiration is the most distant emotion from understanding. No one cares for my true self. They merely wish to behold their idealized version of me. After coming to this realization, Jupiter smiled faintly and made his way towards the water company. He intended to have a conversation with the patriotic man, showering him with praise. Indeed, Jupiter was not there to instigate trouble, but to elevate the patriotic man. For when we discover a rival, we must not intervene, but rather indulge and elevate them to greatness. There is no fear of the patriotic man's supernatural abilities, nor of his reckless nature. The true peril lies in his familiarity with the villain's self-cultivation, and coincidentally, Jupiter had a modicum of knowledge in that regard. Meanwhile, the Starlight, who had taken the place of a lantern-bearer, arrived beneath the water company's edifice. A welcoming ceremony for Starlight's induction into the Superhero 7 was fervently underway. Chapter 37. Deceiving the patriotic man. The patriotic man stood in the corridor before his portrait, hands clasped behind his back, seething with frustration. This is all well and good, but they all urge me not to act rashly. One and all distrust me, including Strider. In Strider's eyes, I am merely a tool for profit, nothing more. At that moment, the patriotic man's gaze, peering through the portrait in the corridor, fell upon Strider, who was preoccupied with nursing his child. A dryness gripped his throat, and an inferno of rage simmered within his chest. Good afternoon, patriotic man. Just as he was engulfed in his boundless fury while watching Strider through the wall, a light, ethereal voice drifted into his ears. The voice, so familiar to the patriotic individual, echoed incessantly in his ears. He despised the owner of this voice, and his current agitation was partly attributed to this very individual. I warn you, do not provoke me. After steadying his breath, the patriotic individual turned to face the obnoxious figure clad in a tight white suit, shouting in fury. Wow, are you angry? Jupiter, adorned in a snug white outfit emblazoned with a large emblem, observed the irate patriotic individual with a smile that could infuriate even the most patient. The patriotic individual clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with intensity, as the commands from the upper echelons of the Watt family clashed with his emotions in a tumultuous struggle. Are you angry with me? Jupiter inquired, standing beside the patriotic individual with an insufferable grin. What do you think? The patriotic individual's breath quickened, nostrils flaring as he felt his emotions teetering on the brink of eruption. No, you're not angry with me. Jupiter observed the furious patriotic individual, shaking his head gently. He then turned his back, approaching the portrait of the patriotic individual in the corridor. Then what do you think I'm angry about right now? The patriotic individual glared at Jupiter, pointing a finger at his face and whispering furiously. Jupiter frowned at the outstretched finger, taking note of it. Had the patriotic individual not been of use, he would have snapped it without hesitation. Ha ha, Jupiter chuckled, the clouds of discontent dissipating from his face. He subtly pushed the patriotic individual's finger aside and gestured towards the portrait. The one who truly angers you is not me, but that woman inside, along with those scoundrels on the 82nd floor, who exploit us for substantial gain with mere words. Jupiter expressed indignation, hinting that the fury directed at Stride and the board members of the 82nd floor was not solely the patriotic individuals. Our personas are not determined by us. They are dictated by them. You have seen my attire. I wish to bridge the gap between us, but they do not permit it. Jupiter made clear that his opposition to the patriotic individual was beyond his control. It was a decision made by the company. I see that. The patriotic individual nodded, noting the similarity between their outfits. In his eyes, Jupiter's battle attire was undoubtedly a replica of his own. A group of ungrateful wretches. Do they not realize who enabled them to enjoy such wealth? It is you, patriotic individual. Jupiter lowered his voice, echoing the patriotic individual's sentiments in a bid to draw closer to him. After listening to Jupiter's words, the patriotic man slightly parted his lips, intending to speak. Yet he found himself utterly speechless. Jupiter was indeed correct. More than his words, it was the utter lack of gratitude from the wretched Vought company that stoked his anger. Observing Jupiter, the patriotic man's initial fury faded into oblivion. You truly understand me. You are indeed my admirer. He regarded Jupiter with newfound appreciation. The latter appeared far more agreeable in this moment. I am your ancestor. Jupiter scoffed inwardly at the patriotic man's proclamation, deeming him merely a powerful yet foolish child. I comprehend you more profoundly than you might assume. Listening to the patriotic man, he asserted, we should not be mere mascots for Vought. Those endowed with superpowers ought to embody something far more significant. As the strongest among all superhumans, you should step forth to lead all of humankind. Jupiter boldly declared the patriotic man as the mightiest of superhumans, positioning himself behind him. You are correct. I'm the strongest. The patriotic man nodded lightly, finding no fault in Jupiter's assertion. He was indeed the most potent of all beings, a natural leader. You ought to guide all those possessing extraordinary powers beyond the mundane. Jupiter's expression turned somewhat troubled, as if the forthcoming words might not bode well. Not what? The patriotic man furrowed his brow. Not, the fact that they privately refer to you as Starlight's little golden retriever? Jupiter animatedly conveyed. The patriotic man's countenance turned ashen, evidently provoked by Jupiter's remarks. I acknowledge my words may be excessive, Jupiter remarked softly, observing the patriotic man's ire. No, it is I who appear too feeble. Shaking his head, the patriotic man gazed at Starlight, who was soothing a child behind the wall, his anger igniting further. It was his own weakness that allowed Starlight and the scoundrels of the 82nd floor to dismiss him so easily. You have already saved enough people. Now, should anyone provoke you, you must retaliate. Jupiter, somewhat agitated, seemed to advocate for the patriotic man's treatment. I have said too much today. I cannot linger here much longer, otherwise those individuals will trouble me again. Yet, I cannot bear to witness my idol being treated so dismissively. With an expression of profound helplessness, Jupiter regarded the patriotic man as if their exchange within this company was a luxury. Do whatever you wish. No one in this world can impede you, can they? With that, Jupiter gently patted the patriotic man's shoulder and proceeded down the corridor. He spoke splendidly. The patriotic man thought to himself. As the compatriot gazed at the advancing Jupiter, he realized that he was not alone in harboring such thoughts. Perhaps he could discover others who shared his sentiments, individuals who were worthy of leading all. Jupiter cast a profound glance at the compatriot before proceeding to seek out the media, intent on continuously exposing the compatriot's dark secrets and relentlessly pressuring him to adopt more radical ideologies. All the while, he would subtly entice the compatriot through words, confident that the compatriot would ultimately transform into the figure he envisioned. Time was drawing near. Jupiter glanced at his watch, noting that the hour was almost upon him. He prepared himself thoroughly and entered the grand hall of the Super 7. Just as he settled into his seat, the door swung open, revealing a man and a woman, engaged in lively conversation as they stepped inside. Welcome to the hall of the Super 7, Starlight. The door opened to reveal a man exuding an aura of carefree nonchalance, accompanied by a golden-haired sweetheart clad in attire reminiscent of a college cheerleader. Oh my, is this truly the Hall of the Seven? The place I have longed for. the golden-haired sweetheart exclaimed, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile as she surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, we are, the carefree man began, but suddenly he caught sight of a dazzling figure within the room, and his body froze in place, struck by the brilliance of the smile directed at him. Welcome to the Hall of the Super 7, Starlight. We are delighted to have you join us, Jupiter announced, rising from his seat to approach the golden-haired sweetheart and the man beside her. The carefree man felt a chill as he looked at Jupiter, regretting his decision to bring Starlight along. He should have simply found a staff member to escort her after the press conference concluded. Deep Sea, I recall you have tasks to attend to, correct? Jupiter inquired, fixing his gaze on Deep Sea. Oh, yes. You're right, I do have tasks. Deep Sea nodded vigorously, turning to flee the Hall of the Seven without a backward glance. Chapter 38, Starlight and the Free Man. Hey, where are you going? Starlight questioned, her eyes filled with confusion as she watched Deep Sea make his abrupt exit. I just remembered, I have an underwater meeting to attend. I can't keep the fish waiting. Deep Sea babbled, unconcerned with the coherence of his words, focused solely on hastily distancing himself from the wretched demon before him. What? Starlight was perplexed. Only moments ago, Deep Sea had mentioned giving her a tour of the hall, and now he was retreating so suddenly? You're called Starlight, correct? Before Starlight could pursue her questions any further, Jupiter rose, hands clasped behind his back, and stepped forward to her. Oh, you are, oh my. I know you. I watched your promotional video. You are the Free Man, Starlight exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she took in Jupiter's presence. It appears that you are familiar with me. Jupiter smiled gently upon hearing this. One cannot help but commend the remarkable efficiency of the Watt Company. The promotional video filmed that very morning was already edited and uploaded to various major websites by the afternoon. Concurrently, all advertisements pertaining to the Invisible Man were removed and replaced with those featuring Jupiter. Of course, I know you. Are you truly faster than a locomotive and more resilient than the body of the Invisible Man? Starlight inquired eagerly, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Jupiter nodded slightly. Would you like to witness my superpowers? A sudden thought crossed Jupiter's mind as he posed the question to Starlight. What did you say? Starlight, her heart racing, was clearly bewildered by Jupiter's words. Follow me, Jupiter said with a sunny smile, disregarding whether Starlight understood him. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist. What are you doing? Starlight was taken aback by Jupiter's sudden embrace. She looked up at his handsome face, her cheeks flushing slightly. Although Jupiter was undeniably attractive, strong, and exuded confidence, perfectly embodying her image of an ideal future boyfriend, this did not imply that she was an easy person, or did it mean that any handsome man could easily hold her in his arms. Don't blink. Jupiter ignored Starlight's struggles and maintained his smile. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by a gust of wind, he leaped out of the window he had opened earlier, still holding Starlight. My heavens! Initially struggling, Starlight, upon seeing the bustling traffic below, clung tightly to Jupiter, her cheek pressed against his chest. At that moment, no matter who urged her to let go, she would resolutely refuse to release her grip on him. Let us ascend a bit higher. Jupiter soared with Starlight above the clouds. How beautiful! Starlight gazed at the blue sky, the white clouds, and the setting sun, her expression filled with a sense of enchantment. Everything before her seemed almost surreal, akin to a stunning oil painting. Just as Starlight was lost in the breathtaking scenery, gaining a renewed appreciation for the grandeur of nature, a white passenger plane sliced through the clouds towards their position. Hee, we are fortunate, Jupiter remarked with a gentle smile as he observed the aircraft. What? Starlight's mind, previously in a daze, finally resumed its function upon hearing Jupiter's voice. Come, relax, smile at the plane's window, and wave to the people we are protecting. One step at a time, Jupiter guided Starlight on how to be a competent superhero, emphasizing that one must always smile when encountering others. Oh, all right. Upon hearing Jupiter's words, Starlight immediately turned towards the airplane window, displaying a charmingly na-ve smile characteristic of the free nation, and gently waved her hand. A superhero, the new member of the Seven, the Liberator, and Starlight. Oh my, the Liberator can truly fly. Snap a photo. Snap a photo. On board the aircraft, passengers who had previously been yawning while gazing out at the scenery instantly retrieved their phones, continuously pressing the shutter upon noticing Jupiter and Starlight. Mere seconds later, the plane glided past Starlight and Jupiter, heading towards its original course. Come, let me show you around, Jupiter said, not allowing Starlight to dwell on the joy of greeting others for the first time as a superhero. He embraced her once more, weaving through the clouds. An hour later, the duo gently descended at the entrance of the Water Corporation building. Oh my, this is my first time flying in the air. I mean, not the kind of flying where one is seated in an airplane, but that enchanting feeling of soaring through the sky. I saw the clouds, I saw the birds, and the sun feels so much closer now. At the entrance of the Water Corporation building, Starlight tightly hugged Jupiter, overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as if her heart might leap out of her chest. Haha, I remember my first flight. I was just as exhilarated. However, dear Starlight, might you consider descending from my embrace? Well, I don't mind. There are quite a few onlookers around us, Jupiter remarked, casting a glance at the gathering crowd. Oh, of course. Haha, I got a bit carried away. You know, Starlight replied, promptly jumping down from Jupiter, her cheeks flushed with a shy embarrassment as she surveyed the crowd. I understand, Jupiter said, displaying a gentlemanly grace in acknowledging Starlight's behavior. Thank you for taking me into the sky. This is something I never even dreamed of. I truly appreciate it. Starlight clasped her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, her exquisite figure accentuated by the snug fit of her costume, presenting a captivating silhouette before Jupiter. No need for thanks. We are comrades, and it is our duty to share our abilities with one another, Jupiter responded, indicating that it was merely his responsibility. No, I must still thank you. Starlight insisted, waving her hand. Perhaps we could grab a coffee, have breakfast or lunch together, stroll about, or catch a movie. As Starlight continued to speak, she realized her conversation was veering off course, her complexion resembling that of a ripe apple. Oh dear, I have so few friends, truly. I'm not quite adept at inviting others, she confessed, partially covering her face with one hand, feeling a surge of embarrassment in front of Jupiter. Of course, there is no problem at all. Did you not know? We are to be partners from now on. In the future, we shall be working together, and at that time, we shall have ample opportunities to enjoy coffee, share meals, watch films, and engage in all the delightful activities that we desire. Jupiter, facing the Starlight, revealed a warm smile reminiscent of the sun's glow. Oh, certainly, we can indeed do everything we wish together. As Starlight spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she wandered absent-mindedly towards the elevator. Jupiter chuckled softly, observing Starlight's figure, which appeared intoxicated without having consumed any alcohol. He understood that Starlight's feelings were likely a result of the bridge effect experienced while soaring through the air, causing a blend of hormones to misrepresent themselves as affection towards him. This was, of course, part of Jupiter's meticulous plan. Before the people of his homeland could fully liberate themselves from their inner shackles and unleash their potential, Jupiter needed to occupy himself. And nothing was more fitting than using the naive Starlight as a delightful appetizer. As for the dim-witted, passionless deep sea, whose sole skill was fishing, soon the people would witness the superhero deep sea languishing in the sewers. Why the sewers, you may wonder? Jupiter believed it to be the only fitting resting place for rotten fish and shrimp. Today marks yet another day of 5,000 words, once again seeking votes and investments. Gratitude for everyone's support. Chapter 39. The unfortunate ones. My spirit has encountered some turmoil. Deep Sea felt immense sorrow, gently caressing his forehead. Jupiter's presence had already inflicted considerable pain upon him. To alleviate his distress, he sought solace among his fish friends in the ocean, but lamenting only deepened his anguish. A dolphin, having traversed the oceans, informed him that a certain cursed island nation slaughters thousands of dolphins each year. Those dolphins were his friends. What were those foolish beings doing? Do not despair. Remember who you are? You are a member of the Superhero 7. Thus, the psychologist seated across from Deep Sea, with a furrowed brow and a voice imbued with magnetism, gently advised. You are right. I am a superhero, and I must fulfill my duties. If I set my mind to it, everything will improve. Listening to the psychologist's words, Deep Sea regained his confidence, convinced that he must strive to be a good person and perform the actions expected of a superhero. Meanwhile, within the Water family mansion, Huey, with a tense demeanor, was escorted by the legal counsel of Water Company into the grand estate. Observing the individuals he had previously only seen on television, his former admiration for superheroes dissipated, leaving him only with anguish and rage. Mr. Huey, please come this way, spoke the attorney of the Water family, dressed in a tailored black suit. As he regarded the hesitating Huey, The lawyer's voice interrupted Huey's anguish and tension. Shaking his head, Huey hastily followed the lawyer into the elevator and entered the meeting room of the 7 superheroes. Mr. Huey, the head is arriving shortly. Please sign here. The lawyer smiled faintly at Huey and once again produced the confidentiality agreement worth $45,000. All right. Huey nodded gently, picking up the pen, yet the torment within him prevented him from signing. Are you Mr. Huey? Just as Huey sat there, pen in hand, hesitating, a voice broke his contemplation. He looked up to see the figure approaching, and his pupils trembled slightly. It was his adversary, a man with skin as dark as night, a visage he vowed never to forget. The head of the 7 superheroes has arrived. The lawyer chuckled lightly at the newcomer, his laughter brimming with cheer. Mr. Huey, I apologize for what happened to your girlfriend. I had to apprehend the robber. I couldn't stop at that moment. The head spoke with a sense of self-satisfaction, showing no trace of remorse. Huey rose to his feet, his mind a cacophony of thoughts. Oh, how he longed to strike this insufferable man right then and there. Yet his reason, or perhaps his cowardice, rooted him to the spot. What's the matter? Do you want an autograph? The head observed Huey's silence, mistaking it for the excitement of a fervent admirer. Huey's gaze sharpened, his heart pounding fiercely. Mr. Head, you have already apologized. There are still many matters for you to attend to. Just as Huey prepared to voice his thoughts, the secretary standing beside the head interjected timely. Very well. The head hummed a tune, prideful as he exited the room, believing the matter had been resolved by the Watt Company, just as usual. Huey stood there, gasping for breath, his mind a muddled haze. Mr. Huey? The lawyer raised an eyebrow, uncertain of Huey's condition. He had previously encountered fervent fans who fainted upon seeing the 7 superheroes. If Huey were to collapse, it would certainly complicate matters for him. I need to use the restroom, sir. I need to cool down. Huey, flushed and flustered, looked at the lawyer. Of course, but this agreement. The lawyer was eager for Huey to take a moment to gather himself. As long as it did not impede his work, I will sign immediately upon my return. Huey nodded, understanding the lawyer's implication, and resolved not to dwell on it. Very well. The lawyer, having achieved his desires, fell silent. Huey inhaled sharply and exited the hall of the superhero team's conference room. His gaze lowered as he made his way towards the restroom. However, in his haste, he collided with an oncoming individual. Oh dear sir, please exercise a modicum of caution while walking. Had I not reacted swiftly, you would have found yourself in a most undesirable predicament. Huey stepped back just as he was about to stumble, feeling a strong grip on his arm that pulled him back to safety. Yes, I apologize and thank you. He heard a voice beside him and gently lifted his gaze, only to be greeted by a strikingly handsome face. Sir, I perceive a cloud of sorrow in your eyes. May I assist you in any way? The speaker was Jupiter, who had timed his approach perfectly to collide with the bewildered young man before him. Huey glanced at the man in confusion. The new member of the superhero team, Freedom. Jupiter flashed his signature sunny smile. Freedom? Huey paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. I need to use the restroom. He shook his head, feeling no trust towards Jupiter, or indeed any member of the superhero team at that moment. Of course, just go to the end and turn left, Jupiter replied, raising an eyebrow as he directed Huey towards the restroom. Thank you. Huey nodded slightly and proceeded in the indicated direction. Jupiter remained where he stood, quietly watching Huey's retreating figure with a faint smile. Half an hour later, amidst a flurry of activity, Huey emerged from the restroom, signed the necessary documents, and exited the Waters Corporation building, feeling invigorated. Unbeknownst to him, a man clad in white armor hovered in the sky above, clutching a circular listening device, silently observing him from the clouds. Inside the Waters family building, Deep Sea entered, incessantly murmuring his desire to save dolphins. Just as he prepared to ascend the stairs, a voice called out to him. HM. Deep Sea turned and found himself face to face with the last person he wished to see. Freedom, what brings you here? He asked softly, regarding Jupiter with cautious curiosity. I indeed have matters to discuss with you, Jupiter said, approaching Deep Sea with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at him from a height. I have my own aspirations now. I wish to rescue the dolphins. Deep Sea gathered his courage and declared, I see. Your intentions are admirable, truly commendable. Jupiter was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. However, upon reflection, he realized they were in the depths of the ocean, and nothing seemed amiss. But do you truly believe that the upper echelons of the company, I mean Vice President Stride or Mr. Edgar, would heed your call to rescue the dolphins? Jupiter placed a hand on Deep Sea's shoulder, smiling as he posed the question. After hearing Jupiter's words, Deep Sea hesitated. Indeed, rescuing dolphins would yield no tangible profit for the company. Perhaps persuading them to invest in an aquarium where he could host daily dolphin performances would be more palatable to them than the arduous task of saving dolphins. Look at that troubled expression on your face, Jupiter remarked as he slipped a circular listening device into Deep Sea's hand. What is this? Deep Sea gazed at the device with a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Just moments ago, a hapless soul who had been caught in a train mishap had installed this wretched contraption in the communal restroom of our superhero team. You understand? One must always present a token of loyalty before undertaking any endeavor. Only when the company perceives a genuine benefit will they take your words seriously. Jupiter gently reminded him as he patted Deep Sea's shoulder. Are you certain you want me to handle this? Deep Sea exclaimed, his breath quickening as he realized he was finally being taken seriously. Of course, who else among the 7-member team is more suited for this task than you? The patriotic individuals and Queen Maeve are too conspicuous. Shinsei, an agent allergic to almonds? And as for the train driver, he was the one who caused this mess. Entrusting him with it could lead to further complications. As for Starlight, she is still a novice, lacking in experience. Jupiter shook his head, asserting that none in the superhero team were as capable as Deep Sea. Yet, Deep Sea still appeared uncertain. Very well, if you are reluctant. I can always ask Shinsei, Jupiter said, eyeing Deep Sea with disappointment, as if he were about to reclaim the listening device. No, before Jupiter could act, Deep Sea firmly gripped the circular device in his palm. Leave this matter to me. I'm also a member of the superhero team. He emphasized his identity. Indeed, who says you're not? Jupiter responded, revealing a sunny smile. I await your good news. Deep Sea tightened his grip on the listening device and turned to leave the Water family mansion. Good child, do not let me down. Jupiter gazed at the dimming sky and, amid the encroaching twilight, observed the increasingly animated misfortunes of the hapless souls, smiling faintly as he turned away. As for whether Deep Sea could truly locate Huey, Jupiter had never contemplated this matter. In the depths of the ocean, he possessed myriad methods to locate individuals. For instance, he could inquire with the small goldfish in every household's aquarium, provided that those adorable creatures, with their mere 7-second memory, still recalled Huey. Alternatively, he might adhere to the law of mutual attraction among unfortunate souls to find Huey. I extend my gratitude to the reader 1498828213481824256 for their generous reward of 100, and to reader 1367452982242881536 for their equally generous reward of 100. I must express a slight grievance, though I had initially wished to remain silent. Nonetheless, an overwhelming sense of frustration compelled me to speak. In the chapter that was updated yesterday, a reader remarked, "Brother, you've breached my defenses. Your writing is so simplistic that I could compose such a feel-good narrative with my eyes closed." To be candid, I find the process of conceptualizing and drafting each chapter quite arduous, especially when I begin to write. It often takes me a considerable time to produce even 1,000 words. Perhaps I am indeed lacking. Chapter 40. The comical performers for 1,000 words. After a temporary fallout with Billy Butcher, Huey returned to his audiovisual store, head bowed, feeling once more the pangs of solitude. Just as he wallowed in his sorrow, the door was abruptly flung open, and Deep Sea, clad in an absurdly tight costume and sporting stubble, entered the premises. Perhaps it was due to the unspoken bond between unfortunate souls, but he had indeed found Huey. Huey, upon seeing Deep Sea's sudden entrance, felt his heart race uncontrollably. Akin to a mischievous child caught in the act by a teacher, an amalgamation of anxiety, fear, and an odd thrill. Listen, tell me what this is. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Deep Sea produced a circular listening device from his palm and placed it on Huey's desk, mimicking the threatening demeanor often seen in television dramas. I have no idea what you're talking about, Huey replied, shaking his head and feigning ignorance. Hey, stop playing coy. I witnessed you placing that device in the 7 superheroes' headquarters. Do you think I'm blind? Deep Sea exclaimed. In truth, he had not actually seen Huey commit such an act. He had been at a psychologist's appointment during Huey's visit. You are mistaken, Huey asserted, shaking his head to indicate that Deep Sea was indeed wrong. It was you who forced my hand, compelling me to resort to violence. I never wished for it to be this way. You made me do it. Deep Sea pointed a finger accusingly at Huey's nose, uncertain whether he was threatening him or attempting to convince himself. Hey friend, look over here. Just as Deep Sea continued his threats, a voice resonated from behind him. Huh? Deep Sea turned his head in confusion, only to be met with a fist the size of a sandbag. With a single blow, Deep Sea found himself sprawled on the ground, clutching his nose in agony. My nose. You've broken my nose. Tears welled in the depths of the sea as he merely intended to inquire why the other had chosen to implant a listening device within the office of the Seven. His sole desire was to safeguard the dolphins. Was that truly a transgression? ZZZZ. Billy Butcher, having returned with renewed vigor, extracted a stun gun from his pocket. Firmly grasping the weapon, he directed it toward the depths of the sea and pressed the trigger. The aquatic hero, jolted by the electric shock, convulsed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, motionless as a desiccated fish. You just incapacitated a superhero, Huey exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment at the fallen figure. First, allow me to clarify. It was not solely my doing, but ours together. Secondly, he merely possesses the ability to converse with fish, hardly qualifies him as a superhero. Now, assist me in stowing him in the trunk. I have questions to pose, Butcher replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. What? Why should I assist you? Haven't you already deemed me unnecessary? Huey retorted, still irked. Of course, you need not help. But remember this. The individual sprawled on the ground has already committed your face to memory, while mine remains unseen. Can you fathom whom he will seek retribution from upon awakening? Butcher said solemnly, his brow furrowed. Huey surveyed the chaotic scene, helplessly rubbing his temples. A few minutes later, after hastily tidying the room, he reluctantly accompanied Butcher in driving away with the unconscious hero. Meanwhile, the mayor of Baltimore, having extorted a hefty sum from Stride using confidential information, found himself compelled to settle for a mere $230 million, a far cry from the initially proposed $300 million. At this moment, he was aboard a private jet, soaring through overcast skies with his family. After a jolt from turbulence, the mayor's son, elatedly clutching a sign poster of the Patriot, suddenly glanced out the window. There, he beheld a man draped in the flag of the free nation, soaring through the air. Daddy, look, it's the Patriot. Are you friends with him? The young boy, no more than 7 or 8, cried out excitedly. What's he doing out there? The battle-hardened mayor sensed something amiss and instinctively embraced his son. ZZZZ. Just as the mayor's confusion deepened, the Patriot's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. The mayor, seeing the ominous light emanating from the hero, clutched his son tightly and lowered them both to the floor of the aircraft. In the next moment, 2 beams of red light sliced through the sky, cleaving the airborne jet in twain. The Patriot, arms crossed before his chest, hovered in the air, and without a glance at the wreckage he had wrought, he sped toward the Water Family Tower. Moments later, a white figure emerged from the sea, cradling 2 silhouettes, one large and one small, before finally depositing them on the nearest shore. Phew, phew, phew. After a lifetime of relentless struggle, the mayor of Baltimore, Steve, gasped for breath, his head completely devoid of hair. This is murder. You, water company, are committing murder, he shouted, pointing at the white figure that had saved him. Listen to me. I just pulled you and your pathetic child from that wretched sea. Without me, you would be dead by now. The white figure, upon hearing this, seized Steve by the throat, lifting him high into the air. Are you calm now? The figure roared at Steve. Ugh, ugh. Steve struggled, nodding vigorously as he felt himself suffocate. Good, the white figure said, satisfied with Steve's reaction, and set him down before him. Listen, remember everything you saw today, and when you return, do not speak a word. Continue your collaboration with the Water family, as usual. Do not alert them. However, you may discreetly post all negative news about the Homeland people online. As for today's events, wait for my signal. Then, you will have your revenge and utterly destroy the one who nearly caused your downfall. Remember, your enemies are solely the Homeland people and the higher-ups of the water company supporting them. Do you understand? I understand, Steve stammered, nodding repeatedly. As he regained his composure, a wave of fear washed over him, intertwined with thoughts of vengeance. While he may not be able to obliterate the Water family, the Homeland person who nearly cost him his life must pay a price. As for the white figure who saved him, as long as their interests aligned against a common foe, they could indeed become allies. In the adult world, the term friend often lacks value. It is determined solely by the potential for mutual benefit. Very well, the white figure nodded gently, then turned as if to depart. Wait. Just as Steve began to breathe a sigh of relief, the white figure suddenly pivoted and approached Steve's child. W, what are you doing? Steve instinctively shielded his child, regarding the white figure warily. Why are you still holding that ridiculous poster? The white figure scolded, snatching the signed poster from the child's hands and tearing it into shreds before the child's eyes. Remember, when you are helpless, it is not that comical figure behind you who saves you, but rather me, a free man. Go home and frame this, bow to it, and it will serve you better than praying to God. The white figure grumbled as he retrieved his own poster from a waterproof bag, signed it, and handed it to Steve's child. With a roar, the white figure finally soared into the sky, never to return. Dad, can I frame this? After the white figure took flight, young Steve, clutching a poster and his eyes sparkling with excitement, eagerly turned to Big Steve and inquired. For a child of 7 or 8, he felt no fear. Instead, he was abuzz with exhilaration, as if having been rescued from an assault by the Patriots. A tale he could proudly share at school. Big Steve, reflecting on his own disheveled state, seethed with anger. He did not consider himself a virtuous man, and now that he had regained his footing, others would surely face dire consequences. Observing the swift rescue by the freedom fighters following the attack, he noted that the Waters family was not an unbreakable entity. As long as the enemy was not invincible, he felt confident in his ability to dismantle them entirely. As the mayor of Baltimore, he was no stranger to adversity. The following morning, news reports circulated regarding the assault on Steve's family, highlighting Steve's narrow escape with his children. As he watched the morning news, the Patriots' faces turned ashen and a sense of panic gripped him. He resolved to eliminate the threat that Steve posed. Just as the Patriots prepared to confront Steve, Stridey entered the hall of the 7 Superheroes conference room and called out to him. I know I messed up, but rest assured, I will resolve this swiftly. The Patriot assured Stridey, his expression grim. What are you saying? You handled this beautifully. Stridey replied, raising an eyebrow at the Patriot's words. The Patriot wore a puzzled look, unable to grasp Stridey's meaning. Just now, Steve called me. He expressed his gratitude for your heroism yesterday, and not only intends to sign the Nubian Prince, but also plans to offer you $500 million to be the ambassador for their city. All you need to do is provide your most dashing photos, and you could earn $500 million. $500 million a year. I've never seen such an extravagant price for a photograph. Stridey approached the Patriot, kissing him on the left cheek and then the right, all the while extolling his virtues. Without waiting for a response, she turned and strode ahead, pausing at the entrance of the conference room to glance back at the Patriot once more. Well done. This time, you truly excelled. Patriot, I take pride in you. Stridey continued to praise him, her previous gloom dissipated by the unexpected windfall of $500 million. Leaving her elated. After several rounds of commendation, she finally turned on her heel and departed with a buoyant step. Ultimately, the exuberant Stridey left the Patriot in a state of bewilderment within the conference room of the 7 superheroes. Jupiter, silently brewing coffee in the corner, kept his head down, smiling quietly, eager to witness the moment the tides turned and the Patriot's irate countenance. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement, a voice cried out, "Help me! Who will save me? Freedom fighter? Patriot? Where are you?" I am filled with dread. The place is teeming with demons, devils, and the despicable, terrifying, and cruel inhabitants who mercilessly slay dolphins. I am terrified for myself and for my family. Originally, Deep Sea, who intended to venture to the cursed island to rescue the dolphins, finds himself confined in a basement, his mouth agape as he spews forth curses. He feels as though he has been forgotten by this world. His plight is unbearable. The matter transcends merely saving dolphins. Those who prepare to rescue them are in dire need of salvation themselves. Can we simply leave him here? Certainly. This individual is only formidable within the confines of the aquarium. Otherwise, he is no more remarkable than an ordinary person. Frankly, I have always wondered why he chose to join the 7 superheroes. Wouldn't it be preferable to work as a zookeeper or animal trainer in a zoo or aquarium? Outside the cage, 3 rugged men gaze at Deep Sea, engaged in casual conversation. What we plan to do with him? Huey inquires of Billy Butcher and Frenchie, who had just been duped by Billy. That depends on whether he is willing to cooperate with us. If he agrees to act as our mole within the 7 superheroes, we can release him immediately. Honestly, if you cannot bear to see him suffer, you may approach him, stand before the cage, and say, "Hey, little Deep Sea, if you swear to work for us, we will not detonate the bomb inside you." Billy Butcher observes the anguished and struggling Deep Sea, a slight smile gracing his lips. They have performed admirably today, managing to capture a member of the 7 superheroes. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they will soon possess an insider capable of moving freely within the Waters Corporation, endowed with immense power. He will undoubtedly uncover all the secrets of the Waters family, including matters concerning his wife. That seemingly virtuous yet truly vile individual from his homeland will surely pay a steep price. A painful price. Jupiter, having brewed himself a cup of coffee, gazes at the liquid within. A moment of perplexity washes over him. Did I forget someone? With a raised brow, Jupiter sinks into contemplation. After a few seconds, he leisurely stretches, dismissing the thought. Generally, things he cannot recall are of little consequence. Grateful for the guidance of his readers, he reflects on his own struggles. Having weathered many storms, he acknowledges that being rattled by petty insults is his own fault. From now on, he will simply ignore such derisive remarks. In any case, he expresses his gratitude for everyone's support and casually requests another wave of votes and investment for today's 7,000-word endeavor. Chapter 41. Let us speak openly. 5,000 words. Noon. A piece of news causes the locomotive to furrow its brow. The individual known as Shockwave, who has persistently sought to eliminate him, has, with the company's tacit approval, issued a challenge, once more vying for the title of the fastest person in the world. The locomotive seethed with anger, acutely aware that should Shockwave triumph over him and claim the title of the fastest in the world, the company's next course of action would be to relinquish a portion of his resources to Shockwave. Subsequently, Shockwave would seamlessly usurp his position as a member of the Super 7. For the Super 7 has never had a need for second best. They only require the singular finest. The fastest would inevitably be cast aside. Perhaps the only entity that could assist him now was the compound. The locomotive pondered deeply. To preserve his status, he could conceive of no alternative but to continue utilizing the compound, even if it rendered his very being in a frenzied state, making self-control a formidable challenge. Even though he had a prior experience of nearly shattering Huey's girlfriend while under the influence of the compound, he felt cornered. In the ensuing time, the entire water company was engrossed in the contest between the locomotive and Shockwave, as well as the promotional endeavors for Jupiter, the new superhero known as Freedom. It was not until the afternoon, under Jupiter's summons, that the members of the Super 7 gathered in their office to welcome the newcomer, Starlight, in a formal induction ceremony. Although we've all been exceedingly busy lately, particularly you, Captain America, tasked with overseeing the company's myriad affairs and coordinating media to deliver striking images to various cities, we must not overlook our beautiful newcomer, Jupiter asserted, commanding the room as he assumed the role of leader. Do not mock me for my candidness. A superhero, akin to an artist, standing there for a barrage of photographs is quite the absurdity. Captain America appeared in high spirits, chuckling softly in self-deprecating humor after Jupiter's remarks. If anyone could earn 500 million just by standing still for a few photos, I imagine they would be restless with excitement for a fortnight. Thus, whether one is an artist or an actor, they would be the most expensive in the world. Jupiter shook his head, continuing his playful banter. Captain America laughed, but remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Jupiter's words. The locomotive, having just entered, raised an eyebrow at the jovial exchange between Captain America and Jupiter. "Hey, Maeve, when did their relationship become so amicable?" he inquired in a hushed tone, glancing at Queen Maeve. "I have no idea," Queen Maeve shrugged, perplexed by the sudden camaraderie between the two behemoths. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure of Black Noir remained seated, silent. "In any case, let's extend our applause for Starlight," Jupiter declared, steering the conversation back to the newcomer after a brief interlude. "Thank you all. I am truly grateful. You are all my idols, and I never dreamt I would be selected as a member of the Super 7. I am sincerely thankful for this opportunity." Starlight gazed at the superheroes within the room, figures she usually only beheld on television. She spoke haltingly, her words overflowing with genuine emotion, devoid of any pretense. "Congratulations." Queen Maeve was the first to rise, extending her hand to Starlight. "Congratulations. Next was the locomotive closest to Starlight. Learn well from Liberty. He is your role model. I have high hopes for you. Following him was the spirited Patriot, who seemed somewhat dismissive yet hurried. Do you have somewhere else to be? Queen Maeve inquired, noticing the apparent urgency of the Patriot. I still have 2 sets of photos left to shoot, although I've spent the entire morning with the crew. They insist that it's never too much to capture more photos of me. The Patriot replied to Queen Maeve, his tone tinged with a hint of boastfulness. Apologies, everyone, but I must take my leave, he declared before turning and exiting the conference hall. I, too, shall prepare for the competition. In any case, good luck. The locomotive, seeing the Patriot depart, swiftly concocted an excuse to retreat as well. Good luck. Don't lose. The kind-hearted Starlight encouraged the locomotive. Of course, I am the fastest. The locomotive responded, donning his goggles and vanishing from the room in an instant. I shall take my leave as well. Enjoy your time together, Queen Maeve remarked with nonchalance. Burdened as she was with endless responsibilities, Xianxei gave a thumbs up, seemingly his unique way of expressing goodwill, before also departing from the Hall of the Seven. They're always so busy, Jupiter observed as the members of the Seven, who had just arrived, scattered to their respective tasks. He swiftly positioned himself before Starlight, cupping her face in his hands. I know, Starlight stammered, her heart racing as she met Jupiter's gaze, so close. Come, let's take a breeze. Without waiting for Starlight to respond, Jupiter wrapped his arm around her slender waist and soared through the open window into the sky. Ha! The Patriot looked up, his keen eyes seemingly noticing the interaction between Jupiter and Starlight. He shook his head gently, as if deeming Jupiter still too inexperienced. Indeed, Jupiter preferred the youthful. Unlike the Patriot, Jupiter and Starlight soared through the air for an extended period, only returning to the ground as night fell. They dined together at their favorite restaurant, lingering until the late hours. Go home and rest early. Jupiter gently tucked a strand of Starlight's golden hair behind her ear, smiling as he spoke. Starlight felt a blush rise to her cheeks, nodding softly before turning away, entering her house without a word. Once inside, she enveloped herself in her blankets. Peering through a corner of the curtain, her gaze fixed on Jupiter as he ascended, his figure fading into the night sky. Snap! At the moment when Starlight was gazing absent-mindedly at the night sky, her pitch-black room was suddenly illuminated. Is it your man? A voice, slightly mature and tinged with humor, reached her ears. Starlight glanced back at the mature woman, her gaze infused with a hint of resentment. After Jupiter had escorted Starlight home and bid her farewell, he transformed into a streak of lightning and soared into the heavens, for he had other matters to attend to. In the basement of a derelict factory on the outskirts of the city, Billy Butcher returned after a long day, inquiring of the remaining Frenchie and Huey. Has that bastard agreed? Not yet, Frenchie replied, stroking his chin. I must say, aside from his lackluster superpowers, he certainly embodies the spirit of our 7-man team, particularly with his unwavering resolve. Hey, it's been a whole day, an entire day, without anyone coming to your rescue. Admit it, the 7 have forgotten you. Perhaps they are even seeking a replacement for you. Butcher remarked. Collaborating with us is your best option. Billy Butcher gazed at Deep Sea, who lay confined within a cage, and spoke solemnly. Go to hell. Deep Sea shouted from his prison, vehemently refusing to ally with the man who had brought him to such a dire state. Most importantly, Deep Sea was convinced that if his mission were entrusted to the Freedom Man, he would personally investigate when he discovered Deep Sea's absence, heralding the end for these scoundrels. It seems you prefer the bitter over the sweet. Do not blame me for my cruelty, Butcher sighed. In front of Deep Sea, he retrieved a wriggling salmon from his backpack. What are you doing? Deep Sea glared at him, fury ablaze in his eyes. As you can see, I intend to eat it raw before your very eyes, Butcher replied, gently caressing the fish and smiling at Deep Sea. How can you be so cruel? How can you eat a living fish? Deep Sea was taken aback by Butcher's mercilessness. Ha ha! Butcher laughed heartily at the reaction. My apologies, Mr. Fish. If you're in agony, do let the superhero in the cage know. Butcher was intentionally provoking Deep Sea. The best way to subjugate someone was to incite their anger and then reveal their powerlessness to alter their fate. Go to hell. Deep Sea seethed, his anger palpable. The fish was pleading for help, yet he found himself utterly powerless, unable even to escape his cage. You will face retribution. You will be punished. The Freedom Man will not spare you. Deep Sea continued to hurl curses at Butcher. Sighing, Butcher replied, This is of your own making. Billy Butcher spoke as he retrieved a knife from his side and swiftly struck down upon the salmon before him, the vibrant crimson splattering forth, splashing across the face of the deep-sea creature in the cage. The deep sea roared in fury, exhibiting signs of utter despair. Hey, he can't possibly consider the fish as one of his kin, can he? Faraj inquired, observing the shrieking deep sea with alarm. If you could converse with dogs, perhaps you too would regard them as your equals, Billy Butcher remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips at Faraj's words. You're quite the bastard, Faraj retorted, feeling disheartened by Butcher's veiled insult. Suddenly, amidst their idle chatter, a deafening roar echoed in their ears as the deep sea succumbed to its breakdown. And Huey could no longer bear to watch. Just then, the sound of countless car alarms erupted from outside the dilapidated factory. Billy Butcher's expression shifted to one of immediate dread, for he was all too familiar with the ominous sound of an impending descent. This is bad, Faraj noted, recognizing the danger lurking outside as he observed Butcher's distress. Sure. Butcher's face reflected panic as he softly blew on his fingers. Everyone remained calm and silent. They won't detect us. He lowered his voice, speaking gently to those around him, and deftly switched off the lights, plunging the room into darkness, leaving them to rely on the faint glow emitted by the machinery still operating within. I know. Faraj felt his heart racing within his chest, vowing he had never experienced such tension before. Huey began to utter something. Sure. Do not make a sound. Butcher snapped, a mix of irritation and anxiety evident in his tone, fearing Huey's voice might alert the monsters outside. As the three of them held their breath, the entire room and street fell into an eerie silence. I told you we'll be fine. Butcher wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a strained smile. I'm here. Just when they believed themselves safe, the deep sea, once lying in the cage, suddenly cried out. Hearing the creature's outcry, Butcher's expression turned to one of irritation as he grabbed a glass from the table and hurled it towards the deep sea. With a crack, the glass shattered against the bars of the cage, striking the creature on the head. Mid-sentence, blood gushed from the deep sea's forehead, its eyes rolling back as it collapsed. Unconscious within the cage. Go. Extract him from the cage. We must relocate immediately. We have been compromised. It is no longer safe here. Billy Butcher was acutely aware that their current location had been compromised. Given his understanding of the entity they faced, it was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. Remaining here was tantamount to waiting for doom. Thus, regardless of the external safety, they had to act immediately. Frankie, determined to prevent Deep Sea from regaining consciousness, seized the stun gun from the table for self-defense. He advanced cautiously, taking each step with utmost care to avoid making any sound as he approached Deep Sea's cage. As he neared the enclosure, he could see the crimson blood seeping from Deep Sea's forehead. Nevertheless, he resolved to use the stun gun on Deep Sea to prevent any sudden awakening that could jeopardize their escape. With a crackle, Frankie activated the stun gun, blue electricity dancing along its surface. Darling, please don't wake up. This will be over soon, he murmured as he aimed the device toward Deep Sea. Suddenly, the ceiling above them shattered, and a figure descended from the sky, landing before Deep Sea's cage, effectively isolating Frankie and the others from both Deep Sea and the imminent threat of their plan being thwarted. Frankie, startled by the sudden appearance, gripped the stun gun tightly and launched an attack against the newcomer. Adults shouldn't wave around toys meant for children, the white-clad figure retorted, swiftly seizing Frankie's wrist with a firm grip. Frankie winced in pain, dropping the stun gun as he cried out in agony. You seem fond of this toy. Allow me to return it to you, the figure said, deftly taking the stun gun from Frankie and aiming it back at him. With a crackle, the electric arc struck Frankie, who then performed an involuntary dance of shock before collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Did you increase the power? The figure mused, observing the incapacitated Frankie. A frown creased his brow as he examined the civilian stun gun, which, by all accounts, should not possess such overwhelming force. Don't move. Just as the figure contemplated the madness of this group, Billy Butcher brandished a handgun. What? Are you jesting? Threatening me with a mere handgun? The figure regarded Butcher's weapon with bemusement, finding the situation ludicrous. Unless the gun was fashioned from vibranium and could achieve sublight speeds, it would hardly affect him. Without hesitation, Butcher fired directly at Deep Sea, who was confined within the cage behind the figure. Indeed, Billy Butcher had never contemplated that his bullets could inflict harm upon the monsters. His target had always been the depths of the ocean. Regardless, before meeting his end, if he could eliminate a member of the Seven, it would render his life somewhat worthwhile. Alas, he would forever be deprived of the opportunity to bring the treacherous compatriot to justice. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the billowing smoke, Billy Butcher discarded his handgun and raised his hands high. Do you think bullets can strike anyone in my presence? At the moment a smile graced Butcher's face, a white figure materialized before him. Before Butcher's very eyes, it released its palm, revealing a bullet crushed into an iron lump. Naturally, the white figure never cared if the fools trapped within the cage would be struck down by bullets. However, if one of those imbeciles were to perish before the white figure, it would be quite the embarrassment. You are not a compatriot. Who are you? As the white figure stood before Butcher and threw the mangled bullet at his face, Butcher realized that the man before him was not one of his countrymen. You do not even know who I am? The white figure seized Butcher by the throat, lifting him high off the ground. You should at least recognize what your savior looks like. Drawing Butcher closer, the figure pointed at his bearded nose and bellowed, "That is the Libertarian. We have crossed paths at the Vought Corporation building. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding between us." Huey, illuminated by the flicker of his lighter, caught sight of the white figure's face and spoke nervously. What misunderstanding could there be? Now, fetch me a chair, brew the finest red tea in your moldy abode, and let us discuss what brilliant plans your measly brains, with their 7-second memory akin to that of a fish, have conjured against the Vought Corporation and the compatriots. The white figure released its grip on Butcher's neck, allowing him to tumble to the ground, where he was subjected to humiliation from both the white figure and Huey, followed by a command. What? Butcher, rubbing his neck, gazed incredulously at the white figure. Do not make me repeat myself, and for heaven's sake, turn on your wretched lights. Is the public electricity still off? Who are you saving on the electricity bill? We must speak in clarity. The white figure pointed at Huey. Very well. Upon hearing this, Huey immediately turned on the lights. In an instant, the entire room was illuminated brilliantly in every sense of the word. 5,000 words, as usual, seeking votes and investment. Chapter 42. The Bell of Doom has tolled. 5,000 words. So, what shall we discuss? Billy Butcher sat in his seat, feeling as uncomfortable as if he were perched upon a bed of nails. Never in his life had he felt the small stool beneath him so unyielding. And the reason for his expression, reminiscent of someone suffering from hemorrhoids and constipation, was singular. The peculiar figure before him, clad in a white robe, had not only breached their secret gathering, but was now smilingly suggesting they engage in a discussion about how to eliminate the Homelanders. The man in white, beaming, wasted no time in getting to the point. Eliminate the Homelanders? Through nuclear means, perhaps. Billy pondered earnestly for a moment before responding. No. It seems you have misconstrued my inquiry. My question is not how to kill the Homelanders. If that were the case, I could do so at any moment without your assistance. What I seek to understand is how we can extinguish the Homelanders from the hearts and minds of the free folk. To put it simply, I require your help in dismantling the pedestal upon which they have been placed. The man in the snug, white attire elucidated his intent. In essence, you wish for us to aid you in shattering the facade that the Homelanders have constructed in the public eye. Am I correct? Billy's interest was piqued. This was precisely his ambition. He yearned for the world to witness the true nature of the Homelanders, to bring them to justice, and to ensure that the scoundrel would pay dearly for the suffering inflicted upon his wife and children. Yes and no. The man in white initially nodded before shaking his head. It is not merely about destruction. It is paramount that he becomes a universally loathed figure, a pariah that drives him to madness. Let him unleash carnage upon the world. Then, the man began to unveil his scheme. We will turn the already maddened Homelander into a tyrant, a demon, someone that instills fear and loathing in all. At that moment, it will be your turn to strike him down. Fame and fortune, perhaps? Billy interjected, his voice a growl, nearly erupting from his throat. Precisely, the man in white affirmed with a nod. I comprehend now. What is it that you desire me to do? Or rather, when do you wish for me to act? Billy inquired, nodding thoughtfully. First, you must gather sufficient evidence against the Homelander, the man in white stated as his initial condition. That is no issue. Leave the matter of evidence to me, Billy replied confidently. Secondly, would you be so kind as to facilitate an introduction to the deputy director of the CIA? The man in white asked, gazing at Billy. The deputy director? Oh, certainly. I shall take you tomorrow. Billy Butcher was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued by the white-clad man's knowledge of his acquaintance with the deputy director of the CIA. However, reflecting on a man's background, Butcher found it understandable. Such information was hardly difficult to procure. Very well, since that is the case, let it be. By the way, I shall take this fellow with me. The man in white approached the cage, disdainfully pulling forth the wretched creature that resembled a lump of mud. Very well. Butcher nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Farewell. With that, the white-clad man transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring through the gaping hole in the roof and vanishing into the night sky. So, are we truly going to collaborate with him? Huey inquired of Butcher once the white figure had departed. Naturally, Butcher affirmed with a subtle nod. Aren't you concerned he might be a charlatan? Huey regarded Butcher with a hint of skepticism. Do you believe we possess anything of value that would entice that man to deceive us? Our disparity is insurmountable if he truly intended to harm us. He could effortlessly descend, deliver a couple of punches, and we would become an unresisting pile of refuse, devoid of anyone to care. As he spoke, Butcher lit a cigarette, the aroma of the tobacco invigorating his senses, making him feel that he was closer than ever to avenging his grievances. Everything will be all right, Butcher reassured himself. The following day, a white woman appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, clad in high heels and carrying a handbag, entered the office with a lively stride. Upon surveying the room, her expression immediately soured. Hey, how dare you appear in my office? She demanded angrily, glaring at the man within. I entered through the front door. No one stopped me. The man was none other than Butcher, a familiar face within the office. Listen, you need to leave this instant, the woman insisted with utmost seriousness. Do not be so heartless, Susan. Our past should permit me a few moments of conversation with you. Butcher responded, a hint of resignation in his tone. My impression of you is solely rooted in our reckless escapades during my more Navi days in the bar restroom. You scoundrel who only seeks to exploit me. Susan retorted furiously. Do not speak so harshly. Perhaps I am here to assist you. Butcher's brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with anguish and sorrow. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Assist me? Pray tell, how does a beggar who has lost his job intend to aid me? Upon hearing Butcher's words, Susan smiled softly, eager to witness how this battered man, fighting for his wife, might endeavor to support her. Assist you in addressing the potential threat posed by the Water family's interference with the military, and help you eliminate the formidable menace of the Homelanders. Billy Butcher faced Susan, his eyes brimming with affection. Susan gazed back at him, her expression indifferent as she spoke. If you intend to daydream, do it alone at home. Don't drag me into it. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she looked at Billy Butcher. I am heartbroken, Susan, truly heartbroken. I have no intention of jesting. I am genuinely confident in my ability to eliminate the Homelanders. Billy Butcher's expression was complex, portraying a facade of anguish. Spit it out quickly. Do not waste my time, Susan declared imperiously, reclining in her leather chair with her legs crossed. What do you think is the best way to deal with a superhuman? Billy Butcher posed the question with an air of feigned mystery. A nuclear bomb. Listen carefully. Do not presume I would sacrifice an entire city to confront the Homelanders. Susan responded without hesitation, simultaneously warning Billy Butcher. No, the best way to tackle a superhuman like the Homelanders is to find one even more powerful. Billy Butcher shook his head, raising an eyebrow as he elucidated his answer. What? Susan was taken aback, realizing she struggled to comprehend Billy Butcher's meaning. Allow me the honor of introducing you to someone, Billy Butcher said, turning to look outside the office. He possesses speed surpassing that of a locomotive, skin more resilient than the Invisible Man's, and strength greater than that of the Homelanders. The illustrious Mr. Jupiter. A smile graced Billy Butcher's face as he softly spoke toward the door. Then, the entire office fell silent. Susan stared at Billy Butcher, her expression seemingly questioning. You scoundrel, if you dare to toy with me again, you shall never emerge from the black prison. Billy Butcher cursed under his breath and exited the office. Upon stepping outside, Billy Butcher finally understood why Jupiter had not entered. He was busy signing autographs for CIA personnel. Witnessing the scene before him, Billy Butcher erupted in anger and rushed toward the staff. Listen up, you fools who come here to get signatures during work hours. Get back in line and wait patiently. Do not disrupt our work. Billy Butcher chastised the group of employees. Hey, who do you think you're to speak to us like that? One of the staff members shouted in indignation. Sure, that's Billy Butcher, the deputy director's lover. A CIA agent recognized him and quickly restrained the irate staff member, offering an explanation. Now, even looking like that allows one to be a kept man? Upon hearing this, the staff murmured quietly. I overheard Billy Butcher noting the nameplate of the staff, discussing him, vowing that he would seek revenge. Mr. Freeman, please follow me. I will introduce you to Deputy Director Susan of the CIA, Billy Butcher said softly to Jupiter. All right, my apologies, gentlemen. Allow me to finish my work, Jupiter replied, glancing at everyone. Of course, sir, your work is of utmost importance, the staff and agents echoed after Jupiter spoke. Thank you. Jupiter smiled faintly and followed Billy Butcher into the office. Wow, this enchanting lady must be Susan, as beautiful as Billy described. Jupiter entered the office and complimented Susan with a smile. Did you hear that, Susan? I've been singing your praises from behind, Billy Butcher added, taking advantage of Jupiter's words. Ha, that is the only coherent remark to escape your lips in many years, Susan chuckled lightly. Though she feigned indifference, the slight smile at the corner of her mouth revealed her inner joy. Hello, Mr. Freeman. I am Susan, the Deputy Director of the CIA. She introduced herself succinctly, extending her hand toward Jupiter. As you can see, I am Freeman Jupiter Grayson. You may call me Jupiter or Freeman, whichever you prefer, he said, shaking her hand gently and smiling. Very well, Mr. Grayson. Could you elaborate on your intentions? Susan asked directly. You will bring charges against Water Company for their crimes against the homeland, exposing to the world that the Homelanders are neither gods nor heroes, but mere petty criminals. Leave the rest to me. Jupiter articulated his needs, appreciating Susan's straightforwardness and efficiency. To accuse the Homelanders? Ha! Do you wish to witness a massacre? Susan chuckled softly, understanding Jupiter's implication. Once they unveiled the atrocities of the Homelanders, they would swiftly become the target of public outrage. However, she surmised that Water Company would deflect all blame onto the Homelanders to preserve their own image. Ultimately, as the Homelanders faced destruction, Water Company would undoubtedly seek a new representative to salvage their reputation, and the identity of this representative was all too clear. I will handle him, Jupiter declared with confidence. A mere verbal assurance? Susan expressed her disbelief. She could not fathom how Jupiter could possibly slay the Homelander, for the Homelander was the mightiest being in existence. How could such a formidable entity be vanquished by a novice? The Invisible Man is dead. Jupiter pondered for a moment before gently speaking. The Invisible Man is dead. Susan and Billy Butcher exclaimed in unison, their eyes locking in astonishment as they struggled to comprehend the demise of the seemingly invulnerable Invisible Man. Indeed, I struck him with my palm, shattering his formidable facade. Just like this, Jupiter said, raising his hand, a gust of force halting before Susan's cheek. The stiff breeze left her cheek stinging. As Susan gazed at the palm before her, her heart raced. She swore she had never been so close to death. Huh! Did you truly believe my slogan was merely a catchphrase? Listen, all you need to do is assist me in my endeavors. The rest is for me to manage. This is not a request. It is an order. With that, Jupiter turned his back on Susan. Before departing, he seized Billy Butcher, instructing him to investigate the hospitals thoroughly, for within them lay anything one could desire. Oh, and do pay a visit to the little lover of the locomotive, the Clawed Woman, if you arrive early enough. You might uncover some residual compounds. After delivering his message, Jupiter disregarded Billy Butcher and Susan and left without a backward glance. You nearly frightened me to death, Susan remarked, placing a hand on her heaving chest after Jupiter's departure. So what do we do now? Billy Butcher inquired, looking at Susan. If they wish to engage, let them. Damnable superhumans. Susan was genuinely terrified. She resolved to gamble on Jupiter's method, believing that at least one of either Jupiter or the Homelander would perish. Surely, the situation could not deteriorate to a state where both remained alive. Very well. Billy Butcher smiled at Susan's words. He had awaited this moment. Unlike Susan, he was willing to go to any lengths to see the Homelander dead, seeking vengeance for his wife, with all else being of little consequence. In the ensuing days, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. The locomotive triumphed over the shockwave through the use of compounds, reclaiming its title as the fastest man alive. Under Jupiter's guidance, Starlight completed her inaugural mission. The locomotive's girlfriend, the Clawed Woman, having indulged in the compounds, accidentally exploded the landlord's watermelon, showering herself in ketchup, just as Billy Butcher's team apprehended her. By the way, thank you, Freedom Man, for your assistance. Thank you for rescuing me from those scoundrels, Deep Sea said. continually wiping tears from the corners of her eyes as she expressed her gratitude to Jupiter. There is no need for gratitude. It is your indomitable will that has triumphed over the adversary. Undoubtedly, you are the true hero, and I take immense pride in you. Jupiter uttered these formalities. By the way, my brother, I am bound for the Cursed Island, where I shall certainly vanquish those scoundrels who perpetrate the slaughter of dolphins. I am determined to rescue them. Deep Sea, with a heart full of resolve, vowed to succeed in his mission. I believe in you. You can surely achieve it. Jupiter placed a reassuring hand on Deep Sea's shoulder. Given Deep Sea's desire to venture to a place more repugnant than a sewer, replete with nuclear waste, what else could Jupiter offer but encouragement? Yet, he harbored concerns about whether Deep Sea might undergo mutations like the marine creatures inhabiting that wretched locale, which would be truly dreadful. Farewell, brother. Deep Sea sat on the cruise ship, tears streaming down his face, waving fervently at Jupiter, weeping like a transformed salted fish. Farewell, Deep Sea. Jupiter turned away, knowing that while Deep Sea busied himself saving the dolphins, he would ultimately realize that upon his return, everything regarding the water family would have changed, the countrymen would be absent, the rulers would have adopted new names, and, as for Deep Sea, Jupiter had no doubt that he would remain ensnared in the sewer. Deep Sea would never return from the Cursed Island. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to his dear friend, Jupiter remained at the water company, patiently awaiting developments, until Stride received a call. Just 7 minutes prior, a flight from Paris to Chicago had been hijacked. Now was the moment to demonstrate their capabilities. If we can rescue the plane, I wonder who will dare to impede our intervention in military affairs. Stride spoke gravely to the countrymen, Queen Maeve, and Jupiter. This matter does not require so many participants. Leave it to Maeve and me. Trust me. We will provide everyone with a satisfactory resolution. The countryman waved his hand at Stride, indicating that he and Queen Maeve would handle the situation. I believe in you. Stride smiled faintly at the countryman. Since the incident with the mayor of Baltimore, he had placed his trust in him. Excellent. The countryman offered a slight smile, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he nodded at Jupiter, leading Queen Maeve toward the exterior of the Water family mansion. Do not be upset. He has always been this way, acting according to his own whims. Stride gently advised Jupiter. Indeed, he resembles a capricious child. Jupiter gazed at the countryman's departing figure, smiling faintly. For one who is destined to perish, all he could do was watch the retreating silhouette, offering a smile while raising a gesture of international goodwill. As the moment arrived when the patriotic man departed with Queen Maeve in his embrace, countless individuals received a succinct message on their mobile devices. 2 simple words: act now. In the next instant, chaos seemed to engulf the world as a deluge of negative news about the patriotic man flooded the internet. The mayor of Baltimore even convened a press conference to denounce the heinous assassination attempts attributed to him. An outcry of skepticism towards the patriotic man and the entire Water family resonated across the digital realm. Listen, the tolling bell heralding the end for the patriotic man has sounded. A spectacle is about to unfold. The justice hero, Jupiter, is poised to deliver a crushing blow to the rogue patriotic man. Chapter 43. We are not a scientific superhero high above. A passenger aircraft glided smoothly through the clouds, its progress seemingly indistinguishable from any other plane. Yet beneath the calm exterior, a palpable sense of terror and panic permeated the cabin. Don't move. Anyone who stirs will surely meet a grim fate. The armed criminals, holding the aircraft hostage, wore grim expressions, their brows furrowed with concern, as if burdened by an unseen worry. The patriotic man will come to save us, a young girl of 7 or 8 whispered to herself, her gaze fixed on the assailants. No, he won't. No one can save you, retorted one of the criminals, casting a menacing glare at the child. Shoo, urged the girl's mother, hastily covering her daughter's mouth while pleading with her eyes towards the thug. She is but a child, the young mother implored softly. Around them, countless passengers watched the anguished mother and daughter, yet none dared to intervene. Men, women, the elderly, and children alike were paralyzed by fear. Even a child must bear the consequences of her words. You will pay for your insolence, the criminal declared, brandishing a knife he had drawn from his pocket, seemingly intent on meting out punishment to the outspoken girl. Just as the assailant prepared to act, the aircraft shuddered violently, followed by startled gasps emanating from first class. The criminal instinctively turned his head towards the aisle leading to that section. There, A towering figure clad in a blue bodysuit adorned with the flag of the free nation strode confidently forward, a man with golden hair. The very person he dreaded to encounter. The patriotic man TSK, TSK, TSK. If I were you, I wouldn't dare toy with such matters in front of the children. The patriotic man remarked, his demeanor relaxed and unfazed, as though he had come not to rescue, but to perform, to put on a show. With that, he denied the criminal any further opportunity to speak, his eyes igniting with a fierce crimson glow. The bandit, feeling the dagger in his hand, gradually growing hot, helplessly discarded the weapon, wincing as he gazed at his hand, now red and swollen from the burn of the iron. Damn it! At that moment, Queen Maeve seized the opportunity while the bandit was distracted by his pain, swiftly approaching him and delivering a powerful punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Simultaneously, the patriotic hero effortlessly subdued another bandit. You are safe now. After swiftly neutralizing the robbers, the patriotic hero, with hands on his hips, inquired about the well-being of the passengers aboard the aircraft. His calm demeanor, striking appearance, and the confidence radiating from him instantly garnered the admiration of all the passengers. Bravo! You are my idol. Well done. As long as you are here, evil shall not prevail. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the cabin, with hundreds of passengers simultaneously praising their hero. This is merely my duty. No need for accolades. Like the flag I bear, I shall always protect you, he declared, raising his left hand in greeting to everyone. Just then, Queen Maeve, having stood up, approached him and whispered into his ear, revealing that among the subdued bandits, one of their accomplices had taken the captain hostage at the airport. Understood, the patriotic hero nodded gently. It seems there is still a little mouse hiding, but fear not. I shall flush him out immediately. He straightened his posture, facing the passengers, and spoke softly. We believe in you. The passengers shouted in unison, their voices filled with faith and encouragement. Of course, he replied with a slight smile, turning away to leave them with an inspiring silhouette. With a decisive action, he arrived at the cockpit door and, with a swift punch, shattered it open before stepping inside with ease. What? The bandit inside the cockpit felt his heart racing as the patriotic hero suddenly charged in, hormones surging through his body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Calm down, the patriotic hero said with a gentle smile, attempting to soothe the bandit, before his eyes glowed with an intense red light. In an instant, the formidable red energy obliterated the bandit, along with the captain and the entire control panel of the aircraft. What are you doing? Queen Maeve exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she witnessed the destruction of the bandit, the captain, and the control panel. Apologies, but they were too close together. He replied with a hint of regret. The man from the homeland helplessly waved his hand. However, his placid demeanor revealed no trace of remorse, as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Maeve, we must take our leave, he gently conveyed as he approached Queen Maeve. Are you suggesting that we disregard the lives of the hundreds of passengers aboard the aircraft? Queen Maeve gasped, unable to fathom the depths of the man from the homeland's madness. Listen, it is not that I do not wish to save them, but rather that I am incapable of doing so, he asserted, pointing a finger at her. Invincible? Why not? You could simply fly out the window and lift the plane. Queen Maeve retorted, gesturing toward the outside. I cannot lift the plane. That is utterly unscientific. The aircraft would either disintegrate or be torn apart by my efforts, he exclaimed in frustration, as he was no Magneto capable of such feats. Then you must repeatedly carry everyone to safety, she insisted. Are you suggesting that I make 123 trips? Do not jest with me. He ran his fingers through his hair, concerned about his own image. At this juncture, there is but one course of action available to us, he declared, stepping out of the cockpit and heading toward the exit. Queen Maeve caressed her cheek, engulfed in profound anguish, feeling a deep sense of anger and sorrow for her inability to rescue the passengers aboard the aircraft. Will you save us, man from the homeland? You cannot abandon us, the passengers implored, glancing at the figure standing at the door. Of course, I will certainly save you. I shall not forsake any of you, he replied with a smile, gazing at the passengers before turning his attention back to Maeve. Maeve, be swift. I urge you to act rationally and not join those aboard in their demise. At this moment, the man from the homeland no longer concealed his intentions, his voice hoarse yet cheerful as he addressed Queen Maeve. Do not abandon me, the passengers pleaded, inching closer to him, seeking his salvation. If any of you dare to lay a filthy hand on me or take a single step forward, I shall tear you all apart," he warned, his eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light as he surveyed the crowd. The passengers, intimidated by his fierce gaze, instinctively recoiled. Meef, seeing the passengers retreat in fear, he finally turned his gaze back to Queen Meef. Sighing helplessly, she felt tears welling at the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry. Truly, I am sorry." Queen Meef expressed her despair, yet ultimately walked to stand beside him. A wise choice. The figure of the homeland smiled gently, embracing Queen Maeve, and then soared out the door with her in his arms. "Homeland, Maeve, save us! Save us!" cried the countless passengers aboard the aircraft in despair. In response to their wails, the homeland figure wore a smile, while Queen Maeve bowed her head in anguish, just as he had prepared his words. Eager to burst into laughter, a dark silhouette emerged from the misty clouds. The homeland figure's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Was that an island? An island soaring through the sky? His mouth slightly agape, he found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate his feelings. "Oh God, please save us!" The passengers prayed fervently. "Oh great deity!" Meanwhile, within the aircraft, a multitude of panicked passengers huddled together, praying, wailing, and beseeching divine intervention for miraculous deliverance. Yet, despite their fervent pleas, fear and despair seeped into their hearts, enveloping them in a shroud of hopelessness and agony. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the air, and in the next moment, the plane jolted violently, tossing passengers about chaotically, only to be followed by an eerie calm. What just happened? Did God hear our prayers? The passengers, bewildered, scrambled to peer out of the windows at the unfolding scene. In an instant, those gazing outside were left utterly astonished. "Have we landed?" One passenger questioned in confusion. "No, we are still in the air. An island is lifting us aloft," exclaimed an elderly man with white hair, gazing in disbelief at the clouds ahead. Below the island supporting the aircraft, a man clad in white was effortlessly holding it aloft with one hand. The homeland figure stared in disbelief at this celestial being who could not only support the island but also communicate with the flying plane. "This defies all logic," he fumed. "Are we not beings of science?" The man in white, resembling a divine entity, turned to the homeland figure and smiled faintly. The homeland figure's face flushed with anger. He had just abandoned all the souls aboard the aircraft. If this liberator were to save them now, how could he still be deemed a superhero? Enraged, the homeland figure's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, intent on tearing the entire plane apart. "Calm down, homeland figure. Look over there." Queen Maeve's sharp command snapped him back to reality. To his astonishment, beside the man holding the island was a formation of 10 helicopters from various news stations, where reporters were feverishly capturing the event on camera. My heavens, is that a deity? Is he a messenger from the heavens? No. At this moment, the island is upheld by a free man, the embodiment of the spirit of liberty. Reporters incessantly capture the graceful demeanor of the man in white. "Oh my, I have spotted the representative of our homeland. Quickly, let's shift our focus to him, for we shall broadcast the moment when he and the free man share the same frame." A journalist has identified the representative of our homeland and redirected the camera. The representative gazes at the camera directed towards him, revealing an exceedingly unsightly grin, while waving to the audience and muttering under his breath. Gratitude is extended to the literary giant, bookworm of the literary world, for the generous reward of 500. Chapter 44. I shall do as I please. What on earth are you doing? After greeting the throng of media, the representative of our homeland flew to the side of the man in white, gritting his teeth as he inquired. "As you can see, I am saving lives," the man in white replied with a smile. "I'm not blind. I am aware that you are saving lives. However, you must understand that some can be saved, while others cannot." A fierce anger burned within the representative's chest. "So, do you believe I should save those aboard this aircraft?" The man in white raised an eyebrow, questioning the representative. "Of course not. Absolutely not," the representative vehemently repeated. "But what if I insist on saving them? What do you do to stop me?" Upon hearing this, the man in white displayed a radiant smile. The representative's eyes glowed with a crimson intensity as he listened to the words of the man in white. "Representative, the camera is rolling." Queen Maeve glanced at the representative and then at the free man, hastily interjecting. "I know. I will deal with you later." The representative pointed a finger at the nose of the man in white, coldly stating, "If you wish to fight, I am ready at any moment. Even if I am holding up the island with one hand, I can still overpower you." The man in white scoffed dismissively, speaking coldly. The The representative's expression twisted in response. Yet he ultimately restrained himself, soaring before the multitude of helicopters, donning a sunny smile. As you can see, as long as we, the water company, are present, everyone can be saved safely. Taking advantage of the man in white's inability to extricate himself, the representative continuously showcased himself before the media, attempting to suppress the impending chorus of condemnation from the foolish masses rescued by the man in white, aiming to minimize the cacophony of disparaging public opinion. Representative, is it true that you have taken another man's wife? However, what awaited the representative was not the reporter's praise, but a series of inquiries. What? The representative was momentarily taken aback by the reporter's question. Representative, is it true that you ambushed the mayor of Ball City? Another journalist inquired, microphone in hand. Huh. This time, the representative was utterly confounded. Representative, is it true that you deliberately maimed individuals during combat? Representative, do you truly enjoy bullying the weak? Is it true that the Patriot discriminates against ordinary people? The reporters did not wait for the Patriot's response before bombarding him with questions. Listen, I am unsure where you have gathered such hearsay, but it is abundantly clear that these claims are false. I have always been a person of integrity. The Patriot's expression darkened as he vehemently denied the assertions made by the reporters, even though, in truth, every word they uttered was accurate. Please refrain from posing such trivial inquiries. I firmly believe the Patriot is an honorable individual. Beads of sweat trickled down Maeve's forehead as she sensed the fury emanating from the Patriot beside her. With a grave countenance, she raised her voice indignantly towards the reporters. In reality, Maeve did not truly wish to assist the Patriot. Rather, she was fearful of the potential carnage he might unleash upon them, and she sought to safeguard the reporters. You heard, do not provoke the lady's wrath, or I shall be unable to restrain her. Upon hearing Queen Maeve's defense, the Patriot's mood considerably lifted, and he half-jokingly threatened the reporters. Ha, we were merely inquiring. The reporters seemed adept at gauging the situation. They refrained from further questioning and patiently awaited something. I understand that people often cast doubt, claiming there are no perfect superheroes in this world. Yet in truth, there exist perfect superheroes, such as myself. The Patriot beamed a radiant smile, believing he had positively addressed the allegations against him. Hic. The reporters chuckled in unison, secretly wishing to confront the Patriot with undeniable evidence. Yet they recognized the timing was not yet right. Half an hour later, as a small island, spanning 3 hectares, gradually settled along the coast, a crowd of passengers disembarked from the aircraft, extending their hands towards the sky. Above them, a figure clad in a form-fitting white suit and a flowing crimson cape glided gracefully amidst the blinding sunlight, illuminating the scene with an ethereal glow. The passengers strained to catch a glimpse of the man's face, despite the discomfort caused by the sun's glare. He is a god, a deity among men, murmured one passenger, captivated by the radiant figure. Ah, thank you, Liberator. Thank you for rescuing these passengers. The Patriot beamed as he approached the stranded passengers on the island, showcasing his trademark smile. Demon, killer, you bloodstained bastard. Did you just threaten to kill me? However, upon the Patriot's arrival, the anticipated cheers were conspicuously absent, replaced instead by a chorus of curses. We had an agreement. I promised I would save you all, and look, the Liberator has indeed rescued you. The Patriot opened his mouth, attempting to clarify the situation. Nonsense. I heard your words. You declared your intent to kill us. Reporters, the people of the homeland do not intend to rescue us. Rather, they plan to annihilate us. Among the passengers, a middle-aged woman stepped forward in indignation. Disregarding the explanations of the homeland representatives, she faced the camera and exclaimed vehemently, "Madam, please calm yourself." The homeland representative's expression changed abruptly upon hearing her words, for he cherished his reputation dearly and would not tolerate any damage to his image. Monster! 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 Nevertheless, the passengers seemed utterly disinclined to listen to the homeland representative's justifications. Led by a chorus of voices, they collectively condemned him. At that moment, the representatives struggled to maintain their composure. They are insane. They are a bunch of lunatics. Do not heed their words. The homeland representatives continued to explain to the reporters. Please, take a look at this video, one reporter urged as he aimed the camera at the homeland representative and played a clip. In the video, a disheveled man with a long beard appeared, looking utterly haggard. Yes, the homeland representative harmed my wife and took her life, he declared. For years, I have distanced myself from the organization, searching for an opportunity to hold the Homeland accountable, yet to no avail. Neither the lawmakers nor my superiors would allow me to act as though I was unaware. I am a citizen. I have fought tirelessly for the free nation. Yet now my own country compels me to relinquish the pursuit of the criminal who violated my wife before my very eyes. Is there no justice left? Is there no law? The bearded man was none other than Billy Butcher, his eyes ablaze like a wild beast. Listen to me, Homeland Representative. No matter how powerful you may be, I firmly believe that justice will prevail. You wretched scoundrel. Billy pointed at the camera, raising a gesture of international camaraderie. And here is another video. The reporter continued, showcasing a different recording. He threatened me. The man delivering the speech in the video was a middle-aged individual who had lost his hair. He was none other than the mayor of Baltimore. He threatened my entire family. When we disobeyed him, he destroyed our aircraft. The mayor spoke with a pained expression. Did you not claim that the aircraft was in distress and that the Homeland representatives rescued you? A reporter inquired. No, it was not the Homeland representatives who saved me. The true saviors were elsewhere. The Homeland representative is a beast, a murderer, and the reason I used taxpayer money to purchase the portrait of a killer, I admit my guilt. But if I had not done so, I would be dead. The mayor covered his face, revealing a look of anguish. Then why are you speaking out now? Are you not afraid of the Homeland representatives? The reporter pressed, microphone in hand. I am afraid, terrified beyond measure. Yet I believe that justice will triumph. Freedom will prevail. The mayor shook his head. He was indeed afraid of the Homeland representatives, deeply so, yet there was something he feared even more than them, freedom. The reporter softly recited the mayor's words, laden with significance. In the video, a reporter stands before the figure known as the Patriot, proclaiming and subsequently playing another clip. As the deputy director of the office, I have amassed sufficient evidence to prove that the Patriot is a murderer. Soon, I shall bring him before a military tribunal. Whether a superhero or an ordinary individual, all shall be protected and subjected to the law. No one can evade justice. In the video, Susan exudes righteousness, embodying the formidable presence expected of an office director. In light of these events, what is your perspective? The video concludes, yet the reporter remains poised, awaiting an explanation from the Patriot, camera aimed intently at his face. The Patriot remains silent, at a loss for words. Please allow me to make a call, he says with a smile directed at the reporter. Very well, the reporter replies, retrieving his phone and handing it to the Patriot. Hello, is this Stride? Yes, comes the voice of Stride, filled with fury. Patriot, look at what you've done. Can you help me sort this out? The Patriot inquires, striving for a gentle tone. Return at once. Prepare to face judgment. The company will secure you the finest lawyer, Stride asserts. At this moment, a faint sound of a baby can be heard through the Patriot's phone, a sound so subtle that it eludes the ears of most. Yet it pierces through every nerve and cell of the Patriot. Get lost. You wretched being. You care not for me. I don't need your salvation. A lawyer? I need no lawyer. I'm the Patriot. I am the strongest. I shall do as I please. He bellows, rage surging as he grips the phone. Patriot, listen. That is not me. Stride begins, but before he can finish, the Patriot crushes the phone in his grip. That was my phone, the reporter remarks, observing the destruction wrought by the Patriot. You wish for me to compensate you? Very well. I shall provide you with one. The Patriot sneers, as the chains binding him to the demon dissipate entirely. With a sudden blaze in his eyes, the Patriot's gaze ignites with a furious light. In an instant, he yearns to obliterate and tear apart everything before him. And you, he exclaims, turning to the passengers aboard the aircraft. The next moment, a beam of light rends the island asunder. It is a massacre. Countless souls, caught unawares, are mercilessly torn apart by the radiance emanating from the Patriot's eyes. I am the king of the world, he roars, declaring that all who defy him shall perish. No, you are not. Just as the Patriot unleashes his pent-up fury, a voice from behind interrupts him. The Patriot turns, perplexed, eager to confront the audacity of whoever dares to challenge him at this moment. Subsequently, the citizens of the Homeland beheld a formidable figure clad in a tight-fitting white suit emblazoned with large letters. I am he, the muscular man in white declared, lowering his voice menacingly as he struck the citizen squarely in the face. With a thunderous boom resonating like an explosion, the citizen plummeted into the sea. Unbeknownst to him, several reporters wielding cameras continued to broadcast the unfolding scene live. Chapter 45. A Final Farewell. I shall not permit you to unleash a slaughter here. Justice shall be upheld by me. After propelling the citizen away, the white figure bellowed, then soared towards him. Why? On the surface of the ocean, the white figure gripped the citizen's neck tightly, who now wore a pained expression, inquiring, why? What a naive question. Why would you ever think I would allow two individuals to soar through the skies in this world? My friend, you have obstructed my path. The white figure sneered, his words echoing directly within the citizen's mind. Obstructed your path? The citizen's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the white figure's proclamation. In an instant, everything began to connect in his mind. The sudden airplane disaster, the armed robbers brandishing 16 firearms, the crowd that led the verbal assault against him. The freedom fighter who timely intervened as he contemplated abandoning the aircraft, and the reporters capturing his every move, alongside the clowns who revolted against him. They were all your agents. You have plotted against me. The citizen finally comprehended, his eyes sparkling with realization. What did you expect? The white figure observed the citizen's illuminated gaze and extended 2 fingers. Do you so relish employing your heat vision? The voice of the white figure resonated within the citizen's mind, and in the next moment, his fingers jabbed toward the source of light. The citizen experienced excruciating pain radiating from his eyes, a heart-wrenching scream escaping his lips. Farewell, citizen. The white figure tightened his grip around the citizen's neck, forcefully submerging him into the depths of the ocean. You may pray. Perhaps the deep sea will command hundreds of thousands of salmon to rescue you. Oh, forgive me. I had almost forgotten. The deep sea is currently rescuing dolphins from the island. It has no time to save you. The white figure mocked the citizen, his voice transforming into a piercing arrow that penetrated the citizen's heart. The citizen yearned for breath, but as he opened his mouth, torrents of seawater surged in. With a determined effort, the citizen unleashed his heat vision, pushing the white figure's fingers away, then delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the white figure, who was none other than Jupiter, propelling himself upward through the water. Hey, where do you think you're going? At the moment when the person representing the motherland was about to emerge from the depths of the sea, a voice resonated within his mind. In the next instant, he felt a tremendous force from the cloak behind him, pulling him down into the ocean's depths. You scoundrel! He cursed inwardly. Yet he found himself unable to escape the grasp of Jupiter. The disparity in their strength was insurmountable. I am not the scoundrel. You are. To the eyes of the world, you are the true puppet master behind it all. You are the demon. You are the devil, and I am the angel destined to vanquish you, the divine being. Jupiter's voice echoed incessantly in the depths of the individual's consciousness, not merely shattering his physical form, but also eroding his will. When you perish, I shall remember to present a bottle of prepared milk powder at your grave. You eternal forsaken child, deprived of maternal love. Jupiter's voice, akin to a sinister whisper, bombarded the individual's mind. What are you waiting for? Even Stride does not love you. Admit it. In this world, no one truly belongs to you, nor does anyone genuinely love you. Your existence is but an anomaly in an experiment. You are merely a tool for profit, a slave to the Watt Company. From your childhood to now, you have never possessed the right to choose. However, at this moment, you still have the power to make one final choice. No one can prevent you from doing so, and that is to go. Beneath the waves, Jupiter approached from behind, locking his hands around the individual's head, his voice unrelenting, continuously infiltrating the depths of his heart. The individual felt powerless against Jupiter's formidable strength, and, in that moment, he did not wish to resist. With a heavy heart, he knelt upon the sandy seabed. Please tell me, where did I go wrong? He implored Jupiter, yearning for an answer from this being of greater power, the mightiest on the planet, seeking clarity on a question that had long troubled his soul. Why, despite his efforts to express himself and earn love, could he not receive the genuine affection of a mother? You have done nothing wrong. You are simply too weak, both in strength and spirit. Jupiter finally replied to his inquiry. Thank you, the individual responded, a glimmer of realization dawning upon him as a faint smile of relief emerged. You're welcome. Jupiter shook his head, exerting his grip with sudden force. With a crack, the individual, much like General Zod, stared wide-eyed, forever silenced. Detection of advanced genes, fusion possible? A notification resonated in his mind. Of course, Jupiter answered without hesitation. for his most crucial purpose in this world was to harness the power of thermal vision within the individual. Only those who possessed thermal vision could truly embody the essence of the ancestors. In the realm of genetic fusion, upon receiving Jupiter's consent, the system directly merged the genes of the Homeland's people. In an instant, Jupiter perceived a remarkable enhancement in both his auditory and visual faculties. However, these abilities paled in comparison to the most crucial power. A subtle smile graced Jupiter's lips, and in the next moment, his eyes ignited with a vibrant crimson glow. Streams of endless light surged forth from his gaze, piercing the ocean's surface and soaring into the heavens. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, 4 beams. These rays intermittently annihilated everything in the sky. This is reporter Ronan. We are on the front lines of the battle between the free people and the Homeland's forces. At this moment, beams of light continuously emanate from the ocean, representing the scorching gaze of the Homeland's warriors. May the heavens protect us. The free people must vanquish this demon of the Homeland. The reporter fervently prayed, hoping that the free people could triumph over the Homeland's monstrous deceiver, who had misled the entire free nation for decades. Free people, free people, free people. Although the populace remained oblivious to the true nature of the turmoil beneath the deep sea, they witnessed the incessant beams emerging from the ocean surface. Grasping the horror of the battle occurring below, a palpable tension enveloped the hearts of every viewer, their eyes glued to the television, instinctively chanting Jupiter's heroic title. The free man. Boom, boom. Aircraft dared not approach the ocean's surface, for the waters periodically surged into towering tsunamis, testament to the ferocity of the battle unfolding beneath. This confrontation endured for an hour, and as the time drew near, Jupiter hoisted the shattered body of the Homeland's warrior and ascended towards the surface. Just before breaking through the ocean's expanse, a thought seemed to flicker in his mind. Hush! He extended a finger to his lips, signaling to the myriad creatures of the sea that this was a small secret, one that must never be carelessly divulged. Splash! As the surface of the ocean was breached, the man clad in a white bodysuit emerged. Undoubtedly, he was the free man. The free man. All the survivors of the Homeland's attack stretched out their hands, desperately shouting, "I have won." Jupiter cradled the corpse of the Homeland warrior, his eyes betraying no joy, only a profound sense of loss. He was once my idol. I had no idea he was such a person. My heart aches. Jupiter gazed into the cameras of the reporters, a trace of sorrow etched upon his face. For the sake of the justice he held dear, for the true justice, for the people, he did not hesitate to defeat his own idol with his own hands. My goodness, what kind of spirit is this? The reporters looked upon Jupiter with admiration, wiping away tears from their eyes. I hope he receives a grand burial. Although he committed numerous wrongdoings, he also saved many lives. Without a doubt, he had once been a hero. Jupiter addressed the camera with a sorrowful expression. The liberator chooses to forgive the transgressions of his homeland. Oh, what a magnificent heart. Let us extol the greatness of the liberator. After hearing Jupiter's words, the reporters continue to praise him. The liberator is truly remarkable. He is a genuine hero, a deity among men. The magnanimity of the liberator is indeed worthy of our admiration. How extraordinary. I love you, liberator. Those who once declared their love for their homeland now seem transformed, loudly professing their affection for the liberator. Yet, those who were slain or harmed by their compatriots appear to be overlooked. Everyone yearns for the light, while the darkness goes unnoticed. Thus, in the wake of the demise of the compatriots, the masses began to sing the praises of the liberator. From this day forth, there will be no more compatriots in this world, only the Watt Company. Stride, holding her head in dismay, struggled to accept this new reality, feeling as if the entire world had changed. I am sorry, but I have no choice, said the locomotive, cradling an infant, conveying its apologies to Stride. Before she could utter another word, the locomotive vanished from the room. What has happened to this world? Stride gently rubbed her forehead as she sat in her seat. Everything suddenly felt so foreign. It seemed that the Watt Company was no longer the familiar entity she once knew, and the seven were no longer her own. All of this belonged to the man on the television, the one whom countless media outlets were extolling, the man who had vanquished the compatriots. Chapter 46, The Madman to the Left, the Saint to the Right. The tragedy of the compatriots is a consequence of our nation's insufficient oversight of superheroes. We must vehemently resist and refrain from employing those with tarnished histories and inferior qualities. Heroes who err are as culpable as ordinary citizens. All must face the consequences of the law. While we cannot change the tragedies of the past, these old wounds continue to serve as warnings. I vow that as long as I stand here, I shall not permit any evil to transpire, regardless of the adversary. Jupiter floated in the air, waving his arms passionately. Liberator! 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 The rescue teams, clad in white, alongside the doctors and police, were inspired by Jupiter, fervently chanting his heroic name. The old gods have perished. The new gods must rise. So what is it that you truly seek? In the towering edifice of Water Corporation, Stride gently brushed her forehead while gripping the remote control, shutting off the broadcast reporting that the free man had triumphed over the patriot. The headlines proclaimed that the free man was the true guardian of justice. She turned her body to face the individual who, merely 10 minutes prior, had been delivering an impassioned speech before reporters and was now seated in her office. The free man. I intend to take over Water Corporation. I can assure you of your interests, but you must comprehend that this is not merely an act of altruism. The new election is imminent, and you must support my candidacy for this term in the free nation, Jupiter declared, looking directly at Stride. You must be mad, Stride retorted angrily, perceiving Jupiter as nothing short of a lunatic in that moment. Mind your language, Jupiter replied, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. Oh, Stride gasped, suddenly realizing that the man sitting across from her had, just 10 minutes ago, vanquished the most formidable superhuman in existence, the Patriot. This man before her was not only insane, but immensely powerful, capable of taking her life at any moment. Though the scenario seemed utterly implausible, Stride found herself momentarily disoriented, unable to ascertain her position. I apologize. I meant to say that your plan sounds exceedingly reckless. A campaign? Huh. I doubt even Mr. Edgar would dare to entertain such a thought, Stride admitted, a wave of trepidation washing over her as she invoked the name of the enigmatic Mr. Edgar, hoping to instill a modicum of pressure upon Jupiter. I dare, and I am 90% confident in my ability to secure this election, Jupiter stated with unwavering calmness, possessing a comprehensive strategy to capture all the votes. What? Stride's eyes widened in disbelief. 90% certainty of winning the election? That is utterly absurd. No candidate has ever possessed such confidence in securing that position. I can, but I require your cooperation, Jupiter responded with a slight smile directed at Stride. What kind of cooperation do you seek from us? Stride inquired, perplexed. Very simple. Announce the compound and its effects, so that everyone in the world understands one fundamental truth, that anyone who possesses the compound can become a new superhuman, Jupiter explained with a serene demeanor. Impossible. Stride flatly rejected Jupiter's proposal. To announce the compound? That is sheer lunacy. Do you comprehend the repercussions of revealing the compound? Do you realize the catastrophic impact it would have on Water Corporation? It would be a fatal blow. I cannot allow you to ruin the company. Stride mustered her courage and declared emphatically. Listen. Upon hearing these words, Jupiter helplessly shook his head, deeming Stride's perspective exceedingly superficial. He could only assert that Stride lacked the foresight to comprehend the larger picture. The citizens of the free nation, and indeed the entire world, were engulfed in fear of another maniac cloaked in darkness, with eyes aglow, poised to unleash chaos upon them. They trembled at the thought that their means of protection could falter, terrified that the catastrophic events aboard the Chicago aircraft might descend upon them. If this nation was so unhinged and free that a group of boys could receive a genuine firearm as a birthday gift, then why should we not legalize superpowers? To every individual who casts their vote for me, I pledge a reward, a bag of compounds in return for their support. Just imagine, who would stand as my rival then? Who would dare oppose me? Tell me. Jupiter's eyes blazed with a fervent, crimson light as he questioned Stride. You wish to create a world teeming with superhumans. Stride finally grasped the true intentions of the man before him. No, I do not seek to establish a world brimming with superhumans, but rather to guide all primitive humanity towards evolution. According to Darwinian theory, the path of all living beings is a pursuit of evolution. I shall assist every human on this blue planet in achieving that evolution. I will become the ancestor of all new humanity. The beacon. I am a progenitor. Jupiter's ambitions were never confined to merely being a figurehead of the free nation. His vision was grander, aiming to be the sole, true ancestor of an omnipotent universe. He would become the progenitor of superpowers carrying the banner of human evolution throughout history. From cultural, historical, and spiritual perspectives, he embodied the archetype. Jupiter's banner and brilliance would shine across the omnipotent universe, aided by his countless followers. The realm of the Black Robe served as the experimental ground for Jupiter's ambitions. This notion was utterly insane, too insane. Stride pressed her hands gently against her temples, pondering Jupiter's words. While their company, was preoccupied with financial gain. Jupiter's thoughts drifted towards racial evolution. Madness and greatness intertwined. The madman on the left, the saint on the right? Perhaps every saint appears mad to outsiders, filled with revolutionary zeal, seemingly unwilling to rest until the world is turned upside down. I need to contemplate this. Stride shook her head. She dared not gamble, fearing to stake the entire company against Jupiter in this high-stakes game. Though a victory would immortalize the Watt family, a loss would lead to their irrevocable downfall. I am not seeking your counsel. I merely wish to inform you, dear Miss Stride. Your opinion has never held weight for me, Jupiter coldly declared as he regarded Stride. Without my persuasion of Mr. Edgar, you will never acquire the formula for the compounds. Stride felt humiliated and responded in a low voice. Slap. Jupiter said nothing but placed a disc before Stride. I hope you won't disappoint me, he declared before turning to leave. Stride gazed at the disc, her expression fluctuating between dark and uncertain, but ultimately she opened it, eager to uncover the trick Jupiter was playing. Upon accessing the contents of the USB drive, her eyes widened in astonishment. The disc contained the formula for the compound. Mr. Edgar has surrendered first? What am I even holding on to? Stride shook her head, utterly astonished by the day's events. Chapter 47. There are always those who are self-righteous, and there are always those who remain oblivious. With the unwavering support of Water Company, Jupiter's approval ratings soared. Though our compound can bestow immense power, it is primarily designed for children. Administering it to adults poses significant concerns. Firstly, we cannot guarantee that adults will gain superpowers from it. Secondly, we remain unaware of the potential side effects for adults acquiring superpowers through our compound. Should we wish to use it for adults, our product requires improvement, yet the funding necessary for such enhancements is considerable, and success is not assured. Stride quietly explained to Jupiter. No need for improvements. If someone uses our compound and fails to gain superpowers, then let them blame that old man in the sky. Jupiter replied calmly, hands clasped behind his back. What a splendid idea, Stride remarked, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Blaming God in such situations was indeed a clever notion. Now, is there anything else? Jupiter continued to inquire, his demeanor remarkably composed. After all, this was not the real world. There was unlikely to be an omniscient, invincible deity, and even if there were, he believed that such a deity, upon observing his actions in pursuit of racial evolution, would not hold him accountable. Additionally, there's the matter of the Seven, with the patriotic man deceased, the deep sea rescuing dolphins, and the locomotive currently imprisoned. He was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 5 years in a dark prison. As of now, only Queen Maeve and Starlight are left to maintain appearances, which is rather insufficient. Stride recited from the documents in her hand. What about Schwanza? Jupiter exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. With the patriotic man dead, the deep sea engaged in saving dolphins, and the locomotive incarcerated, shouldn't Queen Maeve, Starlight, and Schwanza still be present? Xianxei, upon hearing the news, furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of exasperation. Earlier that morning, he had ventured to the supermarket to procure milk but inadvertently purchased a can of almond milk instead. He was currently residing within that unfortunate can. However, the silver lining was that he had temporarily evaded life-threatening peril. Eventually, Xianxei relayed this peculiar tale to Stride, who shared it with Jupiter. Jupiter, somewhat bemused, considered Xianxei to be rather foolish. Consequently, in order to fill the vacancy in the Seven Heroes team, the company summoned 2 new superheroes, Storm Girl and Shockwave, who would take the places of the fallen Patriot and Trayman. Stride perused the documents in his hands and declared, very well. Have them meet me in the Seven Heroes Hall. Jupiter, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, harboring a flicker of curiosity about the newly assigned heroes. Storm Girl, or Liberty, shared a name with him, albeit with a rather unsavory reputation. Most importantly, this audacious individual possessed a compound that was adaptable for adults, and Jupiter hoped that Storm Girl would not be foolish enough to disregard this opportunity. Otherwise, he would be displeased. Stride nodded lightly, not dwelling on the matter further. Knock. Knock, knock. Half an hour later, a knocking resounded at the door of the Seven Heroes conference room. Enter, Jupiter responded, standing with his back turned. Hey, Liberty. As Jupiter's words fell, the door to the conference room was forcefully pushed open. Storm Girl and Shockwave, who often vied with Trayman for the title of the fastest in the world, simultaneously enter the hall. Welcome, Storm Girl and Shockwave. Jupiter greeted as he turned to face them, offering a warm smile. My friend, I witnessed your battle against the Patriot live. You were incredible. I dare say, you must be the most powerful being in this world, bar none. Shockwave approached Jupiter, eager to flatter. It was nothing extraordinary. It's not that I am exceptionally powerful. Rather, the Patriot was merely weak, Jupiter replied with a chuckle, candidly stating that he himself was not particularly strong, and that the foe he had vanquished was simply weaker. However, Shockwave interpreted Jupiter's honesty differently. The Patriot was already deemed overwhelmingly formidable, and yet, in Jupiter's words, he was labeled as weak? What did that make those who could not even stand against the Patriot? He truly is weak, both in mind and strength, especially when compared to you, Stormgirl remarked, playfully licking her lips as she sauntered closer to Jupiter, her hands exploring his well-defined chest. Shockwave, could you step outside for a moment? Stormgirl turned to him, her gaze suggesting an unspoken implication. Well, all right. Of course, no problem. Shockwave responded, somewhat speechless, as he had only just arrived and was now being asked to leave. The insidious, unwritten rules of the office, how utterly vexing. Jupiter gazed silently at the unfolding scene until the Shockwave departed from the conference room. Now, let us engage in a dialogue, one that consists solely of you and I. Stormwoman gently caressed Jupiter's chest, revealing a hint of a suggestive smile. How would you like to converse with me? Jupiter fixed his icy gaze upon her, inquiring sharply. I am aware of your need for compounds suitable for adult use, and I possess them all. However, should you desire them, certain conditions must be met, Stormwoman purred with a sultry smile. Conditions to be met. Jupiter's expression flickered with a semblance of a smile, yet the tension in the veins on his forehead betrayed his agitation. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Of course, all I require is a mere share of your inconsequential power, and you shall gain everything from me, including my very body, Stormwoman declared, oblivious to the gravity of what she had provoked. She wore a triumphant expression, as if to say, behold, even the mightiest of beings can be tamed by me. What if I refuse to share anything with you? Jupiter endeavored to maintain his composure. Then you shall receive nothing, neither my allegiance nor the perfect compounds. I trust you are wise enough to discern the most prudent choice, she asserted, brimming with confidence. Convinced that her allure and the offer of perfect compounds were irresistible to Jupiter. Should I interpret this as a threat? Jupiter inquired with a smile. You may view it as such, yet I prefer to frame my demands as a collaborative proposition, essential for our mutual benefit, she replied with a slight smile. Very well. Jupiter nodded lightly, extending his hand towards Stormwoman in a swift motion, and in the next instant, a watermelon soared into the air. In midair, Stormwoman beheld her headless form, confusion mirrored in her eyes akin to that of the immortal. Am I dead? She cannot comprehend that those who are immortal, possessing formidable regenerative abilities, would never fathom their own mortality. They naively believe they have triumphed over death, unaware that death is merely preoccupied, having momentarily forgotten them. When death recalls their existence, the inevitable shall come to pass. Why do some fail to grasp that I despise being threatened? And who, pray tell, bestowed upon you the audacity to presume you possess the capability to negotiate with me? Have you even taken a moment to reflect on your worthiness? Jupiter held a tissue in his hand, delicately wiping the blood that stained his gloves. He felt a sense of exasperation at the foolish individuals in this world who dare to threaten those who should never be threatened. Did they not comprehend that provoking a ferocious beast often resulted in the forfeiture of one's own life? Gratitude is extended to fellow reader Black Emperor for the generous donation of 100. The 48th chapter, titled Who is in Favor? Who is Against? Unfolds in 5,000 words. A few minutes later, Stride entered the meeting room of the Superhero 7, accompanied by a group of seasoned cleaning staff, unfazed by the scene before them. You killed her, Stride exclaimed, gazing at the figure on the floor, though she had lost the most vital aspect of humanity, resembling the headless horseman of Irish folklore. Her body still trembled slightly. Her cells exhibited remarkable resilience, brimming with extraordinary healing powers, and her metabolism deviated from the norm, belonging to a rare category of superhuman abilities. I hope the company can conduct thorough research to develop life-enhancing medicines for the world. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jupiter observed the headless knight on the ground and spoke softly. At that moment, he contemplated the term Aurora sauce. For such repugnant beings, nothing could render them more endearing than the addition of a sauce. We must pay homage to the esteemed predecessors of the Sprout organization. Gather all her detailed information. Excavate as deeply as you can. Investigate every residence she has ever occupied. She is far from the ordinary facade she presents. I believe that once we unravel her past, it will yield delightful surprises and breakthroughs for our plans. After jesting lightly, Jupiter turned to Stride and spoke coldly. Very well, of course, Stride replied, though she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After dedicating nearly her entire life to the company, it was disheartening to be assigned to assist a madman who had recently joined, especially one possessing such formidable power and a penchant for violence. God knows the helpless rage and fear she felt each day in Jupiter's presence. What are you waiting for? Jupiter inquired, fixing his gaze on Stride. All right, I will handle it right away, Stride responded, her heart heavy with discomfort at Jupiter's arrogant tone, yet she stifled her emotions and suppressed her anger. Jupiter sensed Stride's defiance, yet it mattered little to him. Whether she acquiesced or not had no bearing on his intentions, as long as she did not impede his plans. The What family indeed operated with remarkable efficiency. Shortly after Jupiter tasked Stride with her assignment, he obtained the compound intended for adult use within just a few hours. You were right. Strider stood before Jupiter, holding a document, and at that moment, she felt no lingering doubts. The evidence had shown that Jupiter was indeed correct, as if he were a prophet, foreseeing all that was to come. Now, Strider began to ponder whether Jupiter possessed the supernatural ability to foresee the future. If that were the case, she resolved to suppress all her emotions and dedicate herself earnestly to Jupiter's cause until his electoral victory was secured. It was time to embark on their grand endeavor. Jupiter, observing the blue potion in Strider's hand, offered a faint smile. In the afternoon, the Waters Company officially announced that the free man Jupiter was preparing to run for the presidency of the free nation. The moment this news broke, the entire country was engulfed in frenzy. Those fixated on the upcoming elections gazed at the smiling figure of the free man suspended in the air, their faces pale with apprehension. They sensed a looming threat, for they knew the free man would pose the greatest challenge to their own campaigns. Friends, citizens of the free nation, after much contemplation, I have resolved to break my silence and step forward. Jupiter proclaimed, this nation requires a leader to shoulder the burdens, to safeguard the people, to eradicate robbery, gun violence, and all forms of crime. This nation needs a guardian to rise and protect its citizens. And I could be your protector. As long as I am here, all evils will vanish. When you're threatened by malevolence, look to the skies. Your protector will shield you. Jupiter spoke passionately to the television audience, seemingly intent on transforming his image into a symbol, an emblem. His approval rating soared as countless individuals shifted their votes in his favor, preferring a true hero, both on-screen and in reality, over hypocritical politicians who merely spoke empty promises without ever fulfilling them. However, despite Jupiter's apparent widespread support and substantial lead in the polls, his opponents did not relent. They relentlessly disseminated damaging rumors about him across the internet. One of the most damaging accusations suggested that if Jupiter were as treacherous as those from the homeland, what then could be done? When the citizens of the homeland went mad, they had the free man to oppose. But if the free man were to descend into madness, what recourse would they have? The only means to counter the free man would be nuclear weapons. If the free man were to gain control of the nuclear arsenal, no force on Earth could constrain him, making it imperative that he not succeed in his campaign. He could be a hero, a symbol of the free nation, but he must never become its ruler. This succinct yet impactful article has stirred a considerable uproar online, with countless individuals asserting the validity of the author's perspective. If the free man were to lose his sanity, how could they possibly confront him? With mere hands? Such a notion is preposterous. Even bullets cannot penetrate the eyelids of the free man. Consequently, the support for Jupiter, the free man, has seen a significant decline. Meanwhile, his adversaries have seized upon this opportunity, delivering speeches and expending vast resources to establish an organization specifically opposing posthumans. The members of this organization predominantly consist of those who have suffered at the hands of posthumans and those who have recognized a chance for advancement. Thus, the anti-posthuman organization has rapidly expanded. In contrast, the candidates publicly engage in positive rhetoric, with their speeches largely echoing one another. They profess their support for the free man's actions and admire his noble character, akin to that of a free nation. Yet, they argue that the highest authority in the free nation should be held by an ordinary individual. Although their speeches lack any remarkable content, they unexpectedly prove effective, resulting in a steady increase in their popularity. Jupiter, your support continues to dwindle. Why must I compose an article specifically aimed at you? Ailey mused, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the computer. Indeed, the very article circulating online, which has contributed to Jupiter's decline in support, was penned at his behest and disseminated under his direction. For even if we remain inactive, others will inevitably arrive at this realization. Remember, a competent ruler must maintain control over everything at all times, including their own vulnerabilities. As a member of my behind-the-scenes team, your duty is to identify my weaknesses and devise strategies to counteract them. Jupiter gently patted Ailey's shoulder, his demeanor remarkably calm as he spoke, seemingly unperturbed by his diminishing support. What shall we do now? Our support has plummeted to an all-time low. Though Ailey comprehended Jupiter's intent, understanding did not equate to knowing how to reverse their misfortunes. Prepare for press conference. The fact that I instructed you to write this article signifies that I already possess a counter-strategy, Jupiter stated, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of unwavering composure. Understood. Ailey nodded in response, reassured by Jupiter's confidence. She was well aware that both Mr. Edgar and Stride, along with the entirety of the Water Corporation, stood firmly behind Jupiter. This was a high-stakes gamble. Should they triumph, the Water Corporation would gain control over the entire free nation. Should they falter, it would take decades for the corporation to recover. Thanks to Ailey's efforts, within half an hour, she had assembled all the prominent journalists from across the free nation. Mr. Freeman, what is your perspective on the article circulating online? One journalist boldly inquired, directly addressing the contentious piece. I have perused the article, and I must say it is indeed splendid, with precise diction and a pleasing flow. The author's literary prowess is quite formidable. Jupiter wore a sunny smile, gently nodding in admiration of the article's creator. Well, may I inquire about your thoughts on the influence this article may have on your campaign? A reporter ventured, somewhat helplessly. Influence on me? I do not perceive this article as having any significant impact, Jupiter replied, maintaining his characteristic suave demeanor. Upon hearing Jupiter's statement, the reporters exchanged glances, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that they must intensify their efforts. Otherwise, they would unearth none of the revelations they sought. Mr. Libertarian, what is your perspective on the article's assertion that if one day you were to succumb to madness like the compatriots, we would have no means left to counter you, save for nuclear weapons? Finally, a reporter mustered the courage to ask, his voice trembling. Reasonable. Shall we put it to the test? Jupiter responded, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos. Ha ha, I am merely jesting, Jupiter remarked, casting a gentle smile at the agitated reporters. Indeed, no one can guarantee that they will not face a day of insanity. Before the compatriots revealed their true nature, we all believed them to be virtuous. However, upon their unveiling, 100 good souls perished. I genuinely wish never to witness such a day again. Jupiter feigned sorrow, covering his face with his hand. We understand. We too wish to avoid it. Some reporters empathized, their expressions tinged with sadness, recalling colleagues and friends who had perished in the turmoil. If such a situation were to arise again, if we were to witness the madness of superhumans, what shall we do? Our enemies disregard bullets, run faster than vehicles, and even soar through the skies. Are we left with no recourse but to kneel and pray? Jupiter proclaimed loudly, his words resonating as a vehement speech against the emergence of superhumans as liberators. He's appropriated my words, exclaimed the leader of the anti-superhuman organization. Watching Jupiter's impassioned oration on television, anger radiating from him. No, we are not limited to kneeling in prayer. We can resist an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since the compatriot incident, I have collaborated with my company, the What Family, in hopes of developing a superhuman serum that can transform every virtuous individual into a superhuman. Perhaps my fervent dedication has moved the divine, for after countless endeavors. We have finally synthesized this serum from my own blood, a compound that can elevate ordinary individuals into beings of extraordinary capabilities, Jupiter declared, producing a vial of azure substance. As the journalists gazed at the cerulean potion in Jupiter's hand, their eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, they were utterly speechless, having envisioned countless rebuttals. Yet none could anticipate Jupiter's revelation of a superhuman serum. He exclaimed, "Come forth, my darlings. The next era belongs to the superhumans. When I triumph as the leader of the free nation, I shall ensure that Congress delivers a vial of this compound to every household, to each individual. Friends, let us cast aside our doubts. Our former guardians can no longer protect us. This is the dawn of the superhuman age, a future that belongs to you." With a pointed finger, he gestured to the camera, addressing every viewer at home. Can we truly become superhumans? Can I soar through the skies? The leader of the Anti-Human Alliance, after contemplating Jupiter's words on the screen for 5 seconds, announced his resignation, leading to the immediate disbandment of the organization. Simultaneously, a new faction supporting superhumans was established, comprised of the same individuals. Without allowing the journalists to pose their questions, Jupiter ascended into the sky, leaving them in awe. The reporters, Mouse Agape, struggled to comprehend the groundbreaking news. Could every individual become a superhuman? The revelation was utterly sensational. In an instant, Jupiter's approval ratings skyrocketed. Despite countless obstacles, the resolve of those who aspired to transcend their mortal limitations remained unyielding. They would rather perish than relinquish their dreams of becoming superhumans. The outcome was preordained. Jupiter emerged victorious with overwhelming support. Yet, amidst the fervor, the mundane tasks of political propriety could not be neglected, even if they seemed trivial to Jupiter. Several candidates, alongside him, gathered in a room for an intense debate. Aware that the stakes had diminished, they nonetheless cherished this final opportunity. "Time is of the essence, so I shall be succinct," Jupiter remarked, glancing at the clock, dismissing unnecessary pleasantries. The candidates, though dissatisfied, managed to smile. Jupiter then nodded to the photographer, signaling him to proceed. "Understood," the photographer affirmed, his eyes igniting with electric intensity. In an instant, the entire room's equipment was cloaked in digital distortion. The candidates, observing the crackling machinery, furrowed their brows, sensing an ominous foreboding. "Dear esteemed candidates, I implore you, once the program commences, to promptly declare your intention to withdraw from this contest. This session, along with all future ones, shall be presided over by me. Who among you is in agreement? Who is opposed?" As Jupiter spoke, his eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow, accompanied by a sinister smile. The candidates, sensing the rising heat within the room and gazing into Jupiter's fiery eyes, underwent a swift transformation in expression. They were acutely aware that uttering a single dissenting word could cost them their very lives. "I concur." The first to express agreement was a middle-aged man, unwilling to gamble with his existence. "I too concur." "So do I." Likewise, with the first declaration of support, the others followed suit with remarkable alacrity, opting to withdraw from the competition. "Excellent," Jupiter remarked, his satisfaction evident as he surveyed the multitude of candidates who had chosen to step back. "You have just made the most significant and prudent choice of your lives. In recognition of your decision, I shall provide each of you with the purest of compounds." With a snap of his fingers, staff members approached, each carrying a suitcase filled with a vibrant blue substance, which they placed before the candidates. The candidates gazed at the alluring blue vials in silence. It would be a lie to claim they were not tempted, for possession of the compound would grant them superhuman abilities. Yet, accepting these potions would obliterate any glimmer of hope for a comeback. No one would support a group who, moments ago, had condemned the notion of becoming superhumans, only to then choose that very path. The candidates understood that Jupiter was coercing them into making a choice. After a moment of silence, the first candidate to support Jupiter deftly seized a vial and injected the compound into his arm. In the following moments, those still in doubt also reached for the substance. "Well done," Jupiter remarked, hands clasped behind his back, observing those who chose to inject the compound with a slight nod of approval. The method of training a dog dictates that after administering a whip, one must immediately offer a reward. Thus, Jupiter's path to the future was set. The experimental game was officially underway. "I hereby declare my withdrawal from the contest." "So do I." Long live the free nation. Long live the free people. Superpowers represent the future of the free nation. They embody the destiny of all humanity. Only through superpowers can we navigate toward tomorrow. As the program commenced, each candidate vociferously announced their withdrawal, simultaneously engaging in flattery and extolling the virtues of a future dominated by superhumans. I am profoundly grateful for everyone's support and the trust bestowed upon me by the populace. I shall not betray the faith the public has placed in me. Jupiter, feigning tears with eye drops, continuously expressed his gratitude to the world. Thus, Jupiter's campaign, following the broadcast, was decisively concluded, securing his position as the leader of the free nation. Once in office, Jupiter embarked on an ambitious campaign to proliferate compounds, transforming the globe according to his grand design. Mr. Freeman, no, it is only proper to address you as Sir now, Stride remarked, standing before Jupiter's desk with a document in hand, a smile gracing his face. Jupiter's triumph over his rivals signified that their company, had emerged victorious. The era of superhumans was at hand, and the legacy of what would endure through time. Please, continue to call me Freeman. It feels more familiar, Jupiter replied, exhibiting humility despite his newfound authority as the paramount ruler of the free nation. He retained an unpretentious demeanor, remaining approachable as he had been before, embodying a blend of confidence and accessibility. Very well, Mr. Freeman. As per your instructions, the first batch of 10,000 free compounds has been distributed, yielding remarkable results, far exceeding our expectations. Among the 10,000 recipients, 60% have awakened their superpowers. As for the remaining 40%, we shall refer to them as the forsaken by the divine. However, even if the divine has abandoned these individuals, the benevolent and great Mr. Freeman, along with the Watt family, intends to offer them another chance at existence. For merely $10,000, they can acquire a high-purity compound, gaining the opportunity to alter their fate. Just $10,000. Mr. Freeman, I must commend you as a truly magnificent individual. You are like a beacon of light, illuminating the world. Stride exclaimed, giving Jupiter a thumbs up in praise. Let's not overlook the cost of the high-purity compounds. What is our current expense? Jupiter inquired, considering labor, materials, raw materials, research and development, packaging, promotion, and various other costs. It amounts to approximately $103.07, Stride responded, referencing the data on his document. That is a reasonable price. Jupiter nodded appreciatively. It was fortunate that it was not exorbitant. As a leader dedicated to the welfare of the people, he could not profit at the expense of the citizens of the free nation. By the way, for those with substantial financial resources, we have prepared more premium compounds, categorized into the Supreme Edition, Noble Edition, Prestige Edition, and Premium Edition, priced at $10 million, $5 million, $1 million, and $100,000, respectively. Strider continued to recite the documents in hand. Very good, quite satisfactory. Jupiter nodded gently upon hearing this. The prices were indeed quite reasonable. Since there is wool on the sheep, it is only natural to extract every bit of it. When the chives have grown, one must naturally harvest them. All right, you may leave. Continue with our plans, as intended. Jupiter waved his hand lightly, signaling for Strider to depart, as there was no further business for him here. Yes, Mr. Freeman. Strider, having received Jupiter's directive, turned and left him with a fleeting silhouette, exiting Jupiter's private office. As the system settled, Jupiter pinched the bridge of his nose. He felt utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors, yet the ultimate outcome was indeed worth the toil. The system confirmed that the master had been integrated into the curriculum, becoming a part of history, honored by the world as the progenitor of superpowers. Task completed. Evaluation. This system is quite unruly. What kind of evaluation is this? Jupiter sighed, perplexed by certain aspects of the system. Did it not comprehend that he, Jupiter, despised others meddling in his affairs and providing unsolicited evaluations? Highest authority application. System evaluation modification underway. Evaluation changed to Ancestor level. Note, the master has completed the tasks he set for himself and has received the rewards of this world. This world has now become the master's secondary primary world, allowing him free access without the need for energy expenditure. The master may freely send others into this world without consuming energy. The flow of time in this world is entirely synchronized with the primary world, maintaining a 1-to-1 ratio. All unique substances and items within this world may be freely extracted by the master, and such items will automatically conform to the physical rules of other worlds. Jupiter gazed at the revised evaluation and the rewards obtained upon completing his task, nodding in satisfaction. Ancestor level was more fitting, just barely commensurate with his status. Upon completing the task, Jupiter opted to exit the Black Robe world. After a brief bout of dizziness and headache, Jupiter successfully returned to his abode in the invincible hero world. Jupiter rubbed his temples. Each traversal felt akin to being tossed around in a washing machine. With the hot gaze secured, supersensory perception acquired, and the adult version of the compound obtained, it still fell short of perfection. The side effects remained difficult to manage. Otherwise, he could have considered using it on Deborah. Jupiter sat in contemplation, pondering his next course of action. Now, the worlds available for my selection include Warhammer, Star Wars, and One Punch Man. Among these, both Warhammer and Star Wars are not particularly suitable for my current state. However, One Punch Man aligns with my needs, providing elements conducive to guerrilla warfare, strike swiftly and retreat. Yet, given my present capabilities, I still lack the strength and stability required. Thus, Jupiter engaged in continuous analysis. Although this ancestral figure is immensely powerful, he exhibits a remarkable steadiness. Consequently, the only realm that seems fitting for my current situation is the world of One Punch Man, where I can find resources that meet my immediate requirements. Once I return from this world, I may contemplate a confrontation with the Berserk Beast. It would indeed be a pity not to utilize that exquisite, snowy fur for a luxurious coat. Jupiter surveyed the worlds at his disposal and swiftly made his choice. For the world of One Punch Man, he silently declared. In an instant, he vanished once again from the room, and time, which had begun to move forward, came to a standstill once more. Jupiter was immediately overcome with a wave of dizziness. Chapter 50. Welcome to the world of One Punch. Haha. Crush them all. We, the brothers, are the strongest. The tranquility of the city was shattered by the emergence of a formidable figure. A giant, bare of clothing, was rampaging through the streets, while atop his shoulder, a maniacally laughing scientist reveled in the chaos. Run. It's a monster. Damn it. How can this monster be so enormous? Where on earth can we escape to? The city's residents screamed in terror as they gazed upon the towering giant. Mom, my child, hurry, run. There is no time to waste. We cannot afford to stop. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos on the streets, a white figure materialized within the panicking crowd, accompanied by wails of despair. The host has arrived in the One Punch Man world. Initiating world task. Defeat 10 dragon-level monsters. Forget it, Master. It's up to you to decide. As long as you collect sufficient energy and attain a certain status within the world, the system can establish enough contact to gain partial dominion over the world's rules. The artificially intelligent system, crafted by Jupiter, began to elucidate its capabilities. It appeared that the system had resigned itself to the fact that no matter the task assigned, its creator would invariably refuse to undertake it. Thus, it had chosen to relinquish control, allowing Jupiter to pursue whatever he desired. Wait, Jupiter exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected compliance of the system. Its obedience left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Jupiter stroked his chin, compelled to admit that this artificial intelligence seemed to have evolved, albeit slightly. The artificial intelligence system exclaimed, "Is this the world of One Punch Man?" Jupiter surveyed the throngs of terrified onlookers, pondering his surroundings. Only by comprehending the city, he found himself, and could he devise a feasible plan of action in the realm of One Punch Man run. Save me. Ah! The cacophony of screams was maddening. Due to his heightened sensory perception, the incessant wailing of the crowd rendered his ears buzzing, making it impossible for him to focus and ascertain his location. Eventually, Jupiter intercepted a fortunate bystander. "Excuse me, could you tell me which city this is?" He inquired of a balding man he had halted. Ah. The balding man gazed at Jupiter, continuing to scream. Huh. Jupiter was momentarily taken aback by the man's cries. Boom! In the next instant, accompanied by a dull thud, Jupiter and everything around him was crushed beneath a colossal foot. "Brother, I am now invincible," roared the towering giant. "Indeed, brother, with your physique combined with my intellect, we are truly invincible," the mad scientist proclaimed with fervor. Boom! Just as the giant and the mad scientist exchanged words, a surge of violent energy erupted from the giant's feet, propelling him skyward. Huh! The giant, airborne, widened his eyes. "Brother, did you see that? I have awakened the power of flight," he exclaimed, enraptured by his newfound abilities. "Foolish brother, how can a human possibly fly?" The serum I concocted does not endow anyone with the ability to soar. The mad scientist shouted, grasping the giant's shoulders tightly. But brother, how do we ascend? The giant questioned, perplexed, unable to fathom the nature of his flight. We must have been launched into the sky by some force. The mad scientist deduced with his towering intellect. Launched into the sky? How is that possible? I am the most formidable being in this world. No one could possibly throw me into the air. The giant was utterly baffled, convinced of his unparalleled strength. You insolent brother, how dare you presume to challenge me? Do you even know who I am? Do you possess the strength to provoke me? Just as the giant soared through the air, a white figure suddenly appeared beneath him. Who are you? The giant exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the white silhouette. I am indifferent to your aspirations of becoming the world's strongest or conquering it. Such ambitions bear no relevance to me. However, should you dare to tread upon me, it becomes a matter of concern. If you're oblivious to where you may tread in this world, and where you cannot, allow me to enlighten you. The white figure's visage turned a shade of iron, and his eyes blazed with fervor. In an instant, he severed the legs of the giant brother, unleashing a torrent of crimson that cascaded to the ground, transforming into a deluge of blood-red droplets that pockmarked the earth beneath. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the giant brother's severed legs fell, they unleashed an earthquake of magnitude 8, sending terrifying shockwaves that obliterated several city blocks. The giant brother howled in agony, but in his airborne state, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Go join Kaz in the cosmos, brother giant. The white figure seemed intent not on directly slaying the giant, but rather, with great force, he propelled the giant brother's torso skyward into the boundless heights. The giant brother's form pierced through the clouds, ascending relentlessly until he ultimately breached the atmosphere. He found himself in the cosmos. The white figure gazed at the giant brother, now transformed into a satellite, and raised his right hand skyward, forming a gesture of international camaraderie. In the vacuum of space, a towering giant, now legless, orbited the Earth, gazing at the resplendent sun and the breathtaking blue planet before him. What a beautiful world, he mused. Brother, with this splendid view, we can remain together forever. The giant beheld his brother, now preserved by the most advanced freeze-drying technology, and a sense of contentment washed over him. He reflected that no strength could compare to the joy of being with his beloved sibling, and ultimately, the blissful giant abandoned all thoughts. Above the city, Jupiter's eye twitched slightly. Anyone who had just arrived in this world and been forcefully trampled within 5 minutes would undoubtedly feel anger. He looked down upon the ravaged city, its wounds laid bare, and gradually his fury subsided. I have truly done well, Jupiter remarked, observing the half-destroyed city resulting from the giant's fall. He wore a sunny smile. For without doubt, under the threat of the malevolent giant, Jupiter had done his utmost to protect the city's inhabitants. He was indeed a great hero. I must attain a certain status in this world, strengthening the connection of my deficient system with this realm. The higher the status, the better. In simpler terms, I must become the ancestor of all. Jupiter's analysis is both rational and comprehensive. In simple terms, no task is insurmountable for Jupiter to accomplish the transformation into an ancestral figure. Should such a task exist, it would not be due to Jupiter's limitations, but rather a flaw inherent in the task itself, which must then be amended. In this world, there exist two organizations, the Association of Oddities and the Association of Heroes. This implies that by selecting one of these organizations and becoming a cadre within it, one can establish a sufficient connection between the system and this realm, thereby granting the system a degree of dominion over certain rules of this world. Subsequently, all that remains is to await the arrival of the fool, Boros. Thus, the question arises, should I join the Association of Oddities or the Association of Heroes? Jupiter pondered deeply. My choice is singular. Moments later, Jupiter reached a conclusion. This was not a matter requiring extensive deliberation. Only children make choices. The answer for an ancestral figure encompasses all. Being a dual leader of both the Association of Oddities and the Association of Heroes sounds quite appealing. Therefore, I shall first visit the Association of Heroes to obtain a proof of heroism. Having concluded his thoughts, Jupiter soared towards the Association of Heroes. Those here for the test, please proceed this way. We have professional judges ready to score everyone, announced the staff within the vast arena designated for testing. As numerous individuals, convinced of their qualifications to become heroes, began their evaluations, a thunderous explosion resonated. The massive arena's roof was blown apart, revealing a man clad in a tight white suit. Quietly floating in the air, his red cape billowing gracefully in the wind. "Is this the venue for the hero assessment?" the man inquired, addressing the astonished candidates below. With a resounding boom, the ancestral figure made a grand entrance. "Ah, it seems I have arrived late. In that case, let us make a hasty acquisition at the supermarket." At that moment, a completely bald man walked between the legs of Giant. Meanwhile, at the hero selection venue of the Association of Heroes, a voice shouted, "Hey, do you have any concept of queuing? Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served?" "Exactly. Flying is quite impressive, but please line up," protested countless aspiring superheroes, staring at the figure suspended in the sky, who had just breached the arena ceiling. In a world teeming with various superheroes and malevolent beings, flight is not regarded as an extraordinary ability. Hence, despite witnessing Jupiter's formidable prowess, they still dared to voice their dissent. Jupiter furrowed his brow upon hearing the shouts. "So, you all are the ones who stand before me in line, are you?" Jupiter floated in the air and inquired, "What do you think? If you know, hurry up and line up behind us, will you? You should at least grasp the rules, right?" A towering man, standing at 2 meters, bellowed at Jupiter. "What a predicament," Jupiter mused, stretching his limbs. After a long hiatus, it was time for some exercise. A slight engagement in his duties to assist the Hero Association in clearing away the trash. A smile graced Jupiter's face as he spoke. "What are you planning to do?" The robust man furrowed his brow at Jupiter's movements, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Boom! Before the man could comprehend Jupiter's intentions, Jupiter had already soared before him, delivering a hefty blow. "Your reflexes are sluggish, and your physique insufficiently robust, yet you aspire to be a superhero? Go home and train for a decade, or so to learn how to protect yourself," Jupiter coldly remarked, gazing at the man he had just incapacitated. "What is this madness?" A group of aspiring superheroes, witnessing Jupiter's abrupt and violent outburst, widened their eyes in disbelief. They were astonished that someone would dare act so brazenly here, and equally surprised by how easily the towering man had succumbed to Jupiter's might. "And you lot, you're also in line before me, correct? Your evaluations are taking too long. It seems you require some assistance." Jupiter cracked his neck and soared toward the cluster of oddly dressed clowns. With a swift dive, he sent numerous clowns flying like bowling pins. Damn it! One attempted to resist, adopting a fighting stance. "Stay put," Jupiter retorted, seizing the individual by their clothing and launching them into the sky. Crash! In an instant, the would-be resistor found their head firmly embedded in the ceiling. This is a record. A professional examiner, who was documenting the scores, pondered how to evaluate the situation upon witnessing a candidate's head lodged in the ceiling. Before the examiner could assign a score, each awaiting candidate was hurled into the air by Jupiter, their heads all embedding into the ceiling, each earning a perfect score, with one individual even passing completely through the ceiling, setting yet another record. And you, after clearing this batch, Jupiter arrived at the area designated for the 100-meter sprint. He delivered a powerful kick to the backsides of the candidates poised to race. Bam! The aspiring hero clown instantly transformed into a blur, soaring past the finish line. As the clown crossed the finish line, the display showcased a staggering 470. Supersonic. The examiner gaped at the figure in astonishment. Subsequently, Jupiter's legs became a whirlwind, propelling each candidate into the air with a series of powerful kicks. The scene was chaotic as a man, seemingly in dire need of assistance, lay there, his body a mosaic of bruises. Observers could only gaze in horror at the sight before them. Suddenly, a powerful figure named Jupiter leaped forward towards the strength-testing machine. Before him stood a robust man, his concentration palpable. "I shall achieve greatness. I will become the pride of my village. I aspire to be a guardian of the blue planet," he declared, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Summoning all his strength, he prepared to strike the machine with his fist. However, just as he was about to unleash his punch, a sharp command rang out, and he felt an overwhelming force at the back of his head. In an instant, his once handsome visage collided with the strength tester, producing a thunderous sound as the apparatus crumbled into a mere heap of debris. "Look at your face. With effort, you can still succeed," Jupiter remarked gently, observing the man's visage now obscured by a blur, barely clinging to consciousness. "And you all need a bit of assistance too," he added, turning to address the queue of waiting individuals. Half an hour later, a man donned in a sleek black suit, his yellow hair parted in the middle, emerged slowly from a car. Several members of the Hero Association outside the vehicle nodded respectfully. "What is the situation here?" the blond man inquired, seeking clarity on the hero assessment process. "To be honest, we cannot provide a detailed account. It would be best for you to witness it yourself." A nervous staff member replied, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "Calm down. You are all professionals from the Hero Association. You should not display such distressing expressions." The high-ranking official, with his yellow hair and round glasses, smiled lightly. "They are experienced individuals and should not be astonished by unexpected occurrences." "Understood." The staff members nodded in acknowledgement, indicating they had learned from the encounter. The high-ranking official, feeling a sense of gravity, adjusted his collar and approached the assessment gymnasium, forcefully pushing open the grand doors. "What in the world?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening at the scene within. The interior of the Hero Association's assessment facility resembled a battleground, ravaged as if by a Category 12 hurricane. The equipment lay in ruins, with not a single piece remaining intact, and countless wires lay exposed, flickering with electric sparks. A multitude of aspiring individuals, each fervently striving to become a superhero, now lay on the ground, their bodies forming a small hill, utterly exhausted. Atop this mound, a man clad in a snug white costume adorned with a prominent emblem smiled as he observed the entrance of the golden-haired executives from the Hero Association. What a distinguished guest we have," he remarked, addressing the high-ranking officials with a warm smile. Chapter 3. The Daily Quest for Votes and Investments. Chapter 52. The Freedom of Rank S Heroes with an Overwhelming Aura of Authority. The golden-haired manager, with his hair parted down the middle, gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at the man in white seated upon the throne of humanity, constructed from the multitude beneath him. As a member of the Hero Association's upper echelon, he prided himself on his discernment. Among his frequent acquaintances were numerous Rank S heroes, yet none had ever instilled within him such a profound sense of pressure. It was as though the figure atop the heap was not merely human, but rather a ferocious, godlike entity. Let us coexist harmoniously. Just as the golden-haired manager's heart raced and his eyes widened in disbelief, the man in white, who had moments ago been seated amongst the throng, suddenly appeared at his side, gently patting the manager's shoulder. Such swiftness! The manager's gaze flickered. The speed that transcended the limits of human perception reminded him of the Rank S hero, Flash, currently ranked 13th. "What are your thoughts?" The man in white, noticing the prolonged silence from the executive, lowered his voice to inquire. "Of course," the manager replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he nodded vigorously in agreement. "Then, may I expect my rankings soon? Surely, I have passed the assessment." The man in white gestured toward the injured candidates piled behind him and the dilapidated gymnasium, seeking confirmation from the higher-ups. "Certainly," the executive replied, swallowing hard and nodding repeatedly. "Very well, I shall take my leave then. And do remember, should any intriguing rank dragon monsters arise, do not hesitate to inform me," the man in white declared, turning to exit through the gymnasium's doors. "Wait." Just as he was about to depart, the executive called out to him. Do you have something further to discuss?" The man in white turned, furrowing his brow in confusion. Here's my number." The Hero Association manager stepped forward and placed a mobile phone into the hands of the man in white. The man in white gazed at the phone in his hand, surprised by the unexpected understanding displayed by the higher-ups of the Hero Association. "Within it lay my telephone number. Whether you call me or we seek you out, this will undoubtedly prove more convenient." The manager of the Hero Association, sporting a slight smile, courteously addressed the man in white, with a dismissive gesture towards the heroic figures behind him. The man in white unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the wall of the adjacent sports arena, propelling himself into the sky amidst a cacophony of sonic booms. "Sir, this is the written examination paper from that hero moments ago." A staff member of the Hero Association approached the manager shortly after the man in white ascended into the heavens, holding out a test paper. "Let me see," the manager said, picking up the examination paper. His eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that the man in white had written very little, apart from the name Jupiter. He had only inscribed a single line amid the 50-plus questions. "I will do as I please. Do not disturb me unless necessary." Another tornado-type superhero, is he? Truly, the might of these formidable heroes is matched only by their tenacity. The manager recited the man's words, feeling a headache begin to form. Shall we send some heroes to caution this newcomer? Then, sir, a staff member inquired, his gaze sharpening in response to the manager's words. Recognizing that informing the newly joined heroes about the harsh realities of the Hero Association was part of their duties. Do not engage in such unnecessary actions. A person capable of demolishing a super-advanced arena constructed by Metal Knight is not to be compared with mere novice heroes. The manager, seasoned and discerning, gently shook his head, unwilling to dispatch heroes to confront a man who emanated an overwhelming aura of strength from every angle. I understand. So, what rank shall we assign to that man? The staff member asked, initially nodding in trepidation before continuing to seek the manager's guidance. Is there any doubt? Without question, he deserves rank S. The manager sighed, shaking his head at the naivety of the younger generation. Do you truly think that such a monstrous newcomer does not merit the title of S rank? Who else could possibly qualify? I comprehend. Then let us position him at the 17th rank. What shall we call him? The staff member pressed on. Let us simply name him Freedom, as it reflects his essence. The manager reminisced about the impression the man in white had made on him, recalling the prominent emblem on his chest. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke softly. Understood. The staff member nodded emphatically. Jupiter, indeed? The manager, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the sky. Indeed, to label someone as a top-tier hero right from the start was entirely against protocol. Yet, for the first time in his life, the manager felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from a singular individual. This was none other than a high-ranking official of the Hero Association. In the white-clad man, he discerned the shadow of a person he recognized. Presently, the Hero Association boasted its trump card, the strongest hero atop the ranks. Level 1. Explosion. This white-clad gentleman, both in physique and attire, bore an uncanny resemblance to the current top hero, Explosion. Hopefully, my discerning eye does not betray me. The seasoned official of the Hero Association mused softly. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Jupiter successfully passed the hero assessment and immediately ascended to the level of a top-tier hero, the entire hero community was set abuzz. A new top-tier hero? Freedom. A title entirely unheard of. Those scoundrels at the Hero Association had the audacity to promote someone without even notifying me. I pray he is not some lowly character. In the broadcast room, the current #1 hero, Sweetheart Mask, upon receiving the news from the Hero Association, furiously crumpled the newspaper in his hand. As a hero evaluator, he would never acknowledge anyone who had not passed his scrutiny yet was elevated to the status of a top-tier hero. Thank you to the anonymous benefactor, Hesia, for the 100 rewards. Thank you to the kind friend, Time Reversal, for the 100 rewards. Thank you to the generous supporter, Salty Fish King, for the 2,500 rewards. Thank you to the friend, Alien Fatty, for the 500 rewards. Chapter 53. The powerful top-tier hero of this world is indeed pathological. Floating in the air, Jupiter had learned of his designation as a top-tier hero, yet he felt no surprise. It seemed he had anticipated this outcome. It cannot be said that every individual in this world is afflicted, but certainly 90% of them possess a certain madness. They are not only excessively verbose, but also incapable of discerning the disparity in strength between foes. Thus, in this world, one must exhibit a firm stance. As long as I do not provoke that bald man, he will not trouble me in my capacity as a top-tier hero, and therefore, I shall have little to worry about. Jupiter floated in the air within a realm filled with individuals of questionable intellect, where even the valiant dared to mock Saitama. Despite an implicit awareness of his formidable strength, yet they continued to delude themselves into believing he was not that powerful. In the face of such individuals, all Jupiter could do was deliver a resounding slap and then trample them underfoot, inquiring who truly held the upper hand. For emblazoned across his chest was not merely the word freedom. So where to next? Jupiter pondered the memories swirling in his mind. Where could the Monster Association be lurking? I must seek someone amicable to inquire. I recall a certain individual whose abilities were quite intriguing. Let us seize that power. Jupiter pondered for a moment before her form once again transformed into a fleeting shadow. Finally, I have escaped, she exclaimed triumphantly. A woman, adorned with countless delicate wings and possessing a graceful physique reminiscent of a fusion between human and mosquito, floated in the sky, laughing heartily. She had finally fled from the hell that was the Evolution House. Just wait, you scoundrels. Once I have feasted on enough blood and amassed formidable power, I shall ensure that you pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold for your transgressions." The colossal, mosquito-like woman cackled before her body morphed into a shadow, vanishing into the heavens. Foolishness. In a location unseen by the mosquito woman, a small reconnaissance drone was meticulously observing her every move. How utterly naive you are, failing to realize you are merely my experiment. A man clad in a black suit, with glasses perched on his nose, reclined with his legs crossed in front of a multitude of electronic screens, scrutinizing the mosquito woman's actions. Surrounding her were the profiles of every member of the Hero Association, save for the explosive-minded and the recently enhanced Jupiter. This man was the master of the underground scientific organization, the Evolution House, with a singular objective: to lead humanity towards evolution. He had deliberately unleashed the completed mosquito woman, hoping to gather intriguing intelligence through her. A notification interrupted the proceedings. A large swarm of mosquitoes is converging, heading towards the city. These mosquitoes are predicted to possess ghost-level power. We urge everyone to seek shelter immediately and refrain from leaving their homes unless absolutely necessary. On the television, an elderly expert was relaying information from the Hero Association, advising residents on effective measures to evade the impending disaster. What? The city is within the attack zone? This is quite troublesome. I hope I remain unaffected. A bald man, scratching his shiny head upon hearing this, stepped out the window to tend to his cactus, only to encounter his lifelong nemesis, the god-level monster, the mosquito. Simultaneously, a handsome figure, transformed into a myriad of armored enhancements, received news from his doctor and prepared to rush to the city's aid. His resolve clear: to eliminate the mosquito woman and rescue the city. Come to me, my lovely little darlings. At this moment, the true architect of this calamity, reveling in delight, caressed his cheek while laughing uproariously. Surrounding him were endless swarms of pitch-black mosquitoes, drifting through the air like ominous clouds. The sheer magnitude of their numbers was staggering. In the distance, the renowned heroes of the Hero Association gazed skyward, their eyes widening at the sight of the countless mosquitoes. At this moment, they were internally wavering, utterly reluctant to take a step forward. Though they proclaimed themselves as heroes, their hearts were devoid of courage. They were merely a group masquerading as jesters, crafting a heroic identity through exaggerated marketing and minimal combat to make a living. To put it plainly, the heroic persona was secondary. The pursuit of wealth was paramount. Thus, when these profit-driven heroes beheld the swarming insects in the sky, resembling ominous clouds, they faltered. Although the Hero Association typically offered a substantial reward for vanquishing a formidable foe, it was evident that one must prioritize their life above all else. Cursed be the Hero Association. Those of the higher ranks were utterly unreliable, while the mid-tier heroes were too occupied, and the lower-tier heroes were entangled in their own affairs. Within the Hero Association, administrative personnel were allocating heroes based on the disaster at hand. Their eyes widened as they observed the intelligence relayed by drones. They could only watch helplessly as the swarm of insects descended upon the city, their anxiety mounting. Although the city's populace had been evacuated, should these insects fail to be contained, the next moment could spell catastrophe for the neighboring cities, a true disaster for humanity. Where are the higher-ranking heroes? Haven't he responded? The administrator bellowed in frustration. The Metal Baseball claimed he could not attend due to his sibling's performance. The Metal Knight insisted his artillery was not intended for combating mosquitoes. Tornado declared it too repulsive and refused to go. Silver Fong Bangu stated he was in the midst of purchasing an electric mosquito swatter and would head to the city once it arrived, though he suggested procuring a substantial amount of insecticide. The staff member in charge of contacting the superheroes listened to their responses with exasperation. Damn it, is there truly no one among our ranks capable of handling this swarm of insects? The administrator seethed, frustrated that these heroes, who readily accepted the association's funds, now opted out for absurd reasons, particularly those of the higher ranks. Suddenly, wait, the satellite has detected a high-energy reaction. An overwhelming energy source is traversing from the city to another at a velocity surpassing our equipment capacity to track. No, that energy has already reached the city. It's too fast. Even with 28 satellites, we are unable to ascertain their precise location. The staff stared at the screen as all satellites illuminated simultaneously, signaling a high-energy alert, their eyes widening. Were it not for his deduction that someone had instantaneously moved from one city to another, he might have thought 6 cities were simultaneously besieged by high-energy reactions. Who could it be? The administrator inquired, furrowing his brow. According to our mobile tracking system, the individual who passed through 6 cities simultaneously must be the newly ranked hero, Freedom. How absurd. Just a minute ago, he was in the city dealing with a formidable foe. The staff member examined the data displayed on the computer. Is that so? At last, has a formidable hero arrived? Upon hearing this, the administrator let out a sigh of relief. However, still feeling uneasy, he instructed the staff, please confirm via phone. Understood. The staff member nodded gently and pressed the communication button. Beep, beep, beep. After a prolonged series of tones, the call was finally connected. Gulping, the staff member couldn't help but swallow hard at the thought of contacting the enigmatic level 17 hero, Jupiter. Excuse me, is this Mr. Jupiter, the level 17 hero? We are from the Hero Association. We have deduced through mobile signals that you have arrived in the city. May I ask? The staff member nervously inquired. The enemy has been neutralized, came a calm voice from the other end, cutting off further questions. Instantly, everyone in the Hero Association office gasped in astonishment. What does SWIFT mean? This is what it means. The individual departed from the city and eliminated a catastrophic threat in under a minute. Is there anything else? Before the staff member could say more, the raspy yet reassuring voice resonated once more. Oh no, that will be all. Please allow us to express our sincere gratitude. Thank you for your contributions to humanity. The staff member managed to express his thanks. Came the response, followed by a click as the call was abruptly ended, seemingly without any desire for further conversation. Sighing in relief after the call ended, the staff member felt the weight of conversing with such a powerful entity was truly a test of his composure. How was it? After the staff member hung up, the administrator approached his side, offering a bottle of mineral water. Gulping down the refreshing liquid, the staff member quenched his dry throat. The pressure of speaking with level heroes was immense. However, I now truly understand why they are referred to as level heroes. Their immense power stands on an entirely different plane compared to others of varying ranks. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he expressed admiration. Of course, they are our protectors. The administrator replied with a hint of resignation. Although this group could be disobedient, their unmatched strength rendered them indispensable to humanity. Chapter 54. Hello. Mosquito Girl returning 5 minutes earlier. Do you know where the Monster Association is? In the city, Jupiter was amicably conversing with a formidable monster, gently stroking its neck and politely inquiring if it knew the location of the Monster Association. With a resounding splatter, a grotesque figure, resembling a crimson lobster, belched forth a multitude of bubbles, shaking its head in confusion, oblivious to the whereabouts of the Monster Association. Is that so? Then you are of no use, Jupiter mused, gently caressing the neck of the lobster creature before inadvertently severing its head with a slight exertion. Another worthless entity. Where shall I venture next? Jupiter retrieved a white cloth from his pocket to wipe the sticky residue from his hands, preparing to seek out another formidable entity, preferably a dragon-level monster, to inquire about the location of the Monster Association. Just then, as he was about to act, his phone vibrated in his pocket, producing a ringing sound. Jupiter, puzzled, pulled out his phone to read the message. The city is currently under siege by a large number of mosquitoes for unknown reasons. Heroes are requested to provide assistance. Note, the threat level is Ghost. Assess your capabilities accordingly. As he absorbed the information, a plan began to form in his mind. How fortuitous! After searching high and low, I find what I need without any effort. He realized that the mosquito invasion was the very plot that had unfolded at the beginning of the One Punch Man storyline, originating from a monster that had escaped from the Evolution House. At that moment, a sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Excuse me, big brother, can we take a picture together? Jupiter turned in surprise to see a little girl, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, standing before him. Oh, understanding dawned upon him. He promptly tore off the claw from the lobster creature he had just dispatched and handed it to the wide-eyed girl. Here, you must be absolutely craving this. Feel free to enjoy it, Jupiter said, ruffling her hair, signaling there was no need for gratitude. After all, who could resist a claw from a 1-meter-tall lobster monster? Once fried to a golden crisp, the neighboring children would surely be envious. Without waiting for a reply, Jupiter ascended into the sky, disappearing into the horizon amidst a cacophony of sonic booms. With a thunderous roar, he sliced through the clouds like an arrow, the tempestuous formations parting as if to create a path for him. In mere seconds, he traversed 5 cities, arriving at the city in question. The Mosquito Queen seemed to sense the disturbance in the air and instinctively commanded her swarm to shield her. With a resounding crash, the atmosphere trembled. As Jupiter soared before her, the searing heat generated by his rapid flight incinerated the mosquitoes surrounding him, unveiling the Mosquito Woman ensconced within. The Mosquito Woman gazed at Jupiter, her eyes widening in astonishment, her heart racing furiously. A primal instinct reverberated within her. She was certain she could not contend with this man before her. The man clad in white did not respond to the Mosquito Woman's unspoken thoughts. Instead, his eyes ignited with a vivid crimson glow. In an instant, 2 beams of light, wide as his eyes, erupted forth, slicing through the Mosquito Woman's wings and insect-like limbs with surgical precision. Upon experiencing the severance of her body, the Mosquito Woman's countenance shifted dramatically. Having lost her wings, her descent from the heavens became inevitable. Before she could plummet to the ground and be reduced to a mere puddle, Jupiter had already positioned himself before her, seizing her throat with an iron grip. Just as he efficiently subdued the Mosquito Woman, a ringing sound emanated from his pocket. "Hello." Jupiter floated in mid-air, one hand firmly clutching the Mosquito Woman's throat, while the other answered the call. "May I ask, who is this?" came the voice of a staff member from the Hero Association. "I have eliminated the enemy," Jupiter replied succinctly, listening to the stream of banal chatter from the association representative. As Jupiter's words fell, a stunned reaction echoed from the phone, revealing that the speaker had not anticipated such a swift and decisive response, nor the rapid defeat of a foe deemed a formidable menace by the association. "Is there anything else?" Jupiter inquired, his tone tinged with impatience. "Nothing more," the staff member promptly replied. "Very well." With that, Jupiter ended the call and turned his gaze toward the Mosquito Woman. "You escaped from the evolution house, did you not?" Jupiter inquired, seeming disinterested in lengthy discourse. The Mosquito Woman remained silent, either unwilling to respond or rendered incapable of speech due to his grip on her throat. A nod would affirm it. A shake would deny it, if she chose silence. Jupiter's gaze shifted toward a vacant house in the distance. In the blink of an eye, a searing beam erupted from his eyes, cleaving the structure in twain. "That is the consequence of silence," he remarked, maintaining his hold on the Mosquito Woman's throat. Ensuring her inability to resist, while positioning her to witness the destruction, he wrought upon the house with his fiery gaze. "Now, let me ask you again. Did you emerge from the House of Evolution? Are you aware of the path leading to the House of Evolution?" Jupiter inquired, facing the Mosquito Woman. This time, the Mosquito Woman did not remain silent, but continuously nodded her head. "Excellent. I now assign you a task. Take me to the House of Evolution at once." Jupiter observed the Mosquito Woman's relatively docile demeanor, feeling a slight sense of satisfaction before issuing another command. The Mosquito Woman, now fully aware of Jupiter's temperament, refrained from testing his patience further. Meanwhile, within the base of the House of Evolution, a man clad in a black suit with glasses perched on his nose received alarming news that made his eyes widen in shock. Too swift. It has barely been a moment since her release, and already the Mosquito Woman has been eliminated. How could this be? The man's gaze flickered restlessly, his expression gradually contorting with rage. Such a worthless creature perished. If this is the case, I have collected no data whatsoever. What a fool. Indeed, the man's twisted expression stemmed entirely from his frustration with the Mosquito Woman. Although she was merely an experimental subject, he had invested considerable effort into her development. The abrupt loss of his creation, without gleaning any valuable data, was a source of profound anguish. Suddenly, an alarm blared, announcing the approach of a high-energy response. The man paused, startled by the booming sound emanating from his computer. A high-energy response is drawing near. Has our base been discovered by the enemy? He muttered to himself, acknowledging that while he anticipated his base might one day be compromised, he never imagined it would happen so swiftly. Perfect. I shall use this enemy to test whether my scientific endeavors have borne fruit. The man licked his lips, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him as he awaited the enemy's arrival. He believed the power at his disposal was sufficient to vanquish any foe. Bolstered by a hidden secret weapon within the House of Evolution, an experimental creation that was a blend of success and failure, his most formidable weapon, This revelation instilled within him a surge of confidence, convincing him he could confront any adversary. "Display the visuals," commanded the man, the creator of the House of Evolution, to his intelligent control system. As his words fell, an image materialized before him. It depicted a woodland landscape, strikingly familiar to the man, where in an open area stood a robust figure clad in a white uniform emblazoned with bold letters, grasping the slender neck of the mosquito woman, whose legs and wings have been severed. Is this the newly minted superhero, the free-spirited Jupiter? The man gazed at the screen, where a robust figure had seized a mosquito woman by her throat with a single hand, his eyes gleaming with surprise. To think that a mere Class A hero could vanquish the mosquito woman. My fortune seems to be quite favorable. Perhaps I can gather some commendable data. He gently adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, a smile gracing his lips. "Please locate the newly promoted superhero, Jupiter," he instructed his computer. Locating location confirmed. "The enemy is currently standing at the front gate of our Evolution House base." The computer promptly responded. "I see," the man mused, a slight smile emerging. However, the next moment, a sense of unease washed over him. "Wait, the enemy is at our base's front gate? Does that mean they're already outside?" The once composed man now displayed hints of panic. "Why does this environment seem so familiar to me?" "The enemy is indeed at our doorstep." "Affirmative," the computer replied. "Damn, I was careless to allow the enemy to approach the base so stealthily." He gently rubbed his forehead, a troubled expression crossing his face. "But since they have arrived, let's make the most of it." The man, known as Thanos, a once revered genius doctor of his time, gazed at the screen displaying Jupiter with fervor. "Beast King, Armored Gorilla, Earth Dragon, Mantis Man, Frog Man, Slug Man, go forth, do not let that individual escape." Thanos commanded his subordinates. "Understood," came the reply from the shadows. As a horde of terrifying creatures emerged, obeying Thanos' orders, their sole mission to eliminate the enemy entirely. Outside the base, on the lawn before the building, Jupiter stood silently, observing the structure before him. "So this is the Evolution House. Please believe me, I am not deceiving you," the mosquito woman expressed with utmost respect. "I know, I have seen it," Jupiter replied, perceiving all he desired through his enhanced vision. Then the mosquito woman gazed weakly at Jupiter. "I shall send you back," Jupiter declared, lifting the mosquito woman and hurling her towards the city from whence she came. With a thunderous explosion, the mosquito woman was launched into the air. "When I say I will send you back, I mean it," Jupiter affirmed, nodding in satisfaction as he watched her depart. In the city, a bald man wielding insecticide chased the formidable mosquito monster for 3 whole blocks. "Curse mosquito!" The bald man gritted his teeth as he fixated on the mosquito before him, unleashing a furious roar. Just as he was being relentlessly toyed with by the formidable creature, futilely spraying his insect repellent, a sudden whoosh announced the arrival of a stunning female mosquito descending from the heavens. "Ha ha, humans! Just what I need to replenish my strength." Having been sent away by Jupiter, the mosquito maiden, upon escaping danger, immediately spotted the delectable bald man. She licked her lips in anticipation, eager to savor the crimson essence flowing within him. With a clap, the bald man beamed at the charming mosquito maiden and raised his hand, preparing to swat her. The moment his palm struck, from her perspective, the once insignificant hand suddenly loomed large, obscuring the sky. In an instant, the beautiful mosquito maiden transformed into a torrent of vibrant red, staining the street below. "Ah, I've finally vanquished a mosquito," the bald man exclaimed, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "How could you strike such a lovely mosquito maiden, you vile bald tyrant?" At that moment, Jupiter stood at the entrance of the Evolution House, his gaze piercing through barriers, observing the interaction between the bald man and the mosquito maiden. Witnessing the transformation of the mosquito maiden into a crimson stain, he wore a pained expression, realizing that the bald man was indeed the most malevolent creature in this world. "Hey, brat, you think you're tough enough to invade our Evolution House? Do you even know who I am?" Just then, a frogman swaggered up to Jupiter's side, brazenly proclaiming his presence. With a swift motion, Jupiter, still caressing his cheek with his left hand, swung his right fist toward the incessantly chattering frogman. Thank you to our reader for the generous reward. Chapter 56. Who are you trying to scare? As Jupiter delivered his punch, time seemed to freeze. The frogman, with his dark green skin adorned with black patterns, resembling a character beloved by certain anime fans, stared in horror at the fist that was growing larger before him. Instinct for survival surged through every cell of the frogman's body. Yet it was too late. The moment Jupiter unleashed his fist, the frogman's fate was sealed. With a thunderous impact, as Jupiter's fist made contact, the air exploded around him, and the frogman disintegrated into a pile of debris. Who allowed you to disturb my remembrance of the mosquito maiden? Jupiter surveyed the remnants scattered on the ground, remaining silent. In another world, members of the Frog Protection Association would undoubtedly condemn his actions. Ha ha ha, it seems your strength is quite commendable. How effortlessly you have vanquished the frogman. Yet, do not be mistaken. I am no mere waste like that amphibian. I am the Mantis Man, a veritable entity as deemed by the Hero Association. At the moment when Jupiter's right hand still radiated with searing heat, a colossal mantis, towering at 3 meters, materialized beside Jupiter, boasting in a tone reminiscent of the world of One Punch Man Boom. Jupiter, confronted by the imposing figure of the mantis, deemed it unnecessary to engage in idle chatter and responded with a swift punch. Thud! Upon the impact of that fist with the Mantis Man, the once boastful creature shattered into countless fragments, cascading through the air. What claim do you make of being genuine? Mordiopest. Jupiter stood immobile, surveying the sky, filled with shards, and coldly remarked, both the Frogman and the Mantis Man have been dispatched. It seems I too shall not be a match. In such perilous times, retreat is prudent. The Slugman's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the demise of his comrades, and as he spoke, he turned to flee. ZZZZT. The moment the Slugman pivoted, 2 crimson beams surged forth from behind, obliterating half of his form in an instant. Flee? Can you truly escape? Jupiter observed the dismembered Slugman and shook his head. Who else dares to emerge? Jupiter addressed the remnants of the Slugman, along with the Mantis and Frogmen, whom he had felled with his fists. He slightly moved his neck, facing the base. Beneath the ground, a mole-like creature smiled. He was the mightiest assassin of the Evolution House, the Earth Dragon, for no one in this world could evade his lethal grasp. Even if you have bested the Frogman, the Slugman, and the Mantis Man, what of it? They rank lowly in our Evolution House. The Earth Dragon laughed heartily. As the foremost killer and decapitator, he would personally slay that white-clad scoundrel. I heard that. You scoundrel. Jupiter, endowed with acute hearing, glanced down toward the ground, where a rogue beneath was cursing him, crystal clear in his ears. ZZZZT. Without further ado, Jupiter's eyes grew increasingly fiery and crimson. Subsequently, 2 scarlet beams pierced through the earth, directly striking the mole man's form. And then there was no further narrative. The scorched earth emitted the aroma of flesh being roasted, akin to that of an animal cooking over an open flame. This scent makes my stomach rumble. Alert! Enemy detected. Highly formidable. Annihilation. Just as Jupiter reduced the mole man to charred remnants, a deep, gravelly voice, alongside a robotic-like, fragmented utterance, resonated in Jupiter's ears. Upon hearing the words, Jupiter lifted his head with an expression of utter indifference, directing his gaze towards the figure before him. There stood a massive lion man alongside a robot clad in metallic armor, whose visage remained obscured. They appeared to be the most formidable guardians of the edifice behind them. Upon detecting the adversary, the danger level assessed by the system concluded that neither he nor the Beast King could be defeated. Following this analysis, the conclusion was clear: to launch an immediate assault and utterly obliterate the foe. The silver metallic creature uttered an incomprehensible analytical conclusion, and in the next moment, transformed into a fleeting shadow as it charged towards Jupiter. With a sudden flash, Jupiter's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. In an instant, 4 beams of light sliced through the air, severing the metallic being's limbs with precision. The once advancing creature collapsed to the ground, and silence descended for a few fleeting seconds. Ouch! I'm dying. It hurts so much, cried the robot sprawled on the ground, shedding its previous facade of cold detachment, as if it were an unfeeling machine assassin. Handsome, do not presume that your looks will spare you from my wrath, Jupiter remarked, approaching the metallic creature. He crouched down and removed the helmet, revealing the true visage of the armored being, a large black gorilla. Jupiter regarded this plush, ebony gorilla, reminiscent of a certain island's charming inhabitants, with a furrowed brow, speaking coldly. I was wrong, I truly was. Please, spare me. The gorilla pleaded, desperation evident in its eyes. Considering not only your appealing appearance, but also your potential future utility. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve, Jupiter replied, ruffling the gorilla's glossy black fur before rising to face the last remaining warrior of the evolution home, who remained unscathed and very much alive. At that moment, a majestic lion, exuding an aura of boundless power, stood before him, its muscles rippling. Do not think that by defeating the steel gorilla, you can conquer me. We are not on the same level. As the second strongest man of the evolution home, I could slay even the mightiest of heroes before you. With a thunderous roar, the Beast King swung his arms with incredible speed towards Jupiter, the force of his attack capable of cleaving through the hardest metals in existence. Indeed, in terms of offensive power, few heroes could rival the might of the Beast King. Boom! Jupiter, faced with the dancing figure of the Beast King, merely threw a punch. In an instant, the Beast King exploded before Jupiter and the metallic gorilla, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Foolish creature, do you believe that your lion-like appearance grants you the title of a berserker? Who do you think you are frightening? Jupiter gazed disdainfully at the mire beneath him, and then, standing amidst countless remnants, he lifted his head to behold the edifice before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Dr. Kinos, clad in a sleek black suit, sat quietly before his computer, a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee in hand, a subtle smile illuminating his face. Let me witness your prowess, he mused, confidence radiating from him as he believed his subordinates could effortlessly eliminate the individual clad in a white bodysuit outside. After all, his modified soldiers were the Tiger or Ghost class, and he presumed that even the most esteemed heroes would struggle to vanquish his minions. However, his expectation was swiftly shattered as he observed on the screen a muscular man in white effortlessly dispatching his subordinates with a single punch, reducing them to mere puffs of smoke. Kinos found himself sputtering, the coffee he had just sipped spraying forth. Is this some sort of jest? He exclaimed, eyes fixed on a monitor, mouth agape. That was the Beast King, his third masterpiece, endowed with formidable combat prowess, yet being obliterated in a single blow was simply inconceivable. Just then, an alarming event transpired. The white-clad warrior suddenly raised his gaze, locking eyes with Kinos' nanoscale camera, and displayed a radiant smile. Panic surged through Kinos as beads of sweat formed on his brow, his heart racing uncontrollably. The enemy posed an immense threat. If this continued, the entire evolution house would be laid to waste. His brow furrowed deeply, eyes sharp with determination. There was no alternative. He had to resort to that. With an intellect soaring at 250, Kinos' mind raced, and within mere seconds, he concluded that the only way to overcome this terrifying adversary was to unleash his ultimate weapon, the Azura rhinoceros beetle. Hey, prepare to open the cage of the Azura rhinoceros beetle. Release it now, Kinos commanded into the microphone. What? As Kinos' words fell, the researchers clad in white were struck with disbelief, their faces appearing on his screen, all mirroring Kinos in black. Are you jesting? You would have us release that monster. The Azura rhinoceros beetle? It will annihilate everything. He is a madman, fundamentally flawed in character, and we absolutely refuse to comply. The white-clad Kinos shouted in anger, protesting vehemently against the notion of unleashing that lunatic. Enough of this chatter. You are merely my clones. You need not possess any opinions. Regardless of what I say, you should merely respond with yes, 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 and that will suffice. Dr. Kinos commanded, microphone in hand, addressing the assembly of clones. Yet, beads of sweat adorn the foreheads of the clones. There is no but. Remember, we share both glory and downfall. Obeying my commands is your sole responsibility. Doctor. Kinos issued orders without the slightest hint of politeness. Understanding the gravity of his words, the clones nodded in reluctant agreement. In an endless subterranean chamber, constructed with an impenetrable material harder than steel and diamond, a colossal, muscular rhinoceros beetle lay in slumber. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, the door to his chamber swung open. The beetle's acute senses detected the shift in air pressure, signaling the arrival of an intruder. Ashura rhinoceros beetle. The clone of Dr. Kinos, clad in white, gazed into the abyss, fully aware of the monstrous entity lurking within, his heart gripped by fear. Yet he was compelled to heed the words of the progenitor. With a thunderous crash, before the white-clad Kinos could react, a massive hand emerged from the darkness, swiftly dragging him into the shadows. What is this? This isn't the progenitor. If you wish to release me, summon that scoundrel Kinos to face me himself. A disdainful voice echoed from the depths of the darkness. Following this, the agonized screams of the white-clad Kinos reverberated through the corridors, spiraling throughout the Evolution home base. Number 324 has perished. That wretched Ashura rhinoceros beetle. It seems we must teach him a lesson. Countless clones, upon learning of their comrade's brutal demise, clenched their fists, their expressions a tumultuous blend of fear and rage. Deploy tactical weapons. Let us issue a warning. The clones deliberated, donning their combat gear, advancing step by step toward the ominous chamber. The weapons they bore were designed by the progenitor Kinos to prevent experimental entities like the Ashura rhinoceros beetle from going berserk. According to the progenitor, 100 individuals equipped with these arms could contend with a dragon-level catastrophe. Then, a monster, the last of the 100 clones, trembling as he wielded a spear crackling with electricity, stared in horror and distortion at the Ashura rhinoceros beetle before him, realizing that the progenitor's assurances were mere fabrications. Their strength was insignificant in the face of the formidable creature. Kinos has sent you to your demise. Ha ha ha. He truly understands me, knowing I relish a delightful dessert upon awakening. The terrifying monster in the darkness laughed heartily, then turned its attention to the final clone of Kinos, preparing to strike. He extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the opponent's calf, and began to swing it repeatedly until everything, save for the area held by his fingers, was reduced to a splattered ketchup that adorned the entire room. Only then did he casually discard the severed remnants. How dull! How utterly tedious! Indeed, he was just too powerful. The Ashura rhinoceros beetle stood in place, surveying the dimly lit room, expressing his discontent. At that moment, just as the Ashura rhinoceros beetle felt the weight of monotony, the lights in the room suddenly flickered on, revealing his muscular, purple physique. Simultaneously, a figure clad in a black suit, Dr. Kinos, positioned himself in a corner of the room. Isn't that enough, Ashura rhinoceros beetle? May I have your attention? The true Dr. Kinos adjusted his sunglasses perched on his nose, regarding the Ashura with a frigid demeanor. Boom! Before Kinos could finish his sentence, a pair of enormous hands clasped him firmly at the center. Gosh! Kinos felt the force emanating from those hands, blood surging from his mouth. Long time no see, Kinos. How would you prefer to meet your demise? The Ashura rhinoceros beetle grinned widely, greeting Kinos with a sinister smile. Thank you for the generous reward, dear readers. Chapter 58. Now, tell me, have you made up your mind yet? Cough. The bespectacled Kinos felt as if his body might shatter. He realized that his survival was merely due to the fact that this colossal being wished to toy with him. If the Ashura applied his strength, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. Listen, Ashura rhinoceros beetle, you may kill me at any moment, but please, first deal with the enemies outside. They possess a power that may surpass yours. Kinos faced the Ashura, speaking in a stammering manner, desperate to survive. He yearned to witness the moment when his creation triumphed over its adversaries. He must behold the perfection of his work. Surpass me in power. Ha ha ha. The Ashura rhinoceros beetle erupted into laughter. In the next instant, the Ashura carelessly hurled Dr. Kinos to the ground. A provocation? Congratulations, you have succeeded. I shall slay the invaders before you, and then crush you into mere fragments, before proceeding to eradicate the city's scum outside. The Ashura crossed his arms triumphantly, a smirk gracing his face. Dr. Kinos, I must express my gratitude, for you are indeed a genius, having created the strongest being in the world, me. The Ashura rhinoceros beetle held a deep admiration for Dr. Kinos, for it was his defeat that granted him this invincible yet solitary power. Thus, as a creature who understood gratitude, he would ultimately eliminate his own creator, Dr. Kinos. Kinos, in his quest for abundant mental fortitude, had undergone modifications to his physique. Thus, even when ravaged by the Ashura rhinoceros beetle and hurled to the ground from the sky, he remained steadfast, refusing to succumb to death. Now tell me, where's the enemy? Inquired the Ashura rhinoceros beetle, facing Kinos. The enemy is right here, Kinos stated, brushing his hair back to present a more respectable appearance as he rose to disclose the location of the white-clad fiend to the Ashura rhinoceros beetle. Boom! Just as Kinos was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted from the wall above them. In the next instant, a humanoid opening appeared directly overhead. What transpired? Kinos gazed up, eyes wide, at the cavernous opening. It seemed something had just plummeted from above. The The Azura rhinoceros beetle scrutinized the opening with a furrowed brow. The moment it manifested, his insect instincts reverberated with alarm, sensing formidable adversaries nearby. Could it be a meteor? Kanas pondered, peering into the straight opening that offered a glimpse of the sky. Perhaps. The Azura rhinoceros beetle concurred, stroking his chin as he too stared at the aperture. Hey, have you both gazed long enough? At that moment, a deep, gravelly voice, imbued with authority, resonated in their ears. The Azura rhinoceros beetle's expression shifted as he took flight, propelled by his wings, and swiftly retreated to a wall 100 meters away from the source of that voice. Kanas, startled by the sudden sound, collapsed to the ground. You must be Dr. Kanas, the unexpectedly appearing, robust man in white declared, revealing his most benevolent demeanor since arriving in this world. He gently lifted Kanas off the ground and brushed the dust from his shoulders. Do not be afraid. I am not your enemy. The man in white spoke softly, facing Kanas. Not an enemy? Kanas felt a surge of anger. This imposing figure had dispatched 3 of his ghost-level and numerous tiger-level experimental subjects, only to claim he wasn't an adversary. What ist? On the contrary, we are kindred spirits. The man in white responded with a slight smile at Kanas's fiery words. Your aspiration is to bear the banner of human evolution, and coincidentally, this is also my goal. Human evolution is the mainstream across countless blue planets in the multiverse. Therefore, let us collaborate. Together, we shall forge a new era of evolution. The man in white extended his hand toward Kanas. The expression on Kinos' face was tumultuous. He hesitated, uncertain whether collaborating with the imposing figure before him was a fortuitous decision or a grave mistake. Although the man had obliterated countless of his experimental subjects, this paradoxically attested to his formidable prowess. In essence, aligning with him promised greater security than pursuing his endeavor alone. I can grant you some time to ponder. The towering figure in white contemplated how long Kinos should be allowed to deliberate. Was 5 seconds excessively generous? Perhaps 1 second was too brief? Resolving this dilemma, he decided, I will give you 3 seconds. A smile graced the white-clad man's face as he settled on a compromise of 3 seconds for Kinos to consider. Hey, you bastard! Just as he was about to inform Kinos of the allotted time, a thunderous roar interrupted him. A colossal figure, exuding an overwhelming aura, loomed before the white-clad man, casting both him and Kinos into its immense shadow. The white-clad man, interrupted mid-sentence, lifted his head, his expression tinged with displeasure. How long do you intend to continue this discussion? You insolent fool! The muscular Azura rhinoceros beetle felt affronted. For the first time, he experienced the sting of being disregarded. Typically, adversaries met him with either terror or pleas for mercy, and today a situation ignited his fury. The white-clad man, disinterested in engaging in further banter with the massive beetle, clenched his fists, prepared to resolve the conflict swiftly. Hey, you wish to collaborate with me, correct? Just as the white-clad man was poised to act, Kinos, who had been deep in thought, spoke up. What? You agree? The white-clad man turned to Kinos, hoping for the latter's affirmation. After all, Kinos' rejuvenation elixir and genetic technologies were immensely appealing. He was reluctant to reduce such a talent to mere pulp. It's not merely a matter of agreement. The real issue lies with that fellow. Kinos gestured towards the Azura rhinoceros beetle. If we perish here, everything will come to an end, correct? Thus, the foundation of our collaboration hinges upon your ability to defeat the Azura rhinoceros beetle. Kinos inquired of the white-clad man. Understood. So until I vanquish the Azura rhinoceros beetle, take your time to contemplate. I hope that at the moment of the beetle's demise, you can provide me with a reasonable answer. The white-clad man pointed at Kinos' nose, speaking softly. Very well. Kinos nodded slightly, harboring a deep-seated disbelief in the white-clad man's capacity to defeat the Azura rhinoceros beetle. After all, the beetle was the ultimate form of the artificially evolved specimen he had engineered, albeit with certain personality flaws. Boom! At the very instant Kinos finished speaking, the white-clad man unleashed a ferocious punch towards the Azura rhinoceros beetle behind him, the sheer force shattering half of the beetle's massive body. Now tell me, do you agree to cooperate? The robust man in white, without glancing at the Azura rhinoceros beetle behind him, inquired of Kinos. Yeah, what? Kinos' glasses, perched awkwardly on his nose, slipped down as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Chapter 59. Subduing Dr. Kino's. Kino's trembled involuntarily, a chill coursing through him as he realized that his greatest creation had been defeated with a single punch. This was beyond absurd. It was utterly unbelievable. I hope you can grasp my intentions otherwise. The man in white sighed, his fists clenched tightly, though he uttered no words. It seemed as though he had conveyed everything. Kino's forced a bitter smile, confusion clouding his thoughts. Given the overwhelming combat prowess of the man before him, why would he, a mere mortal, be needed? He believed he had nothing to offer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Kino's was about to voice his thoughts, the Azura rhinoceros beetle, whose body had been partially obliterated, suddenly twitched. The man in white's ears perked up as he glanced at the debris below. Boom! With a surge of violent winds, the Azura rhinoceros beetle, reborn with severed limbs, transformed into a tempest and fled to the farthest corner from the man in white. Not dead. The man in white watched the surviving Azura rhinoceros beetle with a hint of frustration, realizing the considerable gap between himself and a certain bald individual. Indeed, my creation could not be so easily dispatched. Kino's finally managed a faint smile upon observing the undying Azura rhinoceros beetle. You scoundrel, you nearly killed me just now. At that moment of Kino's self-satisfaction, the Azura rhinoceros beetle exclaimed in terror. Had it not been for my insect instincts foreseeing the future, I would have truly perished. I chose to flee in advance. The Azura rhinoceros beetle gently caressed its heart, still shaken. So you dodged it? The man in white regarded the beetle, impressed that it had evaded his blow despite the vast disparity in their abilities. I didn't dodge. The Azura rhinoceros beetle's expression shifted between purple and green. The truth is, even with my foresight of impending death, I could not evade it. I merely repositioned my vital organs before your strike, which allowed me to survive by a stroke of luck. Scoundrel, tell me, how can you be so powerful? The Azura rhinoceros beetle gazed at the man in white, perplexed. Boom! Just as the Azura rhinoceros beetle was engulfed in confusion, the man in white had already closed the distance, and in the next moment, a flurry of fists filled the beetle's vision. Azura mode. The Azura rhinoceros beetle, confronted by an endless barrage of fists, swiftly transformed into its absolute slaughter mode. This mode, which extracts cellular potential, enhances its capabilities across the board, albeit not without drawbacks. Once in Azura mode, it would relentlessly expend its energy for a full week until completely drained. Suddenly, the Azura rhinoceros beetle morphed into a cloud of green ink, dispersing into the air. Under the relentless assault of the white-clad giant, the Azura mode of the beetle was utterly obliterated. At that moment, Kino's, drenched in a gooey substance, found himself rendered speechless. The very presence of the white-clad man, standing before him, felt otherworldly, as if he were a divine being traversing the mortal realm. A notification echoed in his ears, indicating the detection of advanced genes. Standing before the puddle of goo, the white-clad giant contemplated the absorption of the Azura rhinoceros beetle's cells, anticipating the acquisition of two capabilities, crisis foresight and controlled cellular energy release of the Azura mode. However, he recognized the vulnerabilities inherent in the Azura mode. The system, capable of optimizing cellular functions, would transform the Azura mode into a controllable energy release mechanism. Just as Jupiter, the white-clad giant, was deep in thought, the system provided clarity. Commence cellular absorption. Upon hearing that the system could enhance his genes, Jupiter consented to the incorporation of the Azura rhinoceros beetle's genetic material. Although he would eventually replace this method with that of Boros's energy release, for the time being, it would suffice. And perhaps the Azura mode might yield unexpected advantages in his future confrontations with Boros. With a resounding boom, as Jupiter absorbed the optimized genes of the Azura rhinoceros beetle, he felt his senses sharpen remarkably. Now, when facing an adversary, a mere glance would allow him to gauge the disparity in strength between them, and his body would instinctively react to imminent dangers. Indeed, it was the insect's heightened senses, rather than the Azura mode, that Jupiter craved the most. I agree to collaborate with you, Kino's declared, stepping forward, now thoroughly convinced of Jupiter's prowess. Very well, Jupiter replied with a slight nod. Let us exchange contact information. Additionally, I have something for you to examine. Jupiter produced his mobile device. Oh, splendid. Kinos exclaimed, promptly retrieving his own phone. The two exchanged contact details. May I ask you something? Kinos ventured, unable to suppress his curiosity. Please, go ahead. Jupiter raised an eyebrow, although he was uncertain about what Kinos wished to inquire. He reluctantly permitted his partner to pose the question. Pray tell, what has granted you such formidable strength? Kinos gazed at Jupiter, echoing the query that had lingered in his mind since confronting the Azura rhinoceros beetle. It is innate, Jupiter replied without a moment's hesitation. Innate? Kinos exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, Jupiter stated candidly, harboring no intention of concealing the truth. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I must take my leave. He added, by the way, you might still salvage that gorilla outside, but as for this base, it would be prudent to relocate. The Hero Association has likely discerned its whereabouts, and if you do not abandon this place, it won't be long before new heroes arrive to confront you. While I am indifferent, dealing with them can be quite troublesome. Jupiter advised Kinos earnestly. I understand. I will inform you once I have constructed a new base, Kinos replied, his lips parched and his demeanor somewhat disheveled in the wind. Excellent. Once your base is complete, I have something for you that requires your expertise and enhancement, Jupiter said, buoyed by Kinos' agreement. He then gradually ascended into the air, crashing through the ceiling and creating another breach in the already dilapidated base. Kinos looked up at the two holes above him, his expression tinged with bitterness. In contrast, Jupiter felt quite pleased. He aspired to establish the most formidable organization of scientists in the multiverse to assist him in forging the most powerful Vex Legion. In the darkness of the night, the daily plea for votes and investments echoed. Chapter 60, self-proclaimed not inferior to the gods. This is the exclusive establishment of the Gorilla Takoyaki. Those interested are welcome to come and take a look. The Iron Gorilla, clad in a hoodie, incessantly called out, selling delectable takoyaki. 10 boxes of takoyaki with devilishly hot peppers. Just as the Iron Gorilla, with his grotesque visage, continued his shouts, a voice reached his ears. The Iron Gorilla widened his eyes at the sight of the muscular man before him. Please, step inside. Dr. Kinos is waiting for you. The Iron Gorilla stepped aside, speaking softly to the brawny figure. The man nodded slightly and proceeded into the establishment. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings and pushed open a hidden door, revealing a tunnel. As he ventured into the tunnel, the stark contrast between the mundane takoyaki shop and the interior was striking, filled with the weight of metal and a mesmerizing aura of technology. You've arrived? A man in a black suit, glasses perched on his nose, greeted him upon noticing his entry. Is this your new base? It is likely that the members of the Hero Association would never suspect the extraordinary nature concealed within the seemingly ordinary octopus ball shop. As a figure stepped into the light, it revealed itself to be Jupiter. No, the primary purpose of opening that octopus ball shop was merely to supplement my funding. The man clad in a black suit was none other than Dr. Kinos, the creator of the Evolution House. After hearing Jupiter's words, he adjusted his glasses, perched on his nose, and spoke earnestly. Are you serious about relying on selling octopus balls for funding? Jupiter's eye twitched at the inquiry. I am quite serious, Dr. Kinos affirmed with a vigorous nod. Do not underestimate octopus balls, or Tamagoyki. They represent low investment and high returns, a truly lucrative endeavor. Although I cannot fathom why people would relish food made at such a minimal cost, yet sold at exorbitant prices. I suppose if those individuals are willing to support my enterprise, I shall reluctantly accept their patronage. Dr. Kinos adjusted his glasses again, exuding an air of arrogance. Well then, take a look at this. Observing Dr. Kinos' manic demeanor, Jupiter shook his head helplessly and retrieved a safe from behind him, gently opening it in front of Kinos to reveal 10 vials of azure liquid. Dr. Kinos' eyes widened at the sight of the 10 vials. This is a compound, a potent serum capable of altering human genetic sequences, enabling even the most ordinary individuals to acquire superpowers. However, it does come with certain side effects. I hope you can utilize your expertise to enhance and refine this serum. Jupiter pointed at the brilliant blue elixir while addressing Dr. Kinos. A serum that can bestow superhuman abilities upon humanity. How intriguing. Dr. Kinos accepted the test tube from Jupiter, gazing at the liquid that glimmered like flowing sapphires within the glass. A smile creeping onto his face. By the way, ensure that your modifications do not result in the users developing any bizarre traits. And please exercise caution with personality control to avoid producing failures like the Ashura rhinoceros beetle. Frankly, I believe that aside from the rejuvenation serum, your creations are nothing but dross, failures. Jupiter crossed his arms over his well-toned chest, offering Dr. Kinos a candid piece of advice. Failures? Dross aside from the rejuvenation serum? Jupiter's words pierced deeply, leaving Dr. Kinos feeling dizzy and disoriented, as if the world around him had dimmed. He was in immense distress. In truth, I do have a successful creation, he retorted, determined to salvage some dignity. He looked at Jupiter earnestly and said, "What?" Jupiter cast a dubious glance at Kinos. "Though it may be hard to believe, I deem it essential for you to understand that the current 8th-ranked hero, Zombie Man, is the 66th prototype which escaped from my hands, a specimen of immortality." Kinos divulged a long-held secret, suggesting that you might be astonished that a hero, ranking several places above you, was indeed crafted by me. Upon hearing Kinos' words, Jupiter's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you taken aback? It is only natural. Even I, the creator, was utterly astonished to learn that the scoundrel who fled from me has become a hero of such rank." Kinos beamed at Jupiter, his words dripping with pride. "No, it is not so. I am merely vexed by my own misjudgment," Jupiter replied, waving his hand dismissively. "A misjudgment?" Kinos was taken aback by the response. Indeed, Jupiter did not elaborate. He was indeed somewhat perturbed, having erred in his decision-making. Initially, his aim was to harvest the abilities of all monsters. Yet he discovered that he could also extract the genes of certain heroes, such as the 8th-ranked Zombie Man. As for other heroes, the only one Jupiter found worthy was Tornado. However, despite Tornado's impressive powers, she was too weak in terms of rank. Moreover, with the impending arrival of Boros, accompanied by a colossal octopus claimed to be the universe's foremost esper, Jupiter, who valued aesthetics, would choose his victims based on their appearance. The octopus was undoubtedly more aligned with Jupiter's preferences. In any case, please conduct thorough research on this potion. Ensure that you do not concoct anything nonsensical. Jupiter gently patted Kinos on the shoulder and spoke softly. "Have a modicum of trust in me. After all, I am among the most intelligent beings on this planet. Furthermore, in terms of biology, I am confident that I rank among the highest, second only to the legendary deities." Kinos brimmed with self-assurance. The natural will of this planet can, at best, produce dragon-level monsters, while he, as a doctor of evolution, is capable of creating such beings, theoretically placing him not far below the divine. Chapter 61. Justice in Action. After bidding farewell to Dr. Kinos, Jupiter commenced his search for the whereabouts of Zombie Man. Within a shadowy warehouse, a man clad in a trench coat lurked, stealthily observing the surroundings. "Are there 30 enemies?" After confirming the enemy's numbers, the man drew 2 axes from beneath his coat. "Hey, you'd best surrender." The man boldly approached the group of ruffians busily unloading their cargo. "Who are you? Mind your own business." At that moment, as the trench-coated figure came into view, one of the discontented thugs stepped forward, his displeasure evident. "I urge you to cease your transportation of contraband. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to intervene with force to stop your unlawful activities," the trench-coated man stated calmly in the face of the thug's threat. "Do you even know where you are?" The thug pulled a handgun from his pocket and pressed it against the man's head, shouting loudly. "It seems there is no room for negotiation, if that is the case." The trench-coated man felt a twinge of reluctance, wishing to avoid such a violent confrontation with humanity. Bang! Just as he prepared to act, the deafening sound of a bullet being fired echoed through the air. Accompanied by a spray of crimson, the bullet pierced through the trench-coated man's head. In an instant, the thug stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend that someone had actually fired a gun, and a headshot at that. "You were too slow. Why waste time with such a character? A single shot to eliminate him suffices." As the crowd stood in disbelief, a man in a black suit, cigar in mouth, emerged from a nearby room, vociferously chastising the thugs. "Boss!" The gang members straightened up and bowed respectfully to the man who had fired the gun. "Enough chatter. Dispose of this guy's body immediately," the gang leader commanded coldly. "Understood," the thugs replied, bowing once more to the boss. "Honestly, this is so inefficient," the gang leader muttered irritably, turning away. Suddenly, as he turned, a horrifying scream erupted behind him. The already impatient gang leader felt a surge of anger as he spun around. "What the hell are you idiots screaming about? Keep it down." However, upon turning, his eyes widened in disbelief. The man who had just been shot in the head stood unharmed before him, while several of his subordinates lay on the ground, their arms and legs severed. Hey, that shot really hurt. The trench-coated man wiped the blood from his body and flashed a chilling smile at the gang leader. Damn monster. Beads of sweat trickled down the gang leader's forehead, yet his hands moved swiftly. The sound of gunfire echoed as the windbreaker man faced the onslaught. Each pull of the trigger sending bullets tearing through his form. Yet, to him, these projectiles were utterly inconsequential. Undeterred, he advanced step by step towards the underworld boss, absorbing the attack. Help me, you fools. The underworld boss bellowed, realizing his disadvantage. We're coming, boss. In response to his call, a swarm of thuggish figures emerged from the shadows, armed with clubs, knives, and firearms, encircling the seemingly indomitable windbreaker man. As his subordinates surrounded him, the underworld boss exhaled a sigh of relief. You alone, no matter how invincible you think you are, cannot contend with over 20 of us. He wiped the sweat from his brow, strategizing anew. Over 20, you say? The windbreaker man's expression remained unyielding as he brandished an axe in one hand and a sword in the other, facing his adversaries with unwavering resolve. He. I advise you to surrender. I'm a grade-A hero. You cannot defeat me, a would-be criminal. One of the thugs, a man with a penchant for theatrics, licked his throwing knife with a mischievous grin. Indeed, echoed the others, eagerly affirming his words. Would-be criminal? The windbreaker man's demeanor darkened, his displeasure palpable. Precisely. Now you comprehend the disparity in our strengths. The self-proclaimed would-be criminal laughed, continuing to caress his blade. Disparity? The windbreaker man remained unfazed, muttering as he engaged in a chaotic melee with the thugs. In an instant, he sustained several cuts, yet he paid them no heed, exchanging wounds as if possessed by madness. Madman, the underworld boss muttered under his breath, observing the frenzied windbreaker man wielding his weapons with reckless abandon. It was undeniable that this disregard for pain rendered the windbreaker man formidable. Soon enough, one of the thugs succumbed to his relentless assault. With a swift stroke, the windbreaker man severed a leg. The onlookers recoiled at the sight of the mutilated figure, a chill of dread washing over them. They hesitated, fearing they might be next to fall in this brutal conflict, realizing their meager earnings were not worth such peril. Who else? The windbreaker man demanded coldly, returning to his initial stance. As the assembled thugs gazed at the undaunted figure, unyielding in the face of injury, fear gripped their hearts, rendering them paralyzed with trepidation. In that moment of hesitation, several throwing knives sliced through the air, striking the windbreaker man. The trench-coated man's body suddenly erupted, collapsing onto the ground. Look at your grotesque appearances. The opponent is merely a useless wretch, incapable of dying, devoid of any other merit. The one who hurled the flying dagger boldly claimed to be a quasi-level criminal. Instant kill. The gangsters stared in disbelief as the man, resembling a war deity, was so easily dispatched. Thus, it is evident that there exists a fundamental disparity between us as quasi-level criminals. The dagger-wielding quasi-level criminal sneered. How painfully amusing. Just as the quasi-level criminal reveled in his taunt, the man who had been prostrate on the ground rose once more. You. The quasi-level criminal's pupils quivered in shock, as realization dawned upon him. You can't possibly be the hero known as Zombie Man from the Hero Association, can you? The quasi-level criminal had always regarded the trench-coated man as merely an inconsequential hero gifted with remarkable regenerative abilities. However, as the trench-coated man repeatedly defied the laws of regeneration, resurrecting from every conceivable injury, the quasi-level criminal finally discerned the true identity of his opponent. Recognize me at last? Regrettably, it is a tad too late, Zombie Man declared, brandishing his axe and blades as he advanced toward the quasi-level criminal. Ah! In the next moment, blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the warehouse. In a mere 4 hours, Zombie Man subdued everyone present. Ha! Zombie Man exhaled slowly. Today was yet another day for the execution of justice. Just as Zombie Man prepared to destroy the contraband, a flash of light caught his attention. Turning around, he beheld a man in white, who had appeared unbeknownst to him, wearing an expression of confusion. Ah yes, just like that. A smile would be best. Evidence of the quasi-level hero, Zombie Man, harming superheroes and secretly smuggling contraband is in hand. The man in white captured the evidence with his camera and gently placed it on the ground. Wait, no, you misunderstand. Upon hearing the words of the man in white, Zombie Man fervently attempted to explain. Slap! Before Zombie Man could finish, the man in white swiftly approached, seizing Zombie Man by the throat. There is no misunderstanding. Since the evidence is irrefutable, as a superhero, I am compelled to administer justice. Your time is up, you vile fiend, Zombie Man. The man in white hoisted Zombie Man off the ground. Tell me, will you truly not die? The man in white inquired, tightening his grip on Zombie Man's throat. In the next instant, a watermelon exploded. White and red pulp scattered everywhere. Daily requests for votes and investments. Chapter 62. I say, the sun is the day, Is it dead? Clad in a form-fitting white suit, Jupiter gazed at the Zombie Man before him, whose watermelon he had just crushed. A look of profound disappointment in his eyes. If this was the extent of the threat posed by a mere watermelon, then it was pitifully weak, utterly unworthy of his time and effort to pursue such power. Just as Jupiter was about to abandon the Zombie Man, he heard a rhythmic and powerful sound, akin to the beating of a drum, resonating through his extraordinary hearing. The heart still beats. Jupiter's eyes instantly shifted into a focused mode, penetrating the Zombie Man's body to behold the robust chest beneath the muscular facade, its heart pulsating vigorously. How painful! You bastard! I told you it's not my fault. At that moment, as Jupiter's gaze scanned the entirety of the Zombie Man, the watermelon he had obliterated had miraculously restored itself to its original state. Intriguing. Even with a severed head, rebirth was possible, and the overall weight remained unchanged. Young man, you have now defied the law of conservation of mass. No, to be precise, you're a dancer upon the stage of physical laws. Jupiter regarded the Zombie Man with this assessment. Do not utter words I cannot comprehend, the Zombie Man replied, shaking his head. He was utterly bewildered by Jupiter's statements, yet one thing was clear to him. Jupiter had committed a grievous act against him. I shall report today's events to the Hero Association. You owe me an apology. It seemed the Zombie Man had no intention of fighting Jupiter. Or perhaps he subconsciously recognized his inability to defeat him. You have already squandered the opportunity to report to the Hero Association. Jupiter extended a hand, once again seizing the Zombie Man's throat. Hey, I have my limits too. Despite Jupiter's grip, the Zombie Man remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the harm inflicted upon him. Perhaps in his eyes, as an immortal being, he believed he would never face death, and thus he harbored no fear of it. You should revere death. Jupiter observed the Zombie Man, whose demeanor remained unperturbed. I am immortal. Are you truly so terrified of death? You possess such strength, yet still fear it? Those who fear death cannot become true warriors. The Zombie Man exhibited no intention of resistance. Instead, he defiantly emphasized his immortality to Jupiter, mocking him as not a true warrior. In a Zombie Man's perspective, a genuine warrior must confront all adversaries, either vanquish them or be vanquished. I hold respect for the death of any universe. Those who do not revere death are merely a congregation of foolish, ignorant souls. Jupiter's expression remained serene. After hearing Jupiter's words, the Zombie Man fell silent. Although he could not grasp the meaning behind Jupiter's discourse, inexplicably, a sense of reverence for death began to stir within him. However, this does not conceal the undeniable truth that you cannot kill me. I shall report today as events to the Hero Association. The Zombie Man redirected the conversation back to his immortality. Tell me, do you truly cannot die? Jupiter once again posed the same question. Indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, the Zombie Man nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Upon receiving the response, Jupiter seized the Zombie Man by the throat, transforming into a rumbling force, crashing through the warehouse's ceiling, soaring into the sky. In the cosmos, the giant brother and his beloved sibling orbited the Earth as satellites of the blue planet, tirelessly traversing their celestial path. Brother, although we may not become the strongest, living together in joy is indeed a blessing. The giant brother gazed at his charming sibling floating beside him, his heart brimming with unspoken affection. As one who had ingested the giant potion, his physique far surpassed that of a mere human, enabling him to thrive in the cosmos indefinitely, eternally accompanying his brother. Yet, just as the giant brother reveled in his blissful gaze upon his sibling, a blinding white light surged forth, obliterating his frozen brother into a fine powder. Oni-chan, We merely wish to grow stronger. Why must you torment me and my Oni-chan like this? The giant brother beheld the shattered remnants of his dear brother, his heart erupting with an endless roar of anguish. Ah, did I just collide with something? Jupiter, traveling at sublight speed through space, furrowed his brow. Ah, it seems to have been the scientist brother of the giant. What a pity. He could have been a valuable member of my scientific enterprise. I had envisioned creating a fleet of cosmic giants to resonate against all non-human planets throughout the universe, which would surely be more exhilarating than a stellar annihilation cannon. Alas, who could have anticipated that he would tread upon me alongside his brother? With the zombie man's fate locked in his grasp, Jupiter accelerated his speed, all the while observing the zombie man's body exposed to the cosmic rays. Under the brilliance of various extraterrestrial radiations, the zombie man's form ignited and healed, only to ignite again. Is it enjoyable? Jupiter's voice echoed within the zombie man's mind. How can you speak? The zombie man was taken aback, as he was aware of the fundamental principle that speech was impossible in the vacuum of space, merely a form of telepathy. Have you not realized yet that my voice directly penetrates your mind? Jupiter's voice resonated once more. I see. Then where do you intend to take me? You wouldn't leave me stranded in the cosmos, would you? I cannot return on my own. The zombie man felt an unfamiliar fear for the first time. Despite possessing formidable regenerative abilities, his physical constitution did not surpass that of an ordinary human by much. At best, he represented the utmost limits of humanity. His boundless self-healing allowed him to transcend the constraints of human musculature, unleashing the full potential of his physical strength. Beyond this, he bore no exceptional traits. This signified that if Jupiter were to leave him adrift in the cosmos, he would never return to Earth. Rest assured, having my giant brother Kaz by your side is sufficient. I shall lead you to a more exhilarating realm, Jupiter declared, shaking his head. This world does not require so many to relinquish their capacity for thought. To where? The zombie man pondered, perplexed, for he could scarcely conceive of a place more terrifying than the vacuum of space. With a smirk, Jupiter hoisted the zombie man above his head. Above them, a radiant star, the cradle of all life, emanated endless warmth. The sun. What are you planning? A sense of foreboding surged within the zombie man. Do not misunderstand. I merely intend to sun you. Jupiter's words echoed in the zombie man's mind as they were engulfed in flames, hurtling into the very cradle of life. Chapter 63. Surge in power. The sun resembled a colossal reactor, perpetually engaged in hydrogen-helium fusion, releasing boundless waves of heat from its core, an omnipotent force capable of nurturing yet annihilating all. Upon the sun's surface, a man clad in a white bodysuit, holding a medical skeleton specimen, was taking a shower. You think the sun's scorching 6,000 degrees won't incinerate you? This man was none other than the valiant hero, Freedom Man Jupiter, quietly awaiting the demise of the skeleton in his hands. However, to Jupiter's astonishment, the skeleton remained resilient, enduring the relentless heat radiating from the sun's surface, a clash of regenerative and destructive forces refining the specimen in Jupiter's grip. Let us intensify the heat. Upon realizing that the surface temperature was insufficient to vanquish the immortal zombie man, Jupiter seized him by the neck and plunged into the sun's core, an inferno of 15 million degrees. No living being could emerge unscathed from the sun's heart. Not even Jupiter himself. Even Jupiter's exterior began to melt under the relentless heat, yet the undead creature, the zombie man, fared even worse. In this searing environment, the zombie man's recovery rate faltered at last, his bones gradually succumbing to the molten inferno. Farewell, immortal fiend, zombie man. Jupiter continued to wait until every cell of the zombie man was eradicated, and only then did the system's prompt echo in his mind, prompting him to cease his actions. Nevertheless, he remained within the core of the sun. With his feet swirling, Jupiter perpetually endured the brink of death and rebirth, time and again, extracting the genetic prowess of the one-eyed extraterrestrial within his cells. Each near-death experience only augmented his strength. This relentless cycle persisted for a fortnight. When Jupiter finally reopened his eyes, a monumental transformation had transpired within him. Energy level, stellar explosion, substellar. He soared from the core of the sun, his charred skin rapidly healing under the zombie man's abilities. By the time he completely emerged from the sun's surface, his body had fully restored itself. The enhancement bestowed by the sun has reached its zenith, Jupiter mused, surveying his bare form with a frown. It is time to procure a brand new combat suit. With this thought, he transformed into a beam of light and set forth toward the blue planet. Meanwhile, during Jupiter's 2-week absence, the Hero Association found itself engulfed in chaos. Have you still not located the level heroes, Zombie Man and Jupiter? A high-ranking official with a prominent nose and white hair berated the crowd. In half a month, 2 level heroes have inexplicably vanished. How incompetent are you lot? Mr. Shichi, we truly cannot be blamed. We have exerted every effort, yet cannot find them. The accused officials lamented helplessly. Useless. If it were that easy to find them, would he need to be involved? Shichi was rendered speechless by the incompetence of his subordinates. Is it conceivable that 2 superheroes could simply disappear from the blue planet without a trace? However, the high-ranking officials wore expressions of despair. What is the commotion? Just as the officials were at their wits' end, a somewhat sardonic, childlike voice infiltrated their minds. Dragon Tornado. The officials gazed at the large yet youthful figure that had descended from above, filled with exasperation. This legally recognized young woman was none other than the current level 2 superhero, Dragon Tornado, the trump card of the Hero Association. Regrettably, this grown child was also a law unto herself, doing as she pleased, rendering the association powerless to command her except in dire circumstances. 2 level heroes from our association have gone missing for unknown reasons, Shichi said, steeling himself. To have lost 2 level superheroes, you truly are inept, Dragon Tornado exclaimed. Her arms crossed defiantly. Oh well, I have been rather bored lately, so I shall assist you in your search. No, you have been idling away your days. Haven to you? That must render you rather bored, the executives remarked while observing Tornado. Humph, what kind of gaze is that? Tornado shot back, her voice laced with disdain. Here are the profiles of the 2 superheroes for your perusal. The executives, fully aware of Tornado's formidable nature, promptly presented the documentation of Jupiter and Zombie Man. As Tornado scrutinized the profile containing Jupiter's disdainful visage, she furrowed her brow. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an unsettling feeling arose at the very sight of Jupiter, perhaps stemming from a faint sense of kinship she detected in his gaze, a case of opposites attracting while similarities repelled. Meanwhile, the bare-skinned Jupiter, boasting a magnificent physique, had arrived at Dr. Kino's base. Long time no see. What on earth happened to you? Did you stumble upon a divine entity while shopping at the supermarket? Kino's exclaimed, his highly intelligent mind, with an IQ of 250, deducing the most plausible explanation. I took a bath in the sun, Jupiter replied candidly. A bath in the sun? Truly remarkable. So the strong bathe in the sun. What a revelation, Kino's exclaimed, realizing the extent of his ignorance. I need you to craft an entirely new battle suit for me, with only one stipulation. It must resemble my previous battle attire perfectly, Jupiter stated. Simple enough. Kino's replied with a nod, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. In less than a minute, an identical battle suit appeared on the screen. What do you think? Kino's inquired. Turning to Jupiter. Let us change the gloves to red this time, Jupiter suggested after a moment of contemplation. Very well. Kino's swiftly altered the color with a click of the mouse. How about now? That's the one, Jupiter said, nodding in approval at the completed suit. Excellent, Kino's announced, executing the final command. A minute later, a robotic assistant delivered a flawless battlesuit. Hail to the power of technology, Jupiter declared as he donned the suit Kino's had crafted. The liquid you provided is nothing short of miraculous. It has solved many problems I previously deemed insurmountable. However, it requires a bit more fine-tuning. The complete product will be ready for you in no less than a week, Kino's informed him during Jupiter's dressing. I trust you completely. Just show me the results in a week, Jupiter replied confidently. Jupiter waved his hand dismissively. He was uninterested in the process, only concerned with the outcome. Satisfied, upon receiving Jupiter's response, Kino's relaxed and resumed his tasks. After changing his attire, Jupiter patted Kino's on the shoulder, indicating he had no intention of further disturbing him, and departed from his secret base of the Evolution House. Where to now? Where might I find a member of the Oddity Association? After leaving the Evolution House, Jupiter pondered where he should search for the members of the Oddity Association. Hey, you little rascal, you haven't contacted the Hero Association in days. Are you plotting a rebellion? Just as Jupiter prepared to continue his search for the Oddity Association, a somewhat acerbic female voice pierced the air. Little rascal? Jupiter looked up, his gaze directed skyward. He spotted a girl clad in a green dress, with an octopus-like bun atop her head, gazing down at him. "What are you talking about, you octopus-headed imp? Don't interrupt an adult at work. Go play in the dirt." Jupiter recognized the figure in the sky, but maintained a stoic expression as he retorted, "Very well. You made me angry." The green-haired girl, upon hearing Jupiter's words, resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, suppressing her seething rage as she glared at him. "Disobedient little imp, you're in for a spanking." Jupiter stretched his body, flexing his fingers, seeking the right sensation, akin to a mother tenderly soothing her misbehaving child. Believing it necessary for the impudent girl to reflect on her ancestry through a gentle reprimand. "Have you heard of the Ansei waist drum?" Jupiter inquired, eyeing the green-haired pseudo-lowly. "Tornado. Ansei waist drum? I've heard of waist drums." Tornado raised an eyebrow, although she did not comprehend why Jupiter was asking her about such a thing. She was familiar with waist drums, which are struck while worn around the waist. "Excellent." Jupiter nodded approvingly and, in the next instant, appeared behind Tornado. "So fast." Tornado was taken aback by Jupiter's speed, which exceeded her ability to perceive movement. "Knowing about the Ansei waist drum is sufficient," Jupiter declared as he gently tapped Tornado's neck with his hand. In an instant, Tornado's eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. In the fleeting moment before her awareness faded, she vaguely perceived the newly promoted hero clad in a white bodysuit, offering her a bright smile. Time had slipped away, leaving my head throbbing with pain. Tornado, in a dazed stupor, gradually opened her eyes, feeling a disorienting haze enveloping her mind, reminiscent of binge-watching a series until dawn, only to awaken and realize it was not the weekend. She felt as if she were a weary corporate worker, having spent an entire night without sleep, now faced with the necessity of rising early for work. Amid the disorientation, a faint ache pulsed through her, while her eyes felt so fatigued they could scarcely remain open. How warm it was! It felt as though her body were cocooned in a blanket, and she longed to surrender to sleep. Tornado sensed the warmth radiating from her body, her eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. Was that Tornado? Indeed, the second-ranked hero, the fearsome Tornado? How was she bound at the waist? Confusion swirled within her. Why ponder so many questions? Just take a picture. As she prepared to drift off, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted around her. Why was it so loud? Tornado, on the verge of succumbing to slumber, frowned in displeasure upon hearing the clamor, her delicate brows knitting together, filled with annoyance at the disturbance. "Be quiet," she exclaimed furiously, opening her eyes to survey the surroundings. The moment her eyes fluttered open, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Countless citizens stood around, their attention fixated on her as they incessantly clicked their phone cameras, chattering amongst themselves. What on earth was happening? Tornado glared at the individuals snapping photos and shouted in anger, attempting to gesture a warning. To her dismay, she discovered her hands seemed bound. Indeed, her entire body was swathed in red fabric, with only her head exposed. It was this very wrapping that imparted such an overwhelming warmth. So, what on earth was this all about? Tornado's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her anger mingling with an overwhelming sense of shame. Here she was, the mightiest of the Blue Star's powers, the ace of the Hero Association, the second-ranked hero, utterly ensnared in red cloth and publicly displayed. "Oh, you're awake?" A deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated in her ear after a furious outburst. What have you done to me?" Tornado roared, recognizing the voice's owner all too well, as she had just spoken with him moments ago. "I asked you a question, didn't I? Do you know about the Ansei waist drum? You claimed you did. Didn't you?" The owner of the voice countered without addressing her fury. "I acknowledge that I know about the waist drum. But how does that pertain to my current predicament?" Tornado found herself bewildered, struggling to comprehend the erratic thought process of this newly ranked hero, Jupiter. "Of course it matters. On this festive day, I shall showcase a remarkable skill. The waist drum," Jupiter proclaimed, as he approached the waist drum secured at his side. A position that is somewhat elusive to describe in words, requiring one to comprehend it intuitively, and began to play. With a resounding clap, the sound echoed. Silence. In an instant, the atmosphere became profoundly still, whether it was the crowd capturing photographs, the performer of the waist drum, or the striking red drum body with its verdant surface. All were rendered speechless. "What are you doing?" The waist drum suddenly burst forth with a loud call, chattering incessantly. Tornado could hardly conceive that the drum was, in fact, herself. The road drum, also known as the marching drum, is primarily played while advancing. Before the waist drum could elaborate further, the male voice began to explain, absorbed in his own thoughts. With a series of rhythmic taps, they moved forward along the street. Just look at what you've done. Tornado's face was no longer merely flushed. It was as red as a ripe tomato. This is merely the beginning. Now is my moment to display my true prowess, Jupiter declared, as he commenced to unveil his authentic technique. With a flurry of sounds, small twists, large twists, weaving through the legs, horse stance leaps, drumming while leaping, side kicks, front kicks, cross steps, running steps, labor steps, walking steps, cross steps, Jupiter spoke while executing a seamless series of moves amidst the cacophony of strikes, showcasing nothing less than professionalism. At this moment, Tornado found herself at a loss for words. She began to employ her superpowers, intending to break free from Jupiter's demonic grasp. Yet, despair washed over her as her once responsive abilities began to falter today. She could feel the immense power within her, yet it eluded her grasp, as though an invisible force had severed the connection between her and her abilities. What is happening? Tornado cried out in desperation, the sensation of helplessness evoking memories of a long-buried fear. Do you think the fabric encasing you is merely wrapping your body? Jupiter cast a scornful glance at the waist drum. This fabric has been meticulously engineered to suppress your superpowers, he said, lightly tapping the waist drum at his side. Impossible. In such a short span, you managed to create material specifically designed to suppress my powers? No. Could it be that you intended to target me from the very beginning? Tornado realized with growing dread that the entire situation was deeply unsettling, as if invisible hands were manipulating her every move. Enough of this. Jupiter dismissed the need to explain anything to the waist drum. Then how is it that you could develop materials specifically aimed at me in such a brief time? Tornado pressed on, questioning Jupiter further. Your inquiries are quite numerous, Jupiter remarked in response to Tornado's question. However, concerning this particular matter, I can indeed provide an answer. For you have been unconscious for 3 days. Impossible, Tornado exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. So, who exactly is it that has given you this impression? Did I merely knock you out just moments ago? Jupiter shook his head, realizing that Tornado's naivety was still quite pronounced. So, when do you intend to release me? Tornado implored, her eyes filled with a sense of pity. I shall release you whenever I so choose, Jupiter replied, his warm palm continuing to massage Tornado. Chapter 65. I take delight in observing the stubbornness of others. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Jupiter was escorting Tornado through the streets, a ringing sound interrupted their moment, prompting him to cease his actions. Your phone is ringing, Tornado reminded him. No, it is your phone that is ringing. Mine was destroyed during our previous battle, and I have been using yours ever since, Jupiter stated, shaking his head. His own device had been obliterated by the sun, and he was now reliant on Tornado's phone. Huh. Tornado's eyes widened further upon hearing Jupiter's words, her perception of his moral boundaries becoming ever clearer. The man before her seemed utterly devoid of limits. Hello. Jupiter retrieved the phone from his pocket and answered the call. Now that you are aware it is my phone, you should refrain from using it nonchalantly, Tornado shouted in indignation, observing Jupiter's audacity as he casually commandeered her device. Shoo! Jupiter gestured for her to be quiet. You dare to shush me? Tornado felt a surge of embarrassment at that moment. Jupiter, indifferent to her protests, covered her mouth with one hand. Is Miss Tornado present? I'm not Tornado. I am Jupiter. Please state your business promptly, he replied, muffling the surrounding noise. Ah, Mr. Jupiter, the voice on the other end, clearly flustered, struggled to comprehend how he had ended up speaking with Jupiter instead of Tornado. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. A meteor will strike the city in 20 minutes. I hope you or Miss Tornado can intervene. The representative from the Hero Association wiped the perspiration from his brow as he relayed their desperate plea for assistance. I see. The city is under threat and requires my aid? I refuse. If there are no other pressing matters, please refrain from disturbing me with such calls. Jupiter replied, nodding slightly before hanging up, executing the motion with seamless precision. If memory served him correctly, the city was the domain of a certain bald individual. Listening intently to the conversation on the phone, Tornado gazed at Jupiter in disbelief. seemingly astonished that Jupiter would decline the request to assist the city in its time of need. Are you not a hero? Do you not care for the lives of the city's citizens? Tornado inquired, her voice laden with skepticism towards Jupiter. Jupiter, however, showed no inclination to offer any explanation. His intentions were his own and required no justification to anyone. Just as Jupiter was about to continue their stroll with Tornado, the phone in his hand rang once more. Hello. I have already stated that there are no pressing matters. Do not disturb me. If you utter anything that fails to pique my interest, I assure you, you will not fare well. Jupiter pressed the answer button again, greeting the person on the other end with feigned cordiality. Mr. Jupiter, perhaps you are unaware of the magnitude of the threat posed by the meteorite. It has reached a Category Dragon-level threat. Should that meteorite strike the ground, the entire city would be obliterated. Thus, I earnestly implore you, at this moment, the only individuals capable of averting this disaster are you and Miss Tornado. The staff member from the Hero Association spoke with palpable urgency. To be candid, Jupiter had no interest in shattering the meteorite over the city. Moreover, even if he chose not to intervene, the presence of Baldy would ensure that the city remained unscathed. Please take action. If you can avert this crisis, we are willing to elevate your rank from second to last to third overall. The staff member pleaded anxiously before Jupiter could decline. First place, Jupiter remarked, his expression unchanged. First place. The higher-ups at the Hero Association were taken aback. The top rank had always belonged to Explosive, a position not easily relinquished. What are you hesitating for? Explosive cannot save the city. Only I possess the ability to shatter the meteorite and rescue the people. I am the one you truly need, Jupiter stated calmly, holding the phone. I regret to inform you that such decisions must be made by our superiors. I cannot grant you this alone. Could you possibly allow me some time to consider? The staff member's voice was tinged with resignation. Of course, Jupiter nodded, fully prepared to afford others the time they required. Excellent. Then how long can you grant me? The staff member continued to inquire. 5. Jupiter muttered, listening to the incessant chatter from the Hero Association staff. 5 minutes? The staff member exhaled slowly, relieved that 5 minutes might just suffice to notify the higher-ups. 4, 3, 2. Jupiter's voice continued, revealing that the number referred to was indeed 5. The staff member's expression shifted to one of shock as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. 1. Have you concluded your considerations? After Jupiter concluded his numerical assessment, he inquired, is this acceptable? Although he could not secure a direct first place for you, I can bestow upon you the title of the world's strongest hero, the staff member of the Hero Association nervously articulated. Very well, Jupiter responded, his heart indifferent to the ranking. He held no interest in his position. His request stemmed merely from the subpar system, which necessitated a certain level of legendary status within the realm of one punch to achieve entanglement with the world. Thank you. I am truly grateful. The Hero Association staff incessantly expressed their gratitude towards Jupiter. With a dismissive gesture, Jupiter disregarded their thanks and abruptly terminated the call. It is surprising that someone as formidable as you turns out to be a trivial seeker of hollow accolades. Tornado, resembling a waist drum, scoffed. Do you enjoy having those weaker than you standing atop your head? Jupiter playfully inquired, drumming his waist. Of course. I do not permit those weaker than me to stand above. Tornado replied, her cheeks flushed. How coincidental. My thoughts align perfectly with yours at this moment. Jupiter casually guided Tornado, prompting her to answer her own question. Well, yes, but although Jupiter's reasoning was sound and left Tornado with no grounds for rebuttal, she remained defiant. Silence yourself, Jupiter kindly suggested. I refuse, Tornado retorted, a hint of provocation in her tone. Excellent. Jupiter relished in her obstinate and proud nature, finding such individuals exceedingly intriguing and wishing for more like them. Suddenly, as Tornado provocatively opened her mouth, Jupiter transformed into a wave of energy, soaring into the sky. Alalala. Tornado struggled to close her gaping mouth against the forceful gusts, utterly failing in her endeavor. Chapter 66. Tornado's Reluctance Burning Cannon. Boom. Accompanied by an endless display of magnificent, molten artillery, a strikingly handsome cyborg unleashed his prowess against the falling meteorites above. So powerful, such a magnificent technique, truly worthy of the newly ascended hero, the devil cyborg Genos. Beside this remarkable cyborg stood an elderly man clad in martial attire. Damn, utterly useless. Despite the old man's constant praise, Genos, endowed with ample funding yet lacking in offensive output, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the meteorites above. His firepower was wholly inadequate to obliterate the celestial threats. It is all over. This city is doomed. Nearby, a colossal armored robot scanned the descending meteorites and arrived at a disheartening conclusion. I shall never surrender until the final moment. Listening to the words of the robot, Genos felt a surge of stubbornness within him, perhaps fueled by his relentless aspiration to become the strongest hero. He could not bear the thought of succumbing so easily. If no one could be saved, then such a person was utterly unworthy of the title of hero. Release all energy. With this thought, a flicker of electricity sparked in his deep black eyes as he retrieved his core and affixed it to the thermal cannon on his right arm. Burn for me. As Genos unleashed a roar filled with fury, an overwhelming torrent of fire erupted instantaneously. Boom! The immense recoil caused the rooftop where Genos and his companions stood to fracture with countless cracks. His unparalleled ferocity relentlessly battered the surface of the meteor, and even if he couldn't completely obliterate it, he was determined to push it back into the cosmos. What ferocity! What grandeur! It seems the meteor is being repelled, exclaimed an elderly man clad in martial attire, gazing up at the celestial body above. Is it true? This exclamation greatly bolstered Genos' spirit, igniting a newfound determination within him. And for a moment, his firepower intensified even further. Ah, no, I apologize, I must have misjudged. However, at the very moment Genos was delivering his magnificent onslaught, the elder shook his head in resignation. Let crush me, you cursed old fool, Genos retorted, his expression shifting as he gritted his teeth. It appears we have no other options. The elder shook his head, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yet, intriguingly, while he spoke of acceptance, his body subtly prepared for action, revealing that he had no intention of succumbing easily. As Genos exhausted his energy and collapsed to the ground, he perceived that the meteor above seemed to relent at last. Well done, Genos. Just as Genos had given up all hope, a bald man clad in a yellow rubber suit appeared on the rooftop beside him and the elder. Who is this? The elder's eyes brightened at the sudden appearance of the bald figure, whose stealthy approach had evaded his senses, truly remarkable and extraordinary. Master. Genos felt a wave of relief wash over him. The arrival of this man signified that everything would be all right. I'll leave this to you, said the bald man, stretching his body as he prepared to confront the colossal meteor overhead. Just as the bald man was about to take action, a piercing scream echoed in the ears of the bald man, Genos, and the elder. In the next moment, the elder, possessing extraordinary dynamic vision, spotted a white figure in the sky, cleaving through the clouds, hurtling towards the meteor. Wait! The bald man halted his movements as he saw someone leap into action before him. In the realm of character recognition, the target suspected to be the 17th ranked hero of the Hero Association, the Free Jupiter, was swiftly identified by Genos the moment he noticed a white figure. Is it the newly promoted hero, Free Jupiter? Genos pondered silently. Before he could contemplate further, his intelligent assistance system detected a new detail, the red waist drum worn by the man in white, prompting it to identify yet another figure, the second-ranked hero of the Hero Association, the quaking tornado, who appeared to have dislocated her jaw. Genos gazed at his analysis results, engulfed in silence. What manner of being was this dislocated jaw, quaking tornado? Genos felt his mind struggling to process the information. Just then, while Saitama found amusement and Genos busily analyzed, the elderly martial artist prepared for battle. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the meteors in the sky shattered into countless fragments. Tornado trailed closely behind Jupiter, mumbling incessantly, yet her dislocated jaw rendered her speech unintelligible. Had it truly been obliterated? This newly minted hero was indeed formidable. The elder atop the building squinted at the shattered meteors. However, the real peril was never the meteors themselves, but rather the debris that would ensue once they were destroyed. The elder deeply understood the catastrophic consequences the world would face following the meteor's obliteration. Mission accomplished. Having shattered the meteors, Jupiter floated in the air, having just saved his city, a commendable feat. Tornado gazed at the falling meteor fragments, her lips moving in a continuous stream of sounds, but alas, her dislocated jaw transformed her words into incoherent babble. How infuriating, she thought. Despite this, the city would still face annihilation. If only that Metal Knight had cooperated instead of acting unilaterally, This situation could have been averted. Genos watched the meteor shower, his eyes ablaze with anger. While the city had narrowly escaped destruction, it was still poised to suffer significant calamity. He could hardly guarantee that no one would be harmed amidst this meteor storm. Simultaneously, Genos felt a surge of vexation directed at the enormous mech not far from them, the Metal Knight, currently ranked 6th in the Hero Association. Initially, Genos had assumed the Metal Knight was there to obliterate the meteors and had hoped for collaboration, only to discover that the Knight was merely there to test his weaponry, showing not an ounce of interest in the meteor's destruction. Boom! As everyone helplessly watched the meteors plummet toward the city, Jupiter's red waste drum shone with a brilliant light, and the eyes of the quaking tornado glowed a vivid green. In an instant, every fragment of the meteors was suspended mid-air. Jupiter gazed at the rampaging tornado, raising an eyebrow in realization. It seemed that Genos had miscalculated. The tornado's power surpassed his expectations, rendering the superpower limiter he devised ineffective. With a crack, the tornado seized control of the meteor while simultaneously tearing apart the red limiter adorning her body, illuminating herself with a vibrant green glow as she levitated into the air. With a swift motion, the tornado adjusted her chin back to its original position. "Will you call this task completion?" she bellowed at Jupiter. "My mission is to prevent the meteor from obliterating the city, and I have accomplished that. As for the remaining tasks, they fall to you feeble heroes." Now that she had freed herself from her constraints, she relinquished the situation to him. Jupiter glanced at the bald figure standing atop the rooftop. Was it Genos? Was Saitama and Bang also present? Had Genos truly allied himself with Saitama? Saitama possesses a modicum of strength, doesn't he? Jupiter, sensing the continuous surge of high-energy signals pulsating through him, shook his head and ascended rapidly into the sky, vanishing like a fleeting shadow against the horizon. "Are you just going to abandon me like this? Do you think our affair can conclude so simply?" The tornado seethed at Jupiter, who appeared to cast her aside like a callous lover. "Are you the tornado of terror?" Genos inquired, directing his gaze towards her. "Oof, you all are a pitiful lot. Despite the multitude of heroes present, you cannot halt the meteor, necessitating my intervention." The tornado ultimately vented her pent-up fury upon those around her. 3 cheers. Daily requests for votes and investments. This week is crucial. Let us all strive together. Chapter 67. Infinite Seaweed, the world's strongest hero. Since his debut, he has eliminated an average of 4 demon-level monsters each day. Truly a paragon among heroes. The Superman who obliterates meteors with a single punch. A savior of the city. Ranked 2nd among the elite, the invincible man on the surface, the free-spirited Jupiter. With a click, Jupiter picked up the remote control in his apartment and turned off the television, dismissing the news that incessantly boasted of his prowess. Today marked another day of hunting for the Monster Association. Stretching his limbs, Jupiter commenced his daily duties, pursuing demon-level and above monsters, seeking intelligence regarding the Monster Association. However, Jupiter's relentless global pursuits of monsters were perceived by the Hero Association as the epitome of heroism. A hero should embody the essence of Jupiter, quelling crises in their infancy rather than waiting to confront them once they emerge. Heroes should not merely be defenders or avengers. Their primary role should be that of preventers. "Do you think the Monster Association might be in the city?" Jupiter inquired, his ear adorned with a headset as he communicated with Dr. Genos. "It is merely speculation. The city has long been plagued by calamities, to the extent that even superheroes are reluctant to oversee its affairs, rendering it a locale nearly forsaken by the masses. This neglect became particularly pronounced following the recent meteor incident, which prompted many superstitious citizens to abandon the city. If I were a monster, I would undoubtedly choose this city as my stronghold," explained Dr. Genos. "Is that so? Then I shall take a look," Jupiter remarked, slicing through the air as he advanced toward the city. "Ah, so this is the place where that bald individual resides. Is this what they call the darkness beneath the lamp?" Nestled within the territory of the strongest heroes, the Monster Association has thus far evaded the notice of both the Hero Association and various other factions. Suspended in the air, Jupiter activated his vision mode, penetrating through the concrete and steel as he relentlessly searched for his target. Meanwhile, Genos, donned in an apron and immersed in preparing hot pot within his vacant apartment, suddenly sensed something and looked up. A high-energy response detected. "Someone is scanning me," he noted, still stirring his food. Could this energy signature belong to the superhero who obliterated the meteor a few days ago? Genos swiftly concluded based on the energy readings. Never mind. He decided, resuming his culinary endeavors upon determining that it posed no threat. Just as he continued to simmer his broth, guided by his cooking mode plugin, a new sensation washed over him. An unknown monster has appeared 3 blocks away? Genos pondered, his eyes seemingly piercing through countless walls to pinpoint the distant creature. To his surprise, the superhero who had shattered the meteor also detected the monster, indicating that this matter no longer required his attention. With the intention of removing his apron, Genos instead retied it, focusing once more on his soup. Here lies the city, an entity cloaked in darkness, with hair composed of countless strands of seaweed. A monster stood at the city's entrance, surveying this beleaguered metropolis, often likened to Gotham from the One Punch universe. Rumors abound of a legendary monster capable of dispatching any adversary with a single blow. One wonders if such tales are grounded in truth. The creature, with its ethereal seaweed hair, scrutinized the battered landscape before it. Hey, are you the legendary monster? In that moment, as the seaweed creature contemplated its next move, 2 boisterous voices reached its ears. I am the A-class hero, Spring Mustache, proclaimed one, while another declared, and I am also an A-class hero, Golden Ball. Before the seaweed-haired monster stood a man with a small mustache wielding a rapier, alongside another clad in a hoodie, brandishing a slingshot. The 2 A-class heroes' presence ignited a spark of excitement in the monster's eyes. I shall begin. The Golden Ball smiled at the resplendent mustachio and, retrieving a slingshot from his possession, aimed it at the peculiar figure before him, launching a golden orb. The seaweed man, taken aback by the incoming golden sphere, widened his eyes in astonishment, resembling a curious child who has just encountered a new toy. Snap! In the blink of an eye, under the seaweed man's gaze, the golden orb morphed into a miniature missile, hurtling towards him. Bored, the seaweed man's hair, resembling long strands of seaweed, suddenly elongated and effortlessly deflected the missile away. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the balcony of a nearby building was obliterated. What? The Golden Ball stared in disbelief at the wreckage of the balcony, his eyes wide. Before he could ponder further, a strand of seaweed shot forth from the sewer, ensnaring the Golden Ball's foot and flinging him away. How amusing! The Spring Mustachio, observing the Golden Ball being hurled away, gently stroked his elegant mustache, then tightened his grip on his rapier as he approached the oddity. What manner of being are you? The peculiar figure inquired, as countless strands of seaweed whipped around his head in an exaggerated whirlwind, charging towards the Spring Mustachio. Oh la la la! The Spring Mustachio, confronted by the onslaught, swung his sword, parrying the myriad of tentacles. Impressive. He commended the seaweed man, his muscles tensing in response. Ha! With a low growl, the Spring Mustachio's rapier twisted like a spring before launching forward, resembling a low-budget firearm. Swish! The seaweed man effortlessly dodged the Spring Mustachio's supersonic thrust. The Spring Mustachio's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the seaweed man evade his attack. He discreetly pressed the emergency assistance button on his Hero Association-issued phone. Farewell, the seaweed man declared, as the seaweed on his body extended relentlessly towards the Spring Mustachio. Having effortlessly dealt with 2 class heroes, let me vanquish more. The seaweed man, after dispatching the Spring Mustachio, wore a triumphant grin and turned away, resolved to become a legend of the city. Then at the very moment the seaweed man turned, he froze in shock, for unbeknownst to him, a burly man clad in a white bodysuit had appeared behind him. The white-clad giant beamed a friendly smile at the seaweed man. Who are you? The seaweed man inquired. Puzzled. Your ancestor, the giant replied with a smile, advancing towards the seaweed man. A legendary tale, yet to unfold, was abruptly extinguished. Gratitude to the esteemed reader for the generous rewards. 100 for embracing Rem and Ram, 1,500 for the illustrious Qin Shi Huang, and 500 for the wandering souls of the realms. Chapter 68. The Good Man Jupiter. This matter does not concern you. The robust man in white observed the golden sphere and the spring-bearded figure as they helped each other to their feet, a smile gracing his face. Ah, you are the one ranked second, the spring-bearded figure remarked, his expression one of surprise. He had listened to the radio that day and learned of a newly emerged hero whose unstoppable prowess had shattered a meteorite with a single punch, saving the city and propelling him from the bottom of the rankings to the esteemed position of the second strongest hero. The man in white emphasized his title. Very well. Strongest hero, replied the spring-bearded figure, sensing the unease in the other's reaction to the designation of second. The man in white nodded gently in acknowledgement. We shall take our leave. With that, the spring-bearded figure assisted the golden sphere away from this tumultuous place. Now, let us discuss your predicament. The man in white, also known as Jupiter, had the seaweed creature suspended upside down from a streetlight. What is your name? Jupiter inquired, floating with his hands clasped behind his back. I am called Infinite Seaweed, the creature replied, a flicker of fear crossing its dark visage as it divulged its name. Excellent, Mr. Infinite Seaweed. Have you heard of the Monster Association? Jupiter probed further. No, I have not. Infinite Seaweed shook his head, genuinely unaware of the association. You are being dishonest, Jupiter countered, discontented with the response. Huh? Infinite Seaweed was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Jupiter accused him of dishonesty, for he considered himself a truthful being. Before Infinite Seaweed could clarify, Jupiter yanked a strand of seaweed from the creature's head, the sharp pain eliciting a grimace of anguish. I truly do not know. Infinite Seaweed whimpered, tears welling in his eyes, genuinely ignorant of the Monster Association. With a disapproving shake of his head, Jupiter tore another strand from the creature's crown. Ah! The agonized cry of Infinite Seaweed erupted once more. Meanwhile, having distanced themselves from the city, the golden sphere slowly opened his eyes. Oh, you are awake? The spring-bearded figure greeted amicably. Cough, cough, what is the situation? Where's the monster? The one who defeated us? The golden sphere inquired, his face twisted in pain. Just as the spring-bearded figure prepared to respond, a chilling scream echoed from behind them. Is that the voice of that monster? What on earth has transpired? The golden sphere was bewildered, unable to fathom what could instigate such a harrowing cry from a creature capable of overpowering both him and the spring-bearded figure. Hush! This matter is not to be spoken of. You need not press further. Some knowledge can bring about unpleasant dreams at night. The spring mustache, upon hearing Golden Ball's inquiry, immediately gestured with his fingers for Golden Ball to refrain from asking more questions, as if he were wary of something. At that moment, beads of sweat dotted Spring Mustache's forehead, and his heart raced with a palpable thump, thump. He had merely glanced back out of curiosity, only to witness an incredibly tragic scene, and now he could only inscribe a large character of despair in his heart for that kelp creature. What's wrong? Golden Ball, still bewildered from awakening, struggled to comprehend the situation. In any case, you need only know that we are safe. That creature has other heroes attending to it. Spring Mustache interjected, halting Golden Ball's incessant questions. Auhikt. Although Golden Ball had many queries lingering in his mind, the expression on his old partner's face advised him that silence would be prudent. At this moment, at the city's entrance, the infinite kelp wailed in agony, sobbing uncontrollably. Has it been completely stripped away? Jupiter observed the slick head of the infinite kelp, confirming that the creature had indeed been vanquished. Now, only the creature remained, devoid of kelp. I truly do not know. The remaining kelp, or rather the absence of kelp, shed tears of despair, his countenance reflecting profound agony. He regretted ever leaving the sea for the surface. He longed to return home, vowing never to set foot on land again. If you know nothing, then you are of no use, Jupiter declared, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow, prepared to send the creature before him to the heavens. Hey! Just as Jupiter was about to act, a voice called out to him. Jupiter, busy at work, turned to face the source of the sound on the ground, where a glowing bald head appeared. It's you. How impressive. You managed to shatter such a massive meteorite with a single punch. Truly remarkable. I've never encountered anyone as powerful as you. The bald head gazed up at Jupiter, speaking in admiration. Saitama? Jupiter recognized the suddenly appearing figure. Slowly descending from the air, he stood opposite Saitama. Do you know me? I didn't realize I had become so renowned. Saitama mused aloud. What brings you here? Do you live in this city? Wow, so much kelp. How fresh. Is all of this yours? Saitama was captivated by the large handful of kelp in Jupiter's possession. Well, sort of. Do you want some? Take it all. Jupiter glanced at the kelp, then at the bald hero, ultimately handing the entire bundle into Saitama's arms. Is it really all right? Can I have all of this? Saitama felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was his first time accepting a gift from a stranger. It's nothing. I have far too much kelp, and I wouldn't be able to consume it all, Jupiter replied, shaking his head. He rolled up the last piece of kelp and, lost in thought, soared into the sky. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we shall collaborate another time. He waved goodbye to Saitama, and in the next moment, transformed into a beam of white light, darting into the distance. How delightful it must be to fly. Saitama gazed at the departing Jupiter with a hint of envy. However, this envy dissipated swiftly, and his expression returned to its usual state of indifference. So much kelp has been gifted to me. That fellow is truly a good person. It made sense. After all, he was a top-tier hero. How could he possibly be anything but virtuous? Clutching the kelp, Saitama joyfully made his way home, already regarding Jupiter as a commendable individual. Have I forgotten something? Oh well, it's likely nothing of great importance. Meanwhile, high above, Jupiter paused mid-flight, recalling unfinished business. Yet upon reconsideration, deemed it trivial, and continued onward. Hey, is anyone there? Please, someone help me. Left behind was a figure devoid of kelp, dangling from a lamppost, swaying in the wind. Chapter 69. Like a deity descending from the heavens, did we ultimately fail? Kinos inquired of Jupiter. A god-tier monster has intervened, leaving us no choice but to retreat for the time being, Jupiter responded, having just severed the throat of a demon-tier monster with one hand while speaking into his earpiece. It is unavoidable. We shall continue our search. I have utilized replication technology to create an improved version of Mosquito Girl, who will command mosquitoes to assist you in locating the monster association. I trust results will follow soon. Kinos initially thought Jupiter's mention of a god-tier monster was a jest, but now it seemed otherwise. Jupiter nodded, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the skull of a nearby monster. With torrents of tomato sauce raining down amidst countless monster remains and the crack streets that bore the brunt of Jupiter's fist, once again, Jupiter safeguarded the city's safety. 2 days passed. In the coastal city, from the once tranquil sea emerged a multitude of robust monsters. Each possessed either an octopus-like body or varied aquatic forms. Yet all shared an extraordinary strength and colossal size. I shall consume every last human in this city. Fools, come forth and behold your master. Welcome the arrival of the Deep Sea Clan. The representatives of the Deep Sea Clan clamored incessantly. Countless individuals gazed upon the robust figures of the deep sea dwellers, emitting heart-wrenching cries as fear and despair permeated their hearts. Do not be afraid. Leave this to me. Hero Stinger, a man, adorned with a quiff reminiscent of a hedgehog and clad in a fitted suit, brandishing a lance, suddenly emerged from the throng. After swiftly dispatching a deep-sea creature with a single strike, he turned to face the camera, offering a flawless smile. It's a hero. Go hero. The onlookers, witnessing the sudden appearance of their champion, rallied with fervent support. Just leave this to me. You all hurry to the shelters. Stinger left behind a striking silhouette as he charged towards the relentless tide of deep-sea creatures. Meanwhile, Jupiter. I have received reports that the city appears to be under siege by organized monsters. You might want to investigate, as there could be valuable insights to gain. Doctor. Kinos conveyed the intelligence to Jupiter at once. The city? Upon receiving the information, Jupiter opened his mobile device to check the news. An urgent notification read, the city's disaster level has escalated to a demon-grade threat. Several top-tier heroes have been defeated, and the monsters are advancing towards the city's shelters. All capable heroes are urged to intervene. Jupiter stared at the alert on his phone, and the accompanying images of the monsters sparked a realization about the attackers. The Deep Sea King? Jupiter quickly recalled the assailants, who had previously overpowered the alluring prisoner and the undefeated legend, two esteemed heroes. One of the more formidable foes from the first season of One Punch Man, yet in reality, merely a low-tier demon, far inferior to the likes of the easily dispatched Azure Kabuto and other forgettable dragon-grade monsters. If I eliminate him, I can eradicate their inferior genes and perhaps acquire something from the sea, though it seems rather useless. After a brief contemplation, Jupiter resolved to take care of the threat. With clarity of purpose, he soared into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere with a sonic boom as he made his way towards the city. Boom! At that moment, having vanquished the alluring prisoner, the Deep Sea King smashed through the walls of the human shelter with a single punch. He chuckled, stepping through the shattered barrier and eyeing the delectable humans with drool pooling at his lips. So many feeble beings. Where shall I begin my feast? The Deep Sea King smiled at the humans. Mommy, I'm so scared. A young girl clung to her mother crying out loudly. "Do not fear. The heroes will come to save us." The young mother reassured her daughter. "Heroes? I've already disposed of them all." The Deep Sea King decided, "I shall start with you." With a twitch of his ear, he had found his next target for consumption. "Stop right there." At the moment the Deep Sea King was about to advance, the heroes who had originally infiltrated the shelter to seek refuge stepped forth from the crowd, one by one, standing before him. "Who are you?" the Deep Sea King inquired, a puzzled expression crossing his monstrous face. "We are heroes." The foremost among them was the hero known as Snakebite Fistneck, ranked at the lower echelons. Beside him stood 3 other heroes who had also sought sanctuary in the shelter, forming a formidable front of 4, 2 ranked at level 2 and 1 at level 1. A sense of hope surged within the hero sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. He suddenly felt assured, realizing that even in the face of such a formidable foe, victory was within reach. "Let us go, heroes." The shelter's occupants, witnessing the emergence of these champions, felt a surge of elation, as if hope had been rekindled. "We can win." The encouragement from the crowd invigorated the slick-back hero. "Are you truly heroes?" The gigantic fish-faced Deep Sea King questioned the assembled group. "Indeed, we are heroes," they affirmed, nodding in unison. Boom! At that very moment, as their declaration echoed, the Deep Sea King struck with ferocity, his colossal palm slicing through the air, surpassing the limits of human perception, launching the 4 heroes like projectiles against the wall. How dare such insignificance claim to be heroes? The Deep Sea King scoffed, his irritation palpable after sending the heroes crashing. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Those who had previously cheered for the heroes were left speechless. "Why the silence? Keep shouting. I relish the sound of your cries," he taunted, reveling in the stillness that followed. Yet, the crowd dared not utter a word, their breaths held in fear. "Since you choose not to speak, I shall commence my feast," the Deep Sea King declared, stretching his limbs in preparation for his impromptu banquet. Boom! Just as he was about to take action, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, akin to the crash of lightning. In an instant, the fortified shelter was breached, creating a gaping hole. "Huh, were you?" The Deep Sea King turned in astonishment, gazing up at the white figure hovering in the sky. Furious at the interruption to his meal, his wrath had reached a boiling point. Crackle! As the Deep Sea King looked upward, 2 scarlet beams descended from the sky, cleaving the imperious creature in twain. As the dark clouds dispersed, sunlight streamed through the shattered ceiling of the shelter, illuminating a figure clad in white, silhouetted against the sun. This being, bathed in radiant light, descended slowly, resembling a divine presence, a true guardian of humanity. As his adversaries dissipated like dark clouds above the heads of the masses at the moment the divine being descended, a sense of tranquility enveloped the scene. In the stillness of the night, a voice echoed, casually requesting votes and investment, expressing slight tardiness due to unforeseen matters. Chapter 70, Saitama. Jupiter is stronger than me. As the celestial deity bathed in endless radiance during his descent, countless tormented mortals knelt before him, reverently worshipping the magnificent god. "You are safe," proclaimed the deity, announcing the undeniable truth that his followers had found sanctuary in his presence. The mightiest hero in the world? The strongest man on the surface? No. Such notions are far too superficial. He is a true god walking among us. Crawling on the ground, gravely wounded, the top-tier hero Snake gazed at the stoic figure clad in white, exuding an aura of immense power, murmuring softly. In that moment, he felt that the title bestowed upon the golden figure by the Hero Association was an understatement. To him, the epithet of God of Humanity better encapsulated the essence, image, and strength of this being, indeed, a great deity traversing the earthly realm. Boom! At that moment, as the crowd revered the magnificent figure, a silhouette ablaze with violent energy descended from the heavens, standing beside the true god. This was a dashing man clad in steel, his eyes a deep abyss, who regarded the Sea King, severed into 3 segments by 2 beams of light. A tremor coursed through his gaze. Had the enemy already been vanquished? Does this imply that I have arrived late? The handsome figure exuded an air of urgency, clenching his fists in remorse for his tardiness, lamenting his absence from the battle against the monstrous foe. "Nay, Genos, your arrival was not too late," gently countered the white-clad deity, having overheard the man's self-reflection. "Not too late?" Genos analyzed the divine figure beside him, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. "Indeed, Not too late, Jupiter nodded in agreement. Had Genos arrived earlier, he would have merely suffered at the hands of the Sea King. Thus, Jupiter considered Genos's timing fortuitous. Otherwise, Genos would have expended considerable resources, only to tarnish his undefeated legacy with an unnecessary encounter, an unworthy endeavor. You are the second-ranked free agent, Jupiter, the man who obliterated the meteor in the city, Genos exclaimed. Startled, his positioning system had failed to detect Jupiter's presence during its initial scan of the city shelter. This implied that Jupiter had reached the refuge during the brief interval while Genos was en route, scanning the area. Moreover, what is most astonishing is that Jupiter not only arrived at the sanctuary in a remarkably short span of time, but upon his arrival, he swiftly vanquished the formidable threats that endangered the refuge, defeating numerous high-ranking heroes along with a powerful monster of the highest caliber. This display of strength left Genos profoundly astonished. He informed the Hero Association that the enemy had been neutralized. Jupiter cast a glance at the funding warrior and spoke in a voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Very well. Upon hearing Jupiter's words, Genos instinctively nodded in agreement. Boom! Before Genos could utter another word, Jupiter ascended into the air, transforming into a radiant white beam that surged skyward. The sheer might of the man made Genos ponder who might be stronger, he or his mentor, Saitama. As Genos gazed at Jupiter soaring into the heavens, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Genos raised his gaze to the sky, a bicycle bell chimed, heralding the arrival of a hero clad in green armor at the sanctuary. Justice Hero, the unlicensed rider has arrived. Where are the monsters? The unlicensed rider struck a pose of utmost righteousness, inquiring about the monsters with Genos. The monsters? Genos murmured, casting his eyes toward the severed Sea King. Wow, that's impressive. Did you do this, Genos? Just as Genos pondered how to respond to the sight of the dismembered Sea King, a voice of admiration reached his ears. Genos recognized the familiar voice and turned towards its source with a jolt of surprise. Saitama-sensei. In his line of sight appeared the bald hero draped in a cape. Hey, Saitama greeted Genos warmly. This monster wasn't defeated by me. It was taken down by Jupiter, who currently ranks second among the heroes. Genos explained to his mentor. Jupiter is indeed impressive. Upon hearing Genos mention Jupiter, a trace of envy crossed Saitama's face. Sensei, the invincible Saitama, is actually praising someone else's prowess? This is the first time I've heard you commend another. Although Saitama's casual remarks stirred a tempest within Genos's heart, he etched Jupiter's name deeply in his mind, increasingly curious about who was truly stronger, Saitama or Jupiter. Gulp! As this thought took root in Genos's mind, his curiosity spiraled out of control, compelling him to ponder his mentor's perception of Jupiter. Saitama-sensei, do you believe you're more powerful, or is Jupiter the stronger one? Genos approached Saitama to inquire. Does it really matter? Saitama responded with a hint of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the significance of such a comparison. He had always regarded such matters with indifference, perhaps due to Saitama's notorious one-punch prowess. He has long ceased to care about who the strongest truly is. This matter is of great importance. Genos nodded fervently, yearning for Saitama to elucidate the doubts that plagued his mind. In light of this, Saitama stroked his chin and began to ponder. Genos held his breath, afraid to utter a sound. Indeed, it must be Jupiter who possesses greater strength. After a moment of contemplation, Saitama provided his answer. Genos was taken aback by Saitama's assertion that Jupiter was indeed stronger, shock washing over him. Why? Genos inquired, bewilderment etched on his face. Because Saitama leaned closer to Genos, his expression grave. Genos, gazing at Saitama's serious demeanor, widened his eyes, bracing himself for the truth. Because Jupiter can fly. Saitama explained his reasoning for believing Jupiter to be superior. Genos was momentarily stunned by Saitama's peculiar statement, yet upon reflection, it seemed quintessentially Saitama. Is that so? Is it truly like this? A faint smile graced Genos's lips. Indeed, it was he who posed such questions to Saitama, not the other way around. I too yearn to soar. Saitama gazed skyward, wishing that one day he might ascend into the air. Alas, despite his formidable strength as an ordinary human, he felt that flight remained an unattainable dream, at least subconsciously. Chapter 71. Jupiter's Gift. I am the Ancient King. Once, I reigned over the mightiest of all species. The dinosaurs. The colossal dinosaur monster, the ancient king, bellowed incessantly. What? You actually want me to return? I've only just arrived at your behest to deal with a certain individual awakening from slumber, and now you wish for me to go back? Are you out of your mind? However, the cute legal lowly with green curls standing opposite the ancient king paid him no heed, engrossed in her conversation on her phone. Hello, are you even listening to me? The ancient king felt his dignity slipping away. He bent down, looking at the little girl with the octopus hairstyle, and asked, Did you not see that I am on a call? A little awareness would be appreciated. How could you call yourself an ancient ruler? The octopus-haired lowly, upon hearing the ancient king's words, retorted angrily. The ancient king fell silent after her words, yet he maintained his politeness. A gathering of all heroes? So that rascal Jupiter will be present as well? Excellent. Once I resolve the matter at hand, I shall immediately follow suit. Upon hearing this, the lawful lowly was instantly intrigued. She had not forgotten the indignities imposed upon her by Jupiter, and she was determined to exact revenge for this humiliation. Have you finished your call? In that moment, as the lawful lowly reached an understanding with the person on the other end of the line, the colossal ancient king bent down once more to inquire about her. I have finished. Hey, what is up with that hideous chin of yours? It is exceedingly rude, Tornado remarked, glaring at the enormous chin that loomed before her. Has the aesthetic of the world changed? In my era, my chin was the epitome of handsomeness. Whenever the little female dragons beheld it, they would swoon, utterly entranced by my beauty. The ancient king gently caressed his chin, displaying a certain confidence in its appeal. It's atrocious. The lawful lowly Tornado crossed her arms defiantly, expressing her disdain for the ancient king's chin. Nonetheless, it matters not what a diminutive creature like you thinks of me. You are destined to perish soon. The ancient king quickly recovered from Tornado's verbal blow, gazing at her with a huff. Diminutive creature? How utterly impolite. Can you not clean up your own tongue, you foolish giant? Tornado seethed, her irritation flaring upon hearing the ancient king refer to her as a child. She despised being called short. Boom. The ancient king chose not to engage further in trivial banter. He lifted his massive foot and stomped down with great force, shattering the ground beneath him, sending tremors through the earth. Am I dead? He mused, surveying the destruction he had wrought. Dream on. Such a trivial act could never harm me. Tornado, arms crossed and levitating in midair, coldly responded, gazing at the ancient king who had obliterated the ground beneath him. The ancient king was momentarily taken aback by Tornado's sudden appearance beside him. Foolish creature, you shall pay dearly for your insolence. As she spoke, Tornado raised her hand, preparing to unleash her most merciless means of dispatching the ancient king. Give it up. All your attacks are futile against me. I am the ancient king who can only be defeated by meteors. He boasted with unwavering confidence, convinced of his resilience against the seemingly feeble human before him. Meteor, since you have chosen your manner of demise, I shall oblige, Tornado declared, raising her finger. A meteor hurtled towards the ancient king from the cosmos, summoned by her will. You claim you will only perish by a meteor strike? At the moment when the tornado was poised to obliterate the ancient king with a meteorite, a deep, magnetic voice resonated in their ears. That voice, it's you, Jupiter. Tornado, recognizing the familiar tone, turned her head toward the source. There floated a man clad in a white bodysuit, most intriguingly holding a small island approximately 10 square kilometers in area. What on earth are you doing with that? Tornado stared, momentarily taken aback by Jupiter, who effortlessly cradled the island in one hand. He claimed it could only be killed by a meteorite. Regrettably, I refuse to believe that. Thus, I shall present him with a gift. As Jupiter spoke, he nonchalantly hurled the island toward the ancient king. With a resounding crash, the ancient king was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of mud. See, I told you he could not simply be killed by a meteorite, Jupiter remarked, shaking his head as he surveyed the flattened remains of the ancient king. This is what I call a dinosaur meat pie. Hey, how dare you act unilaterally and eliminate my prey? Tornado exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with indignation at the sudden appearance of Jupiter. The higher-ups from the association instructed me to summon you to the city's Hero Association headquarters. Jupiter approached Tornado, extending his hand toward her. What do you intend to do? Tornado's face reddened, seemingly recalling a thrilling and delightful memory. Do not be overly excited. Here, take this. Jupiter produced a beautifully wrapped gift box. This is, for me, Tornado's hands trembled slightly as she accepted the gift from Jupiter, her eyes reflecting a mixture of disbelief and anticipation. Indeed, it is a gift for you, containing a surprise I believe you will appreciate. I will be waiting for you at the Hero Association headquarters. With those words, Jupiter transformed into a beam of white light and vanished into the sky. Tornado felt her heart race and her cheeks flush. It was her first experience receiving a gift from someone, and she was elated. This joy persisted until she unwrapped the gift box. Inside, she discovered a pair of black silk panties and a gift card. It's getting cold. Please keep warm. This best-selling design for the past decade is a gift for the cool you. Meichuan NEI. No thanks needed. Tornado crushed the gift card in her grasp, her eyes ablaze with fury. Surprise? What constitutes a surprise? This is a surprise. Jupiter. Tornado bellowed, transforming into a green light as she sped toward the city. Jupiter sensed the energy fluctuations behind him and shook his head. You see, there is indeed a straightforward way to encourage Tornado to actively attend the Hero Association's headquarters for the Hero Assembly. Isn't there? Chapter 72, A Crisis Approaches. Boom! As the air roared with continuous turbulence, Jupiter gradually arrived at the grand edifice of the Hero Association headquarters. It is Mr. Jupiter, a staff member, upon witnessing Jupiter descend from the sky, immediately rushed forward to greet him. Jupiter offered a slight nod in acknowledgement to those welcoming him. I shall enter first. Tornado will arrive shortly. He took a moment to remind a few staff members before stepping into the headquarters. We understand. Entrusting this matter to Lord Jupiter is indeed most fitting. He has managed to convince that arrogant Tornado to attend the assembly in no time. The staff members flattered Jupiter after hearing his words. Jupiter symbolically patted the shoulder of the eloquent young man before entering the Hero Association, preparing to participate in the upcoming Hero Assembly. Shortly after Jupiter stepped inside the headquarters, a legal lowly, radiating a brilliant green light, descended from above. It is Miss Tornado. Mr. Jupiter is already inside. The staff greeted her with smiles. Jupiter, where is that scoundrel now? Tornado's brows furrowed as she listened to the staff's words. A mere glance from her instilled immense pressure upon them, causing their hairs to stand on end. They could feel Tornado's overwhelming power manifesting upon their very beings. Mister. Jupiter has already gone in, several staff members hastily explained. Understood. Tornado, upon hearing this, released the staff from her intimidating presence and floated gracefully into the colossal structure before her. Ah, look, there's even an elementary school student here. Just as Tornado entered the association, preparing to confront Jupiter about the curious gift, a bald man, on the verge of entering, burst into laughter upon spotting her. What did you say? Who are you calling an elementary student? Tornado's body stiffened as she slowly turned to face the bald man. Teacher Saitama, this is the third-ranked hero. Tornado of Terror, whom we have encountered before, remarked the dashing cyborg standing beside the bald man. Oh, I remember now, that foul-mouthed elementary student. Saitama seemed to harbor a rather unfavorable impression of Tornado. Huh, you bald fool. Dare to call me an elementary student again? I'm far older than you. Tornado retorted angrily, facing Saitama. Bald fool? You little elementary student, dare to repeat that. Upon hearing those words, Saitama immediately erupted in anger. For nothing irked him more than being called a baldy. Calm down, sensei. Genos, standing behind Saitama, grasped his shoulders, persistently urging him to temper his wrath. Calm down. Saitama seethed, veins bulging on his forehead. Baldy, baldy, baldy. Tornado, hovering in the air, taunted him loudly. Ha! Elementary student, elementary student, elementary student. Saitama defiantly retorted. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, as though they were on the brink of a brawl. Everyone, please calm down. Regardless of the issues at hand, let us first proceed to the conference hall and discern the reason behind the Hero Association's urgent summons of us esteemed heroes. Bang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, striving to mediate the escalating situation. Sensei, let us take a step back. It is unwise to allow a mere elementary student to provoke us. Geno spoke softly beside Saitama. Yeah, I'm not angry. Saitama glared at Tornado, his fury palpable, although he was clearly seething. I won't stoop to your level. Tornado huffed disdainfully at Saitama, Genos, and banged before soaring into the room. That elementary student. Saitama seethed inwardly as he watched Tornado's retreating figure. Move aside. Yet Tornado was not in a much better mood. She too was fuming. And upon spotting the fifth-ranked hero, Atomic Samurai, she shouted indignantly, showing no restraint. Hey, 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 who provoked that little ancestor? Was it your two little disciples, Bang? Atomic Samurai deftly sidestepped Tornado, then turned to address Bang, Genos, and Saitama. Saitama, feeling belittled once more, found himself at a loss for words, his mouth slightly agape. These two are not my subordinates. This is the newly ranked hero, the demon cyborg Genos, and this is Saitama, a remarkable hero in his own right. Fortunately, Bang provided clarification just as Saitama was at a loss for what to say. I have no interest in anyone else, Bang. You know I am only interested in you. We shall clash one day. Atomic Samurai gazed at the higher-ranked hero, Silver Fong Bang, gripping his katana tightly. Eager for a duel. But not today. I must attend the meeting. Atomic Samurai sheathed his sword and turned towards the base. What a peculiar bunch. Saitama muttered in irritation as he observed the departing forms of Tornado and Atomic Samurai. Ultimately, the trio entered the conference room amidst Saitama's quiet grumbling. At this moment, within the expansive conference room, aside from the prominent figure of the Blaster, the missing zombie man, and the Seven-Metal Knight, who had been demoted due to Jupiter's ascension, all the other Class S heroes were seated. Jupiter, what on earth do you mean? Do you truly believe I am as nonchalant as the infamous Meichuan Naiku? What ist? Tornado exclaimed, incessantly chattering at Jupiter. However, Jupiter appeared oblivious, his eyes tightly shut as he adjusted his state. Hey, are you even listening to me? Tornado questioned loudly, glancing at Jupiter beside her. Shoo, a formidable enemy is approaching. If I do not stabilize myself, the blue planet may face annihilation, Jupiter replied, gesturing for Tornado to be quiet, and began to ramble. Indeed, a powerful adversary would soon arrive. However, even if he were to be defeated, the blue planet would remain unscathed, for it harbored the universe's sole god-level monster from the One Punch Man world. Tornado fell silent, observing Jupiter's serious demeanor. If you dare deceive me, I will not let you off easily, she threatened, turning away with a haughty air. Jupiter, hearing her words, chose to remain silent, continuing to focus on his preparations. As time passed, Tornado, wishing not to disturb Jupiter, sat alone in her seat, muttering softly to herself. Apart from Jupiter, she had little desire to engage with the other Class S heroes. In her eyes, although they were all esteemed members of the Hero Association, they did not belong to the same echelon of strength. The other Class S heroes, as the elite of all humanity on the blue planet, each possessed distinct personalities. They sat arrogantly in their seats, none willing to initiate conversation, seemingly intent on maintaining their aloof personas as powerful beings. We have been unable to contact Blaster, Metal Knight, or Zombie Man, but thankfully, all of you have attended this assembly. I apologize for the inconvenience, and I appreciate your efforts in coming here. Just as silence enveloped the room, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with white hair, accompanied by two officials from the Hero Association. Some familiar faces and some new ones. Allow me to introduce myself. Hello, I am Shichi, a senior administrator of the Hero Association. The middle-aged man addressed the Class S heroes softly. In any case, this matter is of utmost importance. Even if Class S heroes choose to flee, I shall not impede them. Escaping requires a certain measure of courage. However, if you heed my forthcoming words, you shall not be permitted to leave until this matter reaches its conclusion. With these words, Shichi surveyed the expressions of those present and fell silent. It appeared that none harbored intentions of departing. So, I shall commence explaining the significance of this assembly. Shichi, relieved by the lack of objections, resolved to elucidate the purpose behind gathering these esteemed heroes. Hey, is what you have to say truly of great importance? I specifically canceled my sister's performance to be here. If it's not significant, be wary. I might just dismantle the entire Hero Association headquarters. Metal Baseball declared, nonchalantly crossing his legs and directing a fierce threat at Shichi. Do you genuinely believe that the opulent structure crafted by the Hero Association could be reduced to rubble by a mere stick? Dragon Twister scoffed, her gaze dripping with disdain as she mocked Metal Baseball's bravado. Scoundrel, do you look down upon me? Believe it or not, I could easily crack open that octopus head of yours. Metal Baseball retorted, brandishing his bat and bellowing. Come at me then, but don't expect me to spare you when you kneel before me. Dragon Twister was already seething with frustration, unable to match Jupiter in combat. She felt no desire to engage with Saitama, and yet this low-ranking metal baseball dared to act so brazenly before her. Chi-Chi, perhaps you should hasten your words. Otherwise, metal baseball might just be reduced to a pulp. Flashing Fleisch, observing the escalating quarrel between Dragon Twister and metal baseball, shook his head and turned to the high-ranking officials of the Hero Association. Scoundrel, are you implying that I am inferior to that girl? Metal baseball felt a tinge of humiliation and turned to Flashing Fleisch for confirmation. It appears that everyone except you possesses a modicum of intelligence, Dragon Twister declared, crossing her arms triumphantly. The matter is thus. The great oracle, Shibabawa, has passed away. Chi-Chi, exhaling a sigh in response to the escalating verbal conflict, began to unveil the reason for summoning the heroes. What? The illustrious oracle, Shibabawa, has departed from this world? Upon hearing Chi-Chi's proclamation, the assembly gasped in astonishment. Nay, half a year ago, after completing her prophecy, Shibabawa felt unwell, coughed a bit, and consumed a throat lozenge, which subsequently lodged in her throat. The blonde manager beside Chi-Chi remarked, somewhat exasperated. Yet this is of little consequence. The crux of the matter is that, in her final moments, Shibabawa left behind this prophecy. As Chi-Chi spoke, he placed a sheet of paper on the table before him, and a moment later, the projector illuminated the words of the great oracle. The Earth is in peril. The assembly of elite heroes gazed at the text projected before them, their eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth? How utterly mundane. I wish to return to my tutoring sessions. Upon witnessing the so-called prophet utter such trivialities, the young emperor's expression turned anxious as he shook his head. No, Lord Shibabawa's prophecies have always been thus. Her predictions merely encompass a fraction of the impending calamities, yet they invariably come to pass. In the past, she would forewarn of misfortunes befalling a particular street or city, but this marks the first instance she has inscribed a warning concerning the earth itself. I trust that at this juncture, you all comprehend the gravity of my words. This implies that in our future, the earth shall face disasters that far exceed even the mightiest of demons or dragons. Ladies and gentlemen, the apex of the creature classifications we have established is not merely that of a dragon. As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form upon his brow, his words resonating with clarity. Legend speaks of god-level monsters. The atomic warrior, arms crossed, with a blade nestled in his grasp, murmured while chewing on a blade of grass. May I pose a brief inquiry? Given that it is said to be a day in the future following Lord Shibabawa's demise, could it not be? Well, perhaps today. In the midst of the ensuing silence, a bald man from the crowd stepped forward, raising his hand to speak. And who might you be? However, your words do possess a semblance of truth. It is indeed possible that today is the day. Upon hearing the bald man's assertion, a solemnity fell over Chi-Chi's countenance. Tornado, utilize your powers to envelop the entire city. Simultaneously, Jupiter, who had kept his eyes closed until that moment, suddenly opened them, turning to Tornado with a grave tone. Tornado was taken aback by Jupiter's unexpected words, yet her movements were swift. She immediately unleashed her powers to shroud the entire city. Boom! A colossal spaceship, large enough to obscure the sky above the city, gradually materialized, unleashing a barrage of terrifying projectiles from its cannons. The projectiles hung suspended in midair, provoking astonishment among the ship's crew. The city is under attack, Tornado remarked softly to Jupiter, feeling the weight of the projectiles she had intercepted. I understand. Return the enemy's assaults in kind. Jupiter instructed Tornado. That goes without saying. Tornado retorted with a hint of pride, her body radiating a vibrant green light, propelling the suspended projectiles skyward. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the projectiles returned to the very ship that had launched them, igniting a spectacular display of flames. Chapter 74. The Great Giant Brother. Time rewinds to 5 minutes prior. In the vacuum of space, a warship gradually approached the blue planet. The blue planet? At last. We have arrived. Seated upon the throne in the depths of the battleship, the man gazed quietly at the resplendent planet before him, his heart pounding with anticipation. He sensed that on this remote celestial body, there existed a worthy adversary who could rival him. Full speed ahead. After admiring the beautiful sphere for a brief moment, the sovereign of the universe commanded his entire fleet to advance. The battleship surged forward, racing towards the blue planet. Meanwhile, the colossal figure, a brother orbiting the Earth, wept as he observed the debris floating around him. He could not comprehend why his elder brother had endowed him with such extraordinary strength. rendering him impervious even in the vacuum of space. He felt remorse and fury, and it was in this sorrowful moment that he collided with a cosmic warship. Upon discovering the gigantic, unknown life form adrift in the void, the ship's operator was momentarily taken aback before promptly reporting to the upper echelons. Fire. Without a moment's hesitation, the ruler on the throne commanded. The battleship unleashed its full arsenal upon the floating giant. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The giant brother and his elder sibling ascended to the heavens, embraced by the entire crew of the dark matter pirate fleet. Let's pay homage to the colossal hero, who, despite relinquishing thought, stood valiantly in place of his mother, the Blue Planet, enduring the ferocious assault of the malevolent dark matter pirates. We offer our sincere tribute and observe a moment of silence for 0.5 seconds. Report. The enemy has been annihilated. Not a single foe remains. The younger members of the dark matter pirate crew reported to their leader. Excellent, continue the advance, commanded the sovereign from his throne. The vessel finally broke through the atmosphere, soaring over the city that housed the headquarters of the Hero Association. Open fire. The skilled operators pressed the firing buttons, launching an indiscriminate assault on the planet's surface, eradicating those unable to withstand the bombardment. Following this, the three formidable warriors of the dark matter pirate fleet, alongside the great cosmic sovereign Lord Boros, would engage in battle with the planet's champions. This was the unchanging protocol of their invasion. However, the secrets harbored within this planet were far more profound than they had anticipated. Suddenly, the barrage of fire ceased mid-air, only to reverse course and hurtle back towards their battleship. Boom! Explosions erupted across the vessel, cloaking the city. Fierce flames consuming everything in their path. Haha! In the heart of the warship, the ruler on the throne felt the vibrations reverberating through the vessel. And for the first time in 20 years, a smile graced his face. The tyrant clenched his fists in excitement, yet he remained seated upon his throne, awaiting a valiant challenger. The spacecraft suffered severe damage. Within the colossal cosmic battleship, the oddly shaped alien pilot, manipulating the controls, stared wide-eyed at the data displayed on the panel. What transpired? Why did our missiles rebound? The crew of the battleship found themselves in a state of bewilderment, astonished by the events of the day. As the fleet of the notorious space pirate king, Boros, they had invaded countless planets, obliterating one world after another. Though they had encountered resistance from indigenous peoples before, never had anyone managed to reflect their attacks back at them, a notion deemed absurd. It is psychokinesis, a form of telekinetic power. In the command room, an octopus adorned with countless tentacles maintained a calm demeanor. I had forewarned that this scrap metal would be rendered meaningless in the face of formidable psychokinetic abilities. Clearly, among our adversaries today lies a master of psychokinesis of extraordinary prowess. The octopus appeared unfazed by the damage to the ship. Rather, upon witnessing the enemy reflect the missiles back with overwhelming power, a hint of smugness flickered across its features. However, there is no need for alarm, for the most potent psychokinetic master in this universe stands before you. I shall personally vanquish that formidable foe with my unparalleled psychokinetic prowess, the octopus proclaimed with pride. Guryugan Zayup, enough with the nonsense. Just moments ago, you could have deflected that attack with your telekinesis, or, at the very least, caused the projectile to detonate prematurely. The state of the ship is entirely your fault. A five-headed alien on the ground used a communication device to vociferously reproach the octopus, Guryugan Zayup, in the control room. Ah well, in any case, why should I explain myself to you? Attend to your own duties. Mind your own business, insufferable Maluzagaludo. Upon hearing the words of the five-headed alien, Maluzagaludo, Guryugan Zayup's expression turned somewhat awkward. Ultimately at a loss for words, he abandoned any attempt at justification, resorting instead to cursing Maluzagaludo, one of Boros's three warriors. As the least esteemed among Boros's trio, Maluzagaludo fell silent, refraining from retorting and soared toward the city below. If you lot are so unreliable, then let me take matters into my own hands. Though it may be somewhat tardy, it suffices to eliminate the foolish natives on this planet. Maluzagaludo resolved to take action himself, convinced that external forces were illusory. In critical moments, one must rely on oneself. Meanwhile, at the Heroes Association, a sense of urgency prevailed. What transpired? Shichi appeared flustered, having heard the earth-shattering commotion outside, yet he remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. An enemy had invaded the city, a formidable foe indeed. Jupiter, with his arms crossed before him, spoke calmly to the assembled elite heroes. Just moments ago, the adversary launched an assault against us. Had it not been for Tornado, the entire city would have likely been obliterated, he remarked, casting a glance at Tornado beside him. Umph. Upon hearing Jupiter's words, Tornado raised her chin with an air of self-satisfaction, gazing at the others with a sense of pride, seemingly awaiting Jupiter to utter something further. At that moment, as Tornado's eyes subtly urged Jupiter for more, Shichi interjected. Lord Shichi, we have projected the scene outside onto the screen. Shichi's aide, quick to respond, presented the imagery from the cameras outside the headquarters of the Hero Association on the screen within the room. There, the screen revealed a colossal spaceship that obscured the sky, ablaze with flames and emitting thunderous roars. On the ground, a monstrous entity with 5 heads wreaked havoc upon the streets. Chapter 75. What's wrong with elementary school students? The sight astounded everyone present. Has the prophecy of Lord Shibabawa come to fruition? Has a being surpassing the dragon level come to conquer Blue Star? Shichi exclaimed in astonishment, observing the unfolding scene on the screen. Jupiter, you must know something, enabling me to prepare in advance for the impending assault capable of annihilating the city, correct? Tornado emphasized the phrase capable of annihilating the city, for to her, the essence of her statement lay solely in the fact that she was powerful enough to withstand such a devastating blow effortlessly. Yes, that was the crux of her assertion. The creature in the streets was merely dragon level at best, not particularly formidable. That matter could be left to you all, while the behemoth aboard the spaceship is mine to confront. Jupiter disregarded Tornado's remarks, continuing with his own thoughts. Why should I heed your words? Tornado was the first to stand against Jupiter, challenging him directly. If I engage in a full-blown fight with that creature, there is a significant risk to the safety of the citizens. Only you can ensure their secure evacuation while we battle. Jupiter faced Tornado, casting a serious glance at her and Saitama behind him. Since you insist, I suppose I have no choice. Indeed, as you said, I'm the only one capable of safeguarding the entire city. Tornado retorted with a haughty snort, her words sharp yet her actions undeniably sincere. Leave it to me. Saitama, standing behind Tornado, nodded gently, understanding that Jupiter's words were meant for him. Excellent. After receiving a response from Saitama, Jupiter gently nodded, and in the next moment, transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly piercing through the ceiling of the Hero Association building, soaring upwards towards the cosmic warship that enveloped the entire city. He simply left like that. Where are the compliments? Tornado, taken aback, gazed at Jupiter ascending into the sky and shouted sharply. You're indeed like a child. I remember when I was in the 2nd grade. I particularly enjoyed receiving praise, just as you do now. Saitama looked at Tornado in silence, his expression seemingly conveying. Weren't you the one who claimed not to be a child? Shut up, you bald idiot. Tornado disregarded Saitama entirely, slowly drifting out through the hole created by Jupiter. Damn child. Saitama glared at the ascending Tornado, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth in anger. Very well. I am indeed offended. The child emperor, embodying the true essence of a child, munched on a popsicle, his eyes twitching slightly. What is wrong with being a child? Did a child eat your rice? Who hasn't progressed from being a child? Apologize to all 700 million children worldwide. You scoundrel. The child emperor remained outwardly composed while internally seething with rage. So what shall we do? Within the Hero Association, aside from the incessantly murmuring child emperor, everyone else exchanged glances, watching Jupiter and Tornado take flight. Why are we entrusting our most formidable enemy to that guy, Jupiter? On what grounds does he command us? I want to ascend as well, to battle the strongest and demonstrate my resolve to the enemy. The metal baseball, wielding a metallic baseball bat, spoke with arrogance. Fool, you lot would only hinder progress. Why is there such a lack of self-awareness among you? Just as the metal baseball was about to rush forward, Tornado descended from the hole Jupiter had created in the ceiling, addressing the gathered heroes coldly. So you haven't left. The crowd stared at the returning Tornado, utterly speechless. I must keep an eye on you all. I cannot allow certain mindless fools to rush in and meet their demise. Tornado crossed her arms in front of her, floating in midair, speaking coldly. Ahem, let us leave that giant in the sky to Jupiter. The strongest enemy threatening the planet shall be vanquished by the mightiest hero on this planet. Hickey pondered for a moment before attempting to mediate. Then, do we have nothing to do? Upon hearing this, the other heroes were left uncertain about their purpose. If everything were to be handled by Jupiter and Tornado, what would be the significance of this so-called hero gathering? There remains an enemy wreaking havoc in the streets. I entrust that to you all to handle. Hickey addressed the crowd solemnly. Then it shall be decided. Upon hearing these words, the myriad of heroes could only nod in agreement. Although some were eager to ascend to the skyship and behold the formidable foes within, the presence of the most powerful blocker, the Tornado, compelled them to relinquish that thought. With no option to observe the mightiest adversary from the aerial vessel, they found themselves with little choice but to confront the enemy scout on the streets. Flee! Wail! You foolish natives! On the street, the five-headed warrior Maruzagalu roared, incessantly intimidating the Blue Star populace. He seemed to revel in the sight of the diminutive denizens fleeing in disarray before him. A cacophony of screams erupted from the mouths of the crowd, casting the scene into utter chaos. Ha ha ha! The five heads of Maruzagalu laughed maniacally, for the sounds he cherished most were the anguished wails of his foes and their terrified shrieks. Is it you, the enemy? Just as Maruzagalu was indulging in sinister laughter, a whisper accompanied by a swift strike cleaved him asunder. It was the hero Ki. Initially gripped by panic, the populace, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of this figure, erupted into fervent cheers. Standing atop the Tower of Heroes was Ki, a distinguished disciple of the atomic warrior among the elite heroes. He was capable of confronting even the weakest of the demon-level monsters. His inability to ascend to the highest rank was solely due to the imposing mountain that obstructed the path to promotion for all elite heroes. Is this the final enemy? Ki inquired, gazing at the bisected Maruzagalu addressing the crowd. We have one. The previously frantic populace erupted into jubilant cheers, believing Ki had secured victory. Fascinating. I never imagined such a powerful individual could emerge from your planet. Truly captivating. Just as Ki gently cradled his head, basking in the crowd's adoration, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. What? Ki's countenance shifted sharply as he instinctively recoiled to the right. Swish! A glimmer of cold light flashed, and in an instant, one of Ki's arms was severed. Everyone, flee quickly. The enemy's strength far surpasses my imagination. It is highly likely a dragon-level monster. Ki tenderly caressed his severed limb. With no time to lament the pain, he shouted to the surrounding populace, embodying his duty as a hero to guide them to safety. Chapter 76. Save me. Do you think I will allow your escape? As the swordsman Ki shouted loudly for the crowd to flee, the alien Maruzagalu, one of the three warriors of Boros, had already positioned himself behind Ki, raising his arm transformed into a colossal sword. This was dire. Ki realized he might not escape. Hey, how can you bully my disciple like this? Just as Ki was prepared to fight desperately, a chilling voice echoed behind him. Hearing that voice filled Ki's heart with warmth. He knew a true powerhouse, his mentor, the esteemed hero Atomic Samurai, had arrived. As Ki grasped who had come, a wave of lethal intent accompanied Maruzagalu's slashing strikes, reducing him to countless fragments. Master, please be cautious of the enemy's abilities. They are particularly unfriendly to us swordsmen, Ki reminded his teacher, despite having lost an arm. Atomic Samurai was taken aback, and in the next moment, the shattered Maruzagalu reconstituted himself. Die, foolish native, he bellowed, filled with an unprecedented sense of humiliation at being cleaved by a mere native. How could he, a warrior of Boros, be so disrespected? He sought vengeance. To be able to revive after being cut to such a state? This truly surprises me, Atomic Samurai remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the restored Maruzagalu. Ha! Even without anyone's assistance, Maruzagalu, remain an invincible entity. He roared, preparing to strike again. Boring. Swordsmen are only capable of this level. Just as Maruzagalu was about to make his move, a disdainful, lowly voice chimed in from his earring. An octopus-haired little girl had appeared at Maruzagalu's side, one hand pointing skyward, lifting dozens of residential buildings, while the other pointed at him. Instantly, Maruzagalu felt his body stiffen before he found himself uncontrollably levitating. Tornado? Atomic Samurai looked at Tornado and shook his head helplessly. He seemed to feign ignorance towards her cutting remarks. Truth be told, if there was anyone in this world Atomic Samurai wished to avoid, it was Tornado. As a warrior, Atomic Samurai held two principles. He disliked striking women, and he refrained from attacking those outside the martial arts realm. Coincidentally, Tornado embodied both characteristics, and furthermore, he simply could not defeat her. Is this psychokinesis? There exists such a degree of psychokinesis on this planet. This is bad. Goryu, quickly save me. At the moment when the atomic warrior shook his head, the telekinetically controlled Maruzagalu had already ascended to great heights, his body continuously compressing and transforming. He felt the immense telekinetic force emanating from the whirlwind, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted aloud, "Gloribas, let the strongest among us assist Maruzagalu in eliminating the natives of this planet. I can manage this alone. Among these natives, the strongest is likely the telekinetic who rebuffed our warship's missile and exerted control over Maruzagalu. That fool Maruzagalu allowed himself to be dominated by a mere native telekinetic. Alas, I cannot easily leave the control room. Otherwise, I would personally demonstrate to that telekinetic just how vast this universe truly is. The true telekinetic, after all, possesses unparalleled strength." Jelliu Gangxiu held an unwavering confidence in himself, believing that on this primitive planet, there existed no telekinetic capable of matching or surpassing his prowess. "Understood. I shall soon have a proper encounter with him. You can rest assured. As long as I take action, there will be no issues, for I am invincible. However, before that, I have more pressing matters at hand. I wonder if you have sensed it. A formidable enemy is approaching us." Engaging in conversation with Jelliu Gangxiu was a peculiar figure, one whose arms bore enormous heads resembling those of a flytrap. This individual was Gloribas, the mightiest among them in the battle against Boros. His ultimate technique involved using an incredibly potent acid to completely dissolve his enemies. At this moment, he stood at his post, quietly awaiting the arrival of the enemy, for he could sense their presence. Inside the spaceship, a man clad in a tight white suit ambled leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, as if this vessel were not the ship of a cosmic overlord but rather a playground for men. Boom! Just as he swaggered through the corridors of the ship, appreciating its structure, a cacophony erupted, and dozens of armed aliens entered through the open metal gates beside him. "Natives, stepping onto this ship is the gravest mistake of your life," sneered the group of armed aliens, their eyes fixed coldly on the unremarkable Jupiter. "Ziz." Jupiter uttered not a single word, merely casting a friendly glance at the aliens with his seemingly ordinary, yet glowing crimson eyes. To his surprise, the aliens, as fragile as cucumbers freshly washed, were sliced in half at the mere sight of him. The ground was drenched in a pool of red tomato-like sauce, while some of the more resilient cucumbers, even after being severed, still clung to life. Jupiter, disregarding the gasping remnants of the cucumbers, continued onward. On the road, Jupiter encountered countless alien beings plotting to ambush him. In Jupiter's eyes, these extraterrestrials appeared as mere diminutive cucumbers. Faced with these delectable cucumbers, Jupiter simply stood his ground, exclaiming, "ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. Oh, great deity, I beseech you, spare me from that madman." Meanwhile, an alien resembling a giant slug was cowering in his chamber, gasping for breath and secretly praying. He dared not venture outside from his concealed position around the corner. He had witnessed that abomination, a creature capable of emitting laser beams from its eyes. His comrades, the brethren of the slug planet, had met a brutally savage demise at the hands of that monster, their green blood staining the ground, a sight too horrific to behold. As the alien remained ensconced in his quarters, fervently praying, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously in his ears. "Please, please do not cease." The slug-like alien swallowed hard, holding his breath, terrified to make a sound, praying that the ancestral spirits outside would depart and spare this innocent extraterrestrial. The relentless footsteps gradually came to a halt outside his door. Murphy's Law. The more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. Chapter 77. A glimpse of truth. The slug-like alien covered his mouth, acutely aware that the madman, the demon, was standing just outside his door. He fought against the urge to scream in sheer terror, knowing he must remain silent, pressing his hands firmly over his mouth, though his heart betrayed him, pounding relentlessly. Thump, thump, thump. One hand clamped over his mouth, the other pressed against his heart. He felt as though it might burst. Just as he sensed his heart nearing a breaking point, that unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed once more in his ears. Had it left? Should he take a peek? Just a glance? The slug-like alien pondered, curiosity piqued. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to lean against the peephole of his door, determined to steal a fleeting glance. As he did so, the steady rhythm of footsteps transformed from a measured thud to a hurried clatter, akin to coins cascading to the ground. Wait, that sound was wrong. The slug-like alien's expression shifted dramatically as a chilling realization dawned upon him. But it was already too late. As the slug-like extraterrestrial raised its head and peered through the peephole, it was startled to behold a man with eyes aglow in crimson light, smiling back at it. The alien, taken aback by the sight of Jupiter outside, uttered a torrent of expletives, gripped by fear, questioning whether anyone could genuinely think that the red eyes were merely a special effect. I apologize. One of the buttons on my attire has come undone, Jupiter declared, the crimson radiance in his eyes intensifying. You are mistaken. You are clad in a tight-fitting suit. It has no buttons whatsoever, the slug-like alien retorted vehemently. Congratulations, you are correct. As a reward, Jupiter responded, clapping for the creature's cleverness, and then, with a crackling surge, the red light abruptly permeated the room, obliterating the unfortunate slug alien. And you all, I see clearly, are destined for demise. You shall all perish, Jupiter proclaimed, as the brilliance of his gaze sliced through the air, swiftly annihilating the other extraterrestrials hiding within their abodes. Having completed his grim task, Jupiter continued onward, his objective simple, to reduce every alien aboard the warship to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The enemy approaches. Gory Gangsiup, once I've vanquished the foe, I shall descend to rescue Maruza Gloriba, who had been resting with closed eyes, sensed Jupiter's presence and opened his eyes to communicate with the great octopus, Goria Gangsiup. Hurry! If you do not hasten, Maruza shall be crushed. Goria Gangsiup expressed concern. Although Maruza often clashed with him, they were both leaders under the cosmic sovereign, Boros, and the thought of losing face if he were to be defeated was unbearable. Boom! Just as Goria Gangsiup pondered this, accompanied by a deafening roar, the door to Gloriba's chamber was violently severed by two beams of red light, and Jupiter, hands behind his back, flew into the room. Ha! I am the mightiest. Gloriba, foolish native of this planet. Your encounter with me is your misfortune. Let me test your strength, intruder. But know this, regardless of your prowess. You shall have but one choice, submission before my might. Gloriba leaped before Jupiter, proclaiming loudly. With a flash of crimson light, three heads tumbled to the ground. Thud! The headless body of Gloriba slumped to the floor, resembling a puddle of mud. I have seen many in a hurry to dine, but you are the first to rush headlong to your demise, Jupiter remarked, shaking his head in resignation at the sight of Gloriba, sprawled on the ground, eager to test his strength. Next is you, Goria Gangsiup. Jupiter lifted his head, his gaze transcending all obstacles before him, ultimately locking onto the universe's foremost master of telekinesis. Guryugan Shiopu. What? Guryugan Shiopu stared, wide-eyed, at Gloribas, who had been instantaneously vanquished by Jupiter. It is worth noting that Gloribas was the most formidable warrior among the three champions of Poros, and now he had been eliminated in an instant. This was utterly illogical. I have come for you, Jupiter declared as he charged towards Guryugan Shiopu. Wait, please, hold on a moment. Guryugan Shiopu, observing Jupiter's advance, panicked. As the strategist among the three champions, he had no desire for any confrontation with Jupiter. Moreover, with Gloribas' defeat weighing heavily on his mind, he felt utterly devoid of any hope to triumph over Jupiter. Jupiter showed no signs of halting, resolutely pressing forward. All right, I understand. You wish to find me, correct? Allow me to reveal my location. First, as you approach the intersection, turn left. Guryugan Shiopu's voice trembled as it echoed through the speaker, reaching Jupiter's ears. No, you're going the wrong way. Stop immediately. Yet Jupiter disregarded Guryugan Shiopu's words, continuing on his path unabated. Hey, didn't I tell you to stop? What on earth are you doing? Shouldn't there be a modicum of trust between individuals? The colossal octopus Guryugan Shiopu watched Jupiter advance, anxiety and unease swelling within him. I see you. Just as Guryugan Shiopu was consumed with indignation at Jupiter's refusal to heed his counsel, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Is this telepathy? Guryugan Shiopu, a well-versed and worldly octopus, recognized the phenomenon instantly. Give it up. I've already located you. The voice echoed once more, leaving Guryugan Shiopu in bewilderment. How peculiar. Guryugan Shiopu found it strange for the voice seemed not to arise from within his mind, but rather sounded as though it were whispered beside his ear. Could it be that the highest level of telepathy allows one to perceive the user's voice as if spoken directly into the ear? Gyugen Shiopu pondered, softly articulating his thoughts. No, you seem to have misunderstood. I wasn't using telepathy. I was standing right beside you, speaking into your ear. Just as Gyugen Shiopu contemplated the nature of Jupiter's abilities, Jupiter stood beside him, gently patting his shoulder. Why did you suddenly touch my shoulder? Can't you see I'm easily startled? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Gyugen Shiopu gazed at the amiable Jupiter beside him, feeling a tremor in his heart. Chapter 78. The Supreme Overlord of the Universe, Boros. I warn you, you are in serious trouble. Tremendous trouble. Gyugen Shiopu exclaimed loudly, looking at Jupiter. Gyugen Shiopu, the mightiest telekinetic master in the universe, can manipulate gravity itself. Even black holes find it challenging to advance against my formidable gravitational force. Do you truly believe a being like you could defeat me? As he stared at Jupiter, Gyugen Shiopu attempted to feign calmness. Truth be told, his inherent timidity was exacerbated when Jupiter patted him on the shoulder, sending him into a frenzied state of fear. Jupiter, sensing the weight of gravity imposed upon him, furrowed his brow, feeling no discernible effect. Gyugen Shiopu's claim that his gravity could thwart black holes seemed to Jupiter nothing short of boastful. How dare you wear such an expression? Are you belittling me? Gyugen Shiopu thought, perceiving Jupiter's languid demeanor as a slight. It seems I have no choice but to showcase my abilities before you. With that declaration, Gyugen Shiopu unleashed his extraordinary power, causing countless iron fragments and rubble to whirl around him. Prepare to experience my telekinetic storm, he proclaimed. The stones he commanded surged forward at a speed nearing that of light, obliterating everything in their path. As Gyugen Shiopu executed his ultimate skill, the barrage of spinning debris hurtled toward Jupiter with astonishing velocity. Sighing at the onslaught of stones and metal, Jupiter watched as they gradually decelerated before his eyes, allowing him to effortlessly evade every projectile. Boom! As Jupiter sidestepped the debris and positioned himself directly before Gyugen Shiopu, the metal and rocks instantaneously obliterated the floor of the spacecraft, plummeting toward the city below. Everyone, beware the attack from above. Tornado, detecting the aerial assault, diverted her attention to mitigate the speed of the falling debris. Yet, even with her simultaneous control over Maluzagalu and several hundred residential buildings, she found it impossible to intercept all the projectiles, prompting her to warn those below. Flowing rock fragment fist. The legendary master, Bongu, immediately assumed his stance, wielding the impenetrable fist wind to shield against the countless stones. Atomic slash. The atomic warrior unleashed his signature technique, the atomic slash, reducing the multitude of stones to mere fragments. Super explosive angel mode. After being repaired by the Deep Sea King, the alluring prisoner, who had been diligently training, unleashed his newfound ultimate technique. Behind him, 6 ethereal angelic wings appeared, and he utilized his formidable power to deflect countless assaults. How could mere stones possibly shatter my muscles? The super alloy black light remained utterly composed in the face of the barrage of projectiles raining down from the sky, standing tall and absorbing the onslaught with his very body. Super melting cannon. Ultimately, the tale of unparalleled struggle, thick with the scent of funds, culminated in a flamboyant yet futile display of the melting cannon as he attempted to wrap things up. Yet in truth, it was Saitama who, having casually picked up a small stone from the ground, had inadvertently deflected 90% of the attacks by tossing it skyward. What kind of adversaries were they truly battling? Merely the residual shockwaves warranted the intervention of 6 Class S heroes? The esteemed hero Vestige, observing the spacecraft emanating waves of heat overhead, furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the ferocity of the conflict occurring aboard that cosmic vessel. Within the heavens, aboard the cosmic battleship, Gyugen Shiopu gazed upon Jupiter, acutely aware of the overwhelming aura of pressure radiating from the figure before him. He parted his lips, wishing to utter something, yet found his throat inexplicably parched, rendering him speechless. Sublight speed attack. I can do that too, Jupiter proclaimed, extending his fist toward Gyugen Shiopu. What do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding surged within Gyugen Shiopu. Sublight speed punch, Jupiter announced, transforming into a streak of white light, effortlessly gliding past Gyugen Shiopu. With a resounding impact, as Jupiter's fist connected with Gyugen Shiopu, The latter disintegrated into a splatter of sludge, coating the control room in chaos. Detecting advanced genetic capabilities. The system chimed as Jupiter dispatched Gyugen Shufu. Affirmative. Without waiting for the system to finish, Jupiter promptly selected yes. Instantly, he acquired Gyugen Shufu's telekinetic abilities, while his own mental faculties were significantly enhanced, providing him with exceptional defenses against various psychic attacks. Now, the main event was about to unfold. Jupiter stretched, fully aware that what he had encountered thus far was merely an appetizer. The true challenge resided in the very center of the ship, yet to make a move. Let me witness the strength of the cosmic overlord, Jupiter declared, advancing ahead. With a thunderous roar, Jupiter smashed through the metallic door before him, entering the grand hall where he beheld a man seated upon a throne. The man possessed violet hair, azure skin, and donned golden armor, exuding an aura of despairing dominance. Jupiter gazed at the man seated upon the throne, his eyes trembling as an instinct whispered to him that the figure before him, Boros, was far more formidable than he had anticipated. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you. After 2 decades, having vanquished the previous hero, I am finally confronted by a new champion. The man clad in golden armor slowly rose from his seat and approached Jupiter. What kind of surprise do you bring? Boros, undeterred by the formidable aura emanating from Jupiter, confidently stepped before him, facing him directly. With a thunderous crash, Jupiter uttered no words. His fist sliced through the air, striking Boros with tremendous force. The impact sent Boros hurtling backward, carving deep trenches into the ground before he came to a halt. Impressive. To have my armor damaged by a single punch. You are indeed the first, Boros remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Is this the amalgamation of the Solar Man and one punch? Jupiter mused, observing Boros, who had bravely absorbed his blow. It seemed this battle would be a true test of strength. Gone was Jupiter's playful demeanor. He now bore a serious expression. As dawn broke, with over 11,000 words finally penned to compensate for yesterday's absence, he contemplated the routine of seeking votes and investments. Chapter 79. Have you become excited? Indeed, the prophecy proved accurate. Boros stood, stretching his limbs. 20 years. I have awaited this moment for 2 decades. Do you have any idea how I have spent this time? Do you grasp the extent of my boredom? I traversed half the known universe just to meet you. Boros exclaimed, transforming into a blur as he lunged toward Jupiter, raising his right leg high, transforming it into a fierce whip-like strike descending from above. Jupiter, taken aback by the sudden attack, raised his arms defensively. The moment Boros's leg collided with Jupiter's arms, a cataclysmic burst of energy erupted, incinerating everything in their vicinity. The alloy beneath their feet, capable of withstanding interstellar travel, melted away as the fierce energy released from their clash engulfed the surroundings. The aliens in the other rooms, attempting to evade disaster, were instantly vaporized by the unforeseen force. Ha ha! Boros laughed heartily at Jupiter, who had thwarted his assault. Those insignificant beings cannot even approach us. They would be obliterated in an instant. I say, you two must have been anticipating this day. Leaning closer, Boros grinned maliciously at Jupiter. Indeed, I can hardly contain my eagerness to pierce your very eyes, Jupiter replied, his gaze igniting with a crimson glow as he met Boros's scrutinizing stare. As Boros gazed at the luminous eyes of Jupiter, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Without allowing Boros a moment's thought, Jupiter seized Boros's head, aligning his gaze with Boros's single eye, unleashing a frenzied barrage of energy. My eyes! Reflexively, Boros shut his eyes against the searing brilliance. In that fleeting instant, Jupiter capitalized on the opportunity, relentlessly striking Boros's head. Aware that Boros's strength far exceeded his prior impressions, Jupiter was determined not to afford Boros a chance to shed his suppressive armor. He aimed to vanquish Boros while his powers were still constrained. Thud! 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 With one hand locked around Boros's throat and his knee pressed against Boros's eye, Jupiter pounded relentlessly on Boros's head, his eyes intermittently emitting scorching beams, leaving Boros no opportunity to open his eyes. Blinded, Boros flailed his arms ineffectively, unable to mount a proper defense. Thud! 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 Under the onslaught of Jupiter's fists, streams of ketchup-like liquid erupted from Boros's head. Enough! After enduring a seamless barrage for a full 5 minutes, Boros finally erupted in fury. Boom! A tremendous energy surged from Boros's body, sending Jupiter careening backwards. Now I mean business. Seizing the fleeting moments while Jupiter was momentarily dislodged, Boros tore off his armor, releasing a colossal surge of energy. Boom! In an instant, the entire cosmic battleship trembled under the awakening of the Emperor. That armor was crafted by me, specifically designed to restrain the energy within me. Now, I am in my true form. The moment I shed my armor signifies the impending conclusion of this battle. Boros revealed his azure skin, his eyes, scorched crimson by Jupiter's scorching rays, fixed coldly on Jupiter. Floating in the air, Jupiter regarded the unarmored Boros, now in his complete state, whose formidable energy had reached standard stellar levels. Though it appeared only a slight difference from his previous semi-stellar state, the magnitude was astronomically disparate. However, the Azura mode. In an instant, Jupiter transitioned into Azura mode, unleashing the energy release technique of the Azura beetle cells, propelling his formidable energy ever closer to standard stellar levels. Haha, excellent. Just like that, Boros watched as Jupiter activated the cellular energy release technique. A wave of exhilaration surged within him, his heart pounding fiercely, a sensation reminiscent of 20 years prior. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Jupiter materialized before Boros. His right fist clenched, striking the laughing Boros squarely on the cheek. With a sudden exhalation, Boros remained motionless, his neck slightly bent, as a trickle of tomato sauce dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Haha, just like that. For the first time in 20 years, Boros felt the sensation of blood flowing, reigniting the primal thrill within him as Jupiter's fists relentlessly stimulated his nerves. You chatter too much. Jupiter observed the exhilarated Boros and spoke coldly. In an instant, before Boros could fully align his body, his fist had already struck Jupiter's face. The searing pain radiating from his cheek seemed to evoke memories in Jupiter of a year prior, before he had awakened his superpowers. Back then, during club tryouts, he had methodically incapacitated one opponent after another with nothing but his fists. Though devoid of any supernatural abilities at that time, he had been fueled by sheer passion, relishing the exhilarating sensation of defeating adversaries. However, that thrill had vanished after his awakening of the Vixing power. Until this very moment, facing the formidable Boros, that sensation had resurfaced. Are you feeling exhilarated as well? Boros inquired, his laughter echoing as he watched Jupiter's astonishment. You talk too much. Jupiter's lips curled upward uncontrollably as countless fists materialized into afterimages, launching toward Boros. Ha! You truly are excited, Boros responded, his laughter booming as he defiantly countered the onslaught. As the fists clashed, a wave of wind and energy erupted, enveloping the entire spacecraft in an instant. The massive vessel, comparable in size to a city, began to tremble precariously under the ferocity of the two seemingly insignificant beings' battle. Even while traversing through the cosmos at sublight speeds, the ship remained impervious to damage, yet now it glowed ominously red, as if ablaze. The air above the city reverberated with rumbling sounds. Inside the ship, temperatures soared into the hundreds of degrees, leaving no survivors aside from Jupiter and Boros. The ship is about to be destroyed. If it crashes down, the city will surely be obliterated. Bongu, hands clasped behind his back, gazed helplessly at the burning vessel above. His technique, the flowing rock-shattering fist, was utterly ineffectual against such a colossal object. Even if the ship were to plummet, he felt utterly powerless. The remaining elite heroes beneath the ship gazed at the colossal vessel, now resembling a blazing fireball, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Chapter 80. Is the prophecy truly real? The residents of the city had all evacuated. Those too elderly to flee were taken to the headquarters of the Hero Association. That place was a super shelter constructed by the Metal Knight. Even if the ship were to fall, no casualties would occur. Heroes, you must hurry to safety. The Golden Retriever, who had been trailing closely behind the enigmatic Hero Association, approached the assembly of elite heroes and spoke with a mocking tone. Utterly foolish. Seeking refuge? Where do you think you can hide? Do you truly believe that there exists a sanctuary on a planet under the watchful eye of our dark matter pirates? If you think that defeating me equates to victory, you are sorely mistaken. As long as that esteemed individual intervenes, all your resistance will be rendered futile. Listening to the Golden Retriever's words, Maruzagaluo, ensnared by Tornado's psychic powers, erupted into laughter. Each of his 5 heads took turns to deride the heroes. You fool! Tornado! Incensed by Maruzagaluo's taunts, tightened her grip. In an instant, Maruzagaluo fell silent, his body emitting a creaking sound as if Tornado intended to crush him to dust. Calm yourself. Tornado, do not obliterate him just yet. Let us hear what he has to say. Bang intervened, displaying a broader perspective as he observed Tornado's lethal intent. Tornado replied, easing her grip slightly. Gasping for breath, Maruzagaluo regarded Tornado with trepidation. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable entity on this remote planet. Even if the planet fell under siege, should this psychic user choose to ally with the dark matter pirates, she would undoubtedly receive significant privileges. It was even conceivable that her exceptional power could earn her the admiration of Boros, thus elevating her status beyond that of the formidable Boros III. Pray tell, who is that esteemed individual you mentioned? Tornado inquired, her arms crossed, her body gracefully suspended in the air as she gazed at Maruzagaluo. That esteemed individual is the ruler of the cosmos, the leader of the dark matter pirates, Lord Boros. Maruzagaluo, fearing Tornado, reluctantly revealed Boros's name. The ruler of the cosmos? The elite heroes were momentarily taken aback by the weight of Boros's title. While a name alone does not convey much, those who possess such formidable titles invariably command respect. To be known as the ruler of the cosmos implies an undeniable strength. Why would the ruler of the cosmos set his sights on our insignificant planet? Child Emperor pondered, struggling to comprehend. As a prodigious youth, he understood that Blue Planet was merely one of countless minuscule celestial bodies in the universe. And he found it perplexing that a cosmic overlord would seek to conquer a weak planet that had yet to venture beyond its own solar system. It is due to a prophecy that, 20 years ago, at the moment Lord Boros conquered a resource-rich planet, he consulted a renowned witch known throughout the cosmos. The witch foretold that Boros would encounter an adversary of equal stature here. An opponent worthy of Lord Boros? What a farce. Those scoundrels merely concocted lies to mislead him. Indeed, in this world, there exists no rival capable of matching Lord Boros. Foolish sorceress, once we conquer this planet, we shall return and annihilate their world. Maruzagaluo began to converse with himself, once again. With little patience for Maruzagaluo's incessant mutterings, Tornado's expression soured, and he tightened his grip, silencing Maruzagaluo once more. Tornado inquired about the alien-esque strength, that of the cosmic overlord. Bongu stretched his limbs, seemingly preparing to engage in battle with Boros. Upon hearing this, Tornado released Maruzagaluo's neck. Cough, cough, cough. Strength. You cannot possibly intend to battle Lord Boros, can you? Ha ha ha. Maruzagaluo appeared to find this notion quite amusing. Give it up. If Lord Boros is in a good mood, this planet may still hold some value. Should he be displeased, not only this planet, but also several nearby worlds will be obliterated by Lord Boros. He wields the formidable power to extinguish the sun of an entire civilization. How could you fragile life forms, who would perish in the vacuum of space, stand against the supreme ruler of the universe? Surrender. This is your only path to salvation. Maruzagaluo shook his 5 heads in disbelief. To him, this band of natives had no chance of victory whatsoever. Extinguishing the sun, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. If what Maruzagaluo claimed were true, then this very planet beneath their feet might indeed be doomed. Look at your pitiful countenances. You haven't even seen the enemy yet, and you're already quaking in your boots. Is this how you dare to call yourselves heroes? It's utterly laughable. Tornado scoffed at the demoralized band of heroes. Yet the enemy can extinguish the sun. The first to crumble was the alloy black light, fidgeting restlessly. Even if the enemy can destroy the sun, what of it? Tornado regarded black light with disdain. Have you not noticed that the so-called cosmic overlord has yet to descend from his ship? Even if your minds are as dull as apes, you must have heard the roaring sound emanating from that vessel all this while. Tornado expressed a sense of helplessness. If the heroes of Blue Planet possessed such limited intellect, there would be no need for god-level beings, as Blue Planet would inevitably meet its demise. You mean Jupiter? The atomic samurai, Bang, and others exchanged knowing glances, contemplating the implications. Since earlier, 2 extraordinarily high-energy reactions capable of obliterating Blue Planet had been expanding in the sky. These 2 forces had been in a relentless pursuit, clashing for a full half-hour. Genos's subsequent words confirmed their suspicions as he gazed at the array of data analyzed by his own eyes, feeling a surge of trepidation. Look, Do not forget the reason that so-called cosmic overlord traversed countless star systems to arrive here. I believe he is merely courting death by piloting his ship this far. Tornado crossed her arms before her, gently tossing her hair, her words laced with a hint of triumph. Is the prophecy true? Although Maluzagalu was not particularly bright, he was not devoid of intelligence. From the exchanges among the group, he pieced together the truth. Their invincible overlord, Boros, had been engaged in combat with an adversary aboard his ship for a full half-hour without a clear victor. Could it be that the cosmic sovereign had indeed encountered a worthy opponent? Chapter 81. There is no doubt we are saved. Fall. Boros's fists relentlessly pounded against Jupiter's body. He deliberately controlled his energy, channeling all his might into this confrontation. Against a formidable opponent like Jupiter, he had to masterfully regulate his power output, ensuring that no surplus energy leaked out. Otherwise, the one whose strength waned first would surely lose the battle. After enduring Boros's relentless barrage, Jupiter's body was battered and bruised, his once white attire stained crimson. Yet, rather than displaying any signs of despair, Jupiter appeared increasingly invigorated. The amalgamation of Zombie Man, the one-eyed alien, and the inherent formidable healing abilities of the Visions initiated a remarkable chemical reaction. Even with half of his body obliterated, Jupiter retained his fierce combat prowess. Moreover, Zombie Man's traits ensured that as long as Jupiter was not entirely vanquished, he would swiftly resurrect. The one-eyed alien's capacity for enhanced energy upon nearing death further augmented Jupiter's strength, making him increasingly powerful as his injuries intensified. Additionally, feeling his body steeped in his own crimson essence, Jupiter activated the cellular energy release technique acquired from the Deep Sea King. At this moment, Jupiter harnessed both cellular energy release methods alongside his near-immortal physique to engage in a battle of attrition against Boros. The outcome was clear. As Boros grew weaker with each blow, Jupiter became ever more formidable. Is this it? At the moment, Boros unleashed another powerful strike. Jupiter extended his palm to block it. Boros stared at Jupiter, who had thwarted his attack, enveloped in silence. No. Do you think this is the end? It has only just begun, Boros exclaimed, as if an immense energy was being released from within him. The full force unleashed. Even the weakest of foes, dragon-level monsters, would vanish upon mere proximity. Boros roared, channeling all his power. His body transitioned from a cerulean hue to a deep navy, and then to a brilliant pink. At the very moment Boros's form became pink, the spacecraft beneath him and Jupiter was instantly vaporized. Boros and Jupiter then ascended into the sky, exposed to the gaze of all beneath them. Is this the dominion of the cosmos? How formidable! The ranks of heroes stared in awe at Boros, who stood in the sky, unleashing his full might, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was their first encounter with such a terrifying entity. Merely gazing upon him made them acutely aware of their own inferiority. They also realized what kind of monstrosity Jupiter, touted as the strongest hero, had been battling all along. Tornado felt a sense of dread. She yearned to assist. Yet her superpowers were scattered before she could approach the two. Boom! Just as the heroes looked skyward, the terrifying energy released by Boros surged towards the ground. This is bad. Such potent energy descending could obliterate Blue Planet. Genos, who had been monitoring the sky's energy, paled, in his estimation. Even the residual energy alone was sufficient to annihilate the very ground they stood upon. Tornado maximized her energy output, attempting to halt the descending wave of energy. Boom! Yet, the cataclysmic force of the residual energy was beyond what mere mortals could withstand. Even Tornado could only delay its descent by a fraction of a moment. Damn it! Genos observed the strain on Tornado's beautiful visage, veins bulging. He unleashed his maximum energy, firing a heat melt cannon towards the sky, contributing a wave of funding for all humanity. The other heroes, aside from Genos and Tornado, could do nothing but watch the kaleidoscopic energy impacts above, utterly powerless against the assault from the heavens. How frustrating! Tornado bore the brunt of the overwhelming residual energy, her pressure mounting. Though she loathed to admit it, she was grateful that the source of this energy was not aimed at her. Otherwise, in less than a second, she would be vaporized. Deep down, she understood that the entity in control of this energy was meticulously regulating its release, striving to contain any unnecessary excess. Even so, The minuscule power that the master of this energy wielded was beyond her capability to resist. Boom! Just as Tornado struggled against the relentless energy pouring from the sky, mechanized beings, unknown in origin, began to assemble above, forming a black metallic wall that enveloped the city's sky, aiding Tornado in mitigating some of the energy's impact. Is this the Metal Knight? As the crowd gazed upon the obsidian wall, they were momentarily taken aback. Just how many mechanized suits had been constructed? Geno stared at the vast multitude of black mechas, his expression momentarily frozen. Though I care little for the notions of enemies and allies, the annihilation of Blue Planet would undoubtedly pose a grave inconvenience for me. At that moment of uncertainty among the elite heroes, the voice of the Metal Knight resonated in their ears. Excellent. With the assistance of Dr. Bofiai, we shall surely avert this catastrophe. Upon hearing the Metal Knight's words, the Child Emperor exhaled slowly. As the former aide to the Metal Knight, he understood the latter's formidable prowess intimately. No, I have miscalculated. It appears Blue Planet is doomed, and I must prepare to flee. Just as the Child Emperor was beginning to entertain thoughts of victory with the Metal Knight's arrival, countless fissures suddenly marred the dark sky. Simultaneously, the Metal Knight's voice echoed once more. No, wait, Dr. Bofiai, are you truly abandoning us? The Child Emperor cried out helplessly after hearing the Metal Knight's words. Child Emperor, if fate allows, I shall see you in your next life. The Metal Knight's proclamation marked the complete rupture of the sky's wall. An infinite surge of energy surged towards Blue Planet. In that instant, the elite heroes instinctively shut their eyes. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ground beneath them trembled. And then silence. Have I perished? Moments later, Bang was the first to open his eyes, discovering that the battle between Boros and Jupiter had vanished from the sky, while Blue Planet remained unscathed. Not only was Blue Planet intact, but even the city bore no signs of destruction. What had transpired? The tornado, knocked down by the residual energy wave, floated up from the rubble, perplexed. I have no idea. We had our eyes shut, the sexy prisoner and the vestige master muttered, shaking their heads repeatedly. Fools! Tornado dismissed the two disgraceful figures and turned her gaze to the others. If you're searching for the Cosmic Emperor and Jupiter, they're no longer on Blue Planet. Just 30 seconds ago, they pierced through the moon and are now en route to Venus. As for why the energy wave that was meant to obliterate us has vanished, I cannot elucidate. The Drive Knight, rotating his eyes in confusion, spoke. Are you all unharmed? At that moment of collective bewilderment, a figure stumbled and slowly rose, brushing off the dust as he looked around in inquiry. Ah, I see. Did you save us? Did you disperse the energy wave threatening Blue Planet with your ultimate technique, the Inferno double explosive wave cannon? The Child Emperor exclaimed, recognizing the brilliance of the young genius. The pride of humanity, who had just spoken. Ah, well, I didn't do anything. It wasn't me, he replied, somewhat subdued, having merely stumbled and gotten back up. Truly remarkable. How humble you are. Thank you. The presence of you and Jupiter truly brings us solace. I shall concede that this time, you have indeed saved the Blue Planet. A cadre of elite heroes gazed on, delivering their speeches. Very well, it is I. After a moment of silence, amidst the throngs that continuously expressed their gratitude, I crossed my arms before me and lifted my chin. What close call that was. Unbeknownst to the others, a bald-caped hero precariously descended from the sky and landed on the ground, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Teacher, was it you who did this? Only Genos, who had been deliberately attentive to the ever-diminishing presence of Saitama, discerned the truth. Chapter 82. The Revelation Boom. Crash. Amidst a cacophony of sound, Jupiter was propelled out of the atmosphere by Boros's formidable punch, colliding against the pockmarked surface of the moon in the one-punch world. In an instant, the already cratered lunar surface fractured, riddled with countless fissures. As Jupiter lay on the moon's surface, preparing to rise, Boros entered his meteor burst mode. His body enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, emanating a powerful aura of energy that enveloped him entirely as he approached Jupiter. But it is not over yet, Jupiter! Boros roared inwardly, his fist crashing down upon Jupiter's visage. Blood spilled from Jupiter's mouth. Boros's strike inflicted considerable damage upon him. This is not good. Yet Boros, witnessing the success of his heavy blow, exhibited no semblance of complacency. Instead, his gaze grew even more piercing. Following the initial successful assault, Boros unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Jupiter. His fists moved with a ferocity that left no room for hesitation, fearing that should his assault falter, Jupiter's injuries would begin to heal. In a matter of mere seconds, Boros unleashed millions of punches with his own flesh, the luminous shadows of his fists shimmering in the cosmic vacuum, evoking the sensation of a golden saint wielding light-speed punches. As those near-light-speed strikes landed upon Jupiter, they rendered his form a gruesome sight. The moon, against which Jupiter's back was pressed, could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Boros's fists and lay in ruins. Has the victor been determined? Boros pondered, surveying the shattered moon, his heart racing. Yet, the moon's destruction does not signify the disintegration of Jupiter. The body that Jupiter has painstakingly honed is not something that a mere moon could rival. Jupiter's form floated in the void, visibly healing at an astonishing pace. Is it not over yet? Boros gazed upon the ever-rejuvenating Jupiter, feeling an overwhelming surge of pressure. Entering a meteoric burst mode, he resembled a human engaged in anaerobic exercise, unable to sustain such a state for long without inflicting severe harm upon his heart, potentially jeopardizing his very lifespan. Yet how delightful it was! This was precisely what he desired. Deep within, Boros roared in exhilaration. The formidable opponent he had long awaited was indeed powerful enough to compel him to take this fight seriously. Contemplating this, he unleashed an astonishing wave of energy once more, pressing his palm against Jupiter's visage, piercing through the lunar debris, propelling himself toward Venus, which lay closer to the sun. Transformed into a radiant crimson light, Boros erupted with boundless energy, akin to a rocket capable of infinite power. Gripping Jupiter's face, he forcefully broke through Venus's atmosphere, ultimately colliding with its surface. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar, a colossal energy wave erupted across Venus's surface, rivaling the impact of an asteroid. A tremendous mushroom cloud surged upward, seemingly striving to breach the planet's atmosphere. However, the calamity engulfing Venus was merely in its infancy. Boom! Mere seconds later, another thunderous sound resonated as Boros, engulfed in pink flames, propelled Jupiter out of Venus. Still alive? Boros pondered silently while gazing at Jupiter, lifting his head to behold the magnificent cradle of life. It appeared there was no alternative. He would have to summon the mighty force of the very cradle that nurtured them to obliterate him. Thus, Boros devised a new plan. Clutching Jupiter, he transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling toward the cradle of life, the sun. Upon reaching the sun, the scorching temperature seared every cell of both Boros and Jupiter. I know the sun's surface temperature cannot kill you, but I am certain no being can survive within the sun's core. The victor of this battle is already determined. Boros mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he propelled Jupiter through the sun's surface, continuing his relentless advance until he halted at the sun's very center. Jupiter remained silent. Confronted by the staggering temperature of 15 million degrees Celsius at the core, his face contorting in evident anguish. Is it painful? Uncomfortable, isn't it? Even I cannot endure this environment for long. Oh, the indigenous beings of distant worlds. You have done your utmost. Boros chuckled inwardly, entering the sun's core. Even he was compelled to expend a portion of his strength to withstand the annihilating heat that could obliterate any living creature. This meant that his energy would dissipate at an accelerated pace within the sun's core, yet it mattered little. As long as he could escape before Jupiter perished, he would be satisfied. Jupiter's face reflected his torment as he sensed Boros's thoughts through mental resonance, feeling neither turmoil nor despair, but rather an urge to laugh. Since Boros intends to eliminate him within the sun, they might as well compete. In an event, Jupiter showcased his acting prowess, displaying expressions so vivid and dramatic that they resembled those of an award-winning actor, conveying the essence of unbearable agony to Boros. At this rate, you probably won't last 5 minutes. Observing Jupiter's torment, Boros was convinced that Jupiter could not possibly endure beyond 5 minutes. This victory was destined for him. The supreme ruler of the universe, once again triumphant. Half an hour later, Boros watched as Jupiter continued to struggle, feeling a sense of numbness creeping into his heart. Is he still alive? Am I exhausting all my energy? Could it be that his race possesses an unusually resilient vitality? Boros pondered this as he gazed at Jupiter. Sensing Boros's thoughts, Jupiter seized the opportunity to intensify his display of suffering, deliberately suppressing his self-healing abilities to make his condition appear even more dire. Indeed, he was barely holding on, just a little longer. Boros, already expending a tremendous amount of energy within the sun, refrained from launching a further offensive against Jupiter. Instead, he clung tightly to Jupiter, preventing him from escaping the sun's core, intending to use the sun itself as a weapon to eliminate Jupiter. An hour passed, and although Jupiter's expression remained fierce, he continued to resist. In contrast, Boros's external energy waned, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. Was it possible that Boros had begun to realize something was amiss? "Oh, Boros, you were enjoying yourself when you attacked me, weren't you? I wonder how much strength you have left now." At that moment, as Boros's eyes flickered, Jupiter's voice resonated in his mind. At this juncture, Jupiter had grown weary of pretense. He laid his cards on the table. The temperature at the sun's core felt to him like a soothing hot bath, and an hour meant nothing to him. Indeed, he could sing Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse while performing millions of push-ups in the sun's heart. Gratitude to the book friend for their generous support. Chapter 83. Now, with my turn telepathy? As a cosmic overlord, Boros was no stranger to the extraordinary. Hearing that irksome voice in his mind, he recognized that Jupiter was employing a form of telepathy, capable of reading the faintest thoughts and communicating within the mind. "So, you heard my inner monologue earlier?" Boros's mouth fell slightly agape, suddenly feeling a wave of social embarrassment. Fortunately, it was just the two of them privy to this exchange. "Boros, now it's my turn." The moment Jupiter's voice echoed in Boros's mind, he re-entered his Azura mode and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Boros, locking his arms tightly around him to prevent escape, his eyes firing a barrage of energy at Boros. The scorching gaze emanating from Jupiter's eyes pierced through the defenses of Boros's surface, landing squarely upon his colossal eyes. Boros felt a sharp pain in his eyes, instinctively closing the one on his cheek. Yet, this was not the end. Jupiter pressed against the energy core in Boros's chest, unleashing a seamless barrage of attacks. Under the relentless force of Jupiter's fists and the terrifying heat of the sun, Boros's watermelon-like form was brutally pummeled into a state of near ruin. However, this was far from over. Jupiter was acutely aware that Boros was not a character easily vanquished by such levels of harm. Suddenly, Boros, having lost his head and body yet opting for separate action, underwent a transformation in demeanor, his expression becoming increasingly serious. "Did you think I would be defeated here? I shall not lose. I will certainly bring you down." Boros recalled his past experiences, resolute in his conviction that defeat was not an option. "Very well. If that is the case, I shall obliterate you along with the sun of your civilization. When I descend, your civilization will have no future." Boros's voice thundered in Jupiter's mind, and in the next moment, his body shattered into countless fragments, breaking free from Jupiter's grasp, reassembling with the remnants of his battered form into a cohesive whole. With an all-encompassing release of energy, Boros transformed into an abyssal shadow, his gaze void, exuding an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. "Together with your civilization's sun, let destruction reign." The raspy roar of Boros echoed within Jupiter's consciousness, as boundless energy began to coalesce around Boros, a force potent enough to cause the sun's collapse. "How could I allow you to succeed?" Jupiter amplified his psychic resonance to its maximum capacity, unleashing a thunderous shockwave within Boros's mind. Though this tactic was underhanded, it proved effective. Boros was momentarily startled by Jupiter's sudden outburst. Seizing the opportunity, Jupiter propelled Boros away from the sun, traversing a staggering distance of 800,000 kilometers in a mere 3 seconds. "Do you truly believe that a mere 800,000 kilometers can thwart my intent to destroy the sun?" Boros regarded Jupiter, who clung to him as they surged forward, his resolve unwavering. What did distance matter? He would still bring about annihilation. Naively optimistic Boros. Jupiter, hearing the words reverberate within his mind, shook his head. His decision to confront Boros head-on was bolstered by unwavering confidence in his victory. "It ends here. Everything concludes now. I shall utterly obliterate the sun of your civilization, leading your planet to extinction." With a cataclysmic roar, Boros's energy reached its zenith. At that moment, Jupiter activated his trump card, and two beams of golden light began to shimmer behind both Boros and Jupiter, culminating in the swift emergence of a golden portal. Upon their entry into the portal of time and space, Boros and Jupiter vanished in an instant, in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Billions of kilometers away from the solar system, the figures of Jupiter and Boros materialized abruptly. The next moment, a tremendous energy cannon engulfed Jupiter, a force potent enough to obliterate the sun and ultimately annihilate the entire solar system. Perish! This shall be my final serenade. The soothsayer's words rang true on this planet. I have indeed encountered an adversary of equal might. Our ultimate fate is to perish together in this place. The superlative overlord of the universe, who brings conquest and destruction, and the valiant hero who offers hope and salvation to the world. One shall drift in the cosmos, eternally slumbering due to expended energy, while the other shall vanish completely before this inexhaustible force. Boros's voice echoed within Jupiter's heart, intertwined with the boundless energy. An infinite radiance burned in the black void of space, akin to a newly ignited star illuminating the darkness. Even from an unfathomable distance, the inhabitants of the blue planet, the myriad heroes, could still perceive a brilliance shimmering above them. The energy radiating from Boros, capable of annihilating stars, resembled a sun rising above them. Despite the vast gulf separating them, they could still feel the overwhelming pressure, a despairing reminder of the chasm between foes and allies, akin to the disparity between deities and mere insects. Jupiter, will you be all right? Tornado felt a deep sense of helplessness. She understood the formidable strength of their foe, powerful enough that mere residual waves could obliterate them and the blue planet. At that moment, all she could do was gaze skyward in prayer, utterly powerless. Master, will Jupiter truly be unharmed? Don't you need to assist him? Genos inquired, his gaze fixed on the shining energy cannon illuminating the sky, a mixture of tension and curiosity in his voice. Genos, as much as I wish to help, I am but a mortal, unable to soar into the heavens. The bald hero replied calmly, stroking his completely bare head. But Genos still exhibited traces of anxiety as he regarded the bald hero. It was his first encounter with an enemy capable of so effortlessly annihilating the blue planet. Rest assured, he will be fine, the bald hero reassured, offering a slight smile as he patted Genos on the shoulder. Master Saitama, do you have such faith in Jupiter? Genos asked, looking at Saitama with curiosity. Indeed, for Jupiter is a good person, Saitama affirmed with a gentle nod, indicating that Jupiter was the kind of superhuman who would offer free seaweed. Master, our enemy is not one that can be vanquished merely by virtue. Genos expressed his incredulity, doubting whether Saitama fully grasped the severity and peril of the situation. Have faith. Since Jupiter has assured that he will handle this matter, there should be no cause for concern. By the way, what day of the week is it today? This is not good, Genos. It appears there are discounts at the supermarket today, Saitama exclaimed, his expression filled with alarm as he dashed off in a particular direction. Teacher? Saitama-sensei. Genos sighed helplessly as he watched Saitama depart, and thus he hurriedly followed. Has he fled? That bald-headed fool. The tornado, hovering in mid-air, regarded Saitama's retreat with disdain. Chapter 84. A time to retrieve you, is it eradicated? As the energy unleashed by Boros dissipated, he gazed at the skeletal remains floating in the vacuum of space, muttering to himself, is this yet another victory for me? Boros pondered within his heart. No. Should I say, indeed, I have won once more? Boros silently chuckled in the void. However, at this juncture, having completely expended my energy, I can no longer sustain my existence. Boros surveyed the skeletal remains in the vacuum, and then glanced at his own immobile form, fully aware that, theoretically, this battle had no victor. Ultimately, having pursued the prophecy to arrive at the blue planet, he found himself in a draw with the foretold adversary, both drifting through the cosmos, reduced to cosmic debris, who, after countless years, would know that this floating refuse in the universe once belonged to the two most formidable entities in the known cosmos. Everything has come to an end. Boros smiled faintly and closed his eyes. An eye remained on Boros's chest, serving as his energy core, which is why Jupiter targeted that area during their confrontation. Yet, at the very moment Boros closed his eyes, a radiant light suddenly burst forth before him, illuminating the vast expanse of the dark universe. How dazzling! It stings my eyelids. Boros, feeling the piercing brightness, gradually opened his eyes. Boros, it seems your journey ends here. Upon opening his eyes, Boros beheld a man, robust and naked. And for a fleeting moment, he felt overwhelmed. Wait, you can't possibly be dead? This is utterly insufferable and tedious. I shall no longer partake in this. Boros, gazing at the man before him, who radiated holy light, chuckled before closing his eyes again, unwilling to witness the sight any longer, as it was too blinding. Our game has only just begun. There will be ample opportunities for you to join me. The naked man pierced through Boros's chest with one hand, shattering the energy core nestled within. At the instant the man crushed Boros's core, his eyes dimmed, and the cells in his body began to wither rapidly. Ding! High-level biological genes detected. Would you like to absorb them? Yes. As the man listened to the voice whispering in his ear, he promptly chose the affirmative option. After absorbing the genes of Boros, he did not simply witness the decay of Boros's corporeal form. Instead, he infused it with strands of energy, ensuring its vitality. The Boros race is remarkably powerful, possessing significant research value. The man, known as Jupiter, would not permit Boros's body to perish until he had thoroughly extracted all its worth. Meanwhile, as Jupiter repeatedly perished and was reborn within Boros's stellar annihilation cannon, experiencing this cycle dozens of times, he finally pierced through that thin veil and reached an entirely new level. Energy level, standard stellar grade. This is the level Jupiter currently inhabits, and notably, it is achieved without resorting to the Azura mode, meteor burst mode, or other cellular energy release methods. This is Jupiter's most typical energy level. Jupiter exhaled a sigh of relief. It was time to return to Blue Star. With Boros's lifeless body in tow, he set his course for Blue Star. Days later, the citizens of Blue Star and the array of heroes had not forgotten the unprecedented battle that had transpired. Although neither the cosmic tyrant Boros, who sought to annihilate the world, nor the mightiest hero Jupiter had returned, no one dared to forget. The chilling scenes captured by the Blue Star satellites of the Moon and Venus served as undeniable proof of the perilous confrontation between Jupiter and his adversary. Have you truly perished? Tornado floated at the edge of the atmosphere, utilizing her superpowers to monitor her surroundings. However, no matter how diligently she searched, the result remained the same. She could find no trace of Jupiter. Damn it, he actually died so easily. What a disgrace. Tornado cursed under her breath as she prepared to depart the atmospheric boundary, concluding her exploration for the day. She vowed to return tomorrow. She would not abandon her search for Jupiter, for such was her obstinate nature. Just as Tornado re-entered the atmosphere and hovered several thousand meters above the ground, a familiar sensation suddenly washed over her from behind. Damn, you! Tornado's face flushed as she turned to confront the individual trailing her. My sincerest apologies. Seeing such a splendid drum without giving it a tap would feel quite remiss, came the voice from behind her. A man clad in a tight-fitting ensemble of black and white, adorned with a symbol of freedom emblazoned across his chest, waved his hand amicably in greeting. Oof. Don't get too cocky. Just because you saved Blue Star and became a hero to the entire planet, do you think I'll let you push me around? Tornado retorted, her voice laced with a hint of relief as the tension she had been holding began to dissipate. Haha, you might find it hard to believe, but I genuinely have no intention of bullying you. This is merely a customary greeting from my hometown, Jupiter explained while gazing at Tornado. As the strongest among the current Vexians and the future leader of the Vexians, is it too much to introduce an imaginary custom from my homeland? Who greets each other in such a manner? Tornado glared at Jupiter, her expression a mix of indignation and disbelief, feeling as if she had been played for a fool. If I say it exists, then it exists, Jupiter replied with a smile. Tornado, confronted by this sunny disposition, fell silent. In any case, my visit today is to bid you farewell. After his jest, Jupiter transitioned to a more serious tone. Farewell. Are you leaving too? Tornado shuddered at the mention of goodbyes, her previously assertive words faltering. Within 3 days at the earliest, or a week at the latest. I shall return to collect you all. During this week while your father is away, do not shed any tears. Upon finishing, Jupiter moved behind Tornado and gently patted her before vanishing from sight. You scoundrel! You had better never show your face to me again, Tornado exclaimed, feeling the emptiness where Jupiter had been. Nevertheless, despite her angry words, The assurance that Jupiter would return within a short time warmed her heart. Wait, what do you mean by coming to collect us? Just as Tornado sought Jupiter's whereabouts with her powers, she suddenly noticed Watson. This was quite an essence. The battle with Boros was concluded, and the arc of One Punch had temporarily ended, transitioning back to invincible young hero, while the usual pleas for votes and investment continued. After a bout of dizziness, Jupiter found himself back in the main world of invincible young hero. Cursed system, he muttered, rubbing his temples as he exited the house. Each time he traversed dimensions, he cursed the system anew. Hey brother, have you changed your battle attire? As Jupiter stepped outside, he encountered Mark, who was searching for milk in the living room. You look more handsome, Jupiter acknowledged with a slight nod. Are you going out? Mark inquired further. I haven't been out in a while. I think I'll take a stroll, Jupiter replied. Oh, Mark responded nonchalantly, returning to his search for milk. Mark, you've outgrown the age for height increase. No matter how hard you try, it's unlikely you'll grow taller. Jupiter remarked, smirking at the milk in Mark's hand. Nonsense. My mother said I could still grow until I'm 25. I might not remain shorter than you for life. Upon hearing Jupiter's words, Mark reacted as if he had encountered something exhilarating. He gazed at Jupiter, who was speaking animatedly. However, by the time Mark turned to look at Jupiter, the latter's figure had already vanished without a trace. Mark surveyed the empty living room and the milk in his hand, his expression filled with profound discontent. Several streets away from Mark's home stood a bank, its doors shut early in the daylight. The passers-by on the street walked by the unusual sight of the closed bank with indifference, seemingly accustomed to it. After all, this bank would close a day early every 7 days, not due to a regular early closing schedule, but because every week, a group of mischievous little rascals, donning black stockings over their faces, would arrive with their oversized toys to withdraw their deposits. With a loud crash, approximately 30 minutes later, the bank's doors were forcefully kicked open, and a number of these masked rascals emerged, each burdened with several large bags. There are too many people here, exclaimed one of the rascals, who was experiencing a sudden headache from the bustling crowd outside the bank. Someone stepped on my foot in a moment of misfortune. One of the rascals had his foot trodden on by a passerby. Then why don't you clear the crowd? The leader instructed the foot-stomped rascal. What should I do? It appeared that this rascal was a newcomer, utterly clueless about the situation. The leader, sensing the urgency, began to demonstrate. He raised his oversized toy toward the sky, and a barrage of gunfire erupted. In an instant, the previously dense crowd on the street erupted into screams, skillfully darting for cover behind anything they could find to shield themselves from the imaginary bullets, creating makeshift sanctuaries. Observing the chaos unfolding on the street, the leader tossed his oversized toy to one of his companions. They then crossed the road, hopped into their off-road vehicle, and prepared to make their escape. Boss, aren't we being too conspicuous? Shouldn't we fear the police? The newcomer asked, glancing at the leader. Ha ha ha. Are you questioning the response speed of our free nation as police? The leader replied with a smirk. Ha ha ha. With that, everyone but the newcomer burst into laughter. By the time those fools sitting in their offices, munching on donuts and hamburgers, with blood flowing thick with fat and syrup, decide to respond, we'll already be on a plane, leaving this free land behind, explained a burly man seated next to the leader, grinning widely. Is that so? Just as this group of robbers, having withdrawn non-existent deposits from the bank, prepared to boast and depart, a raspy voice resonated in the hearts of all present. Who speaks? The leader felt perplexed. His memory was sharp, and he could ascertain that this voice was unfamiliar, certainly not belonging to any of his underlings. Hello, little boss. Look at the car window. A novice gazed at their leader's vehicle, as if witnessing something terrifying, trembling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the leader turned to look at his car window, only to be struck dumb. Outside his SUV stood a robust man clad in a white and black outfit, emblazoned with a prominent emblem of a tight-fitting suit. At that moment, the man was smiling broadly at him. Gentlemen, please step out of the vehicle and stand properly. The muscular figure, with a sunlit smile, coldly addressed the band of robbers. Liberty man. The leader, drenched in sweat, stared at the muscular figure. As a proud member of the glorious free nation, no one was unfamiliar with the captain of the new Global Guardians, the eldest son of the all-powerful Liberty Man boss. Should we get out and crouch with our heads down, or would it be better to kneel directly? The novice inquired of his leader regarding how to respond to Liberty Man's presence. Are you joking? We earned this money through our own capabilities. Why should we return at the moment he arrives? There's no justification. This is not freedom at all, the leader exclaimed, drawing his prized firearm and unleashing a barrage towards Liberty Man. The bullets swiftly erupted from the leader's weapon, shattering the windows of his luxurious vehicle and raining down upon Liberty Man. The projectiles struck Liberty Man's body as though colliding with impenetrable alloy, merely causing sparks to fly without inflicting any harm. Before long, the assailant had exhausted the ammunition in his firearm. May we exit the vehicle now? Liberty Man stood amidst the smoke, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the robber, and spoke softly. Go to hell, monster! The robber cursed in response to Liberty Man's words, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. After the robbers had departed, Liberty Man took a deep breath instead of pursuing them immediately. The scent of freedom. Inhaling the acrid aroma of gunpowder wafting through the air, Liberty Man affirmed. Having not encountered such authentic gunpowder in his time within this Japanese world of one punch, he felt a sense of nostalgia as he watched his hometown's bank being robbed once more. Yes, it is the essence of freedom. Brother, do we truly just confront Liberty Man? Is there no issue? The robbers in the vehicle questioned their leader. No problem. Just a mere superhero. He wouldn't dare to do anything to us. The leader seemed to possess ample experience in dealing with superheroes. He understood that they could at most be captured and sent to the arduous training camps. After all, who in this nation hasn't been through such a trial? The great liberator gazed at the fleeing vehicles, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the off-road vehicle's fuel tank was instantly ignited, soaring into the sky amidst flames and explosions. Witnessing the cars propelled into the air by the blast, the Liberator revealed a quintessentially patriotic smile. He was unlike any other superhero. With gratitude towards the supportive reader for their generous contribution, we transition to Chapter 86, the new Global Guardians Initiative. Boom! Observing the roaring flames and chaos in the streets, the Liberator felt a sense of gratification for successfully neutralizing 5 bank robbers, contributing to a measure of stability in the society of Liberty Nation. He ascended into the sky, unconcerned with extinguishing fires, conducting rescues, or apprehending criminals. Those tasks fell under the purview of the nation's fire department, private hospitals, and police force. His singular mission was to eradicate evil, leaving the aftermath to others. The current circumstances were merely the price to be paid in the fight against malevolence. Let me see what the next incident is. Jupiter hovered in the sky, employing his superhuman hearing to seek out the next task requiring a superhero's intervention. Such missions were not difficult to find, considering the daily gunfire in Liberty Nation. In the afternoon, Jupiter returned to the Global Guardians headquarters, preparing for the routine meeting. His allies, Shapeshifter Kate, Black Sun, Atomic Eve, Beast Girl, Robot, and Shrink Ray, all gathered. Welcome, everyone, Jupiter said, having arrived early in his black and white battle attire, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly lost in the beauty of the view outside the window. Jupiter, why didn't you attend school today? Eve inquired, observing him from a distance. Because I was engaged in more pressing matters, Jupiter replied, turning to face her with a smile. Eve hesitated, sensing an unfamiliarity in the Jupiter before her. Jupiter, no, Liberator, I just received word from Caesar. In merely one afternoon, you have devastated over 30 city blocks. What on earth were you thinking? We are superheroes, born to protect this world and our nation. We are never meant to be destroyers. How does your current course of action differ from that of the criminals? Black Sun approached, his brow furrowed. So, Jupiter remained expressionless, as though he had anticipated this confrontation. I believe you possess great power, yet lack the maturity and the heart of a true superhero. I don't think you are worthy of leading the Global Guardians at this moment. Black Sun circled back to his original point after a moment of deliberation. Do you believe that anyone other than myself is more suited for the position of captain? Upon hearing Hyzanzin's words, Jupiter let out a cold laugh. As a member of the original Global Guardian team, although I have departed for a time due to personal reasons, I dare say that no one is more familiar with the workings of the Global Guardian team than I am. While you may lack experience, it matters not, for I possess ample knowledge to aid your growth. Hyzanzin expressed his thoughts to Jupiter and the gathered assembly. Alas, upon hearing this, Jupiter sighed helplessly, turning his back to Hyzanzin, seemingly filled with disappointment. What does this mean? Hyzanzin, observing Jupiter's refusal to face him directly, felt insulted. Hyzanzin, Jupiter softly uttered his name, raising his right hand. In an instant, Hyzanzin felt something constricting his throat. With a series of frantic gestures, Hyzanzin clawed at his neck, his face contorted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead before he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, as Hyzanzin knelt, he suddenly felt a release around his neck, and air began to flow freely once more. Gasping for breath, Hyzanzin stared in terror at the figure cloaked in white, the broad silhouette before him. Hyzanzin, do not let power choke you. Rather than incessantly instructing others on their duties, focus on your own responsibilities, such as reclaiming the powers you have lost. Jupiter withdrew his hand, returning it to his side, simultaneously relinquishing his telekinetic hold on Hyzanzin. Hyzanzin gazed at Jupiter's back, his expression darkening, ultimately remaining silent. Very well, it appears you have no objections. In light of this, allow me to convey the purpose of this gathering. In fact, starting today, I deem it essential to reform the entire Global Guardian team, including the hero system. Jupiter turned to face the assembly, elucidating his intentions. Reform. Eve expressed her confusion, unable to comprehend Jupiter's meaning. Indeed, drawing from the lessons of the former Global Guardian team, I wish to prevent such a fate from befalling us. Therefore, I believe it is necessary to overhaul the hero system. We must render the hero system more rational and comprehensive, rather than allowing individuals to don a mask or outdated technological gear, even those devoid of powers or who have lost their abilities, to be deemed superheroes. Jupiter articulated his vision. Hyzanzin expressed that he had once again been subtly criticized regarding outdated technological gear and the loss of superpowers. This was indeed directed at him, wasn't it? So what shall we do? In that instant, the robot comprehended Jupiter's thoughts and posed a question. We should incorporate all those aspiring to be heroes into the Global Guardians family. Naturally, we will require their registration information, including their real names and other pertinent details. This will transform the Global Guardians from a small group into a formidable organization of justice comprising hundreds, if not thousands. Furthermore, we will categorize all prospective members into ranks: Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and Level 4. Based on the abilities of each superpowered individual, we will assign them tasks, minimizing casualties, enhancing efficiency, and effectively combating evil. Jupiter gazed at the robot and articulated the lessons he had gleaned from the world of One Punch. The robot, upon hearing this, remained silent, yet a radiant light sparkled in his eyes. Agreed, I concur. After a moment of silence, the robot expressed his approval of Jupiter's plan, an organization based on ranks and task assignments, requiring the registration of real information, resembled nothing less than a legion of superpowered beings. I wonder who should lead such an organization? Beast Girl inquired of Jupiter. The strongest hero organization should undoubtedly be led by the mightiest of heroes, which is, of course, me. Jupiter stated with an unruffled demeanor. Upon hearing Jupiter's words, the assembly fell into silence, exchanging glances as if deep in contemplation. Only the robot remained silent, steadfastly gazing at Jupiter, as if he believed that leadership rightfully belonged to the strongest. After a prolonged silence, Eve decided to seek clarification from Jupiter, feeling that the decision was rather hasty. Just as Eve was about to voice her question, Jupiter's phone suddenly rang. Hello. Yes, I understand. See you shortly. Jupiter nodded while holding the phone, then ended the call and turned to the group. Apologies, I have a matter to attend to. We shall discuss this in detail in a few days. With that, Jupiter swiftly departed from the Global Guardians conference room. The newly appointed members of the Guardians watched Jupiter leave in silence. So, he was indeed targeting me, wasn't he? Only Hyzanzin remained not only silent, but also somewhat incensed, as he had overheard a string of rather unfriendly remarks directed at him. Chapter 87. Journey to Mars. What is happening? Upon arriving home, Jupiter discovered not only Deborah, Nolan, and Mark standing in his house, but also the white-haired elder, Caesar's, whose face bore the marks of disfigurement. Jupiter found this to be quite an intriguing opportunity. Nolan gazed at Jupiter and promptly approached him. An opportunity? Jupiter raised an eyebrow. Have you changed your battlesuit? Nolan was momentarily taken aback by Jupiter's brand new attire. Indeed, primarily to distinguish it from your battlesuit, Father. Otherwise, there will always be fools who can only differentiate heroes based on their suits. Jupiter nodded slightly, explaining his reason for the change. Not bad. The black base with white trim looks quite striking. Nolan assessed Jupiter's battlesuit, finding it rather appealing according to his taste. Ahem, I believe this is not the time for father-son pleasantries. Just as Nolan and Jupiter were engaged in casual conversation, Celsus approached, gently clearing his throat before speaking. What is going on? The moment Jupiter laid eyes on Celsus, he sensed trouble. Celsus was notoriously unreliable. The government has decided to send 4 scientists to Mars, Celsus divulged. Without delay, the rationale for seeking out Jupiter and the others. To Mars? Jupiter nodded slightly, recalling a particular narrative involving Martians and an unsettling parasitic creature reminiscent of the facehuggers from the Alien franchise. Yes, however, we are uncertain about the dangers we might face on this journey to Mars. Therefore, we intend for you to accompany the astronauts to assist them in overcoming the challenges ahead, Celsus elaborated. I see, Jupiter acknowledged with a slight nod, indicating his understanding. All right, no problem, he readily agreed, planning to use the opportunity of joining the astronauts to resolve the issues on Mars once and for all. With Jupiter's affirmation, Celsus exhaled slowly, his previously tense demeanor easing. Wishing you a pleasant journey. A disingenuous smile graced Celsus's face as he extended his well wishes to Jupiter. Very well, Jupiter replied, accepting even the insincere blessings graciously. Jupiter, your task this time will be more arduous than that of the 4 astronauts. Yet I have complete faith in you. I am confident you will fulfill your mission successfully. Nolan clapped Jupiter on the shoulder, convinced of his son's capability to navigate this endeavor with ease. Of course, this task is still quite manageable for me, Jupiter remarked with a slight smile, affirming his confidence in completing the mission effortlessly. I shall not intrude any longer. Celsus observed the familial warmth before him, scoffing at their bond. Feeling out of place, he swiftly vanished from the room. Jupiter cast a glance at the departing Cicero, remaining silent as his gaze shifted to the grinning Mark. What on earth is wrong with Mark? Jupiter pondered, shaking his head at the foolish smile adorning Mark's face. Perhaps he has fallen in love? He just returned with a young lady named Amber, Deborah elaborated animatedly. Hey, that's my personal business, all right? Mark's expression shifted upon hearing Deborah's comment, feeling as though his privacy had been invaded. When someone else sees your privacy, it ceases to be private, Jupiter remarked. Patting Mark on the shoulder, Mark fell into silence after Jupiter's words. He felt not only outmatched by his brother, but also overpowered in conversation, as if his entire existence were being dictated by him. I need to prepare lunch. By the way, Mom, what do you think about my trip to Mars? Jupiter entered the kitchen, picking up a knife to make a sandwich while inquiring about Deborah's opinion. While I still believe education is paramount, if it's you, a few days away shouldn't be a cause for concern. So I am indifferent, Deborah expressed, her worries primarily revolving around Jupiter's academic responsibilities rather than anything else. You needn't worry about my studies. Jupiter chuckled upon hearing this. Studies? What is that? I haven't been attending school lately. Indeed, I need to worry about you. Deborah interpreted Jupiter's words differently, understanding that the knowledge acquired at school was trivial for him and thus not a matter of concern. I seem to have added a bit too much cheese, Jupiter remarked, raising an eyebrow at his specially crafted sandwich. However, I do enjoy cheese. He then placed the sandwich into a container, deeming it his unique Mars sandwich. Once everything was prepared, Jupiter chose not to seek trouble with any villains, instead opting to relax at home and ready himself for his impending journey to Mars. At the Global Security Bureau headquarters, Cicero stood in his office, deep in contemplation. Go ahead, Jupiter, he mused. Mr. Cicero, you're just letting Jupiter leave? Inquired his blonde assistant, gazing at him curiously. It is not I who allowed Jupiter to depart. It is imperative for him to leave temporarily. This way, we will have ample time to investigate the truth and discern the allegiances of the omnipotent Nolan and the invincible Mark, Cicero stated coldly, addressing his assistant. But Mr. Cicero, is the truth truly that significant? What can we do even if we uncover the truth? We still lack any means to confront the Vexians. The blonde assistant sighed and helplessly inquired. Sighing in response, Caesars echoed the sentiment. Only by grasping the truth can we adequately prepare for what lies ahead. If Nolan, Mark, and Jupiter are indeed in cahoots, we shall annihilate all records and cease any further investigations. We will feign ignorance and continue to exist in this world, clinging to survival. A shadow of sorrow and despair flickered in Caesar's eyes. Our global defense agency, Our technology on the blue planet is still too feeble to withstand the presence of Evexians.